transforming into the villainous young master. I will forcibly marry the female lead right from the start. Knowing the original storyline so well, I realized that this useless original character is actually a top-tier playboy. Yet after meeting the female lead, he transforms into a pure-hearted love warrior. They haven't even held hands, yet he sacrifices everything for the female lead. But in the end, on the day of the wedding, he is taken out by the male lead in one move. Not only that, when everything settles down, he is still alive. He even has to watch the male and female leads start their romance right in front of him. In the end, he is driven to death by sheer frustration. Just as I finished merging with the original character's memories, I immediately heard the female lead angrily scolding Shin Wuqiao. "We only have an engagement. How dare you act on your own? If my parents and relatives hadn't come here, I wouldn't have even known that today was our wedding. You need to go out and clarify this immediately, or you'll face the consequences." After he left the dressing room, I finally reacted, and a surge of violent anger filled me. Damn, what a useless fool. If nothing unexpected happens, when the male lead takes the stage to show off again, I will log off for good. At this point, I directly called Uncle Wu, telling him to bring people to Longting Hotel, no exceptions. Uncle Wu is a 5th-rank 7th-level master. In the original plot, he wasn't present, which led to the original character being easily defeated. Now, get ready, a mere 3rd-rank 6th-level fighter from the military is nothing. Then, I carelessly walked toward the banquet hall, and just as I stepped out the door, a strange electronic voice echoed in my mind. "Brutal villain, the system is now bound. The host can set tasks for the system to generate, and completing these tasks will earn points. The points are determined by the task content, and points can be exchanged for anything needed in the system store." This series of statements left me momentarily stunned but pleasantly surprised. I then asked in my mind, can I take on the task to kill the forsaken child of fate? The host can indeed take on this task. The task is being generated, kill the forsaken child of fate. Completing this task will reward you with 1 million points, and it is valid until completed. Given that the host usually spares no effort in martial arts, a new villain starter pack is issued, granting a drop to a 6th-rank 1st-level master. I felt a surge of energy rising throughout my body. Suddenly, I felt refreshed and almost couldn't help but exclaim Mystic Ice Dragon soars. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, everyone was congratulating the Liu family. "Your identity is no secret. You are from the Shin family in the imperial capital. Grandpa is the second in command for national security. There are many political protégés everywhere. Dad stands at the pinnacle, unbeatable across the land. Mom is the head of the world's largest phosphate oil field. I can comfortably be a playboy, with countless goddesses in the world wanting to be with me. The Liu family really hit the jackpot. When one person rises, all benefit. After today, the Liu family will undoubtedly sit at the top of the Central Sea. When will such good fortune come my way? Come on, first you need a woman as beautiful as Liu Rumo. My daughter may not be pretty, but she's quite alluring. Isn't that interesting? It's not like Liu Rumming. Shoo, keep your voice down. We can't discuss the Liu family right now." The Liu family members are also enjoying this unprecedented treatment. Congratulations, congratulations. We should sit down together sometime. It's been years since we had tea and chatted. Liu Jinshu wore a smile, his pride evident. The more congratulations he received, the more the Liu family floated on air. At that moment, you hurriedly approached, and as everyone recognized you, they immediately came forward. "How's the preparation going, Wuqiao?" Seeing this, I also stopped, ready. All the Liu family members were here. Upon hearing this, Liu Jinshu nodded as an elder. "Everyone is here to celebrate. It's just that Rumo's sister, Ruyan, is abroad and couldn't be notified in time." I still wore a smile, thinking that whatever the number, it was fine. The family that came today should be complete. Once those words were spoken, Liu Jinshu became even prouder, as if to say, "See, even my son-in-law, no matter how high his status, must consider the feelings of the Liu family." Seeing this, I said no more and walked directly onto the stage. The venue immediately fell silent, with everyone eagerly awaiting the words of the Shin family young master. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is your honor to attend my wedding today." This statement left everyone in the audience feeling extremely awkward. However, some in the audience recognized that this was indeed a legitimate wedding, and with the Shin family's name, we truly didn't qualify to attend. I continued, saying that I don't like to waste words, so let's have today's heroine, my fiancé, say a few words to everyone. Liu Rumo, hiding in the shadows, turned pale. This bastard actually pushed the problem onto me. But there was no way to understand the situation now, so she gritted her teeth and slowly walked to your side. She then looked down at you with disgust. "What do you mean? You better explain yourself." Immediately, she clarified to everyone, "If you embarrass the Liu family today, I will not forgive you." I looked at her like a fool, thinking how spoiled she was to act so recklessly. You call this a farce? Do you even plan to get married? Or are you planning to wait for someone to show up for a farewell canon? Or perhaps, once someone arrives, you'll decisively call off the engagement? Lu Rumo's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking? I don't have time for this. We need to clarify things right now. Seeing this, I pretended to be helpless and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. Then I picked up the microphone and said with a smile, everyone, I'm sure you're curious about what we're whispering about. Well, Rumo here is eager to hurry me along to the bridal chamber. She can't wait. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted in laughter. Looks like young Master Shin is quite impressive. It's making me feel all tingly. At this moment, Lu Rumo was completely dumbfounded. Shin Wuqiao, are you crazy? How am I supposed to save this? However, her scolding was cut short. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the entrance. Who gave you the courage to publicly humiliate her? You are courting death. The voice thundered through the banquet hall, causing all the guests to turn and look. In walked a crew-cut man with a crooked mouth, the main character, Lin Chen, known for his peculiar way of speaking. His bold entrance and fierce demeanor made many think this crooked-mouthed guy had gone mad. The security guards on-site rushed forward, ready to apprehend Lin Chen. But I shouted to stop them. What are you doing? Everyone here is a guest. I just don't want him to take action. Those bodyguards are no match for him anyway. Uncle Wu was already standing by, but without my orders, he naturally remained still. And Lu Rumo had already seen Lin Chen, her eyes instantly filled with tears. At this moment, the guy with the crooked mouth was also looking at Lu Rumo. Their gaze met, and it was truly touching. I smiled nonchalantly, interrupting this emotional moment. Hey, crooked mouth, are you here for the wedding banquet? Do you even have a gift? Looking at you, I doubt you can spare much. There are people here offering loans. Why not go talk to them? As soon as I said that, the crowd erupted in laughter, and everyone joined in mocking Lin Chen. If the kid's short on cash, he shouldn't beg, just download the Alipay app. There are free limits available. Lin Chen scoffed, his gaze sharp as he looked at you. You really know how to talk, huh? Just for the slander against Rumo, I should cut out your tongue. As soon as those words were spoken, the laughter in the crowd turned to shock. Everyone was stunned, thinking, is this guy an idiot? Do you want to hear what you're saying? I'm dying of laughter. It's the first time I've heard someone dare to threaten a provincial businessman. Even the Lu family members cursed. Where did this beggar come from, daring to speak so boldly? They weren't fools and could tell that this crooked mouth had some connection with Lu Rumo. They were a bunch of sycophants, and it seemed like today was going to get bloody. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He rushed forward to attack with incredible speed, aiming for your throat. Just as his hand neared you, a powerful blow struck his back, causing his eyes to bulge with blood, and he crashed heavily onto the stage. He lay sprawled in front of you, and just as Lin Chen tried to get up quickly, a shoe came down on his head, pinning him down no matter how hard he struggled. Oh, you're practically serving your head on a platter. He joked with a mocking smile while keeping his foot planted. At this moment, Lin Chen's mindset was starting to break. There were actually two experts here, but why was this spoiled rich kid so strong? At this moment, Lu Rumo panicked, shouting as she rushed forward, trying to pry your legs apart. Shen Wuqiao, you're outrageous. Let her go. I charged forward unsteadily, and seeing Lu Rumo go crazy, I pushed you aside and yelled at her, I'll count to 3, you better let her go. Before I could finish counting, she was met with your ruthless slap, sending her crashing heavily onto the stage. Rumo, you're being naughty. Just lie down for a bit, and I'll come over to comfort you later. I wore a smile the entire time, but that smile sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Seeing Lu Rumo get hit, the Lu family members were filled with rage, momentarily forgetting your identity. How can we trust you to take care of our daughter if you resort to violence? Lu Rumo was now extremely angry. After today, even if you kneeled and begged, she would insist on breaking off the engagement. There was no other option. I wasn't in a hurry to speak with them. Instead, I looked down at Lin Chen and beckoned to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu immediately handed me a sharp dagger. I crouched down with the dagger in hand and said, Your name is Lin Chen, right? I haven't provoked you. Not only did you ruin my wedding banquet, but you also want to cut out my tongue. Do you think you run the world? Lin Chen was filled with indignation and embarrassment, just about to speak. The dagger plunged through his palm, and with a swift motion, I cut off his fingertip. Host has severed the protagonist's fingertip, earning 5,000 points. Seeing this, Lu Rumo was greatly frightened. Even though she was already injured, she still rushed forward, shouting, Shen Wuqiao, you bastard! Let him go! I will never forgive Brother Chen. At this moment, I was also tempted to cut out his tongue. He was so noisy, but I didn't want to play that way. I have OCD. I wanted the Lu family to be neat and tidy together. Then I looked back at Lin Chen, who was so imposing. You must be feeling very moved right now. Speak up. the dagger aimed for his other hand. A scream echoed throughout the banquet hall, causing everyone below to feel their scalps tingle, and they dared not breathe a word. Daring to hurt my disciple while standing guard, before people even arrived, a figure rushed in the next second. This sudden turn of events made the crowd gasp in shock. Lin Chen also saw a glimmer of hope. His master had arrived, Han Jun, a 5th grade, 9th level powerhouse from the army. Seeing the scene, Han Jun's aura suddenly erupted, and he charged towards the stage like a cannonball. "Young master, be careful," Uncle Wu said with a serious expression, ready to step in and defend. But I blocked him and charged directly forward. "Seeing that you dared to confront him," Han Jun sneered inwardly, thinking you were overestimating yourself. "At worst, I'll just ruin you today and then take my disciple away." Then the two of them collided. The next second, a wave of energy swept through. Han Jun's speed was incredibly fast, and he flew even faster, sliding several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, thinking to himself, "How old is this spoiled brat? How can he possibly have the strength of 6? With this talent, even Lin Chen's brother, who was praised as a genius, couldn't compare." I stepped down from the stage, mocking him disdainfully. "You think just because you beat the young one, you can take on the old? You think you're the 3rd young master of the Tang family?" Although Han Jun was shocked, he couldn't show any weakness at this moment. Seeing his tough demeanor, I sneered, "You've got quite a few people backing you, huh? But no one from my side is here anymore. Do you understand what that means? Since you've come today, you won't be leaving." As my words fell, more than 20 second-grade warriors surrounded us, some of whom went over to pin the injured Han Jun to the ground. At this moment, many people realized that something serious was about to happen. Then I jumped back onto the stage, looking at Lin Chen with a faint smile. "Looks like no one will come to save you now. What a pity. Let's not waste any more time. Time to go." I suddenly raised my foot and stomped down heavily towards him. "The son of destiny," I said with a smirk. Lin Chen looked at my raised foot, feeling the true power radiating from it, and for the first time, he truly sensed the breath of death. "No, no!" Lu Rumo cried, instantly breaking down at the sight. But soon, the sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. The force of my stomp was so terrifying that the entire stage collapsed. As the dust settled, everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, Lin Chen was spitting out blood, barely hanging on. "Bastard! My brother will never let you off. You still dare to threaten me?" I crouched down. I began to rain down punches onto his head. After seeing that he was completely finished, I slowly stood up. Seeing this, Uncle Wu quickly handed me a wet wipe, still shocked. "How did the young master become so strong all of a sudden? Stronger than me. Drag him away. Oh, and remember to stab the soles of his feet a few times. I've read those ridiculous books that say some people have their hearts in their feet. Let's not let that nonsense happen." I smiled as I scanned the silent crowd, where the only sound was the gulping of saliva. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, killing the Son of Destiny. Reward, 1 million points, since it was completed in under half an hour. There's a special reward, a chance to randomly open a weapons and ammunition gift pack. Receiving the system's response, I wasn't in a hurry to study it. Instead, I slowly said, "Everyone, enjoy the show." Saying this, I jumped off the stage and sat down beside Lu Rumo, using the blood-stained wet wipe to wipe her tears. "I'll sit with you for a bit. Let's have a chat." Seeing this, Lu Jinshu was greatly frightened, ready to speak up to advise me, but my gaze suddenly turned to him, making him shudder. At this moment, he finally realized that the man before him was still that super-rich young master. Then I turned to Lu Rumo and continued, "Don't be afraid, we're just chatting. I want to ask you, do you think I'm ugly?" At this, Lu Rumo snapped back to reality, trembling slightly. Suppressing her fear, she gently shook her head. Deep down, she knew you were very handsome. Far beyond those so-called top celebrities, your looks were even at an anime level. "So, is my family background really that poor?" He shook his head again. I wasn't in a hurry and continued, "If that's the case, do you think my feelings for you are sincere or hypocritical?" At this moment, he looked at you with tears in his eyes, trembling as he nodded. "Your feelings for him aren't sincere at all, it's purely indulgence." Seeing this, I sighed, "Since I'm handsome, have a good family background, and a high status, yet you still look down on me for it. How much gold is in your head for you to sneer at me while being infatuated with that Lin Chen?" At this, Lu Rumo straightened up, speechless. All this time, she had been proud and pampered, almost forgetting your true identity. "Rumo, I've provided you and your family with many resources. With my status, wealth, and power, your family has risen to great heights because of me. Even the top brass like Zhong Hai must respectfully call you young lady. You had this opportunity, and this is how you used it." At this moment, Lu Rumo suddenly realized that she did have feelings for you, albeit faint ones, perhaps due to Lin Chen's novelty or the lingering infatuation from years ago when you saved her. In any case, She had awakened from her dream, but could she go back now? Suddenly, her eyes filled with tears as she crawled up and knelt before you. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Let's get married, okay? From now on, I'll listen to you, and I'll only love you. I'm sorry. I wore a strange smile, but my tone remained gentle. Don't cry, if you keep it up, your eyes will swell, and you won't look pretty. I raised my hand to gently wipe her tears. I then moved behind Lu Rumo, hugging her, and my hand slid upward, one resting on her shoulder while the other lingered on her face. Shin Wuqiao, Lu Rumo said, a bit scared, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of insecurity. I'm right here, I said, slowly wrapping my hand around Lu Rumo's neck. Rumo, I want to hug you. You used to refuse. Please don't reject me today, okay? But before she could react, I suddenly tightened my grip around her, and as she realized what was happening, Lu Rumo's eyes widened in panic, and she began to struggle violently. I tightened my grip even more, but my face still bore a smile. I took a deep breath, feeling lightheaded. At this point, the Lu family members were completely dumbfounded, especially Lu Rumo's parents, who screamed and rushed forward but were kicked back by the surrounding warriors before they could take 2 steps. I had initially thought to let the warriors from the family intervene, but then I glanced at Uncle Wu, who was on high alert. Ultimately, I abandoned that idea. It was futile to resist. I could only pray that you were at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lu Rumo's face turned red, her eyes bulging as she frantically slapped at my hands. As time quietly passed, her movements grew weaker until she finally stopped breathing. I didn't let go. Instead, I leaned in close to her side and whispered, "Sweetheart, just sleep well, and everything will be fine. From now on, your world will only have me. No one else will interfere with our love." After saying this, I pressed my hand down on her head and suddenly slapped to the right. With a crack, Lu Rumo's body went completely limp. At this moment, the Lu family fully understood what was happening, covering their mouths in shock as tears silently streamed down their faces. Some were so frightened that they wet their pants, and the other guests were equally terrified. They feared you might clear the scene entirely. How did you all enjoy today's show? At this, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to respond. A madman, absolutely a madman. Seeing this, I became a bit impatient and continued. I asked how you enjoyed the show. Finally, someone, afraid, couldn't help but respond, "Young Master Shin, you're joking. What show? This is a celebration for young Master Shin advancing to master, right?" As soon as this was said, others woke up to the realization. Yes, congratulations to young Master Shin for becoming a master. Congratulations, young Master Shin. The people on site began to gather themselves, and some quick-witted ones ran to the side, tearing down anything related to the scene. Thank you all for your congratulations. Now that the banquet is over, I won't keep you any longer. Hearing this, the guests each sighed in relief and hurriedly began to bid you farewell. Some members of the Lu family tried to escape amidst the chaos but were all dragged back. As the irrelevant people left, the scene fell silent once more. At this moment, I looked at the Lu family and couldn't help but shake my head. When Rumo got engaged to me, the Lu family benefited from it. Now that he has done such shameless things, his family must face the consequences. For a large family to prosper, they must rise and fall together. Are you ready for that? Lu Jinshu spoke tremblingly. Son-in-law, the matter is over now. Let's consider it in the past. From now on, our Lu family will certainly follow your lead. The others chimed in. Yes, young Master Shin, just consider us a pack of dogs you've raised in the past. Please show mercy. Hearing this, I laughed. TSK, I wouldn't advise you lowly dogs. You all have said plenty when you were relying on me, barking at the director with your heads held high. After saying this, I looked at Lu Jinshu, and he realized in his heart that I was intent on leaving no survivors. Young Master Shin, you can't do this. So many people witnessed this. If something happens to us, it won't be easy for you to handle. But I smiled faintly, patting his face. Lu family head, you really don't know what's good for you. Who do you think I am, Shin Wuqiao? If anyone dares to speak against me, they'll have to venture out at noon because they'll meet their end sooner or later. Enough with the nonsense, I said, pointing at Hanjin, including him in my words. As my words fell, all the dancers moved in, pushing the Lu family members into a corner. I then turned and walked towards the exit. At this moment, the banquet hall was filled with cries for mercy and curses. However, I acted as if I hadn't heard anything. It wasn't until I reached the door that I stopped, a fleeting excitement crossing my calm face, closing the door without leaving a single person behind. The moment the door to the banquet hall closed, one could faintly see blood splattering inside. Wails, screams, broken bones, roars. A cacophony of various sounds filled the air. Shin Wuxiao did not look back. He lit a cigarette, his steps slow as he walked towards the hotel exit. The boutonniere meant for the groom quietly fell to the ground, crushed under his foot. The hotel had long been cleared out, not even a single staff member in sight. Shin Wuxiu stepped outside, looked up at the azure sky, and felt elated. He spread his arms, basking in the sunlight, a relaxed smile on his face. Fate has been rewritten, now it's your turn. The you in Shin Wuxiu's words naturally referred to none other than the so-called protagonists of fortune. Today, he had taken down Lin Shen, a growth-type protagonist. He was snuffed out in the cradle before he could even grow. Even his master couldn't save him. But Lin Shen had a twin brother, Lin Fan. Regardless of the script or the current situation, once his brother received the news, he would definitely come looking for him. Lin Fan was also a force to be reckoned with. He had joined the military 3 years earlier than Lin Shen and had been selected by higher-ups to join a special team called the Tianlang Special Forces. The team consisted of 8 members, each possessing exceptional skills, with the weakest among them being at least a 3rd grade, 5th tier. Among them, some had even awakened special abilities. As the captain, Lin Fan's strength was naturally formidable. Having long been on the front lines against sudden attacks from alien beasts and other races, he had been tempered through countless battles, making him incredibly tough. If he learned that Lin Shen was dead, he would undoubtedly drop everything and rush to Shanghai. The thought of soon meeting a new protagonist made Shin Wuxiu inexplicably excited. "Hurry up! I can't wait to tear your crooked mouth apart," Shin Wuxiu muttered as he got into a luxury car waiting for him at the entrance. The car sped away, and Shin Wuxiu, sitting in the back seat, inquired with the system. "System, didn't you say I could activate special rewards?" "Yes, host. Would you like to activate it?" "Activate it. Activating." "Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained, pink, divine artifact, Death Judge Pen." "Divine artifact?" "Yes, host. Weapon classification, white for ordinary, blue for advanced, purple for rare, pink for divine artifact, orange for legendary, gold for epic, and colorful for mythic. The Judge Pen has a hidden mechanism at its tip. When closed, it resembles a pen tip, and when opened, it looks like an angry lotus. Pressing the mechanism opens and closes the pen tip, shooting out a steel needle from the pen barrel, coated with deadly poison. Those struck will bleed from all 7 orifices within a quarter of an hour, with no cure. Additionally, the Judge Pen's 17 styles have been automatically learned. Fire Cloud Evil God? Yeah. Looking at the 30-centimeter long pen that had appeared in his hand, shimmering with true energy fluctuations, Shin Wuxiu felt somewhat speechless. He still somewhat believed in the law that the stranger the weapon, the quicker one would die. "Open the panel, let me see what I can exchange for with over 1,000,000 points. Ding, opening. Host, Shin Wuxiu Realm, 6th grade, 1st stage master weapon, divine artifact, Death Judge Pen martial skills, none divine powers, none special abilities, not awakened occupation, fortune reaper, beauty experience specialist title, none opening system mall." The panel in front of him shifted to the side, revealing a dazzling array of categories. Weapons, martial skills, realms, special abilities, divine powers, elixirs, protective gear, card area, miscellaneous area, and so on. Everything was available. In simple terms, as long as there were enough points, one could exchange for an aircraft carrier. Especially with the points marked for each item, it was just like the prices in a convenience store. He now understood clearly that 1,000,000 points could be exchanged for a great many things. Unlike cash, which could only afford a single game of Paigao. Shin Wuxiu clicked into the weapons section, and the items there made him gasp. Damn, mythic weapons, Hellfire Gatling, infinite bullets, the bullets fired contain true power. 10,000,000 points for exchange. Such mythic weapons were indeed something to aspire to but currently out of reach. Thus, Shin Wuxiu decisively went to awaken his abilities first. For ordinary warriors, awakening abilities was probabilistic, with only a small fraction able to awaken. But in the system shop, one could directly choose to exchange. Moreover, looking at the panel slots, he could exchange for more than one. System, does this mean that the abilities I exchange can be used interchangeably? Yes, host. No matter how many you exchange, you can switch between them. If it were like ordinary people, wouldn't that make me look very low? Nice. Shin Wuxiu truly felt the charm of the cheat. He exchanged for 3 abilities in a row: fire control, thunder manipulation, and time pause. It only consumed a total of 230,000 points. Then, he exchanged for a set of light armor for protection. According to the description of the light armor, when attacked, there was a 30% chance to reflect the damage back to the attacker. This was completely an additional attack. I should inform Lin Fan, he should come quickly. Time passed little by little, on the other side. Borderline, in the primitive jungle. Lin Fan was leading his team through the jungle. He held a crescent-shaped scimitar, moving as swiftly as a leopard. With his swings, fierce beasts fell to the ground, howling in agony. Lin Fan crouched down, slicing open the belly of a beast and extracting a glowing purple beast core from inside. Don't be fooled by the small size of the beast core, it was essential for cultivation. Absorbing the energy within could transform into true power, greatly benefiting cultivation. Generally, warriors relied on hunting beasts for their training. This not only honed their skills but also provided beast cores. Mainly, the spirit crystals most suitable for warriors were not easy to obtain, otherwise, they wouldn't need to hunt continuously. Captain, you're amazing. Yeah, your movement technique is incredible. I'm so excited just watching. The teammates behind him caught up, looking at Lin Fan with admiration. The captain was their pride, exceptionally talented and skilled. At a young age, he was already a 5th grade 8th tier master, and he even held the rank of colonel, a definite winner in life. Hearing the praise, Lin Fan smiled slightly. You guys are not bad either. Keep up the good training. After encouraging them, Lin Fan took the beast core, intending to absorb its energy. But at that moment, a female teammate responsible for communications rushed towards him. Captain, the higher-ups want to talk to you. Lin Fan was taken aback, thinking it was a new mission. He stood up and picked up the communicator. This is Lin Fan. While speaking, Lin Fan still wore a smile, but as he listened to the words coming from the communicator, Lin Fan's expression gradually darkened. In the end, he crushed the communicator with his bare hands. Lin Fan seemed to go mad, howling to the sky, wailing. Even the birds in the jungle were startled into flight. The surrounding teammates were all taken aback, rushing over. Captain, what happened? They were also tense inside. Something major must have occurred, otherwise, how could the usually calm captain be so frantic? His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, trembling all over, pounding his fists into the earth. The next second, Lin Fan let out another roar and sprang up. A punch infused with immense true power struck a tree. A tree as thick as a wash basin was punched through, creating a hole. Xiao Chen, I must avenge you. Lin Fan's actions truly frightened the other teammates. They rushed over and grabbed Lin Fan, asking, Captain, what happened? Captain, speak up. Is something wrong with Lin Chen? As Lin Fan's teammates, they all knew Lin Chen, who was also an exceptionally talented genius. In the past, during their breaks, they had gone to see Lin Chen together. Now, seeing Lin Fan like this, they couldn't help but worry. Lin Fan wore a mask of pain, his voice trembling as he spoke. My brother was killed. The words struck like thunder. The others looked at him in disbelief. Damn it, who did it? Who the hell did this? The team's tank, a muscular man, shook with rage. To dare kill Xiao Chen, this grudge must be avenged. Captain, who did it? The others were equally indignant, voicing their agreement. They were brothers in arms and would not stand by idly. Lin Fan suppressed his anger, shaking his head. The higher-ups didn't say, more like they didn't dare to say, but it can be easily found out. Brothers, I need to go back. I must get an explanation for Xiao Chen's death. Captain, don't rush. Let's apply first. We're still on a mission, and if you leave without permission, the higher-ups will surely punish you severely. Lin Fan ignored them, waving his hand dismissively. Apply? Those targeting me will definitely block my application. I can't wait. My own brother is dead. How can I endure this? I need to go back. I need to investigate immediately. No matter who the other party is, I will tear them to pieces. Lin Fan resolutely turned around, determined. His teammates rushed to hold him back, trying to prevent him from acting impulsively. Don't worry about it. If something happens, I'll take full responsibility. The squad will be led by the vice captain. My matters, I will handle. His teammates still wanted to stop him. Captain, being anxious won't help. At least wait for the vice captain to return before we talk. She might have a better solution. Their vice captain was also the core of the team. Lin Fan had high combat power, while the vice captain, Zhang Huaiwei, was like a military strategist. They all knew that the captain and vice captain were only separated by a thin layer of glass. They cared deeply for each other, and if Zhang Huaiwei knew about this, she would definitely not let Lin Fan act impulsively. No need to say more. Lin Fan didn't want to explain further. He suddenly stomped his foot, creating a large pit in the ground. His figure had already rushed forward. The teammates hurried to catch up. They knew that there were already some people above looking for Lin Fan's mistakes. In this situation, if Lin Fan forcibly left during the mission, it would be the biggest mistake. If it were used against him, he could very well be expelled from the military. just as Lin Fan was about to leave the team in Chicago, America. Inside a villa, a young woman in a nightgown stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view and the flickering neon lights, lost in thought. Due to the time difference, it was still deep night here. The woman's chest rose and fell, her deep cleavage and proud figure unmistakable. One hand was clenched into a fist against her mouth, her brows furrowing and relaxing, her gaze wandering. All her actions indicated her inner unease. Just a moment ago, Lu Ruyan had a dream in which her entire clan was slaughtered. Startled awake, she immediately tried to contact the Lu family in Zhanghai. Yet, none of the calls could get through. It was still daytime in Manhwa. If one call couldn't connect, the other party might be busy, but if all calls failed, there was a problem. This made her even more worried. Having weathered many storms, she rarely panicked. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she was a woman as clever as a fox. With her outstanding beauty, exceptionally high IQ, and strong business acumen, she was hailed as one of the leading figures of the younger generation in Zhanghai. However, her family always believed that a woman should marry well and did not support her in making public appearances. Thus, she chose to leave Manhwa and venture to what she considered a broader place to strive for success. In fact, she had indeed made a name for herself. Currently, she served as the president of a financial association here. Returning home would also bring glory to her family, and the Lu family had nothing to say against it. But just when such an incident occurred, she found herself at a loss. Just moments ago, she had ordered an urgent investigation, and now, waiting for news, her mind was in turmoil. Bang! Bang! After a moment, the sound of knocking broke the silence in the room, pulling Lu Ruyan back to reality. "Come in," she said, hurrying to greet the visitor. Her previously worried eyes suddenly sharpened. A woman entered, her face anxious. "President, speak, what happened?" The woman swallowed hard. "The Lu family is gone." At noon in Zhanghai, at the Longting Qixing Hotel, the Lu family went to your sister's wedding, and afterward, no one from the Lu family left. It's as if they vanished from the face of the earth. According to people from Zhanghai, they are all dead. Boom! Lu Ruyan felt as if thunder had exploded in her mind. Her nightmare was not unfounded. Something had truly happened. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Ruyan suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face pale. "Who did this? Who did this?" The woman hurriedly said, "It should be the man who held the wedding with your sister. He is the prime suspect, the one called Shen Wuxiao." Shen Wuxiao. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in horror. How could she not know Shen Wuxiao? If it was Shen Wuxiao, even seeking revenge would be impossible. If Shen Wuxiao wanted her dead, it would be as easy as saying a few casual words. In her area of expertise, even if she wanted to use economic pressure, it would feel to him like a child trying to buy a spicy snack with a dime. But this was a vendetta against her family. How could she not seek revenge? "Book me the fastest flight. I need to go back home, immediately." After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ruyan quickly adjusted her mindset. She was not someone who easily admitted defeat. If there was no opportunity, she would create one, even if it meant using her beauty to get close. If all else failed, she would sacrifice her own body and kill Shen Wuxiao during their intimate moments. Meanwhile, Shen Wuxiao was in a seaside villa in Zhanghai, working hard to refine himself. Everyone has different ways of venting their anger. Some run, some cry, and some hit high notes that surpass anyone else in the world. For 3 days and 3 nights, dancing without pause. This seaside villa, strictly speaking, was Shen Wuxiao's fire-extinguishing ground. When the anger flared up, he came here to cool off. As for the women inside, mature beauties, lawless, and elegant ladies, they were all carefully selected. But they were only there to serve as a means to extinguish the fire. They were all quite perceptive. Being with such a super handsome guy and receiving generous compensation was better than anything else. No one dared to overstep their boundaries, otherwise, the fate of being kicked out would be considered lucky. Shen Wuxiao, draped in a bathrobe, opened the door to a small room and stepped outside. The room he had just been in was not large, it contained some basic facilities and a bed, and only when he stepped out of the small door did it count as the overall room. The room before him resembled a classroom. Everything was styled like a school classroom. There were no unnecessary items, just desks and a blackboard. To be authentic, a bulletin board was set up in the back. Just now, after leaving that mature woman, I transformed into a strict teacher. Shen Wuxiao was daydreaming in class and was kept after by the teacher, who wanted to hit his palm, but Shen Wuxiao instead retorted, "Mom no longer has to worry about my studies." Stepping out of the room, Shen Wuxiao walked straight down the stairs. The outside was lavishly decorated. A proper mansion. Noticing the commotion, the others in the villa lined up in 2 rows, heads bowed. There were 8 people standing below, a variety of them. By age group, each could hold many identities. The mature women were mostly nurses, teachers, prison wardens, and police. flowers. The younger ones were typically school beauties and tsundere girls. As for the more mature ones, there were many. The neighbor who takes out the trash, parents attending parent-teacher meetings, nannies, cleaners, widows, people. Although with Shin Wuxiao's status, he could truly have anything. But these were merely interests, harmless. Shin Wuxiao leaned on the sofa and waved his hand. One of the mature women understood and walked over to the wine rack, taking out a bottle of expensive red wine. She opened it and poured it into a decanter to aerate. "Everyone come here." Shin Wuxiao glanced around and said lightly. Instantly, the 8 stood in front of Shin Wuxiao in unison, hands clasped at their waists, slightly bowing their heads. "Each of you will receive 3 million and leave, no need to come back." The current Shin Wuxiao was not the same as the original Shin Wuxiao. He was quite picky, occasionally eating hot dry noodles was fine, but having it for every meal was not acceptable. If he wanted to find women, he had to look for those favored by the protagonist. One could doubt the protagonist's taste, but never their judgment. Anything the protagonist encountered and liked was top-notch. There was no need to waste time and effort on these relatively ordinary beauties. Upon hearing they were to leave, panic appeared on the women's faces. Young master, did we do something wrong?" They had always been dedicated, mainly because they enjoyed it and earned a lot of money, truly reluctant to part ways. Shin Wuxiao, however, was patient and replied, "The fact that you could stay proves you performed well, but now it's no longer needed. Don't worry, although my temperament is a bit violent, I won't go back on my word. Take the money and leave." The 8 looked at each other, then all bowed in unison. "Thank you, young master." They dared not say more, lest they provoke the young master's displeasure, which would lead to a difficult outcome. After dismissing them, Shin Wuxiao picked up the aerated red wine, gently swirled it, and took a sip. "Sanzi, Lin Chen's brother, the one named Lin Fan, I've sent out the news." "When is he coming?" "Ding, let nature take its course. According to the plot development, he will arrive soon." Is there a script for him?" "Yes, host. When you meet him, the system will update the protagonist's script. The general storyline won't be wrong. A small part may change due to the host's actions. For example, if the host kills Lin Chen, causing Lin Fan to leave early, according to the development, he would later be excluded and framed to leave." Shin Wuxiao chuckled. "Sanzi, you should know I don't care about these things." "Oh, understood. The female lead is very beautiful." "Big no? Like. He. Just then, the phone rang. Shin Wuxiao picked up his phone and looked. It was a call from his father. Shin Wuxiao answered and put it on speaker. "Wuxiao, you're in Shanghai, did you cause trouble?" Shin Tianhong's voice was rather calm, not sounding like he was there to reprimand. Shin Wuxiao acted indifferent. He understood his father's protective nature. This call was probably about safety concerns. Just some small matters, wiped out the Lu family. "Ah, good, feels great." Shin Tianhong laughed heartily. "I always thought your pure love warrior look was a bit over the top. Don't forget your identity, young Master Shen. For a woman, you ran to Shanghai and obeyed her every word. Do you know how embarrassing that is for your old man? Now it's all good, they're all dead. When are you coming back?" Shin Wuxiao had no plans to return just yet. It was still too early. Lin Fan hadn't arrived. How could he go back? "Dad, I want to have some fun in Shanghai, not going back for now." Shin Tianhong thought for a moment. "All right, have fun, but I heard from Old Wu that you're quite the hidden gem. You quietly reached the level of a 6th grade master. I always thought you had no interest in martial arts. It's just a trump card. Shin Wuxiao casually deflected. "With so many resources at home, it's reasonable to pile up a 6th grade master, right?" "Reasonable, very reasonable." Shin Tianhong seemed quite pleased. "By the way," Shin Tianhong said again, "the Lu family isn't completely wiped out. They have a daughter named Lu Ruyan in Chicago. But with this incident, she should be coming back. If you go to extremes, you must do it thoroughly. Do you want to handle it yourself, or should I send someone to kill her?" "Lu Ruyan?" Shin Wuxiao slapped his forehead. He had overlooked this person. The one praised as a business genius, clever as a demon. "One woman, no need for you to worry. I'll handle it myself." Shin Wuxiao didn't take it seriously. Shin Tianhong chuckled. "Kid, don't underestimate that woman. Besides, when a woman gets ruthless, she shouldn't be taken lightly, just like your mother, deadly. Although Lu Ruyan doesn't practice martial arts, she's very smart and can easily come up with some tricks. Don't get caught." Shin Wuxiao swirled the drink in his glass and downed it in one go. His handsome face broke into a teasing smile. "Tricks? Even in ancient battles, setting up formations takes time. It's not a big deal. If it really comes to it, just stab her to death. No matter how smart she is, what can she do if she falls to the ground? Fine, you handle your own matters." Shin Tianhong decisively hung up the phone. Shin Wuxiao tossed his phone onto the coffee table, clasped his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. He knew the plot well and understood that Lu Ruyan from the Lu family indeed had some skills. She was adept at manipulating people's hearts and had quite extraordinary means. Otherwise, as a woman, she wouldn't have left with nothing and within a few years risen to the position of president of the financial association over there. Either she was very resourceful, or very smart, or had the means. In any case, such people were quite bothersome. Shen Wuxiao didn't want to waste time on such minor characters. There were no reward points to gain. What was the point of opposing her? However, adhering to the title of a beauty connoisseur, he could still test the waters. The real prey was still Lin Fan. Shen Wuxiao had already sent someone to keep an eye on Lin Fan. After all, the news of Lin Chen's death was something he had sent out. The Shen family held immense power, dominating the Dragon Kingdom, and having people in the military was nothing unusual. Just the fact that Shen Wuxiao was the one who killed him would lead to efforts to suppress the news from above. Otherwise, how could Lin Fan, so far away on the border, know right away? Shen Wuxiao was very familiar with the protagonist type, especially Lin Fan. They valued loyalty and righteousness. Even if a comrade's sister was bullied, they would rush back without hesitation. Not to mention if their own younger brother was killed by them. Calculating the time, Lin Fan should have fallen out with the higher-ups by now. He must have been expelled from the military. Shen Wuxiao spoke lightly, as if this matter was trivial to him. In fact, everything unfolded just as Shen Wuxiao had anticipated. Lin Fan was caught in a bind for forcibly leaving the team during a mission. Initially, he was given a warning and was told that if he insisted on leaving, he would be expelled from the military. But Lin Fan showed no signs of backing down. He was determined to leave. The final outcome, of course, was his expulsion from the military. At this moment, he had already packed his belongings and was walking out. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but stop and look back at the camp. He gazed at the place where he had lived and trained for years. His eyes were filled with reluctance, especially as he watched the teammates he had spent day and night with running frantically towards him. Even with his strong heart, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his nose. Just over an hour ago, he was sharing experiences with his comrades. Now he was about to leave. Life is unpredictable, like a winding intestine. Captain! The members of the Tianlang Special Forces all looked at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with reluctance. The female team members couldn't hold back their tears. They were all deeply loyal and wanted to follow their captain. But Lin Fan had also issued a death order. This was, after all, his personal matter and could not implicate his teammates. Lin Fan forced a smile. Brothers, see you another day, don't delay your training. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and resolutely turned away. He knew he couldn't look back. Once he did, he feared he wouldn't have the courage to say goodbye again. His younger brother had been killed, his body dismembered, and as the elder brother, he could not turn a blind eye. If he couldn't take revenge on the enemy, he would never find peace in this life. He would also be ashamed before his parents' spirits in the afterlife. Even though the shouts from behind were loud, Lin Fan did not turn back. He quickly boarded a military vehicle, until the vehicle disappeared from everyone's sight. Inside the vehicle, Lin Fan clenched his teeth, looking at the familiar scenery outside the window. This was also his home, but today he would leave it forever. Xiaochen, brother is back. I will make the bastard who killed you pay 1,000 times over, to honor your spirit in the afterlife. I swear, I will not rest until this revenge is taken. Lin Fan swore fiercely, his eyes revealing the strongest killing intent he had ever felt. He was at the border, but it wouldn't take long to reach the nearest airport. According to the flight departure time and speed, he could arrive at Zhonghai International Airport by 2 in the morning. He couldn't wait even a moment longer. Time flew by, and Lin Fan made his way to the plane. He arrived at Zhonghai International Airport at 2 in the morning. Zhonghai was very prosperous, even at the airport, but Lin Fan had no mind to appreciate it. He immediately took a taxi to the city. His brother had died at a place called Longting Hotel. Moreover, Lin Fan knew well that the person who killed his brother was not simple. He needed to investigate, but he had to wait until daytime to blend in and find out who did it, then quietly seek revenge. That would be the safest approach. Otherwise, if he startled the snake in the grass, what if the murderer escaped? With such a vast dragon country, finding him would not be easy. Lin Fan was mature and did not lose his composure. He found a hotel to stay in, to rest and gather his strength. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Fan's arrival had long reached Shen Wuxiao. He even knew where Lin Fan was staying, how much he paid for the room, and whether he had called Koan in the middle of the night. The next day, Shen Wuxiao got up early. He still had to meet the protagonist, so he got up early, washed up, and changed into an outfit he rarely wore. A long trench coat that highlighted his tall figure. His hair was simply styled, enough to captivate countless girls. Shen Wuxiao looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but exaggerate. Wow, dude, who are you? How can you be this ridiculously handsome? Ah, so it was me. After a moment of self-admiration, he headed straight for the garage. Choosing a less conspicuous Bugatti Veyron, he set off. Shin Wuxiu held the steering wheel with one hand, resting his chin on the window with the other, looking quite relaxed. The rumbling engine drew quite a few curious glances. He sped along the road towards the direction of the Shanghai Billion shopping mall. Last night, Lin Fan had checked into a hotel over there. The streets here were still bustling with life, with many vendors selling breakfast. After parking, Shin Wuxiu spotted a young man sitting at a breakfast stall near the hotel. Ding! Detected the protagonist of Fate. Protagonist, Lin Fan type, Border Wolf King Realm, 5th grade, 8th stage master ability, not yet awakened weapon, rare purple gear, Crescent Moonsaber. A new script has been infused. Suddenly, Shin Wuxiu's mind was filled with the storyline about Lin Fan. Although it had changed quite a bit, the general direction should remain correct. Originally, Lin Fan's story was that his comrade sacrificed himself, and in order to take revenge, he forcibly crossed the border, causing turmoil in another country. As a result, he was severely punished. Those targeting him took the opportunity to create trouble, leading to his military discharge. He then returned to the city, embarking on a path of showing off, encountering many villainous opponents along the way. Now it was somewhat similar, just that he left early to return and avenge his brother. This Lin Fan could earn points for a while. Shin Wuxiu got out of the car and walked straight over. He had everything arranged. He would stage a good show and then get to know Lin Fan. Lin Fan would definitely not expect that the murderer of his brother would be right in front of him. Shin Wuxiu approached the breakfast stall and lightly raised his hand, as if signaling. Before long, a voice suddenly rang out. Robbery! Robbery! This voice drew the attention of many. A beautiful woman in professional attire, wearing high heels, was chasing after a dark-skinned man. The man was clutching a bag in his hand. He looked fierce and menacing, holding a knife that was quite intimidating. Many people were frightened and stepped back to avoid him. Only Lin Fan stood up. Shin Wuxiu was a little ahead of Lin Fan. This scene was, of course, arranged by Shin Wuxiu. He was certain that upon seeing the woman being robbed, Lin Fan would definitely act heroically, so he wasn't worried about missing the moment. For the sake of authenticity, this was a real robbery. The thug was arranged by him, but the woman was not. As the robber drew closer, Lin Fan was already preparing to act. The robber was still running while shouting, "Get out of the way. Anyone who dares to block me, I'll make them pay with their life." Even the most righteous person would feel a bit intimidated in such a situation. Everyone has a fear instinct. It's normal. Moreover, facing such a fierce robber made it even more daunting. As the robber ran towards them, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and he was about to strike. He moved incredibly fast, his fist clenched, ready to take the thug down with one punch. But just as Lin Fan was about to act, he saw a handsome young man in front of him make the first move. Shin Wuxiu didn't use any real power. Instead, he picked up an iron chair from the stall and swung it heavily at the robber. The already fast-running robber was struck and flipped over, crashing to the ground. The robber was a tall and strong man, with decent physical fitness, and he quickly tried to get up to continue running. But Lin Fan rushed over and subdued the robber in just a few moves, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. He swiftly snatched the bag back from the robber. The robber, pinned down, could only rage helplessly, cursing Lin Fan and threatening him with all sorts of insults. The people at the scene erupted into warm applause when they saw the robber being caught. By the time the beautiful woman from behind caught up, she was already panting. She looked at Lin Fan with gratitude in her eyes and said, "Thank you." Lin Fan smiled gently. "It's nothing, just a small effort." As he spoke, he handed her the bag. After she took it, she continued to thank him. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble. There were many important documents inside. I work around here, so if you ever need help, I will definitely assist." After saying this, the woman handed him her business card. Lin Fan, seeing that she was indeed a beauty, accepted the card. The people around them reminded her, "Miss, you should also thank that handsome guy. If he hadn't knocked the robber down with a chair just now, it would have been hard to subdue him." Hearing their reminder, the woman turned to look at Shin Wuxiu. Suddenly, she trembled, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She walked over to him, her demeanor vastly different from when she had seen Lin Fan. She seemed shy. Thank you for your help today. I have no way to repay you. I am willing to offer myself." "Oh, no. The woman turned bright red, accidentally letting her true feelings slip. But Lin Fan felt something was off. Goodness, just because the other person was handsome, she was willing to offer herself? He wasn't bad either. Why was it just a favor? He felt a bit defeated. However, Shin Wuxiu didn't pay it any mind and just smiled. Soon, the patrolling law enforcement officers took the robber away. There was a round of commendations for the two who acted bravely. After the woman reported the situation to the officers, she secretly glanced at Shen Wuxiao, who was buying breakfast. In the end, she still left. Things returned to normal here. Lin Fan sat back down in his seat and resumed eating breakfast. Shen Wuxiao also bought some and deliberately sat across from Lin Fan. When Lin Fan saw that it was the handsome guy, he smiled and nodded at Shen Wuxiao. Overall, Lin Fan had a very good impression of him. People who act bravely must have a sense of justice. They can't be bad people. Brother, you have guts. Lin Fan took the initiative to greet him. Shen Wuxiao placed the breakfast he bought on the table. I help those in need when I see injustice. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation. If everyone were like you, the crime rate would surely be much lower. Shen Wuxiao just smiled at this remark. If everyone were like him, it would be the end of the world. You're overpraising me. I see you have some skills too. Are you a martial artist? Shen Wuxiao asked. Lin Fan did not deny it and nodded. But he wasn't the type to show off to strangers. I've practiced Sanda for a few years. He remained very low-key. If the other party knew he was the Border Wolf King, a genuine martial artist, a 5th grade 8th tier master, they would probably be shocked. No wonder, those moves were quick and decisive. What do you go by? Lin Fan looked at Shen Wuxiao and felt that this young man had an extraordinary aura. Shen Wuxiao did not reveal his real name. His name was too eye-catching. My surname is Sikong, Shen Wuxiao replied. He wasn't just making it up. His mother had the surname Sikong, with the single name Lan. Using his mother's family name as a pseudonym was quite reasonable. Hello, brother Sikong. What is your surname, brother? Lin Fan cupped his fists in greeting. No need for formality. My surname is Lin, with the single name Fan. Lin Fan? Those with Fan in their name are usually not ordinary. Looking at your demeanor, you must have served in the military. Lin Fan had nothing to hide about this, so he nodded. Yes, did you serve in the military too? Shen Wuxiao shook his head. I didn't. I'm too lazy and can't endure hardship. But my second uncle's family is in the military. Lin Fan found the person in front of him quite interesting. He started chatting with Shen Wuxiao. Really? Which military district? What rank? I might have seen them before. Lin Fan wasn't bragging. He was also a prominent figure in the military, having met many big shots. At a young age, he held the rank of colonel, surpassing 99.9% of people. Despite the impressive rank, it was all earned through his life. But now, everything was in vain. Shen Wuxiao took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Lin Fan, and kept one for himself. It's from the military district in the capital. The rank? Well, it seems to have green shoulder straps with golden wheat ears and 3 golden stars. Wheat ears, 3 stars. General? Or from the capital? Lin Fan found it hard to believe. After all, generals from the capital were not just about red bloodlines, even their sweat was red. The level of prestige was quite terrifying. Yes. Shen Wuxiao smiled faintly. Lin Fan also smiled, picking up a small steamed bun to eat. He thought the other party was just joking. Generals weren't cabbages that you could meet anyone and claim a relative was a general, especially from the capital. Wasn't that nonsense? Moreover, this young man said his surname was Sikong. That meant his uncle must also be named Sikong, and he had never heard of any general with that surname. He knew that the commander of the capital's military district was named Shen. However, Lin Fan understood the ways of the world. In front of the other person, he couldn't expose the lie. There was no need to expose it. Boasting was quite normal. Seeing Lin Fan having breakfast, Shen Wuxiao also opened a cup of soy milk and drank slowly. Soon, he would need to investigate the person who killed Lin Chen with Lin Fan. Lin Fan had an information gap. He didn't know that his brother had forcefully crashed someone else's wedding and was killed. So he didn't know that the wedding banquet at the Longting Hotel that day was hosted by Shen Wuxiao. But this matter was indeed not hard to investigate. Moreover, Shen Wuxiao didn't plan to erase any traces. The person Lin Fan wanted to kill was Shen Wuxiao. What did it have to do with his current self? The two sat across from each other, each having breakfast. Once they had nearly finished, Lin Fan stood up. Brother Sikong, it was nice to meet you. Hope to see you again. Lin Fan smiled and was about to leave. He didn't want to wait even a moment. He had to investigate the murderer of his brother today. Brother Lin, are you in a hurry to get to work? Shen Wuxiao also stood up and asked. Lin Fan shook his head. Not really, I just have something to take care of. I see. Shen Wuxiao stepped forward and pointed to his car. Let me give you a ride. We can consider ourselves friends at first sight. And I forgot to tell you, I have some influence in Shanghai. If you need to get something done, just let me know. I should be able to help. Lin Fan saw the Bugatti Veyron over there and thought this young man was not simple. Anyone who could drive such a luxury car was definitely wealthy. I won't trouble you. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Fan still didn't plan to trouble others. The matter he needed to investigate was not simple. After all, it involved someone even the leader who informed him was wary of. He didn't want to implicate innocent people. Don't be like that. this is just being polite. We're catching thieves together, so we have some bond now. Besides, I'm quite enthusiastic. If you need help, just say the word, and I'll help you sort it out. Shin Wuxiao showed a sincere smile, looking harmless. If you need to find someone or a job, I still have some connections. Lin Fan thought for a moment. He wasn't very familiar with Shanghai. If a local could help, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. He could thank the other person properly later. Alright, then I'll trouble you, brother. Shin Wuxiao laughed brightly. That's right. Actually, it's not that I have to help you, it's mainly because I'm really bored and like to find something to do. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. It was clear that he was indeed very idle and enjoyed finding things to do. He didn't quite understand the minds of these rich second-generation kids. Perhaps it was true that he was well-fed and had nothing to do, just seeking some excitement. Being able to afford such luxury cars indicated an extraordinary status. His connections in Shanghai were definitely stronger than Lin Fan's, who was just a newcomer. If he could help himself, it would be necessary to express gratitude later. His main concern was that the murderer might escape, otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious. As for deeper matters, it wasn't convenient to let outsiders know. One must always be cautious. Lin Fan wasn't so foolish as to trust anyone easily. Shin Wuxiao now gave the impression of a carefree rich young man, always wearing a smile. Bro, where were you headed just now? Let's go, get in the car. Shin Wuxiao waved his hand and strode towards the Bugatti Veyron. Lin Fan glanced at him from behind and followed. Once in the car, Shin Wuxiao started the sports car. You didn't mention the address, bro. Longting Qixing Hotel. Lin Fan replied casually. Shin Wuxiao didn't waste any words. He pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared like a beast, charging forward. The speed was quite exaggerated. No wonder it was a luxury supercar. The acceleration was impressive. Lin Fan couldn't help but grip the side. The force of the push was overwhelming. Inside the car, Shin Wuxiao chatted with Lin Fan casually while driving. I say, Lin Fan, you look so serious, and the place you're going is a high-end hotel. You're not going to catch someone cheating, are you? Did your wife cheat on you? Should I call more people to help? When we find the cheating partner, we'll beat him to a pulp. Lin Fan was also at a loss for words. This guy really had a wild imagination. But from another perspective, it did seem that way. Going to a hotel early in the morning with a serious expression really looked like he was going to catch someone cheating. Don't guess randomly. Lin Fan replied dismissively and then asked, Are you familiar with Longting Hotel? The reason he agreed to let the other party help was that he wanted to take a chance. A spoiled young master should frequently visit high-end hotels. If the other party was familiar with the hotel, he could use his identity to cover himself. Lin Fan was an extremely cautious and alert person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Wolf King of the border. The identity of the person who killed his brother was still unknown. But according to the information received, his brother died at Longting Hotel. If that was the case, there would definitely be clues. The identity of the person who killed his brother was quite high. Even the one who informed him of Lin Chen's death didn't dare to say who it was. If he went with an overly obvious purpose, it would likely alert the hotel staff. That would easily scare the snake away. But using the identity of a spoiled rich kid to cover up would seem very reasonable. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Shin Wuxiao laughed heartily. Lin Fan, you underestimate me. I'm a regular at Longting Hotel. A mere 7-star hotel is nothing to me. How could I not know it? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Is that so? Shin Wuxiao nodded. Of course, I'm very familiar with the hotel manager. If you're too embarrassed to speak up, just leave it to me later. Just tell me the room number where your woman is cheating with that guy, and I guarantee the hotel staff will help catch them, blocking all exits. Lin Fan was truly speechless. Why did the other party think he was being cheated on? But he really couldn't say his purpose, so he just awkwardly smiled. He decided it was better not to engage further. If I say a few more words, it might get even more outrageous. Shin Wuxiao didn't continue to ramble. Instead, while waiting for the red light, he took out his phone and fiddled with it for a bit. There were still some things to clarify with the hotel. The Longting Qixing Hotel was essentially his family's property. What was wrong with everyone teaming up to fool Lin Fan? No problem. After driving for more than 20 minutes, Shin Wuxiao arrived at the Longting Qixing Hotel. Lin Fan looked at the towering hotel in front of him, feeling incredibly complex inside. His brother had died right here. He had to figure out the situation today. He couldn't believe that the other party could really cover everything up without leaking a single piece of information. In fact, aside from him, everyone who needed to know already knew. Even Lu Ruyan abroad could find out in an instant. After all, Shin Wuxiao had no intention of hiding anything. Lin Fan, brother, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, or the scoundrel might finish his first round of the morning. Shen Wuxiu urged. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and followed Shen Wuxiu into the hotel. This kind of hotel operated 24 hours a day. Moreover, since Shen Wuxiu was personally here, the manager naturally came to greet him immediately. As soon as they entered the hotel, the manager approached. He was a middle-aged man in a suit, very charismatic, with a professional smile on his face. Before he even reached them, he had already extended his hand. "Oh, young Master Seacombe, what brings you here?" Shen Wuxiu smiled. "A level 8 gale. Old Xia, let's cut to the chase. My brother Lin here has been cuckolded, so hurry up and get someone to catch the adulterer." Manager Xia almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Young Master Shen was truly witty, but he maintained his professionalism, frowning immediately. "What? Such a thing has happened? Today, we must give young Master Seacombe's friend a fair deal." Saying this, Manager Xia looked at Lin Fan. "This brother Lin, what is your wife's name? I'll check right away to see if it was your wife who booked the room or the scoundrel." Lin Fan felt strange, a fire simmering in his chest, but he chose to endure. He chose to go along with it. "Manager Xia, this matter concerns a man's dignity, so there's no need for your help. If it's convenient, let me see the surveillance footage. Once I see the person, I'll have a clearer idea." Lin Fan could only guide it this way. First, he needed to see the surveillance. Generally, the footage would be erased, but there would always be traces left behind. Manager Xia pretended to hesitate. The surveillance had long been processed. He wasn't worried at all. But Shen Wuxiu's task for him was to deepen the relationship between Lin Fan and Shen Wuxiu, so he definitely had to put the favor on Shen Wuxiu's side. "Mr. Lin, actually, in our hotel service industry, there are some privacy rules. We can't just show the surveillance to anyone. Those who come here are either rich or noble, and some have special preferences, you understand, many we can't afford to offend." Manager Xia looked quite troubled. Lin Fan understood, but he had to see it. Even if he already knew the footage might have been processed. Shen Wuxiu also looked displeased. "Old Xia, you're being too rigid. My brother Lin just wants to take a private look, not to publicize it. What's the harm in seeing what happened?" "Young Master Seacombe, this is indeed difficult." Manager Xia still didn't relent. Stop. Let's talk somewhere else." Shen Wuxiu directly put his arm around Manager Xia's shoulder and walked aside. Lin Fan didn't know what method he was using, but he also chose to watch the changes quietly. The two over there were still talking, and as they spoke, they took out their phones. It was evident that a smile appeared on Manager Xia's face. Lin Fan was taken aback. Soon, the two returned. Manager Xia changed his attitude. "Mr. Lin, please forgive me for my earlier behavior due to professional reasons. I was too rigid. How about this? I'll take you to the monitoring room, but you must promise that you can only view the footage, no recording or taking pictures." Lin Fan naturally agreed. Manager Xia led the way, with Shen Wuxiu and Lin Fan following behind. Lin Fan was also curious about how Shen Wuxiu managed to communicate with the other party just now. "Brother Seacombe, how did you talk to that manager?" He suddenly changed his mind. Shen Wuxiu laughed heartily, rubbing his hands together. "Money, you know, with money, what can't be done? Just to watch some surveillance, throw him a few million, and he can't refuse, right?" Shen Wuxiu spoke casually, exuding the air of a wealthy young man. Lin Fan was taken aback. He didn't expect Shen Wuxiu to help him like this. Although he was very wealthy, they had only just met, and neither knew much about the other. To be able to help to this extent was quite surprising. Lin Fan had encountered many benefactors and received a lot of help, but this kind of support was rare. If it were a case of a bully being tamed into a subordinate out of fear, that would be understandable. But this was different. "Thank you so much this time. I owe you a favor," Lin Fan said sincerely. Even if he couldn't fully trust the wealthy second generation in front of him, he wasn't the kind of person to be ungrateful. Shen Wuxiu smiled back at Lin Fan. "Brother Lin, you're being too polite. This is also an investment for me. I believe in my judgment. Brother Lin, you have great potential, and your future is absolutely limitless. Helping you is also helping myself. No matter what, I, Lin Fan, will remember this favor." Lin Fan simply smiled in response. Very perceptive. When they arrived at the monitoring room, Shen Wuxiu directly found a spot to sit down. "Brother Lin, you can take a look yourself. I don't understand those things." Saying this, he took out his phone and started fiddling with it. He just wanted to see Lin Fan's reaction later. Lin Fan felt grateful. After all, his reason for watching the surveillance was to catch someone cheating, and the other party was definitely considering his face, so he deliberately chose not to look. To outsiders, this was a matter of a man's dignity, and he was still considering his own feelings. But this was good, he could check it out thoroughly. Lin Fan was quite adept at checking surveillance footage. Following the timeline, he directly focused on the hotel entrance's surveillance. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He had thought the footage would be erased, but now, it looked normal. The playback speed was also increased several times. Lin Fan didn't dare to blink, fearing he would miss an important clue. As the footage progressed, something seemed off. Many people were hard to see clearly, only vaguely visible in shape. It looked like they were going to a banquet. As time passed, Lin Fan's spirit jolted. He saw a plainly dressed person jump out of a taxi and rush into the hotel. Even though he couldn't see the face clearly, he wouldn't mistake that figure. It was his brother. Lin Fan quickly checked the footage from different camera angles in order. Lin Chen entered the hotel, first grabbing a waiter as if to ask something, then dashed to the right. After passing through several corridors, he reached the entrance of a huge banquet hall. Lin Chen didn't go in immediately. Instead, he adjusted his clothes. Then he waited for about 3 minutes. Lin Fan didn't know why his brother had been so anxious at first, only to wait outside for 3 minutes. But it seemed something happened inside, and then Lin Chen flicked his clothes and strode in. It felt like a timed moment. After that, he was no longer visible. Shen Wuxiao occasionally glanced over there. He almost burst out laughing. Damn, he thought Lin Chen had arrived just in the nick of time. In fact, he waited outside for a little while longer, and the key was to make an appearance afterward, which was hilarious. Is he really that eager to show off? Lin Fan didn't have that much thought. He just kept watching, his pace slowing down. Before long, another figure rushed in at high speed, making it hard to see who it was. Then, a large group of people surrounded the entrance. Something must have happened inside. After some time, the guests started to flee, pouring out like madmen, not daring to look back. This was strange. From Lin Fan's perspective, if 200 people went in, at least half should have stayed inside. Only half made it out. The final scene made Lin Fan's eyes widen in shock. A young man slowly walked out, and the banquet hall's door slowly closed. Those who went in never came out again. Smack! Lin Fan decisively hit pause. The image froze on a man in a suit. The man was just taking off his boutonniere, tossing it to the ground and stepping on it. If he wasn't mistaken, this man was the culprit, but he couldn't see the man's face clearly. The surveillance footage had been tampered with. Although it wasn't deleted, everything was indistinct. Even Lin Fan could only recognize his brother. But this figure felt strangely familiar. Where had he seen this person before? Lin Fan closed his eyes, starting to think, feeling like he had seen him somewhere. But he couldn't remember. Lin Fan stubbornly didn't think of Shen Wuxiao, who was not far away. After all, in his view, it was completely unrelated, so he naturally wouldn't think in that direction. Lin Fan, brother, how's it going? Did you find anything? At that moment, Shen Wuxiao also leaned over. He pretended to check the paused surveillance footage. Then he pointed at himself in the image. Lin Fan, brother, is this handsome guy the one who put a green hat on you? Why can't we see his face? But this figure looks good. He must be handsome too. No wonder he could attract your wife. Lin Fan was truly speechless. This guy kept bringing up the green hat. Even if it was a joke, some things just couldn't be said. What if, while joking, it became true? Although he didn't have a woman, he had someone he loved, and their relationship was solid. They just needed to express their feelings. So hearing the term green hat was quite uncomfortable. Lin Fan, brother, this person should still be at the hotel. How about I help you call someone to start catching people right now? Shen Wuxiao was very enthusiastic. Lin Fan shook his head. No need, I have a plan. This is my personal matter, and it's not good to disturb others. I, Lin Fan, will remember your kindness, brother Sikong. I'll handle the next steps myself. Now that things had come to this point, it was actually easy to investigate. As long as he figured out who the main character of that banquet was, it would be fine. After all the guests had run out. Even if he randomly found one, he could learn what had happened inside. Lin Fan was quick. Although they weren't allowing evidence to be kept, he still secretly took a photo. Shen Wuxiao didn't press the issue. Some things couldn't be too enthusiastic about. Alright then, if you need help, be sure to contact me. Lin Fan smiled, patted Shen Wuxiao on the shoulder. Definitely, you will be my friend from now on. After exchanging contact information, Lin Fan walked out. Shen Wuxiao hadn't left yet. He glanced at himself in the surveillance footage, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The smile that had been on his face just moments ago turned into a cold smirk. Lin Fan, brother, since you've accepted this excuse of a green hat and called me brother, as a brother, I have the responsibility to perfect this excuse for you. You find the person, and I'll take care of your sister-in-law. Lin Fan forcibly left the team and was expelled from the military. This matter has already begun, and the female lead is about to appear. According to Lin Fan's storyline, after he leaves the team, the female lead Zhang Huayue will come to find him. Even though Lin Fan was lured out by himself, the result is the same: expulsion from the military. Sister-in-law, don't look back, it's me, Lin Fan, Shin Wuxiu said with a mischievous smile as he walked outside. His goal had been achieved. He had used a pseudonym to get to know Lin Fan and help with some matters. Helping Lin Fan catch the murderer of his brother was quite reasonable. Shin Wuxiu did not linger too long, but Lin Fan stayed at the hotel. He couldn't believe that with so many people in the hotel, there wouldn't be anyone who knew about the banquet that day. They must all know, but out of fear of that person's power, they dared not speak. It was easy to suppress one person, but it was impossible to suppress everyone. There would always be a few foolish ones who would tell the truth. The entire hotel couldn't possibly be acting. If it weren't for the fear of alerting the snake, he would have already caught someone and interrogated them by force. As soon as Shin Wuxiu left the hotel, the phone rang. He answered the call, his tone flat. Speak. Young master, we received news from the airline that Lu Ruyan has returned to the country. The airline also had people arranged by Shin Wuxiu. They were supposed to keep an eye on the personnel coming to Shanghai. Lu Ruyan had indeed returned. Lu Ruyan, Shin Wuxiu blurted out. That clever woman? Clever, then arrange for a hitman to kill her. Yes, young master. The voice on the other end responded decisively. Wait, I haven't paid much attention to Lu Ruyan before. Send me her photo first, and I'll decide after I see it. Shin Wuxiu almost forgot his profession as a connoisseur of beauty, an experiencer, a doer. First, he needed to see her appearance, then check if she was clean. If possible, experience her before killing her. Please hold on, young master. The person on the other end was also busy. After a while, Shin Wuxiu received some photos. They were all recent shots, seemingly from some banquets. The locations were abroad. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Shin Wuxiu's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Her face was very attractive. A heart-shaped face, high nose bridge, and rosy lips looked enticing. Her figure was stunning, with curves that turned heads. She was playful yet not to be gazed upon from afar. Don't kill her yet, act as if you don't know, just keep an eye on her movements. Shin Wuxiu still felt it was necessary to experience her first. Yes, young master, according to the schedule, the plane will land in 15 minutes. Good. Shin Wuxiu hung up the phone and got into the car. Lu Ruyan's sudden return must be related to the Lu family, and the first thing she would do upon returning would definitely be to go back to the Lu family. Shin Wuxiu was an understanding person. Lu Ruyan could be considered his sister-in-law. Since she was coming back, he had to host her properly. Thinking of this, Shin Wuxiu immediately had someone book a table of food and wine, sending it to the Lu family. He also had someone buy more candles, paper money, gold ingots, and ghost money to send over. He wanted to pay tribute to the Lu family members together with his sister-in-law. More than 10 minutes later, at Shanghai International Airport, a tall, beautiful woman gracefully appeared. She carried no luggage. As she walked out of the airport, she took off her sunglasses, revealing her charming face completely. It was exquisite, almost flawless. However, there was a coldness between her brows, like the frost of winter. Dad, Mom, little sister, I'm back. Don't worry, I will make sure Shin Wuxiu has no place to be buried, and I will use his head to comfort your spirits in heaven. Lu Ruyan whispered fiercely as she got into a taxi. The first thing she did was head to her home. According to the investigation, the Lu family was already empty, but regardless of the investigation results, she would definitely return home first. It had been a long time since she had seen her family, and little did she expect that this reunion would be a final farewell. When Lu Ruyan was in the car, tears had already filled her eyes. After a long journey, she arrived at the Lu family villa, where her parents and sister had always lived. Years later, returning home, everything had changed. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lu Ruyan felt a lump in her throat. Yet, she still raised her hand to the iron gate of the villa. She gently pushed it, and to her surprise, it opened. Lu Ruyan walked towards the villa, heading straight for the living room. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of her high heels echoing. Upon reaching the front door, she took out her key and unlocked it. As she pushed the door open, a wave of delicious food aroma rushed over her. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled. She thought it was just her imagination. How could there be the smell of food here? When she looked inside, she was astonished to see a large table set in the center of the living room, laden with drinks and dishes. On the other side were many paper money and gold ingots, funeral offerings. Lu Ruyan felt dizzy and hurried forward, focusing on the food on the table. The dishes were fresh, clearly just made. But how could they be here? Ruyan, I've prepared a welcome feast for you. Are you satisfied? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Lu Ruyan. Cold sweat broke out on her instantly. She turned around sharply to see a young, handsome man lounging on the sofa, smiling at her. You. Lu Ruyan's skin crawled. The person before her was actually Shin Wuxiu. When she had come out of the airport, she had sworn to take revenge, to kill Shin Wuxiu. Now, her enemy was right in front of her, and she was too scared to move. Ruyan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't come back soon, the food will get cold, Shin Wuxiu said with a smile, slowly standing up. Don't just stand there, hurry and take a seat, let's eat. As he spoke, Shin Wuxiu walked to the table, picked up a bottle of red wine, and swirled it. I don't know if you like it, but if you don't like red wine, there's beer too. Snow beer is quite good, a nice choice. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Shin Wuxiu as he spoke slowly. A storm of emotions surged within her. The hatred she once felt was now replaced by fear. She had thought that after struggling for so many years and facing many storms, even if she returned for revenge, it would be a battle of wits and courage. She never expected to lose so completely at the first encounter. Her inner fear said it all. How did Shin Wuxiu know she was back? This meant that the moment she got off the plane. No, it should be the moment she boarded the plane, he already knew. He had timed it perfectly to wait for her here. If Shin Wuxiu wanted her dead, it meant she wouldn't be able to leave the airport. The fear intensified, and a fine layer of sweat formed on Lu Ruyan's fair forehead. But thinking of her family who had died at Shin Wuxiu's hands, she forced herself to suppress her fear. She lifted her high heels, took 2 steps, and sat down in a chair. Shin Wuxiu seemed completely unconcerned. He glanced at Lu Ruyan's high heels and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. What beautiful patent leather heels. Your feet are also quite fair, very tempting. Lu Ruyan instinctively shrank her feet at his words. He wouldn't be thinking of making her a family pride, would he? In Chicago, if anyone dared to speak to her like that, they would have been dealt with long ago. But the person in front of her was Shin Wuxiu, and she had no choice but to be honest. Shin Wuxiu raised his glass of red wine and gestured. Come, Ruyan, this glass is for you, welcome home. Lu Ruyan couldn't fathom his thoughts. Home? What did that even mean? Is it to tell her that she too will die? Or does it have another meaning? Her heart was complicated, but on the surface, she had to agree. Her jade-like hand grasped the wine glass, slowly lifting it. Her slender fingers looked elegant no matter how you viewed them. If she were holding something different, it would surely be enchanting. The two gently clinked their glasses, and Lu Ruyan dared not drink first. What if it was poisoned? Even if it wasn't poison, what if it contained some vile drug? She was still pure. Countless suitors pursued her, but none caught her eye. She was simply too discerning, looking down on those who were beneath her. It wasn't until Shin Wuxiu drank that she took a sip. Come, Ruyan, eat more of our longwa dishes. In that cursed place, beautiful America, everything is cold, the beef is bloody, and you gnaw on bread. You must miss the food from your hometown. Shin Wuxiu smiled gracefully, using the serving chopsticks to place a portion of food onto Lu Ruyan's plate. The atmosphere, along with Shin Wuxiu's enthusiasm, made her feel increasingly uneasy. After cautiously eating a few bites, Shin Wuxiu across from her finally set down his chopsticks. He sighed. Ruyan, I know why you came back. If I say that the deaths of the Lu family have nothing to do with me, would you believe it? Shin Wuxiu looked at Lu Ruyan with piercing eyes. Lu Ruyan truly wanted to flip the table, but she didn't dare. She could only ask, if it wasn't you, who else could it be? Shin Wuxiu sighed again. You should have heard that day was the wedding venue for me and Qingqing. As Qingqing's sister, you should know my feelings for her. How could I suddenly harm them? Shin Wuxiu explained. It seemed like an explanation, but it was actually nonsense. Shin Wuxiu didn't expect her to believe it. He just wanted Lu Ruyan to know that she still had someone to collaborate with. Sometimes, an enemy can also become a tool. Then tell me, who is it? Lu Ruyan asked. His name is Lin Fan. Shin Wuxiu said decisively. That day was my wedding banquet with Qingqing, but suddenly someone named Lin Chen barged in and disrupted my wedding. In a fit of rage, I killed Lin Chen, but his brother came looking for me. His brother Lin Fan is a master, a martial artist from some mysterious special forces. He believes that his brother's death is the Lu family's fault, so he seeks revenge on both me and the Lu family. Shin Wuxiu said seriously. So, our common enemy should be Lin Fan. As he spoke, Shin Wuxiu looked at Lu Ruyan. If Lu Ruyan could believe such a clumsy excuse, it would truly be worthless. But she could pretend. What, is it really because of this? Lu Ruyan frowned tightly. Then what about the others? Lu Ruyan certainly didn't believe it, but she really needed to act. The young master in front of her wanted to incite her to bite at that so-called Lin Fan. He was truly mistaken about her. Not only would she not bite back, but she would also seek to collaborate with Lin Fan. It was clear that Shin Wuxiu was somewhat wary of Lin Fan. Otherwise, given his character, he should have acted long ago. Why would he think to provoke her into a conflict with Lin Fan? It was definitely because Zhenghai wasn't his territory, and he currently couldn't handle Lin Fan. So, just as he wished, she would pretend to bite at Lin Fan while actually collaborating. Shin Wuxiu shook his head. He appears and disappears mysteriously. I don't know where he is at the moment, but he will definitely show up. When he does, we will collaborate to take him down. We are all common enemies and should unite against him. Lu Ruyan wasn't foolish and wouldn't agree directly. I'll look into this matter. If what you say is true, then we can collaborate to kill Lin Fan, and that would count as revenge. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. She believed that once these words were spoken, Shin Wushu would definitely fabricate evidence to prove that everything was Lin Fan's doing. This way, she could use Shin Wuxiao's hand to confirm whether Lin Fan was qualified for cooperation. Alright, I'll give you time to investigate. Otherwise, you won't be fully committed to cooperating. Shin Wuxiao smiled and raised his glass again. Come, let's toast to our successful collaboration. Another drink. Lu Ruyan clinked glasses with him again. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Shin Wuxiao showed no interest in idle chatter with her. He pretended to be a bit tipsy and sat down beside Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, you must take care. Once someone is dead, they cannot come back to life. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. As he spoke, he reached out and placed his hand on Lu Ruyan's thigh, stroking it up and down. Lu Ruyan felt an intense rejection inside but couldn't let it show. Looking at Shin Wuxiao, who was infatuated with her body, Lu Ruyan made a significant decision in her heart. She would get close to Shin Wuxiao. She had to face reality. On her own, she could not shake Shin Wuxiao. Revenge seemed far away. Now there was an opportunity. Shin Wuxiao was obsessed with her body. By using her body to get close to Shin Wuxiao, even if it ended in total loss, she still had a trump card. That was to stab him when he was infatuated during their intimate moments. Lu Ruyan gently shifted her jade leg, appearing somewhat shy. Young Master Shin, please don't. For the sake of revenge, Lu Ruyan was all in. This state of affairs seemed to be a mix of rejection and invitation. She believed that Shin Wuxiao, being the lecher he was, would definitely get excited and then push further. He was just a man, easy to manipulate. She only needed to take it step by step, keeping Shin Wuxiao dangling, occasionally giving him a little sweetness. Given the current situation, stabilizing Shin Wuxiao was the most important thing. She needed to make Shin Wuxiao believe that she truly believed his nonsense, thus cooperating with him against Lin Fan. On the surface, she would cooperate with Shin Wuxiao against Lin Fan, but in reality, she would collaborate with Lin Fan to deal with Shin Wuxiao. Once today was over, she would seek out Lin Fan. She only needed to confirm that Shin Wuxiao was a common enemy. Being by Shin Wuxiao's side, if he had any plans, he would definitely discuss them with her. By then, she would let Lin Fan be prepared, and Shin Wuxiao would surely reap the consequences of his actions. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Lu Ruyan was quick-witted and had already begun to execute the first step, fishing. She knew that Shin Wuxiao was the type of spoiled playboy. However, his status was too high, and his power too great. If they were on equal footing, Shin Wuxiao would definitely be at her mercy. Shin Wuxiao was smiling at this moment. Don't say that? Then how should I act? Ruyan, you are much prettier than your sister. Why don't we deepen our cooperation? Lu Ruyan felt a chill but held it back. Young Master Shin, we can't do that. You are my brother-in-law. Even if my sister is gone, you still. Lu Ruyan said this deliberately, knowing that such words would only excite the pervert Shin Wuxiao even more. This would give her more leverage to reel him in. She needed to make him crave what he couldn't have, then give him a glimmer of hope, a target. This way, he would be willing to let her manipulate him for that goal. Shin Wuxiao continued to smile. Don't say that. We are partners now. Cooperation requires sincerity. You need to know my strengths, and I need to know your depths. Shin Wuxiao acted very lecherously. In reality, he was inquiring within, is this woman clean? If she's not, I'll kill her. Ding, Lu Ruyan is still flawless. Her fishing skills are impressive, but she never suffers losses. Shin Wuxiao was amused. Impressive fishing skills? The people she had hooked were all fools. If it came to doing something, what could she really do? Young Master Shin, we really can't. It's really not possible. Please don't. Lu Ruyan gently shook her head, her hair swaying, releasing a fragrant aroma. The delicate body moved aside to avoid. Shin Wuxiao withdrew his hand. It seems you don't like this method. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and left a vague remark. Feelings cannot be forced. At least, I have no feelings for you right now. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. This was clearly meant to give Shin Wuxiao hope, making him subconsciously think about cultivating feelings. In this way, it became half a success. What if he was a top-tier young master? He could still be easily manipulated. As long as he had a purpose and desired to achieve it, he wasn't afraid of not being able to catch her. At this moment, Shin Wuxiao slowly stood up, raised his hand to his waist, and in the next second, a dark black handgun was drawn by him. Swish swish, the bullets were chambered, and the gun's muzzle was directly pressed against Lu Ruoyan's head. Shin Wuxiao's tone was cold, with a disdainful smile on his face. Who can say no to what this young master wants? A forcibly twisted melon may not be sweet, but it can quench thirst. Do you really think I want to date you? Now tell this young master, do you choose to have your head blown off, or do you want to bloom in both literature and martial arts? Lu Ruoyan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. With the icy gun barrel pressed against her forehead, how could a woman not be afraid? Moreover, she couldn't fathom how quickly Shen Wuxiao's demeanor had changed. Just a moment ago, he had been leering, and suddenly he transformed into a figure of death. That handsome face turned cold. Even though he was still so handsome, it sent chills down her spine. This was completely different from everyone else he had encountered. Those people wanted to win her over, all thinking of ways to please her, hoping she would willingly lie down. But that was just a fantasy, something that could never happen. But now, everything was in chaos. This madman Shen Wuxiao dared to openly slaughter her family. How could he not dare to kill her? For the first time, she felt despair. Shen, young master Shen, please, don't do this. Lu Ruoyan's lips trembled, filled with fear. Her charming and beautiful face turned pale. Shen Wuxiao moved the gun away, aiming it at a plate on the dining table. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed through the villa. The plate on the table exploded instantly. Shen Wuxiao pointed the gun back at Lu Ruoyan's head. That's not the answer. That was a warning. You have one more chance. With the next shot, do you think it will jam, or will it blow your head off? Lu Ruoyan had completely lost her temper. She trembled violently. All her pride, arrogance, and confidence were shattered by the sound of the gunshot. Lu Ruoyan slowly moved, kneeling on both knees. Shen, young master Shen, as long as you want, you can. Shen Wuxiao revealed a smile. Very good, this time it's a show of sincerity for cooperation. Otherwise, it feels like I owe you something. You really make me very angry. Shen Wuxiao pulled over a chair and sat right in front of Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan's mind went blank, but her instincts still drove her to do so. He knew that Shen Wuxiao was truly capable of killing. It wasn't just simple intimidation or threats. After a long time, Shen Wuxiao finally calmed his anger. Looking at Lu Ruoyan's disheveled appearance, there was none of the initial pride and coldness. Shen Wuxiao also understood the value of cherishing beauty. He reached out, grabbed Lu Ruoyan's hair, and helped her up. Lu Ruoyan didn't dare to resist. She could only comply. Even though her heart was filled with raging anger, she still hid it well. Once she stood up, Shen Wuxiao kindly tidied her hair. Look at you, such a grown person, you should pay attention to your image. Also, kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents, why are you kneeling to me? Does your knee hurt? At this moment, Shen Wuxiao surprisingly had a gentle look in his eyes. He even absurdly revealed a hint of heartache. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruoyan was even more frightened. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and gently wiped his mouth, his tone soft, acting like a child. You don't even know to wipe your mouth after eating. Come on, let's go sit on the sofa. No, sit. This meal is definitely ruined. It looks like a Syrian style. After saying that, he took Lu Ruoyan's delicate hand and headed towards the sofa. Shen Wuxiao deliberately placed the gun on the coffee table, right under Lu Ruoyan's nose. He then started to brew tea. Lu Ruoyan didn't dare to move, frozen in fear. She saw that the dark handgun was less than a meter away from him. Countless thoughts surged in her mind, wanting to grab the gun and shoot Shen Wuxiao dead. But after much hesitation, she still didn't reach for it. She wasn't confident. If she couldn't deliver a fatal blow, then there was no talk of revenge. She would undoubtedly die today. She wasn't very familiar with guns and didn't know if the safety was on or off. She didn't dare to take the risk. This tea is really good. It's Jinghua tribute tea, right? Rare and hard to find, even with money you can't buy it. The Lu family does have some heritage. The tea served to guests here is this good. Shen Wuxiao ignored her, lost in his own world, sniffing the small jar of tea leaves. After a while, Shen Wuxiao brewed the tea and poured a cup for Lu Ruoyan. Here, Ruoyan, give it a try. Lu Ruoyan's delicate body trembled again. Shen Wuxiao's repeated actions were truly tormenting her. If it weren't for what had just happened, she would have thought he was an easy-to-handle playboy. Now, she didn't even have the courage to handle him. If she miscalculated, it would mean death. This was no longer fishing. It was sitting by the shore, fishing for crocodiles. At any moment she could be dragged into the water and torn to pieces. She took the teacup and sipped. Shen Wuxiao still smiled. How is it? Good tea, right? I think it's good tea too. Shen Wuxiao poured her another cup. Drink more. Lu Ruoyan didn't dare to refuse, so she kept drinking cup after cup. After a while, she felt she had drunk too much and wanted to go to the bathroom. Only then did Shen Wuxiao stop pouring for her and pointed to a pile of paper money and gold ingots placed over there. You came back today, and you haven't properly paid respects to uncle, aunt, and Ching Ching. Later, you need to light some incense and burn some paper for them. Lu Ruoyan nodded. A pang of pain struck her heart. If she hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have reacted. There were portraits and incense burners displayed over there. Just now, she had actually, in front of her parents and sister, but she really had no choice. Living was important. Only by living could she seek revenge. Ru Yan, you must remember who killed your parents. We must avenge uncle and aunt, Shen Wuxiao repeated once more. Even the clever Lu Ruyan couldn't figure out what Shen Wuxiao was really up to. Could it be that he was really simple-minded, thinking she couldn't see through him? But that didn't make sense. What was the point of doing this? But he didn't give her much time to think. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt her jade-like leg sink. Looking down, Shen Wuxiao had already laid his head on her leg, looking up at her. Shen, young master Shen. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened. Shoo, Shen Wuxiao made a silencing gesture. Let me lie here for a while. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Lu Ruyan's legs were soft and fragrant. It was the best pillow, especially lying on such a pillow. Looking up, she couldn't even see Lu Ruyan's full face. It was enough to prove how proud she was. Ruyan, I believe you have no other opinions about our cooperation. Now is also the time to express some sincerity. After all, I'm also working for the Lu family, assisting you in fighting against the enemy, right? Lu Ruyan's heart sank. Shen Xiao, how do you want me to express myself? Shen Wuxiao opened his mouth. I believe Ruyan is a person who knows gratitude. I made you tea, it was hard work, and I expressed my sincerity. But I, you see, can't drink tea often. Whatever you drink, you lower your head. So, Lu Ruyan was startled. How could she not know this? So it was all just a prelude, just for this? Shen Wuxiao's mind was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to her, but Lu Ruyan had no way to refuse. She was like fish on a chopping board, and Shen Wuxiao was the knife. Only by enduring today could she have a chance for revenge. If she angered him now and got killed, then everything would be lost. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan steeled her heart and gritted her teeth. The button came undone. After a long while, she thought she would be able to get through today. But what Lu Ruyan didn't expect was that Shen Wuxiao was not playing by the rules. He went straight for it. Shen Wuxiao's arms were very strong, lifting Lu Ruyan and placing her on his lap. The movement was gentle and soft. Lu Ruyan's breathing became much heavier. Especially now that Shen Wuxiao was like this, she had to obey. So for a moment, it was intensely heated. Lu Ruyan had always been a very strong-willed person, but tears fell uncontrollably. Over the years, she had faced countless dangers and the covetousness of many, yet she had held firm. She had always thought that one day she would meet someone who made her heart flutter and then give herself to him completely. But now, what she had been protecting was gone. She even wondered, what was the meaning of coming back? To offer herself? If she wanted revenge, why not calm down instead of being so impatient? But the die was cast, and everything was beyond recovery. Shen Wuxiao had already tidied up. Lu Ruyan looked at him in a daze. Such a handsome man, why was his heart so malicious? Like a devil. Shen Wuxiao was indifferent. He lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. This white smoke I exhale, I've decided to name it Ruyan. Don't misunderstand, it's not lung fog. Shen Wuxiao winked at Lu Ruyan and smiled charmingly. You rest well, don't forget to pay respects to your uncle and aunt. I'll be leaving first. Remember, we have to cooperate. Shen Wuxiao pointed to the gun on the coffee table. It's for you, for self-defense, or pointed at yourself. Bang. After saying that, Shen Wuxiao strode out of the villa. Once Shen Wuxiao left, Lu Ruyan slowly sat up. Her eyes were hollow, as if she felt nothing about anything. Her mind was in chaos, as if she had become somewhat unreal. Shen Wuxiao's face kept appearing in her mind, along with his cruel expression towards her. After a while, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but burst into tears. She tightly hugged her knees, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Shen Wuxiao. Lu Ruyan pounded the sofa, filled with intense hatred. She looked up again, her gaze landing on the dark handgun. In a moment of breakdown, she grabbed the gun and pressed it directly against her chin. Her finger rested on the trigger. But looking at the portrait over there, Lu Ruyan moved the gun away again and shot several rounds at the villa's wall. Bang bang bang. After venting her emotions, the gun fell to the ground, and Lu Ruyan dragged her exhausted body into the bathroom. After a long time, she finally walked out again. Looking at the large, empty villa, tears filled her eyes once more. After taking a shower, Lu Ruyan had completely calmed down. Wasn't her goal to get close to Shen Wuxiao? Why did she lose control? Since there was this beginning, why not play the part well? She wiped away her tears and strode straight towards the portrait over there. She knelt on the ground and began to burn paper offerings in the villa. Even with the swirling smoke, it did not affect her in the slightest. She had made up her mind to live well, to take revenge fiercely, and to make that scumbag Shen Wuxiao fall in love with her. Only then would it be true revenge. After Shen Wuxiao left the Lu family villa, he went directly back to his seaside villa. He was not in a hurry to have any conflict with Lin Fan. Given Lin Fan's intelligence, it wouldn't take long for him to find out that the person who killed his brother was Shin Wuxiu. He still believed that Lin Fan would take the initiative to contact him. For Lin Fan, being in Shanghai was like being in a foreign land, and Shin Wuxiu was sure that if he wanted to inquire about him, no one would tell him anything. So, after going around in circles, he would still contact his brother Sikong in his eyes. Everything was pretty much as Shin Wuxiu had guessed. Lin Fan had been investigating all along. He truly was the border wolf king, with a keen nose. He stayed in a hotel, first confirming the banquet hall, then deliberately trying to extract information from some waitstaff. There would always be someone who let something slip. As for what came next, it was even easier to figure out. They were hosting a wedding banquet, and finding the main character was all that mattered. All the women's side had died, the guests had fled, leaving only the men's side, with the leader being Shin Wuxiu. This matter could be confirmed easily. However, what left Lin Fan speechless was that he learned Shin Wuxiu's name but couldn't find any information about him. Not even a single photo could be found. Even when he inquired, the other party became very agitated upon hearing the name Shin Wuxiu. Either they told Lin Fan to get lost or they ran away in fear. Thus, Lin Fan confirmed that Shin Wuxiu was indeed not simple. Otherwise, why would those people fear him like a tiger? Unable to gather information openly, Lin Fan did not lose heart and went directly to the territory of the underground world in Shanghai. Those in the underworld had their own network of information. As long as you paid, you could buy any information available. Investigating a person was truly easy, but Lin Fan was left speechless again. The people in the underground world were also helpless, and adhering to their professional ethics, they took his money and still kicked him out. It almost led to a fight, but to avoid revealing his true purpose, he chose to endure. He couldn't believe that Shin Wuxiu was truly untouchable in Shanghai. After thinking it over, a person suddenly popped into Lin Fan's mind. Brother Sikong. He was a big playboy in Shanghai, very wealthy and well-connected. He would definitely know. With that thought, Lin Fan had to trouble the brother Sikong he thought of. When he dialed the number, it was quickly connected. Shin Wuxiu's voice came through. Brother Lin Fan, why are you calling me? Is there something going on? Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed. They had only known each other for a short time, and he was already bothering him repeatedly. But then he thought, as the other party said, this was an investment. His future was absolutely limitless, and Lin Fan firmly believed this. He would repay the other party well later, allowing their family to benefit as well. After sorting it out, Lin Fan spoke directly. Brother Sikong, you have a wide network. I have something I want to ask you. Shin Wuxiu's cheerful laughter rang out. Oh, what is it? Brother Lin Fan, in Shanghai, there's nothing I don't know. Hearing the other party say this, Lin Fan felt reassured. I want to ask, do you know a person named Shin Wuxiu? On the other end, Shin Wuxiu smiled faintly but pretended to be stunned, pausing for 5 or 6 seconds before speaking. Lin Fan, why are you inquiring about him? Hearing the response, Lin Fan's spirit jolted. Sure enough, he knew, and he hadn't asked the wrong person. I can't say much about this for now, but I just want to know the other party's specific information. Shin Wuxiu pretended to hesitate again, finally lowering his voice. How about this? I'll give you an address, and you come find me. Let's talk in person. Lin Fan knew from this that things were not simple. Otherwise, why would they think of discussing it privately? He owed the other party another favor this time. Alright, send me the address, and I'll come right over. Soon, Lin Fan received Shin Wuxiu's address. It was the seaside villa. Lin Fan hailed a cab and rushed over there without stopping. Meanwhile, Shin Wuxiu in the villa casually tossed his phone onto the coffee table, stretched his arms wide, and leaned back. Ding, deceived the protagonist of fate, temporarily changed the plot development, points plus 5,000. Extra reward, title, Charismatic Persona Level 1, can be upgraded, capped at level 10. Wearing this title and activating its attributes increases the credibility of speech by 10%. Which increases with level. At max level, even if the host claims that a defense is a once-in-a-lifetime delicacy, there will still be people willing to take a taste. Shin Wuxiu was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect that deceiving someone could also earn points. But thinking about it, the system had said that as long as it was something detrimental to the protagonist of fate, it was valid. However, he still preferred to plunder. Seizing fate, taking the harem, snatching opportunities, and even taking his kidneys. But this title was somewhat against the heavens. The most difficult part for a villain is that no one believes what they say, especially when trying to fool the protagonist or the protagonist's group. With this title, any kind of sowing discord or nonsense wouldn't be a problem. However, his level was still not enough, so its effect wasn't very significant yet. Shin Wuxiu waited in the villa for Lin Fan to arrive. This place wasn't a proper residence, the reason for inviting Lin Fan over was partly to make him come here often. After all, the female lead was going to make an appearance, and according to her character and the plot, she would first investigate where Lin Fan had gone. When she found out he occasionally came to this villa, she would definitely come over. Once she did, Shen Wuxiao could do whatever he wanted. As for other thoughts, it was just to create an illusion for Lin Fan that the matter he was investigating was very significant. Shen Wuxiao directly brewed tea, waiting for Lin Fan's arrival. Before long, a taxi stopped not far from the seaside villa. Lin Fan looked around, confirmed the address Shen Wuxiao had given him, and headed straight for the villa. The front of the villa was lined with floor-to-ceiling windows, the glass being one way. You couldn't see inside from the outside, but you could see outside from inside. When Lin Fan went to ring the doorbell, Shen Wuxiao didn't open the door at all. Instead, he waited for Lin Fan for quite a while, then stood up with a cold smile, pretending to be cautious as he opened the door. "I thought you weren't in there," Lin Fan said. Shen Wuxiao didn't respond but pretended to be alert, glancing outside several times before finally opening the door to let Lin Fan in. Lin Fan was someone who paid great attention to details. He felt a bit moved inside. The person who killed his brother was definitely a powerful figure. But brother Sikong had taken the risk to bring him here. He knew that if discovered, he would also be in danger. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt he must repay brother Sikong well in the future. "Brother Lin Fan, you didn't have a tail when you came, did you?" Shen Wuxiao's acting was quite good. He looked so tense as if he had encountered a huge problem. Lin Fan confidently shook his head. "No, don't worry, I'm very alert. If someone was following me, I would have noticed long ago." Shen Wuxiao then patted his chest. That's good. Shen Wuxiao gestured for Lin Fan to follow him to the sofa. Lin Fan sat opposite Shen Wuxiao, just about to speak when he suddenly touched something beside him. He instinctively looked over, and it was a piece of women's intimate clothing. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. It seemed this brother was quite the player. Shen Wuxiao naturally noticed. He didn't mind at all. Those were just left behind by previous playthings. Shen Wuxiao had intentionally not cleaned them up. Perhaps it was a label he had left on Lin Fan as well. "Brother Lin Fan, what you said on the phone earlier about looking for Shen Wuxiao, are you serious?" Shen Wuxiao resumed his tense demeanor. Lin Fan, however, was extremely serious and nodded. "Yeah, you know him, right? Can you tell me about him? Consider it a favor I owe you." Shen Wuxiao sighed. "May I ask, are you looking for him to reconnect, or is it for something else, like revenge?" Lin Fan had never spoken to anyone about his hatred for Shen Wuxiao, and hearing it mentioned made him a bit wary. "Why do you think I have a grudge against him?" Shen Wuxiao slammed the table. Shen Wuxiao has many enemies because he acts ruthlessly, so naturally, many people hate him. Moreover, his temperament is unpredictable. If we're talking about friends, he basically has none. Most are either afraid of him or hate him. So I deduced that you're definitely looking for him for revenge. At this point, Shen Wuxiao suddenly froze and looked sharply at Lin Fan. "I mean, brother, Shen Wuxiao wouldn't be the one who slept with your wife, would he? If that's the case, I advise you to let it go. It's not worth risking your life over a woman." Lin Fan was at a loss for words. How did it turn to the topic of being cuckolded? Hearing it so often made him feel like he would really be wearing a green hat in the future. "Sikong brother, don't overthink it. I have my own plans. I just want to understand more about Shen Wuxiao." Lin Fan was determined to take revenge. He also wanted to ask if there were any photos of Shen Wuxiao. If he could get a photo of Shen Wuxiao, it wouldn't matter where he ran to. Shen Wuxiao, now cautious again, said, "Brother, this matter is really not small. I'm telling you this, and you must keep it confidential. Otherwise, it will definitely implicate my family." Lin Fan nodded seriously. "Don't worry, brother. I'm not the kind of person who forgets kindness. What we say here will stay here. No one else will know." Only then did Shen Wuxiao seem to breathe a sigh of relief. "In that case, I'll go all out this time." Brother Lin Fan, Shen Wuxiao is not simple. His status is extremely high. How high? Lin Fan's eyes showed a grave expression. 3 or 4 floors. No, it should be hundreds of floors high. You may not know, but as long as he wants, the Dragon Country could even be at his command. Lin Fan was shocked. He had been in the army for many years and knew a lot about military matters, but he really knew very little about urban affairs. But saying it like that was too exaggerated. Shen Wuxiao continued. Shen Wuxiao is a person of many moods, brutal, and extremely handsome, surpassing even Panin. He is simply the dream of millions of girls. Women who want to pursue him can circle around Shanghai many times. It is rumored that he also likes married women, especially those whose children are already 4 or 5 years old. They have the most flavor. Lin Fan really wanted to interrupt him. Was it that detailed? And wasn't it somewhat irrelevant? Saying this in front of Shen Wuxiao's enemy? And was this really not a compliment? Was he really that handsome? And did it matter what Shin Wuxiu liked? Who doesn't like married women? But Lin Fan didn't want to interrupt, so he just listened. Shin Wuxiu was introducing himself to Lin Fan, but most of his words were expressed in a flattering manner. What's wrong with boasting about oneself? Lin Fan listened earnestly, jotting down every little detail. Brother Sikong, do you have a photo of Shin Wuxiu? I couldn't find any information about him, so naturally, there are no photos. Even if I searched, all that came up were pictures of some skin-cutting hospital's attending physician. Shin Wuxiu shook his head. Although many people know him, he hasn't publicly released any photos. Those who have seen him have seen him. Those who haven't, simply haven't. So, if you want me to describe his appearance, in one word, handsome. Shin Wuxiu poured Lin Fan a cup of tea and casually mentioned, back then, I was also looking for a friend in the Jinnanbei Villa area and happened to see him coming out of a villa. That's when I got a glimpse of his looks. I asked my friend and found out he was Shin Wuxiu. It's a pity my friend went abroad, otherwise, he might know more. But to be honest, Shin Wuxiu's entourage was really impressive. The entire villa was surrounded by bodyguards in black suits, making it impenetrable. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's spirit jolted. He immediately noted down Jinnanbei villas. Lin Fan also asked indirectly, that villa area is filled with wealthy people, right? Does every household have a bunch of bodyguards? Shin Wuxiu shook his head directly. Brother Lin Fan, do you think Long Country is that unsafe? Do they need so many bodyguards? Only someone like Shin Wuxiu, who has offended many people, would need a large number of bodyguards. At that time, the other villas were empty, but that one villa had a lot of people. Lin Fan noted this down as well. Although he couldn't be sure if Shin Wuxiu lived in that one villa, he definitely had to check it out today. If he encountered a villa heavily guarded, it would be a sure bet. If not, it would mean Shin Wuxiu was at another residence. Then he could filter through them. Those unoccupied places, he could sneak in. There would surely be something related to Shin Wuxiu inside. Shin Wuxiu had revealed everything he needed to and began to advise, Brother Lin Fan, Shin Wuxiu is really not someone we can provoke. My family may be wealthy, but compared to power, it's really nothing. If it were your woman he had his way with, you'd better hold on to your hat or just change to another woman. Lin Fan was speechless again. Couldn't they avoid mentioning that hat? But now he had a target. Alright, thank you, Brother Sikong. I, Lin Fan, will remember this favor. Today's conversation will not be known to a third party. After sitting for a while and drinking some tea, Lin Fan took his leave. He still needed to check out Jinnanbei later. After Lin Fan left, Shin Wuxiu looked at Lin Fan's back through the glass and couldn't help but snort coldly. He took out his phone and directly dialed Uncle Wu's number. The call connected, and Uncle Wu's voice came through. Young master. Uncle Wu, go notify the Haisha Society that there might be an attack on their young master tonight. Have them increase their manpower, and it's best if they're all armed. Yes, young master. Uncle Wu never asked for reasons, he only knew to execute. Shin Wuxiu hung up the phone and sat back down on the sofa. The so-called Jinnanbei villa he had just mentioned was actually the residence of the young master of the Haisha Society. The young master of the Haisha Society was also quite arrogant. He was settled in Jinnanbei, and due to the nature of his profession, he had many bodyguards following him, all there to protect the young master of the Haisha Society. Lin Fan, having heard those words, would surely remember those details. No matter what, he would go there tonight. And if he went and saw many bodyguards protecting a villa, he would naturally recall what he had said. Thus, he would blend in. If Lin Fan were to sneak in, he might not be discovered. After all, Lin Fan has some skills. But now that I've asked Uncle Wu to remind him, the other party will definitely be on high alert. With an extra person mixed in, how could they not be noticed? Shin Wuxiu flopped onto the sofa, a sneer on his face. Brother Lin Fan, don't get shot dead. I'm still looking forward to beating you to death myself. Lin Fan trusted Shin Wuxiu. No, it should be said he trusted Brother Sikong. At least for now, he did trust him. After leaving Shin Wuxiu, he returned to the hotel immediately. Lin Fan had been on the border for years, and every time he went into battle or hunted high-level exotic beasts, he would make pre-battle preparations. This was a habit and a way to ensure victory in battle and the safety of his teammates. At a young age, he was already a 5th grade 8th tier master, and that definitely didn't come from nowhere. Every stage, every rank, was earned with blood and life. His caution and meticulousness were closely related to this. He first accurately checked the topographic map of the Jinnanbei Villa area on the computer. The current maps were very detailed, showing the entire area and allowing for zooming in and out. Moreover, the maps were refreshed periodically, just like some unscrupulous maps. While looking at the map, Lin Fan also observed the entrances and exits, as well as the layout. But as he looked, he couldn't help but be surprised. Because, while looking at the map, he really saw a villa with quite a few people. This recording method captured everything from above, documenting the people and objects during that time period. This method had even recorded many people defecating by the roadside, which was later dug up by netizens. Just then, in one villa, there were quite a few men in black suits standing around. What a stroke of luck! I didn't expect the map to record this scene. Lin Fan accurately located Villa No. 19 based on the arrangement of the villas. He swung his fist hard, excitement on his face. Thanks to Brother Seekong this time, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have found it. If he hadn't heard Brother Seekong mention Jinnan Bay, Lin Fan really wouldn't have thought in that direction. He might have wasted a lot of time. Shen Wuxiao, huh? Get ready to welcome your nightmare. After confirming, a ruthless look flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The person who killed his brother would ultimately pay the price. Tonight, he would infiltrate first. He didn't believe that those bodyguards could stop him with his skills. Time flew by, and soon it was 11:30 at night. Lin Fan deliberately chose this time to go. By then, most people in the other villas would be resting. But those bodyguards definitely wouldn't be resting, which allowed for another confirmation. Lin Fan, the Wolf King of the Border, waited in a small grove in the villa area. A cigarette hung from his mouth as he stood guard. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. Although if he did, he could still escape, but that would alert the enemy. If they got scared and fled, his time for avenging his brother would be delayed again. After a while, Lin Fan made his move. His speed was incredibly fast, his feet seemed to fly, and his true energy was released. His steps were strange. The scene was left with only traces of his afterimages. In the night, he was like a hunting wolf king, swift and fierce. Lin Fan's skills were undeniable. In just a few moves, he reached the roof of a nearby villa. He looked at Villa No. 19. Just as Brother Seekong had said, there were many people guarding it. For bodyguards were patrolling at the entrance, loitering at the front door. Inside, there were 5 or 6 more, lined up in 2 rows in the inner courtyard. There were also some by the flower bed, and a few chatting and smoking by the pool. As for what was inside the villa, he couldn't know yet, but there were definitely people there. This is how many guilty deeds have been done, fearing it would come to this, that so many people are guarding. Today, I will definitely sever your head to honor my brother's spirit in heaven. As Lin Fan's words fell, he leaped down. After rolling once upon landing, he felt the wind beneath his feet again, his speed incredibly exaggerated. The target was Villa No. 19. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's movements were being observed from a distance. Far away, Shen Wuxiao sat on a rooftop, holding a telescope. He wasn't very close. Lin Fan's perception was quite good. If he sensed someone watching, he might abandon his action. Uncle Wu was right beside Shen Wuxiao. Young master, such a small character, just kill him directly. Uncle Wu's tone was very flat, his expression emotionless, as if he was born with that coffin face. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, not necessarily, and Uncle Wu, he's not that easy to kill. The gap between us isn't very large right now. He still has the ability to fight above his level. Moreover, him being alive is more valuable than him being dead. The protagonist of fate is different from ordinary people. With great fortune by their side, surviving desperate situations and unleashing potential are the norms. Besides, Shen Wuxiao didn't want Lin Fan to escape. If he ran away, who would he find to earn points? If he wanted to hide, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to find him. Just watch the show. Anyway, I've already notified the Haisha Society people. They are prepared, so we don't need to worry. Uncle Wu didn't say much. The young master had his own plans, and he just needed to obey. By the way, are the other things ready? Shen Wuxiao asked again. Uncle Wu quickly nodded. Ready. Good, then that's fine. Shen Wuxiao picked up the telescope and continued watching the show. He didn't say he wouldn't secretly take a shot. After taking the shot, he would drive to rescue him, deepening his trust. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already taken action. He had the advantage in realm and skills, and the target was just Shen Wuxiao alone. He only needed to focus on one person. Lin Fan entered from the side. Everything went very smoothly. After casually entering the villa, he crouched down and immediately pressed against the wall of the villa. The bodyguards here were just as he had guessed, all useless. They wouldn't notice him at all. When the patrolling people circled around outside, Lin Fan gently opened a window in a bathroom inside the villa. He quickly flipped inside. Then, he quietly opened the bathroom door and entered a guest room inside. There was no one here. He immediately went to the door and opened a crack. Outside, only 4 people were sitting on the sofa playing cards. Lin Fan disdainfully thought, a bunch of good-for-nothings. This time, he was very decisive. In a flash, he charged out like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. In just a breath, he knocked out the 4 people. His moves were swift and clean, without any hesitation. Lin Fan was not a villain, he only targeted Shin Wuxiu. So he wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately, he only knocked them out. After knocking out the 4 people, Lin Fan went up the stairs. But when he reached the stairs, Lin Fan realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a large group of people in black suits surged in. It was as if they had been lying in wait all along. Each of them wielded knives, their momentum fierce. The commotion was quite loud. Lin Fan glanced around and realized he had been careless. Clearly, he had been meticulous, so how could he have alarmed them? It seemed these people had been lying in wait, truly vigilant. At this point, Lin Fan didn't care. What if they all came? He directly ignored the knife-wielding people behind him and slowly moved up. When he saw the commotion upstairs, he looked indifferent. There were many people upstairs, the hallway seemed packed. What a grand show, but so what? Lin Fan let out a cold snort, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. Then he slowly drew out his weapon, a crescent-shaped scimitar. To him, those men looked like wild grass that could be easily cut down. The Border Wolf King, a 5th-grade 8th-tier master, what was there to fear? A cold smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips as he prepared to kill indiscriminately. He hadn't even planned to use his true power. He thought he could handle it easily with his fighting skills alone. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. The men who had been confronting him suddenly pulled out firearms. Rifles and handguns were all present. Lin Fan's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Shouldn't they be rushing in to fight him hand-to-hand? Why were they all equipped with firearms? How did they get so many guns? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Although he was formidable, he could at most handle the attacks of 4 or 5 handguns. But in this situation, with bullets pouring in like rain, he hadn't cultivated to the point where bullets couldn't penetrate him. Kill him, came a command. Swish swish, the bullets rained down. There was no time for talk. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and his true power suddenly erupted, overwhelming and terrifying. He resembled a frenzied lion. He flipped over and suddenly jumped down to the floor below. With his crescent scimitar sweeping across, a terrifying blade light slashed out, instantly incapacitating more than a dozen men. Lin Fan, hindered by the barrage of bullets, jumped behind the sofa. He kicked hard, sending the sofa rolling out towards the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, he condensed his true power in his hand and struck out. Those men were from the Heisa Society. How could they fight Lin Fan? They all kept their distance, relying on their advantage with firearms, sweeping wildly. Lin Fan could only use his powerful jumping ability, hopping from one side to the other. His true power protected him, and the bullets didn't penetrate, but he was still injured. This is never ending, I must retreat. Lin Fan knew he couldn't confront them head-on. The other side was clearly prepared. Otherwise, how could they have so many firearms? With a roar, Lin Fan turned and punched through a window, leaping out. The gunmen inside were determined to kill Lin Fan. They all rushed out after him. Especially from a room on the 2nd floor, a young man leaned out and shouted angrily, "Kill him! Kill him! How dare he ambush this young master? Let him die!" The one shouting was naturally Luo Han, the young master of the Heisa Society. Someone had informed him that there was an attack tonight. Given the other party's unusual identity, he believed it, not expecting that someone would actually come. Lin Fan had originally planned to retreat, but upon seeing the young man on the 2nd floor barking like a dog, he mistakenly thought it was Shin Wuxiu. Otherwise, why would he keep calling himself this young master? Lin Fan's anger erupted, old grudges and new ones. He casually picked up a shard of glass, condensed his true power in his hand, aimed, and swept it upward fiercely. Swish! That shard of glass, empowered by Lin Fan, became as sharp as a blade. In an instant, it was before Luo Han. Sizzle, a sound of skin being sliced echoed, and the previously loud Luo Han's voice abruptly stopped. At that moment, a shard of glass pierced his neck. Luo Han's eyes widened as he clutched his neck. Blood gushed out. Quick! Save the young master. Everyone else, chase him down and kill him. Someone in the crowd shouted, and a few turned back, while those with guns began to pursue Lin Fan relentlessly. Lin Fan felt an immense sense of relief. That strike had definitely severed the other party's windpipe. He was doomed. Xiao Chen, brother has avenged you. Lin Fan felt a heavy weight lift off his shoulders. He felt incredibly relaxed. Now that he was about to run, he had no more worries. He jumped out of the villa and prepared to escape at high speed. But as soon as he came out, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He instinctively rolled to the side. The next second, a sniper bullet struck the very spot where he had just been. Lin Fan swallowed hard. How could there be a sniper outside? He didn't know that the shooter was Shin Wuxiu. At that moment, Shin Wuxiu wore a cunning smile on his handsome face. Holding a heavy sniper rifle, he was aiming and shooting at Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already taken cover behind a car. He certainly knew that the sniper was a master, so he didn't act recklessly. But Shin Wuxiu showed no hesitation, shooting directly at the car's fuel tank. Bang! Swish! The shell ejected, and he fired again. Bang! Another shot hit the spot where Lin Fan was about to step, forcing him back again. "Young master, I'm going," Uncle Wu said. Shin Wuxiu, still holding the sniper rifle, looked through the scope and said lightly, "Go." Uncle Wu nodded and charged forward with a Gatling gun. With Shin Wuxiu's status, acquiring such a weapon was quite easy. The Gatling gun was heavy, but Uncle Wu was also a master, so it didn't hinder him. Uncle Wu unleashed a torrent of fire, the Gatling gun's barrel spinning, flames erupting wildly. Shell casings were ejected as if they were worthless, firmly suppressing Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan felt utterly overwhelmed. This was supposed to be a city. How could there be both a sniper and a Gatling gun? If one didn't know better, they might think it was a border conflict. The opponent was an arms dealer. Lin Fan's advantage vanished in an instant. If he exposed himself, bullets from three sides would turn him into a sieve. But Lin Fan knew the car was about to explode. Gritting his teeth, he gathered his true energy beneath his feet and instantly propelled himself out. Shin Wuxiu, who had been waiting for this moment, seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger. Bang! Lin Fan suddenly crashed heavily to the ground as he jumped out. He was hit in the inner thigh. Ding! Hit the protagonist's thigh. Points plus 10,000. Shin Wuxiu was quite pleased. This feeling of hunting was exhilarating. But Lin Fan was no ordinary person. His reaction was swift. He rolled and found cover. Sweat poured down his face from the pain. He slammed his fist into the ground, never feeling so humiliated. Shin Wuxiu knew it was almost over. How could Lin Fan possibly escape? Before he could get away, he had to leave a mark. He dropped the sniper rifle and leaped directly from the rooftop of the villa, running to a van with fake plates. Then, he drove off, weaving through the streets. He wouldn't deliberately try to save Lin Fan. After all, his persona was that of a carefree young master with nothing to do. In such a situation, a normal person would be afraid. If he rushed in to rescue, it would seem unreasonable. But if he showed a desire to help yet hesitated, it would be reasonable and create a false impression for the other side. Shin Wuxiu even grabbed a bottle of mineral water, poured some on his hands, and smeared it on his forehead, making it look like he was drenched in sweat. Just as Shin Wuxiu had guessed, Lin Fan exploded with energy. He kicked a car, sending it sliding sideways into the crowd. It interrupted the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed out. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. But he kept running. Suddenly, he spotted a car ahead. Without hesitation, he prepared to hijack it and escape. Lin Fan exerted himself again, sprinting towards the car, yanking at the door. Since it was in motion, the door was locked. In his urgency, he simply ripped it off. "Get out of here, I won't hurt you, hurry," Lin Fan shouted. The situation was too urgent. He didn't even look at the driver. Shin Wuxiu chuckled inwardly but pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Shin Wuxiu drove like a madman. It was as if he was overly panicked. As they drove out of the villa area, there were drifts and the car was unbalanced. Lin Fan hadn't paid much attention at first, but then his head hit hard. Fortunately, he was tough and could take a beating, so he was mostly fine, just a bit embarrassed. Finally, after a wild ride, the car stopped in front of a park. Lin Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. It was only then that he looked at the driver and said, "Brother, thanks a lot this time." Just as he finished speaking, he saw a familiar face. He had been sitting in the back seat, and with the poor lighting at night and the rush, he hadn't had time to see the person in front clearly. Now, he was utterly surprised. "Brother Sikong, is that you?" Lin Fan was taken aback. Shin Wuxiu was still pretending, panting heavily, staring ahead as if he had been greatly frightened. "Brother Sikong." Lin Fan regained his composure and patted Shin Wuxiu on the shoulder. Shin Wuxiu jumped as if startled. Is it over?" Lin Fan, seasoned in battle, sometimes felt nervous in such situations, but he wasn't afraid. However, in his mind, Brother Sikong was just a rich second generation. How could he have seen such things? It was normal to be scared. "It's over. How did you end up over there?" This puzzled Lin Fan greatly. He simply couldn't understand. Shin Wuxiu's acting flared up again, trembling. I. Lin Fan felt a bit helpless inside. "Don't be nervous, take your time." As he spoke, Lin Fan handed a tissue to Shin Wuxiu. Seeing him drenched in sweat, it was clear he had been genuinely frightened. It was understandable. With bullets flying and explosions going off, a pampered rich kid experiencing that once would be quite unlucky. Shin Wuxiu took the tissue, his hands still shaking. He nervously pulled out several sheets without realizing it. Then, as if he had come to his senses, he folded 2 sheets and wiped his forehead and neck with the bottled water. The tissue was soaked through. "Brother Sikong, how did you end up over there?" Shin Wuxiu looked at Lin Fan and finally spoke. I just wanted to confirm something. Confirm what? Lin Fan asked. Well, it's like this. I was originally calling the hotel manager to tell him to give you some more convenience. After all, you have no family, and with that woman putting a green hat on you, I was worried you might do something extreme. Later, he said he seemed to have seen you leave, and when I asked, he said you left the hotel at night looking serious and full of killing intent. At this point, Shin Wuxiu swallowed hard, as if trying to calm his emotions. I was startled at the time and remembered the questions you asked me in the morning. So I guessed, could it be that you were really hot-headed and would seek revenge? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so I dressed up a bit and came to see what was going on. Of course, I was mainly afraid of getting involved. After all, if I was caught, I would definitely be interrogated, and I was worried about being implicated, which would ruin my family. I didn't expect. At this point, Shin Wuxiu stopped speaking. Lin Fan felt very touched. This rich second generation, although the type that only knew how to indulge in pleasure and gambling, had to be said to be righteous. He was indeed afraid of getting involved. If he were caught, he would be forced to confess, and his family would be finished. But more than that, Brother Sikon was worried about Lin Fan acting recklessly. In many people's minds, Shin Wuxiu had power and influence. Going there was like courting death, and it was normal for him to think that way. Sigh, I owe you another favor. Lin Fan sighed. Shin Wuxiu shook his head, a bit agitated. No, you don't owe me anything. I really didn't help you at all. I didn't dare to go over. I've never seen such a scene. I'm so cowardly. Seeing the other person's emotions getting a bit agitated, Lin Fan patted his shoulder. You didn't run away, so how can you say you're cowardly? An ordinary person would have been scared out of their wits at that sight. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Shin Wuxiu looked over. Is that so? Lin Fan nodded, yes. Shin Wuxiu knew what kind of persona he had built for himself. When it was time to be proud, he still had to be proud. He awkwardly smiled. Although I haven't achieved much, I'm not someone who lacks loyalty. So I didn't dare to get close, but I didn't run away. Fortunately, you came out just in time to get in the car. Lin Fan nodded again. He expressed his understanding. This was a conflicted mindset. He was scared inside, wanting to run, but his heart told him he couldn't do that. So, with some guilt, he felt that if he just ran away, he would be a sinner. This led him to keep circling around, feeling he couldn't leave. This was a typical conflicted mindset. It was also a reflection of the kindness deep within a person. Lin Fan was the Wolf King, and he understood human nature quite well. After this incident, Lin Fan was certain of one thing: this brother Sikon was someone he could get along with. At the very least, he wasn't someone who would stab you in the back. His mentor had told Lin Fan that he would face many hardships in his life, but he would also encounter many noble people who would help him. Now that he had just entered the city, he had already faced several situations and met noble people during his helpless times, which could be seen as a fulfillment of that prophecy. After years of battling through storms, Lin Fan never expected that he would have a day of being blind to danger himself. His greatest enemy had been praised to the skies by him. After a while, Shin Wuxiu finally asked, Brother Lin Fan, are you injured? I saw from a distance, it was a hail of bullets and the car exploded. Are you hurt? Lin Fan didn't hide it. I got shot in the leg. It was a sniper rifle. What? Shin Wuxiu feigned surprise. Which handsome guy did this? Lin Fan was taken aback but soon realized he was being sarcastic. If he were cursing, it would seem vulgar. Nowadays, many insults are replaced with other words. For example, calling someone an idiot is often replaced with little cutie. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know, it was a random shot. I was caught off guard. Shin Wuxiu nodded. Never mind that, I'll take you to the hospital. Hang in there. No need, I can manage on my own. Lin Fan didn't want to cause more trouble. What do you mean no need? Getting shot isn't a joke. And don't worry, my family has shares in that hospital, they keep their mouths shut. After saying this, Shin Wuxiu started the car and quickly headed towards the hospital. Lin Fan felt a bit moved. If it weren't for Brother Sikon, he would have run into some trouble. They sped all the way and finally arrived at the hospital. Lin Fan wasn't so pretentious, it was just a bullet wound. However, the bullet had to be removed, and he needed to be bandaged up. If he weren't a martial artist, and a master level one at that, with true energy protecting him, that bullet from a sniper rifle, even at a distance of just 1 kilometer, would have been enough to create a bloody hole in his leg. Warriors like them practiced martial arts, not immortals. They relied on true energy, martial skills, or supernatural abilities in battle. But those of lower ranks could still be harmed by firearms. This is like the difference between a martial arts expert and an army. No matter how strong one is in a one-on-one fight, facing an army of ordinary people would still lead to being overwhelmed. Otherwise, the invincible Guo Jing and Xiangyang wouldn't have held the city so fiercely. He understood that a person would eventually tire out, and their energy would run out, while an army's cavalry would be an endless source. Only by reaching the 7th rank of master can one begin to cultivate external body chi, making them impervious to blades and fire. Coupled with great supernatural powers, martial skills, or special abilities, one can be considered to have achieved some success. Even so, that is merely the beginning of the martial path. Lin Fan knew that his journey was still far from over. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shin Wuxiu had already made all the arrangements. Lin Fan was taken in to have the bullet removed, followed by stitches. Due to Lin Fan's special circumstances and for the sake of confidentiality, there was no grand display. He was simply sent to an independent medical room, where a single doctor would operate. In this hospital, Shin Wuxiu could easily exert control. A call to the director would have the director rushing over to cater to Shin Wuxiu's needs. It was just a matter of arranging a few things, a mere sprinkle of water. Thus, the person treating Lin Fan was also notified to take their time. As for Shin Wuxiu, he was currently sitting outside the medical room on a hallway chair. Two men with sharp eyes approached and stopped beside Shin Wuxiu. Go find someone, get a bucket of oil, and bring 2 reliable ones to create a scene here. Just go to this medical room, pretend to splash oil on the doctor, but actually aim for the one being treated. The 2 men nodded and quickly left. Shin Wuxiu chuckled mischievously, took out a cigarette, and lit one. The thought of Lin Fan getting splashed with oil made him want to laugh. He was waiting when a nurse, resembling a big ant, arrived first. You can't smoke here, go smoke at the stairwell. The ant's brows were tightly furrowed, and it was clear she was the tough type. Shin Wuxiu glanced at her, looking quite fierce. I'm not smoking. Can I smoke you instead? Saying this, Shin Wuxiu waved his hand, as if about to make a move. The nurse was startled and quickly backed down. Well, I didn't say you couldn't smoke here. She hurriedly ran off. She was just looking for an excuse to vent her frustration from being scolded by patients, but unexpectedly encountered a tough character. Shin Wuxiu couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like that. He never followed rules, and it wasn't up to others to point fingers. In short, I have no manners, and you can't say anything. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he received word from his people that everything was ready. Shin Wuxiu also got up and walked to the medical room. Lin Fan was lying there, his lower body numbed by anesthesia, rendering him unable to move. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to say that anesthesia wasn't necessary. After all, he was very cautious, anesthesia could be deadly for him. But after thinking it over, he realized he was in the city, not on the border. There was no need to be so overly cautious and tense, so he agreed to the anesthesia for the bullet removal. Some discomfort was unnecessary to endure. However, he didn't expect that the anesthesia seemed to have been used too much, leaving his lower body feeling paralyzed. But it was nothing serious. Shin Wuxiu walked in and approached Lin Fan, watching the doctor carefully performing the surgery, speaking softly. Brother Lin Fan, you focus on your treatment, I'll go buy some late-night snacks. Once the surgery is over, you can eat something and then rest. The ward arrangements are all set. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you, Brother Sikong. Lin Fan felt that since they were becoming friends, there was no need to be overly polite in many aspects. Being too formal would only feel awkward. It was enough to remember this kindness. In fact, in this unfamiliar place, having someone care and help arrange things was quite heartwarming. In reality, Shin Wuxiu was just looking for an excuse to slip out. Otherwise, when the people he arranged came to splash oil, would he stop them or not? If he intervened and got splashed himself, that would be disastrous. If he didn't intervene, his good friend persona would collapse. So, some things could be avoided without forcing it. Thus, Shin Wuxiu used the excuse of going to buy late-night snacks to pretend to leave. In truth, he was hiding away to watch the show. About 5 minutes had passed. Suddenly, 2 people appeared by the elevator. One was dressed rather plainly, but her expression immediately revealed her to be a sharp-tongued shrew. The other wore a white short-sleeved shirt, with large tattoos on his arms, looking equally unreasonable. A classic mother-son duo for medical disputes, their makeup was on point. The most noteworthy detail was the bucket the shrew was carrying, covered with a piece of cardboard. It was obvious that it contained the beloved food and secret sauce of the infamous old 8. They had a clear target and charged straight towards the medical room, bursting through the door violently. Bang! The door swung open, and the shrew was the first to speak. Dr. Shang, you must give me an explanation today. That's right, or we'll see you in court. The tattooed man added menacingly. Dr. Zhang had stopped his work, initially furious at the intrusion, but upon seeing their furious faces, he was taken aback. What's going on? Dr. Zhang asked, bewildered. The commotion had drawn quite a crowd. Even though it was late, there were still many family members accompanying patients, as well as on-duty doctors and nurses. What's going on? You tell me what's going on. Everyone, come and see. This unscrupulous quack. The shrew began to wail dramatically. My dear grandson came here for a simple skin removal, and as a result, everything was taken off. This damned quack even said it was just because he was too small. Geneva, refund us. The onlookers were astonished, murmuring among themselves. Lin Fan was utterly speechless. What was happening? He was in the middle of surgery. How could he be so unlucky to encounter a medical dispute? Dr. Zhang had just taken out the bullet and was in the process of stitching when this chaos erupted. He was halfway through when all this started. Dr. Zhang looked just as confused, completely at a loss. He wasn't even responsible for the skin removal. I warn you not to speak nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. I'll sue you for defamation. Dr. Zhang was also agitated, pointing at the two outside. He's defaming me. He's defaming me. The facts are right there. What are you arguing about? You must give us an explanation today, or we'll see you in court. The tattooed man began to stir up trouble. The shrew, more aggressive, lunged at Dr. Zhang, pushed away. Dr. Zhang's hands, still holding the needle, hadn't had time to let go. With that push, the thread snapped. Lin Fan watched helplessly as his wound reopened, blood gushing out. Damn it! Although he was under anesthesia, being a skilled martial artist, he could still move, just not very nimbly. But just as he was about to get up, the doctor and the shrew were already grappling, both falling onto Lin Fan. They continued to fight on top of him, pulling hair and grappling. Damn! Lin Fan cursed again. But the doctor was genuinely angry, while the shrew was merely acting. So, he was quickly pushed to the ground. The shrew took the opportunity to roll around, using both hands and feet, struggling incessantly. Sarlang, Sarlang, Dr. Sarlang. Old man, come back and see. Look at these heartless people bullying us orphans. Seeing this, the tattooed man, with a fierce expression, charged forward. Geneva, how dare you hit my mom? The tattooed man immediately rushed in to grapple with the doctor. Meanwhile, the shrew took the chance to get up, lifting the bucket and flipping off the cardboard. The onlookers could see clearly, their faces turning pale. Magical attack. Those watching the spectacle all began to back away. You've made my family barren. I'll drown you, you quack. The shrew held the bucket with one hand and grabbed the bottom with the other, throwing it out. Splash! What a huge bucket! But it seemed that the bucket was too heavy, and the shrew didn't have enough strength. Instead of splashing the doctor, it all came crashing down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan shivered. He felt cold from head to toe. When the bucket was thrown out, the scene suddenly fell into dead silence. All movements froze. Even the fight between the doctor and the tattooed man came to a standstill. Only one person was moving in the scene. That was the clay figure Lin Fan lying on the small operating table. He could no longer see his own features. He looked as if he had been smeared with mud. Sniff, sniff. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt dizzy. Ah! He let out a scream. But after that shout, he suddenly paused. Ugh. Lin Fan had a strong tolerance, but even he couldn't withstand the magical attack without expressing it. If this were during a mission, it would be one thing, but it wasn't. Lin Fan wanted to cry but had no tears. As soon as he opened his mouth, something was poured in. The taste was overwhelmingly suffocating. The atmosphere of the scene changed instantly because of Lin Fan. Dr. Zhang and the tattooed man also stopped fighting, and the fierce woman stepped back. As for the onlookers, they all covered themselves tightly and retreated. Only a few brain-dead individuals, no matter what happened, immediately started recording and posting on social media. A woman was filming with her phone. Family, who understands? My best friend is pregnant, and while my husband brought me to see her, we encountered this disgusting situation. Lin Fan was utterly devastated in his current state. He couldn't bear it. He directly shouted at the spectators, "Get out, get out, you!" After Lin Fan yelled, his tongue touched something. It was so disgusting that his scalp tingled. Hey, friend, don't be so angry. Let's see what happened. It's not our fault. Yeah, you should be yelling at that old hag with the bucket, not us. Lin Fan was furious. He was ready to give up. These people were enjoying his misfortune, so he wouldn't let them off easily. Lin Fan grabbed a handful and threw it directly. This time, the onlookers were in chaos. Ah, what the hell? I can't believe it. You have it on your face, you have it in your hair too. The scene was truly in disarray, people scattered in a rush, and no one dared to stay. The two troublemaking medical staff also took advantage of the chaos to run away. They didn't even take the bucket. Lin Fan's anger subsided. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The border wolf king being splashed with oil would be laughed to death, right? Dr. Zhang originally wanted to run too. With things turned out like this, how could he continue treating? Doctor, the stitches aren't done yet, Lin Fan reminded him. Looking at Lin Fan, whose face was already unrecognizable, the doctor shivered. But he couldn't just run away. You should go rinse off first. There's a bathroom inside. You must rinse the wound thoroughly, otherwise, it will get seriously infected. Lin Fan had no choice but to go. The other party was a doctor, not a nurse, and had no obligation to help. Fortunately, the anesthetic didn't affect his constitution at all. Lin Fan pulled over a chair and propped himself up, moving toward the inner room. The rinsing method was simple. It was just pouring bucket after bucket of water over his head. Although the external filth was washed away, the smell remained. After changing into a patient gown, he thought he could only endure it for now, get the wound stitched up, and then tidy up properly. Lin Fan also changed to a different place. The previous area was no longer bearable. Fortunately, Dr. Zhang still had medical ethics. He disinfected the wound and then started stitching again. Shen Wuxiu also returned at the right moment. He was holding a bowl of hot mixed grain porridge, steaming hot. He had specifically instructed to make it very soft when sending someone to buy it. With some additional ingredients added, the whole bowl looked like history. "Brother Lin Fan, how did you end up over here?" Shen Wuxiu feigned surprise. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed and could only brush it off. "Something happened over there just now, so I switched." Shen Wuxiu secretly laughed, deliberately not probing further. Instead, he stepped closer, opened the porridge, and asked the doctor, "Doctor, my brother should be able to eat this porridge after the bandaging, right?" As he spoke, Shen Wuxiu glanced at the doctor. The doctor paused his stitching. Just a glance made him feel nauseous. He had been holding it in, but now it felt like he was about to break, especially with the added scent from Lin Fan. Instinctively, he raised his hand, wanting to push the porridge aside. But Shen Wuxiu seized the opportunity and suddenly let go. It looked as if the doctor had knocked it over. A whole bowl of scalding porridge splashed directly onto Lin Fan's soon-to-be stitched wound. "Ah!" Lin Fan shouted in pain. It hurt immensely. His whole body jumped. The anesthesia had worn off after the restitching. He was just worried about any sudden complications, so he didn't plan to say anything. He could handle this pain. But who would have thought that a bowl of porridge would land on his wound? Incredibly scalding. Ding, manually plundering the protagonist's luck. Triple harm, points plus 30,000. Hearing the notification, Shen Wuxiu was overjoyed, but he still pretended to be anxious on the surface. "Damn it, doctor, hurry, what do we do?" Dr. Zhang was also quite startled. He had intended for the other person to move it aside and never expected it to spill. He was responsible for this. Thus, the doctor quickly grabbed a cloth and wiped the porridge away. In the medical room, the three of them stared wide-eyed at the reddened wound. "Doctor, what do you say?" Shen Wuxiu spoke first. Lin Fan also looked helpless, almost in tears. Dr. Zhang felt very awkward. He looked at Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, this will need to be cleaned and disinfected again. All the stitches have to be removed, disinfected, and then restitched." Lin Fan was on the verge of tears. He was truly overwhelmed. How could things be so complicated? It was supposed to be a simple bullet removal and stitching. Why was it so complex? But now that it had come to this, what could be done? Just take it apart. Lin Fan pointed and then turned his head away. His temper was really quite good. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been cursing the heavens by now. Shen Wuxiu also said, "This is my responsibility. I shouldn't have asked irrelevant questions while the doctor was busy. Otherwise, this accident wouldn't have happened." "Don't say that. An accident is just an accident. I take it lightly." Lin Fan responded with a smile. Inside, he felt bitter, but he really didn't want to blame Shen Wuxiu. This time, Shen Wuxiu sat far away, letting the doctor handle it. The scene quieted down. Shen Wuxiu played with his phone, seemingly unconcerned. But he was asking the system, didn't I awaken my powers? The fire control, lightning manipulation, time stasis. Yes, host. Then if I let time freeze, I could stab Lin Fan a couple of times, right? Theoretically, that's fine. But the moment the other party is attacked, the stasis will be lifted, unless you don't want to act anymore and want to tear your face. Then forget it. I didn't clarify before. I thought it was the kind without consciousness. But it's still useful. At least when I want to severely injure or kill someone, it's like a bug. Yes, host, but if the host wants to harm the protagonist's luck, you can choose the lightning manipulation ability. The core of the thunder manipulation technique is to control lightning, and naturally, the electricity in the wires is included. You can increase the load, causing the electrical appliances to overload and malfunction. Look, doesn't Lin Fan have a shadowless lamp above his head? And there's also a heart rate monitor beside him, both powered on? Shen Wuxiu almost laughed out loud. "Oh ho, you little rascal. Same to you. Do we need to draft a task?" "Sure, just issue a task for Lin Fan to stitch up again." Ding, drafting. Task issued, have Lin Fan stitch up again. Task completed, points plus 8,000. Task failed, no penalty. After accepting the task, Shen Wuxiu waited for the stitching progress. When it was about to finish, he would strike. Maximize the injury. Just as it was about to be stitched up, With one last gap remaining, Shin Wuxiu immediately activated his ability. He fixed his gaze on the shadowless lamp above. A very secretive power was also spreading. Shin Wuxiu could even feel the filament inside the shadowless lamp beginning to melt. Zizi. Some faint sounds emerged. Lin Fan had extraordinary hearing and naturally heard it too. Following the source of that slight sound, he finally looked up. The next second, the shadowless lamp suddenly flickered. Puff! In that instant, it exploded into pieces. Ah, damn! Lin Fan instinctively shouted and immediately protected his face. His speed was fast enough that he wasn't harmed, but the countless tiny shards that exploded instantly fell down, scattering like gravel. Dr. Zhang also jumped back with a gasp. He was already shaken. What's going on? Shin Wuxiu pretended to be startled as well. However, the explosion was just a moment. After it burst, they could see the flaming electric arcs, but nothing else was damaged. Dr. Zhang immediately called for the staff. After a round of inspection, the final conclusion was that the current limiting resistor burned out, causing the filament to melt and explode due to overload. But the probability of this happening is 1 in 10 million. One wouldn't know whether to call it lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, there were no casualties. In the end, the hospital had to replace it with a new one. But at the moment the light turned on, Lin Fan, Dr. Zhang, and Shin Wuxiu all looked bewildered. They saw that on Lin Fan's wound, which was about to be stitched, there were now many tiny shards. Some were even smaller than gravel. Dr. Zhang, what do you say? Shin Wuxiu repeated the question. Lin Fan didn't want to speak at all. Dr. Zhang was also at his wit's end. Was his career about to end? What happened tonight was something that some people wouldn't encounter in several lifetimes combined. Mr. Lin, Dr. Zhang felt embarrassed to speak, but there was no choice, he still had to say it. Mr. Lin, this needs to be reopened for cleaning and disinfection. A lot of tiny shards have fallen into the wound. If those aren't cleaned properly, it will definitely get inflamed, and it will also cause cell necrosis. Lin Fan was distraught. If it had exploded after being stitched up, that would have been fine, but it had to wait until it was almost done, leaving one last gap. Now, they had to do a thorough cleaning and disinfection before they could stitch it up. Lin Fan felt utterly hopeless. He pointed at his leg. Dr. Shan, look at this. How can it be stitched up like this? It can be done, it can be done. Lin Fan gave up and just lay down. Just take it out. You handle it. I'm done with it. What the hell? Has someone put a curse on me? Why is there so much bad luck? Shot it from the dark, treated in the hospital, and now the wound is contaminated, needing to be reopened for cleaning and disinfection. Then a bowl of scalding porridge was poured over the wound, making it prone to infection, requiring the stitches to be removed, cleaned, disinfected, and sewn up again. All of this was bearable, but the damn shadowless lamp exploded, scattering shards of glass all over the wound, necessitating yet another round of stitches. What the hell was going on? I was about to go crazy with all this stitching. Shin Wuxiu didn't say much, just sat far away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Points plus 8,000. Completely breaking Lin Fan. Additional plus 8,000. Current accumulated points, 870,000. You can spend more to exchange for realms, martial skills, divine abilities, supernatural powers, etc. Shin Wuxiu thought for a moment. Let's go for the realm. If I exchange all my points, how far can I advance? The host is currently a 6th grade first stage master. With 800,000 points, you can directly leap to a 7th grade first stage. So it's just one major realm up? Then, let's raise it halfway, to 6th grade 5th stage. I'll look at martial skills or weapons for the rest. Okay, host. The realm has been exchanged, promoted to 6th grade 5th stage master, consuming 400,000 points. Remaining, 470,000. Shin Wuxiu looked at the items in the shop. He had originally wanted to exchange for a weapon. That deadly judge pen, while powerful and capable of surprising the enemy, was a bit short. The longer the weapon, the stronger it is. If it were a hot weapon with a Gatling gun, just firing it would do the trick. Bullets infused with true power would ideally kill an opponent of the same level with one shot. System, why is this Gatling gun so expensive? This one called Duke of Destruction is a revolver. It's 600,000 points. Can you make it cheaper? I want to exchange. Host, it's like this. You are currently a 6th grade 5th stage master, which corresponds to a level 65 warrior. So the equipped weapon naturally needs to match your level. You can't handle higher ones for now, and lower ones are unnecessary. Shin Wuxiu felt a bit helpless. He had really made an impulsive purchase earlier. He was a 6th grade 5th stage master, equivalent to level 65. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, the protagonist, was a 5th grade 8th stage, equivalent to level 58. which still showed a bit of a gap. The difference of 1 grade was like a chasm. Even when he was a 6th grade first stage, he wouldn't be afraid of him. With a good weapon, he could easily crush him. He wouldn't even be able to fight above his level. If I had known earlier, I should have checked first. Weapons are the soul of a warrior. It's fine if my realm is a bit lower. How about negotiating for a lower price? That revolver's additional effect headshot looks so cool. Host, you can earn more points through exchanges. You can seize the protagonist's opportunities. In that case, your realm advancement might change due to taking away the protagonist's opportunities. Once your realm increases, you might not even want these weapons. Shin Wuxiao didn't push it. The system made sense. To have good equipment, one needed a full set of graduation gear. What he had now is just temporary. Otherwise, if he kept leveling up, would he have to keep changing his equipment for each new realm? That would be a waste. What he truly wanted was that hellish Gatling gun that required 10 million points to exchange, along with infinite true power bullets. A true sweeping force. What foreign races, what exotic beasts, what damn protagonists, were all trash. One must ask, could the martial arts geniuses of various nations withstand the infinite bullets infused with true power from a Gatling gun? Shin Wuxiao simply decided not to exchange for martial skills. He would wait a bit and accumulate some points. The system shop had so many items, it was like cells. He couldn't even look through them all. Shin Wuxiao also cut off communication with the system. Although he hadn't exchanged anything, it was better than nothing. That idiot Lin Fan, the luck-driven protagonist, was using a crescent moon scimitar that was only about a level 45 purple rare weapon. It was just that. While Shen Wuxiu was selecting equipment, Lin Fan finally managed to get stitched up successfully. Dr. Zhang let out a sigh of relief. Lin Fan was also secretly thinking that it was finally over, and it was time to clean off the smell on him. Lin Fan was tough as well. After a night of turmoil, he walked as if nothing had happened. After finishing the stitching, he got up and walked. He was heading back to the hotel. Shin Wuxiao naturally accompanied him, but the two kept their distance. Lin Fan stank. After leaving the hospital, Lin Fan looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. What he meant was not just the stitching, but that he had finally avenged his brother. That last strike before leaving in the evening, Lin Fan had put all his strength into it. Although it was just ordinary glass shards, that strike was infused with true power. So the opponent was undoubtedly doomed, and he was certain of that. Seeing Lin Fan so relaxed, Shin Wuxiao knew he was thinking about the situation at the villa. Lin Fan thought he had successfully killed his target and avenged himself. Little did he know, the person he killed was the young master of the Haisha Society. With the heir of the Haisha Society dead, one could only imagine the fierce retaliation that would follow. It would definitely be unprecedented. Lin Fan was relaxed now, but trouble was about to come. Shin Wuxiao thought that the Haisha Society might erupt for a while, but ultimately, they couldn't compete with Lin Fan. However, they could incite the Haisha Society to issue a deadly bounty. This would attract top bounty hunters from both domestic and foreign realms. Generally, protagonists have such treatment, and Lin Fan must have it too. It was only reasonable. As for arranging the bounty hunters, that was not his concern. For now, he just needed to subtly guide the Haisha Society's people to target Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, should we go directly to the hotel? Shin Wuxiao asked. Lin Fan was pulled back to reality and looked at Shin Wuxiao. Brother Sikong, thank you for today. You should hurry back to rest. I can just take a taxi to the hotel. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed to trouble him, so he said this out of courtesy. Shin Wuxiao was too lazy to fuss about it. After all, as long as the Haisha Society went after Lin Fan, if he could make Lin Fan suffer, the points would still count for him. The rules were there. If something was arranged through his hands that was also detrimental to the protagonist, there would be point rewards. He just needed to maintain his brother Sikong persona. Shen Wuxiu was waiting for the so-called Zhang Huaiwei to appear. He had been saying that Lin Fan was wearing a green hat, and this achievement had to be accomplished. Although Lin Fan and Zhang Huaiwei were not in a romantic relationship, their setting was that they were infatuated with each other, so it could be considered that Lin Fan was somewhat green. As for Lu Ruyan, she definitely wouldn't seek Lin Fan for collaboration for the time being. After all, she was well aware of the current environment. Even if she wanted to discuss cooperation with Lin Fan, she would need to investigate thoroughly first. Once Lu Ruyan met Lin Fan to discuss collaboration, the day of revealing identities would not be far off. Hopefully, Lin Fan wouldn't be too excited by then. So, while he could still maintain his persona, he should pit Lin Fan against some more and earn more points. Shin Wuxiao didn't say much, directly got into the car, waved goodbye to Lin Fan, and the car sped away. He was just getting close to Lin Fan, not there to be his assistant. Watching Shin Wuxiao drive away, Lin Fan opened his mouth and then closed it again. It was just a courtesy, and he really left. Perhaps the other party was just straightforward. Lin Fan hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Longting Hotel. He had experienced a lot in just one day. It went smoothly, but not entirely so. He felt something was off. It felt like he was being manipulated by someone. But Lin Fan didn't think too deeply about it. He was in a good mood, having avenged his brother. He hummed a little tune in the car. The driver had a face full of disdain. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan if he had soiled his pants, as it smelled so bad. Singing to cover it up seemed a bit presumptuous. The driver then had a good idea, taking a longer route to make some extra cash for a car wash. Lin Fan was in a great mood as he arrived at the hotel, paid, and went inside. Even though he knew the black car driver had taken the long way and charged him an extra 50 yuan, Lin Fan wasn't angry. If it were any other time, would he have let this slide? He would consider it a loss if he didn't pick up something on the way out. Upon reaching the hotel, Lin Fan immediately cleaned himself up, washing away the unpleasant smell. He then ordered food and drinks to be sent to his room. For him, being injured was just a part of life, nothing serious. First, he decided to celebrate. Lin Fan poured 2 glasses of wine, one of which was untouched. Yet, he still raised it symbolically, as if his brother Lin Chen were sitting across from him. "Xiao Chen, I've avenged you, you can rest in peace now." Lin Fan poured the first glass onto the floor. This was his way of paying tribute. "Forgive me for using this method to honor you. Now that your great revenge has been taken, I will find your body as soon as possible. As the elders say, fallen leaves return to their roots, and resting in the earth brings peace. You will soon find your rest." Lin Fan spoke a lot, filled with guilt and sadness, and drank quite a bit. Eventually, he started reminiscing. "Xiao Chun, you always said that men should be braver and boldly express their feelings when they meet someone they like. I think you're right. I've been unstable before, and I never expressed my feelings to your sister Huayue. I know she has feelings for me too. Next time we meet, I will confess my feelings, and she will become your sister-in-law. You in the afterlife, please bless us." Lin Fan also thought of Jiang Huayue's exquisite and beautiful face, and his heart stirred with ripples. Jiang Huayue was the strategist of the Tianlang team and one of the few in the group who had awakened special abilities. With her strong talent, beautiful appearance, and cool personality, she was incredibly charming. Their relationship was both a bond of camaraderie and a special affection. They were just a layer of paper away from each other. It was Lin Fan's fault for always thinking he should wait until he was stable before confessing. It wouldn't be right to wait for the woman to speak first. Now, after experiencing Lin Chen's sudden death, he suddenly understood. Some things cannot be hesitated over. After all, some people, once missed, are gone forever. So, Lin Chen's death had its value. After all, it taught his brother the lesson that one should seize the moment. A night without conversation. Lin Fan set aside his thoughts, drank a lot, and slept soundly. When he woke up, he practiced a set of military boxing in the living room. After washing up, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and planned to relax. Being abroad, under constant pressure, he had to keep one eye open even while sleeping. Now, it was rare to relax. He flipped through the channels, feeling quite bored. Finally, he landed on a news segment, a report from the Shanghai region. Watching the footage, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. The report was about the gunfight incident at the Jinan Bay Villa area last night. A well-dressed host was holding a microphone, chattering away. At 12 o'clock this morning, a large-scale armed conflict occurred in the high-end villa area of Jinan Bay. Young master of the Haisha group, Luo Han, was tragically assassinated, killed by a mysterious expert with a piece of glass in one blow. The scene was in chaos, suspected to be the work of a martial arts master of around the 5th rank. The Shanghai Martial Arts Association has already intervened in the investigation. Lin Fan, who had been sneering, suddenly jumped up upon hearing the news. What the hell? Who died? Haisha group? Luo Han? Wasn't it Shin Wuxiao? How did it turn into Luo Han from the Haisha group? Lin Fan was truly dumbfounded. Surely the reporter had made a mistake? But according to the footage, it was indeed Villa number 19 in Jinan Bay. Lin Fan felt his head spinning. He had celebrated yesterday. Don't tell him they killed the wrong person. But then he thought, the other party never claimed to be Shin Wuxiao, did they? Just as Lin Fan was escaping, he heard that guy shouting from above, "Dare to ambush this young master, kill him." Instinctively, he took the other party to be Shin Wuxiao. The person living there was Shin Wuxiao, and anyone who could call themselves a young master must be him. There was no mistake. But what was up with the news? Just as he was puzzled, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was brother Sikong. Lin Fan hurriedly answered. Hello, Brother Seacombe, is that you? It's me, Shin Wuxiao pretended to sound anxious. Do you have a TV over there? Hurry and turn on Zhonghai News. Lin Fan's heart sank. The fact that the other party wanted him to watch the news meant he had seen the report. Could it be that he really killed the wrong person? I'm watching it now. The report says the one who died is the young master of the Haisha group. Shin Wuxiao quickly replied, I don't know about this either. Brother Lin Fan, do you have time? How about we talk in person? Shin Wuxiao proposed his opinion. Lin Fan thought for a moment and still felt that a face-to-face meeting was appropriate. Okay, I'll head over to your place now. Lin Fan stood up, hung up the phone, and left the room. Damn it better not be that after expending so much effort in getting shot, he killed the wrong person. Lin Fan had never stained his hands with the blood of an innocent person. Regardless of what kind of person that so-called young master of the Haisha group was, he had no grievances with him. If he killed the wrong person, that would be troublesome. But thinking back to that young master shouting for blood last night, he probably wasn't a good person either. If he really killed the wrong one, it could be considered a service to the public. Lin Fan left the hotel, took a taxi, and skillfully went to Shin Wuxiao's seaside villa. Upon arrival, he could see Shin Wuxiao waiting at the entrance from a distance. When the two met, there were no greetings, and they immediately entered the villa. Shin Wuxiao was still that deadpan, peeking out to see if there were any tales, acting like a spy. Once inside the villa, they went to the sofa, and Shin Wuxiao started acting again. Brother Lin Fan, you really killed the young master of the Haisha society yesterday. Haisha society? Isn't it the Haisha group? Shin Wuxiao sighed. The Haisha group is just a name for the outside. Those who walk the dark path naturally need a clean identity. The Haisha society is the real body. The Haisha society is one of the three major underground forces in Zhonghai, immensely powerful. In Zhonghai, the underground world is divided into three parts, and the Haisha society is one of them. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know. I investigated based on the information you provided and really found villain 19. At that time, when I barged in, the other party was on guard. When I was escaping, that person was cursing from above, calling himself this young master, so I immediately identified him as Shin Wuxiao. I really killed him. Shin Wuxiao secretly laughed in his heart. Even the border wolf king could misjudge sometimes. However, it was understandable. Lin Fan had been led into a trap by him. Being new and without a foundation, he was completely in the dark, and there was no time to train someone specifically to gather intelligence. Eager for revenge for his brother, he believed the false information he received and even improved upon it. It's over, this is it, Brother Lin Fan, you were too impulsive. I only said I saw Shin Wuxiao over there. I never confirmed that he lived there. Why did you act so impulsively? Yesterday, I thought you just barged in, got discovered, and ran away. I never imagined you killed someone. This is also my fault. If I hadn't seen the news, I would have thought Shin Wuxiao lived there too. Shin Wuxiao covered his head, looking quite helpless. Lin Fan was taken aback. Upon careful thought, it was indeed true. Brother Seacombe had never definitively said that Shin Wuxiao lived there. He only mentioned seeing someone with a big presence coming out of the villa and asked a friend about it. His friend knew what Shin Wuxiao looked like, which is why he told him that the person who came out was Shin Wuxiao. That was all. They had never explicitly said that Shin Wuxiao lived there. What if Shin Wuxiao was looking for that young master of the Haisha society? In their circle, it was quite normal to meet and discuss matters or talk about cooperation. The person is already dead. It's too late now. Lin Fan looked at Shin Wuxiao. Brother Seacombe, what kind of person is that young master of the Haisha group? Is he also arrogant and overbearing, oppressing the good, and has blood on his hands? Upon hearing this, Shin Wuxiao immediately realized. Lin Fan knew he had killed the wrong person and was looking for a reason to feel at ease. If he said the other party was irredeemably evil, then Lin Fan would feel justified. After all, in his view, that would be ridding the world of harm. The protagonist, after all, could be understood. They were all noble and would not stain their hands with the blood of the innocent. But Shin Wuxiao did not comply with his wishes. That young master of the Haisha group is not that kind of person. He often does charity, has built several orphanages, and donated to many mountainous areas. His personality is a bit overbearing, but he has never oppressed ordinary people. At their level, they actually care about their status. They disdain to do things that would lower their worth. Bullying ordinary folks is something only thugs do. Shin Wuxiao was not speaking recklessly. The young master of the Haisha group indeed did not bully ordinary people. He was the general manager of the Haisha group, and at most, he was a bit ruthless in business. But that kind of ruthlessness, ordinary people truly had no qualification to encounter. If one could do business to compete with the Haisha group, they were no longer ordinary folks. There were certainly some people behind them. As for the donations, it was purely to boost stock prices and create a persona. Just basic tactics of a businessman. After hearing Shin Wuxiao finish speaking, Lin Fan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank. He had truly killed an innocent person. His hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. Shin Wuxiao continued, Brother Lin Fan, this is not the time to discuss these things. The young master of the Haisha society is dead, and the Haisha society will definitely retaliate comprehensively. The situation in Shanghai is about to change. When you went yesterday, did you cover your face? You weren't seen, right? Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. Why would he cover his face? He acted openly and honestly. Revenge was revenge. Why pretend? I didn't cover my face. Ah, Shin Wuxiao feigned surprise. Then when you barged in, you should have been seen by them, and then you ran out, right? Lin Fan bitterly smiled again. At least dozens of people saw my face. Then we're doomed, Shin Wuxiao said, running into the room. Shortly after, he came out with 2 large stacks of cash. He immediately stuffed them into Lin Fan's hands. Brother Lin Fan, we can't stay here any longer. You need to hide. This money is for emergencies. If you run out, contact me, and I'll have someone send more. Seeing this, Lin Fan felt very touched. This brother Sikon was someone to befriend. He knew he had caused a great disaster, yet he wasn't in a hurry to distance himself and even helped him escape. But who was Lin Fan? How could he possibly flee? Moreover, he hadn't actually killed the real Shin Wuxiao. He would never leave Shanghai. Brother Sikon, I'm not someone who fears trouble. There's no need for this, Lin Fan said firmly. Brother Lin Fan, please listen to me. Shin Wuxiao pleaded earnestly. I know you have your pride, but everything depends on the situation. You killed the wrong person, and no matter how you look at it, you're in the wrong. If you really don't want to leave, you still need to avoid the limelight first. I have an old community under my name in the old city area, which is already slated for demolition. No one will pay much attention. The residents who should have moved, and the rest are mostly mixed people. You should go there and find a room to stay for a while. I will come to see you from time to time. Although Lin Fan was told to hide, how could the environment be good? That old neighborhood was almost like a pigsty, a mix of fish and dragons, with frequent power and water outages, not to mention it was very dirty and chaotic. Lin Fan could adapt, but living there would definitely not be comfortable. He had to hide for a while. Damn it, if Lin Fan didn't hide, it would delay things. He received news from the border that Zhang Huayue had returned. Her return meant she knew Lin Fan had left, so she would likely come looking for him. If Lin Fan didn't hide, how could he sleep with the woman he liked? By the time Lin Fan returned, Zhang Huayue would probably be close to being pregnant. Listening to Shin Wuxiao's words, Lin Fan fell into deep thought. Indeed, he had killed the wrong person. The other party had no grievances with him, and they weren't that bad of a person. Killing the wrong person made him in the wrong, and there wouldn't even be a chance for negotiation. Both the black and white factions in Shanghai would come looking for him. Plus, there was a department specifically managing martial artists, the Martial Arts Association. If he still held the identity of the Border Wolf King, it would be handed over to the military court. But he had been expelled from the military. Now he was just a civilian. He absolutely could not be caught. Shin Wuxiao was not dead yet, and his brother's revenge had not been avenged. He couldn't choose to fight hard either. If it really came to that, even if he was in the right, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. He would turn into a brutal murderer. Alright, Brother Sikong, I'll follow your arrangements. Lin Fan trusted him a lot. After all, they had a bond that could be considered life and death. If he wanted to set him up, he wouldn't have brought him to his place. Being discovered would mean being implicated. Brother Sikong, trustworthy. Shin Wuxiao looked at Lin Fan and thought to himself, this guy is indeed the Wolf King, so calm and composed. Shin Wuxiao nodded in response. Good, I'll handle it immediately. I'll have someone quietly take you over. Keep this money on you. Leaving would have been the best, but since you're unwilling to leave, we have to do it this way. Lin Fan reached out and patted Shin Wuxiao's shoulder. Brother Sikong, meeting you is my fortune. I'm grateful for this encounter, and I, Lin Fan, will remember this kindness. Shin Wuxiao smiled. Don't say that, we're brothers. I'll have someone take you over now, and I'll call to have the hotel room cancelled, leaving no trace. Then I'll give you a new phone card. Don't use the old one for now. We'll keep our communication direct. Alright. Lin Fan nodded firmly. He had to admit, Brother Sikong handled things well. He didn't hesitate, took the money, left the villa, and got into the car arranged by Shin Wuxiao, driving away. After Lin Fan left, Shin Wuxiao watched the car disappear. Then he looked at the shoulder Lin Fan had patted. Without hesitation, he took off his shirt and casually tossed it into the trash can. Lin Fan, you're still in the dark, looking a bit foolish. What will happen when you find out my true identity? A wicked smile appeared on Shin Wuxiao's handsome face. I'm not someone who doesn't get things done. I'll help you cancel the hotel room. Shin Wuxiao poured a glass of red wine, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the sea. He dialed the phone, and the voice of Manager Xie from Longting Hotel came through. Ah, young Master Sikong, why are you calling? What can I do for you? Manager Xie was a very capable person, with high comprehension. He knew that Shin Wuxiu had been dealing with Lin Fan recently, using the alias Seikong. So no matter what, when Shin Wuxiu called, he always addressed him as young Master Seikong to avoid revealing anything. "I'm alone," Shin Wuxiu said lightly. The previously playful manager Xie immediately became serious upon hearing this. "Young master, what are your orders?" Shin Wuxiu smiled. "Cancel Lin Fan's room, and remember to keep a record of it, following the normal procedure. When a woman goes to find him, you should follow the normal procedure and keep it confidential for the client. But you can mention Lin Fan's whereabouts as my friend. Although I have her photo, I can't give it to you. The other party is a very shrewd person and shouldn't appear too deliberate. How to do it specifically, you're the professional. I don't need to teach you, right?" Manager Xie understood immediately. This was to guide someone to Shin Wuxiu's side. "Young master, is it the Bay Villa?" Manager Xie asked. "Yes, if someone comes looking, let me know in advance." "Understood, I guarantee it will be done." Manager Xie was very confident. Shin Wuxiu thought for a moment. "Also, if the Haisha Society goes to the Longting Hotel to find Lin Fan based on the news, just tell them to get lost." "Understood," Manager Xie replied. The Haisha Society, even if given 100 guts, wouldn't dare to mess around in Shin Wuxiu's territory. "Very good, if you do this well, I'll add 2 million to this month's bonus." After Shin Wuxiu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He didn't need to do anything now, just wait for Zhang Huayue to come to him. Shin Wuxiu wasn't in a hurry to reveal Lin Fan's residence to the Haisha Society. There was still plenty of time to play slowly. First, let Lin Fan stay for a few days. Forcing a wolf king to become a murderer. Just thinking about it is interesting. Ding, deeply deceived the protagonist. Points plus 30,000 change the general plot. Points plus 50,000 hearing the prompt. Shin Wuxiu laughed heartily. He initially thought about seizing Lin Fan's opportunities according to the plot, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Lin Fan was too stubborn, not avenging his brother, and not doing anything else. However, it was still good. Things had to get back on track. Once the storm passed, Lin Fan would still go out, and there would still be opportunities then. At that time, he would seize those opportunities. The main goal was still to take his women and ultimately take his kidney. With nothing to do, Shin Wuxiu left the Bay Villa and headed towards the Lu family villa. It was beneficial for both body and mind to relieve some stress. Lu Ruyan was exquisite in beauty, figure, and temperament. She was more than enough as a tool. Moreover, she was still in a state of accumulation and restraint. Of course, even if she exploded, it would be like letting off a small firecracker. It wouldn't create any big waves. She might be a scheming person, but the so-called scheming was limited to what ordinary people considered scheming. In front of Shin Wuxiu, her combat power couldn't compare, her ruthlessness couldn't compare, and as for power, she shouldn't even try to compare. With the Lu family destroyed, it would be difficult for her to meet a small team leader from the police station. In Shin Wuxiu's eyes, she was already useless. He just thought that when his identity was exposed later, and when Lin Fan confronted him, Lu Ruyan would have some use. At the very least, they would definitely have to cooperate. False information coming from Lu Ruyan's mouth would be more credible. After all, who would believe that someone whose entire family had been wiped out by him would help him? On the other side, Lin Fan had already arrived at the old community. Everything was more complicated than he had imagined. This community could no longer be called a community. Indeed, as Seikong said, this was a demolition project. Many places had already started to be torn down. Overall, it looked very much like a war-torn area. Those who needed to move had moved, and those who remained were either too poor or hadn't found a new place to settle. They were all tenants, not homeowners, so the compensation money had nothing to do with them. Living here was just free. Once the demolition time started, they would all have to leave. But Lin Fan didn't mind. In the border areas, many times the environment wasn't even as good as here. There were more choices here. Lin Fan found a building that was still relatively intact and moved in with just his bag. In the house next door, there were also homeless people living. As soon as Lin Fan walked into the house, he was hit by a strong stench that made him frown. Following the source of the smell, he nearly vomited. It was all a mess over there. It was definitely that homeless man from next door. With the water and electricity cut off here, the homeless man had turned this place into a toilet. Too much. He could only choose another house. Fortunately, there were plenty of houses around, and Lin Fan quickly found one that looked relatively clean. Inside, there was a worn-out sofa, which would have to do. Today, he just needed to go out and buy some daily necessities. It was livable. Lin Fan had cash on hand, so he left the community, bought a blanket, and then a pot. He also bought a few packs of cigarettes, a lot of self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, several bottles of water, and so on. With the water and electricity cut off in that place, he didn't know if they would occasionally supply anything. so he had to make do. Lin Fan felt quite frustrated. Previously, he had been so glorious, the Wolf King of the Border, a martial arts genius, the object of admiration for so many. Now he was hiding here, like a rat in the dark. But even though he felt indignant and unwilling, he accepted it. After all, he had killed the wrong person. Even with his abilities, he was not afraid of the Haisha group, but he felt guilty. His conscience wouldn't allow him to retaliate. He had accidentally killed someone's son. It was only natural for them to seek revenge. If he only allowed himself to kill others and not allow others to kill him, what was the difference from that third-ranking Tang? To avoid further conflict, he could only choose to endure for now and lay low. Once the storm passed, he would go out and seek revenge on Shin Wuxiu. After a simple meal, Lin Fan leaned back on the nearly worn-out sofa and lit a cigarette. In such an environment, thoughts naturally multiplied. Lin Fan's thoughts were simple. He just wanted Jiang Huayue. A cool face, yet with a faint smile, appeared in his mind, and a smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips. However, the other party was on a mission, and he couldn't contact her, nor was it convenient to do so. He didn't want Jiang Huayue to worry about him. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Shin Wuxiu had communicated with Lin Fan, but it was just a simple phone call. Shin Wuxiu exaggerated the situation outside. He said that the Haisha society wanted to turn Shanghai upside down. He also told Lin Fan that he would have to stay for at least another week. To this, Lin Fan could only silently accept. He knew it was all for his own good. It was better to avoid trouble. What he needed to do was kill Shin Wuxiu for revenge, and he didn't want to complicate things further. On the same day, a woman from afar arrived at the Longting Qixing Hotel. She was dressed in athletic gear, her figure graceful and curvaceous. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and her steps were steady and powerful, giving her an overall crisp and neat appearance. As soon as she arrived at the hotel, she headed straight for the front desk. After scanning the area, she asked the front desk staff, "Hello, could you tell me which room Lin Fan is in?" The front desk staff looked up and was momentarily stunned by the beautiful woman before them. What a gorgeous woman! Even she, being a woman herself, couldn't help but be captivated by the beauty of the woman in front of her. "Hello, could you tell me which room Lin Fan is in?" the woman asked again. The front desk staff came back to her senses. "I'm sorry, we are not allowed to disclose guest room numbers. If you are familiar with him, you can contact him by phone and have him come to meet you." The person who came to the hotel was Jiang Huayue. 3 days ago, after completing her mission and returning to her team, she learned that such a big incident had happened to Lin Fan. In a fit of anger, she decided to leave. Of course, Lin Fan had been expelled from the military, but her situation wasn't as severe. After all, the higher-ups weren't targeting her. So she had only held back for 2 days, and on the third day, she received approval for her leave. Before the approval came through, Jiang Huayue had already had someone investigate Lin Fan's whereabouts. She also learned that he had checked into a Longting 7-star hotel in Shanghai. As soon as she arrived in Shanghai, she headed straight to the hotel. Currently, they were not allowed to disclose client information, and she couldn't get in touch with Lin Fan. It seemed Lin Fan had changed his number, and she couldn't get through at all. Just then, Manager Xie came out. He had been circling around the lobby and had noticed the situation at the front desk. "Hello, ma'am, may I ask if you are checking in, checking out, or do you need to file a complaint?" As soon as Manager Xie arrived, the front desk staff stepped aside. Jiang Huayue glanced at Manager Xie. "I'm looking for someone, but you won't disclose guest information." Jiang Huayue was not the type to make a fuss. The hotel's rules were such, and she couldn't say much more. Manager Xie smiled. "The hotel indeed cannot disclose guest information. I hope you understand. We are also protecting the privacy of our guests." Jiang Huayue nodded. Since they wouldn't disclose anything, she would check in. She didn't believe she couldn't find Lin Fan here. "Then I'll check in. Suite or single room?" Manager Xie asked. "Suite." Manager Xie nodded and immediately opened the computer to check the rooms. He was quite shrewd. He had always remembered Shin Wuxiu's instructions. So these past few days, whenever a beautiful woman came to check in, he would repeat a set of phrases. "Ma'am, there are quite a few guests staying these days. It seems there are no suites available." "Wait a moment." At this point, Manager Xie was looking at the computer, muttering to himself, "Room 1708, oh right, Mr. Lin Fan just checked out." After mumbling, he looked up at Jiang Huayue. "Ma'am, there is a room available, you can check in." Manager Xie was completely speaking for the person in front of him. If the other party really wanted to check in, it would prove she wasn't there to find Lin Fan. Then she wouldn't be the person Shin Wuxiu mentioned. At that time, Manager Xie would find an excuse to free up the room again. But Jiang Huayue was taken aback. "Who did you just say?" Jiang Huayue's reaction also surprised Manager Xie. Could it be that the person she was looking for had arrived? "I said you can check in." Manager Xie responded. No, the previous sentence. What were you mumbling about? Zhang Huayue asked. Manager Xie thought for a moment and then pretended to realize. Oh, I was saying that a gentleman I know just checked out, and there is a suite available. Lin Fan? Manager Xie nodded. Yes, the person you were looking for? Could it be him? Zhang Huaiwei saw that the lobby manager's every word and action were normal procedures. There was nothing unusual, so she didn't hide it and nodded. I am looking for him. Manager Xia was secretly astonished. Indeed, young Master Shin was not mistaken. There was a reason he didn't give him the target's photo. This woman was very observant and quite sharp. If he had acted unnaturally just now, she definitely wouldn't have continued to ask. You are looking for him? But he has already left. He was picked up by his friend. Manager Xia now confirmed that the woman in front of him was indeed young Master Shin's target. Moreover, he finally understood why young Master Shin had emphasized that he should let the woman go directly to his villa. This woman was truly stunning. Her eyebrows were lightly arched like distant mountains. Her bright eyes seemed to captivate souls with a glance. With a delicate nose, skin as white as snow, and lips like a red plum blooming in the snow, she was simply a fairy that had walked out of a beautiful painting. Yet, the cold light emanating from her eyes, and the snow-white face devoid of any smile, made her seem as frigid as winter. Even though she was beautiful, her coldness created a sense of distance, as if she would say something that would leave others feeling utterly embarrassed at any moment. Listening to Manager Xie's words, Zhang Huayue also asked, his friend? Are you sure? Zhang Huayue was very clear that Lin Fan had never been to Shanghai, so how could he have friends here? Manager Xie nodded. That's definitely confirmed. That friend of his is also one of my longtime clients and is quite familiar with me. Young Master Sikong. When Mr. Lin checked in, young Master Sikong was also here, and I handled it myself. I wouldn't mistake that. Young Master Sikong? Zhang Huayue murmured. She could be sure that this person was someone Lin Fan had only met after coming here. She looked at Manager Xie. So, did Lin Fan stay over there? Manager Xie smiled wryly. Ma'am, you're putting me in a bit of a difficult position. This is a hotel, and guests come and go. As for what happens after the guests leave, I really don't know. Zhang Huayue felt she was indeed putting him in a tough spot. This was not really part of his job. But if she didn't clarify things, it would be hard to find him in such a large Shanghai. So Zhang Huayue still asked, Manager, since you know young Master Sikong, could you give me his contact information? Manager Xia had been thinking that if he were to say, you can go ask young Master Sikong, it would sound a bit abrupt. But since the other party asked herself, it was just right. Manager Xia thought for a moment, how about this? I see that you're eager to find someone, so I'll help you contact young Master Sikong. I'm also quite familiar with him, so I can help with this, but beyond that, I'm afraid I can't assist. Zhang Huayue nodded. Alright, thank you. Manager Xia appeared very easygoing. No problem, it's a small matter. Who hasn't faced difficulties when out and about? Who knows, this woman might be a young mistress in the future, so it's best to say good things. Manager Xia dialed the phone and put it on speaker. The other side picked up quickly. Manager Xia spoke first. Hello, young Master Sikong, it's me, old Xia. Are you busy? Shin Wuxiao knew from Manager Xia's question that the fish had taken the bait. I'm at home, nothing much going on. Old Xia, you called, is there something you need? Manager Xia chuckled. It's not me, someone wants to ask you something. If you're free, I can pass the phone to her, and you can talk? Alright, make it quick. Shin Wuxiao's tone was also very casual. Zhang Huayue, upon hearing this, asked without hesitation, Hello, young Master Sikong. I wanted to ask if you know where my friend went? His name is Lin Fan. Shin Wuxiao deliberately paused, remaining silent for several seconds before speaking. Who are you? What Lin Fan? I don't know him. Zhang Huayue naturally picked up on the hesitation in his voice. She was also puzzled as to why he was hiding. I'm his comrade. Zhang Huayue introduced herself. Hearing that she was a comrade, there was another pause on the other end for a few seconds. You say you're his comrade, what does he look like? Shin Wuxiao asked deliberately. Zhang Huayue was also confused. Why was he being so cautious, like an investigation? But she cooperated. He has a buzz cut, big eyes, bronze skin, and when he smiles, the corners of his mouth are a bit crooked. He's about 177 centimeters tall. Shin Wuxiao almost laughed upon hearing this, but he held it in and hesitated for a few more seconds. If it's convenient for you now, come to the Bay Villa. With that, Shin Wuxiao hung up the phone directly, not giving the other party a chance to ask or say anything. Zhang Huayue was a bit speechless, but for now, it seemed she had to go. She wasn't afraid of danger. With her 5th grade, 3rd tier strength, there were few opponents in the city. Moreover, she had awakened her special abilities. Zhang Huayue returned the phone to Manager Xia. Thank you. After saying that, she left the hotel directly. At the hotel entrance, she hailed a cab and headed straight for the Bay Villa. Shen Wuxia was waiting over there as well. There was no doubt that Jiang Huayue would come, that was certain. Shen Wuxia also tidied up the environment a bit on his side. At the very least, he needed to lock the doors of some themed rooms and unlock them later. After preparing everything, he made himself a cup of tea in the villa, waiting for Jiang Huayue to arrive. About half an hour later, a taxi stopped not far from the Bay Villa. This was Shen Wuxiao's villa, easily recognizable. Shen Wuxiao also stood up and walked out. From a distance, he saw the graceful figure dressed in athletic wear. Jiang Huayue also spotted the tall figure by the villa. As the distance closed, Shen Wuxiao began to act again. He stepped out and saw Jiang Huayue. The two locked eyes first. Jiang Huayue was surprised. She really didn't expect Lin Fan's friend to be so handsome. With an extraordinary aura, bright features, elegant posture, and unmatched looks. His face was resolute, belonging to that top-tier handsome type, and his body proportions were perfect. "Are you the one who called me?" Shen Wuxiao asked first. Jiang Huayue nodded. "It's me." "Good, please come in." Shen Wuxiao invited, then deliberately checked to see if anyone was following. This action made Jiang Huayue a bit wary. Once they were inside the villa, Shen Wuxiao closed the door. "This way, please, have a seat." Shen Wuxiao gestured. Once they were seated, they sized each other up. Shen Wuxiao was amazed. Jiang Huayue was truly stunning. Such beauty was exceptional. Good-looking, captivating, and he wanted to admire her. But he still maintained a serious demeanor. "How should I address you?" Jiang Huayue replied lightly, "Jiang." Shen Wuxiao nodded. "Miss Jiang, I may have been a bit rude during our previous call. I was just worried you were from that side, so I didn't admit it." Jiang Huayue was puzzled but still asked, "What about Lin Fan?" Shen Wuxiao sighed. "Brother Lin Fan has temporarily left for a while and will return later." Jiang Huayue was truly surprised. "What happened?" Shen Wuxiao poured a cup of tea for Jiang Huayue and filled his own cup. "You are his comrade, so I'll speak frankly. When Brother Lin Fan came to Shanghai, I met him while we were catching a robber, and we hit it off and became friends. It seems he came to seek revenge for something, but due to a misunderstanding, he killed the wrong person, mistakenly killing the son of a powerful local force, a Haisha society, and now that force is actively hunting him down. Not only that, but there are also the Martial Arts Association and the White Forces. In short, his situation is very bad, so when you called to inquire about him, I became cautious." Jiang Huayue finally understood why the other party hesitated when she asked about Lin Fan during their call at the hotel. The problem lay here. He was worried that she might expose Lin Fan. He was indeed someone who valued loyalty. "Do you know where he went?" Jiang Huayue asked again. She believed what he said because Lin Fan came to Shanghai for revenge. That much was true. Shen Wuxia shook his head. "I really don't know. I gave him some money, intending to have him leave Shanghai, but he said he still had things to do and couldn't leave. He also said that since he mistakenly killed an innocent person, it was normal for others to seek revenge. He felt guilty and couldn't fight back, so he decided to hide and avoid the storm. Once the storm passes, he will come back here to find me." Jiang Huayue nodded upon hearing this. This was indeed Lin Fan's character. Shen Wuxia was determined to keep Jiang Huayue here. He couldn't let her leave. Otherwise, where would he find the opportunity? Of course, the wasn't the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal was to be able to at any time, to completely turn Jiang Huayue into his woman. Brother Lin Fan's reputation must be upheld. A friend's wife, no need to be polite. If you're looking for him, you definitely won't be able to find him. Why don't you stay here for a few days? His number has changed, and he has said he won't contact anyone. He will come back here on his own. Don't worry, I usually don't live here, so you'll basically be alone. Jiang Huayue initially wanted to refuse. After all, it was inconvenient to share a roof with someone she wasn't familiar with. But upon hearing that Lin Fan would return directly here, she hesitated. In the end, she didn't put on airs. The other party had helped Lin Fan, so he was considered Lin Fan's friend, and he looked quite handsome and had a good sense of boundaries. Most importantly, he didn't live here. There was really no good reason to decline. She could thank him properly when Lin Fan returned. "All right, then I'll impose on you." Jiang Huayue nodded. Seeing that everything was settled, Shen Wuxiao felt quite pleased. Today, they would get to know each other better, allowing Jiang Huayue to lower her guard. Tomorrow, he would start preparing. He needed to find Uncle Wu and his wife to help out, to play the role of the bad guys. His own spatial stillness ability would also come in handy. "Miss Jiang, you're being too polite. You're a comrade of Lin Fan, so that makes you my friend. I hit it off with Lin Fan at first sight. We have a bond that could be called life and death, though that bond is just a formality." Shen Wuxiao smiled. Jiang Huayue naturally wouldn't let her guard down. However, this young Master Sikon truly didn't seem like someone with ulterior motives. His gaze was very clear, without a hint of filth. Moreover, when he spoke to her, he maintained direct eye contact, not glancing around. You can know a person's face but not their heart, but for now, this young Master Sikon seemed fine. The two continued to drink tea and chat. Zhang Huayue was somewhat surprised. This young Master Sikon was quite extraordinary. His eloquence was impressive, and if someone didn't know better, they might think he had a bit of a playboy vibe. But that wasn't the case, he was a very talented person. From their conversation, it was clear he had a broad knowledge base and was well-versed in many fields, with unique insights on every topic. The conversation was quite pleasant. They went from strangers to ordinary friends. Time passed little by little, and it was getting dark. Miss Jiang, you're new here, and you're a comrade of my brother Lin Fan. I must extend my hospitality, but unfortunately, Lin Fan isn't here, so you'll have to bear with me. Let's keep it simple. I'll have someone bring over some dishes. We won't drink. Girls should take care of themselves. Alcohol can lead to trouble. When Lin Fan returns, the three of us can enjoy a good drink together. Zhang Huayue really couldn't find a reason to refuse. He had said it like that. Moreover, her impression of Shen Wuxiu had improved a bit. If he had insisted on drinking, she might have refused. But now, just having a simple meal, she really couldn't let his kindness go to waste. Zhang Huayue didn't care whether he was pretending or not. Her goal was to wait for Lin Fan to come back. As for her ability to protect herself, she still had that. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Huayue was polite. It's no trouble. It's just having someone bring over some dishes. The main thing is that my cooking really isn't good, Shen Wuxiu chuckled. Half an hour later, the dishes arrived, and they were quite sumptuous. Shen Wuxiu also got up to fetch some drinks. Zhang Huayue sat at the dining table. At that moment, Shen Wuxiu's phone on the table rang. Zhang Huayue wanted to remind him that he had a call. However, she glanced at it and saw it was a scam call, so she ignored it. After the call automatically hung up, it rang again almost immediately. Still showing as a scam call, it rang several times in succession. She was somewhat speechless. Were scammers really this persistent now? Didn't they know that modern phones had identification features? In fact, on the other side of the demolition community, Lin Fan was dialing Shen Wuxiu's number. After a few attempts with no answer, he gave up. He wouldn't have thought that Shen Wuxiu had saved him as a scam call. When Shen Wuxiu returned, he was holding 2 bottles of coconut water. No alcohol, let's just use coconut water instead. Back at the table, Shen Wuxiu saw his phone. Zhang Huayue also said, your phone rang several times, but they were all scam calls, so I didn't call you. Shen Wuxiu chuckled inwardly. It was Lin Fan, who he had saved as a scam call. These days, scammers are really working hard. Never mind, let's eat, just be casual, no need for formalities. Miss Jiang, you don't need to be so reserved. It's our first time meeting, but we'll all be friends in the future. Zhang Huayue merely nodded slightly, showing no other expression. That was just her nature. Normally, she would never have dinner with someone she had just met, but this time was a special circumstance. The person in front of her was Lin Fan's friend, who had helped him a lot. He was also quite composed, which was why she made an exception. The meal was indeed quite natural. Shen Wuxiu only looked at her when he spoke, and at other times, he could easily shift his gaze away. He was very much a gentleman. Moreover, most of the questions he asked were about the military, expressing regret for not having served. After the meal, Shen Wuxiu showed no intention of lingering. He simply tidied up a bit and said, Miss Jiang, you don't need to worry about these things. I'll have someone come to collect them tomorrow. The guest room downstairs is clean, with new bedding and everything. It's just a bit of trouble for you to make the bed yourself. I'll be leaving now. There's my business card on the coffee table. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Zhang Huayue then revealed a gentle smile. Thank you for your trouble. The other party was indeed very polite, asking her to make the bed herself without being presumptuous. After all, it was for her own rest, and he maintained good boundaries. Not a trouble at all. Didn't I say we're all friends? After saying this, Shen Wuxiu left the villa. As he reached the door, he turned back and added, by the way, don't go out tonight. This area is a bay, and there aren't many people around. It's a bit unsafe for a girl like you to go out. I've locked all the other doors and windows. You can rest assured, there won't be any problems. Zhang Huayue nodded again. Be careful on the road. She also expressed her concern. After all, he had taken good care of her, and gratitude was warranted. Okay. Shen Wuxiu smiled, showing no signs of reluctance, and left. Watching the car drive away, Zhang Huayue finally withdrew her gaze. She tidied up the table a bit before heading to the guest room downstairs. After organizing everything, she entered the bathroom. On the other side, Shen Wuxiu had indeed left. It wasn't just talk. Shen Wuxiu was well aware of the other party's vigilance. If there were any mistakes, she would leave. Therefore, to lower her guard, he needed to first disarm her defenses. Acting like a gentleman was entirely within his control. He wanted Jiang Huaiwei to leave him with a foundational impression, which he would then amplify infinitely. As it stood, the reason she stayed was that he had said Lin Fan would go directly to the villa after returning. After all, her personality was such that she would never easily interact with other men. Otherwise, how could she be the female lead in Lin Fan's story? But those were minor issues. The meat sandwich was still being warmed up. With that thought, Shin Wuxiu picked up his phone and dialed the number saved as a scam call. Lin Fan had called him several times before. He was having dinner with Jiang Huaiwei, so he definitely wouldn't call back. Now was the perfect time to return the call. The call went through, and after a short while, the other side answered. "Brother Sikong, are you busy?" Shin Wuxiu smiled coldly and said, "Brother Lin Fan, I didn't see the call just now. I'm having someone investigate the news. These days, the Haisha Society has been looking for you like crazy, and I'm really a bit worried. Moreover, I've heard that the leader of the Haisha Society seems to want to contact foreign bounty hunters to capture you. You mustn't show yourself easily." Upon hearing Shin Wuxiu's words, Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, even if they come, they won't be able to leave. Although I am in the wrong and can't do much about the Haisha Society, if they go too far, I won't have to endure it. I have no burden when it comes to killing bounty hunters." Lin Fan also felt a warmth in his heart. His brother Sikong had been tirelessly helping him with his affairs, and this kindness was significant. Shin Wuxiu continued, "I know brother Lin Fan has the ability, but it's better to avoid trouble when possible. Right now, if you can avoid it, do your best to do so. Your goal isn't to engage in meaningless bloodshed." Lin Fan was taken aback. It was indeed true. His goal was to kill Shin Wuxiu and avenge his brother. If he completely confronted the Haisha Society, it would lead to endless conflict. Even if he could win, there would certainly be many trivial matters, and it would take a longer time. This would go against his original intention. Sikong was right. If it could be avoided, then avoid it. Once the storm passes, he could appear and directly investigate Shin Wuxiu. As long as he understood the matter of revenge, at that time, whatever the Haisha Society wanted to do, he would accompany them. After sorting out the priorities, Lin Fan responded, "I understand. I won't act rashly during this time. It's just that you've worked hard, helping me all day long, collecting information and smoothing out relationships." Shin Wuxiu also pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "You're being too polite, aren't you? After all, we have a bond that could cost us our lives. And don't forget, I am originally a playboy with plenty of time on my hands, so you don't need to feel indebted. Alright, then I won't say any more polite words." Lin Fan also laughed heartily. "That's more like it. Brother Lin Fan, I won't say more. I'm driving, so you should rest early." After hanging up the phone, Shin Wuxiu scoffed disdainfully. He dialed another subordinate's number, switched to speakerphone, and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. Then he opened the window and lit a cigarette. The call connected again. "Young master," a voice came through the phone. "Old cat, spread the word, let the Haisha Society people look for someone in the western suburbs of Shanghai, especially in abandoned places. Search thoroughly." "Yes, young master." The call ended. Shin Wuxiu looked ahead, took a puff of his cigarette, and slowly exhaled. Sending the Haisha Society to look over there was also to let Lin Fan see the intensity of the external search efforts. With Lin Fan's skills, he would definitely not be found. He just needed to know how severe the outside environment was. Lin Fan was a master at the 5th rank and 8th level, and his combat power was beyond doubt. If those Karami from the Haisha Society clashed with him, it would be like giving away free kills, so there was no need for them to take action. Once those people brought in bounty hunters, they could sell Lin Fan's location. Let them have a good fight, spending other people's money, letting others attract hatred, while doing his own business. As long as he got involved, the points reward would come, and it would be delightful. Shen Wuxiu gave his place to Jiang Huaiwei. He definitely wouldn't be going back that night, otherwise, it would all be in vain. But he was too lazy to go to a hotel. So, Shen Wuxiu drove directly to the Lu family villa, heading to Lu Ruyan's place. There were fewer cars at night, and with Shen Wuxiu driving, he didn't acknowledge the existence of traffic lights. Of course, to achieve this, it required not only superb skills but also a deep background. Ordinary people dare not speak like this. The law can only punish for a moment, but afterwards, one can only go out at noon, for one will die morning and night. The journey was smooth, and in less than 20 minutes, he arrived outside the Lu family's villa. It wasn't too late, the villa was still brightly lit. Lu Ruyan had not gone to rest but was looking at messages on her phone. During this time she had returned, she had been closely following the events in Shanghai. She had also been keeping an eye on Lin Fan. However, she felt somewhat disappointed. That foolish Lin Fan had actually been stupid enough to kill a local powerful figure. He even killed their young master. Now he was wanted, and even if she wanted to seek his cooperation, there was no opportunity. But these were only temporary. She would still seek to collaborate with Lin Fan. After all, Lu Ruyan had witnessed his combat prowess. Being able to escape from the encirclement of the Haisha society and even kill their young master was no small feat. With her own quick wit, and being by Shen Wuxiao's side, she could grasp first-hand information. The other party's combat power was high, and the two could complement each other. There would always be a chance to compete with Shen Wuxiao. Just as she was thinking this, Lu Ruyan noticed a vehicle stopping outside the villa. Seeing the car, her heart skipped a beat, and she slowly stood up. Shen Wuxiao had arrived. He had come twice in the past few days, and each time he had made her feel utterly exhausted. She almost fainted. He was coming again today, which needed no further explanation. Lu Ruyan picked up a pair of indoor slippers, walked to the door, and placed the slippers on the ground. She stood at the door waiting. After a while, the door opened. Shen Wuxiao's handsome face appeared before her, wearing a faint smile and a nonchalant demeanor. "Oh, not bad," Shen Wuxiao said, changing his shoes. Then he opened his arms towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was taken aback but quickly walked behind Shen Wuxiao to help him take off his coat. Lu Ruyan was wearing a loose home dress, her hair flowing freely, adding a touch of leisure while still exuding a mature charm. Her expressionless pretty face could even evoke a sense of conquest in others. After taking off his coat, Shen Wuxiao pulled Lu Ruyan into his arms, pressing her against the door of the villa, and kissed her fiercely on her red lips. MMM. Lu Ruyan let out a soft hum but relaxed her body, responding to Shen Wuxiao's domineering kiss. Shen Wuxiao was not polite either, one hand. After a long while, Shen Wuxiao finally moved his lips away but still kept Lu Ruyan pinned against the door. "You don't seem very interested. What's wrong? In a bad mood?" Shen Wuxiao asked. Lu Ruyan felt a bit overwhelmed. How could she have any interest facing an enemy who had killed her family? But she just gently shook her head. Shen Wuxiao's mood changed quickly. After a moment of intimacy, he directly pushed her away and walked inside. Lu Ruyan felt both desolate and angry, along with a strange sense of loss. Shen Wuxiao understood how to kill with words. When he reached the living room, he did not sit on the sofa but walked to the memorial photo of the Lu family, lighting a few incense sticks. Then, quite casually, he waved and inserted them. How ridiculous it was for a murderer to pay respects to the deceased in front of their family. Shen Wuxiao looked at Lu Qingqing's memorial photo and even reached out to touch it, as if gently caressing her face. "Qingqing, it's the 7th day, right? Have you returned? You often said you wanted to stay young forever. I fulfilled that wish for you. You will be forever young. And uncle and aunt, you used to often ask me for things, wanting this and that. From now on, if you want anything, you can only ask in your dreams. Is it cold down there? Cold words, remember to send a dream. I'll have someone pour gasoline on your graves and set them on fire, that way it will be warm." Lu Ruoyan listened to Shen Wuxiao's words, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Shen Wuxiao's personality was unpredictable and extremely ruthless. He was completely a madman. She was starting to feel a bit scared that one wrong move would lead her to meet her family. Shen Wuxiao looked at the memorial photo and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Ruoyan. She's very obedient. I'll look after her. If she misbehaves, I'll send her back to her family. When you meet her then, don't blame her." At this, Lu Ruoyan truly felt unsettled. A fine layer of sweat immediately covered her forehead. Her face felt icy, her lips were also cold, and her whole body felt a bit weak. It was as if she were experiencing low blood sugar. After the memorial, Shen Wuxiao turned and walked towards the sofa, plopping down on it, spreading his arms and crossing his legs. "Ruoyan, a glass of red wine, please." Shen Wuxiao smiled faintly, appearing like a gentleman, cultured and refined, yet his demeanor was incredibly oppressive. Lu Ruoyan dared not defy him and immediately went to fetch a bottle of red wine. She then brought over 2 tall glasses. "Are we going to have a few drinks together?" Not bad, not bad." Shen Wuxiao chuckled. Lu Ruoyan poured the wine and placed the 2 glasses on the coffee table. She then sat down beside Shen Wuxiao. He took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace. Lu Ruoyan did not resist and leaned against him. At such a close distance, she could see everything clearly. It felt strangely peculiar. Fear, tension, anticipation, and even a hint of enjoyment washed over her. She suspected she might have Stockholm Syndrome. But Lu Ruoyan was clear about one thing. If there were no hatred between her and Shen Wuxiao, she truly believed that after spending enough time with him, she would inevitably fall madly in love with him. Shen Wuxiao was flawless in every aspect. Whether it was his physique, looks, status, power, or even his charm, he was exceptional. Moreover, he was particularly wicked to the point of being appalling. His ruthless, cruel, and unpredictable nature instilled fear. Yet it was precisely this wickedness that inexplicably attracted people. While fearing him, one also wanted to get closer. She eagerly anticipated being the one he pampered. Unfortunately, she and Shin Wuxiu were destined to be at odds. Perhaps she would be lucky enough to kill him, or perhaps one day he would kill her. At this moment, Shin Wuxiu had changed his position, lying directly on Lu Ruoyan's lap. Her fragrant, soft thigh was the best pillow. Lu Ruoyan was not idle either. She gently massaged Shin Wuxiu's temples. If one were to only look at the scene, it would definitely seem like a loving couple. After a while, Lu Ruoyan finally spoke. "The red wine has breathed enough." Shin Wuxiu, with his eyes closed, said lightly, "I don't want to move, you can feed me." "I feed you?" Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. Shin Wuxiu was lying down. How could she feed him? What if it spilled on his face? "With your mouth," Shin Wuxiu said. Lu Ruoyan opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She could only lean over, take a glass of red wine, and after hesitating for a moment, she took a small sip, holding it in her mouth. With a bit of effort from her thigh, she lifted Shin Wuxiu slightly, supporting his head, and then leaned down, placing her lips against his. Shin Wuxiu was not polite at all. After a long while, Shin Wuxiu kept his eyes closed, as if he were sleeping. But Lu Ruoyan did not dare to speak. "Run some hot water, I want to take a bath." Shin Wuxiu suddenly sat up, catching her off guard with his words. Lu Ruoyan simply responded with an and got up to walk towards the bedroom. She returned to the bathroom in her room and filled the bathtub with hot water. During the filling, she was dazed, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the hairdryer hanging on the storage cabinet. If she plugged in the hairdryer while taking a bath and tossed it directly into the tub, would everything just end? She felt an overwhelming tension inside. It wasn't until the water began to overflow from the bathtub that she snapped back to reality. After struggling with her thoughts for a while, she ultimately chose to give up. She couldn't bear the cost of failure. Once the water was set, she called for Shin Wuxiu. The two of them went outside the bathroom together. Lu Ruoyan straightforwardly explained, I'm not in a position to serve today, I got my period." Shin Wuxiu nodded, "Just help me scrub my back." Only then did they enter the bathroom. As soon as they stepped in, Shin Wuxiu saw the water overflowing from the bathtub. He merely smiled faintly. Once he got into the tub, Lu Ruoyan did as he instructed and helped him scrub his back. "Ruoyan, you must feel that I've brought you a lot of shame. You probably want to kill me, right?" Shin Wuxiu said again. Lu Ruoyan's delicate hands couldn't help but tremble, but she still shook her head. No. Is that so? Well, maybe I was overthinking it. I thought you were thinking about how to kill me while in the bathroom. The water is overflowing so much, clearly you were lost in thought. Lu Ruoyan forced herself to calm down. Shin Wuxiu was becoming increasingly difficult to read, and she felt quite scared. Suppose you wanted to kill me in the bathroom, aside from the toxic gas produced by mixing two kinds of disinfectants, it should only be that hairdryer. "Ruoyan, bring the hairdryer over here." Lu Ruoyan was completely at a loss, her whole body stiffening for a moment. "What's wrong? Can't you just get a hairdryer?" Shin Wuxiu asked. Only then did Lu Ruoyan get up and walk to the storage cabinet to retrieve the hairdryer. After Shin Wuxiu took the hairdryer, he gestured, "Plug it in." Lu Ruoyan seemed to have misheard. "I said, plug it in." At this, Lu Ruoyan dared not disobey and could only plug it in. Shin Wuxiu looked at the hairdryer and turned it on. The hairdryer emitted a whirring sound. Right in front of Lu Ruoyan, he raised the hairdryer high and then let go. "No!" Lu Ruoyan was startled and instinctively shouted, but it was already too late. The hairdryer fell into the bathtub. In an instant, the entire tub was covered in a layer of electric arcs. Lu Ruoyan was so frightened that she pressed herself tightly against the wall, but Shin Wuxiu remained seated inside, seemingly unaffected. It wasn't until the fuse blew that it stopped. Shin Wuxiu chuckled, "Remember, this method won't work either. It's just like a tickle. Don't put yourself in danger, got it?" Lu Ruoyan had no mind to think about these things. At that moment, she felt as if she were drenched in sweat. When she saw Shin Wuxiu let go, her heart jolted painfully. It was an instinctive pain she couldn't explain. The reality was that Shin Wuxiu was completely unharmed. She naturally didn't know that Shin Wuxiu had awakened a power that allowed him to control lightning. Mere electricity couldn't harm him at all. Even without the lightning control, with his 6th grade 5th tier master physique, those electric arcs wouldn't cause him much harm. After this thrilling bath ended, Shin Wuxiu wiped himself down, and the two left the bathroom. Without much conversation, he lay directly on the bed. Shin Wuxiu leaned against the headboard and extended a hand, signaling. Lu Ruoyan bit her lip, and this time she untied her home skirt. Her fair skin was undeniably exposed, smooth and flawless like jade. She lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down beside Shin Wuxiu, resting in the crook of his arm. The two bodies touched, feeling hot. But she was indeed not in a convenient situation today, so Shen Wuxiu had no intention of acting recklessly. Just like that, they turned off the lights, and Lu Ruyan quietly lay in Shen Wuxiu's arms. Feeling his warmth and inhaling his fresh scent, her eyelids gradually grew heavy. At this moment, Shen Wuxiu seemed to be at his most gentle. Without any words, he simply held her. One hand gently patted her back, as if soothing a child to sleep. In the darkness, Lu Ruyan felt a deep inner turmoil, because she found herself somewhat enjoying Shen Wuxiu's tenderness at this moment. But the memories of her destroyed family and Shen Wuxiu's ruthlessness tormented her immensely. Her heart was being pushed towards this man, yet her instincts and consciousness rejected it. How could she turn the page on such deep-seated enmity? For a brief moment, she almost diagnosed herself with Stockholm Syndrome. The harsher Shen Wuxiu was to her, the more he psychologically tormented her, the more she felt an impulse to rely on him. This painful and tangled feeling nearly suffocated her. Uncontrollable tears welled up and slipped from the corners of her eyes. Shen Wuxiu felt the chill on his arm. In the darkness, his voice broke the silence, crying. Lu Ruyan sniffled softly, her voice choked. No, not at all. Just be stubborn. If you want to cry, then cry. What's the big deal? Saying this, Shen Wuxiu tightened his embrace, pulling her completely into his arms. But he fell silent again. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her smooth, fair arms trembling. In the end, her emotions won out. She reached out, wrapping her arms around Shen Wuxiu's waist, holding him tightly. The night grew deeper. In this tangled state of mind, Lu Ruyan seemed very tired and soon fell asleep in Shen Wuxiu's embrace. As for Shen Wuxiu, he naturally slept soundly without a care. A night without words. The next day, warm sunlight spilled onto the floor. It was another beautiful day. When Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, she found the space beside her already empty. Shen Wuxiu had long since gotten up. Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, the lingering drowsiness instantly dissipating. A slight bitterness rose in her heart, a strong sense of loss washing over her. But soon, she adjusted her mindset. To Shen Wuxiu, she was merely a plaything. Moreover, a plaything that could be disposed of at any moment. Lu Ruyan truly hated her own heart for being so foolish. The other party was clearly the enemy who had killed her entire family, yet why did she still feel that stirring in her heart? She sat up, put on her nightgown, and slowly walked to the window. Looking at the weather outside, Lu Ruyan decided she needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. There must be a way to treat Stockholm Syndrome. Otherwise, if this continued, she truly feared that before she could avenge her family, her heart would already belong to Shen Wuxiu. As for Shen Wuxiu, he had indeed left the Lu family villa. He had no feelings for Lu Ruyan whatsoever. It was impossible for him to develop any feelings. Those who wanted to kill him usually ended up with only one fate, death. It was just that Lu Ruyan still had some use, so her time had not yet come. At that moment, Shen Wuxiu planned to deal with Zhang Huayue first. He needed to secure Zhang Huayue before Lin Fan arrived. If that happened, it would disrupt the emotional line between the male and female leads. Not only would he gain points, but he would also get a beautiful woman. Of course, if she obeyed, she would be his woman, and for such a woman, Shen Wuxiu would usually spoil her a bit. If she disobeyed and instead helped Lin Fan, then she would be like a deceased wife. Shen Wuxiu was not a cold-blooded person. If it developed to that point, he would often write little essays mourning his deceased wife. This was also a way to gain attention. It was also a manifestation of love. The sports car sped along, and Shen Wuxiu was too lazy to prepare a fancy breakfast. He simply bought some buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks on the way, love it or leave it. When they arrived at the Bay Villa and stopped the car, Shen Wuxiu had already seen Zhang Huayue meditating in the courtyard. Surrounding her were some floating leaves. This was her awakened ability, the manipulation of objects, using true energy to control tools. This ability was quite powerful. As her realm increased, the size and weight of the weapons she could control would also grow. Currently, Zhang Huayue's ability was limited to manipulating lighter objects, such as leaves and stones. But that didn't mean these things lacked lethality. They could easily cut through skin. Noticing someone had arrived, the leaves around Zhang Huayue fell to the ground, and she opened her eyes. Miss Zhang, how did you sleep last night? Was there anything you found uncomfortable? Shen Wuxiu asked with a smile, holding breakfast in his hands. Although Zhang Huayue had a cool demeanor, she wasn't the type to always wear a sour face. Thank you for your concern, young Master Sikong. I really appreciate it. I slept very well yesterday. Zhang Huayue replied with a slight smile. The other party had been quietly helping them, and this friend was worth having. That's good to hear. Otherwise, when Lin Fan returns, he might blame me for neglecting his comrade, and that would be unfair. Shen Wuxiu spoke lightly, laughing heartily, a typical sunny and cheerful young man. He lifted the breakfast in his hand. Miss Zhang, have something to eat. It's not anything fancy, just a regular breakfast. I don't know your taste, Miss Zhang, so just consider this a little something to fill your stomach. Jiang Huayue didn't refuse. She had low demands when it came to food. After all, in border areas, sometimes missions could last 10 days or half a month. The food outside was always cold and dry, and if one were picky, they wouldn't be in that line of work. The two entered the villa and sat across from each other. After taking out the breakfast, Shen Wuxiao picked one up and started eating. However, he didn't say much, waiting for Jiang Huayue to ask questions herself. Sure enough, after a while, Jiang Huayue asked, "Young Master Sikong, how long do you think it will be before Lin Fan returns?" Jiang Huayue was unsure of the current situation. She was truly new to this. Shen Wuxiao shook his head. "I really can't say. Miss Jiang, you may not know, but it's quite chaotic outside right now. Those from the Haisha Society are all looking for Lin Fan, and there are even rumors that the Haisha Society has issued a kill order. Do you know what that is?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Huayue paused her eating, her delicate brows furrowing. She certainly knew what a kill order was. It was a platform created by a major force from outside, commonly referred to as the Hell Network. As long as a task was posted on the Hell Network and a portion of the deposit was paid, the task would be listed for anyone to take. There was no limit to the number of people who could accept a task because they only cared about the result, not the process. Even if you sent 1,000 people, if another person completed the task, the reward would go to the one who finished it. If a kill order had indeed been issued, then Lin Fan's situation would be quite dangerous. Those bounty hunters, assassin organizations, and mercenaries were all desperate individuals who recognized money over people. High commissions meant wealth and cultivation resources. Currently, spirit crystals were expensive and rare, mostly controlled by some higher-ups. The risks of obtaining beast cores were often quite high. Master-level warriors mostly absorbed and exhaled to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into true energy for their own use. Others relied on money to purchase cultivation materials and resources. This was enough to drive them to kill their targets at all costs. The kill order has been issued, hasn't it? Jiang Huayue's expression turned serious. Shen Wuxiao shook his head. "I'm not sure about that, but it should be issued. It just might not be that quick. Moreover, how could anyone just waltz into the dragon country?" Jiang Huayue also felt that the other party had a point. Given the current situation, it seemed that the Haisha Society had deliberately leaked information to force someone out, similar to an ultimatum. Once released, urban bounty hunters would definitely act first. Whether they could find him was another matter, and even if they did, their strength couldn't compare to Lin Fan's at all. As for those from abroad wanting to come in, it wasn't that simple. This did ease Jiang Huayue's mind a bit. Shen Wuxiao sighed. "Brother Lin Fan really has had a rough time. He's only been here for a short while, and so much has happened." Jiang Huayue was pulled back to reality by Shen Wuxiao's words. She said seriously, "Young Master Sikong, do you know who Lin Fan wants to take revenge on?" Jiang Huayue truly didn't know. All she knew was that Lin Fan's brother had been killed, and he had returned for revenge. However, he hadn't even met Lin Fan here before learning that he had killed the wrong person and was now hiding. Shen Wuxiao appeared very natural. "I know, he has asked about Shen Wuxiao several times, so it must be him. As for why he killed the wrong person, it's actually my fault. I casually mentioned seeing Shen Wuxiao at Jinhai Bay, and he went after that." Shen Wuxiao, Jiang Huayue silently noted. Shen Wuxiao sneered inwardly. "So what if he said the name? The person was right in front of you, and you still didn't know it was me." Jiang Huayue also didn't know that Lin Fan had never mentioned avenging his brother. He had always used the excuse of being cuckolded. "Young Master Sikong, is that Haisha Society holding a funeral?" Shen Wuxiao pretended to be surprised. "Yes, Miss Jiang, you don't want to go, do you?" Jiang Huayue nodded. "I just want to investigate a bit. Besides, they don't know me. Can you take me?" Jiang Huayue felt she had to do something. "That makes sense." Shen Wuxiao hesitated for a moment. "It's fine to go. After all, many people from all walks of life will be there to pay their respects, so we won't stand out. But if you want to gather information, you'll definitely need an identity and a title, as I might run into acquaintances there. How about this? Today, just pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll take you there under that pretense." Jiang Huayue was taken aback. After hesitating for a few seconds, she nodded. "All right, I'll pretend to be your girlfriend." Her purpose, besides gathering information on the Haisha Society's movements, was to take a chance and see if Shen Wuxiao would be there. Since it was possible to mistakenly think that Shen Wuxiao lived there and create a misunderstanding about killing the wrong person, it meant that Shen Wuxiao indeed had some connection to the Haisha Society. Attending the funeral could yield unexpected results. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll have someone bring over 2 sets of clothes. Otherwise, your outfit is indeed too eye-catching." Jiang Huayue looked at herself and agreed. Wearing such sporty attire would draw all eyes to her, making it hard to investigate. Shin Wuxiu also had someone send over clothes. Due to the special circumstances, he didn't call in a makeup team or anything, he simply sent clothes. About 20 minutes later, the clothes arrived. Shin Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue each went to change. Shin Wuxiu already had many of his own clothes, so he simply put on a formal suit. However, when Jiang Huayue stepped out of the room, even Shin Wuxiu couldn't help but be amazed. She wore a white dress, chiffon flowing gently around her waist and ankles, swaying lightly. The small heels clicked on the ground, but for her, it felt a bit awkward. Overall, it showcased her graceful figure perfectly. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and her delicate face bore no makeup. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes were like blossoming peaches, making it hard to look away. Even without any jewelry, she was strikingly beautiful, poised yet alluring, grand yet elegant. Shin Wuxiu clicked his tongue in admiration. Why does it feel like a fairy has descended to the mortal realm? Jiang Huayue felt her cheeks warm slightly upon hearing the compliment. She also turned her gaze to Shin Wuxiu, her eyes brightening involuntarily. Shin Wuxiu had an incredibly good body proportion, a natural model, looking handsome in anything he wore, especially that handsome face, which could easily overshadow any young girl or married woman. It must be said, he was the most handsome man she had ever seen, without exception. But just being handsome wasn't enough to make her fall head over heels. In her heart, she had always kept Lin Fan close. Ready? Let's set off. Shin Wuxiu smiled. The two walked out of the villa, and Shin Wuxiu drove a relatively low-key black Maybach. Shin Wuxiu was the driver, while Jiang Huayue sat in the passenger seat. As they drove, they chatted casually, their conversation light and scattered, but it helped them become more familiar with each other. When we get there, remember to call me dear. Stay close to me and don't wander off, it's a mixed crowd over there, and you're so beautiful. If someone takes a fancy to you, it could cause trouble, Shin Wuxiu said seriously. Jiang Huayue's heart skipped a beat. He had just called her Yuer. Although she knew it was just for the act, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. As for calling him dear, Jiang Huayue found it hard to say. She had never addressed anyone like that. The closest she had come was accidentally calling Lin Fan Fan Gu, but she nodded in agreement. As long as she stayed by his side and didn't wander off, she wouldn't have to force herself to call him anything. When they arrived at their destination, it was a large mansion. The place had already been decorated in solemn black and white. After parking, they both looked at the mansion before them. Shin Wuxiu casually put on a pair of sunglasses and then gestured to Jiang Huayue with his arm. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Huayue reached out her arm and linked it with Shin Wuxiu's. As they approached the entrance of the mansion, someone handed out white towels. Shin Wuxiu took one and casually draped it over his shoulder. Inside the mansion, there were many people, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing something. Even among them, there were quite a few of Shin Wuxiu's acquaintances. When Shin Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue appeared at the scene, they attracted many gazes. Of course, most of those eyes were on Jiang Huayue. After all, such a beautiful woman was truly rare. But soon, those gazes quickly shifted away, as if avoiding something. According to the rules, Shin Wuxiu took Jiang Huayue to pay respects to the deceased first, then the family would respond, and they could move freely afterward. As they walked into the mansion, they soon saw a large morning hall. The edges were adorned with yellow and white chrysanthemums. In the center, there was a platform with a body covered by a white cloth, surrounded by flowers. On the wall in front hung an oversized portrait of the deceased. Luo Han's photo was prominently displayed, with a smile on his face. Shin Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue entered, merely glanced, and did not bow. He was not worthy, so they symbolically circled around, and the family expressed their thanks. Shin Wuxiu casually said, "Take care." The other party did not speak, only nodding in acknowledgement. After all, someone had told them that Shin Wuxiu would come, but they could pretend not to know him. Thus, they naturally had to avoid any awkwardness. This was perfectly reasonable. After leaving the morning hall, Shin Wuxiu got a drink for Jiang Huayue, and they stood to the side talking. What is it? Jiang Huayue responded softly. No need to deliberately probe for information. Just listening here is fine. Shin Wuxiu pointed to the people chatting in the distance. Jiang Huayue understood immediately. The death of the young master of the Haisha society was shrouded in mystery, and there were many discussions about it. Indeed, there were groups of people talking. Do you think the person who killed young master Luo Han is still in Zhonghai? I think they must have escaped long ago. How could they possibly stay here? Not necessarily. The entrances and exits of Zhonghai are now all guarded by Haisha society members. Highway exits, airports, even national roads and waterways are being watched. I heard that the Haisha society has spent a lot of money hiring bounty hunters. That murderer is definitely doomed this time. The discussions were quite chaotic, but Jiang Huayue couldn't help but frown as she listened. The Haisha society seemed determined to pursue this matter to the end. The storm was unlikely to pass easily. Lin Fan could hide for now. The chatter continued, but it's not just bounty hunters they've hired. The three major forces in Zhonghai are all involved, and even the Martial Arts Association and the White Forces have started a full-scale search. Isn't that wrong? The White Forces would intervene? You don't know the norm. I heard it's people arranged by young Master Shen. Young Master Shen knows young Master Luo Han, so he naturally won't stand by. Hearing this, Jiang Huayue's beautiful eyes narrowed. Finally, she heard some news about Shen Wuxiao. In response, Shen Wuxiao himself indicated that it was his people, so feel free to listen. At that moment, Shen Wuxiao secretly tugged at Jiang Huayue's hand. Wait here for a moment. I'll go over and chat with them to see if I can gather some information. Jiang Huayue nodded. Be careful. It was easier for Shen Wuxiao to go. She was indeed too conspicuous. Don't worry. Shen Wuxiao smiled and strode over. Gentlemen, I just heard you mention young Master Shen. Are you referring to Shen Wuxiao? Shen Wuxiao easily joined the conversation. However, the voices on the other side immediately lowered. Jiang Huayue didn't lean too close, but she wasn't worried. After all, young Master Sikon was over there, and he would tell her everything when he returned. Although it seemed like a heated discussion, they were actually talking about irrelevant matters. Shen Wuxiao directly had them contact Uncle Wu and his wife. With such a good excuse and opportunity, Shen Wuxiao had to do something. After murmuring for a while, Shen Wuxiao returned to Jiang Huayue's side. What did you find out? Jiang Huayue asked. I got some news, but it's not important. Staying any longer won't yield anything. We can leave. Shen Wuxiao initially wanted to arrange for some people and then take the opportunity to get closer to Jiang Huayue, but he wanted something bigger, so he needed to return to the villa first. Jiang Huayue was somewhat reluctant to leave. After coming here, how could they leave without any useful information? You need to listen to me first. We need to leave. When I went over to gather information about Shen Wuxiao, that guy with the triangular eyes kept staring at me without saying a word. I suspect that bastard is related to Shen Wuxiao. If he finds out we're investigating Shen Wuxiao, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Isn't that just perfect? Jiang Huayue was quite confident. Perfect? If we keep digging, they'll really start to suspect that we have ulterior motives. If we expose our purpose and get caught, then they might use us to threaten Brother Lin Fan. What will happen to him? He's so loyal, he would definitely come out. And wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? Jiang Huayue also felt he made a valid point. After all, the people here were just chatting. If they were the only ones digging deeper, it would attract attention. With so many people on site, they couldn't tell who was there to mourn and who was deliberately arranged as bait. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jiang Huayue nodded. Today wasn't a complete loss. At least she could confirm that they still didn't know where Lin Fan was. Lin Fan was still safe. They decided to leave for now. Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue did not hesitate and left the scene directly. Once outside, they got into the car and drove away. However, not long after they left, a car silently followed them. After several twists and turns, Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue arrived at the villa. Just after entering and closing the door, Jiang Huayue's beautiful eyes instantly became sharp. She became alert. Shen Wuxiao naturally understood what was happening but still asked, "What's wrong? Someone is following us." Jiang Huayue scanned the surroundings. "Ha, no way?" Shen Wuxiao pretended to be surprised. He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Uncle Wu. The message was simple. Uncle Wu, rush in. I'll activate the time freeze immediately. The lines are up to you. The ultimate goal is to put us together. Uncle Wu replied, okay. Shen Wuxiao promptly deleted the record. Then he pretended to be nervous, standing there. Are we really being followed? I just felt that triangular-eyed guy was strange. Could it be that he really suspects us? Jiang Huayue remained extremely vigilant, slowly backing away with one hand shielding Shen Wuxiao. The two of them slowly leaned against the wall. Leaning against the wall was to avoid a sneak attack. There should be two people, both above the 5th rank. Jiang Huayue was still trying to search. In the next second, the glass on both sides shattered instantly. Jiang Huayue's gaze locked onto the right side, ready to strike. But just as she was about to act, Shen Wuxiao behind her had already activated his ability. Time freeze. The range was deliberately locked around him and Jiang Huayue. Even the clock on the wall had paused. Jiang Huayue's eyes widened in shock, clearly stunned. Her whole body felt as if it had been immobilized. Her eyes could move, but she couldn't speak. She naturally knew about the time freeze ability. This top-tier ability was the most powerful among control types. How could it appear here? Could it be those two who rushed in? Once controlled, unless a certain degree of harm was inflicted, it was equivalent to being immobilized. But how could such experts target them? Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu had already walked over. Both were wearing masks, making it impossible to see their faces. Andwoo first approached Zhang Huayue, raised her hand, and touched her face. What a stunning beauty! Why not take her back for young Master Shin? Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Huayue's heart sank even more. They were indeed Shin Wuxiao's people. Uncle Wu laughed heartily. Young Master Shin will be very happy, but we need to confirm if she's clean. If not, then there's no need. Saying this, Uncle Wu looked at Shin Wuxiao and secretly winked. Shin Wuxiao was somewhat speechless. Damn it, he needed a line too. Uncle Wu immediately understood and pretended to snap his fingers in front of Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao seemed to have been released from control. What do you want? Who are you? Shin Wuxiao quickly stepped forward, shielding Zhang Huayue behind him. Kid, we noticed you two at the funeral earlier, inquiring about our young master. Do you have some purpose? Shin Wuxiao wanted to laugh but still felt nervous. We just went to attend the funeral. We don't know your young master. You got it wrong. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu exchanged glances and then smiled. Got it wrong? Then let's just go with it. This beauty is just right to take back. Saying this, they walked towards Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue's heart tightened. She truly felt at a loss. If she was taken away, she would definitely be ruined. At a critical moment, Shin Wuxiao blocked them again. She is my woman. What are you doing? Uncle Wu pretended to be angry. Your woman? Has something happened? Of course, she is my woman. What do you say? Shin Wuxiao turned and hugged Zhang Huayue, as if to protect her with his own body. Aunt Wu shook her head. That's not going to work. Our young master isn't into that. How about we just kill them all? Shin Wuxiao was once again shocked. I am the young master of the Sikong family. If you harm us, my family won't let you off. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances. Sikong family? They murmured, moving aside as if discussing something. After a while, they came back. Killing you would indeed be pointless and would only bring unnecessary trouble. But let me warn you, if you dare to pry into young Master Shin's affairs again, don't blame us for being ruthless. It was all a misunderstanding. My wife and I meant no offense. Shin Wuxiao firmly held onto Zhang Huayue. The two smiled faintly. Alright, if that's the case, we'll let it go. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, we need to keep some evidence. Aunt Wu said to Uncle Wu, Old man, take this guy away. I'll take care of this beauty, and then we'll send her to a room to prevent them from talking too much. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayue nearly broke down. Uncle Wu chuckled and then knocked Shin Wuxiao unconscious. He then carried Shin Wuxiao to a bedroom. Once in the bedroom, Shin Wuxiao climbed up by himself, quickly stripped off his clothes, and curled up under the blanket. Uncle Wu was at a loss. Young master, if you want to do that kind of thing, why make it so complicated? Shin Wuxiao shot him a glare. What do you know? Get lost. Uncle Wu smiled and quickly left the room. Next came Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu carried Zhang Huayue inside. She also swiftly removed the covering from Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue's eyes turned red, and tears nearly fell. Although Aunt Wu was a woman, Shin Wuxiao was not. Zhang Huayue was directly placed on the bed. Aunt Wu was quite the character. She pulled the unconscious Shin Wuxiao closer, positioning his head next to Zhang Huayue's. Their hands were intertwined. Their mouths were tightly pressed together. She then lifted Zhang Huayue's hand, wrapping it around Shin Wuxiao's waist. Aunt Wu was very pleased with her handiwork. Alright, remember, nothing happened today, or else some things will appear at various social spots, and you wouldn't want people to see that, would you? Aunt Wu chuckled a few times and then left without a care. Zhang Huayue was also unable to move, stuck in place. After Aunt Wu left, she immediately deleted the footage she had just taken. What a joke! That woman could very well be the young mistress, and such things couldn't be allowed to remain. Uncle Wu, waiting outside, glanced at her. All set? Then let's go. From now on, it's their business. I think we need to come back a few more times. This time, the young master is different. It shouldn't be a quick resolution but a gradual process, otherwise, what's the point of the act? True. Uncle Wu nodded. Next time, let's use a different excuse to put them together again. Over time, that girl will definitely develop feelings for the young master. Saying this, the two left the villa. Inside, Zhang Huayue was in despair. She was truly restrained and unable to move. In this situation, she felt both embarrassed and helpless. Her lips were pressed against his, and everything else. It was as if they were doing something newlyweds would do, just without going all the way. They were just a step away. Looking at that handsome face so close, Zhang Huayue wanted to scold him but found no reason to do so. She knew he was also forced into this, and he didn't even know what was happening. Thinking about how they were now, Zhang Huayue's eyes suddenly became moist. 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. She had never even held hands with a man, yet today she unexpectedly kissed Shin Wuxiao. Zhang Huayue forced herself to calm down. At this moment, what good was being sad? But she couldn't figure out why this stillness in the space hadn't been lifted. Logically, it shouldn't last this long. How could she have imagined that Shen Wuxiao, who was on her, was the one controlling it? Time passed slowly. Zhang Huayue still couldn't move, but her heart was in torment. Their lips had not parted, yet she inexplicably felt something else. In this situation, the air was dangerous and tense. Zhang Huayue's eyes were inexplicably soft, her gaze hazy as if thickened. She just stared at Shen Wuxiao. The most critical part was that, as time went on, she felt a faint pain. Finally, the control of the stillness was lifted. She immediately reached out her hands and pushed Shen Wuxiao away. Shen Wuxiao was pushed aside, rolling to the other side of the bed, but he still looked like he was asleep, completely unaware. Zhang Huayue quickly pulled the blanket over him. Then she hurriedly looked down. At that glance, Zhang Huayue's mind buzzed, going blank. Her ears seemed deaf, unable to hear any sound. Her lips trembled, feeling somewhat weak. Those beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the dazzling crimson on the sheets. This scene deeply pierced her heart. The hope she had clung to vanished completely. She couldn't help it anymore, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. Shen Wuxiao, pretending to be unconscious, felt helpless. He could only take it away first and then make up for the process later. With this layer of relationship, she could no longer treat herself as an ordinary friend. Moreover, in her understanding, she was unaware of it. Zhang Huayue had no idea what to do. At this moment, she was filled with helplessness. After crying for a long time, Zhang Huayue finally stopped. She wiped away her tears, raised her hand to tidy her disheveled hair, and slowly got off the bed. Then, she picked up a pair of scissors. Shen Wuxiao was startled, thinking, no way, she wouldn't cut herself, right? But fortunately, his worry was unnecessary. Zhang Huayue only cut off that piece, put it away, and then got dressed. After getting dressed, she directly left the room and sat on the sofa in the living room. Shen Wuxiao also opened his eyes and glanced to the side. The sheet had a hole in it, but nothing else had changed. About 10 minutes later, Shen Wuxiao finally got out of bed and put on his clothes. His upper body was still bare. He grabbed his clothes and ran out of the room as if escaping. Just in time, he saw Zhang Huayue, who looked lost on the sofa. Shen Wuxiao nervously asked, "Yue, are you okay? Did those people do anything to you?" Looking at Shen Wuxiao's anxious expression, Zhang Huayue wanted to blame him, but there was really no reason to. None of this could be blamed on him. Moreover, if it weren't for him, she might have been taken away. What she would have faced was self-evident. She would have truly collapsed. Zhang Huayue shook her head, but her voice was weak. "I'm fine." Shen Wuxiao finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. "That's good. I don't know what happened either. I just woke up in your room, and I wasn't dressed." Zhang Huayue's face involuntarily flushed, but she still forced out a clumsy excuse. It was those two people. They said they wanted to leave evidence, so. Shen Wuxiao's mouth dropped open. Damn, what kind of kink is that? They knocked me out and did such things. But Shen Wuxiao seemed to take it lightly, plopping down on the sofa. "I'm a big man, it doesn't matter, as long as you're okay." This time I really was careless. I didn't expect that by inquiring about some news, I would attract a master. It's also my fault for not being useful, for not being able to protect you. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened. I need to be more careful from now on. Zhang Huayue said nothing, just looked at him, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of resentment. But she couldn't say it. It was too absurd. Should she tell him that during his slumber, he inexplicably took her body? Zhang Huayue couldn't accept this matter so quickly. At that moment, she didn't want to talk, only able to say to Shen Wuxiao, "I'm a bit tired, I'm going to rest." Shen Wuxiao nodded. "You go ahead, don't worry, I'll stay right here." Zhang Huayue didn't respond but staggered towards her room. She finally closed the door and locked it. Back in her room, she couldn't help but curl up on the bed, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket. But inside the blanket, the scent of Shen Wuxiao was incredibly clear. The refreshing fragrance stirred her already chaotic heart. Zhang Huayue didn't want to think too much. She just lay on her side, staring blankly ahead. But the more she tried not to think, the more the previous scenes replayed in her mind. They simply wouldn't go away. While she was angry, she also felt guilty, blaming herself for being so careless. To help Lin Fan gather information, she had put herself at risk. Thinking of Lin Fan, she now felt an indescribable emotion. She and Lin Fan were comrades, and there were feelings that transcended mere friendship. Zhang Huayue knew she had feelings for Lin Fan, otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled so far to Shanghai. Between them, there was really just a thin layer of paper separating them. But now, everything had turned to dust in an instant. Zhang Huayue's thoughts were still traditional. She placed great importance on the first time, and even though she had feelings for Lin Fan, it was destined to be impossible now. She had already given herself to that guy outside, and even if he didn't know, she couldn't pretend to be oblivious. She could deceive herself, but not her heart. Jiang Huayue was indeed very tired, and gradually, her eyelids drooped, and she slowly fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already evening. She had slept for several hours. Jiang Huayue got up, washed up briefly, and walked out of her room, finding it empty with no one around. As she walked towards the sofa, she saw Shen Wuxiao sitting on the swing in the yard, swaying back and forth, lost in thought. Seeing this scene, a hint of relief appeared on Jiang Huayue's delicate face. Just as Shen Wuxiao thought, Jiang Huayue really couldn't treat him as an ordinary friend anymore. Even if it hadn't reached the level of liking or love, the barrier between them had definitely thinned. Unconsciously, it had brought them closer. Jiang Huayue rubbed her temples, glanced at the time, and realized it was almost dinner time. She didn't want to idle around, idleness would lead to overthinking. So, she walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and found there were still quite a few fresh ingredients inside. She took out some meat and vegetables, soaked some rice, and decided to cook for herself. Jiang Huayue was versatile, able to handle both the living room and the kitchen, skilled in both literature and martial arts, wise beyond measure. During her time at the border, she hadn't had many opportunities to cook. They mostly ate dry rations and what the cooking team prepared. Outside, Shen Wuxiao naturally sensed what was happening inside. He felt quite pleased. She had started cooking. How far could it be from calling him husband? Moreover, tonight he had an excuse to stay here and deepen their relationship. So, does this mean I've won Jiang Huayue over? What about my points reward? Ding, according to the progress, this only counts as halfway. If the host doesn't mind me being noisy, you can choose to take half the points now, and the other half will be given after it's all settled. Then forget it, just give it all at once. It feels like a mortgage otherwise. Okay, host, it will be settled together later, not just a one-sided point plunder, but other things as well. Alright, Shen Wuxiao responded. He was indeed very eager to earn a lot of points. There were so many good things in the mall that he wanted them all, especially some powerful abilities, although he couldn't use them now. Having them and not using them was a different concept from not having them at all. The path of martial arts was incredibly long, and Shen Wuxiao was well aware that he was in a high martial world. For ordinary people, reaching the 9th rank of the Grandmaster level was the ceiling, but only those who walked the path of martial arts knew that being a Grandmaster was just the beginning. Moreover, he wasn't even a Grandmaster yet, he was merely a 6th rank, 5th stage master, just a mere 65 levels. As for splitting mountains and parting seas, that was completely out of reach for him right now. Shen Wuxiao wasn't in a hurry about these things. He didn't want to cultivate, just having more points was enough. So he still needed to keep looking for the protagonist of fate to earn more points. Otherwise, he would be just a name without substance as a fate reaper. Right now, he just needed to focus on his own tasks, progressing step by step. First dealing with Jiang Huayue, making Lin Fan scream. The louder he screamed, the more he broke down, the more points he would earn. Meanwhile, he would leisurely enjoy the good life. So refreshing. On the other hand, Lin Fan was having a rough time. He was still living in a rundown apartment in a certain room. As usual, there was no water or electricity. Lin Fan's phone could only be sustained by several power banks, and he didn't dare to play around with it. Moreover, he hadn't showered for many days. He was smelly, his originally short hair was about to become a middle part, and he had a scruffy beard. As for food, it was all instant food. Compressed biscuits, self-heating hot pots. It had caused him to be constipated for 2.5 days. Although he wasn't picky, eating the same thing all the time would get boring, especially the heavy oil and spicy hot pot. But he was helpless. Today, he originally wanted to go out to buy some things. However, before he could go out, he saw a group of people in black suits searching around. There were at least 100 of them, dark and imposing, like the Axe Gang attacking the Pig Cage City. He wasn't afraid, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided not to go out. Watching those people search and interrogate, Lin Fan felt angry inside. When had he, the Border Wolf King, ever been so humiliated? If the young master of the Haisha society he accidentally killed was a truly wicked person, they would dare to come after him, wanting to wipe them out. Just a local force, yet they dared to be so arrogant. But there was nothing he could do. The other party was indeed an innocent person seeking revenge, which was only natural. If he were to create unnecessary bloodshed, it would go against his original intention, and the path of martial arts would lead to extremes. Lin Fan always remembered that he had once been a soldier. Soldiers do not wield their blades against the common people. Endure. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A fierce voice came from outside. Is anyone home? If there is, open the door, or I'll kick it in. Lin Fan's brow furrowed. He knew they had searched to his side. But Lin Fan was not flustered at all. at this moment, he was sure they wouldn't recognize him. However, to be safe, Lin Fan still made some preparations. He picked up some leftover self-heating hot pot boxes that he hadn't thrown away and poured the soup at the entrance of the door. Then he grabbed some cotton from the old sofa, crumpled it up, and tossed it on top. At a glance, it looked like some filth. "Coming," Lin Fan responded and then went to open the door. 3 men in suits stood outside, each with a fierce demeanor. They looked at the scruffy, dirty man in front of them. "Is it just you here? Are there any others?" "Just me," Lin Fan replied. "Let us in to search." The 3 men were about to enter. However, when they saw the disgusting sight on the ground, they immediately dismissed the thought of going in. "Damn it, this person can't be a lunatic, right? The people living in this area set for demolition, though not wealthy, weren't this disgusting." They also abandoned the idea of entering. Then they handed over a colorful flyer. "If you see the person in the photo, contact the number below immediately, and upon confirmation, a reward of 1 million will be paid on the spot." Lin Fan took the flyer, and there was his photo on it. Below was the introduction. "Okay, I understand. If I encounter him, I will definitely call. Is there really 1 million? The 3 of them chuckled, of course, but if you dare to make a false call, you will bear the consequences. Our Haisha society is not to be trifled with. After saying that, they left directly for the next place. Lin Fan closed the door, looking at the flyer in his hand, his expression serious. The storm wouldn't pass anytime soon. With such intensity, it could be considered a manhunt. The Haisha society seemed determined not to give up. In this area, everyone should have a copy of this information. If someone sharp-eyed recognized him, it would really be time to act. Now, even going out to buy supplies had to be done cautiously. It seemed he still needed to find time to talk to Brother Sikong about the situation. Lin Fan returned inside, plopping down on the shabby sofa with a long sigh. He felt both sorrowful and fortunate. The sorrow came from how he had mistakenly killed someone, making things even more complicated. The fortune was in knowing Brother Sikong, who was very kind and spared no effort to help him. At least he had someone to rely on here. Sighing, Lin Fan's mind began to reminisce about his old comrades. "Jian Dao, Tank, Hong Yi, how are you all doing? And you should have completed your mission and returned to the team by now. You must be furious to hear that I was expelled from the military. My ears are warm, you must be thinking of me too. I want to tell you that I miss you very much. Don't worry, once I handle my affairs, I'll come find you, and then I'll express my feelings to you. I will definitely promise you a lifetime of glory." Lin Fan murmured to himself, and in front of him, the stunning beauty of Zhang Huayue seemed to reappear. In fact, Lin Fan was being overly sentimental. Zhang Huayue had no time to think of him. At that moment, Zhang Huayue was bringing dishes to the table, calling for Shen Wuxiao to eat. "Dinner's ready," Zhang Huayue shouted outside. Shen Wuxiao came running in eagerly. "Wow, you have this skill too. I really wanted to have someone deliver dinner, but I didn't expect you to have it already," Shen Wuxiao praised as he looked at the 3 dishes and a soup on the table. The dishes were simple: 1 stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, 1 tomato scrambled eggs, 1 braised eggplant, and a bowl of corn rib soup. But they were colorful, fragrant, and delicious, making one very appetizing. "I haven't cooked in a long time. I don't know if my cooking skills have declined. Just make do with it," Zhang Huayue replied lightly, her hands busy. She served rice, then took a bowl of soup and filled it for Shen Wuxiao, pushing it in front of him. Then she sat across from Shen Wuxiao, tucking her hair behind her ear. "Give it a try," Zhang Huayue said. "Sure." Shen Wuxiao picked up his chopsticks and directly grabbed a piece of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. After taking a bite, he nodded continuously. "The pork is tender, the flavor is just right. Your cooking is really good." Shen Wuxiao wasn't just flattering, it was indeed very good. He had never cooked before, he always ate out, indulging in luxurious and exquisite dishes. The food was still the same, just arranged and plated to look fancy, and the price multiplied many times over. But in the end, it still tasted like home-cooked meals. Zhang Huayue had also adapted to being called Yuer by the other person, and she no longer felt the discomfort she had at first. Hearing the other person's praise, Zhang Huayue simply smiled lightly. "Eat more." After that one sentence, she fell silent, quietly eating. She didn't even look at Shen Wuxiao. Strictly speaking, this was her first time cooking for a man. Even Lin Fan had never eaten her cooking. While eating, Shen Wuxiao didn't forget to say to Zhang Huayue, "If it's convenient for you, can I hire you to cook?" "Of course, I just said it casually. If you don't want to, I won't insist." Zhang Huayue looked at him. "You shouldn't be lacking in food, right?" Shen Wuxiao shook his head. "Not lacking, but I still like this warmth. I spend very little time with my family, they all have a lot to do. I can't even remember the last time I had a meal made by my mom." Shen Wuxiao wasn't exaggerating, the Shen family was indeed very busy. Even when going to the capital, it was like seeing a dragon's head but not its tail. Jiang Huayue also pressed her lips together, showing understanding. Generally, rich young masters and second-generation wealthy kids have little time to spend with their families. After all, with such a big family business, there are bound to be many business matters. There's no need to hire me. If there's time, it's just cooking a meal, nothing much. Jiang Huayue replied lightly. Only then did Shen Wuxiao nod. Alright, I won't be polite with you. Saying this, he slightly stood up and served Jiang Huayue a piece of food. Eat more, you've just been pushing the rice around. Jiang Huayue was taken aback but ultimately didn't say much. She just ate quietly. If it had been before, if someone else had served her food, she would have probably thrown the bowl away. But thinking about how Shen Wuxiao had already been with her like that, even if he was unaware, it wasn't truly in the sense of sharing a room. Yet, he had already taken something away. In her heart, she really couldn't treat him as someone completely unrelated anymore. Shen Wuxiao secretly smiled. This was the beginning of acceptance. Once she got used to it, the outcome would naturally go without saying. After dinner, Shen Wuxiao, the lazy one, also took the initiative to clean up the dishes. He had enjoyed this meal very much, mainly because the taste was indeed good. Moreover, Jiang Huayue no longer had the previous distance and vigilance towards him. After dinner, the two didn't go off to do their own things. Instead, they sat on the sofa, and Shen Wuxiao also brewed some tea. Shen Wuxiao opened a jar, took a sniff. The tea sent over is new. I like it. He took out quite a bit and placed it in the teapot. Jiang Huayue thought that chatting would ease the awkward atmosphere, so she asked, many people like aged tea. You prefer new tea? Shen Wuxiao kept moving his hands while responding, yeah, mainly for the taste. New tea is hard to brew, but the buds are tender, and the color is bright. It tests the patience of the brewer. You can't be impatient while brewing. Aged tea is less troublesome, brews quickly, but the taste is strong. The advantage is that it doesn't need to be brewed for long, just brew it hard, no need for so many techniques. Saying this, Shen Wuxiao looked at Jiang Huayue with a beaming smile. But I'm the kind of person who likes things to be more challenging, so I think new tea is good, but old tea is also wonderful. It depends on personal preference. Jiang Huayue was momentarily stunned. She doubted whether she had asked the wrong question. Something felt strange, but she didn't know what was strange. It seemed like he was talking about tea, but also not. You really know your stuff. Jiang Huayue could only respond like this. As they chatted, they quickly got back to talking about Shen Wuxiao. The two people who came today must be Shen Wuxiao's people. We only discussed a few things, and they chased after us. They were really very vigilant. Shen Wuxiao listened to Jiang Huayue talk about himself, and he had to agree, yes, Shen Wuxiao is quite mysterious. There are all sorts of rumors, but very few people have interacted with him. We've certainly fallen into a trap today, almost got into trouble. After finishing, Shen Wuxiao sighed. Jiang Huayue nodded. Indeed, we were careless, but from the behavior of his subordinates, it's not hard to guess Shen Wuxiao's true character. Suspicious, alert, brutal, ruthless, these traits must be present. Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but admire Jiang Huayue. She was right, he was indeed suspicious, alert, brutal, ruthless, and even had a reputation for being mentally unstable. Of course, those who knew him thought he had a Superman complex. Yes, although the rumors from the outside may not be true, they certainly don't come from nowhere. We should be more cautious in the future. Jiang Huayue murmured, Shen Wuxiao, no xiao, the endless falling leaves rustle down. His name carries a sense of coldness. Shen Wuxiao was curious and pushed the prepared tea in front of Jiang Huayue, asking, what do you mean by that? Jiang Huayue held the teacup delicately and took a sip. The two characters Wuxiao are likely taken from a 7-character quatrain. Endless falling leaves rustle down. And this line truly describes the cold scene of leaves falling from the trees, which leads to the conclusion that Shen Wuxiao must be inherently violent. Lin Fan's brother died at his hands. It seems destined, alas. Shen Wuxiao merely smiled. Lin Fan's brother was not just a ghost. Damn it, did they really think he was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? This was not his protagonist's script. The two continued their conversation, and time quietly slipped away. It was almost time to rest. Jiang Huayue stood up and said to Shen Wuxiao, it's getting late. I'm going to rest now. After saying that, she headed towards her room. She still needed to cultivate. The enemy was too strong. She had to improve herself as much as possible. Shen Wuxiao naturally had no intention of leaving the villa, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he chose to act nonchalant. About 20 minutes after Jiang Huayue returned to her room, Shen Wuxiao went to his original room, grabbed a blanket, and tossed it on the sofa. Then he went to the kitchen, took 2 kitchen knives, and placed them directly on the coffee table. Today, he was playing the role of a flower protector. After preparing everything, Shen Wuxiao turned off the lights in the living room, lay down on the sofa, and covered himself with the blanket. Holding the 2 kitchen knives, he fell asleep just like that. Meanwhile, in her room, Jiang Huayue was sitting cross-legged in meditation. As a martial artist, cultivation was a daily essential. Learning was like rowing upstream: if you don't advance, you retreat, so she naturally wouldn't slack off. She practiced until 1 o'clock in the morning before getting up to go to the bathroom. After taking a shower, she changed into the nightgown that Shin Wuxiu had someone send over. Just as she was about to go to sleep, she suddenly remembered something. She didn't know if young Master Sikon was in the villa. Perhaps he had left like yesterday. She opened her room door to take a look, but as soon as she opened it, illuminated by the light from the room, she saw someone sleeping on the sofa. It was none other than Shen Wuxiao. Jiang Huayue was somewhat speechless. What was this guy doing? He had a room but chose to sleep on the sofa. She was curious, so she slowly walked over. At that moment, Shen Wuxiu was sprawled out, one foot propped up high on the back of the sofa. The blanket had been kicked to the floor. Seeing this scene, Jiang Huayue inexplicably wanted to laugh. A slight smile appeared on her face. How old was he, still acting like a child? Jiang Huayue didn't plan to wake him up. However, although the weather hadn't turned winter yet, the night temperature wasn't very high. Plus, this was a seaside villa, and the sea breeze was quite chilly. If Shin Wuxiu lay like this all night, he would definitely catch a cold. She glanced at the blanket on the floor. Just as she was about to pick up the blanket, she noticed the item still held tightly in Shin Wuxiu's hand. Even while sleeping, he clutched it firmly. It was 2 kitchen knives. Seeing this scene, Jiang Huayue was momentarily stunned. A strange warmth filled her heart. Was this guy acting as a protector? After what happened during the day, he was afraid someone might intrude again, so he held the knives and stood guard here. The reason Jiang Huayue speculated that he was protecting her was simply because he was sleeping on the sofa. If he was afraid for himself, he could have taken the knives and gone back to his own room to sleep. Why lie on the sofa? This action made it seem like he was guarding her. If someone really did break in, they would definitely look for him first, and the noise he made would wake her up. This way, she would have enough time to act, or according to his character, he might let her run first. After all, during the day, Shin Wuxiao, an ordinary person, had dared to confront a 5th-rank master to protect himself. He had even insisted on keeping her behind him. With this thought, Jiang Huayue's heart suddenly softened. Her gaze softened as she slowly crouched down to pick up the blanket that had been kicked to the floor. She gently covered Shin Wuxiao with it. Shen Wuxiao naturally felt it. While he secretly smiled, he was also looking for an opportunity. The light was dim, only illuminated by the faint glow from the open door that Jiang Huayue had left ajar. So whatever he did wouldn't seem deliberate. Just as Jiang Huayue was about to tuck the blanket in, Shin Wuxiao suddenly seemed to wake up with a start. His body trembled violently. Then, as if startled, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, you really dare to come. There should be limits to bullying people. Damn it, do you think this young master is easy to mess with?" With that, Shin Wuxiao swung the kitchen knife in his hand towards the person in front of him. With such speed, Jiang Huayue easily subdued him. She grabbed Shin Wuxiao's wrist. It seemed Shin Wuxiao didn't even realize it was Jiang Huayue. He continued to snarl, "Bastard, if you came today, don't think you can leave, I'll chop you to death." Shin Wuxiao exerted force with his hand, but still couldn't move. Just as Jiang Huayue was about to speak, Shin Wuxiao erupted again, pulling the person in front of him close and flipping them onto the sofa. He turned his head towards Jiang Huayue's room and shouted loudly, "Run! Those bastards are coming!" After shouting, Shin Wuxiao looked even angrier. "Damn, the door is open, did you sneak into Yuer's room? Damn it, I'll fight you." Shin Wuxiao was about to use his other hand to swing the knife at him. Jiang Huayue immediately grabbed that hand as well. It must be said that a frenzied Shin Wuxiao was indeed quite strong. Seeing both of his hands captured, Shin Wuxiao laughed wildly in his heart, but his mouth was still cursing. "I'll bite you to death." Shin Wuxiao lunged at her, aiming his mouth at her neck, ready to bite down. "It's me. No one has intruded." Jiang Huayue felt helpless. His reaction was too extreme. It must have been the events of the day that left him with some trauma. Otherwise, why would his reaction be so intense and fierce? Shin Wuxiao was not at a loss. He had already opened his mouth to bite her neck, but it seemed he was called back in time, so he didn't bite down hard. "Ha!" Shin Wuxiao slowly raised his head and leaned in to look closely. Yuer, how is it you?" Shin Wuxiao was stunned. Jiang Huayue's face turned red, her cheeks burning. The sight of Shin Wuxiao on top of her was indeed inappropriate. Of course it's me." Jiang Huayue gently twisted her body. You still won't let me up. "Ha, oh." Shin Wuxiao propped himself up, but he realized that Jiang Huayue had not loosened her grip on his hands. Shin Wuxiao took advantage of the moment, suddenly getting up, but then as if being pulled, he fell heavily again, landing on Jiang Huayue. Jiang Huayue uncontrollably let out a soft moan. It was only then that she remembered she was still holding his hand. No wonder he fell again. She quickly let go. Shin Wuxiu hurriedly got up in a fluster. Zhang Huayue protected her chest and sat on the sofa. Her pretty face was still burning hot. I really didn't know it was you. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a shadow in front of me, and there was something being pulled towards my neck. I thought those people were back to strangle me, Shin Wuxiu explained. Zhang Huayue didn't doubt him. What had just happened could indeed lead to misunderstandings. The lighting was dim, and she was backlit. He couldn't see her face at all he saw was a shadow. Plus, she had covered him with a blanket, pulling the edge of the blanket towards his neck. Shin Wuxiu was highly tense, thinking someone was trying to strangle him. The events of the day had already made him extremely anxious, and after that incident, it would have been abnormal if he wasn't scared. Zhang Huayue couldn't blame him, even though they had just shared an intimate moment. I know, I was reckless. You should relax a bit, don't be too tense. Zhang Huayue, having been taken advantage of, now comforted Shin Wuxiu in return. Shin Wuxiu sighed, I don't want to be tense either, but what happened during the day was really dangerous. Fortunately, those two experts didn't have their eyes on you. Otherwise, with a novice like me, I really couldn't protect you. What would we do then? Shin Wuxiu seemed to feel very guilty. Zhang Huayue looked at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. She felt an inexplicable impulse to get a little closer to this man. She deeply remembered the scene from just now. Even when he thought she was someone trying to kill him, he still shouted towards her room, telling her to run. You should go to your room and sleep. Don't sleep here, it's easy to catch a cold. Zhang Huayue said softly. Shin Wuxiu pretended to be surprised. Huh? Isn't that inappropriate? After all, there are differences between men and women. Zhang Huayue was taken aback, then quickly realized. She couldn't help but raise her hand and hit Shin Wuxiu on the shoulder. What are you thinking? Isn't there another room here? I didn't mean for you to go to my room. Ha? Oh, I misunderstood. My bad. Shin Wuxiu chuckled. He then picked up the blanket and grabbed 2 kitchen knives. You should hurry and rest too. Zhang Huayue nodded. Good night. Shin Wuxiu didn't respond and hurried upstairs. After seeing Shin Wuxiu go upstairs, Zhang Huayue finally stood up. She returned to her room. The room was brightly lit, and she walked to the bathroom to wash her face. It was only then that she noticed a bite mark on her fair and smooth neck. Seeing this, Zhang Huayue's pretty face couldn't help but flush. This was from Shin Wuxiu. If she hadn't shouted in time, that bite would have drawn blood. She extended her delicate hand and gently touched the spot of the bite mark before leaving the bathroom. After turning off the room light and preparing to go to bed, Zhang Huayue inexplicably walked to the door. She gently opened it and looked outside. This time, with the moonlight, she saw Shin Wuxiu again. That guy had pretended to go upstairs but had actually come back down to sleep on the sofa. However, now he was holding a kitchen knife while playing on his phone, completely unaware that she was watching him. Sigh, this guy. Zhang Huayue felt a bit helpless, but at the same time, her heart felt warm. She decided not to bother with it and returned to her bed, covering herself with the blanket. The quilt still held the scent of Shin Wuxiu. She wrapped herself in the blanket and slowly closed her eyes. That night, Shin Wuxiu slept quite well. The sofa was wide enough, large enough, almost like a bed. However, Zhang Huayue in the room felt a bit uncomfortable. When she woke up, she was stunned. How could she? Zhang Huayue's mind was a tangled mess. She felt it was absurd beyond absurdity. Covering her face, she occasionally rubbed her hair, still in the process of self-acceptance. Perhaps it was the lingering scent of Shin Wuxiu on the bedding that led her to have a dream she shouldn't have had last night. In the dream, she and Shin Wuxiu shared a pillow. They kissed passionately, and in the end, they did things that were indescribable. Even though it was just a dream, having such a dream was extremely absurd for her. Just moments ago, she had discovered herself. This left her at a loss for what to do. They had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. How could it have escalated to this extent? Shaking her head vigorously, she quickly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Only then did she step out of the room. But upon opening the door, she saw Shin Wuxiu sleeping soundly on the sofa. Her face involuntarily flushed, and the scenes from her dream resurfaced in her mind. Zhang Huayue took a deep breath and walked into the kitchen. Breakfast was quick and simple. After setting the table, Shin Wuxiu was still asleep. Zhang Huayue shook her head helplessly and walked over. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Shin Wuxiu's handsome face. He looked so charming even in his sleep. But she quickly dismissed those chaotic thoughts and raised her hand to pat Shin Wuxiu. The sun is almost up, still sleeping? Go wash up and have breakfast. As soon as she said this, Zhang Huayue was taken aback. In this state, it felt as if she had become the other person's wife. Her husband was resting on the sofa while she cooked, calling him to get up, wash up, and eat. She sounded like a housekeeper. Not just Jiang Huayue, even Shin Wuxiu was momentarily stunned. For that brief moment, he had the illusion that he had been dating Jiang Huayue for a long time. But he still sat up and smiled at Jiang Huayue. Alright. Then he headed towards the bathroom. After they had breakfast, Shin Wuxiu planned to take Jiang Huayue out under the pretense of gathering information. Although it was said to be gathering information, it was actually an excuse for their date. While Lin Fan was still holed up in that unfinished building, he wanted to quickly deepen his relationship with Jiang Huayue. Once Lin Fan confronted the Haisha society, he would likely sneak back. When that time came, if he opened the door, for all the pain of love, for all the wounds of hate. If it weren't for wanting to develop things continuously, Shin Wuxiu would have wanted to be more forceful. But being forceful would indeed get the person but not the heart. Jiang Huayue was exceptionally talented and stunning. How could she be given to Lin Fan? Shin Wuxiu understood a bit about the protagonist's luck. They didn't have a virginity complex. If Lin Fan knew that Jiang Huayue had been forced by him, he would only concentrate all his hatred on Shin Wuxiu. He would still want the person. So, how could Shin Wuxiu let Lin Fan have it easy? He wanted both the person and the heart. A beautiful day passed. Today, Shin Wuxiu used the excuse of gathering information to arrange a date with Jiang Huayue. They went to many places. At first, Jiang Huayue would ask where it was reliable to gather information. Later, she was completely led astray by Shin Wuxiu. They went to an arcade, an aquarium, a martial arts gym, and a martial arts club. They also enjoyed a romantic lunch and a candlelit dinner together. Of course, the candlelit dinner was also something she was coaxed into. She never expected that a restaurant called Heart to Heart was a couple's restaurant. Wasn't that name just like toilet paper? When they arrived, they were inexplicably teased, with various people praising their perfect match and how loving they were. They were also incredibly lucky to draw the lucky couple's seat number. The restaurant generously gifted them a pair of couple rings, prompting applause and cheers from everyone in the restaurant, insisting they put them on right there. Reluctantly, not wanting to create an awkward scene, they each put the rings on. They planned to take them off as soon as they left the restaurant. However, Jiang Huayue seemed to forget and kept wearing it. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already 9 o'clock. After a day of fun, they had bought quite a few things. Looking at the pile of items on the coffee table, Jiang Huayue couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. They had agreed to go out to gather information. Oh well. Shin Wuxiu simply flopped onto the sofa, feeling lazy and relaxed. Jiang Huayue rubbed her neck and said, "I'm going to take a shower first." She instinctively reported this to Shin Wuxiu, perhaps not even realizing it herself. Once Jiang Huayue entered her room, Shin Wuxiu thought for a moment and asked the system, "Can I check Huayue's strategy value?" Ding, in this regard, you can check the favorability, but the strategy value sounds a bit off. Jiang Huayue's favorability towards the host is currently 70%. Keep it up. Once you win her over, ruin the protagonist's emotional line. The female lead is an important character, and the points are substantial. Alright, I still need to save some points to exchange for a good weapon. Shin Wuxiu replied and took out his phone, then unhesitatingly sent a message to Uncle Wu. "Uncle Wu, I want to change my sleeping place. Call Aunt Wu, let's do the same trick again." A quick reply came from the other side, "On my way." After sending the message, Shin Wuxiu went to his bathroom, took a shower, and changed into a bathrobe. Jiang Huayue had just finished washing up. Her long, black hair was damp and draped over her shoulders, her smooth skin as white as snow. Her jade-like face had a few droplets of water, looking as fresh and elegant as a water lily. The beads of water on her beautiful back did not fall, making her look particularly alluring. She picked up the bathrobe, slowly put it on, and then stood in front of the mirror, using a hairdryer to dry her hair. Just as she finished drying her hair and walked to her room, Jiang Huayue hesitated for a moment. She still didn't step out of the room and decided to rest there. After lying down for about 10 minutes, Jiang Huayue suddenly opened her eyes. That sense of danger reappeared. Oh no! Jiang Huayue immediately jumped out of bed, grabbing her weapon, a soft sword wrapped around her waist. She also grabbed the hidden flying knife she always carried. Worried that Shin Wuxiu might be in trouble, she quickly opened her room door. Sure enough, her fears came true. At that moment, Shin Wuxiu was lying on the sofa, seemingly in a deep sleep. In the living room, two figures stood there. It was the same two people from last time. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu turned to look at Jiang Huayue. "What do you want from us?" Jiang Huayue asked, extremely vigilant, tightly gripping her soft sword, not daring to relax. The other party possessed top-level control abilities, capable of freezing the area. A moment's inattention could turn her into fish on the chopping block. Aunt Wu chuckled coldly, "Young lady, deceiving us comes with a price." Jiang Huayue shifted her stance, her gaze sharp. "What did we deceive you about? You still dare to ask? Do you really think we're fools? Aunt Wu's voice was icy. The last time we left, we installed a miniature listening device in the villa. You are not even a couple. Since you aren't, how could there be any relationship? This should have been a huge achievement, but you tricked us. Today, we must take you away and present you to our young master. Jiang Huayue's heart sank. She had truly been careless. She had never thought about the aspect of eavesdropping. When she spoke with Shen Wuxiao, it really didn't feel like a conversation between lovers. However, there was one thing they guessed wrong. She truly was not a virgin anymore. She had really given herself to that guy sleeping on the sofa. Although there was no process, that barrier had indeed been crossed. Jiang Huayue had a very strong temper. How could she possibly compromise? If you're thinking along those lines, you might be disappointed. I belong to him. I am his woman. Since I am his woman, I will die as his woman. Today, either you die here, or you take my corpse away. There are no other options. Jiang Huayue tightened her grip on the sword hilt, exerting more force. She was truly prepared to fight to the death. She absolutely could not let the other side control her with their abilities. Miss, you really are fearless in your ignorance. Then I'll play with you. Aunt Wu also took 2 steps forward, and a short knife suddenly appeared in her hand. The two looked at each other, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. Jiang Huayue had faced numerous dangers and was rich in combat experience. She would not falter. The difference in their realms was not significant, both around the 5th rank. Even if there were 2 opponents, if it came down to a fight, she could still kill one of them. Jiang Huayue shifted her feet, searching for a flaw. In the next second, she flipped her hand, and the soft sword danced as if it were a piece of paper. She moved lightly like a swallow, diving towards Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu took it seriously. She sensed the intense killing intent and did not dare to be careless, immediately raising her knife to block. Clang! The sudden sound of blades clashing rang out. The characteristic of the soft sword was its flexibility. While delivering a heavy strike, the tip acted like another weapon, directly stabbing towards Aunt Wu's face. Although Aunt Wu's talent was not as good as Jiang Huayue's, she was still an older generation warrior. Her reaction speed was naturally not poor. The short knife swept up, deflecting the soft sword's momentum. Then, she countered with a thrust. Jiang Huayue's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she swiftly slapped aside with her right hand, transforming her palm into a fist. The punch was incredibly fast, as quick as lightning. Aunt Wu met it with a palm, retreating 3 steps to create distance. Jiang Huayue would not let the opportunity slip. She planted her feet, her body light as a feather, and leaped up again. Her combat experience was indeed rich, with true energy swirling around her, sword and fist striking together. The right hand wielded the soft sword, while the left hand's fist was swift. Shadows of her movements flickered, true energy spread out, creating a whistling sound, stirring up gusts of wind that caught the opponent off guard. Aunt Wu found herself somewhat at a disadvantage. After all, the opponent was the young mistress, and she certainly could not fight to the death. There was a hint of caution in her approach, but at this moment, she could not afford to be careless. The short knife swung, attempting to subdue Jiang Huayue, but before she could catch her breath, Jiang Huayue swung her sword again. Aunt Wu leaned back to evade. Unexpectedly, Jiang Huayue followed up with a fierce spinning kick. This strike landed directly on Aunt Wu's side. Aunt Wu stumbled, nearly flying out. Jiang Huayue relentlessly pursued, and as Aunt Wu straightened up, the soft sword aimed straight for her throat. Aunt Wu was genuinely frightened this time. She blocked with the short knife, and a palm infused with true energy met Jiang Huayue's. Boom! The two forces collided. It felt as if a wave of true energy rippled out from beneath their feet, spreading in all directions. It swept around, creating gusts of hurricane-like winds. Aunt Wu retreated, and Jiang Huayue also fell back. Just as she was about to collide with the table behind her, she supported herself with one hand to dissipate the force. In a swift turn, she jumped behind the table, and 3 white lights shot out. 3 flying knives surged forth, wrapped in true energy, as if they were going to tear the air apart. Aunt Wu was startled and immediately rolled to the side to evade. But in that instant, Jiang Huayue had already won. She kicked off the edge of the table, using the momentum to accelerate, and the soft sword was aimed directly at Aunt Wu's body. But at that critical moment, Uncle Wu moved. However, he did not strike. He simply pressed a knife against Shen Wuxiao's heart. If you don't want your man to die, stop. Jiang Huayue caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and was furious, utterly shameless. Yet she still rolled over, released her strength, and sheathed her sword. Aunt Wu was terrified. The young mistress was too strong. If it weren't for her old man, that sword would have pierced her body. Helping the young Master Wu girls was truly risky. Let him go. Warriors should resolve things in a warrior's way. What does threatening him count for? Zhang Huayue was angry but helpless. She simply could not bear to watch Shin Wuxia come to harm. No matter what, the fact that Shin Wuxia was her man could not be changed. From the moment he took her body, it was already destined. You two are quite affectionate, Uncle Wu chuckled. He also pretended to be intimidating, saying, actually, I don't need to threaten you. If I had used my abilities just now, you would still have lost, wouldn't you? Zhang Huayue had no words. Indeed, the stasis of the field was somewhat outrageous. Shin Wuxiao, pretending to be unconscious, silently thought, what a load of crap. What exactly do you want? Zhang Huayue gritted her teeth. Uncle Wu sneered coldly, I came here today intending to teach you a lesson, to let you know the price of deceiving us, the dual calamity. But now it seems there's no value in that. Since you are his woman, our young master has lost interest. Moreover, seeing your deep affection for each other reminds me of my wife and me when we were young, so I'll let you off this time. However, we dislike trouble, and the evidence we need cannot be lacking. This is to keep you quiet, so you understand. Zhang Huayue was taken aback, somewhat speechless. Wasn't this asking her and Shin Wuxiao to be together, and then for that woman to take those kinds of photos? What a kink! But in this situation, she couldn't refuse, otherwise, Shin Wuxiao would be in danger. Besides, the last time that old woman took photos of her, what could she do now? Fine. Zhang Huayue agreed, looking at Aunt Wu, you can come in. Aunt Wu wanted to laugh. The young mistress actually compromised. Zhang Huayue sheathed her sword, then walked over to the sofa and picked up Shin Wuxiao. She then headed straight for the bedroom. Aunt Wu followed. Once in the room, Zhang Huayue placed Shin Wuxiao on the bed. She sighed and looked at Shin Wuxiao. Then she extended her delicate hand and untied Shin Wuxiao's bathrobe. Soon, Shin Wuxiao's muscular body was revealed. His abdominal muscles were well-defined, sharp-edged, truly exceptional. Especially that part made her feel shy. Zhang Huayue's face flushed, but she still did not hesitate. She closed her eyes and quickly untied her own bathrobe. Her fair skin was exposed, incredibly tempting. Immediately, she wrapped her arms around Shin Wuxiao. The moment they touched, Zhang Huayue felt like she was going crazy. Aunt Wu, with a sly grin, said, you're quick, go ahead and kiss. Zhang Huayue silently noted this grudge. She held Shin Wuxiao, gazing at his handsome face, slowly leaning in to press her red lips against his. The electrifying sensation made Zhang Huayue's body tremble slightly. Only then did Aunt Wu symbolically take out her phone, pretending to change angles. Then she nodded, very good. With this evidence, you won't dare to have any other thoughts. Little girl, you're strong. I can't beat you, but it's a pity we don't play by the rules. I wish you and your man a wonderful night. Aunt Wu's words sounded more like a provocation. After saying that, Aunt Wu did not linger, waved her hand, and directly left the room, closing the door. Outside, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu exchanged a smile and quickly left the villa. In the room, Zhang Huayue had already moved her red lips away from Shin Wuxiao's, but this time, there was no intense and thrilling reaction as before. Instead, it was relatively calm. After moving her lips, she still pushed Shin Wuxiao aside. She leaned against the headboard and rubbed her temples, as if pondering something. Shin Wuxiao, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Pretending to be faint was great. Zhang Huayue's actions tonight also surprised him. She actually picked him up and took him to the room without hesitation. She even swiftly untied his bathrobe. This showed that Zhang Huayue's psychological barriers were gradually disappearing, though she still couldn't fully accept it for the moment. However, it wasn't enough. Given Zhang Huayue's personality, she would definitely feel guilty. After all, she still had feelings for Lin Fan and had come for him. The emotional foundation between the two of them was solid. Yet, she had given herself to this guy, so she would surely fall into self-doubt. Everything was just as Shin Wuxiao had thought. After pondering for a while, Zhang Huayue turned to look at Shin Wuxiao. Seeing him quietly there, she sighed. How did I get so entangled with you? She murmured, looking somewhat dazed. It was as if an invisible pair of hands were manipulating them, binding them together. From being strangers to establishing a friendship, and then unexpectedly giving herself to Shin Wuxiao due to the threat from those two experts. Until now, she felt a bit lost. Just a few days ago, she had come for Lin Fan. Not only had she not seen Lin Fan, but she had also developed quite a bit of ambiguity with this guy beside her. She even doubted whether she was an indecisive woman. But she also knew that there was no possibility with Lin Fan. Just the fact that she had given herself to this guy had already sealed her fate. Zhang Huayue clenched her hands, feeling uneasy. But suddenly, she touched the ring on her ring finger. The ring was a reward for lucky couples from the restaurant that night, and they had put it on each other. Even though it was done amidst teasing, it was also a result of not having any resistance in their hearts. If there had been resistance, she would have left as soon as she found out it was a couple's restaurant. How could she have continued eating? No, strictly speaking, if there had been resistance in her heart, none of the events of that day would have happened. In her self-doubt and self-strategy, Zhang Huayue sighed again. With her rosy cheeks, she planned to help Shen Wuxiao put on his bathrobe and then leave the room to the sofa. But just then, Shen Wuxiao mumbled something, as if shifting from a faint to a deep sleep. He turned over, and one leg pressed against her. Half of his body was holding her. Zhang Huayue instinctively let out a soft hum. She was momentarily stunned. The two were almost face to face, their noses touching. Zhang Huayue could clearly feel Shen Wuxiao's steady breathing. She didn't struggle or push him away. They just stayed like that. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Huayue gently moved Shen Wuxiao's arm away from her. She got out of his embrace. After getting off the bed, she couldn't help but take another look at the sleeping Shen Wuxiao. Hesitating for a moment, she went over and helped him cover with the blanket. She then left the room and slept on the sofa outside. There was already a blanket from Shen Wuxiao's rest last night outside, so she casually took it and covered herself with it. Inside the room, Shen Wuxiao opened his eyes. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was going to set a trap. Now that Zhang Huayue had gone outside to sleep, he simply went back to sleep. The next morning, when Shen Wuxiao got up, he first stretched lazily. Then, with a startled exclamation, he seemed quite tense. Wrapped in his bathrobe, he hurriedly ran outside. Zhang Huayue, who was preparing breakfast, was also drawn in by his sudden commotion. It's obvious without thinking that he must be confused. Waking up in his own room, still not dressed, how could he not be shocked? After Shen Wuxiao ran out, he locked eyes with Zhang Huayue. He swallowed hard, looking somewhat incoherent. How did I end up in your room? Did I do something to you? Zhang Huayue pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Shen Wuxiao appeared quite frustrated. Look, let me explain. I don't even know what happened. I just remember after taking a shower yesterday, I lay on the sofa thinking about things, and suddenly I fell asleep. Could it be that I sleepwalked? Did I do something to you? Hearing this, Zhang Huayue was about to explain, but Shen Wuxiao seemed to give her no chance to speak, raising his hand to slap his own face. Zhang Huayue quickly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Why are you hitting yourself? Shen Wuxiao sighed. I must have done something I shouldn't have. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Zhang Huayue's delicate hand gripping his wrist. That ring, she was still wearing it, hadn't taken it off. He felt a surge of joy. This was almost enough. Just at that moment, he thought to disappear for a bit and take care of Lin Fan. Don't overthink it, it's not like that, Zhang Huayue hurriedly said. Shen Wuxiao still shook his head. I'm lying naked in your bed. How can I explain this clearly? You don't need to hide it. If I did something like that, I will definitely take responsibility. I'll give you time to think about it. I won't go back on my word. After saying this, Shen Wuxiao dashed to the sofa, got dressed as quickly as possible, and then rushed out the door. He absolutely couldn't let her clarify things. He had to create some misunderstandings. Hey! Zhang Huayue was truly dumbfounded, unable to call him back. Why was that guy running away? He dashed out in a flash, got in the car, and drove off in one go. Zhang Huayue watched as the car disappeared from view. However, she also breathed a sigh of relief. It was just right for them to take a breather, otherwise, it would be too awkward. Now that Shen Wuxiao had left, she could calm down and think carefully about how to handle their relationship. After leaving the villa, Shen Wuxiao went straight to another place. Zhang Huayue really needed to settle down and think things through. But Shen Wuxiao didn't need that. He was focused on how to deal with Lin Fan tonight. The assassination order from the Haisha Society had already been issued, and most bounty hunters were on their way. He could easily disguise himself as a city bounty hunter and go assassinate Lin Fan. Right now, he was at the 6th rank, 5th stage, far surpassing Lin Fan. But that little brat could fight above his rank. However, he also wanted to see the true strength of the so-called protagonist of fate, the Border Wolf King. This would help him determine how many realms he needed to surpass the protagonist to truly crush him. Even if Lin Fan could escape, he wasn't worried about not being able to find him. As long as he switched to the identity of Brother Sikon, with one phone call, Lin Fan would still reveal his true location. This was the advantage of having multiple identities. Thinking of this, Shen Wuxiao felt excited. He had to take something from Lin Fan today. He could first accept a task to take Lin Fan's ear. Tonzi. Ding, here. Draft a task. I want to take Lin Fan's ear, Shen Wuxiao said with a sinister smile. Ding, drafting. Task issued, take one of Lin Fan's ears. Due to both physical and mental harm, task completion rewards plus 100,000 points. Task failure, no punishment, can be continued to the next time, rewards remain the same. During the task period, random additional rewards may be triggered, the quality of the rewards determined by the perfection of the final result. things are getting interesting. Shin Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It all started in the evening. Time flew by quickly. On this day, Shin Wuxiao was in another villa. Jiang Huayue was alone in the seaside villa. Without Shin Wuxiao by her side, she felt listless all day long, not knowing what she was thinking. Lunch and dinner were prepared, but she didn't eat either. Especially when she tried to call Shin Wuxiao, his phone was turned off. This made Jiang Huayue's mind wander. Shin Wuxiao had indeed turned off his phone. Otherwise, if it rang while he was dealing with Lin Fan, it wouldn't be fun. So turning it off was the most prudent choice. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, and Shin Wuxiao had arrived near the demolition building. At this moment, he was wearing a set of tactical gear. A tactical jacket, tactical pants, and a pair of boots. With the hood of the jacket on and a ghostly mask with sharp fangs on his face, he looked particularly eerie. He got out of the car, twisted his neck, and walked directly into the demolition building. A weapon that resembled a brush was spinning at his fingertips. Since he was disguised as a bounty hunter, he definitely needed a code name. After all, bounty hunters always register their names when they take action. Shin Wuxiao thought for a moment, looking at the deadly judge's pen in his hand, and gave himself a resounding code name. Hell Judge. It sounded quite impressive. He headed straight for the location where Lin Fan was. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was still lying there, feeling miserable. His mouth was so dry it felt like a bird had flown out. If it weren't for not wanting to stir up trouble, he wouldn't have put up with this. As usual, Lin Fan took out his phone, wanting to call Brother Sikon to ask about the situation. But this time, when he dialed, it indicated that the other party's phone was off. Lin Fan had no choice but to put his phone away and continue lying there. Every time he lay there, Jiang Huayue's charming face would flash in his mind. He really missed her. He just hoped things would end soon so he could see Jiang Huayue and express his feelings to her in person. While fantasizing about his future with Jiang Huayue, Lin Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened. His brows furrowed, and he sat up straight. A master was approaching. Lin Fan's perception was quite sharp. The main reason was that the newcomer had not concealed their aura, clearly coming straight for him. Lin Fan picked up his weapon, a crescent moon blade, and stood firmly in the living room. The faint light filtering in from a distance, along with the moonlight, was enough to see the entire living room clearly. Lin Fan stood quietly, waiting for the other party to arrive. Sure enough, the next second, the door was smashed open with a punch. Buzz. Bang. The entire door was sent flying, flipping over and crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Fan's brows were tightly locked. The newcomer was a master, with a strength comparable to his own. Footsteps sounded, steady and powerful. A shadow approached, and as it drew closer, Lin Fan clearly saw the ghostly mask on the other person's face. In the already dim light, it was indeed chilling. Shin Wuxiao naturally saw Lin Fan as well. Looking at the mess around and Lin Fan's unkempt appearance, he could tell how disheveled he was. Shin Wuxiao took out a wanted poster and directly tossed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I've caught you. Lin Fan caught the poster and focused on it. It was indeed the wanted notice issued by the Sea Slaughter Society. He crumpled it up and tossed it aside. Then he scrutinized the person standing in front of him. First, he looked at the mask, then at the weapon spinning at his fingertips. He let out a series of cold snorts. Green-faced Fang Ghost, Deadly Judge's pen, you are the Hell Judge, ranked 7th on the assassin list. The Sea Slaughter Society really has a big hand, even you have come. Shen Wuxiao was dumbfounded. Damn it, the mask he casually picked up and the codename he just came up with. Has this user already been registered? Is it really that competitive just to pick a codename? I thought it was supposed to be unique. I didn't expect there to be such a character abroad. If I had known, I would have chosen the codename Fire Cloud Evil God. However, since the other party insists on being the Hell Judge, I might as well go along with it. You're good at dodging, but today, you can't escape. Shen Wuxiao changed his tone, sharp and cold. His words dripped with disdain. Lin Fan remained calm in the face of danger. Oh really? Who will win is still uncertain. It's too early to say. Often, the one who gets slapped in the face is oneself. I'll send that same message back to you. Shen Wuxiao suddenly stopped spinning his weapon and thrust it heavily into the wall. The cold gleam was fully revealed. Seeing this, Lin Fan also drove his crescent moon blade into the wall. The unspoken understanding between warriors indicated it was time to exchange blows. The two stared at each other without further ado. Their gazes clashed, instantly igniting a powerful fighting spirit. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Swoosh! Lin Fan struck first, stomping heavily on the ground, unleashing his true power, sweeping up dust and debris. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards Shen Wuxiao. His iron fist swung like a hammer, striking fiercely, creating a gust of wind. Shen Wuxiao naturally wouldn't fall behind. He used the wall for leverage, leaping up with a bent knee. A vicious flying knee aimed straight for Lin Fan's face. Even though Lin Fan's iron fist was formidable, it was no match for a knee strike. He withdrew to block, stepping back 3 paces. Not bad. Lin Fan snorted in praise, his gaze sharp as he prepared to counter. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through rang out as Lin Fan's right hand swung out. His thumb and index finger curved slightly, forming a pincer, quickly locking onto Shin Wuxiao's throat. A capture, a throat lock. This strike utilized an eagle-like attack similar to Xingyi, but it had already transcended the realm of Xingyi, with a faster speed and greater force. Swish, swish, swish. Facing Lin Fan's fierce grab, Shin Wuxiao neither dodged nor evaded. He quickly struck out, accurately twisting Lin Fan's thumb. Lin Fan was taken aback and hurriedly followed the direction of the twist to roll away. He decisively spun in mid-air. However, Shin Wuxiao was ruthless. During Lin Fan's roll, a fierce knee strike aimed straight for his face. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't be easily hit. He pressed down with his left hand, forcing Shin Wuxiao's knee down. Then, using the force, he quickly escaped. Lin Fan shook his hand and chose to capture again. This time, Shin Wuxiao raised his right hand, slapping towards Lin Fan, intending to shatter Lin Fan's right hand with a single blow. Lin Fan remained unfazed, instantly changing his move, his 5 fingers clenched together like an eagle's beak or a cone. He suddenly jabbed towards Shin Wuxiao's incoming palm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Lin Fan's fingers seemed to have struck true, but they hadn't. Shin Wuxiao had already anticipated his move, decisively transforming his palm into a fist. He directly countered with a punch. Lin Fan frowned. He had thought his combat experience and instincts would give him the upper hand, allowing him to suppress his opponent. Who would have thought that the other party's adaptability was also impressive? Moreover, he sensed that Shin Wuxiao's true power was even more robust. Shin Wuxiao wouldn't hold back against Lin Fan. Every move was extremely ruthless. After one punch, he pushed forward, executing a spinning kick that landed heavily on Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan was forced back 3 steps, but he gathered his strength to advance again. Unexpectedly, Shin Wuxiao had already met him in mid-air. With his arm bent and palm upright, he delivered an elbow strike aimed at Lin Fan's head. This was a control technique from ancient Thai boxing. If it landed, it could easily shatter his skull. Now, it was merely a contest of skills, and Lin Fan absurdly realized that his own skills seemed to have weakened a bit. It was unreasonable. Lin Fan thrust both hands out, blocking above his head, then suddenly pushed hard, aiming to break through Shin Wuxiao's defense with a punch. Bang! A violent collision, both sides simultaneously retreating. The scene was momentarily at a standstill. Lin Fan knew that it was unlikely he would have the upper hand in terms of skill. Thus, he directly pulled out the crescent moon scimitar that was embedded in the wall. Shin Wuxiao also drew the deadly judge's pen. This battle, belonging to the martial artists, had just begun. Lin Fan, you disappoint me. Shin Wuxiao first raised his left thumb, then made a downward gesture of disdain. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. Lin Fan's expression was serious. The two began to elevate their momentum. Lin Fan's body seemed to ignite with a fiery, scorching aura. The strength of the 5th rank, 8th level, was fully displayed. Shin Wuxiao flicked his hand, and the length of the judge's pen instantly increased. True energy was released around him. 6th rank, 5th level. Lin Fan was almost dumbfounded. Damn it, he was actually a 6th rank master, and a 6th rank, 5th level at that, level 65. But the surprise lasted only a moment. Lin Fan's fighting spirit intensified. This time, Shin Wuxiao struck first. The deadly judge's pen danced with vigor. The third move altered the death register. Waves of energy surged like blades, slicing towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan rolled to evade, tumbling on the ground. Each wave left a knife-like mark on the walls. Lin Fan grew stronger in the face of adversity, wielding the crescent moon scimitar, delivering a devastating blow. The blade's light was swift and powerful. Shin Wuxiao sidestepped to avoid it, decisively closing in. The clash between the judge's pen and the scimitar unfolded once more. Simultaneously, fists and feet intertwined, their figures entangled. Their moves were clear and powerful, rapid and ruthless. The glint of the blade, the wind of their punches, and their agile footwork dazzled the eyes. The collision of their powers produced a thunderous roar. It was astonishing, like a giant dragon battling. In the midst of the fight, their powers converged. The building shook violently. Lin Fan was indeed strong, but the gap was simply too great. Shin Wuxiao was not even using his full strength, yet Lin Fan was already gasping for breath under the pressure. However, Shin Wuxiao was well aware of the protagonist's adversity law. He had no intention of going easy in the fight. Instead, he controlled the fire. During the battle, the old sofa began to heat up, and in the next second, flames erupted, illuminating the living room. Shin Wuxiao wielded the judge's pen with one hand, continuing to suppress Lin Fan, while the other hand gathered flames. Among his abilities, he had fire control, and this time he aimed to roast Lin Fan. Another collision occurred, and Lin Fan seized the opportunity, flipping the crescent moon scimitar to slice at Shin Wuxiao's heart. Shin Wuxiao's judge's pen immediately stood upright against his chest, blocking the attack. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Fan thought it was bad. Just as he planned to retreat, it was already too late. A sea of flames surged towards his face. Lin Fan let out a scream. Shin Wuxiao followed up with a kick to his chest. Lin Fan, ignoring the pain, swatted at the flames on his head. Although the fire ignited in an instant, his hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, and beard were all singed and curled. It was like burning pig hair. Fortunately, it didn't continue to burn, otherwise, he would have been disfigured. Lin Fan was furious, but in his rage, he only got angry for a moment, because Shin Wuxiao was already thrusting the judge's pen towards him. If he didn't defend against this strike, he would surely be hit. Lin Fan had no choice but to go into full defense, both hands reaching out to grasp the front end of the judge's pen. Shin Wuxiao was more than happy for him to do so, exerting all his strength, muscles tensed, pushing forward. Lin Fan was unable to resist, forced to retreat and crash against the wall. But he did not let go. A contest of strength. Shin Wuxiao held the pen's body with one hand and pressed against the end of the pen with the other. Lin Fan faced the pen's tip, straining to move sideways. Just as Lin Fan was about to shift away, the tip of the deadly judge's pen suddenly blossomed like a flower bud. Lin Fan thought it was bad and instinctively tilted his head to dodge. But in that very tilt, the poison needle within the judge's pen pierced through his earlobe. It was more like getting an ear piercing. Through the earlobe, the poison needle was nailed to the wall. Ah! Lin Fan gritted his teeth in pain. He raised his hand again, flipping it over, and struck desperately, the curved blade slicing through. Shin Wuxiao could only retreat to avoid it. Lin Fan felt something was wrong with his ear and couldn't help but curse. Poison needle, despicable. Shin Wuxiao sneered, if I want to kill you, would I still follow the rules? You're too naive. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't act ruthlessly, the poison would start to spread. He grabbed his earlobe, raised the crescent moon blade, and fiercely cut into his own earlobe. Ugh! Lin Fan groaned in pain, his hand now holding an earlobe. A piece was missing from his ear, blood splattering across his cheek. Lin Fan was experienced. He understood that in this state, if he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Thus, he decided on the 36 strategies. Retreat was the best option. As a 5th grade, 8th tier expert, it would be hard for the opponent to catch up. Without hesitation, even though he was on the 8th floor, he broke the window and leaped out. Using the strength of his arms, he hooked onto a protruding ledge outside to absorb the impact. After jumping down 2 floors, he landed on the ground, rolling to dissipate the force, and quickly ran away. Soon, his figure disappeared into the night. Shin Wuxiao had no intention of pursuing. He stood at the window watching the disappearing figure, slowly removing his mask. In the moonlight, his handsome face was revealed, a faint wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. The protagonist of Luck is indeed formidable, but you should not understand what it means for a black halo to balance the protagonist's halo. With such a counterbalance, neither of us has a halo. But Shin Wuxiao still had an external advantage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. A reward of 100,000 points has been issued. Isn't it supposed to count only if I cut off my ear? Not at all, a protagonist with a damaged ear counts too. Task completion evaluation, excellent. Additional reward, a 6th grade exclusive powder-coated artifact, the Duke of Destruction revolver. Bullets infused with true power, ignoring protective true power, but if it's a master-level protective aura, it cannot be easily penetrated and requires multiple shots. Can hold 6 bullets at once. Bullets must be purchased separately. Ordinary bullets cannot be substituted. Each bullet deducts 100 points. Shin Wuxiao was overjoyed. The system knew what he wanted and just gave it to him. Moreover, a single bullet only cost 100 points. With his hundreds of thousands of points, wouldn't he be able to hit the Luck protagonist's grandmother's house? Soon, a revolver appeared in Shin Wuxiao's hand, its engravings peculiar, resembling a ghost. The gun body shimmered with a ghostly light, looking extremely cool. Shin Wuxiao couldn't wait to try it out and fired a shot at the wall. Bang! The bullet moved at the speed of light, leaving no trace. When it hit the wall, it penetrated straight through, letting the dim light from outside shine in. Ordinary firearms would leave only a mark on the wall, chipping off some cement. But this one actually penetrated. With such terrifying power, if it hit a person, wouldn't it instantly blow their body apart? After tonight's events, Shin Wuxiao was very satisfied. He put his mask back on, left the room, went downstairs, and exited the demolition building. He got into a car and sped away. Just as Lin Fan was escaping, Shin Wuxiu was returning to the seaside villa. Inside the seaside villa, Zhang Huayue was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was completely restless, pacing back and forth in the living room, her face filled with worry. After Shin Wuxiu left in the morning, she hadn't thought much of it. But at noon, she inexplicably called his phone and found it was turned off. At that time, she didn't think much of it, assuming she had just forgotten. But starting from the evening, every time she called, it was still turned off. Now it was almost dawn, and she still couldn't reach him. She considered that Shin Wuxiu's phone might have run out of battery, but that didn't seem reasonable. In this era where phones are always in hand, how could one possibly ignore their phone? For instance, the person you desperately want to contact, the one you care about, have they really forgotten to reply? Or are they just pretending not to see it, or simply don't want to talk to you? Zhang Huayue didn't want to think too much, but there was no way to avoid it. She worried that Shin Wuxiu might have encountered some trouble, or that the idiot had secretly gone to investigate and got caught by those experts. After all, those experts were indeed keeping an eye on them. Zhang Huayue felt powerless. In this unfamiliar place, she couldn't even find someone to help. She could only think positively, hoping that his phone had broken down. Every few minutes, Zhang Huayue would walk outside the villa, looking into the distance. She checked to see if any cars were coming back. There were plenty of cars, but none were heading this way. With each disappointment, her heart grew more anxious. She decided to go look for him. He wasn't a nobody in Shanghai. He would surely be able to gather some news. Zhang Huayue changed into her gear, grabbed her weapons, closed the villa door, and resolutely walked out. Just as she stepped outside, a sports car slowly approached. Upon seeing the familiar vehicle, Zhang Huayue's body trembled, and an inexplicable anger surged within her. Her pretty face darkened, and her fists clenched tightly. That damn bastard! He actually knows how to come home. Zhang Huayue immediately went to meet him. At that moment, Shin Wuxiu had changed back into his usual clothes, driving leisurely, immersed in the joy of having a new weapon. The Duke of Destruction revolver is really cool, Shin Wuxiu mumbled. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a graceful figure striding towards him. It was Zhang Huayue. Shin Wuxiu slowly stopped the car, rolled down the window, and smiled playfully. It's so late. Are you going out for a midnight snack? The heavy stone in Zhang Huayue's heart finally dropped, but her anger flared up. She really couldn't hold it in anymore. This bastard, while she was worried sick about him, he was just carefree, grinning and asking if she was going out for a midnight snack. Zhang Huayue yanked the car door open. Shin Wuxiu was taken aback. He felt Zhang Huayue lean over him, unbuckling his seatbelt. The next second, Shin Wuxiu felt a lightness, and he was pulled out of the car. Hey, Shin Wuxiu was a bit dazed. Zhang Huayue didn't care about that. She pushed him against the side of the car, raised her fist, and was about to hit him. Damn! Shin Wuxiu was startled and raised his hands to protect himself, but she really didn't want to hit him. Yet, she had to. She could only angrily punch him lightly in the chest. Her beautiful eyes even held a hint of grievance, her tone extremely aggrieved. You turned off your phone for a whole day. What were you trying to do? Ha! Shin Wuxiu pretended to be clueless. No way. Saying that, he rummaged through his pockets and took out his phone. Seeing the black screen, he awkwardly smiled. I forgot. I wanted to calm down when I left in the morning, so I turned it off. Zhang Huayue was about to be infuriated. If he weren't a martial artist, she would be afraid of hurting him if she hit him too hard. Otherwise, she would have given him a good beating today. Only then did Shin Wuxiu turn on his phone. As soon as he did, besides showing 3 scam calls, there were a total of 73 missed calls, all from Zhang Huayue, calling at intervals as if she thought he would turn it on any moment. Seeing this, Shin Wuxiu felt a bit touched. He looked at Zhang Huayue, whose face was full of grievance, and reached out to pull her into his embrace. Zhang Huayue was caught off guard, bumping into his chest. She gently struggled for a moment but then allowed him to hold her. While being held, she also clenched her fists, playfully hitting Shin Wuxiu's chest, more like venting her feelings. It's my fault. I won't turn it off again. Shin Wuxiu leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Zhang Huayue finally stopped her movements and reached out to wrap her arms around his waist. She wouldn't say too many sentimental words, but her actions had already shown that she had indeed been worried about Shin Wuxiu for a long time. Shin Wuxiu held her for a while and then slowly let go. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face before him, he felt a mischievous thought arise. He wanted her. Were you really worried about me all day? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayue finally reacted and quickly broke free from Shin Wuxiu. She immediately turned her back to him, puffing up her cheeks. Who's worried about you? Go wherever you want. It has nothing to do with me. You're just saying that. Shin Wuxiu didn't care about her protests. He reached out to her back, bent slightly, and hooked her jade-like leg. With a princess carry, he lifted her into his arms. What? What are you doing? Put me down. Jiang Huayue struggled a bit, but Shin Wuxiu wouldn't let go. He walked straight towards the villa. Jiang Huayue, feeling helpless, stopped moving and instead said, "What if you parked the car in the middle of the road and blocked others?" Shin Wuxiu chuckled lightly. "This road leads to the villa. There's no other car coming through." He couldn't care less about the car. The urgent matter was to seize the moment. Once inside the villa, Jiang Huayue finally got down, but she was still a bit sulky, sitting on the sofa and ignoring Shin Wuxiu. This was a classic little girlfriend throwing a tantrum. Shin Wuxiu naturally understood that at this moment, asking too many questions was unnecessary. He decisively approached her and pulled Jiang Huayue back into his embrace. At first, Jiang Huayue resisted, shifting her body to avoid him, but she was still overpowered. Shin Wuxiu exerted strength in his arms, making her sit on his lap, facing him directly. Their faces were mere inches apart. Shin Wuxiu gently caressed her face, and the next second, his lips pressed down hard against hers. The sudden kiss was like a storm, catching her completely off guard. The scent of male hormones enveloped her, wrapping her up. Jiang Huayue's delicate body stiffened, her mind going blank. She instinctively raised her hand to push Shin Wuxiu away, but feeling his warm palm on the back of her neck, she seemed to lose her strength. As Shin Wuxiu pried her lips apart, she obediently closed her eyes, as if everything was natural, forgetting to think. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him. This kiss was long and lingering. Shin Wuxiu felt as if his clothes were about to be torn apart by Jiang Huayue's instinctive movements. After a long while, their lips parted. Jiang Huayue's face was flushed, slightly turning her head, as if afraid of being seen. She hadn't expected the progress to be so sudden. This was truly her first kiss in every sense. She also hadn't anticipated that she had come to help Lin Fan, only to find herself deeply entangled with his so-called friend. It wasn't that Jiang Huayue was betraying him. The main point was that she and Lin Fan were indeed just comrades, not a couple, so there was no betrayal in that sense. Even though she had feelings for Lin Fan before, it was ultimately just feelings. Those feelings were mixed with more camaraderie and sibling-like affection. Today, she had thought about it all day and realized that it was better for her to maintain a pure comrade relationship with Lin Fan. Shen Wuxiu's appearance made Jiang Huayue completely recognize her own feelings. She had given herself to Shen Wuxiu, and that was a fact. Just based on that, she had determined her feelings for him. Being with Shen Wuxiu, she experienced what true heart-fluttering felt like. Otherwise, how could she have worried about this bad guy for so long? The feeling of finding something lost when she saw him was undeniable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the plot's female lead. Jiang Huayue's favorability towards the host is 90%. Points plus 100,000. Just one last step. Even a deity couldn't take it away. Shin Wuxiu felt very pleased, having secured his position. It was time to hurry up with that matter. Shin Wuxiu held Jiang Huayue in his arms, a mischievous smile on his face. Jiang Huayue couldn't help but poke him in the chest. "Have you been coveting me all along?" Shin Wuxiu was quite direct, nodding. "With your condition, if I weren't coveting, then I wouldn't be that man. But I never thought of forcing you. Actually, I knew I was knocked out yesterday. I just never expected to find myself in your bed. Although I'm not sure if anything happened, there definitely was some skin-to-skin contact." Shen Wuxiu laid it out plainly. Jiang Huayue sighed. "There definitely was skin-to-skin contact, and it happened twice. You even took away my..." Shen Wuxiu pretended to be stunned. "Really?" Jiang Huayue suddenly seemed a bit angry. "If you don't believe it, then forget it." Jiang Huayue didn't want to hide such things. Otherwise, if things went further with Shen Wuxiu and he misunderstood her as not being a virgin, that would be a grave injustice. Clearly, it was his doing, so he should take full responsibility. Shen Wuxiu quickly tightened his embrace. "I believe you, of course I do. The sheets have a hole in them. It's not like I can't see it. I just think, what a huge loss." "Loss?" Jiang Huayue almost couldn't help but hit him. "Who exactly is at a loss?" No. Shin Wuxiu was at a loss for words. "What I mean is, I didn't get to fully appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Huayue lost her temper, her shyness overtaking her. This rascal was indeed still thinking about such things. "So now, you count as my woman, right?" Shin Wuxiu said with a smile. "No." Jiang Huayue still felt like she was giving this guy an advantage. "If I say you are, then you are." Shin Wuxiu didn't care about that, leaning in directly to nuzzle her neck. "You smell so good." Jiang Huayue felt a bit helpless and pushed him away. "Go take a shower, I'll make something to eat." Shin Wuxiu decisively shook his head. "I'm not hungry." "I'm hungry. You bastard disappeared for a whole day. Couldn't even get in touch, how could I eat?" Jiang Huayue regretted letting this guy have it so easy. Goodness, he only thought of himself, right? How could he let his woman go hungry? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Jiang Huayue grabbed Shen Wuxiao's arm, ready to bite him, but when she rolled up his sleeve, she suddenly saw some bruises. This startled Jiang Huayue. She quickly tugged at Shen Wuxiao's clothes. Shen Wuxiao thought she was eager and reached to unbuckle his belt. "Don't move!" Jiang Huayue snapped. Then she quickly unbuttoned Shen Wuxiao's shirt. She saw some signs of a fight on his perfect body, some faint bruises. Seeing this, a surge of anger welled up in her heart. What happened? Which bastard did this? Just yesterday, there were none, and now there were. Something must have happened when he went out today. Shen Wuxiao hadn't even noticed himself, but now that he looked, there were indeed a few bruises. But they weren't serious. His fight with Lin Fan had been brutal. Both of them had been exceptionally ruthless, aiming to take each other down. Lin Fan's fighting ability was not to be underestimated. The fact that he had severely injured Lin Fan without getting any serious injuries himself was already a huge win. These minor issues, of course, he wouldn't care about. Oh, it was just a fight, a small matter. The other side was worse off. I almost knocked the shit out of him. Shen Wuxiu laughed. Jiang Huayue knew he wouldn't tell the truth, so she simply didn't ask, but got up, walked to the room, and took out a bottle of special medicine for bruises from her things. She stripped Shen Wuxiao down, making him lie on the sofa, and began to apply the medicine. Shen Wuxiao was quite happy, enjoying the beautiful woman's massage. During the medication period, Shen Wuxiao thought it was time to give Jiang Huayue a precautionary warning. A real warning, not an injection. Yuer. Shen Wuxiao leaned over, tilting his head to look at Jiang Huayue, who was seriously grinding the medicine beside him. "What's wrong? Is my hand too heavy?" Jiang Huayue paused, her beautiful eyes looking at Shen Wuxiao. "No, you continue. I just wanted to talk to you about something." Go ahead, I'm listening." Jiang Huayue continued to grind the medicine earnestly. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Shen Wuxiao's injury. She had no time to think about anything else. "I went out today and got some news about Lin Fan. Do you want to hear it?" Jiang Huayue hesitated for a moment but nodded. "The reason I came to Shanghai was to find him, so of course I want to hear." Jiang Huayue was not the kind of person to be pretentious. For her, many things did not need to be hidden. He wasn't worried about Shen Wuxiao getting jealous. After all, they had met because of Lin Fan and knew each other well. Moreover, she had already chosen Shen Wuxiao, so she wouldn't do anything fickle. With a clear conscience, one could be open and honest. Shen Wuxiao continued directly, "It's like this, Lin Fan came because of his brother's death, and his brother's death was because he tried to kill Shen Wuxiao." Jiang Huayue really didn't know about this. She only knew that his brother had died, without knowing the details. "Are you saying that this whole incident was caused by Lin Fan's brother?" Shen Wuxiao nodded. He was indeed being factual, and this was the truth. Shen Wuxiao was having a wedding banquet with a girl from a local family, and his brother liked that girl, so he went to snatch the bride. During the bride snatching, a conflict occurred, and his brother tried to kill Shen Wuxiao, but he was not strong enough and was killed in return. Shen Wuxiao also embellished the events of the wedding banquet a bit. The essence remained unchanged, only the process had slightly altered. Speaking logically, who couldn't do that? It was indeed Lin Chen who brought this upon himself. The script was like that. He rushed to the scene to snatch the bride and ended up injuring himself. The protagonist could do whatever he wanted, so he should just die? Just because Lu Qingqing liked Lin Chen, he could rightfully snatch the bride? After hearing this, Jiang Huayue was somewhat speechless. So it turned out that from beginning to end, it was Lin Chen who was at fault. Lin Chen was arrogant and didn't expect to encounter someone tough. Next came the part about Lin Fan returning to avenge his brother. "Yuer, I've finished speaking. What do you think about this matter?" Shen Wuxiao tilted his head, listening quietly. Jiang Huayue thought for a moment. This matter should first be viewed from the perspective of relationships. From Lin Fan's point of view, regardless of whether Lin Chen's actions were reasonable, he only knows that his brother is dead, and he must take revenge no matter what. But from a bystander's perspective, Shen Wuxiao, aside from being too ruthless, is also quite wronged. Which man, apart from Zhang Wei, who was late to the wedding, could tolerate someone coming to snatch the bride at the banquet? A conflict is inevitable. Jiang Huayue's evaluation was quite fair. She articulated the perspectives of both sides. "So, you think neither side is at fault?" Shen Wuxiao asked. Jiang Huayue nodded. "From the overall situation and the perspective of a martial artist, that's how it is." Lin Fan's brother barged into the banquet hall and tried to snatch the bride and injure someone in front of so many people. He deserved to be killed in return. Lin Fan coming to avenge his brother is also completely justified and reasonable. Shen Wuxiao resisting is also natural. After all, he is also a victim. He can't just stand there and let someone injure him and take away his woman. Shen Wuxiao chuckled. "Wife, your perspective on things is quite extraordinary. I thought you would insist that Shen Wuxiao must die and unconditionally support Lin Fan. Zhang Huayue shot him a glance and said, after all, Lin Fan and I are comrades in arms, so I will definitely lean a bit towards Lin Fan, but it won't be too exaggerated. Ultimately, I still have a somewhat detached attitude. I came here with the mindset of helping Lin Fan. Shen Wuxiao nodded and asked, then what if it's a battle of wits between Lin Fan and Shen Wuxiao, with all sorts of despicable tactics? Zhang Huayue responded without hesitation this time. When two mortal enemies face off, whether it's deception or schemes, it's all just tactics, there's nothing more to say. When I was killing enemies at the border, I also used many despicable means. Such matters are judged by the outcome, not the process. Both sides harbor hatred, so naturally, they will fight without scruples. But from the perspective of Lin Fan's comrade, I naturally hope Lin Fan can take revenge, so I came to help him without knowing any details. What if it's a life and death feud between me and Lin Fan? Shen Wuxiao smiled and asked what he wanted to know. Zhang Huayue felt a bit puzzled, but soon she looked at Shen Wuxiao, leaned in, and laughed. Are you jealous? Otherwise, why would you ask such a question? Shen Wuxiao nodded in agreement. Of course, is it unreasonable for me to be jealous? The reason you came here is for Lin Fan. Your bond must be deep. How can I not be jealous? Zhang Huayue smiled lightly, but inside, she felt a bit sweet. However, she still responded directly to the question. If you and Lin Fan are life and death enemies, I can only remain neutral. I wouldn't want to see the outcome. After all, he is my comrade, and he has helped me a lot. Our bond is deep. But I also won't just stand by and watch him hurt you. If it really comes to that, I will definitely lean towards you. Having received the answer he wanted, Shen Wuxiao felt much more relaxed. He had also thought about this issue himself. It was certain that he would confront Lin Fan, and the most difficult position would be Zhang Huayue. According to Shen Wuxiao's initial thoughts, if Zhang Huayue obeyed, he would treat her well. But if Zhang Huayue firmly stood by Lin Fan, he wouldn't hold back and would definitely kill her. Even if he felt reluctant, he would have to do it. There were plenty of women around. He wouldn't let one woman bind his steps forward, but the best outcome would naturally be for Zhang Huayue to stay by his side. It seemed that Zhang Huayue still had her own thoughts, and the situation wouldn't be too bad. After finishing the medicine, Shen Wuxiao pulled Zhang Huayue into his arms. Hey, the medicine isn't dry yet. Zhang Huayue mumbled. Doesn't matter, sweetheart, let's have a kiss first. Shen Wuxiao wrapped his arm around her neck and pressed his lips against hers. Zhang Huayue was helpless but slowly responded. They shared a sweet moment for a long time before Zhang Huayue got up to prepare a late-night snack. Shen Wuxiao sat on the sofa. However, not long after, the phone rang. Looking closely, the word scam call appeared. Wasn't this just that loser Lin Fan? Shen Wuxiao directly answered the phone. Hello, brother Sikong, it's me, Lin Fan. Why has your phone been off? Lin Fan's voice sounded a bit weak. Moreover, it seemed very windy on the other end, whooshing loudly. Shen Wuxiao smiled coldly. The phone broke, but it's fixed now. Brother Lin Fan, what's wrong? I've been exposed. Bounty hunters from outside found me tonight, and we had a fight. Shen Wuxiao feigned surprise. So how are you? You didn't die, did you? Lin Fan paused for a moment and replied, I'm fine, just a mere bounty hunter. I killed him, but the cost of killing him was a bit high. I got a little hurt. Shen Wuxiao almost laughed. This guy was quite proud. He almost got beaten to a pulp last night, and now he was denying it. It's fine, as long as you're safe now? Lin Fan responded, I'm safe. I've arrived at an abandoned factory to hide for now. I can only stay here temporarily. Shen Wuxiao deliberately said, why don't you come stay with me? No one would think to look for you here. Lin Fan decisively refused. No need. I'm calling to let you know I've changed locations. If you didn't know and went to look for me at the previous place, it would be troublesome if you got targeted. Lin Fan's loyalty is commendable. He even knows to give a reminder. Alright, don't worry. I haven't made any moves these past few days. I've been with my woman. Your woman? Lin Fan joked, relaxing a bit. Sounds like there's been plenty of sweet interactions. Of course, my woman is stunningly beautiful. I can't take my eyes off her. Shen Wuxiao glanced at Zhang Huayue in the kitchen. Lin Fan burst out laughing. You're quite lucky. You better work hard to let her know your prowess. Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh. Of course I will. She's making a late-night snack right now. Once we eat, it'll be a wonderful night. He wondered if Lin Fan would realize that what he said might make Zhang Huayue aware of Shen Wuxiao's prowess, and whether that would cause a meltdown. Taking advantage of the phone call, Shen Wuxiao shouted towards the kitchen, Baby, add 2 fried eggs for me. I need to replenish. Zhang Huayue walked to the edge of the kitchen, smiling at Shen Wuxiao. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? Typical man. I'm hungry now. Got it. Just wait. Zhang Huayue said before returning to her tasks. Shen Wuxiao then said into the phone, Brother Lin Fan, I'll leave it at that for now. I'm going to help my woman with her late-night snack. Contact me if anything comes up." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Fan on the other end was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had heard a woman's voice on the line. That voice was one he knew all too well. It was Jiang Huayue, the woman who haunted his dreams. But after thinking it over, he must have misheard. Jiang Huayue had a cold personality and rarely smiled. She spoke to everyone in a frosty manner. The voice he heard was clearly more lively. Although it sounded exactly like Jiang Huayue, it couldn't possibly be her. She was at the border, and she didn't know Shen Wuxiao. How could she be his woman? Just based on the fact that she was cooking for a man and responding with a smile, it definitely wasn't Jiang Huayue. Lin Fan convinced himself that his analysis was correct. The woman speaking on the phone was definitely not Jiang Huayue. Definitely not. After analyzing it, he was sure. But lying on the cold iron plate in the desolate abandoned factory, he still felt a bit uneasy. That voice really was Jiang Huayue. He couldn't have misheard. She was the woman he loved deeply. How could he get it wrong? He was a 5th grade 8th tier master. His hearing couldn't be bad, but it still didn't make sense. Caught between confusion and doubt, Lin Fan was restless and wanted to call back to ask. But if he got it wrong, it would be awkward. In the end, Lin Fan still steeled himself, convinced that the other party was definitely not Jiang Huayue. That voice was gentle, clearly speaking to a beloved man. It had a hint of teasing and a touch of coquetry. Jiang Huayue could never be like that. Thinking of this, Lin Fan finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had been fighting, fleeing, and tending to wounds all night. He was already very tired. He didn't want to overthink it and quickly closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Lin Fan suddenly sat up. But that voice was definitely Yue. What is going on? Lin Fan felt inexplicably tense. He felt anxious and worried. After thinking it over several times, he decided to visit the seaside villa tomorrow. Hearing is believing, seeing is knowing. Such things, even if they come with some risks, must be seen with one's own eyes. Otherwise, he would likely remain in this oblivious state forever. Lin Fan is a very vigilant person, but he is not overly suspicious. In his view, trust those you employ and do not doubt those you trust. Once you believe in someone, you will continue to believe in them. Although this trait can lead to significant losses, just like now, it is indeed a commendable quality. As for Shen Wuxiao, he looked at the phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Just now, he had deliberately communicated with Jiang Huayue to let Lin Fan hear. With his keen hearing, he would surely be able to distinguish that it was Jiang Huayue's voice, but he couldn't be certain. After this little stir, he would generally appear at the villa tomorrow. Only by nearing collapse can one truly grasp the essence of sorrow. Shen Wuxiao put away his phone and entered the kitchen. He could now take advantage of the situation quite naturally. Shen Wuxiao wrapped his arms around Jiang Huayue's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he watched her prepare a late-night snack. Jiang Huayue did not resist. She smiled and allowed him to hold her. After they finished their late-night snack and sat in the living room for a while, the crucial moment finally arrived. This indicated whether they would sleep together or apart. Jiang Huayue entered the room first and closed the door. Shen Wuxiao listened to the sound of the door closing. The door was shut but not locked, which was completely different from usual. Shen Wuxiao was not in a hurry. He calculated the time. According to Jiang Huayue's habits, she would definitely wash up first and then change into her nightgown to rest. The washing up wouldn't take more than 3 minutes since she didn't wear makeup, so there was no need to remove any. Shen Wuxiao timed it perfectly. When he thought it was about time, he took off his shirt, tossed it back, and strode toward the bedroom. Inside the room, everything was as Shen Wuxiao had predicted. Jiang Huayue was changing into her nightgown, only halfway through. Suddenly, the door opened, and she trembled in surprise. When she saw Shen Wuxiao approaching her, Jiang Huayue froze, her breathing quickening. "You." Jiang Huayue wanted to say something, but her mind went blank. Shen Wuxiao smiled gently. "Don't change, let's skip a step." After saying that, he embraced Jiang Huayue, and they pressed against each other. "To be honest, I really didn't feel it clearly. I need to feel it properly." Shen Wuxiao held her delicate face and kissed her soft, red lips. Jiang Huayue was somewhat prepared, but her preparation was for the next day, not now. The suddenness of the moment left her inexplicably surprised and nervous, but with the situation set, she accepted it willingly. Jiang Huayue turned to embrace Shen Wuxiao, beginning to respond passionately. Gradually, as emotions deepened, when the light shifted to a dim bedside lamp, the two were already in a state of imminent passion. "Uar, Jiang Huayue responded softly. Shen Wuxiao looked down at her, reaching out to smooth her disheveled hair. "Don't be nervous, tell me, are you willing?" Jiang Huayue bit her lip, her heart racing. After hesitating for nearly 5 seconds, she finally nodded and softly replied, With the answer in hand, Shen Wuxiao no longer held back. It was gentle and tender, like a soft breeze in light rain. The next day, after the rain, the sky cleared. The first rays of the morning sun enveloped the front of the villa. In the room, Shin Wuxiu opened his eyes to see Jiang Huayue curled up in his arms, like a little bird. She wore a blissful smile, somewhat lazy yet affectionate. Jiang Huayue was sleeping soundly, and Shin Wuxiu had no intention of waking her. He simply reached out to smooth her hair. As for last night's events, Shin Wuxiu could only describe them in 8 words. The moment of takeoff was indescribable. Just as Shin Wuxiu was about to doze off again, he suddenly heard the doorbell ringing. Ding dong, ding dong. Shin Wuxiu chuckled to himself, knowing without a doubt that it was that rascal Lin Fan. Jiang Huayue, however, was awakened by the doorbell. She slowly opened her eyes. After what happened last night, the sense of unfamiliarity between her and Shin Wuxiu had vanished. Everything felt quite natural, even though they still had no barriers between them. Is there a guest? Jiang Huayue blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu wrapped his arms around her. It should be the person delivering breakfast. I'll just step out for a moment. You can continue resting. Jiang Huayue nodded obediently. She didn't want to see someone she didn't know. Shin Wuxiu withdrew his hand, got dressed, and then leaned down to kiss Jiang Huayue on the lips before stepping out of the room. Once outside, the gentle demeanor completely disappeared, replaced by coldness. He smirked wickedly, directly opening the villa's front door and walking into the yard. When he saw the figure outside, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan looked utterly miserable. His hair was singed into tight curls, his good looks were gone, and his beard was burnt to a dirty yellow. He was in tatters, with his ears wrapped in bandages, the color of the medicine seeping through, resembling an abstract beggar. Shin Wuxiu approached and glanced at him. How did you end up begging here? Saying that, he flicked a red bill at him. Hurry up and leave. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. Surely he could recognize himself. Brother Seacombe, it's me, Lin Fan. Lin Fan forced a smile. He never expected to be mistaken for a beggar. Lin Fan? Shin Wuxiu leaned in closer, scrutinizing him. Damn, it really is you? What happened to you? At first glance, I thought you were a dung collector. Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Did he really look that much like one? He found it strange that Brother Seacombe's tone had a bit of a sting to it. But he didn't mind, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit. Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit, Brother Seacombe? Lin Fan was eager to confirm the owner of that voice. If it wasn't her, he would feel relieved and leave immediately. If it was, what should he do? He hadn't thought it through. Shin Wuxiu looked a bit troubled. Brother Lin Fan, it's not that I don't want to invite you in. It's just that my woman is still sleeping in the room. If I let you in and she wakes up to see a stranger, it would be quite awkward, you understand? Lin Fan understood. It was indeed like that. But he still asked, I thought you were a playboy, but it seems you really consider your woman. By the way, what should I call your sister-in-law? Lin Fan inquired indirectly. Shin Wuxiu looked proud. My wife, in her youth, she was even more beautiful than Catherine Zeta-Jones and Monica Bellucci. Lin Fan was taken aback. Wasn't he just asking for her name? How did it turn into a discussion about beauty? But Lin Fan didn't want to be too direct. Is she a foreign woman? Not really, Shin Wuxiu replied, speaking through a gate with Lin Fan. Lin Fan genuinely wanted to go in and clarify things, but Shin Wuxiu had no intention of opening the door. He really didn't know what to say. He couldn't just barge in. That would be inappropriate. Lin Fan had to change his strategy. Brother Seacombe, how about I borrow your place to take a shower? Shin Wuxiu refused without a second thought. If it were before, it would have been no problem. But now my woman is here, it would really be inconvenient for you to shower. Think about it, isn't your request a bit excessive? Lin Fan was truly helpless. He nodded. Alright then, I'll take my leave. Lin Fan couldn't get in at all, so he naturally couldn't confirm anything. But his doubts grew deeper in his heart. So when he left, he didn't go far. He just circled around to a large rock not far from the villa. He wouldn't go in, but the other party would have to come out, right? That way, he would be able to see them. In fact, he was overthinking it. The two rarely went out. So, after Shin Wuxiu returned, he went straight back to his room and fell asleep with Jiang Huayue. And just like that, the whole morning passed. Lin Fan waited for what felt like an eternity but didn't see anyone come out. At noon, Shin Wuxiu and Jiang Huayue got up. Jiang Huayue made lunch. Since the two had been more like newlyweds the night before, they were quite affectionate. After lunch, they went to the villa's karaoke room to sing. In the afternoon, they went to the villa's gym to work up a sweat. In the evening, they took a bath together. After bathing, they went straight to the villa's private cinema to watch a movie. While in the private cinema, they had an intimate exchange for 2.5 hours. As another day passed, the two hadn't stepped outside at all. Lin Fan, who was waiting, felt like he was going to freeze into a fool. The weather had long since turned to autumn, and with last night's heavy rain, everything around was damp. The wind by the sea was strong. His location was not only humid but also a wind tunnel, with the sea breeze never stopping. Another day passed. Lin Fan felt like he was going to crack. He just came to confirm a person. How could it be so complicated? Also, don't they ever go out? The next day, under Lin Fan's starry-eyed, reckless determination, he finally saw someone. The door of the villa opened, and Jiang Huayue walked out, linking arms with Shin Wuxiu. In fact, Shin Wuxiu had always known that Lin Fan was hiding nearby. He just couldn't be bothered to acknowledge it. What he needed to do was let Lin Fan see Jiang Huayue and himself before Lin Fan went hysterical. That way, all the suffering, grievances, and the pain from last night's wind and rain would erupt. In such a state, Lin Fan was the hardest to control his emotions. He would definitely have a falling out with Jiang Huayue. They wouldn't even be comrades anymore. The more he could strike at Lin Fan, the more points he would earn, and the more he would enjoy it. As he walked out of the villa, Shin Wuxiu deliberately paused to let Lin Fan see clearly. He raised his hand to smooth Jiang Huayue's hair, his hand resting on her face. "What's wrong?" Jiang Huayue asked gently. "Did you put on lip gloss today?" Jiang Huayue shook her head. "No, I never use cosmetics." "I don't believe it. Let me taste." Jiang Huayue chuckled. "Sure, go ahead." Saying this, she even pouted her lips. Shin Wuxiu took the opportunity to kiss her. After a while, he pulled away and licked his lips. "You really didn't put on lip gloss. If you want to kiss, just kiss. Why look for excuses?" Jiang Huayue rolled her eyes at him. Lin Fan watched this scene clearly from the shadows. His mind went blank. It was as if a BGM started playing in his head. Woe for all the pain of love, for all the wounds of hate. I can no longer distinguish between love and hate. Is it really like this? Trembling hands cannot stop, cannot forgive. Lin Fan felt like he was about to explode. He truly couldn't bear it any longer. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. It really is you, it really is you." Lin Fan's anger erupted, and with a stomp of his foot, a powerful force spread out. He leaped up like a great rock, and with a few heavy steps, he was on the road. The aura he emitted was precisely locked onto by Jiang Huayue. Jiang Huayue, as if facing a great enemy, immediately turned her head to look the other way. She saw a man with curly hair, dark and ragged, clenching his fists and walking towards them. "Stop!" Jiang Huayue called out lightly. Lin Fan seemed not to hear, his teeth clattering as he bit down. He truly hadn't expected that the woman he had longed for would be so affectionate with another man right here. That man was someone he considered a brother. Such a disgrace, how could he endure it? Jiang Huayue noticed that the other party seemed intent on making a move as well. But when the person drew closer, Jiang Huayue realized that the person in front of her looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, she was instantly shocked. Lin Fan? What happened to you?" Jiang Huayue asked. However, her tone was very calm, just a greeting between friends. There was no hint of guilt or shame. After all, in Jiang Huayue's mind, she was merely Lin Fan's comrade. Even though there had been feelings in the past, that was long ago. Their relationship had never been anything more than comrades. Therefore, there was no need for any guilty feelings. "What is your relationship with him?" Lin Fan stepped closer, finally stopping in front of the two. He was on the verge of exploding but still had no intention of striking. He was just questioning. Jiang Huayue didn't think in other directions and answered straightforwardly, "He's my man, don't you know him?" Jiang Huayue responded quite naturally, then pointed at Lin Fan. "By the way, what happened to you?" Her words made Lin Fan frown. She had always spoken to him from a friend's perspective. Lin Fan's face darkened. "You say he's your man?" Jiang Huayue nodded. "Yeah." Lin Fan felt as if he was about to shatter. The pain in his heart was unbearable. "Then what am I?" Lin Fan finally couldn't hold back. He pointed at Jiang Huayue. "You actually got together with him, you betrayed me, how can you face me?" At this, Jiang Huayue was slightly taken aback and also angry. "Are you sick?" Jiang Huayue frowned slightly. "What do you mean I betrayed you? What relationship do we have? At most, we are just comrades. If I have a boyfriend, do I need to report it to you?" Lin Fan paused, feeling a nameless rage with nowhere to vent. Indeed, he and Jiang Huayue had never been in a romantic relationship. How could he claim anything about betrayal? He just knew that there had always been a thin layer of glass between them, so he instinctively regarded her as his woman. Shin Wuxiu also fanned the flames at the right moment. "No, Lin Fan brother, what do you mean? Are you being too nosy? Shut up, you can't bully a friend's wife. How could you do such a thing?" Lin Fan was truly angry, pointing at Shin Wuxiu and shouting. In that moment, a fierce killing intent surged in Shin Wuxiu's eyes. Bastard, no one had ever dared to shout at him like that. But he still remained silent, just watching, planning to chop Lin Fan into pieces and feed him to the dogs later. But Jiang Huayue was unhappy. Why should he shout at her man? Also, what did he mean by friend's wife? Did he think he could just claim her as his woman? Lin Fan, are you too self-righteous? Jiang Huayue intended to clarify completely. Our relationship is just that of comrades, and isn't your behavior just self-deception? What identity do you have to criticize me here? According to your logic, the person you like must belong to you, right? Lin Fan was speechless for a long time. In fact, Jiang Huayue had guessed correctly. Lin Fan was indeed harboring such thoughts. Who could touch what he had set his sights on? But the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. He also knew that Jiang Huayue was right, but he just couldn't swallow this anger. Just thinking about the bastard he couldn't bear to touch standing up and acting so brazenly made him uncontrollably want to kill. Shen Wuxiao struck again. Lin Fan brother, your attitude is really disheartening. Yuer told me that she traveled thousands of miles to come here just to help you. But what do you mean by that? The matters between Yuer and me seem to have nothing to do with you. Lin Fan was like a fire ignited completely. Just thinking about their affectionate entanglement in the villa while he was outside freezing drove him mad. Unable to endure any longer, he roared, his killing intent surging, and his iron fist swung directly at Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao remained unmoved, even wearing a cold smile. Just as the iron fist was about to strike Shen Wuxiao, Jiang Huayue intervened. She swiftly kicked from the side, directly hitting Lin Fan's arm. The kick was powerful, causing Lin Fan to spin around and take 2 steps back. Lin Fan, you've gone too far. Jiang Huayue's gaze was icy. If she hadn't intervened, Lin Fan's punch could have even killed Shen Wuxiao. That punch also shattered their brotherhood. Jiang Huayue raised her hand to her waist, and in the next second, a soft sword appeared instantly. It danced like a silver snake. The soft sword pointed directly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt his heart shatter. He could hardly believe it. You're pointing a sword at me? Jiang Huayue, however, had a face full of coldness. Because I didn't bring a gun. Lin Fan was even more devastated. Jiang Huayue's pretty face was filled with disgust, her tone icy. Lin Fan, we've been through so much together, life and death. We should be able to trust each other. I've never hidden anything, so let's make things clear today. I admit, I once had feelings for you, and I can't tell if it was more of a brotherly bond, or sibling affection, or romantic feelings. When I learned you were in trouble, I left the team without hesitation, just to help you take revenge. Ask yourself, how have I wronged you? Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He was truly blinded by anger. Just now, he had murderous intent, and perhaps all their feelings had been worn away. Jiang Huayue continued, but how did you respond? You ruined my reputation in front of my man, saying I was your woman. When was I ever your woman? I always thought you were a reasonable person, knowing honor and disgrace, modest and selfless, and I once took you as my goal, trying to catch up to you. But now it seems, I was truly mistaken. Jiang Huayue's words were sharp, and for a moment, Lin Fan felt utterly ridiculous. Lin Fan realized too late that he had acted rashly and wanted to salvage the situation. Please call me Miss Jiang, or by my name. Jiang Huayue gave him no face at all. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. But Shen Wuxiao was enjoying it. His wife was impressive, making that bastard furious. From the moment you had murderous intent just now, our bond has been severed. Jiang Huayue said coldly, swinging her soft sword. Now, it's up to you whether to leave or fight. Lin Fan opened his mouth but neither attacked nor left. Jiang Huayue was too lazy to waste time. She took Shen Wuxiao's hand and headed directly toward the car. Shen Wuxiao was laughing wildly inside. The system in his mind was also chiming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severing the protagonist's emotional ties. Points plus 100,000. Congratulations to the host for causing the protagonist to break down. Points plus 50,000. Congratulations to the host for making the feelings between Lin and Jiang dissipate. Points plus 50,000. What a huge profit. The two walked past Lin Fan. Especially when Shen Wuxiao walked by, Lin Fan's fists were tightly clenched, the hidden anger almost bursting forth again. Jiang Huayue remained vigilant. If Lin Fan made a move, she would be the first to strike. But Lin Fan still managed to suppress himself. It wasn't until the two got into the car that Lin Fan left without a word. Originally, he walked with a cold demeanor, but when he reached a deserted place, Lin Fan broke down. Damn it, bastard. I finally felt something, and you made me lose so completely. Ha ha ha. Damn. Lin Fan really wanted to take action, and in the end, he swung a heavy punch before leaving. Between Jiang Huayue and him, it would never be possible again. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have thought that the real breaking point was yet to come. After Lin Fan left, the car parked nearby had not yet started. Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue were sitting in the car. Jiang Huayue also fell silent, not saying a word. Shen Wuxiao took her hand and gently stroked it. If you're feeling sad, I still allow you to vent a little. Jiang Huayue looked at him, somewhat reproachfully. Are you mistaken? You want your woman to be sad for another man? Shin Wuxiao drew on her palm. Isn't he just a comrade? There's still some emotional connection, right? Jiang Huayue shook her head. I never regret the decisions I make. Goodbye means being a passerby. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed, staring intently at Shin Wuxiao. I want to ask you, aren't you jealous at all? Jiang Huayue appeared quite upset. Shin Wuxiao smiled. What's there to be jealous about? Should I cling to the past? Besides, you and him are indeed just comrades. Jiang Huayue nodded. True. But the next second, Jiang Huayue seemed to realize a more serious issue. She directly moved from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, sitting on Shin Wuxiao's lap, gripping his collar, facing him. I have a question, and you must answer me honestly. Shin Wuxiao naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Ask. Jiang Huayue said seriously. I am your woman, right? Of course. Good, since I am your woman, isn't it a bit ridiculous that I don't know your name? You keep saying Sikong, but that's just a surname, so what is your real name? Shin Wuxiao smiled. How about you guess? Shin Wuxiao felt it was time to lay it all out. Now that she and Lin Fan had broken apart, it was better to say some things sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when his identity was revealed later, Jiang Huayue would definitely struggle to accept it. Let me guess? Where am I supposed to guess from? Your name, how can I guess? Could it be that your real name is Shin Wuxiao? Jiang Huayue joked. Shin Wuxiao just showed a gentle smile and said nothing. Jiang Huayue was taken aback. You really are Shin Wuxiao? Shin Wuxiao nodded. Yes, Shin Wuxiao. Jiang Huayue was somewhat incredulous, raising her hand to cover her mouth. In the Tianlang team, Jiang Huayue was the strategist, and her mind was definitely sharp. At this moment, her mind went blank. After a long while, she finally spoke. You weren't lying to me, were you? No, I was just acknowledging my identity at the right time, Shin Wuxiao stated plainly. Jiang Huayue now believed that the man before her was indeed Shin Wuxiao. She was surprised, and at the same time, felt an inexplicable sadness. She trembled slightly. Jiang Huayue closed her eyes, reflecting on everything that had happened since coming to Shanghai. After a long time, she looked at Shin Wuxiao. That manager Xie from the hotel, he is your person, you had him guide me to find you. Yes, Shin Wuxiao nodded. And that pair of male and female assassins, they are also your people. Shin Wuxiao nodded. Yes, they are bodyguards arranged by my family. So everything between us, step by step, was also your scheme. Jiang Huayue felt an urge to cry. Shin Wuxiao nodded again. Yes, it's very despicable, but if I had to do it all over again, I would still do the same. Jiang Huayue's eyes had turned red, a layer of mist covering her gaze. Crystal tears rolled down her cheeks. Her lips trembled slightly. Shin Wuxiao looked at her with heartache and raised his hand to wipe away her tears. So, what about your feelings for me? Is it just a game, or a calculation? Jiang Huayue suddenly felt scared, afraid that Shin Wuxiao would reveal the answer. Afraid he would say that she no longer had any value to him. Because he was indeed targeting Lin Fan, cutting off Lin Fan's wings was one of his goals. If it were really like that, she would definitely collapse. But Shin Wuxiao did not hesitate and decisively shook his head. He gently embraced Jiang Huayue, running his fingers through her hair. Some things are mutual. While I am calculating you, how can I not be calculating myself in the process? Though I am ruthless, I do have feelings. My feelings for you are absolutely genuine. The reason I am telling you everything at this moment is that I fear the longer you take to know, the harder it will be for you to accept. Jiang Huayue remained silent for a long time, then softly responded with an holding Shin Wuxiao tightly. Shin Wuxiao patted her back. I'll give you time to digest this. Jiang Huayue said nothing, just holding on to him. After a while, she finally spoke. Can we not go out? I'm a bit tired. Okay. Shin Wuxiao directly opened the car door and carried Jiang Huayue out. Then they headed towards the villa. Once they arrived at the villa, he took her straight to the room and laid her on the bed. He lay down beside her, covering them with a blanket. Jiang Huayue remained silent, just holding on to Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao also responded in the most direct way. He pressed his forehead against Jiang Huayue's, their eyes locking. The next moment, Shin Wuxiao kissed her directly. Jiang Huayue felt his kiss and gradually began to respond. Passionate. Eventually, it evolved into clothes scattered everywhere, the atmosphere intensely heated. After a long while, everything returned to calm. Following that, the slight barrier that seemed to have just formed completely dissipated. Jiang Huayue gradually recovered. She looked at Shin Wuxiao and sighed deeply. I didn't expect you to be such a scheming bad guy. Do you know how scared I was when you said you were Shin Wuxiao? Really scared? Shin Wuxiao teased. Jiang Huayue raised her hand and hit his chest lightly. Heartless, what do you think? Alright, but you can rest assured, Shin Wuxiao, am not a good person, but my feelings for you are real, you don't need to be afraid. Zhang Huayue also felt relieved, but she was still a bit angry. This bad guy had schemed against her. From start to finish, it was all a calculation. At that time, she wondered how the two masters, the male and female dual killers, had such strange preferences. Clearly ruthless people, yet they didn't kill or act, but instead threw her and Shin Wuxiao onto the bed. It turned out it wasn't those two who had strange preferences, but this bad guy in front of her who was up to mischief. How did you know I would come to Zhanghai because of Lin Fan? Zhang Huayue also wanted to clarify. Shin Wuxiao laughed heartily, so you want to settle the score later? Fine, then I'll tell you, in the entire dragon country, there is nothing I don't know, do you believe it? Zhang Huayue nodded, I believe. I'm not from Zhanghai, I'm from the imperial capital. My Shin family is the first family in dragon country. Do you know Shin Tianhong? Zhang Huayue was taken aback and nodded. I know this, the strongest in dragon country. Yes, my dad, your father-in-law. Zhang Huayue was utterly shocked. Such a presence was actually her father-in-law. She couldn't help but be astonished. But soon, she grabbed Shin Wuxiao's ear. My father-in-law is the strongest, so how come you're so weak? Shin Wuxiao was speechless, but if it were before, he really was weak. I'm not weak anymore. The field's time is frozen, only I can do it. Do you really think it's those dual killers? Zhang Huayue suddenly remembered and couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Then what rank are you? 6th rank, 5th level. Shin Wuxiao replied. This surprised Zhang Huayue a bit, so he had always been hiding his true abilities. Zhang Huayue finally understood. Everything had been part of the illusion set up by Shin Wuxiao. She helplessly said, so, does that mean Lin Fan killed the wrong person because you guided him? Shin Wuxiao thought about it and nodded with a sly smile. Yes, the death of the young master of the Haisha Society was destined. I wanted to pit the Haisha Society against Lin Fan. Even if Lin Fan couldn't kill him, I would still make sure he died. In Zhanghai, I have the final say, they have no power to oppose me. Zhang Huayue couldn't help but admire Shin Wuxiao's decisiveness and ruthlessness. It seems that since the incident with Lin Fan's brother, everything has been a trap set by you? Shin Wuxiao did not deny it. After his brother died, I knew he would come back for revenge. So I sent him a message first to throw him off balance and gain the initiative. Every move he made upon his return was being watched, and even my friendship with him was part of my design. Zhang Huayue had nothing more to say. In this situation, Lin Fan was destined to lose, utterly defeated. From the very first step, he had been led by the nose. How could he possibly win? Shin Wuxiao pinched her delicate face. As for what happened before, I told you, you should know your man is cunning. Zhang Huayue puffed up her cheeks. He is indeed cunning and daring, with a powerful background. I wondered why you asked me that night. If you and Lin Fan are enemies, how would I choose? Turns out you were giving me a warning. Shin Wuxiao grinned mischievously. Isn't that caring about your feelings? And I wasn't lying. It was indeed Lin Chen who came to snatch the marriage and wanted to kill me, and I killed him in return. As for everything that followed, as you said, it was merely a means to trap him. Once everything was laid bare, Shin Wuxiao felt much more relaxed. Zhang Huayue, however, had no way to refute it. Strictly speaking, she was an outsider. It was he who had walked into the trap set by Shin Wuxiao. Now that she had given herself to Shin Wuxiao, it could be seen as cause and effect, and she had no regrets. After all, she had truly fallen in love with Shin Wuxiao. Can I not get involved in the matters between you and Lin Fan? Zhang Huayue asked. What Shin Wuxiao wanted was for her not to get involved. He wanted to kill Lin Fan without needing Zhang Huayue's help. Of course, I hope you remain a bystander. My conflict with Lin Fan is a personal grudge, a life and death struggle. If it involves you, you won't be able to face the other comrades, and you will feel uneasy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayue was slightly taken aback, then hugged Shin Wuxiao and kissed him heavily on the lips. As Shin Wuxiao said, she still had to consider the other comrades. If she were to kill Lin Fan, how would the others see her? They were all brothers and sisters who had been through life and death together. Unless Lin Fan posed a threat to Shin Wuxiao, she would not intervene. But that situation was clearly impossible. Shin Wuxiao was not someone who would suffer losses. You were, earlier outside, when Lin Fan wanted to kill me, you blocked him. Now that you know the truth, do you still intend to sever all ties with Lin Fan? Shin Wuxiao asked. Zhang Huayue almost didn't hesitate and nodded. Even though everything was set up by you, he was unaware. So what he wanted to kill was not Shin Wuxiao, but young Master Sikong. Lin Fan doesn't know you are Shin Wuxiao, nor does he know you set the trap. But in his perception, you have always been someone who helped him, even going to great lengths. Without discovering the truth, and under the premise that you selflessly helped him, if he still chooses to kill you, that's his problem. Zhang Huayue was adamant about this point. Lin Fan's killing intent arose. He could think of killing Shin Wuxiao, but he absolutely could not kill the identity of young Master Seekong. If Lin Fan had known the truth, new grudges and old grievances would be reasonable. But at that time, no one knew they were kept in the dark. Shin Wuxiu was still young Master Seekong, the one who helped him. Out of anger and resentment, he wanted to punch the person who had always helped him to death, which was naturally his fault. Shin Wuxiu truly did not expect Zhang Huaiwei to be so stubborn, but according to his understanding, it was indeed not unreasonable. In his eyes, he was not Shin Wuxiu, but the young Master Seekong who helped him. He wanted to kill himself. Zhang Huaiwei also changed her tone, suddenly hooking her arm around Shin Wuxiu and pulling him. Both of them sat up. "What's wrong?" Zhang Huaiwei suddenly pinched his face, looking angry. "Well, you've already held a wedding banquet. What was that wedding banquet about?" She was now calculating the total. This guy actually held a wedding banquet. Although everything has its order, as Shin Wuxiu's woman, she surely had the right to find out. When it came to this, Shin Wuxiu felt wronged. He was not a sycophant, and that matter had nothing to do with him. But so what? Their positions had switched. He was indeed the real Shin Wuxiu. Actually, it was like this. Shin Wuxiu recounted the events from his memory. From a playboy to a pure love warrior, for Lu Qingqing, he chased her all the way to Shanghai, and the help he provided to the Lu family, and so on, leading up to the wedding banquet and the events that happened before it. As for what happened during the banquet, he did not mention it, mainly because it was too bloody. After listening to Shin Wuxiu's account, Zhang Huaiwei felt both angry and jealous. That Lu Qingqing, how could she? At the same time, she wanted to scold Shin Wuxiu for being foolish. The most detestable was still the Lu family. The Lu family members were greedy and disgusting, and Lu Qingqing was a complete XXN, making one feel nauseous. Engaged yet thinking of others, since she didn't love him, why not just stand firm against the relentless pursuit? Even if she compromised, she should at least have the posture of compromise, pretending to be so noble. While thinking of other men, she was still fishing for Shin Wuxiu, accepting everything he brought. It was as if she wanted to engage in import-export trade while also establishing a chastity monument. This was using Shin Wuxiu, borrowing his identity to gain her own benefits. When Lin Chen returned, she would kick Shin Wuxiu away. If it were someone else, she might just feel disdain, but when it involved Shin Wuxiu, it was different. You let go of such a cheap person? Zhang Huaiwei, being a person of battlefield slaughter, was filled with killing intent. Moreover, as a martial artist, she believed in taking action rather than talking. She felt it necessary to let Lu Qingqing know what it meant to have a slap break a mouthful of teeth. Let her go? Shin Wuxiu couldn't help but laugh. Do I look like such a saint to you? Zhang Huaiwei paused slightly, realizing she had overthought it. If Shin Wuxiu were a soft-hearted person, he wouldn't have pushed Lin Fan to the brink, nor would he have brought along that young master from the Haisha society. It seemed that the previous Shin Wuxiu had been foolishly deceived by Lu Qingqing due to a love-struck brain. Now that we've cleared the air, there will be no more barriers, okay? You behave, and your husband will take care of you. Shin Wuxiu tidied her disheveled hair and said somewhat sweetly. Zhang Huaiwei pouted. You've made me suffer so much. How can it just end like this? You must be punished. Zhang Huaiwei said, suddenly pushing Shin Wuxiu down and kissing him. A day passed quickly. In the seaside villa, Lin Fan felt like a walking corpse. Although he understood everything, it was still uncomfortable. It felt very much like a friend had stolen his woman. Even though he constantly told himself that Zhang Huaiwei had nothing to do with him, it was all his own infatuation. The hurdle in his heart was insurmountable. He no longer cared about whether the Haisha society was looking for him. After buying a set of clothes outside, he wandered aimlessly for a day. By evening, he found a bar and went in. Bars usually open around 5 o'clock, and when he arrived, there weren't many people inside. Lin Fan just wanted to drink, to get drunk, to have a good drink and start everything anew the next day. It was also a way to give himself an explanation. He actually didn't have much money. However, previously, when Shin Wuxiu told him to hide, he had given him 2 stacks, over 20,000. During the demolition of the building, he hardly spent anything, just over 1,000 on supplies. Now he still had more than 18,000. As a 5th grade, 8th tier master, making money was a matter of minutes for Lin Fan. But he had no such intention anymore. Upon arriving at the bar, he directly ordered 5 cases of beer, 7 or 8 bottles of white wine, and red wine. Perhaps because Lin Fan had been at the border for too long, he wasn't quite familiar with the prices in some places. 20,000 yuan, how much could he drink at a bar? It would be enough to drink for a week at a roadside stall. When the drinks arrived, Lin Fan started chugging, not even bothering with peanuts. He was there solely to get drunk. Time passed slowly, and more people filled the bar. Lin Fan's actions didn't attract much attention. Getting drunk was common. Unfortunately, there were no beauties around. Otherwise, once he got drunk, someone would naturally come to pick him up. Lin Fan didn't stop. he felt that this was the low point of his life. His only close relative was killed, he was expelled from the army, and upon returning for revenge, he couldn't find the right person and ended up killing the wrong one. Now he had become a wanted criminal, hiding like a rat. The woman he loved most was with a brother he had just met not long ago. Just thinking about it made him want to kill. Lin Fan opened a bottle of white wine and started drinking it down. He didn't even notice that as time passed, 3 groups of people were watching him. The first group was naturally Shen Wuxiao's men. The second group was from the Haisha Society. The third group was from Lu Ruyan. Since Lu Ruyan started looking for people from the Haisha Society, she had learned about Lin Fan's appearance. She specifically gathered a group of people to find him. Although the Lu family was no more, many martial artists from the Lu family had survived. They were originally hired help and had received favors from the Lu family. Now that Lu Ruyan approached them with a high price, they were naturally willing to help. The 3 groups contacted their respective leaders. Shen Wuxiao received the news and was also preparing to go and watch the show. The Haisha Society's people were also present, and a conflict was inevitable. If Lin Fan wanted to break through, he had to first deal with the small fry. The Haisha Society received the news and directly dispatched over 50 vehicles. Each vehicle was filled with people, totaling more than 250. This show of force was to ensure that Lin Fan would be captured at all costs today. As for Lu Ruyan, she was personally heading towards the bar. She wanted to find Lin Fan for cooperation, and since it was a collaboration, she would definitely take him to a more secretive place to discuss. The bar was getting busier, and under the heavy metal music, men and women in the dance floor began to dance wildly. Sweating profusely, they didn't even know what they were shaking about, looking foolish. The bartender stood behind the bar, flamboyantly mixing drinks, with shakers flying around. Sometimes, the bar's restroom would be closed for over half an hour. The partitions were rattling. The smell of smoke, alcohol, sweat, foot odor, and hormones wafted through the air. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. Those looking for a partner were doing just that, enjoying themselves. Lin Fan, with his tough guy image, still attracted some women wanting to flirt with him, but Lin Fan ignored them all, burying himself in drinking. At this moment, he was already somewhat tipsy, feeling slightly dazed. It was this feeling of being half-drunk that allowed him to momentarily forget his troubles. Outside the bar, the members of the Haisha Society had already arrived. The scene was indeed grand, with their cars almost filling the entire street. Over 200 people got out and gathered together. Warriors and thugs mixed in, each one armed with something. At the forefront was the Haisha Society's top enforcer, a 3rd-grade, 5th-tier warrior, Flying Eagle. Flying Eagle raised his hand and waved, and over 200 people surged inside like a swarm. Shen Wuxiao arrived a bit late but just in time to see the Haisha Society members rushing in. He parked his car and strolled in leisurely. He hadn't brought Jiang Huayue with him. Jiang Huayue had also said she wouldn't get involved in matters between him and Lin Fan. Upon entering the bar, the music had already stopped. The young men and women who had been dancing had long since hidden away in one direction, huddled together. They were just ordinary people, and with the arrival of the Haisha Society, they naturally feared trouble. The lighting had also been adjusted. The dim, dynamic shadows were gone, replaced by bright lights. Shen Wuxiu found it hard to get in, as a large crowd was blocking the way. Frustrated, he kicked out with one foot. Instantly, a dozen people in front of him toppled over like dominoes, clearing a path. Those people hadn't even seen who had made the move. Shen Wuxiu walked over to an empty booth, sat down, lit a cigarette, and opened a bottle of unopened red wine. He was just there to watch the show. Flying Eagle also spotted Lin Fan, who was still drinking, completely ignoring them. His brows furrowed. Now that the bar was surrounded, there was no way for him to escape, even if he had wings. It was a certain death. All of you here to drink, get the hell out, Flying Eagle shouted. The crowd was too mixed. He needed to ensure they were all his people to prevent Lin Fan from escaping in the chaos. Those who had come to drink immediately dared not linger and rushed out in a frenzy. In just a minute, aside from Shen Wuxiao, who was sitting far away watching the show, and Lin Fan, who was drinking, everyone else was from the Haisha Society. Flying Eagle approached, with others following closely behind, the encirclement growing smaller. He watched as Lin Fan continued to pour alcohol into his mouth and suddenly raised his hand to slap. The bottle of wine at Lin Fan's lips flew out and crashed to the ground. But Lin Fan didn't care. He picked up another bottle and continued drinking. He looked just like someone who had lost all hope. So you're the one called Lin Fan? Flying Eagle glared angrily. You've got guts, killing our Haisha Society's young master and still daring to stay in Zhanghai. Lin Fan finally stopped drinking but merely said indifferently, this many people aren't enough for me to fight, get lost. Seeing Lin Fan so arrogant, the Haisha Society members could no longer hold back. Flying Eagle sneered coldly, Are you good at fighting? What good is being good at fighting? To survive out here, you need power, you need a background. A little punk like you has died at my hands dozens of times. Shen Wuxiu watched as they continued to chat and throw threats, utterly speechless. He lifted the wine bottle and hurled it towards Lin Fan in the crowd. Swish! The bottle flew swiftly, aimed at the back of Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. These people were seeking death. He suddenly reached out and caught the flying bottle, exerting force in his palm. Bang! The bottle exploded in his grip, wine splattering everywhere. Flying Eagle quickly raised his hand and waved, "Kill him." In an instant, the scene erupted with shouts of killing. The thugs mixed with warriors were extremely fierce. Each one wielded knives and baseball bats, charging forward. Lin Fan was no ordinary person. He was a 5th grade, 8th tier master, the Wolf King of the border. What others saw as black and shady waste was like nothing to him. He shifted his body, and the swivel chair beneath him immediately faced the Haisha Society members. With a powerful kick, he struck the one who had stuck his neck out. With just one kick, people collided, and a whole bunch fell down. Lin Fan rolled over and charged towards the crowd. With a punch, he sent one flying, snatched a baseball bat, and smashed down on them like whack-a-mole. The scene was chaotic, and some people were shouting wildly, "Ah, taste my sword, the first sword of Huaxia, the holy sword of the White Emperor. Follow me with your sword." Lin Fan didn't even need to use any true energy to deal with these people. With his powerful physique alone, he could crush them. Initially, he thought it was understandable that they wanted to take his life for mistakenly killing the young master of the Haisha Society. But in this situation, how could he just surrender? Lin Fan swung the baseball bat in one hand and threw punches with the other. Those thugs either flew backward or collapsed to the ground. Over 200 martial artists couldn't take down Lin Fan alone. Fei Ying was also shocked. He quickly adopted another plan. The people on the outer circle immediately pulled out their guns. Their boss had given a death order. At all costs, kill Lin Fan and bring his head back to honor Luo Han. As the outer gunmen drew their weapons, Lin Fan's killing intent surged. The pent-up anger in his heart erupted completely. A layer of silvery mist surrounded him. This was the state of true energy being released. Lin Fan was serious. Shen Wuxiu felt a bit regretful. This was the Haisha Society? How could they claim to be one of the 3 pillars of Zhonghai? No matter what, sending some 3rd-grade martial artists and 4th-grade masters shouldn't be a problem. This hardly looked like a desperate effort. Shen Wuxiu watched the fierce fighting over there and walked over to a gunman. He snatched the gun from the gunman and aimed it at Lin Fan. Bang 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 bang. The gunfire rang out in succession. Lin Fan reacted very quickly, immediately pulling someone in front of him as a shield. The bullets all hit that thug. The gunman who had his gun taken was stunned, glaring at Shen Wuxiu. "Who the hell are you? Looking for death? Ha, do you believe that I?" Bang! Shen Wuxiu turned the gun and shot him in the forehead. "The last bullet is for you." After muttering, Shen Wuxiu casually tossed the gun aside and walked out. The gunman over there started shooting, so no one noticed Shen Wuxiu. Lin Fan rolled over to the bar to dodge the bullets, pressing tightly against it. As those people closed in, Lin Fan unleashed an incredibly terrifying force. He actually lifted the entire bar and charged at them. Fei Ying was truly dumbfounded. Damn, this kind of power was at least that of a 5th-grade master. Luckily, he hadn't gone up just now. The bar smashed into the crowd, and Lin Fan took the opportunity to burst out of the bar. It wasn't that Lin Fan was cowardly, it was just unnecessary to fight a meaningless battle. He could incapacitate them, but they had guns and wanted to kill him. After Lin Fan burst out of the bar, a black jeep suddenly drove up in front of him. "Get in!" Someone in the car quickly said to Lin Fan. Seeing that the person didn't seem to be from the Haisha Society, Lin Fan opened the back seat and jumped in. There were 3 people in the car, including him. "Who are you?" Lin Fan asked. "Don't ask too much. Our young lady wants to see you," said the person in the passenger seat coldly. The car sped away. Behind them, another car followed. In the back seat of that car sat a beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had witnessed Lin Fan's strength today. Being able to escape from over 200 people and seek his cooperation was definitely the right choice. As long as they could get Lin Fan to a safe place, they could discuss cooperation matters. Just as she thought they were about to leave the scene, suddenly, a Land Rover sped towards them from the left intersection. It was heading straight for the vehicle Lin Fan was in. Lu Ruyan's people didn't have time to react. Bang! A huge crash sounded. The car body immediately caved in with a large dent. The expressions of the 2 in the front seats changed drastically. Lin Fan in the back seat remained relatively calm, his brows tightly furrowed. Then the car was hit and began to slide, emitting a piercing sound of burning tires. The ground was marked with tire friction. Lu Ruyan, who was following behind, was startled. She had clearly investigated and found that there were no members of the Sea Break Society lying in ambush here. Everyone was surrounding the bar instead. Who were the people in that Land Rover? Could they be from Shin Wuxiao? She watched in disbelief as the car Lin Fan was in flipped over on the sidewalk, like a turtle turned upside down. The Land Rover then reversed, drifting in place to change direction. She thought the other party was going to flee, but soon, Lu Ruyan was stunned. The person who crashed into Lin Fan's car actually reached out a hand from the window. In his hand was a rather peculiar revolver. The gun was aimed at the overturned car. Bang! The gunshot was incredibly powerful. The bullet was terrifying, like a tiny meteor flying by at high speed. When the bullet struck the car, it exploded instantly, soaring 3 meters into the air before crashing down heavily. The scene was in chaos, thick smoke billowing. After the Land Rover completed everything, it seemed completely unconcerned about whether Lin Fan was dead or not, showing no intention of checking. It simply stepped on the gas and sped away. As the Land Rover passed Lu Ruyan's car, she deliberately looked closely at the window. Although she couldn't see the person inside, she could make out some outlines. She could confirm it was a man. Unfortunately, the Land Rover was moving too fast and left the scene directly. Lu Ruyan didn't have time to guess who that person was. After all, it could only be Shin Wuxiao's people or the Sea Break Society. The urgent matter was to see if Lin Fan was dead. She was about to seek his cooperation. If he was dead, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Lu Ruyan was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and the 3 of them ran straight toward the exploded vehicle. The burning vehicle was still emitting flames, and one of the bodyguards crouched down to scan the area. He saw that the driver and passenger in the front seat were dead, charred black. However, there was no one in the back seat. The back door of the car was also open. "Miss, our people are dead," and Lin Fan jumped out. Lu Ruyan was somewhat dazed. There was nowhere to hide here. Where could he run to in such a short time? It wasn't until she noticed a loose manhole cover on the ground that Lu Ruyan suddenly realized. Lin Fan was indeed impressive. In such a situation, he could escape from death. In the second before the explosion, he had managed to leave the car, lift the manhole cover, and jump down in one breath. Very few people could achieve such smoothness. He really did seem like someone with great fortune. When Lin Fan emerged from beneath the manhole cover, Lu Ruyan watched him. Lin Fan also frowned, looking at the exploded vehicle before him. Just now, he had truly sensed the breath of death. That bullet was definitely not fired from an ordinary firearm. It was highly likely a bullet infused with true energy. If that were the case, the problem would be significant. As a martial artist, he naturally understood how terrifying it was to possess a weapon akin to a divine artifact. That was undoubtedly a slaughtering tool for martial artists. There were countless martial artists, and many experts, but most relied on cold weapons combined with true energy, along with mental techniques, martial skills, and supernatural abilities to fight. However, divine artifacts in firearms were extremely rare. Legendary martial artists, including those above the 9th grade masters, had already transcended the realm of humanity. Among those currently known to possess divine firearms, there were barely more than 10. Yet, none of them were anything but the pinnacle of martial artists. Lin Fan felt the situation suddenly become very severe. For the first time, a sense of panic rose in his heart. It felt like encountering a big boss in a novice village. He wasn't afraid of martial artists stronger than him. He could fight across levels, but he truly felt helpless against divine firearms. The protective energy is useless. Unless one becomes a master, then the protective aura might withstand for a moment. "Are you okay?" Lu Ruyan asked lightly after seeing Lin Fan seem to be startled, standing there in a daze for a long time. When she saw Lin Fan, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but compare him to Shin Wuxiao. In this comparison, she found he was utterly ordinary, truly unremarkable. But circumstances were stronger than individuals, and she could only cooperate with Lin Fan. Lin Fan came back to his senses and shook his head. "I was fast. I dodged before the explosion." It was only after Lin Fan glanced at Lu Ruyan that he realized this woman before him was also extraordinary. Although she wasn't as stunning as Jiang Huaiwei, she was still a rare beauty. "Since you have the ability to dodge, why didn't you grab my hand?" Lin Fan was taken aback. "Even if you pulled one of them, they wouldn't die. Are you just going to watch them die without helping?" Lin Fan was once again confused. "They came to save you, and now that something has happened, you hid instead. Don't you feel any guilt?" The corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched. What kind of divine rhetoric is this? The fact that he was unharmed was already a stroke of luck, with a manhole cover right in front of him. How could he care about anything else? "Miss," at that moment, how could I have thought of that? Lin Fan was truly speechless. This woman before him couldn't possibly be standing on a high point, pointing at him like a T0 in a grand prison, could she? Lu Ruyan didn't say much more. Seeing more people gathering, she immediately had her other subordinates come over to assist Lin Fan. She also got into the car. The car drove all the way to a tea house. Only then did both sides sit down facing each other. Miss, why are you helping me? Lin Fan looked at the beautiful woman before him, puzzled. Lu Ruyan's expression was cold, her tone indifferent. Because we have a common enemy. Enemy? Shan Wuxiao, Lu Ruyan said. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became serious, frowning. Lu Ruyan poured 2 cups of tea, pushed one towards him, and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Lu." Lu, Lin Fan suddenly realized, you are from the Lu family, the one that was nearly wiped out by Shan Wuxiao? At this point, Lu Ruyan felt a pang of heartache but still nodded. With my own strength, I can't compete with Shan Wuxiao, so I found you. Although it's still a bit like an ant trying to shake a tree, at least it increases the odds. Lin Fan felt a bit displeased, so she sought him out to cooperate, merely to increase the odds, with no hope of actually winning? That seemed a bit like raising someone else's ambitions. I know quite a bit about Shan Wuxiao, including his movements. Facing Shan Wuxiao, a head-on confrontation is the worst strategy. We can only choose to seize opportunities. Hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent. At the very least, she knew Shan Wuxiao's whereabouts. He didn't know anything, not even Shan Wuxiao's appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mistakenly killed members of the Haisha society. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Alright, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate. But let's discuss everything. You say you understand Shan Wuxiao and know his movements. Do you have people placed around him? Lu Ruyan paused slightly but still shook her head. I don't have that capability, but I am his plaything. Lin Fan nearly spat out his tea. He never would have imagined that the other party had such a relationship with Shan Wuxiao. Your whole family was killed by him, and yet you are his. Lu Ruyan remained indifferent. Otherwise, should I take a knife and engage in a meaningless fight with him? Lin Fan said nothing more. Indeed, she is a woman, not a martial artist. To seek revenge for her family's annihilation, she can only rely on her good looks and body as capital. Lin Fan did not discriminate. On the contrary, he felt a bit of admiration. Revenge is never about the process, only the result. Since we're cooperating, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, formerly of the Tianlang Special Forces, a 5th grade 8th tier master. You have intelligence, I have strength, and revenge is just around the corner. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Fan extended his hand, but Lu Ruyan did not reach out. She merely nodded. She did not want any physical contact with him. Next, you can temporarily stay in this tea house. The people from the Haisha society won't find you. When the time is right, I will contact you. Alright, I'll wait for your news. Lin Fan agreed. There was no need for suspicion in their cooperation. Lu Ruyan's family had been wiped out, and her brother had been killed. Under such conditions, there was no need to test whether the other party was genuinely cooperating. Do you have any plans? Lin Fan still asked. Lu Ruyan took a sip of tea and decisively shook her head. No, plans can't keep up with changes. When facing someone like Shan Wuxiao, who is both intelligent and powerful, we can only adapt. Having a plan makes it easier to fail. Shan Wuxiao can easily counteract. I said we are like ants shaking a tree. You shouldn't doubt it. You have no idea how terrifying he is. If he notices and becomes furious, there won't be a place for us to stand in the entire dragon country. Don't say you're a 5th grade master now. Even if you were a 9th grade grandmaster, you'd still die. Our opportunities are limited. We don't seek pointless struggles, only a single fatal strike, and then we can embark on a path of desperation. Lin Fan was shocked but did not deny it. Lu Ruyan understood Shan Wuxiao better than he did, so she wouldn't intentionally exaggerate. The process would be very difficult, but some things must be done. The two of them fell silent, quietly drinking tea. Lin Fan then asked indirectly, Miss Lu, do you know the Sikong family in Zhenghai? Do you know young Master Sikong? Lu Ruyan looked at him and shook her head. I'd been abroad and just returned recently, but whether in the past or now, I haven't heard of the Sikong family. Haven't heard of them? Lin Fan was puzzled. The Sikong family should be quite prominent. After all, young Master Sikong was indeed wealthy, so it was impossible for them to be obscure. Lu Ruyan replied seriously, I really haven't heard of them. They might be a hidden family or some nouveau riche with just a lot of money. With this explanation, Lin Fan nodded. Are you asking because you want to seek cooperation? To borrow someone else's strength? Lu Ruyan twirled her teacup. Lin Fan frowned. That's not it. At first, he did help me a lot, but he took away the woman I loved. There won't be any friendship left after this. Ha! Lu Ruyan scoffed. If someone can be taken away, it means that someone else will come along and take them too. Lin Fan was not pleased. Jiang Huayue was not that kind of woman. You don't understand, don't speak carelessly. She is not that kind of woman. Before this, we had a very good comrade relationship. I know her. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. So, you say you are comrades, and you have a crush on her. If she is with another man, what does that have to do with you? How can you say she was taken away? Lin Fan was at a loss for words. The truth is often harsh. Lu Ruyan clicked her tongue. Stop always blaming others. Sometimes, look for the reasons within yourself, alright? After all these years, has your salary increased? Have you worked seriously? Lin Fan's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. But regardless, the cooperation had been established. Now, they just had to wait for Lu Ruyan's news. After Lu Ruyan left, Lin Fan did not leave. He settled down in the tea house. Although the room he lived in wasn't very big, it was well equipped. It was hundreds of times better than the demolition building. After taking a shower, Lin Fan lay on the bed and unconsciously opened his phone, looking at a photo. The photo was a group picture, and Lin Fan zoomed in on Jiang Huayue in her military uniform, feeling a pang in his heart. He really loved Jiang Huayue, but unfortunately, she was now someone else's woman. Who knows, that bastard who took Jiang Huayue away might even be standing up and kicking now. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and Lin Fan made a call directly. Xin Wuxiao, who was about to arrive at the Bay Villa, saw the call and couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Fan really was looking for trouble. Since that was the case, it was fine to let him have a little breakdown. He rolled down the car window, letting the sea breeze in, and then answered the call. Hello, huff huff. Brother Lin Fan, why are you calling me? Xin Wuxiao deliberately panted, as if he was busy. Lin Fan heard the sound of the sea breeze, the car shaking, and Xin Wuxiao's hurried breathing, and suddenly understood. Damn! Lin Fan wanted to cry. How could he be so frivolous? In fact, he didn't know it was just Xin Wuxiao alone. But Xin Wuxiao insisted on provoking him, saying to the air, "You air, hold on tight." Lin Fan was fuming, his fists cracking from being clenched. Xin Wuxiao was still panting. Lin Fan was so angry he couldn't say a word. Brother Lin Fan, if you have something to say, just say it. I can't be distracted for too long. You might get unhappy. While Xin Wuxiao deliberately shook the car, he accidentally kicked the car door, making a loud noise. But to Lin Fan, it sounded like something else entirely. Damn! Be gentle, don't you know how to cherish a lady? You really deserve to die. Lin Fan couldn't help but want to cry. Brother Lin Fan, you're meddling a bit too much. Xin Wuxiao was laughing wildly inside. Since Xin Wuxiao's car was parked, Jiang Huayue, who saw his car from the villa, was puzzled and walked over. As soon as she reached the car, Xin Wuxiao suddenly poked his head out, startling Jiang Huayue. Jiang Huayue screamed. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan collapsed and hung up the phone. He was in a bad state, thrashing around on the bed, kicking wildly. Damn! Beast! Fucking beast! Beast! Lin Fan sat up, clenched his fists, and pounded them on the bed. It felt like he was hitting some damned bastard. Not a human. That bastard, no, worse than a bastard, simply a tortoise egg. Damn, damn, damn. After venting his anger, Lin Fan sat on the bed motionless, as if he had gone dumb. That night, Lin Fan could forget about sleeping. Meanwhile, Xin Wuxiao's mind also chimed with a notification. Ding, Lin Fan collapses, points plus 10,000. Xin Wuxiao couldn't be more pleased. He had come looking for humiliation. How could he not humiliate him? Jiang Huayue, on the other hand, looked speechless and couldn't help but hit Xin Wuxiao on the shoulder. What are you grinning about? You didn't even come over when we got home, and you scared me. Jiang Huayue's pouting demeanor was particularly endearing. She had always presented a cold front, but her lively appearance now created a contrast that was truly irresistible. Let's go home. Xin Wuxiao turned off the engine and got out of the car. He held Jiang Huayue in his arms and headed towards the villa, determined to take good care of her. When they reached the villa, Jiang Huayue finally got down. She tugged at Xin Wuxiao's collar, her delicate body pressing against him, sniffing him. Have you been drinking? Just a little. Isn't it more comfortable to have a drink while watching a show? Xin Wuxiao immediately became restless, his hands roaming. Jiang Huayue shot him a glance and smacked his restless hand. Eat something first, then we can go to the room. Jiang Huayue had been waiting for Xin Wuxiao in the villa. She knew something was bound to happen that night. However, as long as Xin Wuxiao was unharmed, she felt at ease. After pulling Xin Wuxiao to sit on the sofa, she walked towards the kitchen. Xin Wuxiao leaned back on the sofa, feeling quite comfortable. He was also thinking about the plot concerning Lin Fan. So far, Lin Fan's storyline had completely collapsed. Not a single event had unfolded according to Lin Fan's narrative. The entire course had been altered by himself. Otherwise, typically, in a high martial arts world, the protagonist would either be reborn, possess a holy body, or have great powers, flaunting their skills, charming women, and building a harem. They often cared about the safety of the masses, always carrying the burden of hard work. When encountering thugs, they would beat them up, and if someone dared to mock them, they would retort sharply. Opportunities would present themselves as soon as they stepped out, with the Tao of Heaven's fortune surrounding them. As long as they fought, those who dared to challenge them would be caught off guard, and those who were displeased would be unable to unleash their anger in time. A single encounter would leave them all broken. However, since his return, he had changed. He should have left in violation of the rules. After returning to the city, it was all about showing off and slapping faces, then using his abilities to meet many big shots who would support him. Many of the cultivation opportunities, such as treasures, were obtained by picking up the scraps. As for the harem, it was even simpler. Just helping a girl fend off a thug on the street would add another woman to his collection. In the end, he unified the underground world of Zhonghai, playing both sides. Then, he would change the map and start all over again, leveling up all the way to the pinnacle of martial arts. Unfortunately, now he couldn't even get past the first hurdle. He had been fooled from start to finish. Even when he learned the truth, he had no capital to resist. There was only a dead end. Did he really think that collaborating with Lu Ruyan would lead to success? He was still just a little fish trapped in a fishbowl. Even if given the chance to develop, the big shots and impressive figures he could meet were, in his eyes, just a bunch of small fry. Those who prided themselves on being righteous often liked to say that good would triumph over evil, but that was merely a delusion born from their powerlessness. The so-called mantis trying to stop a chariot was just an angry fantasy when faced with the inevitability of things. Lin Fan was like an ant, gazing up at this endless peak, left only to lament. Shin Wuxiu was too lazy to think about Lin Fan's matters. His relationship with Lin Fan was not a contest but a complete crushing. After a while, two people suddenly burst into the villa from either side. A man and a woman, both wearing masks, let out a cackling laugh. Shin Wuxiu looked at the two and felt speechless. He had forgotten to inform Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. Now that Zhang Huayue was already in his grasp, there was no need for this act. However, the commotion outside had also disturbed Zhang Huayue. She was carrying 2 bowls of late-night snacks and was just stepping out. Uncle Wu was taken aback, immediately drawing a dagger and pressing it against Shin Wuxiu's neck, then looking at Zhang Huayue. "Don't move. I heard you two have been inquiring about our young master's whereabouts. You really don't know when to stop. We're here today to give you some punishment. If there's a next time, there will be no mercy." Aunt Wu was also twirling the dagger, her demeanor fierce. Zhang Huayue was speechless, still putting on a show. She placed the 2 bowls of noodles on the dining table. Then she looked at Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. "There's more in the pot. Do you want some?" "Ha!" Aunt Wu was taken aback, then immediately became serious. "Shut up. Do you think we're joking with you? Inquiring about our young master's whereabouts time and again, you really must be tired of living." Zhang Huayue shook her head and pulled out a chair to sit down. "So what do you want? Are you going to tie us up and take pictures on the bed again?" Aunt Wu snorted coldly. "This is just a warning, the last warning today." Uncle Wu was puzzled to see Zhang Huayue acting so nonchalantly. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that their relationship hadn't grown closer yet? Uncle Wu pressed the dagger against Shin Wuxiu's neck again. "Little girl, do you believe I will cut his throat?" Shin Wuxiu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, looking at Zhang Huayue. I'm scared." "All right, you're scared." Zhang Huayue stood up directly and walked over. "After we finish the late-night snack, I'll coax you to sleep, okay?" Shin Wuxiu nodded. Okay. Uncle Wu was somewhat confused, but he could see that the two had definitely developed feelings for each other. Their mission was also over. Since it was over, they needed to wrap things up properly to avoid exposing themselves. "Are you two taking us too lightly?" Uncle Wu shouted fiercely. Zhang Huayue stepped forward, pushed Uncle Wu's knife aside, and pulled Shin Wuxiu up. "Stop playing, let's eat and then go take a shower." After saying that, she looked at Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. "There's still late-night snack in the pot, you can serve yourselves." Shin Wuxiu also smiled at the two. "I've already told her, so stop acting." Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were quite surprised, but since it had come to this, they also took off their masks. They immediately apologized to Zhang Huayue. "Young madam, forgive our recklessness." Zhang Huayue just rolled her eyes at Shin Wuxiu. "It's all his doing, why are you apologizing?" At this moment, Zhang Huayue also looked at Aunt Wu. "What about those photos?" Aunt Wu hurriedly waved her hands. No, it was all pretend shooting, nothing was kept. Young madam, you can rest assured." Zhang Huayue felt a bit relieved. She certainly didn't want anyone else to see. Aunt Wu was a woman, so it wasn't a big deal, but if it leaked, it would be a disaster. Alright, Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, eat something before you go back. Shen Wuxiao gestured. Only then did the two put down their gear and run to the kitchen. Before long, one of them came out with a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Let me reintroduce them. This is Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. They were arranged by my family to protect me. Strictly speaking, they are also supervising me. If you have anything to do in the future, just contact them directly. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu nodded. Young madam, just give us your orders. We hope you won't hold it against us for the previous incident. They had just acted fiercely, and now the sudden change was a bit awkward. Jiang Huayue wasn't a petty person, and besides, the previous matter was indeed arranged by Shen Wuxiao. It couldn't be blamed on them. Alright, let's eat. Jiang Huayue smiled. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the young madam to be so easy to talk to. This matter had already passed. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu had watched Shen Wuxiao grow up. Although Shen Wuxiao was ruthless, she respected the two of them quite a bit. They didn't fuss much over meals, just sat at the same table. Uncle Wu, are there any large banquet events in Zhonghai recently? Shen Wuxiao picked up a chicken leg and took small bites. Uncle Wu paused at her words, thinking for a moment. Yes, the former head of Zhonghai has been under investigation for some issues for quite a while, and the position has been vacant. However, a new person has been parachuted in, and there will be a banquet at the Xiang Trade Fair the day after tomorrow, with some well-known companies from the city attending. Shen Wuxiao thought for a moment. That banquet is quite significant. It's time to meet them. Shen Wuxiao concluded that Lu Ruyan and Lin Fan would also be attending, because they needed connections within the system too much. Of course, based on Shen Wuxiao's judgment, they wouldn't be foolish enough to use those connections against her. Instead, it was for self-preservation, to leave a way out. Otherwise, they would probably have to keep being timid. Shen Wuxiao had already decided to go. If she wanted to earn points, she needed to interact more with the main characters. This news wasn't a secret. If Shen Wuxiao knew, then Lu Ruyan would naturally be able to investigate it as well. In fact, Shen Wuxiao's guess was not wrong at all. Lu Ruyan was still very cunning. She was thinking of ways to strengthen her own background. Meeting the newly appointed leader was her primary task. She was doing this for self-preservation. The current Shen Wuxiao did not take them seriously, but if Shen Wuxiao used his connections on the white side, they would lose without a fight. In a covert state, getting to know the leader was a necessity. The leader's voice held significant power. At the very least, within the scope of Zhonghai, as long as it did not violate principles, there would be some degree of consideration. Lu Ruyan received specific news from the Lu family and contacted Lin Fan. Soon, the call connected. Lin Fan's voice carried a sense of weariness. He was almost stunned by the call from Shen Wuxiao that night. He had been in a state of collapse for a long time and had not yet recovered. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw Shen Wuxiao standing up and kicking. His mindset was shattered. Miss Lu, what is it? Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan, I have investigated the news. Tomorrow, the leader Gao Yulon will drive to the development zone to check on the progress of the government project. At that time, you need to get to know him. Lin Fan was taken aback. Isn't it too casual to get to know the leader? Although he was not within the system, even ordinary people knew this. If a leader could be casually acquainted with, those businessmen would have already crawled over. Lu Ruyan frowned. Of course, it's not an ordinary acquaintance. You just need to happen to pass by and save him. Save him. Lin Fan understood now. You mean? Lu Ruyan spoke frankly. Yes, I will have someone take action. It won't be a joke. It will be serious. He is new here, and those within the system who were aligned with the previous leader will definitely be unwilling. So even if something goes wrong, no one will suspect us. I emphasize again, this is not a performance. It is a real rescue. Only the most genuine actions will not raise suspicion. Lin Fan frowned, feeling very resistant. He was upright and proper. He truly despised such despicable means. Isn't there any other way? I am upright in disdain to do this, Lin Fan said. Lu Ruyan was speechless and also very angry. This Lin Fan, even if he could achieve great things, was still so indecisive. He had no courage at all. Compared to Shen Wuxiao, he was simply worlds apart. Lu Ruyan had no intention of being polite. Don't talk to me about principles and integrity. Don't you understand what kind of opponent we are facing? Extraordinary matters require extraordinary methods. This card is a turning point. It must be played. Do you think opposing Shen Wuxiao is a game? Like fighting with a thug, losing once means you can try again? Let me tell you, we have no capital, and there is only one opportunity, so we must be fully prepared for a decisive strike. If we wait for him to react, we will all be dead. Lin Fan hesitated for a long time. Finally, he slowly uttered 3 words, got it. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. As long as you understand, I have no intention of feeling guilty with you, I only care about the result. I will send you the information later, you need to read it carefully. Tomorrow, when the event starts, wait for my signal and drive over from a distance. After saying that, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone directly, but the anger in her heart had not subsided. She even doubted whether Lin Fan truly had the qualifications to cooperate. He wanted revenge. What did he care about conscience? Did he really think his opponent would show mercy? It was too naive. Self-proclaimed justice was not justice at this moment. Lu Ruyan sent all the information about the leader Gao Yulong to Lin Fan. Although the Lu family was no more, her own resources were still substantial. In those years in Chicago, he earned more than just a 10-digit sum. He firmly believed that people die for wealth and birds die for food, even in this society full of martial arts pursuits. Money is the foundation, the basis for existence. Lu Ruyan also felt very tired. Once you walk this path, there's no turning back. She knew a bit about Shen Wuxiao from their brief encounters. His personality was unpredictable. One moment he could be amiable, the next he could pull a trigger. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shen Wuxiao had slept beside her for a few nights. If he truly wanted to kill her, he wouldn't hesitate. If she had compromised from the start, willingly becoming Shen Wuxiao's plaything, she might have been able to save her life. But having already shown her fangs to him, the only outcome was death, so resistance was necessary. Lu Ruyan took a shower, dressed in a lace nightgown, and headed towards the bed. Lying on the bed, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She opened her phone and clicked on the album. There were many photos of her receiving awards, but she still opened a folder. Inside was a photo of Shen Wuxiao holding her in bed. This photo was taken by Shen Wuxiao on a whim with her phone. She stared at it for a long time, and finally got up and walked to the wardrobe. Opening the wardrobe, a man's shirt appeared. This shirt was left behind by Shen Wuxiao when he spilled a drink on it, but Lu Ruyan didn't throw it away. She picked up Shen Wuxiao's shirt, sniffed it, and miraculously felt much more relaxed. Holding Shen Wuxiao's shirt, she returned to the bed. She hugged his shirt close, as if only by smelling Shen Wuxiao's scent could she fall asleep peacefully. Lu Ruyan felt helpless, truly helpless. She was going a bit crazy. The contradictory feelings were tormenting her. On one hand, she wanted to kill Shen Wuxiao to avenge her family. On the other, she wanted to possess him, to lie in his arms and be cherished by him. After that day at the hospital, the Stockholm Syndrome that had been hidden in her psyche was diagnosed. This condition is almost unsolvable. She even began to self-harm, but aside from suppression, there was no other way. From the day she met Shen Wuxiao, everything that happened in the villa had already triggered it. It was extremely serious. She had also thought it through. Once she avenged her family and killed Shen Wuxiao, she would be on the verge of collapse. With no ties to this world, she should go meet her parents and sister. This filthy, disgusting world was beneath her. With Shen Wuxiao's shirt filled with his scent, Lu Ruyan was finally overwhelmed by fatigue. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her beautiful eyes slowly closed. On Lu Ruyan's side, it was a forced adjustment of her inner self. On Lin Fan's side, it was a deeper self-collapse. In comparison, Shen Wuxiao seemed heartless. He officially opened the previously locked room tonight, but he only opened one type. It looked like a prison, but instead of a backdrop, it was a real iron cell. It was built to resemble ancient prisons. Props like a charcoal basin, branding iron, cross, straw, and tiger bench were all there. A series of interrogation items. The overall style was prison-themed. In fact, Shen Wuxiao hadn't planned to open it. It was just that when he returned to his room at night, Zhang Huayue became increasingly angry. She wanted to beat Shen Wuxiao up. To satisfy his precious Yuer's desire to hit someone, Shen Wuxiao brought her to this room. Zhang Huayue was genuinely a bit dazed. Coming here, she wanted to hit Shen Wuxiao even more. What a bad guy. How could he be so extravagant? She couldn't help but pinch Shen Wuxiao. What are you always thinking about in that head of yours? Shen Wuxiao raised an eyebrow and smiled coolly. Then he walked seriously to the cross. I want to play the role of a spy who will never yield. I will absolutely not submit. Zhang Huayue couldn't help but chuckle when she saw that she had actually taken on a role herself. However, she still complied with Shen Wuxiao. She walked up to him and grabbed the collar of his shirt. Tell me, what secret are you carrying? Heh, give it up. Since I've come, I never thought about leaving alive. Shen Wuxiao turned his head away. Zhang Huayue stifled a laugh, turning his face back to her, her delicate hand pinching his chin. Her gaze fixed intently on Shen Wuxiao. Her phoenix eyes blinked lightly, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed she could truly captivate his soul. Shen Wuxiao was momentarily stunned. Should they skip the interrogation? Zhang Huayue gently blew a breath into Shen Wuxiao's ear. So how much suffering do you think you can endure? Shen Wuxiao wore a serious expression, looking as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. What joy is there in life? What fear in death? At the very least, I can hold out until the beauty scheme. Oh, is that so? Zhang Huayue's charming face leaned closer, her breath like orchids against his skin. The next moment, she pecked his lips. Is this enough? Shen Wuxiu snorted coldly. You really underestimate me. I'm trained, this little punishment means nothing to me. Then what do you want? Zhang Huayue moved even closer, whispering in his ear, do you want me to arrange for people to line up? Shen Wuxiu was taken aback, jumping into fire and water. Sister you. Zhang Huayue playfully tapped his chest. You, thinking too highly of yourself. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Wuxiu asked, if there are more sisters in the future, would you be angry? Shen Wuxiu's heart was quite large. He had never really considered the idea of having just one person for a lifetime. Life is about pursuing pleasure. As a connoisseur of beauty, an experiencer, and a doer, he was destined not to miss out on some beauties. He didn't bother pretending to be a virtuous man. Being a true rogue was much more straightforward. If Zhang Huayue was very concerned or resistant, he would have to help her adapt quickly. Zhang Huayue looked at him, her eyes scrutinizing. Are you giving me a warning? Come on, how many women do you want? Shen Wuxiu said shamelessly, smiling. I'm just stating the facts. It's a kind of warning. Right now, when we are in such a passionate moment, if I swear to love only you in this lifetime, that would be hypocritical. I'm quite lustful, and my heart is quite big. It's possible that you might have a few more sisters in the future, so I definitely have to consider your feelings first. Hearing this, Zhang Huayue felt somewhat comforted. At least this rogue would consider her feelings. In fact, Zhang Huayue had a sense of security. The process of this guy getting her was so terrifying that such things would likely not be few in the future. Moreover, Shen Wuxiu held a high position, and it wasn't just any high position. There would be many willing to throw themselves at him. Rather than letting those vixens tempt him, it would be better to have more sisters watching over him. As long as they could get along well, Zhang Huayue had nothing to say. What if I disagree? Zhang Huayue asked deliberately. Shen Wuxiu thought for a moment. If you disagree, I'll asterisk until you agree. Zhang Huayue covered her mouth in disbelief. Was it really that simple and crude? I don't want to say grandiose words. I will definitely make you feel wronged, but I can guarantee that I won't be frivolous. I'm quite picky. Put. Zhang Huayue couldn't hold back any longer. I've never heard a more grandiose reason. Skipping the stage of whether I agree, let me know that you will also carefully select women, right? Shen Wuxiu chuckled. Zhang Huayue sighed. Since I found out you were Shen Wuxiu, I have been mentally prepared. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Jealousy and rivalry will surely give you headaches and irritate you. If sisters can get along well, then it's nothing. Moreover, if it were just me alone, it would indeed be a bit overwhelming. Zhang Huayue's face turned completely red, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Shen Wuxiu. As long as you don't forget the old for the new, it's all up to you. But you must ensure that the other party won't be jealous either. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Shen Wuxiu was genuinely very happy. Zhang Huayue was truly a treasure. Don't worry, I never meant for you to suffer in any way. My woman, Shen Wuxiu's woman, will never be bullied in this lifetime, except by me. If anyone else has that intention, I'll kill their whole family. Although Shen Wuxiu's words were rough, Zhang Huayue felt very pleased listening to them. Her man had many flaws, but he was definitely protective. Being able to pamper her was enough. Zhang Huayue said no more, walked up, hugged Shen Wuxiu's waist, and gently kissed his lips. Shen Wuxiu naturally responded decisively. The warmth of their feelings caused the temperature in the room to seem to rise suddenly. It was incredibly hot. As for whether they were being monitored, it seemed less important. A night of passion passed swiftly. The new day marked an important turning point for Lin Fan. Under Lu Ruyan's guidance, he also went to save someone. Gao Yulong, the top leader of Zhenghai City, would never have thought that, given his status, he would be schemed against. In fact, this kind of trickery is something most people wouldn't attempt. The risks are too great, and it's not worth it. Only people like Lin Fan and Lu Ruyan, who had to take action, would dare to take the risk. If successful, it would be a joy for everyone. If it failed, Lin Fan could just run away. Lu Ruyan was very meticulous, overseeing everything. From the moment Gao Yulong left his house, he was being watched. In the morning, there was a meeting, and after lunch, he went with some project developers to the development site. On the way to the destination, in the tunnel, Lu Ruyan had people take action. The scene had no hint of being staged, it was all real guns and real bullets. Lin Fan was also arranged to come from the opposite direction, as if driving through the tunnel and then encountering the situation to lend a hand. As soon as Lin Fan took action, he quickly resolved the conflict. The people Lu Ruyan arranged were driven away, and to make it more realistic, one of them was even shot. Thus, Lin Fan completely got acquainted with Gao Yulong and established a connection. At first, Gao Yulong did not reveal his identity as the top leader of Zhenghai. To thank Lin Fan, Gao Yulong invited him to visit. Lin Fan felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, he held himself in high regard, and such despicable and shameless tactics were truly beneath him. But since it was done, there was no way to change anything. That evening, Lin Fan was invited to visit and talked with Gao Yulong for a long time. Although Gao Yulong was expressing his gratitude for saving his life, he was also indirectly getting to know Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not disappoint. With his knowledge, eloquence, and experience, he greatly impressed Gao Yulong. This was all the true side of Lin Fan. He was indeed well informed and had his own insights on every matter. He handled conversations with big shots with ease. By this point, the two even seemed like friends. Lin Fan completely captivated Gao Yulong with his personal charm. In the end, Gao Yulong revealed his identity, and Lin Fan pretended to be surprised. Before leaving, Gao Yulong warmly invited Lin Fan to a banquet at the Zhenghai Xiang Trade and Exhibition Center the day after tomorrow. Such a talented young junior naturally deserves more opportunities. After leaving Gao Yulong's house, Lin Fan dialed Lu Ruyan's number. The other party quickly answered, "How is it?" "It's done, we hit it off like old friends." Lin Fan replied casually, "That's good." Lu Ruyan was not surprised, just said, "Get ready, the exhibition center the day after tomorrow, you might run into Shin Wuxiu." Of course, it's not 100%, after all, Shin Wuxiu has never been very interested in those things. If he doesn't go, it's a good chance to meet other people and expand your connections. Lin Fan was a soldier and actually wasn't very interested in these matters. But there was no choice. "Alright, I got it," Lin Fan responded. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment, "If you see Shin Wuxiu the day after tomorrow, you must remember not to act impulsively. You can keep a low profile, just make sure you aren't recognized. After all, besides Shin Wuxiu, you also need to be cautious of the Haisha society." Lin Fan felt really frustrated but still gritted his teeth and replied, "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan returned to the tea house. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, Lu Ruyan had just hung up the call. As she lifted the glass of red wine to take a sip, a sports car pulled up outside the villa. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan was stunned. She naturally knew it was Shin Wuxiu. It was still early, just around 8 o'clock. Shin Wuxiu coming over at this time definitely wasn't to stay overnight. Could it be that he came to see her? That couldn't be possible. Did he discover something? Lu Ruyan held the wine, momentarily lost in thought. Her mind was already quite tormented, but today it had calmed down a lot. Unexpectedly, before she could fully settle, the person who could easily change her mood appeared. Shin Wuxiu walked directly towards the villa. Lu Ruyan hurriedly got up, slipped on her slippers, and ran to the door. When she opened the door, Shin Wuxiu's exceptionally handsome face appeared before her. Lu Ruyan's heart raced instantly, feeling an uncontrollable sensation. Shin Wuxiu changed his shoes and also looked Lu Ruyan up and down. Today, she was wearing a set of loungewear, casual from head to toe. Her hair was tied up neatly, and her beautiful eyes were lined, the corners seemingly elongated, making her look even more alluring. Her slightly parted lips seemed a bit surprised. The proud figure on the mountain peak had no protection. The loungewear reached her knees, and she wore a pair of mid-length plush slippers on her feet. The 5 toes of her jade-like feet were curled, the red nail polish highlighting the cuteness of her small feet. But she seemed a bit tense, her hands clasped at her abdomen, clearly nervous. "Are you this nervous to see me?" Shin Wuxiu smiled faintly, but his voice carried no emotion. Lu Ruyan shook her head. I just wasn't prepared." "Have you had dinner?" Shin Wuxiu casually replied, "I've eaten. I just came to see you, no need to be nervous." Saying this, Shin Wuxiu walked to the altar, lit 3 incense sticks, and casually placed them in the incense burner. After everything was done, Shin Wuxiu directly sat down on the sofa. Lu Ruyan approached, helped Shin Wuxiu take off his coat, and hung it on the coat rack. Then, she proactively climbed onto the sofa, kneeling beside Shin Wuxiu. She extended her delicate hand to support Shin Wuxiu, gently massaging him. Shin Wuxiu said nothing, closing his eyes and enjoying Lu Ruyan's massage. The technique wasn't great, but it was bearable. "Are you sleeping here tonight? I'll go make the bed." After a while, Lu Ruyan softly asked. Internally, she was very conflicted. She didn't want to have too much entanglement with Shin Wuxiu anymore. Now that she had reached a cooperation with Lin Fan, her focus was solely on revenge. Deep down, she was also afraid that Shin Wuxiu would just leave. She still had a bit of a desire to be held by Shin Wuxiu while sleeping. Shin Wuxiu turned his head to look at her, a teasing smile on his face. "Is that how much you want me to stay here?" Lu Ruyan didn't dare to answer directly, only silently lowering her head. Shin Wuxiu was not polite at all, pulling her in front of him and letting her lean against his chest. Lu Ruoyan's delicate body trembled slightly, but she remained very compliant. There was no resistance at all. Shin Wuxiu raised his hand to gently stroke her face. "Ruoyan, I still prefer your aloof look. How about you recover a bit?" Saying this, Shin Wuxiao picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table and placed it in Lu Ruoyan's hand. Even with her quick thinking, she couldn't grasp the meaning of Shin Wuxiao's actions at this moment. He was like someone who never played by the rules. Some of his actions were always unexpected and beyond reason. "Help me peel a fruit." Shin Wuxiao smiled lightly, taking another apple and placing it in her hand. Lu Ruoyan held the apple in one hand and the knife in the other, her body leaning against Shin Wuxiao's chest. If she quietly leaned in while peeling the fruit and stabbed him in the neck, everything would end. But that thought flashed through her mind and disappeared. She didn't dare. Shin Wuxiao was quite generous, allowing Lu Ruoyan to peel the apple in his embrace. "Today, besides coming to see you, I wanted to ask if you have time in the next couple of days? There's a banquet in Shanghai." Lu Ruoyan almost reacted instinctively, but she quickly realized and calmly continued peeling the fruit. "Whether I have time or not is not important. You can just tell me what you want to do." Shin Wuxiao raised an eyebrow. "That won't do. I respect women very much. If you don't have time, you don't have to force yourself. I'm just going to join in the fun, it's nothing serious." Lu Ruoyan naturally wouldn't refuse. Now it could be confirmed that Shin Wuxiao would go to that banquet. "I'm willing to go with you," Lu Ruoyan replied. Shin Wuxiao pinched her chin, turning her face towards him, a mischievous smile on his face. "Did I say I wanted you to accompany me? I only mentioned there's a banquet in Shanghai. I didn't say I wanted you to go with me, did I?" Lu Ruoyan was at a loss for words. Shin Wuxiao really hadn't said that, he was just asking if she was free. This was quite awkward. Shin Wuxiao laughed heartily, leaning in closer, their foreheads touching. Their noses almost brushed against each other, creating a very ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Ruoyan's eyelashes fluttered, her breath becoming hot. It seemed she could anticipate what Shin Wuxiao was about to do. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed. Shin Wuxiao was not polite at all, gently biting her lip. "So, are we leaving?" Lu Ruoyan responded softly. "Upstairs, or here?" Lu Ruoyan bit her lip. "Let's go. To the room." Shin Wuxiao decisively took the fruit knife from her hand and casually tossed it. The fruit knife shot out like a sharp sword, directly embedding itself into the wall, the entire blade buried in it. Then, he took Lu Ruoyan's delicate hand and headed towards the stairs. Lu Ruoyan was shocked. She had never known that Shin Wuxiao was also a master, she had simply thought he was violent. Fortunately, while peeling the fruit just now, she had no other thoughts. Otherwise, it would have been her throat that got cut. Upon reaching the upstairs room, Lu Ruoyan silently took off her loungewear. Shin Wuxiao had to admit that Lu Ruoyan was very charming, extremely charming. Although she couldn't compare to Jiang Huayue, she was still a super gem. What a pity, Lu Ruoyan was just a trial version. There was no way to unlock permanent usage rights. Shin Wuxiao was not a soft-hearted person. The hatred between them was a vendetta that could never be erased. Those who pose a threat usually disappear quietly. Lu Ruoyan was no exception. The original intention of keeping Lu Ruoyan around was to have her collaborate with Lin Fan. The information on this side was to be relayed to Lu Ruoyan, so she could pass it on to Lin Fan. When they thought they had the upper hand with the information, it would be easier to act and earn points. But plans truly cannot keep up with changes. Lin Fan's storyline had completely collapsed. Now, Lu Ruoyan's role seemed less significant. However, putting out fires was still quite useful. A moment of silence. Returning to calm. Shin Wuxiao had also gone back on his word. He was supposed to leave, but who knew 3 hours had passed? It was already midnight. He simply decided to stay, but Lu Ruoyan was still unaware. At this moment, she was curled up in Shin Wuxiao's embrace, her voice soft and filled with emotion. "Do you want to take a shower before you leave?" "Shut up, go to sleep," Shin Wuxiao said lightly with his eyes closed. Lu Ruoyan was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. While her heart was filled with joy, there was also a hint of nervousness, yet she still accepted it gladly. "Can you hold me?" Those damned thoughts once again occupied her instincts. Lu Ruoyan asked instinctively, but Shin Wuxiao made no move, lying flat as if he were asleep. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan felt an inexplicable discomfort. A wave of bitterness surged within her, a special heartache spreading from her heart to her limbs. It felt like her hands and feet were numb, leaving her somewhat powerless. Knowing it was wrong yet still doing it, she had been crazily testing her limits. She clearly knew it was a mistake, yet she couldn't help herself. She even began to crave Shin Wuxiao's affection. Unfortunately, fate did not align with her wishes. Shin Wuxiao simply did not care about her feelings. The more he acted this way, the more Lu Ruoyan desperately wanted to get closer. The Stockholm Syndrome, or simply being foolish, was not an incorrect description. As the night deepened, Lu Ruoyan found it hard to fall asleep. It was only when a pair of arms wrapped around her that she finally felt completely relaxed. She didn't know if Shin Wuxiao did it intentionally or unconsciously, but it calmed her restless heart. She was like a little white rabbit, fully aware that a big bad wolf was beside her, yet still choosing to draw near. Even though she could be torn to pieces at any moment, Lu Ruyan naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity, reaching out to tightly embrace Shin Wuxiao, unwilling to let go. From the beginning until now, everything feels like a dream. I can hardly distinguish between dream and reality. But my heart hurts so much, Lu Ruyan murmured softly before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, when Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, the man who had held her was already gone. An endless sense of loss swept over her once again, but all she could do was lean against the headboard and let out a long sigh. The originally simple revenge could also use her body to entice Shin Wuxiao. Everything could be done without any selfish motives, solely for the purpose of revenge by any means necessary. Yet she never expected to be destroyed by the hidden psychological issues. The more Shin Wuxiao looked down on her, the more ruthless and cruel he was, the more she fell hopelessly in love with him. Even so, things had to be done as they should. At most, it would just mean a bit more torment. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the banquet. Shin Wuxiao was supposed to take Zhang Huayue, and although the banquet had already started, there was no need to rush over. He was currently in the Bay Villa, watching Zhang Huayue change clothes. It was like a fashion show, one outfit after another. This was far more interesting than going to the banquet. The banquet itself was quite boring. Most people were gathered in small groups, chattering away, holding wine glasses. Their smiles were gentle and refined, their manners polite. Behind the scenes, they were all just a bunch of playful people, but they wouldn't show it in public. More importantly, it was to meet business partners and to build a good relationship with the new leader. Shin Wuxiao had no interest in making friends. He was already well off in both money and power. His past was all about dealing with Lin Fan. Therefore, going over too early would only attract a swarm of flies buzzing around, which was quite annoying. However, Lin Fan would definitely go first. The protagonist law had already indicated that wherever there was a protagonist, there would be conflict. There would always be someone who would argue with the protagonist over something trivial. Then came a series of back-and-forth exchanges. Following that, the minor villains would seek connections to drive the protagonist away, and so on, in a repetitive cycle, until the big shot who would support the protagonist finally appeared. This was also the beginning of the reversal and face-slapping. Everything was indeed as Shin Wuxiao had imagined. At the Xiang Trade and Exhibition Center, Lin Fan had already arrived at the venue. In this lavishly decorated banquet hall, Lin Fan stood out. His attire was vastly different from that of others, making him seem out of place. In such a formal gathering, everyone else was dressed in suits and ties, looking sharp, but Lin Fan opted for casual wear, looking quite ordinary and even a bit dusty. He wore a pair of sneakers, with some dried yellow mud on the edges. It seemed as if he had dressed to invite ridicule. This kind of mindset was hard to understand. Perhaps he intended to be low-key. He wanted to give off a unique vibe of being sober while everyone else was drunk. But it backfired, and he was seen as an oddity. While at the banquet, Lin Fan did indeed keep a low profile. After all, he didn't know anyone, so he headed towards the buffet. He picked up a plate and began to eat heartily. Those who could attend this banquet were, to some extent, people of status and wealth. Seeing someone like Lin Fan, who seemed out of place, many looked on with disdain. Who behaves like that in a formal setting? Lin Fan paid no mind to their comments. Their mouths were on them, and they could say whatever they wanted. It didn't bother him. What mattered most was his own happiness. As the center of attraction, even if Lin Fan did nothing, he would still be ridiculed. Not to mention when something happened. Just as he stood up to go to the restroom, a beautiful lady holding a wine glass bumped into him. The lady let out a delicate cry and stumbled backward. Lin Fan was quick to react, immediately reaching out to grab her hand and pull her back. She was steadied, and not a drop of wine spilled from her glass. One had to admit, Lin Fan had some skills. With an indifferent expression, he reminded her, "Miss, watch where you're walking." After saying that, Lin Fan intended to head to the restroom. However, the lady didn't think she had bumped into Lin Fan. Instead, she believed he had intentionally groped her. Seeing Lin Fan's demeanor, her anger flared up. Remembering how he had just pulled her back, she felt a wave of disgust, feeling offended. "You filthy beggar, are you blind? How could you bump into me?" The lady looked at him with disdain and spat out a curse. Lin Fan paused, turned to look at her, his tone still relatively gentle. "Miss, did you bump into me, or did I pull you back? Otherwise, you would have fallen to the ground by now. You don't even thank me, and yet you dare to curse?" The lady shot him a disdainful glance, her expression full of contempt. "Thank you?" She scoffed. "Do you think you deserve it? Just look at what you are. Bumping into me, isn't that just wanting to take advantage? I've seen plenty of people like you. Coming to a place like this is just to take advantage of others. Just smelling the perfume on me is like celebrating the new year. Who do you think you are to touch me? The lady's expression was haughty, looking down at him with her chin raised. Her various expressions of disdain made one want to slap her across the face. Lin Fan would naturally not allow himself to be bullied. He smirked slightly. With someone like you, I really don't care. Dressed so flamboyantly, aren't you just a toy for those so-called big shots? What are you pretending to be noble for? The woman was furious upon hearing this. Although Lin Fan's latter statement was true, they were indeed toys for those so-called big shots. Truth can be harsh, and it wasn't for a filthy beggar to criticize her. What qualifications does a filthy beggar have? Fine, you dare to insult me, just wait. Just you wait. The woman, fearing that this beggar-like man might do something to her, decisively chose to leave with a harsh remark. Lin Fan watched her walk away, his expression calm. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they do offend me, I will retaliate. He didn't seek trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Lin Fan didn't dwell on it and headed straight for the restroom. After coming out, he continued towards the buffet area. The people here were discussing business and maintaining relationships. He didn't need to, so he would eat and drink as he pleased. Outside the Xiang Trade Fair, Shen Wuxiao's car had also arrived. He casually parked at the entrance of the exhibition. Shen Wuxiao got out of the car and glanced at the red carpet leading up to the exhibition center's main entrance, curling his lip. All this flashy nonsense, walking on a red carpet. One might think it was a wedding. Jiang Huayue also made her entrance gracefully. She walked up to Shen Wuxiao and linked her arm with his. You heartless little thing. I thought you would be gentlemanly and open the car door for me. Shen Wuxiao was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Baby, the word gentleman doesn't really suit me. He looked at Jiang Huayue, who was dressed in an evening gown, feeling a surge of impulse. The evening gown was of a very sleek and elegant type. It didn't reveal much, but it perfectly outlined her figure, making her incredibly charming. Especially paired with that breathtakingly beautiful face, she could easily outshine all the women at the banquet. Alright then, my young master Shen, let's go in. Jiang Huayue, not caring about such things, gently tugged at Shen Wuxiao's arm. Shen Wuxiao walked in just like that. As they reached the entrance of the exhibition, the doorman immediately welcomed them respectfully. Shen Wuxiao glanced at the doorman and inexplicably said, "Take good care of the car, or I'll break your legs." The doorman trembled in fear and quickly nodded. "Sir, please rest assured, I will keep a close watch." Jiang Huayue was speechless. This guy truly was a spoiled rich kid. He was really too extravagant. Once they entered, they saw many people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering away. Occasionally, they would raise their glasses in a toast. This exhibition center is quite large, Jiang Huayue remarked as she surveyed the area. Just for show, it's not like we're playing football. What's the use of being so big? Shen Wuxiao replied bluntly, tearing down the facade. Don't be fooled by how these people look. Behind the scenes, they're darker than I am, using dirty tricks. Jiang Huayue couldn't help but laugh. No way, darker than you? Shen Wuxiao said seriously, really? In business, I only go for the big ones. They take everything, big or small. Even the leftovers, they probably wouldn't leave a bite for anyone. Just like a starving dog, don't deal with those people, it lowers your status. Come on, let's find a quiet place to flirt, Shen Wuxiao said, leading Jiang Huayue towards a secluded spot. Just then, 3 middle-aged men rushed over, smiling and fawning. Young Master Shen, you're here. The newcomers were the organizers of the event. Upon seeing Shen Wuxiao, they naturally tried their best to please him. This person was someone they could never hope to touch in their entire lives. With such a good opportunity, how could they let it go to waste? Shen Wuxiao glanced at the 3 of them. Are you really that happy to see me? The 3 quickly nodded. Happy, of course happy. Young Master Shen's presence makes our humble abode shine. Oh, hearing you say that, it seems you really are quite happy. Shen Wuxiao smiled. I was delayed on the way and arrived late. You won't mind, will you? Oh, the 3 were startled. Young Master Shen, how could that be? It's not that you came late, it's that our banquet started early. Yes, it's our fault for not managing the time well. Young Master Shen arrived just in time. Jiang Huayue watched their performance, speechless. With Shen Wuxiao's status, they naturally had to flatter him. But before they could even feel happy, Shen Wuxiao's expression changed. Is that so? Since your banquet started early, then you should apologize to me. Ha! The 3 were taken aback. They quickly reacted. Yes, we are truly sorry, young Master Shen. This was a mistake in our work arrangements. We sincerely apologize. Yes, young Master Shen, please forgive us. Young mistress, please forgive us. Shen Wuxiao suddenly chuckled. Alright, I was just joking with you, you can go now. The organizers felt a chill down their backs. They could only force a smile. Alright, young Master Shen, young mistress, have fun. If you need anything, just let us know. The three hurriedly ran off. Shun Wuxiu also took Jiang Huayue to another side. At this moment, Jiang Huayue quietly asked, Wuxiao, why are you deliberately bullying those people? Shun Wuxiao smiled, they like to bully others, so naturally, I also enjoy bullying people. They respect me for my status. Here, one is as bad as the other, none of them are good. I'm just the worst among so many bad people. Jiang Huayue couldn't help but hit Shin Wuxiao. Must you say it so bluntly? Shin Wuxiao nodded, of course. So, you and I are both great villains. Fine, I'm your woman, so naturally, I'm in the same boat as you. Jiang Huayue did not refute, directly accepting it. Jiang Huayue understood these social dynamics. When she entered, she scanned the room and happened to see those three organizers. Someone was toasting them, and they were all coldly smiling, not even drinking. They didn't even want to pretend. Upon seeing Shin Wuxiao, they immediately rushed over eagerly. This was clearly playing favorites. Shin Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue found a spot with fewer people and sat down on the sofa. This position had few people, but from the diagonal angle, they could see different people. Indeed, it was Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was still eating and drinking heartily. One hand held a drink, and the other held a roasted chicken wing, eating with grease all over his mouth. Braised wings, I like to eat, but your mother says you're going to heaven soon. Jiang Huayue naturally saw this and couldn't help but glance at Shin Wuxiao. That's Lin Fan, right? Shin Wuxiao just smiled, raised his hand to wrap around Jiang Huayue, and made a sure gesture. Jiang Huayue stopped asking questions and watched with Shin Wuxiao. Now that she saw Lin Fan, Jiang Huayue felt no emotional turmoil. She regarded him as just someone she had met before. If it were in the past, she certainly wouldn't have thought that one day she would be on opposing sides with Lin Fan. However, it seemed that Lin Fan was in trouble now. Lin Fan indeed did not notice Shin Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue diagonally across. If he wanted to look over there, he would have to twist his body halfway around. A person's instinct would resist such an uncomfortable twisting angle, so Lin Fan wouldn't pay attention to that side. He continued to eat and drink. He was invited here by Gao Yulong, and the main host had not yet appeared. He indeed had no business partners or acquaintances here. Although Lu Ruyan had said she would come here, he had not seen her at all. Even if he did see her, he wouldn't take the initiative to greet her, he would pretend not to know her. So he might as well just eat and drink here. He hadn't had dinner yet and was still hungry. Just as he was about to bite into a chicken wing he had just taken, a few figures approached him. The leader was a man with a few patches of green hair. He looked arrogant, and the suit he wore made him seem more like a refined scoundrel. At first glance, he looked like trouble, a typical second-generation rich kid. Beside him were a few others, 2 men and 3 women. Lin Fan simply glanced at them and continued to eat and drink. How rare, I've seen plenty of people come to business dinners pretending to be successful, but this is the first time I've seen someone come just to mooch off the food and drinks, and they don't even bother to disguise themselves? Renting a suit would make it harder for people to recognize them. These 2 remarks were highly insulting. Lin Fan remained unfazed. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. The green-haired man was getting a bit annoyed. When had he ever been ignored like this? Lin Fan looked at him as if he were a fool but still didn't respond. Hey, you. The green-haired man was about to make a move, but a man beside him said, Lu Xiao, don't cause trouble today, Gao Shuji will be here soon. Only then did the green-haired man, referred to as Lu Xiao, disdainfully curl his lip and retract his aggressive posture. Kid, consider yourself lucky. If this were outside, I'd break your legs. Lin Fan secretly scoffed. If he had made a move just now, he would have ended up with his legs broken. It should be Lu Xiao who was lucky. Just when he thought the matter would pass, a figure ran over. Lu Gu, hearing the voice, Lin Fan frowned. This voice was familiar. Wasn't it that unreasonable woman from earlier? It seemed the matter wasn't over yet. Seeing the newcomer, the green-haired man's face lit up with a smile. Lian, what's wrong? Lian looked aggrieved. Lu Gu, just now a beggar bullied me and took advantage of me. Woo. I don't want to live anymore. She leaned into the green-haired man's embrace, acting all pitiful. Damn, who the hell has the guts to mess with me? Take me over there, damn it. The green-haired man immediately got angry. Lian was about to speak when she suddenly spotted Lin Fan, who was sitting and eating. She recognized him instantly. It would be hard not to recognize him. It's him. Lian angrily pointed at Lin Fan and then shook Lu Xiao's arm. Lu Gu, you have to stand up for me. You bastard. Lu Xiao could no longer hold back. This starving ghost had dared to ignore his question earlier, which had already annoyed him. Now he even dared to eat his woman's tofu. Wasn't that asking for death? Lu Xiao glared at Lin Fan, pointing at him. Kid, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll have you carried out after standing in here. Lin Fan looked over, his expression still calm. He showed no signs of fear. His voice was flat. So you're going to cause trouble based on her one-sided story without understanding the situation? I'd like to know what you plan to do. The more Lin Fan acted fearless, the more displeased Lu Xiao became. It was only because Gao Shuji was coming soon that he was holding back, otherwise, he would have just made a move without wasting words. Kid, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Lu Xiao pulled over a chair and sat down in front of Lin Fan. He then pointed to the ground, kneel down, call me sir, and apologize to my woman, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll show you what cruelty is. The few men and women beside them laughed gleefully, all wanting to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. The woman named Lian Lian was equally arrogant. She crossed her arms over her chest, as if to say, see, this is what happens when you provoke me. Lin Fan shook his head, looking at them as if they were fools. Meanwhile, Shen Wuxia over there was quite pleased. This was the treatment of the protagonist. If things developed normally, when the situation attracted the attention of others, someone would come to support Lin Fan. Naturally, that would be the so-called Gao Yulong. Once he appeared, he would certainly help Lin Fan turn the tables. Unfortunately, being present himself, he wanted to suppress first and then rise, but that was impossible. Even if Gao Shijiji came, he would have to lower his head in front of him. Zhang Huaiwei was also watching, and she was quite speechless. No matter how you looked at it, Lin Fan was the wolf king of the border, yet he was so pathetic. He was decisive in killing on the border, but here he was tucking his tail between his legs? In the end, he would definitely have to take action. Why endure such humiliation? She didn't understand, but that was none of her business. On Lin Fan's side, he finally spoke up. However, when he did, it was with a cold smile. Are you sure you want to do this? The green-haired guy laughed, thinking this idiot was still putting on an act. What I'm doing is already giving you a chance. If it weren't for the special circumstances, do you think you could still sit here? Now, right now, kneel down, knock your head and call me sir, then apologize to my woman, otherwise, the consequences are on you. Alright, let me see what those consequences are. Lin Fan showed no fear. You're looking for death. The green-haired guy exploded in anger, suddenly standing up, grabbing the chair he had just sat on, and was about to smash it over Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan clenched his fists, ready to strike. Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Just as Lin Fan was about to make a move, he was interrupted again. This time, a man in a suit approached. He had a serious expression on his face, looking quite authoritative. The green-haired guy saw the newcomer and also put down the chair, smiling. Uncle Lu Jia, I'm teaching a little brat who doesn't know the rules a lesson. Lu Jia frowned. You can't teach a lesson in a place like this. Gao Shijiji is coming soon. Aren't you slapping Gao Shijiji in the face? Lu Jia chuckled. Yes, Uncle Lu Jia is right. But he turned to Lu Jia and said, Uncle Lu Jia, I want to ask you, how come all sorts of riffraff can come in? The green-haired guy pointed at Lin Fan. Someone like him is just lowering the level of the banquet, and he's here eating and drinking so shamelessly. Only then did Lu Jia look at Lin Fan, his frown deepening. They were the hosts. When had they ever invited such a person? It was clear he had snuck in to mooch off the food and drink. Lu Jia said sternly, Sir, please show your invitation. Lin Fan pouted, No, I'm a special guest, no invitation needed. Lu Jia didn't waste any words, turning to the staff, Go call security, take him out, and then hand him over to the law enforcement. Don't make too much noise. The green-haired guy and the others couldn't help but laugh. Their schadenfreude was palpable, and they were overjoyed. Lin Fan remained unflustered. I said I'm a special guest, and you're calling security? Are you sure you won't regret it? Lin Fan had indeed been invited by Gao Yulong. He never expected the hosts would want to drive him away. When Gao Yulong arrived, would they still be able to get a good deal? Lu Jia showed no mercy, maintaining a business-like attitude. He looked down at Lin Fan. I've already regretted talking to you. Do you know what special guest means? You dare to speak so casually? I don't want anyone to get rough. Just cooperate and leave. This isn't a place where you can just eat and drink for free. The commotion had already attracted quite a few onlookers. Lu Jia really didn't want to escalate the situation. Otherwise, when Gao Yulong arrived, it would be hard to explain. The other onlookers looked on with disdain. Without mentioning anything else, just Lin Fan's casual outfit alone was enough for them to look down on him. Not to mention the table in front of Lin Fan, which was filled with a variety of food and chicken bones. It was clear he was just there to mooch off the food and drinks. Who would have thought he would dare to boast that he was a special guest? Did he even know what a special guest was? That required a high-ranking official's secret order, directly arranged as a distinguished guest by the high-ranking official's identity. Did he think he was worthy? Bah! The security guards also arrived, 5 of them. They looked ready to drive Lin Fan away. Sir, I'm giving you face here. Don't make me handle this too harshly, Lu Jia warned again. Lin Fan shook his head and stood up. He scanned the room and saw the mocking gazes directed at him, feeling somewhat speechless. I told you, I'm a special guest. Are you sure you want to kick me out? Don't come begging me to come back later. At this, those people suddenly laughed, looking at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. Some couldn't stand it and started to retort. I say, have some self-respect. Can't you see Mr. Lu is giving you face? How can you be so ungrateful? Exactly, letting you eat and drink so much without pursuing the matter is already generous. Who knows if you'll put something unclean in the food? In my opinion, just detain him and hand him over to the authorities. Voices rose in the crowd. Lin Fan sneered disdainfully. Just a bunch of lowly people looking down on others. The green-haired group was the most pleased, immediately starting to mock. Out of respect for Uncle Lu, I won't lay a hand on you. Just get lost. Do you still want to cling on? Trash that can't even get on the stage, only fit to stay in the stinking gutter for life. Lin Fan remained unfazed, but a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his lips, raising an eyebrow in a Nike-like manner. They were mocking him now, but soon they would be begging for his forgiveness. Just as the security was about to take Lin Fan away, the key figure arrived. What are you all crowding around for? A voice filled with authority rang out. Everyone turned to look. It was none other than the main guest of the banquet, the top leader of Zhenghai, Gao Yulong. Dressed in plain black, with slightly graying hair and a serious expression, he exuded an aura of authority without needing to be angry. Secretary Gao. Secretary Gao. The people hurriedly began to greet him. Gao Yulong merely nodded, exuding an air of authority. Is there something going on here? Why is everyone gathered around? Gao Yulong inquired. The green-haired one immediately stepped forward. Uncle Gao, my father sends his regards. He wasn't feeling well today and couldn't attend the banquet. I hope you understand. Gao Yulong looked at the green-haired one. You must be little Lu, right? Yes, it's me. It's an honor for Uncle Gao to remember me. The green-haired one appeared very pleased. Gao Yulong nodded. When I first met you, you were still small. I didn't expect you to have grown so much. A crowd of people began to greet him. With Gao Yulong's arrival, all eyes were on him. Lin Fan remained silent and sat back down. He didn't need to make a point of greeting anyone. After all, Gao Yulong was currently the center of attention. Naturally, people would greet him when they saw him. Meanwhile, Shen Wuxiu stood up. It was time for him to take action. He couldn't let that fool Gao Yulong really help Lin Fan show off successfully. He took Jiang Huayue's hand and walked directly toward the crowd. Jiang Huayue understood and quietly followed Shen Wuxiu. In the crowd, even though Gao Yulong was surrounded by admirers, he still didn't forget to look for Lin Fan. That little friend was someone he had specially invited. To repay the favor, he naturally wanted Lin Fan to interact more with these people, so that his future path would be broader. Lin Fan also noticed that Gao Yulong was looking for someone, and at that moment, he took the initiative to stand up. He walked forward. Brother Gao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan opened his mouth with a bombshell. Gao Yulong saw Lin Fan and a smile appeared on his face. But before he could speak, the green-haired guy interrupted him. Kid, are you crazy? Who climbs relationships like that? After saying this, the green-haired guy turned to Gao Yulong and said, Uncle Gao, don't mind him, this kid has a few screws loose. He barged in here to mooch food, drinks, and connections. We should just have someone throw him out now, so he doesn't ruin this banquet. The green-haired guy looked at the security. Hurry up, take him away. The security immediately moved, each grabbing Lin Fan by the shoulders. But they completely failed to notice that Gao Yulong's expression had turned extremely dark. His eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. The guest he invited was being humiliated like this. Wasn't that a slap in his face? What are you doing? Gao Yulong shouted lightly. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, a cold sneer in his heart. Were these people really that stupid or just pretending? Didn't they see that Gao Yulong's face had already changed? At this moment, Gao Yulong would naturally stand up for him. He didn't need to say much. Gao Yulong's reprimand was incredibly authoritative, causing many people to freeze in place. The scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Just as Gao Yulong was about to call out Brother Lin and shock the entire room, Shen Wuxiu appeared. He timely interrupted Lin Fan's show-off moment. He chuckled lightly, his voice carrying endless pressure. Secretary Gao, you have quite the official air. If one didn't know better, they might think Zhenghai really is under your control. Shen Wuxiao's voice sounded very abrupt. Everyone was astonished to hear it. Who had the audacity to speak so sarcastically to Gao Yulong? Did they not want to stay in Zhenghai anymore? Gao Yulong was already furious, and suddenly being confronted so rudely made his official authority nearly explode. However, when everyone saw who had arrived, they were all momentarily speechless. The businessmen immediately lowered their heads, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. Gao Yulong also opened his mouth in disbelief. The most shocked was Lin Fan. He stared at Shen Wuxiu in front of him, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the bastard Sikong? Especially when he saw Zhang Huaiyue linking her arm with his, an unnamed fury surged straight to his head. Shen Wuxiu walked slowly right up to Gao Yulong. Shen Wuxiu was a head taller than Gao Yulong, looking down at him. The pressure was palpable. Gao Yulong couldn't help but swallow hard, taking a small step back. Already not tall, he suddenly bent slightly, making himself even shorter. Shen, young master Shen. Gao Yulong was genuinely surprised, unable to fathom why Shen Wuxiu would come here. This super rich playboy, how could he be interested in a business banquet? I'm asking you, in Zhenghai, is it you who calls the shots? Shen Wuxiu continued to ask. No, of course not, I don't have that kind of qualification. Just a moment ago, he had been arrogant, claiming I'm the biggest here, but now, under pressure, Gao Yulong lowered his stance. His face was full of forced smiles. One might think he was meeting his own father. Lin Fan was even more dumbfounded. He had been a bit dazed earlier and hadn't heard anyone call Shen young master, only seeing Gao Yulong actually bowing and scraping. This was hard to understand. How could this be? Gao Yulong was the top dog in Zhenghai. No matter how wealthy the other party's family was in Zhenghai, it shouldn't make the top dog so fearful, right? Shen Wuxiu still smiled faintly, speaking to Gao Yulong. No qualification? I think you have plenty. What was that shout for earlier? Gao Yulong felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at Lin Fan. That shout was meant to stand up for Lin Fan. If Shen Wuxiu asked like this, how could he not notice? If he couldn't understand this, he wouldn't have climbed to this position. Lin Fan had also anticipated it. It seemed to be directed at him. Lin Fan's face darkened. This bastard was deliberately trying to embarrass him today. Gao Yulong was forced by the situation, feeling helpless. He forced a smile and said, there was a small conflict here just now. I'll mediate. No other meaning. Is that so? Shen Wuxiu was unceremonious, raising his hand and patting Gao Yulong on the face. It was highly insulting. Yes. Gao Yulong didn't dare to say a word. Shen Wuxiu nodded. As long as it's not for personal gain. I thought Secretary Cao was going to stand up for someone. You really surprised me. However, the business dinner you organized turned out like this. Doesn't that indicate a problem with your work ability? Gao Yulong was directly stunned. Shen Wuxiu continued, if you can't handle this position well, you can choose another industry. Just give the position to me. I'll take the lead, and you can do the dirty work. It's all for the people. Serving. Gao Yulong was dumbfounded. With one sentence from Shen Wuxiu, he really might end up doing the dirty work, and everything would be in vain. Gao Yulong hurriedly shook his head. I was negligent. I'll handle it right away. How could Gao Yulong not know what to do? Alright, then continue handling it. Shen Wuxiu raised his hand, signaling. Hearing Shen Wuxiu's words, Gao Yulong could only brace himself and address the crowd. I know what happened just now. This person came in to eat and drink. What kind of security work are you doing? You ruined the dinner and didn't even kick him out. Gao Yulong raised his voice again, his authority diminished by 90%. Lin Fan was almost dumbfounded. This reversal was a bit too fast, wasn't it? Just now, he was going to stand up for himself, slapping everyone in the face, and now he suddenly wanted to kick him out? Lin Fan wasn't a fool. How could he not know that all of this was instigated by that bastard? It was truly too much. Lin Fan suddenly broke free from the security guards, glaring angrily at Shen Wuxiu. Is it interesting to humiliate me? Shen Wuxiu also pretended to be surprised. Are you talking to me? I seem to be a bystander. Others, hearing Lin Fan's arrogance and daring to speak to Shen Wuxiu like that, seized the opportunity to flatter. You beggar-like guy, do you know who you're talking to? Exactly. Who gave you the guts? You said you were specially invited. Then tell me, who invited you? Coming in to eat and drink, ruining this exhibition center, ruining a perfectly good dinner, not holding you accountable is already your good fortune. The green-haired one also seized the time to attack. You stupid dog, you knocked down my woman, this debt must be settled. Faced with a barrage of insults and humiliation, Lin Fan's face was so dark it could drip water. Ding, the protagonist suffers humiliation and insults, inner collapse, points plus 10,000, disrupting the protagonist's face-slapping scene, causing the protagonist to fail in slapping everyone, points plus 20,000, the security guards approached again, ready to take Lin Fan away. Lin Fan could no longer endure, there was no need to endure any longer. He suddenly shook his hand, and 2 security guards flew out. Damn it, if he had known, he shouldn't have wasted words, he should have resolved it with force directly. Rebellion, you dare to hit people. Hitting people means not just taking them away. Get the law enforcement personnel here immediately. Someone is being violent. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, taking 3 steps in 2, raising his hand to grab at Shen Wuxiu. That bastard was deliberately humiliating him. He had taken away his beloved woman and was acting like this. He had truly been blind back then. treating him as a brother. Just as Lin Fan was about to reach Shin Wuxiao, a fragrant breeze swept in. Zhang Huayue pinched her skirt and quickly kicked out. The kick landed squarely on Lin Fan's chest. She swiftly retracted her leg, turned around, and stood back beside Shin Wuxiao. The speed was astonishing, leaving everyone speechless. They hadn't even seen how she had kicked. That kick sent Lin Fan stumbling back 5 or 6 steps, clutching his chest, looking quite uncomfortable. You. Lin Fan felt utterly defeated. A former comrade had completely turned against him. Lin Fan, you really are despicable, Zhang Huayue said with an indifferent expression, her voice icy. You could endure the humiliation from so many people just now, but now you want to lay hands on my man? Next time you wash your hair, make sure to plug your ears so water doesn't get in. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, filled with rage. What a disgrace! If it weren't for his principle of not hitting women, he would have taught Zhang Huayue a lesson today. What kind of spell had she been under to protect that scoundrel so fiercely? Others began to curse as well. You trash, how dare you lay a hand on young Master Shin? Are you tired of living? Kid, you won't be leaving today. Some people, eager to please Shin Wuxiao, directly contacted others to deal with Lin Fan. In the end, Lin Fan shot a fierce glare at Shin Wuxiao, snorted coldly, and walked towards the exit. He had lost all face today and endured such humiliation. He had been spat on for so long. There was no way he could stay here any longer. If he didn't leave now, those people might call for reinforcements, and while he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight, he would definitely be taken to the law enforcement bureau. That would be like walking into a trap. So, it was better to leave first. Hey, if you have guts, don't run. TCH, coward, if you have guts, stay and see how you get carried out. Just a buzzkill of a waste, get lost already. As Lin Fan walked towards the door, he could still hear the mocking and insults from behind. He gritted his teeth, enduring it. He was truly furious today. However, Lin Fan had a good ability to regulate his emotions. He forced himself to calm down. After leaving the convention center, he hailed a cab and left. Even as he departed, he didn't register what those people had called Shin Wuxiao. After Lin Fan left, Shin Wuxiao also lost interest in the situation. He had only come to deal with Lin Fan. Just as he was about to leave with Zhang Huayue, Gao Yulong suddenly approached with a drink, trying to apologize. Young Master Shin, young madam, today is all my fault. Gao, will drink a cup as punishment. Gao Yulong raised the drink and downed it in one go. Shin Wuxiao had no interest in wasting time with such small fry. If it weren't for this fool wanting to support Lin Fan, he wouldn't have bothered to make things difficult for him. Seeing that Shin Wuxiao seemed unresponsive, Gao Yulong steeled himself and directly grabbed a whole bottle, bringing it to his lips. He gulped it down. That stuff was white. Shin Wuxiao simply raised his hand and swatted it away, sending the bottle flying to the ground. Enough, go away. I'm not going to make things difficult for a small character like you, but your brain, as the one in charge, is indeed a bit foolish. You've been used by others and are still counting their money. Your path will eventually be ruined by your own hands. Think about it when you get back. With that, Shin Wuxiao wrapped his arm around Zhang Huayue's slender waist and strode out. Gao Yulong stood there for a moment, watching their retreating figures, unable to help but murmur, used by others? What does that mean? Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who was leaving in the car, was still seething with anger. That damned Sikong had actually teamed up with others to humiliate him. He had truly been blind to have opened his heart to him. He had even thought that once he became strong, he would repay the favor. Who could have known that in a moment of turning, he would be so merciless? Lin Fan was also puzzled. Previously, he had acted like a spoiled rich kid, the kind who was good for nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. He was also afraid of this and that, terrified of the people from the Haisha society. But today was particularly different. Even the top leader of Shanghai had to flatter and curry favor with him. Was he really afraid of the Haisha society? Was that reasonable? And then there was Zhang Huayue. How could she be so ruthless? Not only did she not defend him, but she also watched coldly and even attacked him. What a wretched person. The more Lin Fan thought about it, the angrier he became, a deep sense of humiliation sweeping over him. But so what? Could he really kill Zhang Huayue? Lin Fan closed his eyes and leaned back in the back seat. He truly felt a bit weary. Just as the taxi was waiting at a red light, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. A look of immense shock crossed his face. No. Lin Fan had just closed his eyes, and his mind unconsciously replayed the events from the banquet. He suddenly realized the problem. Since those people were so respectful to Sikong, how could they not address him as young Master Sikong? In the conversation, the name Sikong had never appeared. Instead, someone had called out, "Young Master Shan Shao, Shan Wuxiao." Lin Fan's face turned pale, his brows furrowing tightly. He grabbed the driver in front of him, his expression fierce and imposing. "Hurry, turn around, back to Ziang Commerce, quickly. What are you doing? You can't turn around at this intersection." The driver was startled when grabbed and was taken aback. "I told you to turn around, hurry up." Lin Fan's face was fierce, he was truly anxious. He had to go back and clarify things. If Shin Wuxiu had always been around, that would be terrifying. The driver, seeing Lin Fan's almost predatory state in the rearview mirror, dared not say more. Today was truly a stroke of bad luck for him. He could only find an intersection to quickly turn around and head back. Lin Fan's expression was very grim. As the Border Wolf King, when had he ever been played like this? He had to go back and confirm. Under pressure, the driver had no choice but to speed. When they arrived at the scene, the car hadn't even stopped before Lin Fan jumped out. The driver only cursed loudly when Lin Fan ran out. "Damn it, you little brat, you'll get yourself killed by a car one day, bullying people, huh? Damn you." Lin Fan paused and turned back to the taxi. "What the hell did you just say?" The driver stepped on the gas, cursing as he drove away. "I said, damn it, you're a piece of trash. Meeting you is really bad luck, screw you. If I see you again, Lin Bei will definitely freeze you with shrimp heads." Damn! Lin Fan almost rushed up to smash his car, but there were more urgent matters at hand. He had to get in quickly. Lin Fan held back. When Lin Fan rushed in, the people at the door hurried to stop him. This time, Lin Fan didn't hold back. With a slap to each side, the people trying to stop him flew out. When he re-entered the banquet hall, his gaze swept wildly, searching for Shin Wuxiu's figure. But after looking around, he still didn't see anyone. Lin Fan took a quick step forward, grabbing someone who had mocked him earlier and pulling him into a corner. That person was Li Fei, the president of the Huafei group. Seeing Lin Fan actually had the nerve to come back, he was about to curse him out. But this time, Lin Fan was different. He raised his hand, a curved knife pressed against Li Fei's neck. "I'm asking you something, and you better answer me." Li Fei swallowed hard, feeling a bit intimidated, and could only nod. Was there a young master Sikong at the scene just now? Li Fei shook his head. "I've never heard of that surname." Then who was the person that even Gao Yulan was afraid of? Li Fei paused. That is young master Shin. Full name. Lin Fan's face grew increasingly dark. Shan Wuxiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank. It really was Shin Wuxiao. The persona of Sikong had been entirely constructed by Shin Wuxiao. This meant that all along, he had been treated like a foolish dog, deceived. For a moment, Lin Fan's mind buzzed. He tightened his grip on the knife, pressing it against Li Fei. Where is he? Where is he? Fortunately, Li Fei had weathered many storms, otherwise, he would have been scared out of his wits by Lin Fan's imposing presence. Young Master Shin and the young mistress have already left. Lin Fan's breath became heavy, uncontrollable anger surging in his mind. He shoved Li Fei aside. Standing still, a killing intent erupted from his eyes like never before. Li Fei, having been pushed away, felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly ran to call the law enforcement. Damn it, don't think he's easy to bully. If someone dared to threaten him with a knife, he would make sure they rot in jail. Lin Fan did not pursue Shin Wuxiu because it was too late to chase now. However, one could run from a monk but not from the temple. He knew where Shin Wuxiu lived. No one could escape the Wolf King's pursuit. Lin Fan now felt utterly ridiculous, laughably so. It turned out that from the moment he stepped into Shanghai, he had been a clown. All that talk of righteousness and camaraderie was just an illusion. Shin Wuxiu had taken him to the hotel to uncover the truth, and he had been filled with gratitude. Little did he know, the murderer was right beside him. Shin Wuxiu had been incessantly muttering about green hats, and he had thought it was just idle chatter. It turned out he was serious. His power was that great? Great enough that no one dared to speak his name. Great enough that no one dared to casually pull out his photo. It was only now that he fully understood that the incident with the Haisha Society had also been orchestrated by Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu clearly knew that the villa at No. 19 Jinhai Bay was where the young masters of the Haisha Society resided. Yet he concocted such a story, claiming to have seen Shin Wuxiu there. Various setups, but never revealing the true situation, leaving it all to Lin Fan's speculation. This led him to investigate, and sure enough, he saw many people guarding the villa. All of this was the work of that bastard. Even after mistakenly killing someone and fleeing from the chase, it was no wonder that armed thugs and hidden snipers appeared. It was all him, all his doing. He even pretended to save Lin Fan, gaining all his trust, and acted so well. And in the hospital, that medical disturbance, the chaos, it was all arranged by him. Even when the Haisha Society's retaliation began, he deliberately exaggerated things, forcing Lin Fan to hide in a miserable place and suffer for so long. He took advantage of Lin Fan's hiding to deceive Zhang Huaiwei. Shameless, shameless. Hiding in that abandoned demolition building could still be found by bounty hunters. It must have been him who let them in. Shan Wuxiao, Shan Wuxiao. Lin Fan muttered through gritted teeth. A strange chill crept into his heart. He had never been this embarrassed, nor had he ever been this low. The schemes Shan Wuxiao used were not profound, but they were precisely the most practical. He had tightly grasped Lin Fan's urgency and kind-heartedness. It was precisely this that was the most terrifying. If he wanted to keep pretending, Lin Fan might never discover the truth until his death. Likewise, Lin Fan had never wanted to kill someone so badly in his life. Even at the border, when facing enemies, it was more about the will to fight, the determination to crush his opponents. But now, it was malice, it was a desire to kill. You killed my brother, treated me like a fool, stole my woman, humiliated me. Shan Wuxiao, if I, Lin Fan, do not kill you, I swear I will not be human. Lin Fan's teeth were nearly ground to dust. This kind of humiliation slapped him in the face repeatedly, crush his IQ to the ground. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, blood would wash over the Bay Villa. Just as Lin Fan was about to step forward, 4 men in law enforcement uniforms blocked his way. One of them took out his identification. Sir, someone has accused you of threatening them with a knife. Please come with us. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. The threatened Li Fei also ran over. Li Fei angrily pointed at Lin Fan. You little punk, how dare you threaten me with a knife? Aren't you tough? Go ahead and make a move. I'm the president of Haisheng Group, Chen Qin. If you have the guts, retaliate against me. Am I afraid of you? A murderous intent flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he glared at Li Fei. Chen Qin, is it? Good. Is this a threat? Cooperate a little and come with us. The law enforcement officers immediately put handcuffs on him. Lin Fan did not resist. He knew he would eventually be released. Did they really think that after so many years in the military, he had no foundation at all? Watching Lin Fan being taken away, Li Fei spat on the ground with a cold snort. Just then, someone walked up to Li Fei. President Li, what's going on here? You really can't sit still, can you? Li Fei looked at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with disgust. President Chen, if you're bored, just go away and don't be an eyesore. Li Fei's group was a rival to Chen Qin's Haisheng Group, and the two had been in a silent battle for a long time. Li Fei had sent an undercover agent to water Chen Qin's money tree with boiling water, and it didn't take long for the tree to die. Chen Qin had retaliated as well, sending an undercover agent to secretly replace the Mazu that Li Fei worshipped with Ultraman. Business warfare was simple and unadorned, but effective. Lin Fan was taken onto a police car, heading towards the first branch of Shanghai. Upon arriving at the station, Lin Fan did not show any intense reactions. He admitted to threatening Li Fei without hesitation. His attitude was still quite good. Originally, Lin Fan was supposed to be handed over to the Martial Arts Association. After all, that was the place that managed martial artists. But Lin Fan's actions were criminal. He had threatened with a knife but did not extort money, so it was only considered creating a disturbance. However, he still had to be detained. Generally, in the eyes of the protagonist, when it came to martial artists, the law was merely a formality. But there still needed to be a process. Lin Fan's belongings were confiscated. However, before being detained, he still had the right to call a lawyer. Lin Fan took out his phone and first sent a message about his current situation to a mysterious number. Then he asked the law enforcement officer, "Can I make a phone call?" The officer nodded, "Yes, but we need to be present the whole time." Lin Fan didn't hesitate and decisively dialed the number saved as Sikong. Then he switched to speakerphone. Lin Fan was very calm now. He wasn't without schemes, he just preferred to be straightforward. He considered himself noble and looked down on sneaky tactics, but Shan Wuxiao was despicable and shameless, so he had no choice but to play him once. He wanted to call Shan Wuxiao at this moment, lay everything on the table, and guide him to speak the truth. After all, there were law enforcement officers present. If Shan Wuxiao admitted to all the evidence of his crimes, the outcome was predictable. The phone rang a few times before Shan Wuxiao picked up. "Brother Lin Fan, what's up?" Shan Wuxiao greeted with a light laugh. Lin Fan's expression darkened, but he controlled his emotions well. "Shan Wuxiao, stop pretending." "Pretending? Pretending to be what? I never said I wasn't Shan Wuxiao." Shan Wuxiao laughed heartily. "It's you who trusted others too easily. I'm curious, how did your Wolf King get to where he is?" Lin Fan felt offended and was furious. "Shan Wuxiao, you really are ruthless. You killed my brother and deceived me like this. I, Lin Fan, must be blind." Lin Fan suppressed his anger, guiding him word by word. Shan Wuxiao sighed. "Hey, brother Lin Fan, you can't say that. I killed your brother because he wanted to kill me. It was purely self-defense. Actually, the person I really want to kill is you, my good brother." The law enforcement officers nearby widened their eyes in shock. Damn it, the other party is actually Shin Wuxiao. They quickly pretended they hadn't heard anything. Lin Fan, seeing the officer's reaction, thought they were shocked by his words and felt secretly pleased. He continued to lead, Shin Wuxiao, after you killed my brother, you were the one who passed the message to me, right? Yes, it was me, Shin Wuxiao admitted generously. Then you lured me, got to know me, and secretly shot at me with a sniper rifle when you brought me to the young master of the Haisha Society, right? Lin Fan sneered inwardly. Not only did he kill someone, but he also brought out firearms and ammunition, enough to get him in serious trouble. It was me, but the young master of the Haisha Society wasn't someone I had you kill, you did that yourself. You cut his throat. That's too ruthless, really cruel, Shin Wuxiao said slowly. Lin Fan's head buzzed. Damn it, it seemed he had dug a pit for himself. Sure enough, the law enforcement officers looked at Lin Fan in surprise. One of them even walked out of the interrogation room directly. It seemed he was reporting it. Damn! At this point, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and continued, you're simply insane, you even slaughtered the entire Lu family. Shin Wuxiao, the heavens have eyes, you will face retribution. Shin Wuxiao was silent for a few seconds. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with cold light. But the next second, Shin Wuxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, brother Lin Fan, you're a bit naive. You think you can set a trap for me? You're not qualified. I can clearly tell you, and the officers beside you, that I killed the entire Lu family, killed your brother, and I still want to kill you. What? Are you going to have someone arrest me? Hearing such arrogant words, Lin Fan also sneered. Everything you just said has been recorded, and there are law enforcement officers present. I'm in the bureau, but what can you do? Shin Wuxiao chuckled lightly. What can I do? You're forcing me to go to the police station to arrest you. But don't worry, that kind of thing doesn't require me to do it myself. I want to spend a wonderful night with my precious Yuer, so let's not chat for now. You take care, don't die. I want to cut off your head, soak it in formalin, and keep it as a specimen. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. With Shin Wuxiao's wild laughter, the call was disconnected. Lin Fan's heart was filled with endless rage. However, thinking about Shin Wuxiao admitting to his crimes, he coldly looked at the law enforcement officers and said, did you hear that? He admitted to killing so many people. But when his gaze fell on the officers' faces, Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Damn it, the law enforcement officer in front of him had somehow put on headphones, and Phoenix Dance in the Sky was playing very loudly inside. Even from a distance, Lin Fan could faintly hear the explosive sound coming from the headphones. Seeing the officer swaying slowly, Lin Fan didn't doubt that he could suddenly pull out half a bag of cement from his pocket. Noticing Lin Fan looking at him, the officer took off his headphones. Huh? Are you asking me how you should be judged? Don't worry, there will be results soon. You threatened others' lives with a knife and committed murder in the house. You'll face multiple charges and wait to eat peanuts. Lin Fan was bewildered. Damn it, so he only heard the part where Shin Wuxiao confessed to killing the young master of the Haisha Society, and the rest of the time he was listening to Phoenix Dance in the Sky. Damn, didn't you hear Shin Wuxiao confessing to his crimes? Lin Fan's mouth twitched wildly. The law enforcement officer shook his head. What crime? Lin Fan gritted his teeth again. You must know about the case at the Zhenghai Longting Hotel. So many people from the Lu family died. That was done by Shin Wuxiao. The officer still shook his head, looking bewildered. What case? The Lu family offended someone and moved away overnight. Where did they go? Who knows? Lin Fan was left speechless. Suddenly, the words of Lu Rian echoed in his mind. I said we are like ants shaking a tree, and you shouldn't be unconvinced. You just don't know how terrifying he is. That sentence inexplicably repeated in his mind. He had previously dismissed it, but now he truly understood. Such terrifying power could only belong to extraordinary individuals. He had really underestimated the situation. Then, you must investigate Shin Wuxiao. Lin Fan still refused to give up. The officer shook his head again. You mean Shin Xiao, right? We know, no need to investigate. He is the leader of an outstanding enterprise. The GDP of Zhenghai is driven by him. Moreover, Shin Xiao donates billions every year to impoverished orphans, building nearly 100 whole primary schools and welfare homes in mountain villages. He is indeed very outstanding. As he spoke, the man even gave a thumbs up. Lin Fan's head buzzed. Could such a method of donation really cover up criminal facts? But what does that have to do with him being a criminal? Lin Fan was annoyed. Don't just throw around accusations of crime. You need evidence, or it's just empty talk. Lin Fan was truly furious. Shameless, shameless. That's just for show. It can't cover up the facts of the crime. Shameless? If you have the ability, you donate too. You just think Shin Xiao is putting on a show, but those impoverished families are genuinely benefiting. If it's a show, so be it. If you can pretend to be a good person for a lifetime, then you are a good person. Is that what I'm saying? I'm asking you to investigate the criminal evidence against Shen Wuxiao. His crimes are facts. Lin Fan felt like he was about to collapse. The other party was being deliberately evasive, definitely trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. The officer sneered. I said, everything requires evidence. Whether Shen Xiao committed a crime, we don't know, but you can't escape. You threatened others with a knife, killed Luo Han, the young master of the Haisha group, and the evidence is conclusive. Just wait to eat peanuts. Lin Fan simply stopped talking. If they really wanted to investigate, he wouldn't need to waste his breath. It was clear now that they were all in cahoots. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone entered the interrogation room and issued a real arrest warrant for Lin Fan. Lin Fan still did not resist. After all, that information had already been sent out. At most, someone would come to take him away tomorrow. Thus, Lin Fan was handcuffed again and taken to the detention area. He entered a small iron-barred room. Looking at the faint light coming through the small iron bars, Lin Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. Fate really plays tricks on people. The person he considered a friend turned out to be his greatest enemy. The person he loved the most inexplicably fell in love with his enemy. Once upon a time, he was full of glory. Once upon a time, he was cuckolded. Now, all he wanted to say was, damn, damn, damn. Over at the Bay Villa, Shen Wuxiao couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. Lin Fan didn't know if he had short-circuited his brain, actually trying to induce a confession. Shen Wuxiao suspected he had been out of touch with reality for too long, always immersed in martial arts. Although this was a world with a high martial arts background, not everyone was a martial artist. His level was very powerful compared to ordinary people or ordinary martial artists. But to those who had truly embarked on the path of martial arts, he was still a novice. Until he had fully grown, he was still limited by the secular world. Comparing himself to others was like an egg hitting a meteorite. Ding, Lin Fan is detained. Points plus 10,000. Lin Fan is mentally and physically tormented. Points plus 10,000. Seems like the points are a bit saturated? Shen Wuxiao murmured. Now the points fluctuate around 10,000. Without a major breakthrough, it must be due to his lack of toxicity. It seems he needs to increase the intensity. Although Lin Fan is currently detained, that little arm brat has some background, but not much. However, getting him out shouldn't be a problem. Shen Wuxiao certainly wouldn't let him off so easily. There are some places where he still needs to make his presence known. The prison is quite comfortable. Lin Fan doesn't have to pay and gets food. As a good brother, it's his duty to ensure his brother lives better. Providing food and accommodation is a must. Having resolved the necessities of life, the mental aspect also needs attention. Strong men locking up a guy, full of brawn, is also feasible. With this in mind, Shen Wuxiao already had an idea. He edited a message and decisively sent it out. Then, he opened the system panel and began searching for the cultivation method he needed in the techniques section. System, help me pick a cultivation method suitable for long-term practice. Ding, searching. Best cultivation method found, Yin Yang 2 Instruments Classic, can be exchanged for 50,000 points. Yin Yang 2 Instruments? Shen Wuxiao was taken aback. It can't be. Dual X method, right. Yes, host. Given your laziness and reluctance to cultivate, this is strongly recommended. Just operate the technique and engage with the other party, and you can merge each other's true energy, thus achieving the goal of joint cultivation. However, this method has a significant drawback. Shen Wuxiao was startled to hear this. The word drawback usually indicates a major issue. If it ruins the cultivation afterward, that would be disastrous. What drawback? The drawback is, one-on-one, unable to be without the colorful phoenix wings. Shen Wuxiao was somewhat speechless. You scared me, isn't that normal? But from what you say, there are other types, right? Yes, there are more advanced ones, but they require the host to reach the 8th grade master level to be suitable. Then forget it for now, I'll exchange for this one first. I suddenly want to cultivate. I need to work hard and can't slack off anymore. Shen Wuxiao's fighting spirit seemed ignited, full of positive energy. Exchanged for the host, deducting 50,000 points. Automatically learning Yin Yang 2 Instruments Classic has reached a minor achievement stage. Minor achievement? Yes, both the technique and martial skills have proficiency levels, which are minor achievement, integration, mastery, peak, and transcendence. Shen Wuxiao nodded. Alright, I got it. This thing is only at a minor achievement. I'm already at transcendence. It's not that the host's abilities in that aspect have different effects based on proficiency. I know, just joking with you. I'm off to cultivate. Having exchanged for this cultivation method, he naturally had to test its effectiveness. Zhang Huayue's talent was already very high. She practiced diligently. Whenever Shen Wuxiao wasn't home, Zhang Huayue basically practiced. Now that there was a more comfortable and quicker cultivation method, it was naturally. Zhang Huayue was sitting in front of the vanity, combing her hair. She had just taken a shower, wearing a silky smooth white camisole. Her half-dry hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her jade-like hands were gently combing. When Shin Wuxiu entered the room, her graceful figure came into view. Her shoulders were as white as snow, her waist like a slender willow swaying in the wind, and a faint fragrance wafted through the bedroom. Hearing the noise, Zhang Huayue shifted her delicate body to face Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu found it hard to control himself. The water lily emerges, bright and captivating. Her beautiful eyes seem to be assessing herself, her demeanor transforming from cool to noble and elegant. At the same time, she crosses her legs, her long legs and delicate feet moving lightly, enchanting. "Yuer, I want you to help me cultivate." Shin Wuxiu steps closer. Zhang Huayue is taken aback, unsure of what this guy is up to. "Ha, what's the theme today?" "No theme, just serious cultivation." Shin Wuxiu leans in and hugs Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue giggles, pushing Shin Wuxiu away with her hand. "You naughty guy, my hair isn't dry yet." "No need to worry about that, let's toast first." Shin Wuxiu carries Zhang Huayue directly to the bed. The two lock eyes, smiling at each other, and then their lips quickly meet. While some unwritten things happen in the villa, not far away, a fiery red Ferrari has been parked by the roadside for a long time. In the driver's seat, a woman with long hair is staring intently in the direction of the villa. She has been parked here for half an hour, but shows no intention of approaching. She is Lu Ruyan, who did not appear at tonight's banquet. After an unknown amount of time, the car's headlights finally light up again, slowly driving away from the Bay Villa. Lu Ruyan drives, her face revealing no emotion. However, she looks slightly haggard, and even while driving slowly, she gets distracted several times. Tonight, she attended a business banquet, but she never showed up, remaining in the shadows. It wasn't that she was afraid to face people, but because she saw Zhang Huayue beside Shin Wuxiu, she absurdly felt like a mistress encountering the legitimate partner. This made her lack the courage to step out, even to greet Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu didn't stay long. After Lin Fan left, they departed. Lu Ruyan, almost unconsciously, followed from a distance. She watched as Shin Wuxiu's car stopped at the villa entrance, helplessly witnessing the affection between Shin Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue. She also watched as Zhang Huayue playfully jumped onto Shin Wuxiu's back, making him carry her inside. The conflicting emotions accompanied by a heart-wrenching feeling were tormenting. She despised her own mindset, loathed her strange affliction, and hated her indecisiveness even more. Clearly enemies, why did her heart ache so painfully? The car moved slowly, and before she knew it, Lu Ruyan's vision began to blur, a layer of mist appearing before her eyes. 2 lines of tears silently slid down her cheeks. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibrating sound of the phone on the passenger seat pulled Lu Ruyan back to reality. She raised her hand, gently wiped away the tears, took a deep breath, and exhaled before picking up the phone. It was a call from her subordinate. Lu Ruyan answered, pressed the speakerphone button, and placed it in the center console. "Speak, Miss, Lin Fan has been arrested. According to the information we've gathered, after he left tonight, he returned for some unknown reason and threatened the boss." Her subordinate sounded a bit dazed. "And then?" Lu Ruyan asked. "After being taken away, he was initially charged with armed threats, but according to the information we gathered, he was actually detained, and as a serious criminal." Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly, and she immediately understood. This Lin Fan was truly as foolish as a pig. She had already said that the purpose of tonight's banquet was to network and to keep a low profile, to slightly conceal himself. Instead, he really did keep a low profile, showing up in casual clothes to the banquet. He directly attracted everyone's attention. A complete standout, it was impossible not to be noticed. Moreover, what was he threatening people for? With a knife, no less. Shin Wuxiu had a terrifying background. Whatever he wanted to do, no one could stop him or interfere. But Lin Fan had no significant background, although he had powerful force at his side. This was Zhenghai, within the Dragon Country, not a lawless land. Even if the law enforcement can't handle it, isn't there still the Martial Arts Association? Just him, let alone threatening with a knife. Even if he just slapped someone, he would be taken in for questioning. Now it's good, the person has been arrested, and the matters of the Haisha Society have also been dug up. The nature of the situation has changed from threatening with a knife to threatening with a knife plus home invasion murder. If the Haisha Society finds out, they will definitely use all their connections to make Lin Fan suffer. At this point, Lu Ruyan has no way out. Her foundation is weak, relying solely on her financial power. Even if she throws in billions, it won't help. The Haisha Society won't relent. Not to mention there's also the all-powerful Shin Wuxiu. She and Lin Fan had planned to keep everything low-key and act according to the situation. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, so they had to be extremely cautious. Now, it's not even a fleeting moment. It opened and then failed. Lu Ruyan is very decisive when it comes to other matters. Forget about Lin Fan, there's no need to care, let him be. clear all connections, erase all traces of cooperation with Lin Fan. That tea house, shut it down, send away all those who helped Lin Fan meet Gao Yulong, leave Shanghai. Yes, miss. Lu Ruyan's subordinate responded and got busy. Lu Ruyan was already in a state of chaos because of Shin Wuxiu. Now with Lin Fan's trivial matters coming up, she was even more irritated. Finding someone to cooperate is not as good as acting on her own. She thought about going to the doctor for some medication to suppress her emotions, and at some point, just dying with Shin Wuxiu would be fine. Dying in his arms would not only avenge her family but also fulfill herself. When Lu Ruyan returned home, she had little energy to tidy up. She went straight to her bedroom, locked the door, and curled up in her blanket. After a while, she got up, walked to the wardrobe, and took out Shin Wuxiu's clothes. This piece of clothing now carried more of her own scent. Shin Wuxiu's smell had faded, but it still didn't stop her from hugging it to sleep. Even if there was just a trace of Shin Wuxiu's scent, she could sleep well. Time passed little by little, and Lu Ruyan, who thought she could sleep peacefully, found herself unable to. She knew deep down that she was becoming a bit mad, but the impulse in her heart was uncontrollable, an insatiable desire for Shin Wuxiu's affection. Compared to Lu Ruyan, Lin Fan was the most miserable. He was held in a separate prison cell, but later, the law enforcement told him that the prison was full and asked him to change cells. At first, Lin Fan really thought it was full, but damn it, when he followed the law enforcement out, he saw one empty cell after another. He instantly understood that someone was out to get him. Thus, he was taken to a cell for 6 serious criminals. Inside, each one was fierce and had committed major crimes. The way those people looked at him was like they were seeing a little rabbit. Lin Fan didn't feel scared. On the contrary, he was quite happy, as if he had found an outlet for his frustrations. If those people wanted to bully him, perfect. He could justifiably beat up those serious criminals and vent his pent-up anger. But for some reason, those serious criminals didn't come to bully him, nor did they show any intention to act. It was as if they already knew he was a 5th grade 8th tier master, and they all dared not move. No one provoked him. They just lay on their beds. Of course, if no one provoked him, that would be fine. The most ridiculous thing was that the other 5 serious criminals were acting like lunatics. They kept staring at him, and then, it was just disgusting. This kind of nauseating behavior was simply unprecedented. Yet Lin Fan couldn't find a reason to act. They were just looking at him, which was indeed quite infuriating. Lin Fan simply chose not to see, believing that ignorance was bliss. He sat cross-legged on the wooden bed and began his cultivation. At first, everything was fine, but it wasn't long before one of the 5 suddenly started screaming, handsome guy, it's coming, it's coming." Damn! Lin Fan understood this kind of situation all too well. He really wanted to go over and deal with the person, but he chose to endure. It wasn't the right time to stir up trouble. Tomorrow, the person he had invited would come to take him away. If he acted first and hurt someone, it would complicate things for the person coming to take him away. Endure. Lin Fan continued his cultivation, but less than 10 minutes later, the second one started screaming, oh, making a fuss. Lin Fan still endured. He thought that once all 5 stopped, it would be peaceful, and he absolutely could not lose control. Lin Fan's guess was correct. After about an hour, there was silence. He could finally cultivate properly. But Lin Fan had calculated everything except for one thing. That was make Kai 2 degrees. Damn it, the first one to finish was now back with the last one to finish. A new round began. Damn! They clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. Lin Fan couldn't hold back anymore. He was really on the verge of breaking. He couldn't hit anyone, so he could only shout loudly and then rush to the iron door, banging on it. "Change my cell. Give me a different cell." The law enforcement officer quickly approached the cell door. He slammed the electric baton against the iron door twice. "Don't you dare scream at me. Aren't the others resting? What do you mean change cells? It's full. Behave yourself, or I'll hang you up like a swing." The officer growled and left. Lin Fan almost couldn't hold back and kicked the cell door. This door really couldn't stop him, but if he broke out, the situation would change. This was probably what the people behind the scenes were hoping would happen. With no other choice, Lin Fan could only sit back on the bed. But he couldn't help but threaten them. "You all better behave yourselves. If you dare to do those disgusting things again, I don't mind loosening your bones." Lin Fan's threat was infused with genuine power, quite imposing. The scene fell into dead silence. Not even the slightest creak from the bed could be heard. Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This group of scoundrels really needed to be threatened with force. If they weren't made to fear, they would truly become arrogant, even take off. But before long, Lin Fan realized he was naive, overthinking it. They weren't intimidated by his threat at all. Criminals who could disregard their lives wouldn't be afraid of threats, would they? Not only were they not intimidated, but they also became even more brazen. One of them shamelessly shouted at Lin Fan, "Daddy hit me, damn!" Lin Fan wasn't afraid of physical attacks, but this kind of mental attack was truly powerful. That night, he couldn't sleep at all. Finally, he managed to get through it. He didn't even know that the complex emotions of just one night had added 80,000 points to Shinwuxiao. At 9 in the morning, a plane from the capital to Shanghai landed at Shanghai International Airport. 3 men and 1 woman disembarked, all dressed in casual clothes. As soon as they got off the plane, they hurried towards the exit. Their faces showed signs of anxiety, as if they were about to handle some important business. Outside the airport, a car with a white license plate was parked by the roadside. As soon as the 4 exited the airport, they almost immediately got into the car without hesitation. Once in the car, they took off their casual clothes and changed into formal attire. Although the clothing was simple nylon jackets, the badges on their chests were significant. Among the 4, 2 belonged to one unit. 2 of them had badges that read Supreme Procuratorate, while the other 2 had different badges. With a yellow border, golden wheat ears, and a pattern of the Great Wall inside a circle, a star in the center, and 2 large characters on either side reading country. The car drove all the way to the entrance of the Shanghai First Bureau. The 4 of them got out of the car quickly, without exchanging a word. Upon entering the service hall, one of the women among them directly presented her credentials. The law enforcement officer at the service desk examined it carefully. The woman's name was Hong Ye, but the credentials indicated she was from the National Security Second Bureau. The officer immediately stood up. "May I ask how I can assist you?" The officer appeared somewhat nervous. As someone within the system, he was well aware that the national security was divided into 17 bureaus, each responsible for different tasks. The beautiful woman before him was from the Second Bureau, which managed international strategic intelligence collection. She held a position at the department level, wielding significant power. At the age of 25 or 26, to reach this position, one must have either made a tremendous contribution or have a powerful background. Hong Ye's expression was cold as she inquired, "Are you holding a prisoner named Lin Fan? Take us to see him." The law enforcement officer hurriedly began to search through the documents. After about 30 seconds, he looked somewhat embarrassed. "Yes, there is a prisoner, but he is a serious criminal. If you wish to see him, please allow me to report this." The group exchanged glances, and one middle-aged man with a buzzcut frowned. "That's fine, you report it, and just have your superior come over. Then take us directly to him. When your superior arrives, I believe he will give me a very good explanation." This buzzcut middle-aged man seemed to have quite a temper. He was from the Supreme Procuratorate, named Zhou Shang. His words gave the impression that he was directly labeling the bureau's head as tainted. The staff member dared not delay and immediately reported up the chain. After a round of reporting, the office staff received a response that someone would take them over. Sure enough, not a minute after hanging up the phone, a squad leader jogged into the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, this way please." The squad leader did not appear overly nervous. The 4 followed the squad leader through 2 doors and finally arrived at a holding room. Upon seeing the dark holding room, Zhou Shang felt a surge of anger. Just thinking about Lin Fan suffering inside made him want to grab someone. Zhou Shang knocked on the iron door. "Lin Fan." Inside, Lin Fan heard the familiar voice and leaned against the small iron window to look out. His savior had indeed come. "Brother Zhou." Lin Fan's face broke into a smile. Zhou Shang nodded but then furrowed his brow again, looking at the squad leader. "Is this your attitude towards work? You convict someone without distinguishing right from wrong? Hurry up and release him." The squad leader, feeling the pressure of Zhou Shang's imposing demeanor, was also displeased. Damn it, standing behind him was Shin Wuxiao. Who did this guy think he was? The person Shin wanted to look after. What right did he have to demand a release? "Sorry, but that's not possible. Lin Fan is a serious criminal. According to our investigation, he broke into Villa No. 19 in Jinnan Bay and killed the son of a local businessman. The evidence is conclusive. We are handling this according to the law. How is this not distinguishing right from wrong?" Zhou Shang's eyes widened, as if he had misheard. A mere squad leader dared to confront him directly? Good, very good. Zhou Shang nodded, pointing at the officer's badge number. 64824, "I've noted your badge number." The squad leader merely scoffed. This was Shanghai. When the dragon came, it coiled, and when the tiger came, it lay low. Waving a chicken feather as a command wouldn't work here. "I'll say this one last time, release him." Zhou Shang was suddenly growing angry. The squad leader remained defiant. "Sorry, the order from above is to let you see him, but there's no mention of releasing him. Look at you, brotherly with that heavy criminal Lin Fan. I have reason to suspect you are abusing your power." "I am from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office." Zhou Shang roared again. "Not even the King of Heaven can do anything about it." The team leader stood his ground. "You Zhou Sheng had never felt so frustrated and angry. "Comrade Zhou, your attitude is problematic." Hong Yi frowned slightly, giving a quiet warning. She was appointed from above for a special collaborative investigation. She didn't even know Lin Fan. But now, the local unit's hard stance already indicated the problem. Zhou Sheng was even trying to exert pressure, which was quite intriguing. Hearing Hong Yi's words, Zhou Sheng could only suppress his anger. This woman, though young and beautiful, should not be underestimated. Her background was terrifying. She grew up in a prestigious family, and not to mention her family background, even her childhood friends were not easy to deal with. Just when the standoff was at its peak, the head of the sub-bureau arrived. "Oh, sorry, everyone, I was delayed by some matters, my apologies." The head of the sub-bureau was a slightly plump middle-aged man. He wore a smile and quickly approached. Zhou Sheng had initially wanted to issue a warning, but after glancing at Hong Yi, he held back and instead said to the head of the sub-bureau, Yi Jincheng, "This case of Lin Fan is being taken seriously by the higher-ups. They specially approved us to come and check the situation, and we haven't even investigated yet he's already labeled a heavy criminal. Isn't that inappropriate?" Yi Jincheng was an old hand at this. He only needed to mediate in the middle without needing to take the lead. Of course, if you want to interrogate, you can do it right away." As he spoke, Yi Jincheng looked at the team leader. "You are also being stubborn. The leaders have come from afar to investigate the case. What do you want to achieve? Hurry up and open the door. Take him to the interrogation room." The team leader also relented, and under Zhou Sheng's disdainful gaze, he went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fan walked out. When Zhou Sheng saw the handcuffs on Lin Fan's wrists, his anger surged again, but he restrained himself. He merely nodded at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly. He had absolute confidence in the information sent out last night. Everyone has some trump cards. After all, he was the border wolf king, a colonel, and knew quite a few influential people. There were also those who owed him favors. Just one piece of information could resolve some trivial matters. People from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office and National Security had arrived. After greeting Zhou Sheng, Lin Fan's gaze fell on Hong Yi. His eyes lit up instantly. Hong Yi was truly beautiful. She could rival Jiang Huaiyue. Even in a serious work outfit, her devilish figure couldn't be concealed. Her hair was neatly tied up, sharp and tidy, with a hint of heroism in her brows. Her slender brows slightly arched, adding a touch of sharpness to her exquisite face. Her features were as delicate as if sculpted, with bright almond-shaped eyes that exuded a resolute spirit. Her demeanor was like autumn leaves, vibrant and striking, full of life and energy. Beautiful indeed. Lin Fan had always had a good eye. If he were to score this woman, she would easily get a 95 or above. Hong Yi also noticed Lin Fan's gaze lingering on her, and she immediately felt displeased. "Mind your eyes," Hong Yi scolded. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly withdrew his gaze. The group headed towards the interrogation room. Once inside, it was 4 against 1. According to Zhou Sheng's intention, Lin Fan had to be taken away today, so the interrogation was merely a formality. But Hong Yi's purpose was not this. As a member of the National Security Second Bureau, Lin Fan had useful information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people from National Security. During the interrogation, a Bugatti Veyron smoothly parked in a space outside the precinct. Shen Wuxiu had come to watch the excitement. With just one word, he could ensure that Lin Fan would never leave this place alive. Of course, he couldn't let him off so easily. Lin Fan had to die by his own hand. But the situation had changed. An old acquaintance had arrived, so he had to come and take a look. Moreover, humiliating Lin Fan up close would earn him some points. This could also be considered the first meeting where he transitioned from Sikong to Shen Wuxiu in front of Lin Fan. As Shen Wuxiu walked inside, he already spotted several sneaky figures outside. It was obvious they were from the Haisha society. In this day and age, anyone who could operate underground had some background. They must have learned that someone from the capital had come, which is why they were lying in wait. For the president of the Haisha society, Lin Fan had to die completely and utterly for revenge. Anyone who protected him would be considered an enemy, except for someone like Shen Wuxiu, who had powerful connections. The saying "a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake" was universally applicable. If Lin Fan were to walk out of the precinct today, there would surely be some out-of-control construction trucks appearing, taking away those who came to protect him. Even if someone from above were to come down, the story would remain the same. The trucks lost control. Shen Wuxiu couldn't be bothered with those people. In his eyes, they were merely playing around. It was absurd to think that a single force could topple the protagonist of fate. The protagonist was not someone who could be dealt with so easily. As he walked in, Shen Wuxiu saw the tough little team leader. Upon seeing Shen Wuxiu, the team leader immediately transformed into a loyal dog. "Young Master Shen, you're here." Shen Wuxiu nodded. "You did well. So, where's Lin Fan? In the interrogation? The team leader was overjoyed. Shin Wuxiu actually praised him, which meant he could rise to a higher position soon. Yes, young Master Shin, some people from the capital have come, and it looks like they want to protect Lin Fan, especially that top prosecutor. I think his name is Zhou Shang. He doesn't hide it at all, calling Lin Fan little brother repeatedly. Shin Wuxiu scoffed, what a bunch of nobodies. Alright, I'll go in and take a look myself. Yes. The team leader nodded eagerly. With Shin Wuxiu here, he felt emboldened. He immediately thought that confronting Zhou Sheng earlier was the smartest move. How satisfying. In the interrogation room, there were quite a few staff members outside. When Shin Wuxiu walked in, the director, Yi Jiansheng, quickly stood up to greet him. Young Master Shin, what brings you here? Just came to take a look. Shin Wuxiu glanced at the interrogation room, still questioning. Yes. Yi Jiansheng nodded. Young Master Shin, please sit here. Yi Jiansheng gestured for him to take a seat and then instructed his subordinate, Xiao Lu, go make some tea for young Master Shin, white tea. Shin Wuxiu looked at Yi Jiansheng. You're thoughtful. It's the least I can do. Yi Jiansheng chuckled. The design of interrogation rooms typically features a one-way mirror. The outside can see the inside, but the inside cannot see the outside. Shin Wuxiu crossed his legs and watched the scene inside. Lin Fan was sitting in the interrogation chair, handcuffed. In front of him sat 3 men and 1 woman. Shin Wuxiu couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Fan. His gaze fell directly on Hongya. Her figure has improved. She's looking quite good. The interrogation continued inside. Lin Fan recounted everything without a hint of concealment, starting from the murder of his brother when he arrived in Zhonghai. He narrated the entire story. Of course, he spoke vaguely about the accidental killing of Luo Han, mostly shifting the blame onto Shin Wuxiu, who had guided him to commit murder. The 4 people listening had already begun to overlook Lin Fan's pleas. They had seized on one key point, Shin Wuxiu. They were from the capital, and they knew exactly who Shin Wuxiu was. Damn, he was the prince of the capital. Lin Fan, you said that Shin Wuxiu is a local from Zhonghai? Zhou Shang asked cautiously. He was a bit worried. When he received the orders from above, he set off without hesitation. Lin Fan, the little brother, had a pure character, was an excellent martial artist in the military district, the Wolf King of the Tianlang Special Forces, and held the rank of colonel. So, he directly concluded that Lin Fan was being set up. Moreover, Lin Fan had a good relationship with him. It was unreasonable not to care when he encountered trouble. But now, after hearing Lin Fan's words, he felt uneasy. The name Shin Wuxiu was indeed sensitive. Not to mention him, even the people behind him would have to endure a few slaps before they could leave when facing Shin Wuxiu. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Shang and nodded seriously. Yes, he is a local from Zhonghai, and he even used the alias Sikong Huyo to deceive me. Lin Fan truly did not know that Shin Wuxiu was the prince of the capital. According to the analysis, if he could call the shots in Zhonghai, then his foundation was very deep. Otherwise, how could even Gao Yulon, the top leader of Zhonghai, and Lu Ruyan and others know him? Upon receiving the response, Zhou Shang let out a deep sigh of relief. It was good that he was not the Shin Wuxiu from the capital. With a population of over 1 billion in Longwa, having the same name was quite normal and not surprising. Moreover, the prince of the capital wouldn't be so idle as to come to Zhonghai. Alright, I understand your request. We promise to deal with this matter severely. I'll have someone apprehend Shin Wuxiu right away. Zhou Shang had a righteous look on his face, clearly intending to clear Lin Fan's name. Besides Hongye and her colleagues, another top prosecutor also expressed the need for severe action. In fact, only Hongye knew that Shin Wuxiu was indeed Shin Wuxiu. He had been in Zhonghai for 2.5 years and was not a local at all. This time, their department was just going through the motions. This Lin Fan could only be considered unlucky, completely doomed. Of course, Zhou Shang's position was also at its limit. He just didn't know if he could retreat unscathed. She couldn't be bothered to care, nor could she. Once that guy Shin Wuxiu set his sights on someone, it was like a tiger waiting for an opportunity. He wouldn't rest until he tore the other party apart. The interrogation was still ongoing. Shin Wuxiu was no longer satisfied with just watching from the outside. He and Yi Jianqing took a mask, put it on, then grabbed 2 cups of tea and a chair, and directly walked into the interrogation room. As soon as the door opened, the sounds in the interrogation room became much thicker. Zhou Shang and the others ignored the person who came in and continued their questioning. Shin Wuxiu placed the chair next to Hongye. Then he picked up the brewed tea and set a cup in front of Hongye. Hongye was still recording. When the inexplicable cup of tea was placed in front of her, she thought it was brought in by someone from the bureau. She didn't look up. This was all very normal. They were under pressure during the interrogation, directly entering the questioning phase without brewing tea. Naturally, someone outside would brew it and bring it in. Zhou Shang glanced over. He had said so much and was indeed thirsty. He reached out towards Shin Wuxiao, still looking at Lin Fan, chattering away. He thought the tea would be handed to him, but his hand was raised for a long time without receiving it. This made him a bit annoyed. When he turned to look, he saw that the person who had brought in the tea actually had 2 cups. One was given to Hongye, and the other seemed to be for himself. There was really no sense of order. But in this situation, he couldn't interrupt the interrogation. Lin Fan was also chattering away and wouldn't pay attention to someone bringing tea. Shin Wuxiao sat down in the chair, crossed his legs, holding a cup of hot tea, looking like a bystander enjoying gossip. Hongye sensed that the person had actually sat next to her and immediately clicked her tongue, her brows slightly furrowed. How reckless! Did he think just anyone could sit next to her? Did he want to strike up a conversation with her? Hongye turned her head to look over in annoyance. At that glance, she was stunned. Even though the interrogation room was dimly lit and the other party was wearing a mask, she still recognized him. Wasn't this the bad guy? Shin Wuxiao also winked at her, leaned in, and lowered his voice. Yezi, long time no see, do you miss me? Hongye's pretty face flushed slightly, and she looked around nervously. Then, she quietly extended her leg and gently kicked Shin Wuxiao's foot from an angle where others couldn't see. But after that one kick, she picked up the tea that Shin Wuxiao had poured for her and took small sips. Just a moment ago, she had been taking notes, and now she didn't even know where her pen had gone. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Shin Wuxiao, her lips moving but no sound coming out. Her pink lips formed the words, "How did you get here?" Shin Wuxiao was unceremonious, shifting his chair closer and leaning right next to Hongye. He lowered his voice, "I'm here to see my little lover. What's wrong with that?" TSK. Hongye blushed, a rosy hue spreading across her face. This time, she quietly extended her delicate hand, clenched her fist, and gave Shin Wuxiao's thigh a light punch. Still the same old you, no sense of decorum. Shin Wuxiao was completely unrestrained. He raised his hand and lightly tapped Hongye. "You're really annoying, saying I have no decorum." Put. Hongye almost couldn't hold back her laughter, but she managed to restrain herself. "I mean, you, a big shot, coming to a place like this to do such things. Could it be that your clueless dad arranged this?" Shin Wuxiao asked. Hongye puffed up her cheeks, her beautiful eyes glaring, signaling that the bad guy shouldn't speak carelessly. "Your dad is the clueless one, who told him to say I was flirting with you. I was just getting close." Although Shin Wuxiao's whispers were inaudible to others, the soft rustling sounds were still quite clear. Zhou Sheng immediately felt displeased. Damn it, that guy serving tea not only didn't bring him any but also dared to openly flirt. It was simply asking for trouble. His mood was already bad. Wasn't this just asking for a confrontation? Pause, stop for a moment. Zhou Sheng's voice rose, firm and authoritative. Lin Fan was also taken aback. Not just Lin Fan, but Hongye and the others were stunned too. Zhou Sheng suddenly stood up, pushing his chair aside, making a scraping sound against the floor. He glared angrily at the masked Shin Wuxiao, his voice stern. "This is the interrogation room. Who do you think you are, whispering over here? Is there no decorum? Let your director come in. I want to ask how you are trained." With each word Zhou Sheng spoke, his fingers slammed heavily on the table. A serious official tone. Shin Wuxiao, who had been happily chatting with Hongye, suddenly being reprimanded, how could he endure it? Shin Wuxiao also stood up, pointing at himself. "Are you talking to me?" Zhou Sheng's brows furrowed even tighter. "If I'm not talking to you, who else could it be? Don't waste my time. Let your director come in, quickly." Shin Wuxiao suddenly laughed out loud. Wow, such audacity. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. That voice was so familiar. Just as he was about to identify it, Shin Wuxiao had already turned his back to him, standing in front of the interrogation table, just looking at Zhou Sheng. "What are you looking at? I'll say it one last time, let your director come in, this is really no decorum." Shin Wuxiao couldn't be bothered to respond, quickly reaching out and grabbing Zhou Sheng's already short hair. He pressed it heavily against the interrogation table. Bang! The sound of his head colliding with the table echoed. Zhou Sheng's cheek hurt from the impact, but Shin Wuxiao was still applying force, pressing his head down on the table, slightly bending over to whisper in his ear, "Go on." Zhou Sheng had never suffered such humiliation. His anger flared. "You're looking for death. Today, I must make you pay a painful price for your actions." Zhou Sheng was determined to make that bastard serve time this time. Assaulting the special interrogation personnel, that charge was enough to keep him locked up for 8 or 9 years. TCH Shin Wuxiao directly grabbed a pen from the table, raised his hand, and was about to stab it into Zhou Sheng's temple. "Wuxiao, don't!" Hongye rushed over, grabbing Shin Wuxiao's hand. She knew Shin Wuxiao's temper all too well. He wasn't just trying to scare him. If she hadn't stopped him, the pen tip would have already pierced Zhou Sheng's temple. Doing that would just be asking for trouble. Although it wouldn't have any real consequences, it wasn't worth it. Hongye took the pen from Shin Wuxiao's hand and quickly pulled him back, you really can't change this habit. There was a hint of reproach in Hong Ye's voice. This spoiled young master was too reckless. Shin Wuxiu had no words for himself, but he was truly brutal towards enemies and those he found displeasing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was appalling. Without Shin Wuxiu's restraint, Zhou Shang quickly got up. His inner lining was already soaked. His sphincter almost gave way, and he nearly wet himself. Just now, he had truly felt the breath of death. Zhou Shang, still shaken, pointed at Shin Wuxiu. "You, how dare you? What do you think?" Shin Wuxiu replied with a cold smile, then took off his mask. Instantly, his extraordinarily handsome face appeared before everyone. A teasing smile played on his lips. "You." Zhou Shang couldn't help but swallow hard, instinctively stepping back. At that moment, his mind went blank. How could he not recognize the person in front of him? The prince of the imperial capital. For a brief moment, he even doubted if he was seeing things. But Hong Ye's call of Wuxiu brought him back to reality. With Hong Ye's relationship with Shin Wuxiu laid bare, there was no way he could be mistaken. "Shen, young master Shen." Zhou Shang's mouth was salivating uncontrollably, swallowing repeatedly. Clearly, he was horrified to the extreme. "I didn't expect you to know me. I'm honored." Shen Wuxiu continued to smile. I. Zhou Shang was already at a loss for words. His body trembled uncontrollably, like a sieve. Now he realized how foolish his earlier actions had been. If Hong Ye hadn't stopped him, he would have been dead, and no one would have asked a single question. It would have been a senseless death. At that moment, Shin Wuxiu also gave a thumbs up. "You're doing a great job at interrogation, very professional, and quite aware, constantly trying to absolve Lin Fan and pushing all the blame onto me." After saying that, Shin Wuxiu turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Lin Fan. His smile grew even wider. Shin Wuxiu walked over step by step, stopping in front of the interrogation chair, resting his hands on the small table. "Brother Lin Fan, we meet again." Shan Wuxiu. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, filled with intense hatred. This time you didn't get my name wrong, but don't call me Brother Sikong." Shen Wuxiu nodded. "Shen Wuxiu, may you die a horrible death." Lin Fan was extremely agitated. Just thinking about being treated like a fool, his brother dying tragically at his hands, and Shen Wuxiu taking Zhang Huiwei away, made his anger reach its peak. "May I die a horrible death? That might be a matter for hundreds of years from now." Shen Wuxiu took out a cigarette and kindly stuffed one into Lin Fan's mouth. Lin Fan turned his head and spat it out. Shen Wuxiu didn't mind, lighting one for himself, taking a deep drag, and blowing the smoke in Lin Fan's face. It was a strong insult. "Brother Lin Fan, I know you can't accept this and have many questions. Today, in this place, I will tell you everything." Hearing this, Hong Ye shot a glare at the one-way mirror. Outside, Yi Jian immediately understood and quickly ordered, "Cut off all recording and audio devices, everyone leave." Instantly, everyone outside scattered in a rush. Some things are not something they can hear. The more they hear, the quicker they die. Shen Wuxiu didn't care and continued to speak to Lin Fan. "Are you wondering how your brother died, and where his body is, right?" As Shen Wuxiu spoke, he raised his fist. "Your brother had his neck broken and was then beaten to death, punch after punch. His head was smashed to pieces. Before he breathed his last, he was still shouting something." Shen Wuxiu deliberately mimicked a pitiful expression. He shouted, brother, save me, it hurts so much, help me, I don't want to die. He, ha 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 ha." Shen Wuxiu's laughter echoed throughout the interrogation room, incredibly arrogant. "Shen Wuxiu, you are insane." Lin Fan trembled all over, roaring in anger. He really couldn't control himself. He wanted to kill, to tear Shen Wuxiu into pieces, but it wasn't the right time. He had to endure, as he still didn't know where his brother's body was. Ding! Lin Fan completely collapsed. Points plus 100,000. Lin Fan was pushed to the brink of sanity. Points plus 100,000. Where is my brother's body? Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "The body, huh?" Shen Wuxiu walked slowly, circling around Lin Fan. "Let me think. There were too many bodies that day." Suddenly, Shen Wuxiu snapped his fingers. "Oh, I remember now. I took special care of your brother. Don't worry." Lin Fan's gaze inexplicably became a bit vacant, a great unease rising in his heart. Shen Wuxiu said that, and it definitely meant something bad. Sure enough, Shen Wuxiu spoke again, chuckling lightly. "He was beaten to a pulp. The body is incomplete, but you don't have to worry. I kindly had someone chop him up and feed him to the crocodiles. Those crocodiles are kept in a pond not far from the hotel. You must work hard to live, go out and kill the crocodiles to avenge your brother." Shen Wuxiu was just waiting for him to explode. Lin Fan had no more value after this. He was already broken, devoid of reason. The only thing left was to maximize the points and kill him. System, draft the mission to kill Lin Fan. Shen Wuxiu decisively communicated with the system. Ding, drafting. Draft successful, mission released. kill the luck protagonist Lin Fan, no time limit, mission condition is just Lin Fan's death. Mission completed, reward of 1 million points. Since the host has pushed the luck protagonist to the brink of collapse, all luck will be plundered, and upon mission completion, an additional reward of 500,000 points and a mysterious gift box will be given. After accepting the mission, Shin Wuxiao continued to look at Lin Fan. How is it? Are you feeling powerless and helpless? Lin Fan's breathing was rapid, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of hysteria. My brother was killed by me, the one I love is on the opposite side of you. How can you live so pitifully? Shin Wuxiao continued to provoke him. Lin Fan's eyes turned blood red, as if he had gone mad. His true energy suddenly erupted, spreading out. He broke through from the 5th rank 8th stage to the 5th rank 9th stage. Shin Wuxiao, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. Lin Fan roared again, struggling violently. The interrogation chair that bound him shattered into pieces from his force. The handcuffs on his hands also broke apart. Lin Fan was surrounded by true energy, looking terrifying. His gaze was like that of a demon returning from hell. Shin Wuxiao, I want you to pay blood for blood. Lin Fan let out a series of low growls. The 4 people on the other side were all startled. Hong Ye quickly ran out, bringing back a gun. She immediately opened the safety and rushed to Shin Wuxiao's side, aiming the gun at Lin Fan. Have you lost your mind? You go first. Hong Ye hurriedly reminded, not daring to move the gun even a bit. Facing Lin Fan's bloodthirsty and oppressive gaze, she felt somewhat speechless. Shin Wuxiao, that idiot, why provoke Lin Fan like this? No matter what, Lin Fan is a martial artist, a 5th grade 8th stage, and now he's at the 9th stage. How could a good-for-nothing young master compete with him? Uncle Wu didn't even come along, just causing chaos like this. Shin Wuxiao naturally saw Hong Ye's actions. This girl is quite loyal, protecting him like this. Leave? Shin Wuxiao, you will die. Lin Fan roared, his body lunging forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, heading straight for Shin Wuxiao. Hong Ye was startled and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. She fired several shots, but only one hit Lin Fan's body. The rest were all deflected by his protective true energy. Oh no, you still won't leave. Hong Ye thought it was bad and reached out to push Shin Wuxiao away. Shin Wuxiao took the opportunity to grab Hong Ye's jade hand, spun her around, and then kicked sideways at the oncoming Lin Fan. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a powerful kick sent Lin Fan flying back, stumbling 5 or 6 steps before crashing into the wall. Hong Ye was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. When did this guy become so strong? Shin Wuxiao winked at Hong Ye. Don't worry, your man won't do anything without confidence. Get out of here, do you not trust me? Hong Ye snapped back to her senses, cursing, shameless. She knew that staying would not only be unhelpful but could also make her a target for Lin Fan to hinder Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao was indeed reckless, but he wasn't foolish. Being able to do this proved he had absolute confidence. Hong Ye acted decisively and left immediately. The other 3 also tried to escape. 2 got out, but the last one, Zhou Shang, was caught by Shin Wuxiao. The door to the interrogation room was closed again and locked from the inside. Young Master Shin. Young Master Shin. Shut up. Weren't you here to help Lin Fan? If you're going to help, then help to the end, don't leave. Shin Wuxiao grabbed him. Then, Shin Wuxiao raised his hand and a silver white weapon appeared. The Death Judge Pen. Lin Fan looked at the weapon in Shin Wuxiao's hand and suddenly realized something. The Death Judge Pen. You are the Hell Judge, the one who acted on the day of the demolition. It was you. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his aura surging once more. Humiliation. It turned out that the one who had beaten him to the point of fleeing was Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao laughed heartily. I just thought of a code name. Who knew you would help me perfect it? Die! Lin Fan roared, his true energy erupting from his feet, creating a deep pit in the interrogation room floor. The tiles shattered, spreading like a spider web. Lin Fan's strike was swift, leaving afterimages. That incredibly powerful iron fist, wrapped in true energy, slammed forward like a cannon. Shin Wuxiao smiled faintly and suddenly reached out to grab Zhou Shang beside him. He directly used Zhou Shang as a shield in front of himself. Lin Fan's punch was an explosive strike, unleashed with all his strength. He was certain that if Shin Wuxiao wanted to block it, he would sustain some injury. But he never expected that the shameless bastard would actually use someone to block for him. Lin Fan wanted to retract his punch, but it wasn't that easy. If he forcibly reduced his strength, it would backfire on him. Moreover, the distance was too close. There was no time. Zhou Shang looked at the oncoming Lin Fan, terrified, his hands flailing as he struggled desperately. No. Boom! The powerful punch struck Zhou Shang's chest. To the naked eye, Zhou Shang's chest caved in, his back bursting through his clothes, forming a large bulge. His sternum shattered, and his heart was instantly crushed and stopped. How could an ordinary person withstand the full force of a 5th grade 9th stage master? If Lin Fan hadn't desperately reduced his strength, that punch, infused with true energy, would have easily pierced through Zhou Shang's body. Even so, Zhou Shang had no way out. He was just hanging on by a thread. Put! Zhou Shang instinctively spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it all over Lin Fan's face. The hot blood poured onto Lin Fan's face, causing him to momentarily lose his senses. Shen Wuxiao swiftly moved Zhou Shang aside, sweeping his leg like a blade, striking Lin Fan's neck. It nearly broke. Ah! Lin Fan cried out in pain, his body flying to the left. He crashed to the ground once more. Lin Fan, you killed your friend. He came all this way to help you, and you killed him? Shen Wuxiao pointed at Zhou Shang. Lin Fan sprang up like a carp, looking at the barely breathing Zhou Shang, who was still spitting blood bubbles, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Ah! Shen Wuxiao, you despicable and ruthless scoundrel. Lin Fan's anger reached its peak. Shen Wuxiao chuckled and nodded, thank you for the compliment, but I would never do something as low as killing a friend. So, we are both ruthless characters. Lin Fan, look at him, look closely. That punch of yours severed his heart vein. He has only about 10 seconds left. Shen Wuxiao grabbed Zhou Shang and tossed him over. Lin Fan hurriedly caught him. Zhou Shang was indeed on the brink of death. Lin Fan gritted his teeth fiercely. Blood continued to gush from Zhou Shang's mouth as he used all his strength to grasp Lin Fan's clothes. Run! Run! Just 2 words, and Zhou Shang lost his breath, his eyes wide open. Brother Zhou! Lin Fan cried out in anguish, it's my fault, I dragged you into this, it's my fault. Lin Fan trembled as he closed Zhou Shang's eyes. Shen Wuxiao sneered but couldn't help but admire the bond between the protagonist and his companions. Even someone like Zhou Shang, who was just a supporting character, was deeply loyal. Even in his dying moments, he urged Lin Fan to escape. Lin Fan laid Zhou Shang down, and at that moment, his heart seemed to fall silent. Lin Fan closed his eyes tightly, and images from his journey in Shanghai flashed through his mind. Time and again, he had been deceived. Time and again, he had been harmed. Time and again, he had been humiliated. Lin Fan's aura suddenly surged, a white mist spreading out. In the next second, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting, staring fiercely at Shen Wuxiao. It was as if he were looking at prey. He held his breath, his gaze emanating a blood-red light. Swish! Lin Fan raised his hand and flicked it, the crescent moon blade reappearing in his grasp. Shen Wuxiao, today, you will undoubtedly die, even if your realm is higher than mine. So what? Lin Fan roared, and the surrounding buildings seemed to be struck by an incredibly terrifying force. Glass shattered, tables and chairs exploded, and the entire room shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. Outside, Hong Yi and the others looked on in shock. This was a fight to the death. Hong Yi couldn't help but feel worried, her hands tightly clenched. Lin Fan danced with the crescent moon blade in place, every movement leaving a trail of afterimages. It produced a whistling sound, stirring up gusts of wind that chilled the heart. The crescent moon blade in his hand flipped, the blade light flickering, and beams of white light suddenly burst forth. The ground exploded, and a terrifying shockwave swept through again. The electronic devices outside the interrogation room began to spark with arcs of electricity. What is he doing? Shen Wuxiao stared at him like a fool. The pre-swing seemed to take a bit too long. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, the device in his hand suddenly steadied, one hand raised. Bang 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 bang, the deafening gunfire erupted. The revolver spat fire, the bullets seemed to contain an incredibly domineering true power. They flashed by at high speed. Lin Fan, still in the pre-swing, suddenly froze, blood spraying from his body. He felt as if all his strength had drained away, an excruciating pain overwhelming him. This made him abruptly stop, looking down at his body. 5 bloody holes appeared on him. Moreover, they were explosive wounds, allowing him to see through to the blasted wall behind. How is it possible? How could hot weapons break through my defenses? Shen Wuxiao toyed with the Duke of Destruction, a mocking smile on his face. 2 coins, the times have changed. If hot weapons can't kill you, what about hot weapons with additional true power? I thought you were going to unleash a big move, but instead, you're just dancing in place. Are you a little dancer, dancing the dance? Frustration, regret, unwillingness, pain, torment, every emotion surged within Lin Fan as he widened his eyes and fell straight back. With a thud, he lay flat on the ground. But he wasn't dead yet. Shen Wuxiao stepped forward, looked at him, and sighed. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he struggled to utter 2 words, despicable. Shen Wuxiao chuckled, the border wolf king, so naive. I'm despicable? Please, you and I are mortal enemies. Should I talk about rules with you? Discuss the spirit of martial arts? Then fight you to the death, causing mutual destruction? Have you read too many novels? Who says the protagonist and the villain must have an ultimate battle that shakes the heavens and splits the earth? Do you really think I'm foolish? My life is so precious. What are you? Last time I demolished a building, I was just playing around. Now that you've exploded, I'll turn you into popcorn. Lin Fan's body convulsed, blood gushing out, but he could only emit some hoarse sounds. Shen Wuxiu had one last bullet in his gun, aimed directly at his head. You've lived long enough. I'll send you to meet your brother. Also, I'm very disappointed. I originally only misjudged two people. One was the Thunderhand, Wen Tai, and the other was the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society, Chen Jinnan. Now there's one more, and that's you. Lin Fan's eyes widened, death enveloping him. No matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? He regretted why he had come so hastily this time without investigating everything first. If that day, he hadn't easily trusted that righteous Seacombe, would these things have happened? Wolf King, isn't it just a teddy dog that fetches shoes? Shen Wuxiu decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Lin Fan's forehead, his brain exploding like a burst watermelon, instantly shattering. The blood was burned into gas by that terrifying bullet. Now, even the King of Heaven couldn't save him. A generation's genius, the Border Wolf King, had completely fallen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the fated protagonist. The Border Wolf King has met his end. Points plus 1 million. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward of 500,000 points and a mysterious gift box. The gift box can be opened at any time. Shen Wuxiu smiled, too lazy to take another look. He put away his gun and jumped out through the broken one-way mirror. Outside, Shen Wuxiu looked at the stunned Hongya, unable to help but laugh. Let's go, brother will treat you to lunch. Shen Wuxiu pinched her charming face. Hey, you're pinching me again. Hongya pouted, swatting Shen Wuxiu's hand. Alright, next time I won't pinch your face, I'll change places. As he spoke, his gaze fell below her neck. Hongya followed his gaze and trembled. She protected herself with both hands. You think you're so beautiful, I'll let you eat but not touch. That's a good relationship. Pfft, at most just a peek. Pfft, what nonsense. I'm leaving, going to lunch, and I'll eat you to death. Hongya, embarrassed, ran out directly. Shen Wuxiu shook his head with a smile and followed Hongya out. When they got outside, the law enforcement officers were busy with their own tasks, seemingly unaware of what had happened inside. Go in and clean up. Shen Wuxiu kindly informed them before leaving the precinct with Hongya. The law enforcement officers exchanged glances, and after entering, they were also shocked by the scene inside. Their legs went weak. Yi Jian was the first to react, his face serious as he said, Lin Fan attempted to escape from prison. When discovered, not only did he not surrender, but he also violently resisted the law, injuring several law enforcement officers. We were forced to shoot the thug. The others nodded in agreement. It's too hateful. He actually tried to escape and hurt people. Such a person deserves to die, Gaba. With a chorus of curses, the matter was buried just like that. Lin Fan could never have imagined he would meet such an end. But even so, it was no longer related to him. After Shen Wuxiu and Hongya left the precinct, they saw two other people. One was Hongya's colleague, and the other was from the Supreme Prosecutor's office. The two of them looked anxious, standing outside and not daring to move. Seeing this, Hongya approached them. Shen Wuxiu, however, was too lazy to go over. He walked to the parking space and drove the car over. He parked by the roadside, waiting for Hongya to get in. The two were indeed very uneasy, mostly out of fear. They had witnessed the entire process, and given Shen Wuxiu's ruthless nature, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to go back. Director Hong, about that matter with young Master Shen, we will definitely keep it to ourselves. The person from the Supreme Prosecutor's office looked worried. Hongya sighed, some things are better kept in our hearts. Just stay in Zhonghai for the next couple of days. You can rest assured, I know him. You had nothing to do with this from start to finish. He won't do anything to you. The man quickly nodded. Yes, we understand. Lin Fan refused to accept the verdict, went on a killing spree, and killed Zhou Shang, and Lin Fan was also shot dead. Hongya didn't say more. In fact, it didn't matter whether they spoke about it or not. The higher-ups wouldn't continue to investigate. But since they had come here together, it was fine to say a few words to reassure them. After giving her instructions, Hongya headed towards Shen Wuxiu's car. Once in the car, it slowly drove away. Inside, Hongya sat in the passenger seat, looking at Shen Wuxiu. What's wrong, my young lady? Shen Wuxiu smiled gently. Wuxiu, did you come today just to kill that Lin Fan? Hongya asked. Shen Wuxiu shook his head. To be honest, no. I came to see you after hearing you were here. I definitely want to kill Lin Fan, but I didn't plan to do it today. Shen Wuxiu wasn't lying. He had come to see an old friend and coincidentally to deal with Lin Fan. After all, it had been many years since he last saw Hongya. As for killing Lin Fan, it was just a matter of timing. Really? Hongya looked at him with her beautiful eyes, raising an eyebrow playfully. Really? Shin Wuxiu said seriously, we've grown up together. I've watched you grow from a child to now. Our bond is deep, right? How could I lie to you? Shin Wuxiu wasn't someone who liked to make plans. After all, there were many factors that could affect a plan, and once something went wrong, it would impact the outcome. He intended to keep Lin Fan imprisoned for a while, humiliating him during that time, then adding various unfounded charges to sentence him to death, forcing him to break out of the precinct. By then he would be a genuine S-level wanted criminal, torturing him little by little, gaining more points. However, today was just the right opportunity, so he took care of it easily, and the result was quite satisfactory. 150,000 points was enough. Hongya couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You're just talking nonsense. But this young lady believes you. She seemed to be disdainful, but inside she was overjoyed. Alright, enough of this useless talk. I'll take you off for lunch, and after that, I'll take you home. My bed is big and comfortable. Hongya was taken aback and quickly wrapped her arms around herself. You rogue? What do you want to do? I want to. Hongya spat. You wish. Don't be nervous. Actually, taking you back is to let you meet my woman, Shin Wuxiu said. The originally secretly pleased Hongya suddenly froze upon hearing this. You, a woman? Yes, I thought it would be nice for you sisters to meet and get familiar with each other, so it won't be so awkward in the future. Shin Wuxiu spoke very directly, his intentions laid bare. To put it bluntly, he wanted to be without the colorful phoenix wings, but Hongya didn't catch on to this layer of meaning. Just a moment ago, she had been full of enthusiasm, but now she felt a little disappointed. Yet she still acted very naturally. Alright, let me see Shin Xiaoya's taste. The two chatted as they headed to the dining area. Shin Wuxiu didn't take Hongya to any particularly high-end place. For people of their level, it wasn't about how grand the venue was. Eating was still primarily about the taste. High-end and expensive didn't necessarily mean it was delicious. Shin Wuxiu chose an old-established Chinese restaurant. He picked a table by the window, and they sat across from each other. Since it wasn't a formal lunch hour, the restaurant wasn't very crowded. Just a few scattered patrons. What do you want to eat? Look, I've been to this place before, and the food is indeed very good. Shin Wuxiu leaned back and pushed the menu towards Hongya. He himself leaned lazily against the backrest, his gaze unconsciously drifting to a nearby table of customers. That table seemed to be a mother and daughter. A little girl, about 5 years old, sat across from a woman in her mid-20s. The table was indeed quite captivating. The woman was very beautiful, with a gentle demeanor, and every move she made exuded the air of a refined young lady. No matter how you looked at it, she was clearly a young lady from a well-off family. Her eyes were red, but she forced a smile as she spoke softly to the child. The little girl was bald, clearly a result of chemotherapy. On their table sat a small cake, likely for the little girl's birthday. Shin Wuxiu merely glanced over a few times. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Shin Wuxiu served some signature dishes to Hongya. Here, try this, don't say I was just fooling you. Hongya, a bit proud, tasted it. The deliciousness burst in her mouth, and she couldn't help but nod. Not bad, I'll give you credit for sincerity. I was thinking you might be trying to trick me again. Trick you? When have I ever tricked you? Shin Wuxiu laughed. The mother and daughter at the other table were also talking. The little girl blinked her eyes and asked the beautiful woman in a sweet voice, Mommy, when will Daddy come back? Isn't it Tuan Tuan's birthday? Won't Daddy come back to celebrate with Tuan Tuan? The woman was clearly caught off guard by the question, and her mood suddenly dipped a bit. However, she still wore a smile on her beautiful face. Tuan Tuan, Daddy. Daddy has very important things to do. He won't be back so soon. As long as Tuan Tuan is good and cooperates with the doctor, Daddy will show up. The little girl was very obedient, nodding earnestly. Tuan Tuan will be good and obedient. Mommy, you said before that Daddy is very amazing. He can even fly a plane. Is that true? The woman gently stroked the girl's face and replied, Yes, your daddy is very amazing. He's a great hero. The little girl was very happy, nodding vigorously. Then Tuan Tuan will be good and wait for Daddy to take me on a plane. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Shin Wuxiu, who was eating, naturally heard the conversation. He just curled his lips. Wasn't that just fooling a child? Looking at the beautiful woman's hesitant expression and her low mood, one could roughly deduce that either the child's father had passed away or he had been missing for a long time. Compared to that, he, the villain, seemed not so bad after all. At least he wasn't the kind of man who wouldn't come back even when his daughter was undergoing chemotherapy. But that was someone else's business, and Shin Wuxiu had no interest in thinking too much about it. Shin Wuxiu chatted with Hongya, lost in their own world. It had been a long time since they last met. Moreover, Shin Wuxiu still had some feelings for Hongye. Such a charming beauty was certainly not someone he could let slip away. After a while, the mother and daughter at the next table were about to cut the cake. Suddenly, a string of curses erupted from outside the restaurant. "You little slut, I said I couldn't find you at the hospital, turns out you came here to eat." Outside the restaurant, a man and a woman rushed in. The man was dressed very formally, around 50 years old, with an air of authority. The woman was adorned with gold and silver, covered in jewelry, giving off a nouveau riche vibe. Upon seeing the newcomers, the woman's face turned pale, looking very nervous and scared. "Dad, why are you here?" The woman came in and pointed at the other woman, scolding, "What do you mean why are we here? If we didn't come, you, me, and your dad would have to die with this little bastard. Hurry up and come back with us," Lu Xiao is urging again. "Don't be ungrateful." The middle-aged man frowned as well. "Yenner, are you really planning to stay with that unrelated bastard for the rest of your life? I've never seen anyone so happy raising someone else's child. You must be trying to drive me to death." The woman continued, "Huang Luoyan, you better wake up. Come back with us right now. If you do, this little bastard will be sent to an orphanage. If luck is on their side, someone will adopt them, otherwise, don't expect anything good." The two were aggressive, their momentum strong. Huang Luoyan suddenly stood up. "Dad, Aunt Sue, I won't marry. I promise that person, no matter how difficult it gets, I will raise Tuan Tuan. I, Huang Luoyan, will never be unfaithful. Now that Tuan Tuan is in this situation, I will not give her up." "You!" The man raised his hand, about to slap her. The little girl, seeing this, hurriedly jumped off her chair and stood in front of Huang Luoyan, spreading her small arms to protect her. "You bad people, don't bully my mommy." Her voice was tender, but her gaze was resolute. "You little bastard, if it weren't for you, this dead girl wouldn't be so foolish. Why don't you just die of illness?" The woman's words were sharp and bitter, making many people unable to bear it. Some dining guests also spoke up. "How can you talk like that to a child? Is it necessary to say such vicious things?" Those guests were voicing their discontent. Shan Wuxia was also watching. Hongye chuckled and asked, "I say, young Master Shin, you seem quite interested in these family disputes?" Shin Wuxiao turned his head, his gaze landing back on Hongye's face, smiling, "Not interested. However, the development of this situation feels somewhat familiar to me. If nothing unexpected happens, someone with a bit of status will appear." Hongye was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" Shin Wuxiu pointed at Huang Luoyan. "Look, she's very beautiful, right? Beautiful women always attract envy." From their conversation, it's clear that the child has no blood relation to the beautiful woman. She is raising someone else's child, opposed by her family, and the harsh words from her family suggest they are anxious, likely wanting to cling to someone, having promised to marry their daughter off, and now the time has come. In this case, they must first abandon that child, but the beautiful woman refuses to comply, and under such circumstances, the person who covets the beautiful woman is about to appear. Shin Wuxiu analyzed seriously. He had seen this kind of routine many times. Hongye nodded, "Listening to you, can I also guess that the little girl's biological father is a very powerful person?" Then when they were at their wits' end, a savior appeared. Shin Wuxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Just a moment ago, he hadn't connected the dots, but hearing Hongye say this seemed to click. Could it be that the little girl's father was also one of the protagonists of Fortune? As he pondered, Shin Wuxiao's mind began to fill in the gaps. Receiving a distress call from his daughter, the god of war returns, while 30 powerful figures head to the Dragon Kingdom, the world erupts. That man has come back. Shin Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh. How awkward. It would be better to learn that his daughter was living in a doghouse, and with a command from the god of war, 100,000 subordinates built a doghouse for the god of war's daughter. However, Shin Wuxiao couldn't be bothered to speculate about such things. Anyway, if he encountered it, the system would give a prompt, and he would just take out the opponent directly to earn points. After all, he was a harvester of fortune. Meanwhile, the situation over there was escalating. Huang Luoyan argued her case, her parents were adamant, the onlookers were indignant, and the little girl was crying. Shen Wuxiu and Hongye continued to eat as if nothing was happening. It was at this moment, just as Shen Wuxiu had guessed, that a Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped outside the restaurant. A young man got out. His hair was dyed in patches of green, and he wore an arrogant expression. 4 bodyguards followed him, 2 of whom were third-tier martial artists. Shin Wuxiu recognized him. This green-haired guy was the one who had wanted Lin Fan to kneel at the business dinner. The group swaggered into the restaurant. Upon seeing the newcomer, the middle-aged couple immediately changed their attitude. With fawning smiles on their faces, they said, "Young Master Lu, how did you come here?" The young man, referred to as young Master Lu, snorted coldly, "I asked you to handle a matter, and it's not like I said it was windy or rainy. It's been 2.5 months. Are you playing me? The middle-aged couple was taken aback, their faces filled with embarrassment. No, please don't misunderstand. It's mainly that this child is stubborn. We've been trying to persuade her. Persuade? How has that gone? Lu Tao scoffed. By the time you persuade her, the flowers will have wilted, useless. With that, Lu Tao walked up himself. Of course, when such a flamboyant young master appeared, those who had been voicing their grievances immediately fell silent. Many people knew him, the notorious playboy, Lu Tao. They were just ordinary folks without much background, and not martial artists, so they naturally wouldn't get involved in such troublesome matters. Lu Tao saw Huang Luoyan again and was still deeply attracted to her. This woman was one of the few who could stir his heart. Huang Luoyan, true to her name, was stunningly beautiful. Lu Tao couldn't help but take a closer look. Her black hair flowed freely over her shoulders, and her light yellow jacket paired with a white pleated skirt made her look even more ladylike. She was both a fashionista and gentle and charming. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, and even without makeup, she appeared rosy. A pair of captivating almond-shaped eyes added a touch of tenderness to her. Her nose was high and elegant, and her lips were thin and pink. Especially in her current flustered state, it made one want to pull her into an embrace and kiss her fiercely. In short, Huang Luoyan could easily ignite a man's possessiveness. Lu Tao was truly fascinated by her, otherwise, he wouldn't have patiently waited. If it were any other time, he would have lost control long ago. He swallowed hard, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he slowly approached. Lu Tao's expression gradually became lecherous. Miss Huang, you know I've admired you for a long time. All along, I've been accommodating, letting your parents persuade you, but you really haven't given me any face. Now that I've come personally, you must give me a response, right? Lu Tao swallowed hard again, stepping a little closer, and he could clearly smell the natural, fresh fragrance emanating from Huang Luoyan. This made him feel a bit hot. Huang Luoyan's face was full of disgust, especially when she saw the look on his face. She really wanted to slap him, but she didn't dare. Lu Tao's family was among the top in Zhanghai. The Huang family had no qualification to compete with the Lu family. Moreover, the Huang family wouldn't stand by her side, they would rather see her marry Lu Tao. In this situation, it was the little girl who angrily spoke up. You bad people, don't bully my mommy, or I'll tell my daddy. My daddy is a great hero, a world-class hero. He won't let you bad people go. The little girl looked like a tiny adult, with a hint of heroism in her brows. Seeing this, Lu Tao laughed heartily. Your daddy is a world-class hero? Even if your daddy is Gaia, it wouldn't matter. Lu Tao's attitude suddenly changed, becoming fierce and menacing. It's because of you, little bastard, that Luoyan has been reluctant to speak. You're really a nuisance. As he spoke, he raised his hand to slap her. No! Huang Luoyan was startled and quickly hugged the little girl, trying to shield her. Since the little girl was so small, to hit her, his hand had to be very low. As a result, when he raised his hand to strike, it first hit the small cake on the edge of the table. A cream cake flew out directly. Bang! The cake smashed onto the ground, splattering everywhere. Xin Wuxiao, who was not far away and watching the commotion, was a bit annoyed. Damn it, the cream splattered onto his pant leg. Before Xin Wuxiao could say anything, Lu Tao frowned first, shaking off the cream that covered his hands. With that shake, things escalated. He accidentally flung it onto the table where Xin Wuxiao and the others were eating. Damn! Xin Wuxiao frowned, casually picking up the white porcelain teapot on the table. As he lifted the teapot, he didn't care how the tea spilled, he just walked up behind Lu Tao. Lu Tao was about to threaten him when he felt someone behind him. Turning his head, he saw a handsome man raising his hand, bringing the teapot down onto his head. Bang! The teapot smashed against his head, instantly shattering. Blood immediately gushed from Lu Tao's forehead, flowing uncontrollably down his face. Lu Tao covered his forehead, starting to wail. His bodyguards were startled and immediately rushed to intervene. Xin Wuxiao grabbed one and directly slammed both of them onto the other table, right next to the hot pot. Sizzle! The sound of skin touching the hot pot was heard, sizzling and smoking, incredibly horrifying. The layer of flesh on the bodyguard's face was instantly cooked. The screams frightened everyone on the scene, causing them to jump up and run. The Huang family members were even more shocked beyond measure. How could someone dare to lay hands on young Master Lu? He was finished. Lu Tao covered his forehead, his face filled with resentment. How dare you hit me, you? Halfway through his words, Lu Tao fell silent. He suddenly turned pale, his legs trembling. Then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, his legs gave way, and with a thud, he knelt before Xin Wuxiao. This left everyone gaping. Shen, young Master Shen, how could Lu Tao not know Xin Wuxiao? They had just met not long ago. He had just been flattering him, and now he had provoked him. In front of Xin Wuxiao, Lu Tao felt like a pile of stinking dog poop. He wanted to slap himself, wondering what he was doing here today. He also never expected that in such a small shop, Shen Wuxiu would be having a meal. Shen Wuxiu's handsome face was slightly furrowed. Without saying a word, he pointed to his pant leg. Lu Tao instantly understood, not daring to be negligent, and knelt down to wipe it with his clothes. Fortunately, there wasn't much cream, and it was quickly cleaned up. Shen Wuxiu didn't let it go, pointing to the cake that had been smashed on the ground. I hate people who waste food the most. I have to eat every grain of rice in my bowl clean. You wasted food. It's my fault, my fault. Lu Tao hurriedly turned around and knelt down again, stuffing the smashed cake into his mouth. This scene shocked everyone. Who was that man, to have such power? Even the young master of the Lu family knelt down and shamelessly ate cake off the ground. It truly validated the saying that a villain needs another villain to temper them. Lu Tao, used to being arrogant and overbearing, had now met someone even more ruthless and was in trouble. Huang Luoyan was equally astonished. Her gaze towards Shen Wuxiu was complex, filled with awe and a hint of confusion. Shen Wuxiu was too lazy to stay any longer. He returned to his seat, looking at Hongye, who wore a light smile. Are you full? Hongye nodded. I've seen enough, not eating anymore. Let's go meet your mysterious and charming wife. Hongye stood up and walked to Shen Wuxiu's side. Shen Wuxiu waved at the boss. How much? The boss hesitated to ask for payment. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Tao jumped in to ingratiate himself. Young Master Shen, I apologize for the offense earlier. It was my fault. This meal is on me. Shen Wuxiu glanced at him, disdainfully saying, Do I lack that little bit of money? No, I. Lu Tao quickly lowered his head, not daring to say more. After paying, Shen Wuxiu and Hongye walked straight out. As for Huang Luoyan, he had no mind to deal with her. He was too lazy to play the hero saving the beauty unless he took the initiative. Just as they stepped out, Lu Tao followed like a sticky plaster. In fact, he was mustering the courage to keep up. He felt uneasy not having received a clear response from Shen Wuxiu. If he didn't clarify whether Shen Wuxiu would settle the score later, he couldn't sleep peacefully. It felt like a sharp sword was hanging over his head, ready to pierce through at any moment. Young Master Shen. Young Master Shen. Lu Tao forced himself to call out cautiously. Shen Wuxiu stopped and looked at the bloodied Lu Tao. Lu Tao smiled apologetically, slightly bowing. Young Master Shen, I truly apologize for earlier. It was my fault for disturbing your meal. If you know it's your fault, then go die. Shen Wuxiu never knew what it meant to be polite. Lu Tao froze in place, his face filled with terror. Shen Wuxiu had no time to waste on these little nuisances. He was about to leave with Hongye. However, his gaze instinctively turned to Huang Luoyan inside. Huang Luoyan was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Huang Luoyan hurriedly lowered her head, picking up the little girl. Shen Wuxiu withdrew his gaze and, with Hongye, walked directly towards the car. The most uncomfortable person on the scene was undoubtedly Lu Tao. He was genuinely scared now. But just now, he noticed something. Shen Wuxiu seemed to be staring at Huang Luoyan. Lu Tao was already thinking of ways to remedy the situation, and this sparked an idea. Shen Wuxiu loved beautiful women, he knew that. At the banquet, he had brought a super goddess, and today he had another one by his side. Huang Luoyan was so beautiful that even he was captivated. It was normal for Shen Wuxiu to take an interest. It was just that he didn't show it because he had a female companion with him. Shen Wuxiu didn't say anything, but Lu Tao couldn't be ignorant. Lu Tao suddenly realized, to remedy the situation, he had to cater to Shen Wuxiu's preferences. Shen Wuxiu lacked nothing. He had wealth, power, and his status was beyond question. Although he could have any number of women vying for his attention, the distinction between women and extraordinary women was on a different level altogether. Huang Luoyan was the kind that was rare and unattainable. Lu Tao came to a realization. He could forget about Huang Luoyan for himself, but persuading her to be with Shen Wuxiu was entirely feasible. Not only would it eliminate Shen Wuxiu's dissatisfaction with him, but it would also make Shen Wuxiu happy. Who knows, he might even become Shen Wuxiu's right-hand man and soar to new heights. With this thought, Lu Tao's mind became clear. This was the plan. This time, it had to be executed beautifully. He had to help Shen Wuxiu win Huang Luoyan. If Huang Luoyan refused, he wouldn't mind using other means. Didn't she care about that so-called daughter? Then he could kidnap the little girl and lock her in a dog cage as a threat, to see if Huang Luoyan would still be stubborn. Lu Tao decided to use a strategy of courtesy before force. He would take the incident where Shen Wuxiu had hit him and spin it as Shen Wuxiu saving the beauty, striking him only to rescue Huang Luoyan. Opportunities didn't come every day. To turn the situation around, this was the only way. Otherwise, who knew if Shen Wuxiu would settle the score later? One word from him could overturn generations of Lu family legacy. Similarly, if used well, one word from him could ensure the Lu family thrived for 100 years. This time, it was imperative and must be achieved. Just as he was about to walk in, Huang family's parents had already come out. Young Master Lu, sorry about what happened today. The Huang family looked visibly anxious. They knew how unreasonable Lu Tao could be. The man earlier had humiliated Lu Tao, and Lu Tao was likely to take it out on them. It would be the end for them. But surprisingly, Lu Tao was in a good mood. He looked disheveled but wore a smile. You don't need to be nervous. I won't blame you for what happened earlier. That man, not only did he humiliate me, but he even tried to kill me. My family didn't dare to make a sound. This statement shocked the Huang family for an entire year. In Zhonghai, was there really such a person? Even if he killed Lu Tao, the Lu family wouldn't dare to utter a word? It was too surreal. Lu Tao employed a strategy of courtesy before force, and part of that courtesy was to be used on the Huang family. First, he would have them persuade her, and then he would speak himself. If that didn't work, he would resort to hard tactics, kidnapping the little girl to threaten Huang Luoyan. The little girl was already gravely ill. He didn't believe it would fail. Shin Wuxiu certainly wouldn't mind. After all, he was a ruthless person. His methods were vicious. Do you know who that man was earlier? The Huang family shook their heads. Lu Tao said seriously, Shin Wuxiu. Shan Wuxiu? The Huang family was taken aback. Lu Tao, feeling a bit speechless, switched to another name. What about Shin Guohua? The Huang family immediately nodded. They certainly knew this elder. Who in Longwood didn't know him? Even children were aware. Lu Tao said lightly, that man earlier was the grandson of that elder, and the one he cherished the most. And his father is named Shin Tianhong. Now you understand, right? The Huang family gasped. If they still didn't grasp the significance, they would be fools. No wonder Lu Tao knelt so quickly. He wouldn't just eat the cake off the ground. Even if it was an olive, he would have to take a few bites. Seeing their shocked expressions, Lu Tao seized the moment. From now on, I won't, and I dare not, have any designs on your daughter, because young Master Shin has taken a liking to her. You should think carefully about whether to choose to rise to greatness or miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Contact me anytime with results. With that, Lu Tao left directly. He didn't need to say anything further. The Huang family would eagerly take action. They were so proactive in currying favor with the Lu family, and now that the number one family from Longhua had arrived, if they didn't strive for it, it would be an unprecedented event. Inside the restaurant, Huang Luoyan was also a bit bewildered. She tightly hugged the little girl. Tuan Tuan, were you scared today? Little Tuan Tuan shook her head firmly. Mommy, I'm not afraid. Tuan Tuan is very brave. When Tuan Tuan grows up, I will definitely protect Mommy. Huang Luoyan was very touched and held her tightly. Although Yi Tuan Tuan was not her biological daughter, she treated her as her own, wholeheartedly. At that moment, little Tuan Tuan also asked, Mommy, where is Daddy? If it weren't for that handsome, violent big brother just now, that bad guy would have hit Tuan Tuan. If Daddy were here, that bad guy definitely wouldn't dare to bully Mommy and Tuan Tuan. Hearing little Tuan Tuan's words, Huang Luoyan sighed inwardly. How could she know where he had gone? Back then, he had entrusted the child to her and then disappeared. He left without a sound, leaving behind little Tuan Tuan in swaddling clothes and a number, saying that if she encountered difficulties, she should tell him. During that time, Huang Luoyan had called, not to seek help, but to inquire about the situation. But no one answered. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The child had grown up, and he had not sent any news. Huang Luoyan felt a bit resentful. No matter what, Tuan Tuan was his daughter, and he had never thought to come and see this lovely little girl. As a father, he was very irresponsible and unqualified. If it weren't for the sake of her deceased best friend, she would really want to scold him. On the other side, Shin Wuxiu had already taken Hongye to the seaside villa. In the car, Hongye seemed eager to ask about Zhang Huayue. In reality, her emotions were somewhat low. Occasionally, she would sarcastically comment on Shin Wuxiu. I say, Shin Xiao, back in the day, you came to Zhanghai as a pure love warrior, but in the end, you didn't end up with that Lu whatever. What are you fussing about? By the way, is your home still a red flag while outside the colorful flags are fluttering? Shin Wuxiu drove, chuckling helplessly. I say your imagination is too rich. I'm very picky, okay? Hongye blinked her beautiful eyes. Really? Just now in the restaurant, you were staring at that beauty. Don't think I didn't notice. Aren't you just collecting one after another? Shen Wuxiu reached out and pinched Hongye's slim waist. Collecting one after another? Do you think I'm playing Pokemon? I said I'm very picky, but of course, if you, miss, don't mind, I could take you in. I've long wanted to taste the flavor of your little mouth. You always stick your tongue out at me, it looks so sweet. Hongye's pretty face flushed instantly. This bad guy was getting more and more unruly. They were childhood friends, having grown up in the same courtyard. She treated him like a good brother, yet he actually wanted to plant her. beast. Moreover, this idea seemed to have been brought up since childhood. He had mentioned it so many times, yet nothing ever came of it. Even a beast is better. Pa, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. All you know is to take advantage of me and tease me. Just wait, when I see your woman, I will definitely tell on you in front of her. Hongye crossed her arms over her chest, turning her head away, looking a bit proud. Shin Wuxiao smiled wickedly, not caring at all. Go ahead and tell. At most, at night, I will have a quarrel with her. Hongye huffed. Then, you might as well forget it. I don't want to ruin your relationship. Shin Wuxiao looked ahead, his smile even broader. That's to enhance the relationship. Feel free to report me, it's no big deal. Hongye seemed to be lost in thought and playfully tapped Shin Wuxiao's arm. Then I can report you, and conveniently expose your past scandals. She only acted this way in front of Shin Wuxiao. If it were someone else, she wouldn't have the patience to say even one more word. Fine, go ahead and expose it. The two chatted away, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the seaside villa. Looking at the standalone villa, Hongye couldn't help but exclaim, this view is truly beautiful. Right in front is Golden Sands Beach, to the right is a cluster of rocks, a paradise for fishermen. After taking in the surrounding scenery, Hongye's gaze fell on Zhang Huayue, who was practicing in the yard. Instantly, her eyes lit up. She had been wondering what Shin Wuxiao's woman looked like. Now, from a distance, she was stunned by the sight of another exquisite beauty. Just the aura of Zhang Huayue's cool elegance was enough to captivate anyone. Zhang Huayue also noticed Shin Wuxiao's return and hurriedly finished her practice to greet him. The first meeting between the two women was surprisingly free of tension. Shin Wuxiao briefly introduced them to each other. Zhang Huayue graciously extended her delicate hand and greeted, hello, I'll just call you Yezi. I have a comrade named Hongye too, but that's her code name. Hongye quickly shook her hand. Sister Yu, nice to meet you. Your hands are so soft. Zhang Huayue was a bit surprised. Her way of speaking was somewhat like Shin Wuxiao's. She was quite friendly, but that was good. Since Shin Wuxiao brought her back, it was highly likely she was his woman. It's windy outside, let's go inside. Zhang Huayue took Hongye's hand and walked in, leaving Shin Wuxiao behind. Shin Wuxiao shook his head and smiled as he followed. Once inside the villa, the two women sat on the sofa and chatted. Sister Yu, you're so beautiful. No wonder that guy is so infatuated with you. If I were a man, I would definitely fall at your feet. In front of her own people, Hongye was quite cheerful. Her current demeanor was a stark contrast to her work persona. You're beautiful too. Zhang Huayue was slightly lacking in compliments, but her words were sincere. Hongye was indeed very beautiful, which was a boon for that scoundrel Shin Wuxiao. The bond between women was peculiar. They became familiar with each other surprisingly quickly. Shin Wuxiao watched them getting along so harmoniously, which was nice. If he could settle things with Hongye later, he wouldn't have to worry about any conflicts between them. Well, I'm going to take a shower. Zhang Huayue looked over. Do you want me to help you wash? No need. Oh. Zhang Huayue replied and continued to hold Hongye's hand, laughing and chatting. Shin Wuxiao felt a bit out of place. He rubbed his neck and headed straight to his room. The two women chatted a lot. Zhang Huayue learned that Hongye and Shin Wuxiao were childhood friends. This was quite a straightforward situation. Hongye also shared some stories about Shin Wuxiao from the past. The more they talked, the more animated they became. Sister Yu, you have no idea, Wuxiao is so stingy with me. Ha! Zhang Huayue was taken aback, suddenly broaching this topic. This sister was really bold. Zhang Huayue covered her mouth in surprise. He treats you like that too? Hongye puffed out her cheeks. Of course, it's so annoying. He must be stingy with you too. How do you put up with him like that? He really should change that bad habit. Zhang Huayue's mind conjured up some images. Since they were already discussing this, there was no need to hide anything. After all, they were sisters. She nodded lightly. Actually, it's not that often. When the atmosphere is right. Just as she was saying this, Zhang Huayue suddenly felt something was off. Hey, wait, are you saying that Wu Xiao is stingy? Yeah, otherwise what? Hongye nodded, a small question mark popping up on her little head. Zhang Huayue's face turned bright red as she raised her hand to cover her smooth forehead. Her sister was just innocently making a comment, and she herself had gone off track first. It must be that bad guy Shin Wuxiao who led her astray. Zhang Huayue forced a smile and said, Huh? No, it's fine, he's very generous to me. As she spoke, she hurriedly stood up. I'll go get some fruit. What a sin, how could she think of that? So embarrassing. Ha, oh, okay, Hongye replied. Zhang Huayue rushed to the kitchen. As she ran over, she accidentally kicked over the trash can and didn't even bother to clean it up. Hongye looked at Zhang Huayue's hurried figure and felt it was strange. Why is Sister Yu's face so red? Could it be that she thinks Shin Wuxiu is too stingy and feels embarrassed? Not really, he's not an outsider, and that guy isn't really stingy. He just doesn't like to spend money. Just as she thought this, Shin Wuxiu happened to finish his shower and came out. He saw Hongye sitting alone on the sofa and asked, "What's you doing in such a hurry?" Hongye pointed towards the kitchen. "Sister Yu went to get fruit." Shin Wuxiu looked in the direction of the kitchen. "In such a rush, are you sure she's just getting fruit?" "She's getting fruit, but why she's in such a hurry, I don't know." Hongye shook her head. "We were just chatting, and then she ran off." Hongye stated it straightforwardly. That was just how it was. "Is that so?" Shin Wuxiu smiled, sat down on the sofa, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. "What were you two talking about that made her run off?" Hongye blurted out. "We weren't talking about anything, just about how stingy you are." "Put, cough cough." Shin Wuxiu choked a bit, looking at Hongye in surprise. "Wait, I just went to take a shower, and you two are already so close? She told you all this?" "Ha?" Hongye was a bit confused again. Was the matter of Shin Wuxiu being stingy that serious? Hongye looked at Shin Wuxiu. "You're surprised too, it seems it's true. You're stingy with her too, I really can't believe it, and you're still a member of the Shin family." Shin Wuxiu was somewhat speechless but still nodded. "What does this have to do with whether I'm a member of the Shin family? It's our couple's business, why are you asking so much? Of course, if you don't mind, I can treat you the same way." Hongye scoffed, "As if you weren't like that with me before." Shin Wuxiu frowned. "Don't wrong me, when did I?" "Ah." Shin Wuxiu also realized, "You're saying I'm stingy, right? Aren't you stingy?" Hongye huffed. Shin Wuxiu now understood why Zhang Huayue suddenly ran off. It turned out she, like him, didn't react in time. Shin Wuxiu really couldn't help but laugh. "I have shares in half of the entertainment venues in the capital, and you guys usually go out to play without spending any money, yet you say I'm stingy." "Put." Hongye stuck out her little tongue. "It's a different situation. Last time we ate together, as soon as the dishes were served, you flipped the table, saying even dogs wouldn't eat it, and just left. That's clearly being stingy." TCH. Shin Wuxiu didn't want to talk anymore. Soon, Zhang Huayue came out with the fruit. However, she had already calmed down. It seemed she had adjusted her emotions in the kitchen just now. "Wuxiu, are you swearing again? Are you bullying Yazi?" Zhang Huayue placed the fruit on the coffee table and was about to sit down when Shin Wuxiu suddenly pulled her over. She ended up sitting right on his lap. Zhang Huayue struggled slightly but couldn't break free, so she let it be. Yet, there was always a sense of showing off their affection. Shin Wuxiu smiled brightly. "How could I bully her? We're just discussing my stinginess." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayue quietly reached out her hand and pinched Shin Wuxiu's waist. However, she didn't apply much force, it was more like a warning. Shin Wuxiu didn't mind and deliberately asked, "Just say it, is your man stingy or not?" "Yes, Sister Yu, you tell us, your answer will be fair," Hongye said foolishly, not understanding the situation. Zhang Huayue was also at a loss. Why couldn't they get past this? If she said he was stingy, it wouldn't be right. If she said he wasn't, that wouldn't be true either. Shin Wuxiu, with a mischievous grin, deliberately extended his palm, flipping it over to examine the back of his hand. "Hey, you guys say, do my middle finger and ring finger look like the fingers of the Tomb Raider in those movies? They're so long. Those Tomb Raiders are impressive too, they can quickly activate the mechanisms with their fingers." "Ha?" Hongye still looked confused. Did the topic change this quickly? They were already talking about Tomb Raider movies. Zhang Huayue shot him a fierce glance. This bastard was doing it on purpose. Hongye still didn't catch on. However, he still asked with concern, "Sister Yu, are you feeling wrong being with him?" Zhang Huayue smiled gently. Just as she was about to speak, Shin Wuxiu couldn't hold his tongue again. "Yezi, you don't know how hard it is for the two of us." "Ha?" Hongye was a bit surprised. What makes it hard? Could it be that their relationship wasn't going smoothly? Shin Wuxiu sighed. "Actually, I've always been overshadowed by your sister Yu. From the beginning, I've been struggling to survive in the cracks." "No way." Hongye was shocked again. Sister Yu was so beautiful, gentle, and graceful. Could she really be abusive? It didn't seem like it at all. "But your sister Yu has it tough too, you know my temper. So she also has to make a living under the stick." Zhang Huayue couldn't help but open her mouth, looking at Shin Wuxiu in shock. "Wow, you little cutie." While Hongye was out riding a bicycle like a blank slate, he had already drifted around Bayanbuluk and come back. "Look at that girl. She was so surprised her mouth could fit an egg. Is this the difference between the first layer and the atmosphere? Yezi, how about we go out for a stroll and buy some of your favorite food? I'll cook tonight." Zhang Huayue thought she couldn't let Shin Wuxiu ramble on any longer. Hongye was smart, some things she shouldn't learn. Upon hearing this, Hongye nodded vigorously, sure, then I'll go. Shin Wuxiu pointed to himself. You can play by yourself. After saying that, Zhang Huayue stood up, walked to the sofa, and took Hongye's hand. The two sisters directly walked out, completely ignoring him. Shin Wuxiu felt relieved. Both of them were capable and wouldn't be bullied. Lying on the sofa, Shin Wuxiu closed his eyes. Now that Lin Fan was dead, the plot related to Lin Fan was automatically cleared. The new protagonist should appear soon. However, what type it would be, Shin Wuxiu wasn't sure yet. Oh, by the way, I still have a mysterious gift box that I haven't opened. Shin Wuxiu remembered the system's reward. System, open the mysterious gift box for me. Ding, okay, host. Opening now. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained transforming into a diamond hand, which can be activated by channeling true energy into both hands, allowing automatic operation of the diamond hand. The hands are like meteorite iron, indestructible, an upgraded martial skill that can destroy all sharp weapons below the host's realm level with bare hands. Does this count as a martial skill or a weapon? Theoretically, it counts, but it can be used as a weapon. Is this mysterious gift box the only thing? There are more. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the active concept skill, 100% empty-handed catching of blades. The effect is that in any situation, when the opponent makes their first blade attack, the host can catch it 100%, ignoring the angle. Damn, this is similar to that Vajra hand, right? They go hand in hand? They can be used together. Note, the active concept skill has a cooldown time for single targets. So, if one person attacks me, I can catch their first attack 100%, and then it goes on cooldown. Yes, the cooldown time is 15 minutes, but if another person comes, it won't affect it, and so on. That's still impressive. Even if a 9th grade grandmaster comes, they will still be caught by my first strike. Is there anything else? There's one more. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a war exemption card. The war exemption card is a one-time use. As long as the host presents this card and applies for a war exemption, the opponent, regardless of their realm or enmity, will cease fighting and choose to battle next time. It will be destroyed after use. Damn, isn't this still a conceptual type of card? With this war exemption card, I can slap a 9th grade grandmaster, and they can't fight back anyway. Yes, host, but you must understand that you are in a high martial world. Currently, the host is encountering some low-level children of fate. The cultivation ranks of martial arts in the world range from 1st to 9th grade, but there are many realms above. Above the 9th grade grandmaster are the martial aspect levels from 1 to 9, then the martial general level, martial marquis level, martial king level, martial sect level, martial venerable level, martial emperor level, half-saint, and saint. The real experts haven't emerged yet, that will be the true high martial era, and grandmasters will barely be considered entry-level. Shin Wuxiu naturally knew this. For him, he was still just wandering at the entrance of the novice village, not yet in the town. From high to low, saint, half-saint, emperor, venerable, sect, king, marquis, general, aspect, the road is really long. Is there anything else in the mysterious gift box? No, a mysterious gift box can open a maximum of 3 items and a minimum of 1. Alright, that's enough. Shin Wuxiu was a bit anxious to try this 100% empty-handed catching of blades. He focused his mind and directly picked up the fruit knife on the table, then suddenly smashed it against the wall. He quickly turned around, facing away. The knife hit the wall and bounced back, stabbing towards Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu deliberately relaxed his body, remaining unaffected. But the next second, he seemed to lose control and suddenly turned around, raising his hand. Clang! With a crisp sound, the bouncing fruit knife was automatically caught by Shin Wuxiu's palms. Damn, this is really quite cheeky. While Zhang Huaiwei and Hongye were out, Shin Wuxiu had nothing to do, so he chose to play some games. His seaside villa was large, with plenty of entertainment facilities. Gym, karaoke room, movie room, cosplay room, everything one could want, including an esports room. He started a game of LOL, choosing the top lane champion, Riven. Shen Wuxiu was quite into it. However, the more he played, the angrier he got. Under the expectations of all his teammates, he silently typed, "Grandma said, that war god dad, what the hell are you doing? You drop a sausage on the keyboard, even a dog plays better than you." After a while, Zhang Huaiwei and Hongye returned. As soon as they entered, they heard Shin Wuxiu cursing. Hongye, curious, ran in and saw Shin Wuxiu furiously typing on the keyboard. She leaned in for a closer look and almost burst out laughing. A long string of text shot out from Shin Wuxiu's fingers. 96 years old loves 6. 9. Blade Dancer War God Dad. Are you using a 2G network? Disconnected 5 times in 10 minutes, and not once did you make it to the team fight. God of War Dad, explosive genius, I'm at Kunlun Mountain, so the signal isn't great. Hee hee. Cute girl Guadi Gang, Dragon Blood Warrior, you're at Kunlun Mountain? You're just a koan egg, go back and practice for 2.5 years before you come play. Abnormal discharge, Soul Lock Warden, just give it up. If you keep playing like this, they'll be calling for apprentices on the other side. God of War Dad, explosive genius he, only death in battle, no surrender. My stinky feet who's Laven, glory executioner, you fight like a fried egg. You're 0 to 8, what are you even fighting for? In an instant, all 4 of them were mocking that God of War Dad. God of War Dad, explosive genius he, online you're arrogant, but in reality, life and death are unpredictable. In the game, 0 to 8, in reality, I'm Cutlass 0. Abnormal discharge, Soul Lock Warden, you even bring out a plan to brag about, huh? And you call yourself a dad, put your daughter in a dog cage. God of War Dad, explosive genius, indicated that the enemy had vanished. God of War Dad, explosive genius, indicated that the enemy had vanished. God of War Dad has exited the game. Watching that game character get mocked and exit, Shun Wuxia was speechless. This round was naturally lost. Hongye was laughing heartily on the side. She originally wanted to help Jiang Huayue tidy up the dishes, but since it was still early, she thought about playing a couple of rounds with Shun Wuxia. They're all noobs, I'll play around with you. Hongye directly opened the computer next to her. She had played games with Shun Wuxia before, but after starting work, she stopped. There wasn't that much time anymore. Hongye logged into her account, chattering away. Let's form a bottom lane combo, unbeatable in the world, okay? You be Ashe, I'll be the healer. Shun Wuxia was taken aback. Huh? Love it. Mainly because you didn't let me try. Ha? Hongye paused, seemingly not reacting. Shun Wuxia didn't push it, smiling as he said, I prefer the hard-hitting top lane. I'll go top. I'll be Nasu's. What about you? What Nasu's? Nah. Shun Wuxia turned his head away. Hongye fell silent. She finally realized, even playing a game, he had to take advantage. This jerk was simply bullying her. Shun Wuxia just secretly smiled, but soon, he saw Hongye's ID come online. A May Mountain super strong sphincter monkey stealing late night offerings from deceased wife, now online. Damn, why is your name so long? Oh, I called their headquarters to change it. I want to change mine too. I want 96-year-old long eyelash old man accidentally meeting 69-year-old wild swallowing fat pig big lizard. The two exchanged glances, smiled slightly, and directly started a game. Meanwhile, in Longwa, at a temporarily built camp at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Yi Qingfeng was sitting in front of a computer with a not-so-good internet connection. Looking at the page connecting to the internet, he was furious. The signal at Kunlun Mountain is really too poor. After so many years of hard work, finally having time to relax and play a game, and I get mocked. Yi Qingfeng was speechless, but he wasn't very angry. Years of tempering had already made his temperament incredibly mature. There were very few things in the world that could stir his emotions. When the internet finally connected, it showed failure. Yi Qingfeng simply gave up, walked out of the tent, opened his arms to the Kunlun Mountains, closed his eyes, and felt the cold wind blowing against him. Ha! The air of my hometown. Yi Qingfeng had not been at Kunlun Mountain before, but had been carrying out a secret mission abroad. It was still a 5-year-long secret mission. Just a day ago, the mission ended, and the group returned to Longwa, settling in Kunlun Mountain, preparing for the award ceremony in 2 days. After feeling for a long time, Yi Qingfeng reached into his inner pocket. A small plush bear was taken out. The bear was somewhat old, but very clean. Looking at the palm-sized plush bear, a gentle smile appeared on his resolute face. This little toy was something his daughter had in her cradle, her first toy to hold in her hands. Every time he saw it, Yi Qingfeng felt as if he could see his daughter's adorable figure babbling away. To others, this plush bear might only be worth a few coins, but for Yi Qingfeng, it held his longing for his daughter and was also his belief in survival when his life hung by a thread. How many times had he faced peril, only to rise again and again thanks to this plush bear? It's been 5 years, my dear daughter, Daddy will soon be back by your side. Yi Qingfeng spoke with utmost tenderness. It seemed to add a touch of warmth to the cold winds of the Kunlun Mountains. After looking for a while, Yi Qingfeng put the plush bear away. His gaze suddenly shifted, revealing a strong intent to kill. His daughter was his heart and soul, but his beloved wife had left him forever. The root of all this evil was still living well. It had already been 6 years. 6 years ago, his cousin Yi Qingyun, in a bid for family inheritance, colluded with his fiancée Guli to frame him. They had originally drugged him, intending to make him commit a crime against an innocent woman, leaving evidence behind. Then they would find a reason to eliminate him and kill him. But at the critical moment, he escaped with extraordinary willpower. In the end, he could not hold on and was saved by a kind-hearted girl. Unfortunately, under the influence of the drug, he had harmed his savior. That night, you did not refuse me, and that night, I hurt you. When he woke up, he saw the red stain on the sheets, and the girl was already gone. At first, Yi Qingfeng tried to find her, wanting to make amends, but later, he completely gave up. He didn't dare. He didn't want to implicate that girl. It was all because of that cousin who had stabbed him in the back, who inherited the family and allied with the Shin family in the capital, becoming their lackey. He could not compete with his cousin at all and was instead issued a kill order. For a whole year, Yi Qingfeng was evading assassination, until someone above exhausted their resources and secretly protected him, on the condition that he would go abroad to complete a secret mission for them. For 5 years. At first, Yi Qingfeng refused, until one day an old man brought him a swaddled baby. The baby was already a month old. The old man said it was his child. Yi Qingfeng recognized it at a glance as his child, because it looked just like him, almost as if it had been carved from the same mold. From the old man, he learned that the child's mother was named Sun Yen, and the baby was named Tuan Tuan, meaning reunion. His cousin from the Yi family somehow got wind of the news and said that it was Sun Yen who saved Yi Qingfeng back then. On the day of the baby's full moon banquet, they planned to capture Sun Yen to force Yi Qingfeng out. But during the attempt to capture her, they accidentally pushed Sun Yen out of the hotel's 5th floor window. Blood splattered on the spot. As for handing the child over to his father, it was the child's mother's dying wish. That day, upon learning the truth, Yi Qingfeng cried like a child. His heart was filled with guilt, desolation, sorrow, and despair. Sun Yan's death was because of him. The guilt in his heart erupted, and thus, disregarding the danger, he secretly went to the funeral with the child. But he could only watch from afar, his heart aching. Who could understand? It was at the funeral that he saw Huang Luoyan, who cried even harder than he did, fainting several times. With connections from the upper echelons, he also investigated the relationship between Huang Luoyan and Sun Yan. Though they were close friends, they were like family. From then on, the thought of entrusting the child to her for help in raising it began to take root. He wanted revenge, he wanted his daughter to live a stable life, and he wanted to eliminate those who sought to kill him. To do that, he had to become stronger. He needed his own resources and abilities. Thus, Yi Qingfeng resolutely agreed to the demands from above and embarked on a 5-year campaign. During this time, he also made a trip to Shanghai and met with Huang Luoyan. At his request, Huang Luoyan took in the child of Sun Yan and Yi Qingfeng. She too began a 5-year life filled with disdain. She couldn't tell anyone the child's true identity, only that it was an adopted child. But how could outsiders believe that a girl in her early 20s would adopt a child? Now, time has passed, and Yi Qingfeng has returned in glory. He now has the power to dominate everything. Yet, he lacks the ability to resurrect my beloved. So, he can only take good care of his daughter and seek revenge for my beloved. At the same time, he must also thank Huang Luoyan, who silently contributed for 5 years. Yi Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant mountain peak, recalling the grand words he spoke when he left. I was born a mountain, not a stream. I wish to look down upon the mundane valleys from the peaks. I was born a hero, not a weed. I stand on the shoulders of giants, looking down on the humble cowards. And now, he only wanted to say, when autumn comes on September 8th, I will bloom and kill all the flowers. Yi family, Yi Qingyun, and Ji family, Guli, Yi Qingfeng, have returned. A simple sentence contained endless killing intent. He has awakened. As the words fell, Yi Qingfeng raised his hand and threw a punch. A terrifying wave of energy burst from his fist, crashing into a nearby pile of stones. The stone pile instantly exploded, shattering into pieces. Looking at the broken stones, Yi Qingfeng smiled coldly, as if he could see the fate of his enemies. He turned and re-entered the tent. Not long after Yi Qingfeng went in, a man carrying a bundle of firewood walked over. When he saw the shattered stone pile, he dropped the firewood and cursed loudly. Damn it, which idiot kicked over the stone pile I painstakingly built? Don't you know this is a plateau? It's hard to cook things here? Damn! You better not let me see you. If I do, I'll make you regret it. The man grumbled as he passed by, only to squat down again to rebuild the stone pile. Time quietly passed, in Shanghai, at the Bay Villa. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Originally happily playing games with Shin Wuxiao, Hong Ye had now gone to the kitchen to help Zheng Huayue cook. Shin Wuxiao sat on the sofa outside, looking speechless. Damn! In the last game, both sides were wiped out, leaving only Hong Ye. They could have won, all it took was a couple of clicks, and the enemy's crystal would have exploded. But Hong Ye chose to dance and taunt at the enemy's fountain. With one hit on the crystal, she blinked to the fountain, only to find her attack insufficient, and the crystal didn't explode, watching helplessly as she was killed by the fountain. The enemy revived and teleported 3 to their high ground, pushing hard. Damn! Playing games ruins relationships. No wonder some guys in internet cafes go in happily and come out ignoring each other. I won't play with her anymore. In the kitchen, Hong Ye pouted. It seemed she was helping, but in reality, she was regretting the earlier game. Yezi, what's wrong? You look downcast. Did Wuxiu bully you? Zhang Huayue asked, puzzled. Although she had just met Hongye today, she could tell that she was quite cheerful. They had gone out shopping together, and on the way back, she was bouncing around, even running to play games. But after the game, she stopped talking and kept pouting. Hongye nodded pitifully. Yes, he said I played the game too poorly. Zhang Huayue was somewhat at a loss for words. How old were they both? And yet they were still bickering over a game. Alright, I'll go talk to him later, it's nothing. Zhang Huayue smiled gently. Hongye nodded vigorously. We must have a good talk with him. During dinner, Zhang Huayue prepared 6 dishes and a soup, quite a feast. If it were before, she wouldn't have had the leisure to cook, but now it was different. She felt that cooking for the person she loved was a very happy thing. The atmosphere at the dinner table was quite pleasant. The relationship between Shin Wuxiu and Hongye was one where they could joke with each other. Naturally, they wouldn't let a game cause any discord. While eating, Shin Wuxiu casually asked, Yezi, your mission here has fallen through. When are you going back? Hongye's eating came to a halt, and after swallowing her food, she looked at Zhang Huayue with a pitiful expression. Sister did you hear that? He's trying to chase me away. My goodness, I just got here for an afternoon, and he's already eager to send me off. Damn! Shen Wuxiu was truly speechless. What nonsense are you talking? I meant if you're not going back so soon, I'll take you out to have some fun. Zhang Huayue secretly smiled but didn't interject. Is that so? Then fine, Hongye pondered for a moment. Let's go to a club, preferably one that has everything. She rarely went to such places, even when her friends from the big courtyard in the capital invited her to high-end clubs, she never went. Her family was just too strict. Now that she was in Zhonghai, she naturally wanted Shin Wuxiu to take her there. Alright, we'll go after dinner. This was a simple matter for Shin Wuxiu. In Zhonghai, even the most upscale places didn't impress him much, but going out for some entertainment was no problem. Clubs were basically just for entertainment, whether it was playing cards or karaoke, all merged into one. Some better places even had golf courses. Of course, the legitimate business and the under-the-table dealings were still not to be confused. There were plenty of shady dealings as well. After dinner, Shin Wuxiu was about to have his subordinate drive over to pick them up, but Hongye refused. She insisted on not having outsiders, not even the driver. Helpless, Shin Wuxiu took on the role of the driver. After all, there were several cars parked in the garage. Shin Wuxiu drove Zhang Huayue and Hongye to a club in Zhonghai called 99 Supreme. This club was considered the largest in Zhonghai. After parking the car, there were already 2 rows of people waiting at the entrance to welcome them. Each one was a graceful beauty. They slightly bowed, showing a warm welcome. The manager of the club stood at the front, wearing a fawning smile. Wherever Shin Wuxiu wanted to go, he would just call and inform his subordinates, and everything would be arranged perfectly. He didn't need to worry at all. Young Master Shin, your presence truly brings glory to our humble establishment. Young Master Shin and the 2 young ladies, please come in, please come in. The manager's smile was radiant, completely out of place with his formal attire. But when Hongye heard the manager refer to them as the 2 young ladies, her face turned a bit red. She wasn't one of them. However, Shin Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue seemed to have no reaction, so she took it as a given and didn't correct him. The decor inside the club was indeed luxurious and grand. The resplendent hall, the intricately carved marble steps showcased opulence, the carpet spread across the floor like clouds, and the jade sculptures exuded an elegant aura. The background was grand and magnificent, with over 100 square tiles presenting a stunning view, and the handcrafted ceramics added a rich historical feel. No wonder those intellectuals and old professors liked to come to the club to study academics. As for learning foreign languages or other subjects, that was just extra coursework. Young Master Shin, would you like to start with some tea, or? The manager cautiously inquired. If it were just Shin Wuxiu today, he would definitely have asked if they needed to go to the back first. But since she brought a woman, that naturally couldn't be asked. I'll do my own thing, you go over there. Shin Wuxiu tossed out a line and directly took Zhang Huayue and Hongye upstairs. The manager watched the 3 of them leave, letting out a sigh of relief. He was quite afraid of Shin Wuxiu. This young master had a strange personality and was unpredictable. If he accompanied them the whole time, it would really scare him to death. If anything went wrong, he could end up in trouble. Fortunately, Shin Wuxiu wanted to do his own thing, and as long as he didn't destroy the club, he could do as he pleased. Today's main character was Hongye, so everything naturally followed her lead. On the second floor, Hongye was also deep in thought and conflicted. Shin Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue were naturally accompanying her. As they walked down the corridor, a couple emerged from a large KTV room, passionately kissing in the hallway. Shin Wuxiu and the others merely glanced at them, not surprised. However, among the kissing couple, the woman seemed a bit dazed, staring at Shin Wuxiao's back. The next moment, she quietly took out her phone and snapped a picture of his back. "Baby, what's wrong?" The man was a blonde foreigner, speaking in broken Mandarin. The woman coldly smiled. "That man is my best friend's boyfriend. I didn't expect to catch him misbehaving out here. John, tonight's expenses are on someone else." The woman looked quite pleased. She had returned to the country today and invited many old classmates to come here for entertainment. Listening to her classmates' flattery, she felt elated, and her spending had already accumulated to over 800,000. In this club, spending a night casually starts at several hundred thousand. For them, it might be manageable, but saving money was naturally preferable. The woman took out her phone, opened a chat app, and found a chat window labeled Xingxing. Then, she typed, "Xingxing, I'm back in the country today, at the JoJo Supreme Club. Do you have time to come over and sit for a bit? By the way, I have a big secret to tell you." After sending the message, she waited for a while but received no reply. Feeling helpless, she re-entered the private room. Later, she would pretend to run into Shin Wuxiao and expose his misbehavior. He would definitely try to please her. After all, Shin Wuxiao would do anything for Lu Qingqing. Moreover, he was very wealthy, and as Qingqing's best friend, it was quite reasonable for him to spend money. Meanwhile, Hongya had already made her choice and said she wanted to go with Zhang Huayue for a red wine bath. Upon reaching the private bathing room, the three of them began pouring red wine into the small pool. Generally, red wine baths are taken in bathtubs to avoid wasting space. The ratio of wine to water is usually quite large. About 8 bottles would be enough. But Hongya directly chose the small pool and poured in over 80 bottles. This wasn't much, just a few million in pocket money. The main issue was that Shin Wuxiao wasn't included. He also wanted to join them in the bath. He was all about not wasting. The thrifty Shin Wuxiao faced opposition from Hongye. How unreasonable. Hongye didn't want outsiders present, so they poured the wine themselves. It was fortunate that he had just helped pour the wine. It was quite a hassle. If she weren't his childhood friend, he would have dragged her out today. Helpless, Shin Wuxiao could only go drink tea by himself. The path from the private bathing room to the tea room required walking back a bit. Shin Wuxiao felt a little gloomy for not being able to join them in the red wine bath. That pool was quite large, how could it not fit him? This was the first time Shin Wuxiao felt such malice from the world. As he was passing through the corridor, a figure ahead gracefully approached him. PG swayed her hips, looking like a flirtatious cup. She looked at Shin Wuxiao, a light smile appearing on her face. This woman was the one who had just taken the sneaky photo. Lu Qingqing's best friend, Chenli, walked up to Shin Wuxiao and raised her hand, lightly waving it as she greeted, "Hello, I didn't expect to run into you here." Slap! Before she could finish her sentence, Shin Wuxiao swiftly slapped her. Chenli was sent flying sideways, crashing to the ground, her lips split and bleeding. Her head was buzzing. Shin Wuxiao didn't even bother to glance at her and continued walking forward. At the same time, he shook his hand. "Are you blind? The road is so wide, yet you had to walk right in front of me. If your eyes are useless, you might as well donate them. Damn it, a slap and now I've got your powder all over me. What bad luck." Chenli's meticulously styled hair was a mess, but she still got up and chased after him. "Shin Wuxiao, how dare you pretend not to know me?" Chenli was visibly angry. She had always been there when he was pursuing Lu Qingqing, and now he was acting as if he didn't recognize her. Only when she shouted his name did Shin Wuxiao look over. Chenli was fuming, her chest heaving. Shin Wuxiao recognized her too. This woman, he had forgotten to kill. She had made things difficult for Lu Qingqing back then and had taken plenty of advantages from him. Letting her live was truly his mistake. Although that Shin Wuxiao wasn't him, the shame was still on his back. "Oh, it's you." Shin Wuxiao smiled. "Long time no see. Did someone in your family die, and you went into mourning?" Chenli was taken aback. How could Shin Wuxiao's words be so sharp? Back when she and Lu Qingqing had him under their thumb, it had been so easy. "What nonsense are you talking? I went abroad, I'm a returnee, understand?" Chenli frowned, very angry. Shin Wuxiao nodded. "Oh, got it. Others go abroad to return, but you go abroad. It's more like changing places to fish for benefits. You're an old turtle." Chenli truly didn't expect Shin Wuxiao to be so aggressive with his words now, but recalling how she and Lu Qingqing had easily dealt with him, and how not long ago, Lu Qingqing had chatted with her about how Shin Wuxiao actually wanted to marry her. She had taught Lu Qingqing to say, "Don't let a man succeed too easily, or he definitely won't cherish you." Lu Qingqing had someone else in her heart and had agreed, resolutely wanting to keep him hanging. She and Lu Qingqing were on the same side, and now her sister's fiancé dared to speak to her like this. She let out a cold laugh. "Shin Wuxiao, your mouth is quite sharp. If Qingqing knew you were humiliating me like this, what do you think would happen?" Shin Wuxiao paused. This woman still didn't know that Lu Qingqing was dead. It made sense. If she knew, she wouldn't dare come in front of him chattering away. Are you trying to use Lu Qingqing to pressure me? Shen Wuxiao chuckled. Shenli snorted coldly. I'm just stating the facts. If you don't believe me, I can go find Qingqing right now. Shen Wuxiao hissed and took a step back. You shouldn't say that. Are you really going to find her? Seeing his strong reaction, Shenli thought he was scared. She immediately became more arrogant. I will definitely go find her, but not now. It depends on how you perform. Shen Wuxiao quickly nodded. You tell me, how should I perform? After I perform, I'll take you to find her, and you can say some good things for me. Shenli felt a great sense of satisfaction, looking at the man before her who was clearly frightened, feeling as if she was in control of everything. So refreshing. She took out her phone and waved it. Just now, I happened to capture you with another woman. Men, when they have money, tend to play around a bit. I can understand that. But you're a smart guy. You wouldn't want me to send the photo to Qingqing, right? Shen Wuxiao suddenly smiled. This place was worth the visit. It was interesting. More interesting than drinking tea. He pretended to be nervous as he looked at Shenli. What do you want? Shenli pouted. I'll tell you what later, but I can give you a chance to show off. Come sit in our private room. Alright, we must go. Shen Wuxiao looked very pleased. Killing in a private room made it easier for the staff to clean up. The owner of the JoJo Supreme Club had it tough too, and naturally, they couldn't affect his business. Otherwise, a corridor splattered with blood would be quite a sight and would ruin the fun for his little wife out for a good time. After all, Shen Wuxiao was pure-hearted and quite understanding. Shenli walked ahead while Shen Wuxiao followed. They soon entered a private room. Inside were 10 people, both men and women, and some were singing together. The others were sitting around drinking. It was very noisy. As soon as Chenli entered, she directly paused the karaoke equipment. The singers didn't seem dissatisfied. Clearly, in their eyes, Chenli held significant weight. President Chen, who is this handsome guy? Some female classmates quickly inquired. Chenli sat down next to the foreigner and smiled as she replied, Oh, he's a friend of my best friend. We just happened to meet, so I let him come in and sit. Chen Li's words were deliberately meant for Shen Wuxiao. The phrase friend of my best friend felt like a threat, as if to say that with a word from her, Shen Wuxiao could go from being Qingqing's fiancé to just a friend. The female classmates' eyes sparkled. This man was too handsome. They wanted to date him, wanted to be. Asterisk. Shen Wuxiao also sat on a chair, smiled at everyone, and waved, Hello, nice to meet you all. Hello, handsome. The women greeted him, each with a smile on their faces. This handsome guy was truly refined, easygoing, and had a great presence. It was clear he was a wealthy young master, cultured and elegant. A typical gentleman. The men, however, were somewhat displeased. Damn it, they were all drawn away. Chenli scoffed, dismissing them as a bunch of nobodies. But she didn't care. Today was just to teach Shen Wuxiao a lesson, so he would be more obedient when he saw her in the future. Chenli directly pressed the call button. Soon, the staff arrived. Chenli immediately said, You seem to have a Supreme single package at JoJo Supreme, right? We're tired of playing and want to eat something. Yes, ma'am, it's 990,000 per serving, the staff member replied. The others gasped. They wouldn't dare to think about it. But Chenli was very generous. Alright, there are 11 of us here, so let's order 11 servings. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff member immediately ran out to arrange it. Chenli initially thought of not ordering for Shen Wuxiao to humiliate him a bit, but this small humiliation wasn't necessary. It wasn't worth it. Chenli began to explain, this package is just expensive drinks. A bottle of high-end mouton costs over 600,000. The rest are just some snacks, like top-grade white sturgeon caviar, which tastes pretty good. Her classmates looked at her with admiration, envious. Thanks to President Chen, we can indulge a bit today. Yes, President Chen is indeed President Chen. It's our luck to dine with her. Please take care of us more in the future. Listening to the flattery, Chenli's vanity was satisfied, and she felt very happy. But Shen Wuxiao chuckled, that stuff is like chewing bubblegum. It tastes good? You really haven't had any good dishes. Chenli immediately became displeased. This bastard dared to undermine her. She indeed hadn't tasted top-grade white sturgeon caviar, but isn't it always described as tasting good? If it were someone else saying this, Chenli would definitely mock them. But with Shen Wuxiao saying it, she couldn't refute him. After all, this guy was genuinely wealthy, casually enjoying lavish banquets every day. Shen Wuxiao estimated that Zhang Huiwei and the others would be soaking in red wine baths for at least another half an hour. Then let's play here for a while. When the time is right, we'll send them to meet Lu Qingqing, and then go find Zhang Huiwei and the others. About 10 minutes later, 11 supreme set meals were served. Simple, outrageously expensive. That was its label. Shen Wuxiao had no interest in the caviar, golden abalone, or foie gras. He preferred the fried rice made by Zhang Huiwei. However, the red wine was passable, the mouton was acceptable, and if it was from 1945, it would cost at least 4 million a bottle. Using it to soak his feet was quite extravagant. One by one, the others began to taste the food. Chen Li appeared particularly dignified and graceful, flirting with the foreigner while eating. Shin Wuxiu was just playing around, setting up the wine bottle, then taking a spoonful of caviar and holding it in his mouth before starting to launch. Pew 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 pew. One by one, they flew out of his mouth, hitting the bottle. He found it strange that everyone was watching him but not mocking him. A little teasing would have been nice, otherwise, it felt awkward to kill. As he spat out the last piece, he exerted a little force. The caviar burst like a bullet, shattering the wine bottle. Instantly, wine splattered everywhere on the table. Chen Li was furious and was about to scold him when Shin Wuxiu stood up. "I'm done playing, you all eat. I'm going home." Seeing this, Chen Li hurriedly pressed the call button. She hadn't expected Shin Wuxiu to leave immediately. She had planned to have him quietly pay the bill after they finished, so everyone would think it was her treat. But now that he was leaving, he had to pay first. Her pride could be set aside for now. When the staff came in and asked, "Is there anything you need help with?" "The bill," Chen Li responded, then gestured to Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu seemed not to have heard and was heading straight for the exit. Chen Li panicked. This consumption was over 10 million. How could she possibly cover that? "Shin Wuxiu, what do you mean?" "Ha?" Shin Wuxiu was taken aback. "I'm going home." "What's wrong? Shouldn't you pay the bill first?" Chen Li was genuinely a bit flustered. Shin Wuxiu still looked confused. "You ordered it. Aren't you treating? Why should I pay?" "You." Chen Li realized he was doing it on purpose. She didn't care about her pride anymore and rushed over to grab Shin Wuxiu, warning, "You must pay today, or you can't leave." "I have no money. I'm very poor." Shin Wuxiu shook his head. Chen Li felt like she was punching a pillow, but she still wouldn't let go, holding on to Shin Wuxiu. "I warn you, don't mess with me. Do you believe I'll tell Qing Qing to kick you out?" Shin Wuxiu looked serious. "I believe you, but I still have no money. You dare to mess with me." Chen Li couldn't help it and raised her hand to slap him, but Shin Wuxiu smiled and suddenly grabbed her arm. "If we're talking, then let's talk. Why get physical? I have to defend myself." After saying that, he exerted force. To the naked eye, Chen Li's skin began to twist and contort. A piercing scream erupted. Shin Wuxiu suddenly yanked, and half of her arm was torn off just like that. Scalding blood sprayed out, tracing an arc. He held the severed arm in his hand. The scene instantly threw the private room into chaos, with people screaming wildly. The foreigner who had been flirting with Chen Li was also scared half to death, but he had seen some things and managed to support the collapsing Chen Li. Shin Wuxiu, holding onto Chen Li's severed arm, glanced at it and took off the ring from the broken limb. He casually tipped the already pale-faced staff member. "Shin Wuxiu, you madman." Chen Li barely had the strength to cry. The pain made her faint several times. "Madman? I'm a madman. This is called self-defense." Shin Wuxiu threw aside his severed arm and sat back down in the chair, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on Chen Li. "You threatened me to come in and still want to swindle me out of over 10 million. Do you know how wronged I feel? If I've been wronged, I'll return it 1,000-fold. Are you ready?" None of the men and women dared to speak. The women covered their mouths, tears streaming down their faces. They were terrified. Shen Wuxiao's aura was incredibly intimidating. Someone could no longer bear it and trembled to their knees before Shin Wuxiu. I don't know you. I was just called in to sing today. Please, have mercy, I have a wife and children to support. Please, please." The man couldn't help but cry out. Shin Wuxiu propped his chin on his hand, a light smile on his handsome face. He looked at the kneeling man. "A good man from the Gu family. I admire you. Don't be afraid, I'm not as brutal as you think. I'm a reasonable person. If you haven't bullied me, I won't seek compensation from you. Now, can you not speak?" The man nodded vigorously, tears flowing like a kite with a broken string. Chen Li truly sensed something was off now. The Shin Wuxiu before her had completely changed. He had become so brutal and ruthless. Even simple words sent chills down one's spine. Shin Wuxiu glanced at the time, shifted his gaze to Chen Li. "There are still 10 minutes. It's not too late. Need help? Should I call Qing Qing?" Chen Li was trembling with fear, nearly fainting. If it weren't for her willpower, she wouldn't have been able to endure it. She took out her phone with one hand, frantically dialing Lu Qingqing's number. But on the other end, the call went unanswered. At that moment, Chen Li's foreign boyfriend spoke up. He was a foreigner, born in a war-torn country, and had a relatively good mindset. "Don't be too arrogant. Do you believe I'll contact the embassy? What you're doing is a crime. If you push me too far, I can do anything." The foreigner knew that when facing a fierce person, one had to be fiercer to suppress them. Upon hearing this, Shin Wuxiao's eyes lit up. He wasn't in a hurry to act but instead brought over paper and a pen. Then he swiftly wrote a series of equations. After finishing, he slapped the paper down in front of the foreigner, Didn't you say that if you're pushed too far, you can do anything? Solve this problem. If you can't, I'll make you eat glass. Shin Wuxiao's words truly shocked everyone present. The foreigner stared blankly at the words on the paper. It read, let random variables x and y be independent, with x following a normal distribution n, 0, 2, and y following a normal distribution n, 2, 2. If p, 2x plus yy, then a sad face. He was completely dumbfounded. Is this something a person can do? You can't do it? Shen Wuxiao slowly approached. The foreigner was very angry, his fists clenched. I've trained in combat. Don't mess with me. Combat? What a joke. Shen Wuxiao moved, kicking Chen Li away from the foreigner. He then grabbed the foreigner and slammed him heavily onto the table. Let go of me. The foreigner was startled and struggled wildly. Shen Wuxiao grabbed a wine bottle with his right hand and smashed it over the foreigner's head. He then picked up a shard of the bottle, pried open the foreigner's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Damn it, you foreigners are so untrustworthy. You said you could do anything. If you deceive me, you'll pay the price. Shen Wuxiao maintained a smile on his face as he stuffed more glass shards into the foreigner's mouth. Then, with another punch, he struck the foreigner's face. With a tremendous impact, the glass in his mouth shattered, some pieces penetrating into his cheeks. The foreigner was in excruciating pain, rolling over and crashing to the ground. He lay on the ground, rolling and wailing incessantly. In the private room, only his cries echoed, with no other sounds to be heard. The men and women all covered their faces, too afraid to look, silently shedding tears. Chen Li was completely terrified, instinctively shrinking into the corner. Unable to control herself, she wet her pants. Her psychological endurance was quite strong. Otherwise, she would have fainted from the shock during the process of losing her arm. Shen Wuxia glanced at the time again. Zhang Huayue and Hanya were about to finish. He didn't hesitate and walked straight towards Chen Li. No, don't. Chen Li had nowhere to retreat, yet her body still shrank back. President Chen, how many times have you treated me like a fool? You feel accomplished by usurping others, don't you? A gold digger is just a gold digger. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, pretending to be for your own good. Do you know you've brought a stain to my life? What do you think we should do about it? Chen Li shook her head vigorously. I was wrong, young Master Shin, give me a chance, I know I was wrong. Shin Wuxiao extended his finger, shaking it left and right. No, you don't know you were wrong, you know you're about to die. Don't worry, Shin Wuxiao, keep my word. If I say I'll send you to meet Lu Qingqing, I will definitely do it. Chen Li's legs lost all strength, and she knelt on the ground. I beg you, spare me. From now on, I will follow your orders. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it without question. If I can't do it, punish me as you wish. Shin Wuxiao raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then I order you to apply for graduate school tomorrow, from undergraduate to PhD, and graduate within a week, or you die? Chen Li didn't dare to respond. The foreigner was a role model. Young Master Shin, don't you love Qingqing very much? I can help you. I can make you two get married immediately. Really, I'm serious. Shin Wuxiao nodded. Thank you, but you can go talk to her, right? Chen Li quickly nodded, thinking Shin Wuxiao had agreed. Okay, I'll go over tonight. I'll go talk to her. Well, oh no, I'll go now. Shin Wuxiao was very satisfied and picked up the pen he had just used to write. Well, since that's the case, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Wuxiao tightened his grip on the pen, quickly struck, and the tip pierced directly into Chen Li's carotid artery. Chen Li let out a scream, as if a pig was being slaughtered, clutching her neck and convulsing wildly. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, wanting to make a sound but seemingly choked. Shin Wuxiao looked at her, reached out to remove the cap from the pen, and swiftly pulled out the ink cartridge. Sizzled blood gushed out violently from the pen tube. Wow, a splendid red fountain. Chen Li's face visibly paled, her eyelids trembling, about to close. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly opened. 5 men rushed in from outside, and the manager also arrived. These were the service staff who had secretly contacted for help. Seeing the situation escalate, he immediately contacted someone. The manager and the security personnel, though they had seen big scenes before, were still startled by the sight before them, especially when they saw Shin Wuxiao. The manager's mind buzzed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shin, young Master Shin, what a coincidence, you all came. Shin Wuxiao said, glancing playfully at the service staff who had notified them. Shin Wuxiao pointed, just in time, handle this, I'm going to have some fun. Yes, understood. The manager nodded quickly. And, Shin Wuxiao pointed at the foreigner on the ground, his mouth is cut by glass. I'm kind-hearted and can't stand to see others in pain. Bring a bottle of iodine, let him gargle, and disinfect. If he really can't hold on any longer, just take care of it quickly and give him a merciful end. The manager felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at Chen Li. who was already dead at that moment. Yet he nodded firmly. Yes, young Master Shin, I will definitely handle it. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Shin Wuxiao smiled, his gaze sweeping over the other men and women present. This supreme package is quite expensive, and you all haven't eaten much, so just pack it up and take it home to share with your wives and children. Actually, living a simple life with family is a very happy thing. Don't always think about climbing the social ladder. It's meaningless. His smile, if seen by someone unaware, would definitely seem very approachable. But those who had witnessed the entire scene just felt their pants dampen. They really couldn't hold it in any longer. As Shin Wuxiao walked out, he passed by a waiter. He reached out and patted the waiter's shoulder. You, I've even tipped you with a ring, and yet you still report me? Really? After saying that, he lightly kicked the waiter's leg. Next time, be careful, some things are not your concern. Shin Wuxiao waved his hand and walked out. The private room fell into a sudden silence. The 5 men exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. The manager took a long moment to collect himself before pointing at the waiter. Take him down, break his legs, and throw him out. The waiter's face turned pale, and he immediately burst into tears. Manager, please, spare me. But the manager showed no mercy. You work under me. I don't want to do this either, but I'm doing this to save your life. Don't blame me. There are some things, even if you are innocent, if you meddle in affairs that don't concern you, you must pay the price. Drag him away. The waiter finally realized what was happening, his face ashen, filled with deep regret. If only he had just asked Shin Wuxiao for his opinion and called someone over, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. As for other matters, the manager dared not defy Shin Wuxiao and complied with his orders. The remaining men and women helped pack up their things and let them leave. After leaving the private room, Shin Wuxiao felt much more at ease. He even hummed a little tune as he walked. Just as he was about to check on Zhang Huayue and the others, the 2 women came out. Seeing this, Shin Wuxiao smiled and rushed over, picking up Zhang Huayue and spinning her around. Hey, what are you doing? Someone will see. Zhang Huayue felt sweet inside and lightly hit Shin Wuxiao with her hand. You smell so good. Where's that scent? Let me find it. Shin Wuxiao, unrestrained, began to kiss her fair neck. Hongye puffed up her cheeks and muttered, I smell good too. Shin Wuxiao paused for a moment, looking at Hongye and laughing. You smell good too, but I swear it smells like a pork knuckle boiled in 2 pounds of yellow wine without a drop of water. Wow, that smell is incredible. Hongye paused, her face turning red, unable to hold back from stomping her foot. Shin Wuxiao, I'm going to get you back. She was fuming, raising her hand to hit Shin Wuxiao. Zhang Huayue laughed and helped Hongye catch Shin Wuxiao. After some playful banter, Shin Wuxiao took the 2 of them to other entertainment activities. They played until the early hours of the morning before Shin Wuxiao finally took the 2 women back. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Tumor Hospital, in a single patient room, Huang Luoyan sat by the bedside, watching Yi Tuanchuan, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Her beautiful eyes were slightly red, with traces of tears still lingering at the corners. It was clear she had been crying. Huang Luoyan gently held Tuanchuan's hand, stroking it. Reality was too cruel for this sensible child. With no biological mother and her father missing, she also had a malignant tumor in her brain. Tonight, the doctor informed her that a decision must be made quickly. The longer it was delayed, the greater the risk. They also set a final deadline. A response must be given within 3 days. With the current level of medical care, metastatic tumors cannot be eradicated, they can only be attempted to be eliminated through continuous chemotherapy. However, after so long, the effects of chemotherapy are not obvious, but at least there are some results. Sooner or later, a step must be taken. The difficulty lies in the child being too young. The doctor has clearly stated that with a cranial operation, given the child's age and the difficulty of resection, the chances of success are not very high. Even if it is successful, intelligence and mobility will be greatly affected. Huang Luoyan naturally feels that the child's life is more important than anything else. Even if their intelligence is affected, she can always take care of them. But that is based on the condition that the surgery is successful. Surgery is inherently uncertain. She cannot judge whether it will succeed or not. For her, this is a huge gamble. If she wins, it's fine. If she loses, she will forever lose this lovely child. She has been with her since she was a month old, for more than 5 years, loving her as if she were her own flesh and blood. She cannot bear to lose this child. Just then, her phone in her pocket vibrated. Huang Luoyan took it out to see it was a call from home. This only added another layer of despair to her already terrible mood. Huang Luoyan initially wanted to hang up, but she also knew her family's nature. They would not let it go easily. Avoidance is useless. Thus, Huang Luoyan walked out of the ward and came to the elevator. Hello. Huang Luoyan's voice was very low, lacking any emotion. Yinner, where are you? You're not still at the hospital, are you? Her father's voice was quite displeased. What else could I be doing? Huang Luoyan replied flatly. Sigh. After a sigh, her father said helplessly, I really can't understand why you're so stubborn. That child isn't even yours. Why are you worrying so much? Haven't you been a fool for 5 years already? Huang Luoyan didn't want to respond. She had heard these words too many times. Her father didn't dwell on that and directly said, the reason I called you today isn't to pressure you. I just want to tell you that someone can remove the tumor in that child's brain, and the success rate is very high. Hearing this, Huang Luoyan was greatly shaken. Really? Is it true? Her father replied seriously, yes, he is a world-renowned tumor expert. With him involved, it can be handled. But, before he could finish, Huang Luoyan immediately understood. That's why her father suddenly cared about these matters. It turned out to be for that reason. Huang Luoyan's voice sank. It was that Lu who told you this, right? He can invite an authoritative expert? And the price is that I become his woman? Her father was slightly taken aback but denied it. No, it's true that the person was invited by Lu Xiao, but it's not about you becoming his woman. It's about another. Do you remember the person who hit Lu Xiao in the restaurant? Restaurant? Huang Luoyan thought for a moment. The image of that violent, ruthless, and incredibly handsome man in the restaurant flashed in her mind. But she didn't know him. Did he take a liking to her? How could that be? I don't know him. Her father chuckled. Of course, you don't know him. Just remember, his name is Shin Wuxiu. If you follow him, the Huang family will soar to new heights. From then on, you'll have a good husband, and that child will also receive treatment. What's not to like? After hearing this, Huang Luoyan leaned weakly against the wall and slowly squatted down. She held her forehead, feeling very tired. It was obvious that the other party was taking advantage of her situation. But Tuan Tuan's illness could not be delayed. If they could really invite the world's most authoritative tumor expert, the chances would be much greater. Even though Huang Luoyan was unwilling in her heart, she began to entertain the thought of compromise. This is probably the case of gaining something and losing something, she silently muttered to herself. Thinking of the pain that Tuan Tuan endures with each chemotherapy session, and recalling the doctor's words about time being of the essence, Huang Luoyan finally responded, I need to confirm whether the person you invited is an authoritative expert. If they can cure Tuan Tuan, I have no objections. In the end, Huang Luoyan compromised. After agreeing to meet her father the next day, she hung up the phone. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless. After wiping away her tears, she returned to the hospital room. Upon entering, she found that Tuan Tuan had woken up at some point and was sitting on the bed, looking at the door. Huang Luoyan was slightly taken aback and hurried over. Tuan Tuan, how did you wake up? Yi Tuan Tuan pouted, Mommy, it hurts. Those words nearly brought tears to Huang Luoyan's eyes. She truly felt heartbroken for this child. Huang Luoyan sat on the edge of the bed and gently held her in her arms. Mommy is here, Tuan Tuan, be good, have a piece of candy, and you won't hurt anymore. Huang Luoyan fought back the urge to cry and quickly unwrapped a piece of candy, placing it in her little mouth. Then, they lay down together, and Huang Luoyan gently patted her back, coaxing her to sleep. After a while, Yi Tuan Tuan couldn't help but ask, Mommy, where's Daddy? Tuan Tuan misses him so much. Didn't Mommy say that Daddy is Tuan Tuan's guardian angel, and he's always by your side? When it came to talking about Daddy, Huang Luoyan didn't know what to say. But then she had an idea and turned to grab her bag. She took out a phone watch. This was originally Tuan Tuan's, which she wore to kindergarten, and it had a positioning system to prevent the little girl from wandering off. Huang Luoyan gently put it on Yi Tuan Tuan's wrist. Tuan Tuan, actually, Daddy has always been here. If you miss him and want to talk to him, you can just speak into the watch. Daddy will definitely hear you. The little girl's innocent mind believed it right away. Looking at the phone watch, she raised her hand and tapped it. Daddy, can you hear me? Mommy, this watch only has your number, not Daddy's. Can Daddy really hear me? Yi Tuan Tuan blinked her big eyes. Huang Luoyan knew the child was clever, but she didn't hide anything. She directly saved Yi Qingfun's number in the watch. She had tried calling before but couldn't get through. If this little girl could get through, perhaps they could connect. No matter what, since the child was so ill, as her biological father, he had the responsibility and obligation to come and see her. Seeing the note labeled Daddy, Yi Tuan Tuan was particularly happy. She even dialed the number. But soon, the voice said, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. There was no signal. Huang Luoyan had experienced the same thing when she called earlier. Yi Tuan Tuan didn't mind, thinking that Daddy was just busy. But fortunately, wearing the watch and having the number saved seemed to reassure Tuan Tuan a lot. She quickly fell asleep. A night without conversation. The next day, in Shin Wuxiao's villa, Shin Wuxiao woke up from his bed. The space beside him was empty. Last night, Hong Ye insisted on sleeping with Zhang Huayue. Shin Wuxiao had wanted to join them, Unfortunately, that childhood friend didn't give him any face and really kicked him out to another room. After getting up and washing up, he was about to leave the room when the door opened. Hongye peeked her little head in, smiling brightly at Shin Wuxiao. Then she jumped into the room, proudly fixing her hair. "My young master Shin, how did you sleep last night?" Shin Wuxiao rolled his eyes at her. "Not bad, I had a dream about going wild with you. You're like a watering truck." Hongye immediately couldn't laugh anymore. "You really can't lose at all, you have to win even in words." "In words?" Shin Wuxiao shook his head. "What you're talking about is returning." "Bah, bah, bah." Hongye hurriedly interrupted him. "This bastard, simply, like a little train, chugging along." Shin Wuxiao enjoyed watching her flustered expression. But soon, Hongye let out a gentle sigh. "I'm going back to the capital today." "When are you going back?" Hearing that Hongye was leaving, Shin Wuxiao felt a bit at a loss. He hadn't even had his fill of yogurt yet. "Just planning to run away? You're leaving today? Aren't you going to stay a bit longer?" Hongye had her hands behind her back, her toes tapping the floor. "No, I came here with a mission. Now that the mission is over, I definitely have to go back. Otherwise, you know how my dad can be, always nagging." Shin Wuxiao had no reason to insist she stay. He knew what kind of person Hongye's dad was. "What time are you leaving?" "After breakfast, I'll be about ready to go. Are you going to see me off?" Hongye looked at Shin Wuxiao, her playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. "Not seeing you off? If I can't even kiss you, why would I send you off?" Shin Wuxiao was quite blunt, turning around and waving his hand. Hongye chuckled softly. Shin Wuxiao was still Shin Wuxiao, always calculating. But he hadn't said she couldn't kiss him. "Do you want to kiss?" Hongye moved her steps, slowly coming up behind Shin Wuxiao. Upon hearing this, Shin Wuxiao immediately turned around and saw Hongye with her head down, her pretty face flushed. Her little feet were nervously tapping the floor. To not take advantage of a good deal is a fool. How fragrant! Shin Wuxiao wasn't one to hesitate or be shy. He pulled Hongye close and turned, pressing her against the floor-to-ceiling glass. Hongye's heart raced, her breath quickened. Looking at Shin Wuxiao before her, she momentarily didn't know how to respond. But for such things, there was no need for her to take the initiative. Shin Wuxiao raised his hand and held her chin, gazing at her cherry-red lips. After a slight movement of his fingers, Shin Wuxiao revealed a mischievous smile. "How about a change of flavor for breakfast?" "What?" Hongye was taken aback. "Turkey-flavored rice crust." Shin Wuxiao was just joking, but it was enough to get her flustered. Seeing that Hongye was still a bit dazed, Shin Wuxiao decisively lowered his head, pressing his lips against her red ones. Hongye's body trembled, as if she had been electrocuted. But gradually, her beautiful eyes closed. Her delicate hands wrapped around Shin Wuxiao's neck, responding in kind. It was her first kiss, and she seemed quite inexperienced. But Shin Wuxiao was skilled, easily guiding Hongye to follow his rhythm. After kissing for a long while, feeling Hongye's breath becoming shallow, Shin Wuxiao finally pulled away. Hongye's face was completely flushed. She immediately turned away, looking out the window. Instinctively, she raised her hand and bit her nails. Today's events, you must not tell sister you." Shin Wuxiao appeared completely unconcerned. "What's wrong with a kiss? If your sister you finds out, she'll just stop me from bullying you. In the future, once you two are familiar, she might even invest." The more Hongye listened, the more absurd it sounded. She simply turned around, punched Shin Wuxiao, and quickly ran out. But when she reached the door, she turned back, leaping into Shin Wuxiao's arms. She held him tightly. The next moment, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a heavy kiss on his lips. Gathering her courage, she said, "I'll wait for you in the capital. If my family arranges a marriage for me, you handle it. When you return to the capital later, I'll give you." "Give me what?" Shin Wuxiao pretended to be clueless, smiling. Hongye puffed out her cheeks, disregarding any embarrassment. "I'll give you plants." With that, she quickly fled the room. Shin Wuxiao touched his lips, feeling quite satisfied. The red leaves had already revealed themselves quite clearly. There was no rush now, for the plants. Later, when she returned, she would give them a boost. Leaving the room, he pretended that nothing had happened. The red leaves had reached the dining room, sitting there nonchalantly, eating breakfast as if nothing were amiss. Jiang Huayue was also wearing an apron, and with her own efforts, she now exuded a touch of softness in her demeanor. There was more charm to her. When she saw Shin Wuxiao, she smiled. Usually, Shin Wuxiao was lazy and got up late. Today, however, he was up relatively early. "I'll go serve you some porridge." Jiang Huayue walked back into the kitchen. Shin Wuxiao sat down next to the red leaves, reaching out to a place he shouldn't touch. The red leaves bit her lip and punched Shin Wuxiao on the shoulder. "Ouch, are you hitting me?" "Just hitting you, you bad hand." The red leaves blushed. Shin Wuxiao looked pitiful. "Speak up for me, speak up for me." "Peanuts? No, I don't have any. Do you want to eat peanuts?" Zhang Huayue placed a bowl of porridge in front of Shen Wuxiu. No more, no more. Shen Wuxiu laughed. After the three of them had breakfast, they sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. Soon, a car arrived at the villa's entrance. It was there to pick up the red leaves. Seeing the vehicle, the red leaves stood up. Sister Yu, I'm heading back now. I'll definitely contact you when I return to the capital. The red leaves felt quite reluctant, but she had to go back. Okay, call me when you arrive. Zhang Huayue held her hand and gently tidied her hair. You only remember your sister Yu, and you won't even say goodbye to me? Shen Wuxiu almost lost his mind. The red leaves huffed. You just like to bully me. I don't want to talk to you. You secretly wish I would leave quickly, right? If I stay here, I'll delay your love cultivation. Shen Wuxiu rolled up his sleeves. Damn it, you're right. I've been so focused on cultivating love that I forgot to fix you. The red leaves quickly jumped to Zhang Huayue's side, hugging her arm. Sister Yu, look at him, so rude. I'll take care of him for you. Zhang Huayue smiled gently. Yes, take care of him, squeeze him dry. The red leaves stuck out her tongue. Sister Yu, I'm leaving. And that lecherous ghost, I'm off. Saying that, she hurriedly ran out. In one breath, she got into the car and urged the driver, hurry up. Shen Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue walked to the villa's entrance, watching the car gradually disappear from view. Yitzi is really lively, Zhang Huayue said with a smile. Yeah, lively, like a mischievous monkey, but she is indeed emotional. She's probably secretly wiping her tears in the car right now. She really likes you. Zhang Huayue continued to look in the direction the red leaves had left. I know, I like her too. Shen Wuxiu replied decisively, thick-skinned. Zhang Huayue raised an eyebrow. In that case, why don't you seize the opportunity? Opportunity? Shen Wuxiu was taken aback. Zhang Huayue turned to walk inside. The door was unlocked last night. I didn't expect you to be so honest and go to sleep. Shen Wuxiu opened his mouth. Damn, what a loss. He hurriedly chased after her, suddenly picking Zhang Huayue up in a princess carry. You bad guy, what are you doing? Zhang Huayue pushed him. Catching up on lessons. I skipped class last night, so I must make up for it today. I love studying. Shen Wuxiu laughed, holding Zhang Huayue as they quickly entered the room, kicking the door shut with his foot. The moment the door closed, the battle began. Meanwhile, at the tumor hospital, a group led by Lu Tao arrived at the hospital. Beside Lu Tao, in addition to bodyguards and members of the Huang family, there was also a middle-aged man with curly blonde hair. Lu Tao was indeed following the principle of courtesy before force. However, it was not easy to invite an authoritative doctor, and even if one was invited, they could not arrive instantly. Yet, Huang Luoyan was in a hurry. His goal was to deceive Huang Luoyan until she and Shen Wuxiu had already made things irreversible. If Shen Wuxiu was satisfied, everything would naturally be fine. So, she simply found a foreigner with some medical knowledge to impersonate, to buy some time. After entering the hospital, the group went to Huang Luoyan's ward. Yener, Huang Luoyan's stepmother, Su Hoat, and Huang Daba were surprisingly amiable this time. Looking at Huang Luoyan was like seeing a treasure trove, with not a hint of severity. Huang Luoyan was still wiping Tuan Tuan's face when she noticed a crowd outside the ward. Dad, Aunt Su. When Huang Luoyan was momentarily distracted, she also saw Lu Tao with his green hair. She instantly felt a bit nervous. Yener, don't be nervous. Young Master Lu has brought an authoritative expert. With him here, Tuan Tuan's illness will definitely be fine. The Huang family was all smiles. After today, the Huang family would rise. Lu Tao also spoke with a beaming smile. Miss Huang, your parents are right. Saying this, he gestured, and the middle-aged foreigner walked in. He looked very arrogant, striking a pose. Lu Tao introduced. He is a top expert in brain tumors from the United States, named Lomi Zongwadagu. Even the Huang family was momentarily stunned. This name was quite impressive. Huang Luoyan was no fool. She still paid attention to some details. How could this authoritative expert act like Lu Tao's subordinate, just needing a gesture to come forward? He looked quite impressive, but something felt off. May I see your credentials and license? Huang Luoyan asked. These things had long been prepared. Lu Tao also had someone bring them over for Huang Luoyan to see. After looking for a while, even though she didn't think too much in the end, she said, Hello, could you please help me check on my daughter? Huang Luoyan's gaze was almost pleading. Since it was a transaction, she had nothing more to say. The expert pretended to be profound and nodded. He directly approached to feign an examination. But Tuan Tuan seemed very nervous. Huang Luoyan could only comfort her. Tuan Tuan, be good, this uncle is here to check on you. Hearing Huang Luoyan say this, Tuan Tuan finally nodded. The expert began the examination, and not long after, he provided an answer. The chance of successful treatment was very high. Moreover, he rattled off a bunch of professional knowledge like a script, making it sound quite convincing. Huang Luoyan felt a bit of weight lift from her heart as she, along with the Huang family and Lu Tao, exited the ward. Huang Luoyan knew it was time to fulfill the conditions. Miss Huang, I assume your parents have discussed the conditions with you? Lu Tao asked. Huang Luoyan nodded absent-mindedly. Good, then let's not beat around the bush. Lu Tao took out a room card. This is the presidential suite at Longting Hotel. This is also under young Master Shen's property. You just need to make him satisfied. Huang Luoyan felt a strong resistance and disgust in her heart. But turning back and seeing Tuan Tuan through the glass, she gritted her teeth and accepted the room card. The Huang family, seeing this, was overjoyed. Their daughter's beauty was absolutely top-notch. She had never even been in a relationship. Shen Wuxiu would definitely be very satisfied. With this, the Huang family would truly rise. Then about my daughter's illness. Lu Tao smiled. Miss Huang, rest assured, today is just for examination and observation. Once your matters are settled, the official surgery will be tomorrow. The expert has already reviewed the medical history before coming, and he just said the success rate is 80%. An 80% success rate was enough to silence Huang Luoyan. When should I go over? Huang Luoyan asked. Lu Tao said, you can go over at noon. I will communicate well with young Master Shen, and you just need to wait for him in the room. Huang Luoyan, who was in a desperate situation, naturally wouldn't say much more and nodded. She looked at her family, seeing their joyful expressions, and felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. This behavior was akin to selling herself, yet her family was so happy. It was truly pathetic. Moreover, did they really think that even if she gained Shen Wuxiao's favor, it would help the Huang family? Over the years, the humiliation the Huang family had brought her was not insignificant. Even that vicious stepmother had tried several times to get rid of Tuan Tuan in order to set a good price for her. She remembered all of this. Huang Luoyan stayed in the hospital all morning, while the expert was busy running around. Busy as a bee. By around 2 in the afternoon, Huang Luoyan prepared to go to the hotel as requested. She told Tuan Tuan that she had something to attend to, reassured her a few times, and then left. All the way, tears streamed down her face. She was sobbing uncontrollably, just thinking about how she was about to be at Shen Wuxiao's mercy. An endless bitterness surged in her heart. Even when she arrived at the hotel and entered the room, she felt dazed. No matter how luxurious or grand the room was, she felt like a walking corpse, sitting silently in the chair. As night fell and the lights came on, at 8 o'clock, Shen Wuxiao, who was about to engage in some intimate activities, received a phone call. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Shen Wuxiao initially intended to reject it, but since Jiang Huayue hadn't come in yet, he answered it casually. Who is it? Young Master Shen, it's me, Lu Tao, the one with the green hair. Lu Tao's voice was filled with flattery and a pleasing tone. Green hair? Oh, what do you want? Shen Wuxiao replied irritably. Lu Tao cautiously said, Young Master Shen, I apologize for the intrusion and for wasting your time. I was just thinking, last time I was reckless and offended you, and I hope you can give me a chance to make amends. I took the liberty of booking 8,888 rooms at the Longting Hotel, with some gifts inside that I would like to present to young Master Shen. I guarantee that young Master Shen will be satisfied as you saw. Lu Tao hinted that the person was Huang Luoyan. After all, that day in the restaurant, Shen Wuxiao couldn't take his eyes off her. Shen Wuxiao did not respond. Upon hearing the hotel room number, he understood what it meant. This was an attempt to curry favor by providing him with a stunning beauty. However, he had no interest at all. At that moment, he was wearing a hospital gown, waiting for Dr. Jiang Huayue to come in and treat him. He had just opened the prison wind earlier, and today he had the rare opportunity to enjoy the hospital wind. He had no interest in the hotel Lu Tao mentioned. However, Shen Wuxiao did not verbally refuse. This Lu Tao's attitude was decent, and he couldn't be bothered to dwell on past matters. You have good intentions, but I have things to attend to. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Shen Wuxiao tossed his phone aside and looked towards the door. Why hadn't Jiang Huayue come in yet? He, the patient, was suffering. Doctor, nurse, help me, I'm really sick. Shen Wuxiao immediately got into character. The next second, the door to the room opened, and Jiang Huayue appeared slowly. She wore a white coat, her hair cascading over her shoulders, with a shirt underneath and a fitted skirt, her tall figure accentuated by sheer stockings and high heels that clicked on the floor. In her hand, she held a clipboard with a piece of paper clipped to it. In the other hand, she had a syringe. Bed 69, it's time for your checkup, Jiang Huayue said with a light smile, walking step by step towards the bed. Meanwhile, during Shen Wuxiao's treatment, Lu Tao on the other side was happily pumping his fist. Shen Wuxiao's response just now indicated that the matter was settled. Moreover, he was very satisfied with his gift. At this moment, Lu Tao finally felt relieved. However, the matter was not completely over. The reason he chose to offer a gift before resorting to force was that the situation was urgent. The little girl's illness could not be delayed, so he resorted to taking advantage of the situation. Once Shin Wuxiao received his gift, he would have to take it seriously. This was a temporary measure, done out of necessity, so he had someone impersonate an expert. But what about afterward? If Huang Luoyan truly gained Shin Wuxiao's favor? At that time, Huang Luoyan would be the young mistress, and if she found out he had deceived her, she would definitely seek revenge. By then, Shin Wuxiao would surely support her. Even if the chance of Huang Luoyan being favored was only 1%, he could not take that gamble. It was essential to prepare for the worst. He had to turn the fake into the real and calm the situation. Therefore, Lu Tao immediately had someone contact authoritative experts from abroad, urging them to come as soon as possible. As the young master of the Lu family, although he was a spoiled brat, he was not brainless. Those who grew up in wealthy environments were generally stronger in every aspect than ordinary people. After all, he had seen the world and had resources that were hundreds or thousands of times greater than those of ordinary people. Rich second-generation individuals and official second-generation individuals might develop arrogant and overbearing personalities due to their status, but one should never assume they are all fools. Once everything was arranged, Lu Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was finally in order. In his joy, he played a piece of music and swayed for a while. Now, he just had to wait for Shin Wuxiao to accept the gift. Before he knew it, it was already 12 o'clock. Inside the Longting Hotel, Huang Luoyan was left waiting in confusion. Was Shin Wuxiao not planning to come at all? While feeling relieved, she also felt a bit scared. Scared that he might go back on his word and not save Tuan Tuan. While waiting, she couldn't help but want to make a phone call to inquire about the situation. But she ultimately gave up on that idea. She had no idea that Shin Wuxiao had long since fallen asleep with Zhang Huaiwei in his arms. Half an hour later, she completely confirmed that Shin Wuxiao was definitely not coming. Huang Luoyan tidied herself up and prepared to go to the hospital. She still wasn't at ease about Tuan Tuan and needed to go back and check. After seeing her, she would return. Before leaving, she specifically wrote a note and placed it on the bedside. It explained that she was stepping out for a while to avoid Shin Wuxiao coming in the middle of the night to find no one there and getting angry. After all, this was a transaction made out of necessity. Leaving the hotel room, Huang Luoyan walked straight outside. But just as she reached the hotel entrance, she saw 3 figures. Huang Luoyan thought she must be mistaken and quickly rubbed her eyes. But upon taking a closer look, she was stunned. The expert who was treating Tuan Tuan was now embracing 2 alluringly dressed women, swaying unsteadily toward the hotel. It was clear he had drunk a lot. That expert was even laughing and chatting with the 2 seductive women, saying something about fighting until dawn. At that moment, Huang Luoyan suddenly realized she had been deceived. This bastard was not an expert at all. Just then, as the expert approached the hotel door, he happened to make eye contact with Huang Luoyan. The fake expert was also taken aback, as if the alcohol had sobered him up. He had earned money and just wanted to enjoy himself a bit, indulging in luxury at this 7-star Longting hotel. He never expected to run into Huang Luoyan here. Lu Tao hadn't mentioned that the other party would be here. Huang Luoyan didn't have time to question him. She quickly ran away, heading back to the hospital. The fake expert wiped his face, realizing he had messed up. So, he pushed the alluring women aside, ran to the side, and hurriedly took out his phone to dial Lu Tao's number. Soon, the call was answered. "What's the matter?" The fake expert swallowed hard. "Lu, young Master Lu, I think I've messed up." "What?" Lu Tao raised his voice. The fake expert truthfully recounted the encounter with Huang Luoyan at the hotel. Lu Tao was almost beside himself. "Trash, you worthless piece of trash, good for nothing but causing trouble. You think a little money makes you untouchable? You ruined my plans, and I'll kill you." Lu Tao decisively hung up the phone and dialed the number of his subordinate near the hotel. He was feeling a bit panicked now. He had no idea whether he should hope that Shin Wuxiao had already finished or that he hadn't gone at all. When the subordinate answered, Lu Tao immediately asked, "Have you seen young Master Shin go to the hotel?" The subordinate replied, "No, I've been keeping an eye on it, and I haven't seen young Master Shin come by." Lu Tao rubbed his forehead. Whether young Master Shin hadn't gone to the hotel yet or simply had no plans to go, he didn't dare to ask. But the reality was that Huang Luoyan had seen through their tricks. No matter how she explained it next, it would be useless. Huang Luoyan would absolutely not believe them or listen to them again. Lu Tao had no way back. If he hadn't called Shin Wuxiao to have him pick up the gift, it would have been easier to handle. At worst, he could pretend nothing had happened and find another way to make amends, to appease. But the call had already been made that evening. Shin Wuxiao had answered, and he also understood his intentions. It was just that he hadn't arrived yet. If Shin Wuxiu went to the hotel and he couldn't produce the gift, it would mean he had played Shin Wuxiu for a fool. That would truly be a dead end. Even if he wanted to change the gift, there would be no opportunity. With Huang Luoyan's looks, how many could there be in Zhonghai? Moreover, he had foolishly hinted to Shin Wuxiu that the gift was Huang Luoyan. There was no way to change it now. Lu Tao lit a cigarette, frowning. He had already wasted the courtesy, now he could only resort to force. He no longer hesitated and directly took out his phone to call his subordinates at the hospital. The call connected again. Lu Tao decisively said, "Take that child away, hide her, and don't let anyone find out." The other side quickly responded and immediately took action. Lu Tao was filled with immense regret. How could he have chosen that fool to play the expert? What should have gone smoothly was completely ruined. Now he had to bear additional risks. But there was no choice. He could only take the little girl away and threaten Huang Luoyan to return to the hotel. He needed to ensure that what he had discussed with Shin Wuxiu could be fulfilled. As for everything else, he would wait for the real expert to treat the little girl. As long as the outcome was good, that was all that mattered. Huang Luoyan drove back at the fastest speed possible. She didn't even know how many red lights she had run through. A bad premonition gnawed at her heart, making her feel anxious. Upon arriving at the hospital, she took the elevator, her hand trembling as she pressed the button. When she reached the floor, she ran quickly toward the ward. In her mind, she imagined her daughter sleeping peacefully. But when she saw the doctors who usually cared for her daughter standing outside the ward, her heart sank to the bottom. The doctor rushed to Huang Luoyan. "Miss Huang, Tuan Tuan is missing." Boom! That one sentence struck Huang Luoyan like a thunderclap. She nearly collapsed to the ground, only to be supported by a nurse. Where is my daughter?" The doctors spoke truthfully. When they discovered the child was gone, they checked the surveillance and saw that she had been taken away by two men. "Miss Huang, should we report it?" Yes, report it. Let the law enforcement go find her. This is kidnapping." Huang Luoyan knew all too well, but calling the police would really be of no use. Who was Lu Tao? His connections were so strong that it was possible they would be obstructed on that side. Huang Luoyan forced herself to calm down and walked to the ward. Even so, tears fell uncontrollably. Finally, the phone rang. Huang Luoyan's gaze flashed with a fierce intensity as she answered the call. "Lu Tao, where the hell have you taken my daughter?" Lu Tao also sighed. "Miss Huang, please calm down. Trust me, I am also forced into this situation. It's truly a case of riding a tiger and being unable to dismount. All you need to do now is follow my instructions, return to the hotel, and wait. Once young Master Shin arrives, I will return to you a healthy daughter." "You bastard, beast, still trying to deceive me." Huang Luoyan couldn't help but curse. "Give me back my daughter." Lu Tao gritted his teeth. "Miss Huang, whether you believe it or not, what I am doing now is purely for self-preservation. I made a promise to young Master Shin, and if I fail, my entire family will perish. No matter how angry you are right now, just return to the hotel and wait for Shin Wuxiu. Once this is over, I will let your daughter go and will also cure her illness. If you refuse, then we will all die together, and before we die, your daughter will not have it easy either." Hearing this, Huang Luoyan had no choice but to calm down. She truly couldn't judge the truth of his words, but the fact remained that her daughter was in his hands. Feeling powerless, she chose to stabilize the situation. She bit her lip hard. "Fine, I will go back to the hotel. If anything happens to my daughter, I will haunt you even in death. As long as Miss Huang cooperates, I, Lu Tao, will keep my word." Lu Tao said earnestly. He was genuinely afraid of Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu killed without needing a reason. Even though his family was among the top in Zhonghai, with a single word from Shin Wuxiu, his family could basically cease to exist. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Dragon Kingdom was under Shin Wuxiu's absolute control. Yet, he had foolishly made such absolute statements, only to be ruined by an idiot at a critical moment. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tao had already sent someone to kill that fake expert. Meanwhile, Huang Luoyan had no choice but to head towards the hotel. In his dreams, Shin Wuxiu was completely unaware that just by going out to dinner with Hongya, a series of events was unfolding around him. From start to finish, he hadn't even acknowledged it. This chain reaction was something Shin Wuxiu had never considered. It all began with Lu Tao's fear, leading to a series of consequences. For Huang Luoyan, this night was extremely long. She couldn't sleep at all, her face stained with tears. She had been treating and caring for Tuan Tuan, having been out of society for a long time. The money spent was her own savings, and the Huang family had always been opposed to Tuan Tuan, so they naturally wouldn't help her. Thus, she had no connections and couldn't find anyone to assist her. No matter how much she thought, she couldn't find anyone who could help. After a long time, a person came to her mind. Yi Qingfeng, At this point, there was no other way. She could only frantically dial Yi Qingfeng's number. Again and again, the calls went unanswered, nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. Yi Qingfeng had once said that she could contact him if she encountered difficulties, but now that Tuan Tuan was in such trouble, he was unreachable. She naturally didn't know that when Yi Qingfeng left the Dragon Kingdom years ago, all his information had been erased. There was no longer a Yi Qingfeng, let alone whether his phone could be reached. Upon returning, everything had been restored, but he was in Kunlun Mountain, where the signal was terrible. The only signal tower was still very far from him, which was truly unfortunate. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Shin Wuxi was going about his daily routine, while Huang Luoyan had not slept all night, frantically making phone calls. Lu Tao was also filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, a significant ceremony was taking place 1,000 miles away in Kunlun Mountain. A commendation ceremony. Many people were being honored, but the one with the most prestige, the greatest merit, and the highest status was none other than one person, Yi Qingfeng. However, it was not yet his turn. Many had already completed their commendations. 5 people remained without honors. Besides Yi Qingfeng, there were his 4 great generals, Xinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. The commendation was one aspect, and there were also rewards. The reward for the 4 great generals is a divine artifact suitable for a 5th grade master. They are the Azure Dragon Claw, the White Tiger Dagger, the Vermilion Bird Feather, and the Black Tortoise Egg, corresponding to the 4 individuals. After the awarding ceremony, the heavyweight made his appearance. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Yi Qingfeng slowly stepped onto the stage. Everyone's expression was solemn, filled with admiration. The warm sun shone on the awarding platform, casting a glow on Yi Qingfeng, as if adding a touch of righteousness. Looking at the scene below, a smile spread across his face. 5 years of bloodshed had finally earned him this achievement, and he felt proud. The person in charge of the awarding spoke loudly, stating that the award was nothing more than a military rank and a title. Even though these individuals were privately trained by some big shot, they still belonged to the military. The achievements of Yi Qingfeng were recounted from above. Each achievement was shocking and hard to believe. Yi Qingfeng stood tall and proud. Once the achievements were recounted, it was his turn to speak. Yi Qingfeng did not exaggerate or recount anything. Instead, he brought out a bowl and poured some wine. The people below also had theirs. Yi Qingfeng raised his bowl and shouted, "Cheers, to the 250 brothers who died in the northern region." Yi Qingfeng poured the wine onto the ground. The people below followed suit. In the next moment, Yi Qingfeng raised his bowl and smashed it to pieces with a bang. The crowd below also smashed their bowls in unison. At that moment, if a BGM played, haha, brothers 1 2 3 4 5, brothers in the tens, hundreds, thousands, it would perfectly resemble the gathering of heroes at Liangshan. The expressions of those below became even more solemn and serious, and they all shouted for Yi Qingfeng. Mad Dragon War God! Mad Dragon War God! Mad Dragon War God! The voices echoed through the Kunlun Mountains. Yi Qingfeng himself was filled with passion, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his phone vibrated wildly. In the sudden silence of the scene, the ringtone was particularly loud. Crazy Wave Clang is a kind of thug. Clang is a wild boar from Hubei. Clang clang, going crazy all the way while browsing and thinking of Yuan Fang. This was the ringtone he used before. He had just gotten his personal belongings back and hadn't had time to change it. Yi Qingfeng felt a bit embarrassed, but he still answered, "Hello." He had barely said a word when the woman's voice on the other end rushed to speak. It was still laced with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "You finally answered the phone, Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan has been taken away. Save Tuan Tuan, I can't find her, I can't find her." Huang Luoyan was nearly on the verge of collapse. Upon receiving the call, Yi Qingfeng's mind exploded with thunder. Huang Luoyan continued to cry, "Tuan Tuan has a tumor in her brain, she can't hold on, please save her quickly." Yi Qingfeng was completely shattered, falling silent for a few seconds. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger, "Ah, ah, ah." The painful roar echoed through the Kunlun Mountains. The mountains seemed to tremble. The scream was so piercing, mixed with overwhelming anger and self-blame. Yi Qingfeng's eyes turned blood red. 2 streams of hot tears gushed out uncontrollably. He wanted to kill. The people below also sensed something was wrong. Something big must have happened. "Azure Dragon!" Yi Qingfeng shouted. "At your service." Azure Dragon quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists and kneeling on one knee. Quickly, bring me the warplanes, and also, find out my daughter's location, hurry." "Ah, puff, ha 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 ha, yes." Azure Dragon and the others did not dare to delay and immediately went to execute the orders. The original awarding ceremony was disrupted, and some who could not mobilize could only feel anxious. However, Yi Qingfeng's 4 great generals could lead their teams to set off, which was enough. 10 minutes later, several black fighter jets had swiftly taken off with Yi Qingfeng on board, charging straight towards Shanghai. Inside the jet, Yi Qingfeng covered his face. The thought of his daughter having a tumor in her brain, being kidnapped, and possibly being abused drove him to the brink of madness. He even imagined his daughter's cries for help in his mind. "Daddy, it hurts so much. Daddy, I'm so scared. Daddy, save me. Ah, ah, hurry, hurry." Yi Qingfeng began to wail again. The pilot was also helpless. Could he teleport? Qinglong was also searching, starting from the hospital surveillance footage provided by Huang Luoyan. Eventually, they pinpointed a location in a suburban area of Shanghai. Time ticked away, and Yi Qingfeng was burning with anxiety. However, in an old cement courtyard in the suburbs of Shanghai, his daughter, Tuan Tuan, was completely fine. She was not being abused, nor was she locked in a dog cage. But she was indeed scared. At just 5 years old, she couldn't find her mother and was facing several strangers. Being smart, she realized she had been kidnapped. Her phone watch had also been confiscated. Those handling the situation were not fools. Why would they give her a tool to leak information? So they took away her little genius phone watch. Time continued to pass quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours had gone by. Tuan Tuan was still crying, wiping her tears. The kidnappers had long since left. 3 people remained, only responsible for watching the child. They wouldn't take care of her. They just bought things to coax her and even brought her cake. She refused to eat, still crying. "My daddy is a great hero. He will definitely come to save me. Woo woo woo. Yes, yes, your daddy is a great hero, a god, a meal, the best of the best. Stop crying. Woo woo woo, you bad people. Woo woo woo." Tuan Tuan continued to cry. The kidnappers were at a loss for words. "Stop crying. It's so noisy. Woo woo. No, my daddy is not dead. He will come to save Tuan Tuan. Woo woo. Did I say your dad was dead?" While crying, Tuan Tuan suddenly ran towards the outside of the house. She dashed into the yard. The people quickly chased after her and caught Tuan Tuan. "Why are you running? We'll send you back in a couple of days. Let go of me, you bad people, woo woo woo. My daddy will definitely not let you go." Tuan Tuan struggled, trying to escape. The kidnappers had no choice but to threaten her. "You better behave, or I won't give you anything to eat." Before the words were finished, the courtyard wall was suddenly smashed down by a car, making a thunderous noise. The loud crash startled everyone in the yard. Soon, 4 men and 1 woman jumped out of the first car. The leading man was filled with rage. The fighter jets couldn't enter Shanghai and had to land at the airport. He had stolen a car and rushed over. As he arrived and was about to search, he heard the commotion in the yard. Yi Qingfeng's eyes turned blood red as he spotted the bald head emerging from the crowd. Small in stature, the facial features were so similar to his. Looking at his daughter's appearance, Yi Qingfeng's heart ached like a knife, and murderous intent surged. "Daddy, is that you?" Tuan Tuan inexplicably asked. "Yes, Tuan Tuan, it's me, your daddy." Yi Qingfeng's eyes involuntarily filled with tears, his heart breaking. He looked at the stunned men, his killing intent overwhelming, and coldly said, "You have already chosen the path to death." Yi Qingfeng's gaze was filled with ferocity and merciless killing intent. His subordinate, the warrior Qinglong, immediately charged forward. With 1 kick, he killed 2 of them. The remaining 1 was captured alive. Lu Tao's captured subordinate trembled all over. Who were these people? Yi Qingfeng couldn't care less about the interrogation and rushed forward to tightly embrace Tuan Tuan. Looking at the bald girl in front of him, who had undergone chemotherapy, Yi Qingfeng almost couldn't help but cry out to the heavens again. At this moment, Tuan Tuan was terrified, tightly closing her eyes and calling out for her father. This ungrateful little thing didn't even mention Huang Luoyan, who had raised her for 5 years. "Tuan Tuan, don't be afraid, daddy is here, daddy is here." Yi Qingfeng was on the verge of tears again. "Daddy, you really came back. Daddy, Tuan Tuan isn't dreaming. Daddy, are you really my daddy?" Perhaps it was exhaustion, or perhaps the torment of illness. Tuan Tuan lay in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were filled with hatred as he handed the child over to his subordinate, the Zhuke general. He then walked towards the living captive. He exuded an overwhelming aura, and just standing beside him made people shiver. The remaining subordinate of Lu Tao was already scared silly. Damn it, he just came to supervise, and 2 relatives had already died. "You abused my daughter and made her live in a doghouse. Today you must die. Before you die, I will ask you a question, and you will answer. Otherwise, I will chop you into pieces." Yi Qingfeng said coldly, word by word. The man cried out loudly, "I didn't abuse her. She didn't live in a doghouse. She eats better than we do. Why do you want to kill me?" Yi Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, but then he regained his murderous intent. These people were just afraid of death. They had captured his daughter and still wanted a good ending? It's useless to be tough. Tell me, who told you to do this? The man saw the bodies of his relatives and felt despair. He knew begging for mercy was futile, so while crying, he shouted, "Why the hell are you asking so many questions? You found this place, so what the hell do you want? You killed my second uncle and cousin. I don't want to live anymore." Yi Qingfeng felt insulted and snorted coldly, "Then die." The man saw that the other party was about to kill him and completely broke down. "I was just watching a child. It's not like we brought her here. Damn it, I used my salary to buy her cake and roast chicken, letting her stay quietly. What did we do wrong? Forget the doghouse. Damn it, this is my ancestral home. Come on, kill me. Damn it, you trash, you only know how to make things difficult for us workers. If you have the guts, go find Lu Tao. Damn it, if I had known that good people get no rewards, I would have killed that little brat." In Yi Qingfeng's eyes, this was just impotent rage. He decisively ended the man's life with a single stroke. After everything was done, Yi Qingfeng turned around and got into the car. Looking at the sleeping Tuan Tuan, he first replied to Huang Luoyan's message. He hadn't had the chance to ask clearly before, and now was the perfect time to inquire. Huang Luoyan recounted everything she knew. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingfeng's gaze turned cold as he said to his subordinate, Xuanwu, "Take the Xuanwu guard to capture that person named Shen Wuxiao. Qinglong and Baihu will go find Lu Tao first. Zhuke will contact the top oncologists in the country, and I will take Tuan Tuan to the hospital. After everything is settled, we will gather at Lu Tao's house. Anyone who harms my daughter will not have it easy." Understood. Everyone responded immediately upon receiving the order. Then, they split into 3 teams and left. Xuanwu also brought along the Xuanwu guard team that had just arrived. A mighty group of 15 went directly to search for Shen Wuxiao's whereabouts. Their intelligence was much stronger than Lin Fan's before. Lin Fan was alone and blind, but they were professionals. While they were on the move, Shen Wuxiao happened to be getting off a speedboat with Zhang Huaiyue. The Bay Villa was well equipped, and there was also a speedboat at the self-built dock. This morning, the two went out to sea and only returned at noon. They knew nothing about what had happened. After returning to the villa, Zhang Huaiyue threw herself into the kitchen to cook. Before long, a steaming hot lunch was ready. But just as they sat down to eat, both of them turned to look outside the villa at the same time. There was a presence outside, the aura of martial artists. Judging by their strength, one was at the 4th rank, 8th stage, while the others were around the 3rd rank. About a dozen of them. Zhang Huaiyue took a sip of soup and looked at Shen Wuxiao. "Did you invite someone over?" Shen Wuxiao shook his head after taking a couple of bites. "No, they must be looking for trouble." Bang! A loud crash echoed. The iron gate outside the villa was kicked down. Immediately after, a dozen people rushed in. They kicked down the inner door of the villa as well. Once they flooded into the living room, both sides stared at each other. "Shen Wuxiao, do you really not know how to write the word death? Come with us now, don't force us to take action." Xuanwu, seeing a man and a woman on the other side, didn't act immediately but threatened with a cold face. He looked down on such spoiled rich kids the most. He was almost eager to see Shen Wuxiao kneeling before the god of war, begging for mercy. Zhang Huaiyue slowly stood up, her face as cold as frost. She pointed at the kicked-down door, her voice icy. "This door is carved from Hutian jade. The frame is made of pure gold. The labor cost plus the outer iron door and installation fee is 1,850,000. Rounded down, 2 million, cash or card?" Xuanwu and the others were taken aback. Is this woman crazy? He couldn't be bothered to respond and instead looked at Shen Wuxiao, his eyes filled with disdain, warning, "You better come with us obediently, or I'll kill you." "I'm eating, not going." Shen Wuxiao smiled and shook his head. "You're looking for death." Xuanwu was furious. Did he dare to defy the god of war's orders? With a stump, Xuanwu charged at Shen Wuxiao. But as he rushed past Zhang Huaiyue, he suddenly felt his short hair being yanked. The released momentum was instantly shattered. His knee felt as if it had been struck hard, crashing down to the ground, a cold gleam following closely. Hissed the Xuanwu guards present gasped in shock. Their squad leader, Xuanwu, was now being held by the hair by that beautiful woman, forced to kneel on the ground. A soft sword glimmering with cold light was pressed against his neck. "You kicked down my door and still want to make a move. Who gave you the guts?" Xuanwu could never have imagined that as a 4th rank, 8th stage, he would be defeated in one move. There was actually a master here. He had thought the other side was just a spoiled young master. Now it was awkward. The task assigned by the god of war was a complete mess. Shen Wuxiao held his bowl of rice, not forgetting to scoop up a couple more bites of vegetables. Only then did he slowly rise and walk over. "Wait, who are you? Why are you smashing my door?" Xuanwu was held at sword point, but his mouth was still defiant. "You know what you did, and I'll tell you, come with me, and maybe there's a way out." Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand my boss's wrath. Shin Wuxiao shoved a couple of bites of rice into his mouth, threatening me? I get it. You guys are the villains from a movie. So bad. You must be the villains. Xuanwu and the others were confused. You err, let him go. I'll talk to him, Shin Wuxiao said. Zhang Huayue then released her grip and withdrew her sword. Xuanwu snorted coldly, glaring at Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao swallowed the rice in his mouth, then suddenly reversed his chopsticks and struck. The speed was so fast that no one could react. In the next second, 2 chopsticks pierced directly into Xuanwu's left eyeball. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Ugh. Xuanwu's shrill wail instantly echoed throughout the villa. He rolled over and lay on the ground, trying to cover his eyes. But there were still 2 chopsticks stuck in it, already inserted a third of the way. I dared not touch it. Fresh blood gushed out, quite horrifying. Captain! The members of the Xuanwu team, seeing this, turned red with rage and rushed forward to attack. Zhang Huayue turned around, her soft sword dancing in her hand. The momentum around her surged, and her aura was wild. These members of the Xuanwu team, without their firearms, were no match for Zhang Huayue's combat ability. In just a few seconds, the tendons of 14 people's hands and feet were severed, and they lay on the ground. Thanks to Shin Wuxiao's mysterious Yin-Yang 2 instruments classic Dual X technique, the two had been training every day. Now, Zhang Huayue had nearly reached the 6th rank in strength. Those around the 3rd rank were simply not enough to contend with her. Shin Wuxiao put down his bowl and grabbed Xuanwu. Now tell me, why did you come to capture me? I don't seem to know you well. Xuanwu was already in immense pain, and now he was even more enraged, cursing directly. What have you done? Don't you know? Let me tell you, you will definitely die. My boss will surely kill. TCH Shin Wuxiao didn't give him a chance to ramble, swiftly pulling out the Death Judge pen and decisively stabbing it into his temple. Xuanwu's other eye bulged wide. His consciousness was fading. He never imagined that after being awarded a medal in the morning, he would die in the afternoon. Just came to Shanghai and couldn't go back. Shin Wuxiao smirked. Sick, if you can't find the point, just don't talk. Rambling on, as if we can't do without you. One of the 4 great generals under the Mad Dragon War God died just like that, in a muddled manner. Xuanwu fell back, severing his life. Shin Wuxiao pulled out the judge pen and wiped it on Xuanwu's clothes. His gaze turned to the other fallen Xuanwu guards. Now we live in a harmonious society, let's talk things over nicely, no need to jump to death threats. The Xuanwu guards were certainly not the type to fear death. However, hearing Shin Wuxiao speak, they still felt a chill run down their spines. How could this devil-like man speak so grandly? Shin Wuxiao approached, squatting in front of one of the Xuanwu guards. You speak, I'm listening. But the other party simply turned his head away. Shin Wuxiao clicked his tongue and swiftly broke his neck. As he stood up, he spat. You people are just sick. You come to capture me but don't tell me who sent you. Are you saying that if you capture me, I can't even meet the one who ordered my capture? Making it seem like I have to interrogate you. Whatever you want to say, just die. Without saying another word, Shin Wuxiao raised his hand and broke another person's neck. Then he went one by one. Those who tried to resist were also swiftly dealt with by Zhang Huayue's sword. Shin Wuxiao looked over. You err, it's better to break their necks, otherwise, after someone cleans up, it will still have a bit of a bloody smell. Attracting flies. Zhang Huayue nodded. Okay. Saying this, she stepped up and kicked another person's neck. When only the last person was left, he finally couldn't bear the pressure of death. Wait, I'll tell you, it's our boss. Just as Shin Wuxiao said, they were originally here to capture him, and they would have to meet him if taken away. So telling him who it was didn't count as betrayal, especially since the others were dead. The man swallowed hard. I don't know the specifics. I only know our boss was very angry and yelled for a long time. Taking you over is to go to someone named Lu something's house. Shin Wuxiao thought for a moment. Yi, Chu, Lin, Xiao, Chen, Qin, Tang. Is your boss one of these surnames? Yes. Yi Qingfeng, codename Mad Dragon War God. Hearing this, Shin Wuxiao suddenly became excited and clapped his hands. Ha, good, very good. Let me ask you, that Yi Qingfeng, he has a daughter, right? Did he return in anger after receiving a call, didn't he? The Xuanwu guard was taken aback but still nodded. How does this person know so much? Shin Wuxiao pondered for a moment. Wait, I didn't provoke him, so why is he coming to catch me? But soon, Shin Wuxiao understood. His mind was quick, and he immediately grasped the reason. It must have been caused by Lu Tao. During that time in the restaurant, Lu Tao thought he had a chance with Huang Luoyan, so he took the opportunity to curry favor with him. Just yesterday, that call inviting him to the Longting Hotel to pick up a gift. The gift must be Huang Luoyan. The daughter that Huang Luoyan is raising is Yi Qingfeng's. Coincidentally, that girl fell seriously ill, and Lu Tao must have taken advantage of this to coerce Huang Luoyan into accompanying him. During this time, something must have happened that made Huang Luoyan change her mind, and he had no choice but to take the little girl away to continue threatening Huang Luoyan. Then either Huang Luoyan contacted Yi Qingfeng, or it was the little girl's smartwatch that got in touch. That's why they came looking for him. Shen Wuxiao accurately deduced everything with his familiarity with these schemes. The protagonist of Luck, still the mad dragon war god, this time he would definitely profit. Very good, they came looking for me, then I'll accept it. Shen Wuxiao would never miss the opportunity to earn points. He decisively took out his phone and dialed Uncle Wu's number. When the call connected, Shen Wuxiao said directly, "Uncle Wu, notify Old Cat, Scorpion, and bring 100 people, all must be martial artists, at least around the 3rd rank. Bring all the big guys, have someone investigate where Lu Tao lives, then come to my villa, it's time to work." After hanging up, Shen Wuxiao looked at the remaining Xuanwu guard. "You can still stand, right? Help me gather the bodies, and then mop the floor in the public restroom on the 1st floor." Saying this, Shen Wuxiao led Zhang Huayue back to the dining table. They hadn't eaten yet. Even if the living room was a bloody mess, they didn't care. "Wuxiao, these people are well trained. They must have been on the battlefield for a long time. Do you have a grudge against them?" Zhang Huayue asked. Shen Wuxiao shook his head. "Strictly speaking, no, but now I do. Their boss didn't understand the situation, sent people to catch me, and even wanted to kill me. I can't tolerate that." Didn't understand the situation? Zhang Huayue still didn't quite get it. Shen Wuxiao explained, "To put it simply, that day I had lunch with Hongya, met a beauty with her daughter, and there was also a young master. During that time, something happened, that young master offended me, and mistakenly thought I liked that beauty, so he wanted to give her to me to please me. That young master kidnapped the child to threaten her, and then the child's father came, thinking I was the instigator." Got it? Zhang Huayue nodded. "So that's how it is, then you suffered an undeserved disaster." Shen Wuxiao took a bite of food. "At first, yes, but not anymore. I've killed so many of his people, it's a matter of life and death now. After eating, I'm going to take him out." "I'm going too," Zhang Huayue quickly said. "Aren't you going to binge-watch a show? I can handle this kind of thing." Zhang Huayue wouldn't back down. "No way, I have to go. He's trying to kill my man, am I just going to sit and watch? Or do you underestimate me?" "Alright, since you put it that way, I can't refuse." Shen Wuxiao smiled. "Let's eat first. Mei Shem, drink some soup." Saying this, she got up and served Shen Wuxiao a bowl of old duck soup that had been simmering all morning. In their world, it seemed there was no one else, even with a pile of bodies lying on the ground over there, and a cripple was cleaning up. After finishing lunch, Zhang Huayue tidied up the dishes and entered the kitchen. Shen Wuxiao, with a toothpick in his mouth, walked over. "Buddy, you've worked hard." The Xuanwu guard was basically cleaning while crying. These corpses were his brothers, his beloved friends, but he wanted to survive. Only by living and seeing the god of war could he take revenge. So he could only force a smile and shake his head. "No, it's not hard." Shen Wuxiao patted his shoulder. "It's hard. If I say it's hard, then it's hard." After saying that, Shen Wuxiao's gaze sharpened. "Wait, what are you doing with that mop handle? Trying to kill me? Ha!" In the next second, Shen Wuxiao moved quickly, grabbing him by the neck and twisting hard. He directly broke his neck. The Xuanwu guard's eyes widened, and he rasped, "But, you told me to mop the floor." After saying that, he slumped onto the pile of corpses. "Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm a nobleman. Noblemen forget things easily. What a pity, they were all good warriors, just followed the wrong person. A great lamentation, dedicated to you all." Shen Wuxiao thoughtfully played some music while waiting for Uncle Wu and the others. The moving music slowly began to play. "Today is a good day, everything you wish for can come true." Wrong song. Never mind, it'll do. Shen Wuxiao lounged on the sofa, eyes closed. After a while, the roar of cars sounded outside the villa. Dozens of vehicles, along with a large golden van. Uncle Wu got out of the car, and upon seeing the villa's door down, he was filled with rage. He didn't know who dared to invade his young master's residence. When Uncle Wu, Old Cat, and Scorpion entered the villa, they were also taken aback. A pile of corpses. Shen Wuxiao was lying on the sofa. "Clean it up. Cut off the head of the one with his eyes poked out. I'll send it as a gift," Shen Wuxiao said. "Yes, young master." Uncle Wu and the others waved, and immediately a dozen people rushed over to start cleaning the scene. Even the bloodstains on the floor were quickly wiped clean. Even after the floor was clean, they sprayed some stuff on it, making it look brand new. Zhang Huayue also came out, and Uncle Wu and the others immediately greeted her. "Young madam." Zhang Huayue nodded and looked at Shen Wuxiao. "Ready to go? Wait for me a moment." After saying that, she went straight to her room. In less than 2 minutes, she had changed into a neat and agile outfit. Shin Wuxiao and the others walked out of the villa and approached the golden van. Opening the van, it was filled with heavy weapons, Gatling guns, sniper rifles, various automatic rifles. Jiang Huaiyue bit a rubber band in her mouth, and when she saw the firearms, she used the rubber band to tie her hair up into a high ponytail. Then she picked up an automatic rifle. With a couple of clicks, she checked the weapon, ejected the magazine to take a look. Finally, she loaded it, turned off the safety, and chambered around. The black market goods should have been swapped out from above. The quality is fine. They weren't surprised. After all, the young madam came from a special forces background, so she was certainly familiar with these. Let's go. Shin Wuxiao smiled. You know the location of that Lu Tao, right? Scorpion nodded. Young master, don't worry, someone is keeping an eye on it. The people over there are all present. Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huaiyue directly got into one of the business cars. The convoy turned around and headed straight for their destination. While Shen Wuxiao was on his way to Lu Tao's villa, the villa was surrounded by experts. Xinglong, Baihu, and Zhu Ke were positioned at 3 different angles, with others scattered in various locations. They were all members of the Qinglong Guard, Baihu Guard, and Zhu Ke Guard. In a villa, there were over 40 people, all standing straight, clearly well-trained. Yi Qingfeng was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs. It was his moment of judgment. Kneeling before him was a green-haired man, trembling, and it was Lu Tao. Yi Qingfeng was in no hurry to act. After all, there was still one person not captured. Once Xuanwu arrived, they could be judged together. He was curious to see just how bold these two were to dare to kidnap his daughter. The thought of Tuan Tuan still in the hospital made his anger boil. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone rang. Yi Qingfeng thought it was Xuanwu calling. However, when he picked it up, it was Huang Luoyan. He quickly answered. Yi Qingfeng, Tuan Tuan wants to see you. Where are you? Huang Luoyan's voice was cold, as if it were a matter of business. This incident had left her shaken and somewhat angry at Yi Qingfeng's inaction over the years. Luoyan, I'm busy. I'll come over tonight. You just put Tuan Tuan to sleep first. Tonight, let's have dinner together. I want to make it up to you. Huang Luoyan didn't want to say much and hung up the phone directly. Hearing the disconnection on the line, Yi Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. Huang Luoyan had quite the opinion of him. However, he truly felt grateful to Huang Luoyan. She was definitely his benefactor. Moreover, after seeing Huang Luoyan today, Yi Qingfeng's previously dormant heart suddenly felt as if it had awakened. He found himself moved. Perhaps he really regarded her as the child's mother. That natural sense of closeness surged forth. He was also thinking that Huang Luoyan was not the child's biological mother after all. But the child could no longer do without her. Why not turn the fake into the real and give Tuan Tuan a happy family? Zhu Ke, who was nearby, noticed the smile that had quietly risen on Yi Qingfeng's face and teased, Boss, did your sister-in-law call you? Are you thinking of going on a date? Zhu Ke was one of the few women in the team, a 4th grade 9th tier master, with formidable strength. Not only was she strong, but she was also stunningly beautiful. Her long black hair was streaked with red, resembling the feathers of a vermilion bird, adding to her allure. With almond-shaped eyes, a delicate face, a high nose, and fiery red lips, her features were striking. Her demeanor was also excellent, cold yet with a hint of playfulness, and her figure was devilishly tall and slender. If one were to score her, she would definitely get a solid 90 points, just slightly less than Huang Luoyan. Hearing Zhu Chua's words, Yi Qingfeng shook his head. Don't talk nonsense, it'll ruin someone's reputation, won't it? Zhu Ke covered her mouth and chuckled. Boss, since you say that, does it mean there's something going on later? Yi Qingfeng remained non-committal, but there was no time to consider such matters now. Everything would wait until Tuan Tuan recovered. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the time. Logically, Xuanwu should have arrived by now. Why was there still no news? However, Yi Qingfeng was not worried. Xuanwu was a master. Capturing a person was just a matter of skill. It was probably that person named Shen Wuxiao who had multiple residences, so it took some time to track him down. It was quite normal for wealthy young masters to have several properties. For him, this matter was trivial. Avenging his daughter and releasing his anger was all that mattered. What was more important was dealing with the Yi family and the Ji family afterward. Yi Qingfeng remembered well what they had done to him. They had caused the death of Sun Yan, who had given birth to his daughter, a blood feud that could not be erased and must be avenged. Lu Tao, secretly watching Yi Qingfeng from the ground, felt quite miserable. He was filled with resentment. He never expected that the little girl's father would possess such strength. However, he was not afraid. These people did not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth and went to capture Shen Wuxiao. They were undoubtedly doomed. Young Master Shen would definitely come to save him. But he was also a bit afraid that Shen Wuxiao would think it was his fault that trouble had come, dragging him into it. and thus vent his anger on him. Shen Wuxiao's character was inherently inscrutable. Lu Tao felt uncertain. After a while, the sound of cars driving came from not far away from the villa. The sound was very orderly, clearly indicating that a convoy was approaching. The people inside the villa instantly became alert. Yi Qingfeng smiled wickedly. What are you nervous about? It must be Xuanwu bringing people back. No way, boss, there are so many cars. Qinglong reported back. Yi Qingfeng was completely unconcerned. They caught that wastrel, and naturally his subordinates came along. But what does it matter if there are more? They're just some insignificant people. He slowly stood up with a wicked smile. Let's welcome our guests. Yi Qingfeng looked confident, as if he had already secured victory. He exuded a sense of confidence that suggested he was strategizing from afar, controlling the situation. Just the act of standing up created an impression of the world situation is under my control. Outside, Shen Wuxiao's convoy dispersed, surrounding the villa. Yi Qingfeng still smiled disdainfully. Xinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and the other teammates also appeared relaxed and dismissive. They were cracking their knuckles, as if ready for a big fight. Xinglong's neck cracked as he turned it, pouting. Xuanwu was quite the playful one, bringing that wastrel and allowing so many people to follow. Isn't this just to keep us entertained, letting us test our skills? Zhuke giggled. Xuanwu might have already made a move over there, but at least he remembers us. Baihu scoffed. Just this many people? Besides Xuanwu and them, the other cars combined don't seem to have even 100. Back in the Northern Domain battlefield, I faced 70 well-trained mercenaries alone, and in the end, I was the only one standing. These bodyguards in the city, they only deserve to bully some small thugs. Yeah, I want to know, what do they have to win? Boss, how many do you want to fight? Qinglong casually asked Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng appeared indifferent. You guys just play, injure them, but don't kill too many, or it'll be troublesome. Thanks for the reward, boss. The three warriors were quite excited. They had experienced many life and death situations, and the survival environment in the Northern Domain was extremely harsh. Besides enemies, there were also exotic beasts. In that kind of environment, they were more than capable, and now facing some ordinary bodyguards with skills in the city was like a dimensional reduction strike. A sense of superiority was inevitable. Meanwhile, Shen Wuxiao's convoy was basically coming to a stop. Shen Wuxiao looked at the villa, which was quiet, and was not in a hurry. He understood characters like the war god, who were the type to confront head-on. Not to mention being surrounded, even with a gun to his head, he would still smirk. Moreover, now he was out for revenge, so there was no way he would retreat. He might even think that these people were following Xuanwu. Their pride and confidence did not allow them to feel truly surrounded and waiting to die. Ding! The system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected the luck protagonist. Protagonist, Yi Qingfeng type, Mad Dragon War God Realm. 6th grade 6th stage master ability, Skin Scales transformation weapon, 6th grade artifact, Bayonet Sharp Spike martial skill, Mad Dragon Roar, mastered, Fist Heaven Shattering, mastered, divine ability, none new script has been infused. Suddenly, Shen Wuxiao's mind was filled with the storyline about Yi Qingfeng. Damn, his realm is about the same as mine, plus the protagonist's buff and luck enhancement, it's really precarious. Damn it, how many points do I have now? Beep, 3 million points. All in cultivation. I want to kill him. Beep, 3 million points deducted, cultivation level raised to 8th rank, 9th stage master. 1,000 points stored for the host to exchange for bullets and elixirs. Due to the host's single expenditure of 3 million points, the system grants an additional weapon upgrade, the 6th rank artifact, the Duke of Destruction Revolver, upgraded to an 8th rank artifact. The ability to control lightning is about to upgrade to Heavenly Thunder Descends, upgrading. Shen Wuxiao felt an endless surge of power coursing through him. The feeling of having a cheat is just exhilarating. Shen Wuxiao opened his palm, arcs of electricity crackling within. When he turned back, he would get Jiang Huayue a good weapon too. Shen Wuxiao and the others got out of the car and looked towards the villa. Yi Qingfeng and the others also sensed something was off. Where the hell is Xuanwu? Wasn't Xuanwu the one who brought Shen Wuxiao here? Why is there not a single familiar face among those outside? Where are Xuanwu's 15 people? Moreover, those people looked like martial artists, not ordinary folks. Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but frown. Shen Wuxiao looked inside the villa and locked eyes with Yi Qingfeng, who was standing behind the floor-to-ceiling glass, watching him. Yi Qingfeng suddenly felt that Shen Wuxiao looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. His mind couldn't quite wrap around it for a moment. Shen Wuxiao beckoned to the old cat. The old cat quickly handed over a cloth bag. Shen Wuxiao decisively tossed the round cloth bag into the air, then kicked it like a soccer ball. With a spinning flip, he executed a beautiful kick that struck the round cloth bag. The bag shot off rapidly, shattering the glass as it flew towards Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, raised a hand, and slapped it aside. The cloth bag rolled on the ground, rolling for a good 7 or 8 meters before coming to a stop. The contents spilled out, revealing themselves before Yi Qingfeng and the others. It was a bloody, severed head. Xinglong and the others felt a sense of familiarity, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. They stepped forward to flip it over, and the head was facing them. Ah! Even Xinglong was startled. The others also shouted in unison, Xuanwu. That head was indeed Xuanwu's. Shen Wuxiu had specially returned it to them. Yi Qingfeng's eyes widened in rage, his anger reaching its peak. Ah! He let out a furious roar, suddenly turning to look outside. But this time, he was dumbfounded. Just as they were looking at Xuanwu's head, the people outside had all somehow drawn their firearms. At the forefront, a man stood on a vehicle, holding a Gatling gun. Take them out! Shen Wuxiu fired first. The Duke of Destruction fired a bullet, flames soaring, and the entire wall exploded. Even the villa's door was blown off. The people inside were instantly exposed to the guns of the crowd. Jiang Huaiyue, holding a heavy sniper rifle, sat atop another vehicle. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked through the scope, a lollipop clenched between her teeth. Her slender fingers squeezed the trigger, taking one down with each shot. The Gatling gun roared, sweeping across the area. Over 30 guns fired simultaneously from the front. The entire villa area echoed with gunfire. The people inside the villa, Yi Qingfeng's group, no longer had the pride and confidence they had just moments ago. In a single encounter, they were thrown into disarray. 10 of the Qinglong guards fell in an instant, while the other Baihu and Zhuke guards suffered heavy casualties as well. Only a few found cover, but they didn't dare to move freely. Their legs trembled. They even doubted if this was really the northern region. In the city, where did so many firearms come from? What the hell were these people? After a round of shooting, the original group of over 40 was reduced to just a dozen. Those who thought they could have a good fight ended up dead on the ground, each with at least a dozen bullet holes in them. Shen Wuxiu smiled coldly, raised his hand, and clenched his fist. The gunfire ceased, but one by one, they still held their weapons, not putting them down. They were all martial artists, skilled in both close combat and firearms. Shen Wuxiu never brought ordinary bodyguards, those people were just fodder, unnecessary. Shen Wuxiu slowly walked into the villa's courtyard and sat down on a stone bench. Soon, his people approached and set up the tea set on the stone table. A plate of fruit was placed on top. Stop hiding, my people surround you. I know you have some skills and a trump card, and you want to escape, which you could do easily, but all your subordinates will die, and they will die because of you, so why not come out and have a chat? Shen Wuxiu picked up a grape, put it in his mouth, sucked it, and spat out the skin. Yi Qingfeng was somewhat on the verge of collapse. His brothers, those who fought alongside him in bloody battles, were almost all dead. Fortunately, only a portion had come. If all had come, would they all perish here today? He had the ability to escape completely, but his brothers had no way out. Yi Qingfeng was not someone who easily admitted defeat. However, given the current situation, he had to go out and talk to the other side. Even if he could hold them off for a moment, it would give Qinglong and the others enough time to break through. Yi Qingfeng was about to step out from behind the pillar. Seeing this, Baihu shouted, "Boss, no, that bastard is heartless. If you go out, it's certain death. At worst, I'll fight. If I can kill one, that's one less." The earlier bravado seemed to slap him in the face. The current sense of powerlessness and despair filled him with anger. He couldn't understand what kind of bullet could shatter a wall. Was it a cannon? Xinglong felt the same. "Boss, we live and die together. At worst, we'll fight. The brothers have no regrets." Zhuke gritted his teeth fiercely. "Boss, don't go." They wanted to break through the encirclement of firearms, which indeed wasn't difficult. But the terrifying part was that all the people outside were martial artists, at least third tier. There were over 100 of them surrounding them. As long as they were held back, other 5th and 6th tier experts could kill them. The most challenging part was that they had no firearms. Their skills with guns were useless. No matter how strong they were in close combat, they couldn't withstand a barrage of bullets. There wasn't even a chance to fight back. If only their people had guns, those outside would be nothing. Yi Qingfeng felt a collapse inside. He had to go out. He had to pay for his arrogance. He had to be responsible for his brothers. "Don't worry, you find the right moment to break through. This time we lost. Trust me, you know my abilities and martial skills." Yi Qingfeng stepped out, walking step by step toward the courtyard outside the villa. Of course, when Yi Qingfeng came into view, Shen Wuxiu suddenly smiled. "Test the waters, open fire." A torrent of bullets surged toward Yi Qingfeng. Boss brother Feng Qinglong and the others tensed up. Yi Qingfeng cursed shamelessly and rolled. His skin began to change color, as if covered by a layer of gray scales, impervious. The bullets hit him, sparking off. He had finally unleashed his abilities. This ability is not bad, like an indestructible diamond. I wonder if it can be shot to death. Shen Wuxiu laughed mockingly. Yi Qingfeng was so angry he wanted to curse. Shen Wuxiao, you are the most shameless. Shen Wuxiu laughed heartily. I said to test the waters. It's fine now, come out. We won't shoot anymore. Shooting is useless. Yi Qingfeng showed no signs of fear. He walked directly out and approached Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao maintained a faint smile, every gesture filled with courtesy. Nice to meet you, this is our first meeting in this way. Do you like it? Sit, have some tea, eat some fruit, and let's talk about where you should be buried. He poured a cup of tea for Yi Qingfeng and gestured slightly. Crazy. This was Yi Qingfeng's first impression of Shen Wuxiao. Yi Qingfeng slowly sat down, his presence still exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he maintained excellent restraint. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly stumbled out from inside. Shen, young master Shen. Shen Wuxiao looked over. The person was Lu Tao. He was terrified, having run a few steps before falling, his legs completely weak. After much effort, he finally reached Shen Wuxiao's side, kneeling on both knees. Young master Shen, you've come, thank goodness you've come. He seemed to see a lifeline. Shen Wuxiao smiled slightly at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, allow me to handle some personal matters. You can enjoy your tea first. After saying this, Shen Wuxiao looked down at the kneeling Lu Tao. Lu Tao met Shen Wuxiao's gaze and shivered in fear. Shen, young master Shen. Shen Wuxiao nodded. Young master Lu, why are you in such a sorry state? Did they mistreat you? Lu Tao nodded. If it weren't for young master Shen, I would be finished. Thank you, young master Shen. He even began to kowtow. Shen Wuxiao responded with a sound. I accept your gratitude, but I am a person of principles. No matter what trouble arises, I, Shen Wuxiao, can provoke it myself, but it absolutely cannot be caused by someone unrelated to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao felt a tightening in his bladder, a wave of heat rising. It's over. Completely over. But Shen Wuxiao changed his tone. However, since the matter has already happened, there's no point in dwelling on it. Lu Tao felt a huge sense of relief. Thank you, young master Shen. I will definitely take this as a warning. From now on, I will be your dog. Shen Wuxiao quickly waved his hand. No, you are a person, a good person. Why would you be a dog? You don't need to thank me. I'll send your whole family down, as an apology from you to me. At these words, Lu Tao froze. Yi Qingfeng felt a chill run down his back. Such a casually spoken sentence could annihilate an entire family. How terrifying such a person is. Lu Tao shook his head frantically. No, young master Shen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been so clever. I was wrong. I beg you for a chance, just one chance. Shen Wuxiao was also a rather soft-hearted person, and he nodded. Alright, then you can choose, you die, or your family dies? I. Lu Tao trembled violently. I choose my family. To die. Young master Shen, give me a chance. Once my family is dead, I will give you everything of the Lu family, all of it. Shen Wuxiao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, filial piety to the point of death. Quite ruthless, really ruthless. Since you said that, I have nothing more to say. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand to help him up, letting him sit on another stone bench. Lu Tao could only force a smile. One must look out for oneself. He could only feel sorry for his family. Shen Wuxiao pointed at Lu Tao and looked at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, do you think someone like this can be tamed? Someone who can betray their own parents, saying they want to be my dog. I can't even imagine what he would do to me in the future. Yi Qingfeng frowned, remaining silent. Shen Wuxiao patted Lu Tao's shoulder. Young master Lu, I forgot to tell you. Shen Wuxiao suddenly changed his expression, his eyes filled with fierce intensity. I absolutely detest unfilial people the most. After saying this, Shen Wuxiao grabbed Lu Tao's green hair and slammed his head onto the stone table. His right hand rose, and with great force, he struck Lu Tao's head directly. Ah no. Lu Tao screamed in despair. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Lu Tao's head was smashed by a punch. Due to the angle, blood splattered all over Yi Qingfeng. Yet Yi Qingfeng remained unmoved, sitting there. Shen Wuxiao grabbed Lu Tao's corpse and flung it away. The body flew out violently, crashing directly into the wall. A corner of the wall collapsed instantly. This phenomenon made Yi Qingfeng realize that this young master was the strongest among them all. It was just his brutality and debauchery that had misled people. Alright, the personal matter is settled, now we should talk. Shen Wuxiao gestured, and his man immediately handed him a towel. As Shen Wuxiao wiped the blood off his hands, he looked at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, I believe you now understand the situation. Do you still want revenge? How about a negotiation? Yi Qingfeng was certainly not the type to curry favor with the powerful. Even in a perilous situation, he remained steadfast in his beliefs. If this had been resolved from the start, perhaps it would have passed, but now, no way. You killed so many of my brothers, my good friends died at your hands. If I back down, how can I face them? How can I explain it to them? Shen Wuxiao chuckled lightly. Explain? They're all dead. If you want to explain, it can only be after you're dead. What's the rush? Yi Qingfeng was always ready to act, is that so? Then I'm not pleased. Shen Wuxiao nodded, giving him a thumbs up, loyal and righteous, calm in the face of danger, truly worthy of the title war god of the Mad Dragon. If that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Alright, let's not talk. I hope you won't regret it. Yi Qingfeng quickly added, Shen Wuxiao, the matters between us, we will resolve ourselves. If you are a man, remember the rules, no harm to family. Yi Qingfeng felt no fear himself, but he was worried about Tuan Tuan. She was still so young and had such a serious illness. Shen Wuxiao chuckled, Mr. Yi, you can rest assured. Although many see me as ruthless, I have my bottom line. I will absolutely not touch the child, even if I want to kill, my woman will stop me. Alright, I believe you. The killing intent in Yi Qingfeng's eyes gradually intensified. Shen Wuxiao said this, but he didn't dare to fully trust it. Only by eliminating the opponent could everything be settled. Shen Wuxiao stopped talking, swinging the Destruction Duke revolver towards Yi Qingfeng, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound echoed. The bullet from the Destruction Duke shot towards Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng's body emitted a massive alarm. Almost instantaneously, his true energy erupted to protect him, and he used his abilities, making his body indestructible, covered in scales. He thought he could block it, but when the bullet hit him, Yi Qingfeng realized he was gravely mistaken. It was as if he had been struck by a cannonball. His whole body flew out, crashing into the villa wall. The wall immediately collapsed. Yi Qingfeng couldn't afford to check because Shen Wuxiao fired again. He could only roll over with all his might and jump into the villa. Just as he jumped away, the bullet missed, but the spot it hit exploded instantly. When he found cover and looked at his abdomen, cold sweat covered his entire body. How could a bullet infused with his own realm's true energy? Yi Qingfeng's abdomen had a large hole, his abilities shattered, scales fragmented. Flesh and blood surged. If it had gone any deeper, his intestines would have been visible. If it weren't for his abilities having a buffering effect, that shot would have completely destroyed his insides. It was terrifying. Life and death hung by a thread. That last strike was equivalent to a blow from a 9th grade master. Even someone with his terrifying defense was heavily injured to block it. If the second shot hit, Yi Qingfeng had no doubt he would die. Ding! Severely injure Yi Qingfeng, points plus 50,000 ding. Plunder Yi Qingfeng's fortune, points plus 30,000 ding. Instill great fear in Yi Qingfeng, points plus 30,000. Shen Wuxiao was very satisfied. With this, he had earned a total of 110,000 points. But killing him would yield even more. System, draft the mission to kill the Mad Dragon War God. Ding, drafting in progress. Mission released, kill the Mad Dragon War God, mission completion, points plus 2 million. Additional mysterious gift box and extra points reward. Mission time, unlimited, until killed. A bloodthirsty light flickered in Shen Wuxiao's eyes. His aura surged violently, wild. The realm of an 8th grade, 9th tier master was fully displayed. Shen Wuxiao's subordinates were all shocked beyond words. The young master is terrifying. Zhang Huaiwei was also stunned. Previously, he was only at the 6th grade, 5th tier, and after a duel X with her, he reached the 6th grade, 8th tier. How did he suddenly surge? Her own advancement was considered fast, but not so exaggerated. She was also about to reach the 6th grade. It seems that Duel X is powerful. When she returns, she must have at least 5 encounters with that bad guy in one day. Taking advantage of the fact that there aren't many women around that bad guy, she should get closer to him and make him cherish her a bit more. Later, if there are more sisters, she would have to take care of them too. It's decided, when she returns, she'll be in the kitchen plus, not sure if that's appropriate. As Shen Wuxiao rushed into the villa, his people surged in as well. Zhang Huaiwei could hardly contain herself. Just now, it was heavy weapon suppression. Now it was a battle between warriors. She stepped forward, her aura suddenly appearing, true power surging. Her jade hand reached for her waist, drew out the soft sword that glimmered with a cold light, emitting a buzzing sound as it danced. She charged towards the female Zhu Kei. Inside the villa, Shen Wuxiao's momentum had already crushed everything. The other guards on Yi Qingfeng's side resolutely chose to fight to the death. One by one, they roared, charging at Shen Wuxiao's people, fighting for their lives. Shen Wuxiao had no interest in the little Karami. He headed straight for Yi Qingfeng. Although Yi Qingfeng was severely injured, he was still the protagonist. His explosive power was immense. In an instant, he clashed with Shen Wuxiao. The collision was earth-shattering. Heaven and earth collapse. Yi Qingfeng's eyes turned blood red, true power surging in his fists. This punch truly seemed capable of causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. The aura was wild, rumbling. Shin Wuxiao stood unafraid, choosing to meet it head-on. Facing the terrifying punch, Shin Wuxiao charged forward. The two fists collided, stirring up a whirlwind. The corpses on the ground were blown away several meters. With the two at the center, the surroundings empty. The entire villa began to shake, on the verge of collapse. Yi Qingfeng had completely erupted, but the gap in their realms was insurmountable. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to withdraw, Shin Wuxiao transformed his fist into a claw, gripping his wrist. Then he raised his knee and slammed it upward. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Yi Qingfeng's face contorted in pain as he let out a howl, his arm completely bent. Shin Wuxiao sneered, intending to grip his arm and rip it off. Yi Qingfeng, experienced in battle, immediately understood Shin Wuxiao's intent. If his arm was broken and torn off, he would be finished. He struggled with all his might, opening his mouth to let out a furious roar. This roar was deafening, causing the entire villa to shake again. The Mad Dragon roared, a soundwave attack, his signature combat technique. Usually, he would scream and comprehend it. Shin Wuxiao's other subordinates felt dizzy, nearly unable to stand. But Shin Wuxiao was unaffected. He lost the chance to rip off Yi Qingfeng's arm and instead gripped his extraordinary ability scales. Shin Wuxiao's 5 fingers exerted force, squeezing, and in an instant, he yanked. Crack! Crack! The sensation was like forcibly tearing off the shell of a pangolin. Yi Qingfeng let out another wail, watching helplessly as the scales from his shoulder to his joint were torn off. Blood and flesh a mess. Shin Wuxiao seized the moment and punched Yi Qingfeng in the abdomen. Raising his hand, he elbowed Yi Qingfeng in the chin. Put! Yi Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He arced through the air, his body crashing heavily to the ground. But he was still tough, flipping over and charging back to fight. Xinglong, Zhuke, take the boss and go. At that moment, Baihu roared, directly pouncing towards Shin Wuxiao. He wanted to delay. Even if it was like an ant shaking a tree, he had to go all out. Baihu, the main attacker, released an aura that could not be underestimated even in his dying moments, and he had his own secret method to dramatically increase his strength. Facing the frenzied Baihu, Shin Wuxiao turned and kicked him away, but he immediately got back up and lunged at Shin Wuxiao again. Xinglong and Zhuke quickly disengaged from battle, rushing to Yi Qingfeng's side, supporting him on either side. Boss, don't make a pointless sacrifice. You need to live to avenge the brothers. Yi Qingfeng was also in a frenzied state, completely unable to listen, desperately trying to fight forward. Boss, think of your daughter, she's only 5. This one sentence from Zhuke suddenly made Yi Qingfeng half awake. Run! Xinglong and Zhuke helped Yi Qingfeng, sprinting outward. But Baihu could not withstand Shin Wuxiao's terrifying attacks. 2 punches nearly killed him. Seeing Baihu unable to hold on, Zhuke pushed Xinglong. Take the boss and go, I'll hold him off. Saying this, he charged towards Shin Wuxiao without a care. Yi Qingfeng could only feel powerless rage, but he knew he could not die. If he died, everyone would die in vain. Enduring immense sorrow and pain, he watched as 2 life and death comrades blocked his way. Today, he had also violated the oath of life and death together. He and Xinglong broke through. It wasn't until they had run far that he turned back to take a look. Just that glance nearly shattered his martial heart. From a distance, he saw Shin Wuxiao covered in blood, coldly smiling at him. In Shin Wuxiao's hand was the barely alive Baihu. Zhuke lay on the ground, life and death unknown. Shin Wuxiao raised his middle finger at Yi Qingfeng. Then, with one punch, he pierced through Baihu's body, tossing the corpse to the ground like garbage. Finally, he made a throat-cutting gesture towards him. Ah! Ah! Yi Qingfeng roared, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Blood flowed like a river, trembling uncontrollably. Rage reached its peak. He believed the scene would become his shadow, inescapable. Boss, go, we can't let Baihu and Zhuke die in vain. Xinglong pulled at the unwilling Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were still fixed on the scene. Shin Wuxiao, from a distance, gave him a thumbs up, then heavily pointed down. Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth, murderous intent surging. But he had no choice, he chose to turn and flee. As Yi Qingfeng and the others escaped far away, Wushu was about to pursue but was stopped by Shin Wuxiao. No need to chase, he wouldn't be foolish enough to take the main road, he won't be found by car. Wushu pondered, that guy is seriously injured, he probably won't make it. Shin Wuxiao shook his head, how could that be? That kind of person, unless he's decapitated, it's really not that easy to kill. Shin Wuxiao wiped his bloodied hands, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground. Among the people Yi Qingfeng brought, except for the deeply unconscious Zhuke and the fleeing Xinglong and Yi Qingfeng, everyone else was dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the war god mentality, points plus 30,000. The war god was injured and fled, his subordinates nearly all dead, points plus 20,000. Extra reward, Fate main character resurrection card 1. Resurrect the Fate main character? Shin Wuxiao was momentarily stunned. Yes, after the host kills the protagonist, they will receive points as a reward. By using the protagonist's resurrection card, they can bring the fated protagonist back to the brink of death. If the host kills again, they will receive the same reward. It's essential for farming points, limited to the warm corpse of the fated protagonist. The task to kill the mad dragon war god is ongoing. Shin Wuxiu almost laughed. It was a bit wicked. However, he was quite satisfied. This Yi Qingfeng, from his appearance to his death, could probably provide him with over 3 million points, or even more. With the protagonist's resurrection card, killing him again would be like adding another protagonist to his tally. Very valuable. Shin Wuxiu then looked at the deeply unconscious Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke was currently out cold. She had already been severely injured by Jiang Huayue, and just now, in an attempt to save Yi Qingfeng, she had fought desperately to escape, wanting to take him away. In the end, she stayed behind to intercept. Fortunately, before Shin Wuxiu made his move, she had already fainted from the strain, so she wouldn't be killed. Shin Wuxiu stared at her face. She was indeed a stunning beauty, a perfect score of over 90. But it was clear that her heart was deeply rooted with Yi Qingfeng. Moreover, in front of her, he had killed so many of her brothers and sisters, she would never submit. If she wouldn't submit, then death was the only option. Shin Wuxiu didn't lack women. The women he wanted were not only beautiful but also had to be wholeheartedly devoted to him. If he only sought after a pretty face, that would be a bit lacking in taste. The beauty of a red-skinned skeleton, flesh and bones, is all an illusion. The so-called beauty ultimately amounts to just a handful of dust. Therefore, Zhu Chue's value existed only to let Yi Qingfeng experience despair once more. Take this woman and retreat. This place stinks, just set it on fire. Shin Wuxiu turned around, took Jiang Huayue's delicate hand, and walked out of the villa. After the convoy left the villa, a great fire erupted at Lu Tao's villa. Thick black smoke billowed, and the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. On the other side, Yi Qingfeng and Qinglong were fleeing. They had run so far that they were already out of the city. Moreover, they didn't dare to take the main roads and could only run through small paths to avoid being chased by vehicles. The two arrived at an old district in the suburbs and finally found a place to stop. Yi Qingfeng could no longer hold on. He cried out in pain and slowly sat down against the wall. He was the most severely injured, with his arm broken at a 90-degree angle, his abilities forcibly destroyed, and the scales on his entire arm torn off, leaving a bloody mess. His jaw was dislocated from a heavy blow, and several teeth had flown out. His abdomen was nearly punctured by a bullet containing true power. The scales covering it had shattered, almost exposing his internal organs. However, thanks to his strong physique and willpower, he was not dead yet. Qinglong, on the other hand, was not seriously hurt, just some external injuries. Back at the villa, the white tiger had been entangled by that martial uncle, and Zhu Ke was being suppressed and beaten by Jiang Huayue. He had been attacked by the old cat and scorpion together, but fortunately, the opponents lacked his combat experience. So, he was the least injured among everyone. Qinglong quickly took out some healing medicine and gave it to Yi Qingfeng. During their time in the northern region, he had been injured many times, but never this severely. Seeing Yi Qingfeng gravely wounded, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Fate is unpredictable. Who could have imagined that in the morning, all of them were full of spirit, receiving honors together, enjoying the glory and pride that belonged to them, remembering the blood and tears on the battlefield in the northern region and among brothers. But by evening, out of the 50 or so who had come together, only the two of them remained. This disparity nearly drove him to collapse. The two sat on the ground together, not speaking. The atmosphere was quiet, yet filled with deep sadness. Everything was unspoken. After a long while, Yi Qingfeng suddenly stood up. Qinglong wanted to help him. Yi Qingfeng raised his hand to block. "I'm fine." Yi Qingfeng's face was pale, his expression cold. "Find a place to bandage and treat it. You need to pull yourself together." Yi Qingfeng adjusted his mindset. His brothers couldn't have died in vain, it was his responsibility, and he had dragged them into this, so he had to shoulder this burden. "All right." Qinglong gritted his teeth in response. Sadness and sorrow must be transformed into motivation. Once he avenged them, he would cry for a night and get drunk once. He couldn't waste time on this now. As they walked out, Yi Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. "Boss!" Qinglong hurriedly supported him. "I'm fine, it's just the blood clotted inside coming out. I feel much better now, I just need to take care of the external injuries." Yi Qingfeng wasn't just putting on a brave face. The medicine Qinglong had given him earlier was a pill meant for recovery and to invigorate the blood. Life-saving pills were expensive, and they didn't have many. They were all provided by the higher-ups. Yi Qingfeng let out a long sigh of relief. Qinglong couldn't help but ask, "Boss, your injuries, a regular clinic probably won't do. But if we go to a larger hospital, we might be discovered by Shin Wuxiu's people." Qinglong felt helpless. If Zhu Ke were here, it would be great. she was skilled in medicine and could definitely handle this. Unfortunately, her fate was unknown. Yi Qingfeng had his own thoughts. He said calmly, "Let's go to the hospital, the one where my daughter is. They have both oncology and internal and external medicine." Ha! Xinglong was somewhat incredulous. Wasn't that like walking into a trap? That Shin Wuxiu was ruthless. Don't be surprised, this is called dark under the lamp. Shin Wuxiu wouldn't expect me to go to that hospital, right under their noses. After interacting with Shin Wuxiu today, I found him arrogant and proud. He must think that after defeating me like this, I would hide away and not dare to show my face. So this dark under the lamp tactic is very effective, and I can also feel at ease at the hospital. Xinglong nodded, agreeing with his boss. Then we definitely can't use our real names. Yi Qingfeng had no objections to this. They indeed couldn't use their real names, but each of them had multiple identities, and they could just use any one of them. All were real and valid. They weren't exactly regular combat personnel. To put it bluntly, they were private soldiers secretly trained by a certain big shot above, officially categorized as a special unit in the northern region. In special circumstances, when they needed to be deployed, they only took orders from that big shot. That big shot was naturally Yi Qingfeng's backing. After their discussion, they headed straight to the hospital where Tuan Tuan was. After some twists and turns, they arrived at the hospital. Everything went very smoothly. Yi Qingfeng assumed the name Li Dazhu and checked into the hospital. His injuries were indeed serious. Half of his body was bandaged up. He looked like half a mummy. It was painful, but compared to the pain in his heart, this was nothing. At least he could still feel pain. His brothers had no sensation at all. They were all gone. Although Yi Qingfeng was very angry inside, this was a critical moment, and he desperately tried to stay calm, wanting to focus on healing. Only by recovering well could he confront Shin Wuxiu again. The first time, he lost due to his arrogance and underestimation, and the price was the death and injury of his brothers. He accepted that. Next, Shin Wuxiu would be torn to pieces by him. This grudge was irreconcilable. If he didn't kill him, he swore he wouldn't be human. That night, Shin Wuxiu left the villa and went to the place where Uncle Wu and the others were holed up. It was a high-end tea house, also owned by Shin Wuxiu. Some people who worked for him often gathered there. Managed by Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu, it appeared to be a tea house, but inside, it was a different world altogether. This time, only Shin Wuxiu was present. When Shin Wuxiu entered the tea house, someone was already there, leading him to the back. That evening, Uncle Wu had sent word that the Zhuke had awakened. Naturally, Shin Wuxiu was interested in taking a look. After passing through 3 doors, he arrived at a dark room. It was spacious, with a structure primarily made of steel. Upon entering, he saw Uncle Wu, Scorpion, Old Cat, and several other subordinates. They all stood up when they saw Shin Wuxiu. "Young master." Shin Wuxiu nodded. "Where is she?" "This way." Uncle Wu led Shin Wuxiu to the door of a room and opened it. Zhuke lay on the iron bed inside, her hands and feet bound. She had already awakened. Her external injuries looked manageable, just some shallow but deep knife wounds, but her internal injuries were severe. Zhu Chue's complexion was somewhat off. Upon seeing Shin Wuxiu, she suddenly began to struggle. The iron chains clanked loudly. Her pretty face was filled with hatred. "TSK, so excited to see me?" Shin Wuxiu maintained his usual faint smile. "Shin Wuxiu, I will kill you, kill you." Zhuke struggled desperately. Unfortunately, the bindings were too tight. She couldn't even sit up. "Alright, stop shouting. I know you want to kill me, but so what? I am a person who cherishes beauty. I came today just to check on you, to care for you." "Pa!" Zhuke spat fiercely. "You heartless devil, you will die a terrible death sooner or later." Shin Wuxiu nodded. "Say what you want. I said I just came to see you today. You're injured. I had someone brew medicine. Let me feed you." Shin Wuxiu was completely unfazed by her, still wearing that faint smile. Soon, a subordinate outside handed over a large bowl of medicinal soup. Shin Wuxiu took it and draped a towel over his hand. "Here, take your medicine. First take care of your health." He scooped a spoonful of medicine, blew on it, and offered it to her. Zhu Chue's brows furrowed, but surprisingly, she did not refuse and opened her mouth to accept it. However, as Shin Wuxiu went to scoop a second spoonful, she suddenly spat it out with a pft, aiming to splatter it all over Shin Wuxiu's face. Shin Wuxiu reacted calmly, picking up the towel to block, and the medicine sprayed onto the towel. "Shin Wuxiu, if you have the guts, kill me, kill me." Zhu Ke shouted angrily. "No rush." Shin Wuxiu continued to try to feed her. At this moment, Zhu Ke desperately turned her head away. Shin Wuxiu sighed. "You really are disobedient. Patients should be a bit more compliant." Saying this, he placed the towel over her face. Then, he lifted the entire bowl of medicine and poured it over her face. "If you don't want me to feed you, then drink it yourself." The wet towel covering her face blocked the air, and with the hot medicinal soup pouring over, Zhu Ke found it hard to breathe. With every breath, the medicine entered her respiratory tract. After a while, Zhu felt she was about to suffocate. Fortunately, Shin Wuxiu lifted the towel, allowing her to gasp for air. Zhu still held her ground. If you have the guts, give me a quick death. Shin Wuxiu leaned back in his chair, looking at her. Dying is easy, the pain comes from being unable to die. With your looks, it would be a pity to die. I am a frugal person, I don't like wasting food. I was even thinking about whether to have my brothers line up. Zhu Chue's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She loved Yi Qingfeng deeply and did not wish to be touched by any man. If it really came to being lined up like that with Shin Wuxiu, it would be worse than death. Shin Wuxiu, you beast, you are not human, bastard. If you have the guts, kill me. Zhu reacted violently, going mad. Her eyes turned red. You beast, everyone will want to kill you. You will definitely die a terrible death. Shin Wuxiu looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Why? Why must everyone be punished? I've killed many people. Are your hands clean? Zhu looked down on the comparison, but she still mocked. You've killed so many of our brothers. I tell you, retribution will come. Ha, retribution. Shin Wuxiu scoffed. It's no exaggeration to say that the people you killed are several times more than mine. How could retribution fall on me? Shameless. Zhu retorted angrily. We killed those who deserved to die, all enemies. Oh, then the people I killed also deserved to die. They were enemies too. Shin Wuxiu shrugged. You just love to flaunt your moral superiority. When you kill, it's justified. When I kill, it's unforgivable. Are the subordinates of LV Tao supposed to die? Besides those doing the job, the others were just LV Tao's bodyguards. Weren't they all killed by you? Zhu trembled with rage. That's because he captured our boss's daughter. Such a beast deserves to die. Shin Wuxiu stroked his chin. Deserves to die. Then the people I killed also deserve to die. What's the point of barking like a dog? I was just at home eating well when your so-called Xuanwu barged in to kill me. Why should I let you kill me? If it weren't for my strength, wouldn't I have been dead already? Once you become a whore, don't set up a chastity archway. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Any shameless means can be used. Why do you insist on judging and punishing me in the name of justice? Pa, stop making excuses. Zhu shouted. Shin Wuxiu shook his head. You see, you're looking at people through colored glasses. Deep down, you have no respect for life at all. I had no idea about the incident with that little girl, but you don't care whether I knew or not. You just feel that anyone related must die because that incident touched your boss's reverse scale. You will unconditionally take revenge for him. Shin Wuxiu lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. To put it simply, it's your shared anger, pent up, wanting to be released. You stand at a high point, looking down on everything. For a moment, Zhu was left speechless. This matter really came down to perspective. From their standpoint, Shin Wuxiu had killed so many of her teammates, naturally making him a great enemy. But from Shin Wuxiu's perspective, if others wanted to kill him, he would naturally fight back. Since both sides wanted to kill each other, where was the right or wrong? It all depended on ability. And she had to admit deep down that Shin Wuxiu was right. They felt the same way, thinking that their boss's daughter was bullied and needed revenge, to vent that anger. So they wouldn't distinguish between who was innocent and who was guilty. They just felt that anyone mixed up with the other was complicit and deserved to die. Zhu stopped wasting words, turned her head, and said directly, if you want to kill or torture me, just do it. If you're a man, give me a quick end. Shin Wuxiu did not refute. I will. The people I want to torment are never you, so I will give you a quick end. Saying this, Shin Wuxiu shouted outside, Scorpion, bring her things. Yes, young master. Scorpion replied. Zhu suddenly had a bad premonition. When Scorpion walked in, Zhu clearly saw him holding a phone. She immediately understood Shin Wuxiu's intention. Zhu shouted, Shin Wuxiu, you shameless. You want to impersonate me to find out the boss's location? Dream on. Shin Wuxiu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Not at all, not at all. The people I want to catch can't escape. There's no need for such a boring tactic. I just want to have a chat with Mr. Yi. Saying this, Shin Wuxiu unlocked the phone, which wasn't locked. The first thing he saw was a wallpaper of Zhu and Yi Qingfeng together. Oh, you really like him, don't you? It's a pity that he doesn't seem to have you in his heart. You're just a simp, and you won't end well. Bah! Shin Wuxiu mocked. Zhu gritted her teeth, her anger reaching its peak. Shin Wuxiu directly opened the chat app, pressed the voice message button, and sent a string of messages. Mr. Yi, are you free? Let's video chat. Zhu is fine. I'm afraid you won't believe me, so I want a video chat to show you her, to put your mind at ease. After sending the message, Shin Wuxiu took a selfie with a peace sign and sent it to Zhu. He then handed the phone directly to Scorpion. Scorpion connected it to a large screen. Then, Shin Wuxiu grabbed Zhu and locked her onto a tiger bench, covering her mouth. He sat beside Juke, silently waiting for the video call. Before long, the video call really came through. Scorpion pressed the answer button and walked away. The screen lit up. Yi Qingfeng appeared in the video. He was heavily injured, with many bandaged areas. Shin Wuxiu raised his hand and waved, "Mr. Yi, good evening, have you eaten?" Yi Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could kill Shin Wuxiu through the screen. Juke shook her head frantically, signaling Yi Qingfeng not to get involved. "Shin Wuxiu, what conditions do you need to release her?" Yi Qingfeng forced himself to stay calm. Shin Wuxiu crossed his legs, still smiling. "What conditions? After today, just take her away." Yi Qingfeng frowned, feeling that something was off about this statement. Shin Wuxiu instead changed the subject, pointing at the video. "Mr. Yi, your background looks like a hospital restroom." "Of course, I'm just guessing. I didn't know you were in the hospital, and I certainly didn't know you and your daughter were in the same hospital. Don't think I'm investigating you." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfeng felt a chill run down his back. Shin Wuxiu actually knew everything. Could it be that his every move was being monitored? The darkness under the lamp had become a joke? "Mr. Yi, why has your face changed?" "I already said I was just guessing. Don't be nervous. If you're really scared, you can run. I won't chase you. After all, you can run from the monk but not from the temple. It doesn't matter." Yi Qingfeng shivered unexpectedly. Over the years, he had seen life and death and had never felt threatened by anyone. But today, he had. To be honest, he was somewhat afraid of Shin Wuxiu, even if he didn't want to admit it. "Shin Wuxiu, what exactly do you want to do?" Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly out of sight. Shin Wuxiu pointed at Juke. "I want to talk about her, just asking if you still want this subordinate." Yi Qingfeng felt powerless. He knew Shin Wuxiu was going to make a big demand, but there was no way around it. Whatever the conditions, he had to agree. He couldn't just watch Juke get hurt. "You say?" Shin Wuxiu thought for a moment. "How about this, you first chop off your own finger, let me see your strength." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfeng was stunned. Juke shook her head even more frantically. Tears streamed down her face. "If you don't want to, then I'll chop hers." Shin Wuxiu looked like he was about to get up and act. "Wait." Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth and actually took out a dagger, chopping off his own finger. Ding! Forced Yi Qingfeng to sever his finger, points plus 30,000. Shin Wuxiu immediately gave a thumbs up, generously praising, "Quick and decisive, a real man." He then looked at the tearful Juke. "You have good taste. You didn't love the wrong person. He deserves your devotion. I misjudged, so I'm very sorry. I take back what I said before, you're not a simp." Juke couldn't take in what Shin Wuxiu was saying. Her heart felt like it was being cut, an unbearable pain. Shin Wuxiu turned to the video of Yi Qingfeng and said, "Mr. Yi, I admire you, not in mockery, but I truly respect you. But unfortunately, we cannot be friends. Even without that incident, we would still be natural enemies because there are some interests at play that you cannot see. I keep my word. Juke, you come and take her away. As for choosing the burial site, you can handle it yourself." Yi Qingfeng knew he had been played, but there was nothing he could do about such an obvious trick, unless he could bear to watch Juke be humiliated. "Shin Wuxiu, you bastard!" Yi Qingfeng was furious, and even through the screen, one could feel his rage erupting. Shin Wuxiu smiled at Yi Qingfeng, his smile exuding a refined elegance. He then stood up and extended his hand. Scorpion quickly handed over a sharp dagger. Shin Wuxiu took the dagger and pressed it against Juchue's cheek, slowly moving it to her fair neck. Shin Wuxiu leaned against Juchue's back, holding her, his mouth close to her ear. "My beauty, I actually admire you. You are so loyal, so beautiful, I truly want to possess you. It's just a pity that your loyalty is not to me, and the moment you have the chance, you would kill me. From the past until now, those who wanted to kill me, aside from one named Lu Ruyan who can temporarily survive, the others have long since reincarnated. So it's a pity, you should bid farewell to this beautiful world." "Ah, beast. Shin Wuxiu, stop. You and I cannot coexist." Yi Qingfeng was frantic. Shin Wuxiu ignored Yi Qingfeng's frenzied screams and outbursts on the screen. The dagger flipped, the blade standing upright. "Don't worry, it will be quick. You won't suffer, and I will leave you with some dignity." Juke closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Qingfeng was on the verge of madness. On the other side of the video, he screamed wildly, his eyes bloodshot, filled with impotent rage. "No, no, don't. Shin Wuxiu, I will kill you. I will kill you." Yi Qingfeng was in unbearable pain, tears flowing. Shin Wuxiu still did not respond, casually saying, "I wish you well." Sizzle, he pulled the dagger down completely, his arm suddenly stopping. The sound of the blade cutting through skin was so light, yet so piercing. His blood gushed forth, Juchua's body tensed, her eyes wide open. Time seemed to freeze, silence enveloping the scene. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were wide open in shock. Until Shen Wuxiao released his hand, the dagger fell to the ground with a crisp metallic clink. Ding! Stimulating Yi Qingfeng madly, points plus 50,000 Yi Qingfeng in despair, points plus 50,000 Yi Qingfeng in unbearable pain, points plus 50,000. Shen Wuxiao shook his head gently, a display of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. With a sad expression, he caressed Juchua's hair. I really didn't want to kill you. I was forced to. Do you believe me? Ha ha ha. Madman, you madman. Yi Qingfeng broke down. Shen Wuxiao looked at the screen and waved his hand. Mr. Yi, the good show has just begun. If you have a trump card, hurry and reveal it, or you won't have the chance. Also, I wish you a wonderful night. Good night, Mr. Yi. Shen Wuxiao directly hung up the video call. He looked at Zhu, reached out to cover her eyes, and waved to his subordinates, find a few women to clean her up and change her into a nice outfit. Having promised her dignity, Shen Wuxiao would not go back on his word in this regard. Yes, young master. Scorpion immediately went to arrange it. Shen Wuxiao slowly walked out of the room. He had intended to go home, but after thinking it over, he decided to pay Lu Ruyan a visit, to discuss some matters. As he exited the tea house, a gust of autumn winds swept in. The air already carried a hint of chill. Shen Wuxiao looked at the bustling and lively street, unable to suppress his poetic inspiration. But after holding it in for a long time, she found she couldn't write a poem, so she gave up. She got in the car and headed straight for Lu Ruyan's residence. Ever since Lin Fan died, Lu Ruyan had fallen silent again. Shen Wuxiao knew that she often went to the Kangjian Psychological Counseling Center. At this moment, in Lu Ruyan's villa, she was working out in the gym. Drenched in fragrant sweat, beads of perspiration rolled down, but she still didn't stop. Her eyes were filled with determination and persistence. After a long time, she finally went to take a shower. She sat down on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly at the memorial photo on the other side. After Lin Fan, with whom she had collaborated, died, she indeed fell silent, not making any moves at all. She had been going to the counseling center frequently. Stockholm Syndrome is not so easy to treat. Fortunately, the female doctor named Biao Bilian who was treating her was a very skilled psychologist. She could also perform hypnosis. Under her treatment and the combination of medication, Lu Ruyan's mental state had clearly changed. As long as her emotions were completely stable, she could then plan wholeheartedly. Even a pebble can fill the sea, and an ant can shake a tree. As long as she persevered and ensured that Shen Wuxiao wouldn't suddenly kill her, she would definitely succeed. The doctor had also advised her that when she saw the person who disturbed her emotions, she shouldn't deliberately fight against her inner self. To achieve results with this illness, one must manage it like DU controlling the floods. To drain rather than block, thus achieving great control. To block leads to overflow, to drain leads to smoothness. To suppress it is not as good as to guide it. Lu Ruyan remembered this very clearly. She had a high level of comprehension, so she summarized her experiences from the doctor's words. In short, go with the flow. Lu Ruyan swirled a glass of red wine and drank it all in one go. Her resolve grew stronger. Once she was cured, she believed she would find a flaw in Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao, I will make you pay the price. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. What price? Shen Wuxiao's voice suddenly rang out not far away. Ah! Lu Ruyan screamed in fright, jumping up. The glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Turning her head, she saw Shen Wuxiao leaning against a pillar in the villa, looking at her with a mocking expression. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. It was over, she was going to die. How could he come without driving over? Usually, she only realized he had arrived when she saw him park. Shen Wuxiao walked over, still smiling. Lu Ruyan trembled all over. The psychological issues she had been managing with the doctor collapsed in an instant. It was all for nothing. She even felt an impulse to rush over and hug Shen Wuxiao, begging him to show her some mercy. What did you just say about a price? Be more specific. Shen Wuxiao stepped closer to Lu Ruyan. Her lips quivered, her beautiful face filled with helplessness. I was thinking of getting a designated driver. Is that so? Shen Wuxiao raised his hand, gently stroking her smooth neck. It is. Lu Ruyan was terrified, trembling all over. She feared that Shen Wuxiao would suddenly exert force and snap her neck. But, I don't believe it. Shen Wuxiao's hand really did exert force. He directly grabbed her neck and pressed her against the wall. Ugh! Lu Ruyan felt like she was going to die. Her whole body slowly lifted off the ground. But even so, she did not resist, nor did she kick, she just silently awaited death. Her eyelashes trembled, her red lips slightly parted, letting out a hoarse groan. 2 lines of crystalline tears silently slid down, dripping onto Shen Wuxiao's arm. Just when she thought everything was about to plunge into darkness, Shen Wuxiao suddenly released his grip. He threw her onto the sofa. Cough, cough, cough. Huff huff huff. Lu Ruyan covered her neck, gasping for breath. She instinctively looked at Shin Wuxiao, her heart shrouded in fear, yet tinged with an inexplicable flutter. Shin Wuxiao, a master of changing expressions, suddenly broke into a smile. I was just joking with you, you won't die. As he spoke, Shin Wuxiao sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace and stroking her face. Ruyan, tell me, don't you think I'm quite the warm man? Lu Ruyan felt a bit overwhelmed. A warm man? Even if all the warm men in the world were gone, the title wouldn't fall to him. But she dared not say it, nor could she immediately go along with his words. Instead, she felt wronged and remained silent. After spending so much time with Shin Wuxiao, she had figured him out. He was unpredictable. Sometimes, going along with him on trivial matters only led to more trouble. Like this pointless question he asked. Silence was the right answer. Sure enough, Shin Wuxiao nodded. You're also tacitly agreeing, not lying to me. After a while, Shin Wuxiao suddenly asked, how's your cooking? Lu Ruyan paused and looked at her hands. Didn't he already know from when she helped him before? Besides, she wasn't on her period today. Could it be that he preferred her cooking? If you need it, I can do it. Lu Ruyan replied softly. Alright, then make me something to eat. Lu Ruyan trembled slightly. She didn't dare refuse, so she reached out her hands to lift her skirt. Shin Wuxiao paused, then pushed her away. Damn it, I meant for you to go make me a bowl of noodles. For a midnight snack. Oh. Lu Ruyan's expression turned frantic as she hurriedly got up. Okay. Watching her flee in a panic, Shin Wuxiao smirked. Damn, what a mess of thoughts. I'm a righteous young man. He sat on the sofa, hearing the sounds of activity from the kitchen. Shin Wuxiao took out his phone and dialed a subordinate. Young master, came the voice on the other end. Old cat, send someone to the Kangjian Psychological Counseling Center and invite the female doctor who treats Lu Ruyan for tea. Tell her she's a good doctor, and if she can cure Lu Ruyan's illness, I'll have her chopped into pieces. If she makes it worse, I'll ensure she enjoys endless wealth and glory. Old cat wouldn't care about the details. As subordinates, they just needed to know to execute. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Shin Wuxiao walked to the center of the living room. He then lit an incense stick and waved it, casually placing it in the incense burner. 1 stick of incense, you 3 share it, don't fight. After waiting a while, the noise from the kitchen stopped. Lu Ruyan brought out a steaming bowl of shredded meat and egg noodles. Simple, but not bad. She wasn't very good at cooking. When she was abroad, this was the only dish she could make well. Fortunately, Shin Wuxiao wanted noodles, otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. Placing the noodles beside Shin Wuxiao, she first said, if you're worried, I can take a bite first. She was afraid Shin Wuxiao would think she poisoned it, but she truly didn't have the courage to do that. No need. Shin Wuxiao took the bowl, took a bite first, and found it quite decent, but it couldn't compare to Jian Huayue's cooking. After a bite, he also picked up a piece for Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan bit her lip. If I eat, won't you mind? Nonsense, how many times have we kissed? Have I ever minded your saliva? Can't you see I'm a warm man? Stop talking nonsense. Lu Ruyan dared not say more and opened her mouth to eat the piece Shin Wuxiao fed her. After a few bites, Shin Wuxiao set down his bowl and chopsticks. Lu Ruyan quickly poured tea and brought over a tissue, handing it to Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao wiped his mouth and looked at Lu Ruyan. The reason I came to find you today is actually to tell you something. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, listening silently. Do you know that your conditions are 1 in a million? Shin Wuxiao said. Lu Ruyan expressed her confusion. Shin Wuxiao looked serious. I'm not joking. Your conditions are truly 1 in a million. Look, I killed your whole family. You want revenge, but you can't kill me, and yet we have had so many encounters. You are very compliant with me, extremely compliant. Whether it's out of forbearance or something else, that's the fact. Lu Ruyan listened, feeling inexplicably flustered. Why did it feel like a final conversation, words spoken before death? I'll give you a suggestion. If someone like Lin Fan comes out to kill me in the future, I'll notify you, and you can negotiate cooperation with them. With your tragic conditions, the other party will definitely cooperate with you. Who would doubt that someone whose family I slaughtered wouldn't want to kill me? Of course, I'm not asking you to be an undercover agent. That's unrealistic. You just need to follow your revenge mindset, with the intention to kill me, and let your imagination run wild. Lu Ruyan's heart sank. It turned out he had long known about her collaboration with Lin Fan to kill him. The fact that he hadn't acted was for some other purpose? She thought she had hidden it well. When Lin Fan got into trouble, she immediately withdrew, but it turned out he knew everything. Yet she really didn't understand what Shin Wuxiao was playing at. I don't understand. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Shin Wuxiao said, Shin Wuxiao, never care what kind of opponent I face, but do you know what I fear the most? Lu Ruyan still shook her head. He feared nothing under heaven or earth, How could she know what he was afraid of? Shin Wuxiao responded again, "What I fear the most is that the other party knows my identity is too high, making me bound and unable to act, or even doing nothing at all, just running and hiding. But as long as you cooperate with them, your brain will come up with ideas, encouraging them to take action, then I will be at ease." Lu Ruyan felt deeply shocked. It seemed her brain wasn't enough. Seeing her still looking foolish, Shin Wuxiao couldn't help but sigh, "In my eyes, you are a strategist from the Three Kingdoms, Masu. Let's put it this way. You are someone who was born to betray your teammates. If you negotiate cooperation with them, I won't have to worry so much, understand?" Lu Ruyan finally understood, feeling greatly insulted. This was calling her stupid. Shin Wuxiao was not playing this time. He knew clearly, and the system had also said, that the opponents encountered now were not formidable protagonists. This was a high martial world. The current Yi Qingfeng, as well as the Lin brothers, Lin Fan and Lin Chen, were all considered ordinary. Later on, they would definitely encounter those who were both brave and resourceful, and especially those who could endure. But no matter what, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy was a necessary condition. However, aside from some information he wanted people to know, it was not so easy to find out the rest, and that was where Lu Ruyan's role came in. She had brains, but not much for herself. Yet she was indeed the hardest to find and the most trustworthy kind of partner. He could send a group of experts to appear around her, making it seem like she was cultivating her own power, of course, just for show. She would endure humiliation and bear the burden by his side. To others, wasn't that just being an undercover agent? Lu Ruyan only needed to memorize a set of theoretical formulas. Father dead, mother gone, sister also cold, the whole family weeps, breaking hearts. Alas, the other party is too beastly, coming to the house the next day. To seek self-preservation, let him take advantage, while hiding boundless hatred in my heart. Only hate my own lowly skills, wanting revenge but with no hope. Today, meeting a fellow traveler, I provide information, you take the trouble. This set of formulas was perfect, and they were all facts, easily verifiable. It was impossible not to believe. Lu Ruyan was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Shin Wuxiao raised his hand and gently stroked her face. "Ruyan, this is your opportunity, and it's also your only chance to kill me. Do you really think you can kill me on your own? So, you should make the most of your strengths. Cooperate with the experts, no matter what means you use. If you can kill me, that's your skill. During this time, I guarantee I won't let you die." Lu Ruyan knew Shin Wuxiao wasn't joking. She began to think deeply. Indeed, wanting to kill Shin Wuxiao now was a fantasy. Especially since she was still ill, her feelings for Shin Wuxiao were growing more complex, filled with both hatred and love. As long as she could heal during this time, when the moment came, as Shin Wuxiao said, finding those experts to cooperate would definitely increase her chances. Even if she failed, it wouldn't matter if she died, it wasn't her who would perish. This was something Shin Wuxiao himself had suggested. This was what they called being too clever for one's own good. But could her illness really be cured? Lu Ruyan believed it could. She had already seen some results. That Dr. Billion was very skilled and would definitely cure her. By then, without any feelings of love for Shin Wuxiao, she wouldn't be influenced by him and could seek her revenge wholeheartedly. Otherwise, she truly feared that this illness would affect her, and if she really turned against him, killing Shin Wuxiao's enemies would instead help him, and that would be the end. After making up her mind, Lu Ruyan nodded. Okay, since it had come to this, there was no need to hide anything. Alright, Shin Wuxiao nodded. Just to be clear, even though you're not my woman, I have a strong possessiveness. If you give yourself to me cleanly, even if I kill you, I won't let another man touch you. If you try to negotiate cooperation in a dirty way, I will personally take the knife and execute you with 3,600 cuts. Lu Ruyan looked at Shin Wuxiao, her heart suddenly convulsing with pain. Could it be that in his eyes, she was so shameless? Lu Ruyan had always been a thinker, very cunning, except when Shin Wuxiao forced her like that. Before this, she even wore gloves when shaking hands with partners. How could she sell her body for cooperation? Such cooperation was just a castle in the air. Value was the key. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Even though I hate you and want to kill you, I have given myself to you. No one else has the chance to touch even a finger of mine. If you say that, then I must take good care of you tonight. Shin Wuxiao chuckled, pulling Lu Ruyan into his arms, and they immediately ascended the peak. Lu Ruyan bit her lip. Damn it, that feeling of dependence was coming back. She would definitely go see the Dr. Billion tomorrow. Lu Ruyan didn't want to think too much and focused on the present. She leaned in to kiss Shin Wuxiao's lips, but as her red lips touched his, Shin Wuxiao suddenly stopped. Wait, let's do an experiment first, just to be sure. What? Lu Ruyan was a bit dazed. I'll give you a number. You call it. His name is Yi Qingfeng. You go straight to the point and talk to him about cooperating to kill me. Lu Ruyan nodded helplessly. She really didn't dare to defy Shen Wuxiao's orders now, so she took out her phone. Following the number Shen Wuxiao gave her, she entered it. Before dialing, she looked at Shen Wuxiao. What should I say? Shen Wuxiao shook his head. You shouldn't ask me. I said, you have the freedom to act, go with the belief of killing me. Don't worry, I won't care how harshly you say it. But since this is an experiment, I'll first tell you his location and some details about him. He will definitely be puzzled about how you know. And that's when you reveal your identity. Lu Ruyan understood what to do. Shen Wuxiao briefly explained the situation between him and Yi Qingfeng. Lu Ruyan felt a chill run down her back. This Yi Qingfeng was truly unfortunate. After understanding the situation, she did not hesitate to call Yi Qingfeng. The phone rang for a long time but was hung up. Lu Ruyan continued to call. On the second attempt, the other party answered, but the voice was deep, filled with anger. Who is it? Lu Ruyan cleared her throat, her voice cold. Mr. Yi, hello, I am here to discuss a collaboration with you. Yi Qingfeng was clearly taken aback. Who are you? Lu Ruyan continued calmly. I will tell you in a moment. I know your current situation is very difficult. Your brothers have all been killed by that bastard Shen Wuxiao. But what I want to say is that we can collaborate to deal with Shen Wuxiao together. Yi Qingfeng was a seasoned player. How could he easily trust a random phone call? How do you know about those things? What is your purpose? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. I have made it very clear. The purpose is to collaborate with you. I not only know what has happened to you, but I also know your location. Who exactly are you? Yi Qingfeng seemed to be losing patience. Lu Ruyan took the opportunity to reveal her identity. My name is Lu Ruyan. The reason I know so much about you is that I am Shen Wuxiao's plaything, and I know everything he does. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfeng was clearly stunned. You are his person, and you still dare to call me? Lu Ruyan slowly spoke. I am indeed his person, but do you think I am sincere? At this point, Lu Ruyan's voice inexplicably choked up. Trembling, Shen Wuxiao killed my entire Lu family and forced me to be his plaything. I want to kill him more than anyone else. Lu Ruyan was too moved and couldn't help but shed tears. These were all real events, so her emotions were undoubtedly involved. However, saying this in front of an enemy still left her feeling uncertain. Shen Wuxiao stood nearby, watching with a smile. Yi Qingfeng paused again. You say your name is Lu Ruyan? From Zhonghai? Yi Qingfeng remembered that when Shen Wuxiao killed Zhu Kei, he seemed to have mentioned this person. He said that the only person left who wanted to kill him was someone named Lu Ruyan who could still live for the time being. Yes, Lu Ruyan responded, and then she began to talk about her own situation in detail. After listening, Yi Qingfeng replied, okay, let me think about it. After saying that, the other party directly hung up the phone. Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Wuxiao, who raised his hand to wipe away her tears. He sent someone to investigate you. If nothing goes wrong, he will call back soon. Everything you said is true, they can investigate however they want. Yi Qingfeng really sent someone to check. He even contacted teams from other places to gather information. About 7 minutes later, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. As soon as she answered, Yi Qingfeng's first words came out. How do we collaborate? Shen Wuxiao almost laughed. Yi Qingfeng was quick with his response. The investigation was completed swiftly. He thought Lu Ruyan's natural condition made it impossible for people to doubt her too much. Lu Ruyan smoothly continued, I am now by his side. He is still wary of me, but I know all his movements. Of course, relying on myself, I can't take revenge, so what I can do first is provide all his information. I will provide accurate intelligence, and you will execute it, communicating at any time. Yi Qingfeng was currently lacking in this area and did not waste words. Okay. After saying that, the call was hung up. Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Wuxiao again. Shen Wuxiao laughed heartily. That's right, just like that. From now on, I won't interfere much. You collaborate as you wish, and execute any plans freely. This is your chance to kill me, so make sure to seize it well. Lu Ruyan did not respond. Shen Wuxiao stood up and beckoned to her. Now that the experiment is over, it's time to do some things we love. Lu Ruyan was not hesitant. She slowly stood up and followed Shen Wuxiao upstairs. Once they reached the room upstairs, Lu Ruyan helped Shen Wuxiao bathe. After he came out of the bathroom, the two immediately kissed each other. Their lips met, tongues intertwined. It was incredibly passionate. A great battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Yi Qingfeng was still staring blankly at his phone. The earlier collaboration had been too sudden. At first, he thought Shen Wuxiao was playing some tricks again, finding someone to fool him. But after having someone investigate, he was stunned. Shen Wuxiao was simply inhuman. He had slaughtered the entire Lu family in Zhonghai. Lu Ruyan had escaped by chance because she was abroad. But upon returning to the country, she was directly targeted by Shen Wuxiao and captured. Because she was beautiful, she was forced to become Shen Wuxiao's plaything. Who could endure such a thing? It was also a grievance for that girl, bearing humiliation and hardship. The hatred was truly immense, and his vigilance towards Lu Ruyan had thus lessened. He would see how valuable the information she provided was. If the accuracy of the information reached over 80%, they could cooperate long-term. Until Shin Wuxiu was eliminated. That villain Shin Wuxiu had done countless bad deeds. This was merely retribution. At the same time, he truly had a big heart. After slaughtering another family, he still dared to treat the survivor as a bedfellow. What a madman! He deserved to be betrayed. Any woman in such an environment would quickly breed hatred. Today was a nightmare in his life. He had faced Shin Wuxiu for the first time and suffered heavy losses, fleeing in defeat. He really felt he had used up all his luck and fortune. How could someone as skilled as Shin Wuxiu not have supernatural abilities, powerful martial skills, or even divine powers? But he only fought with his hands, as if he was keen on beating someone to death. He didn't know what kind of perverse psychology that was, but he would make Shin Wuxiu regret it. This time, having escaped from death, he had sealed Shin Wuxiu's fate. 5 years of bloodshed. Did he really think he had only that little trump card? The 4 great generals and those brothers were helpers, not trump cards at all. Shin Wuxiu would lose his life because of his arrogance. The white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise died because of him. This hatred was irreconcilable. Yi Qingfeng sighed. He had thought that after dealing with Lu Tao, he could reunite with his child for a while. Then he would go to the capital to avenge his wife's murder. The Yi family, and even his cousin Yi Qingyun, were trash. If it weren't for relying on the Shin family and being their dog, could they enjoy any comfort? Moreover, they were too ignorant of the thoughts of those in power. The Shin family, the #1 family in Longwa, could summon a whole bunch of dogs with just a wave of their hand. What right did the Yi family have to be protected by the Shin family, if not relying on their ancestral treasures? He even believed that if he sought revenge against the Yi family, the Shin family wouldn't care, unless it reached the point of extermination. The Shin family wasn't so idle as to interfere with a small Yi family. In their eyes, seeking revenge against the Yi family was just a minor skirmish. They wouldn't meddle in others' family affairs. After avenging himself, he could also provide what the Shin family needed. As for Yi Qingyun, he was just the dog of the crown prince in the capital. When he first heard Huang Luoyan mention the name Shin Wuxiu, Yi Qingfeng thought it was the one from the capital. The crown prince of the capital was notorious, even eating tomatoes with ketchup. Many years ago, he had only caught a distant glimpse and had never met face to face, so his memory was quite vague. Moreover, the investigation was done by Xuanwu, and he had directly found the person. The one from the capital would never come to a place like Zhenghai, let alone associate with someone like Lu Tao. Especially now, encountering Shin Wuxiu, whose strength is incredibly formidable, almost reaching the 9th rank. This only makes him more certain that it can't be the one from the imperial capital. That prince is well known for his disinterest in martial arts. No matter how many resources his family has, he shows no interest. While the situation remains to be observed, saying more is pointless. It has already become a matter of life and death. Another day has passed. In Lu Ruyan's villa, when Lu Ruyan woke up, Shin Wuxiu was still asleep. Looking at the handsome face so close and the distinctly defined abs she touched, Lu Ruyan found it hard to control herself. Shin Wuxiu truly felt like poison, deeply intoxicating her. Last night, she had begged for mercy for a long time before he relented. What left her somewhat disappointed was that Shin Wuxiu never stayed. This disappointment was merely an instinct of her affliction, something she was actually afraid of. What if she became pregnant with Shin Wuxiu's child? What would she do then? However, this situation was clearly impossible. After waking up, Lu Ruyan moved quietly, afraid of waking Shin Wuxiu. She sat up, her fair skin revealed. Leaning against the headboard, she tidied her disheveled hair. A deep sense of helplessness washed over her. She didn't even know what to make of the current situation. Today, she still had to visit the psychological counseling center. She needed Dr. Dilian Biao to intensify her treatment. Just as she thought this, Shin Wuxiu opened his eyes. Lu Ruyan immediately felt a bit flustered. She wanted to help Shin Wuxiu get dressed. However, Shin Wuxiu seemed uninterested in her. He simply got out of bed, grabbed his clothes, threw a shirt over his shoulder, and walked to the bathroom. His demeanor was exactly like someone who had pulled up their pants and refused to acknowledge it. After washing up, Shin Wuxiu still ignored her, opened the door, and walked out. Not a single greeting was exchanged. Just as a faint pain stirred in her heart, the door suddenly opened again. Shin Wuxiu looked in. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, wanting to ask if he wanted breakfast. To her surprise, Shin Wuxiu directly said, "In the future, sleep more honestly. I have nail marks on my abdomen. This time, I'll let it go." Bang! The door closed again. Lu Ruyan felt a bit wronged, her lips pouting, wanting to cry. Shin Wuxiu, who had gone downstairs, began to get dressed. He still had things to do today. He needed to visit the daughter of the war god. That little bald head was so obedient and was going to have surgery. How could he just ignore it? Moreover, based on Yi Qingfeng's storyline, he knew who was backing Yi Qingfeng. Coincidentally, his backing was not from the Shin family faction. Now that Yi Qingfeng was temporarily at a dead end, seeking help was inevitable. This created a good reason for him to use this opportunity to help his family eliminate rivals. That wasn't too much to ask. After getting dressed, Shin Wuxiu happened to stop by the altar. He glanced at his abdomen and couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, why leave nail marks? Look what you've done to me." After saying that, Shin Wuxiu caught sight of Lu Qingqing's memorial photo. The person in the black and white photo was smiling. "You look really ugly when you smile." He buttoned up and left the villa directly. After getting in the car, he drove away. On the hospital side, Huang Luoyan was busy early in the morning. Yi Qingfeng had said yesterday that the experts would arrive today. Real experts. Tuan's condition really couldn't be delayed any longer. Tomorrow was the last day, and they certainly couldn't afford to waste time. The sooner they could perform the surgery, the better. Looking at Tuan, who was still asleep, Huang Luoyan felt a bit angry. Yi Qingfeng was truly irresponsible. He made a grand return and then suddenly disappeared. Tuan was his daughter, and today was the day of the surgery, yet he vanished. When she rescued Tuan and sent her back to the hospital, she cried out loud, tears falling one by one. She claimed to love Tuan so much that she would betray the whole world for her. At that time, she felt that Tuan's suffering was not in vain. She was quite moved by their father-daughter reunion. She could finally face her deceased best friend. When they contacted each other yesterday, she said that Tuan missed him and wanted to see him. He said they would meet in the evening. Then he became unreachable. When she called, he either picked up for a few seconds or hung up. Looking back now, not a single word from Yi Qingfeng was trustworthy. It turned out that just a touch of lips was also nonsense. In fact, Yi Qingfeng was somewhere, watching from a distance. How he wished to see his daughter. But it was impossible. During the video call last night, a few casual words from Shin Wuxiu left him feeling uncertain. With so many people in the hospital, he couldn't tell who was Shin Wuxiu's. If he rashly went to see his daughter, and Shin Wuxiu launched an attack, it would definitely implicate her. His reinforcements had not yet arrived. For now, he could only endure. As long as his daughter's surgery went smoothly today, he would ask Huang Luoyan to take his daughter away first, out of Shanghai. Once he dealt with his issues with Shin Wuxiu, he would make it up to her properly. Yi Qingfeng sighed deeply. He took out his phone and dialed Qinglong's number. "Qinglong, have you picked up the tumor specialist?" In this troublesome time, Yi Qingfeng had no one he could trust and could only let Qinglong pick him up. This was a matter of his daughter's life. "Boss, the plane hasn't landed yet, it will touch down around 9:30. Qinglong replied. "Okay, make sure to be careful." Yi Qingfeng hung up the phone and sent a message to Huang Luoyan. "Miss Huang, the tumor doctor is on the way and will arrive around 10. I appreciate your help in taking care of Tuan. Forgive me for my words yesterday, I will definitely make it up to you in the future." After sending the message, Yi Qingfeng stood at a distance and watched for a while. He saw Huang Luoyan read the message, but she just glanced at it and tossed her phone aside. In that situation, it looked like impatience. For this, Yi Qingfeng could only sigh. Time passed little by little. Before long, it was 10 in the morning. Outside the hospital, Shin Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue arrived. After getting out of the car in the parking lot, Shin Wuxiu was holding a bouquet of flowers. Zhang Huayue was holding a plush bear toy. They were there to visit Tuan on behalf of Yi Qingfeng. The little bald head was going to have surgery. How could they, as his father's good friends, not come to greet him? The two walked toward the hospital. Zhang Huayue linked her arm with Shin Wuxiu's, looked at the plush bear she was holding, and asked, "Wuxiu, you have to tell me honestly, do you have any thoughts of getting rid of that child?" Upon hearing this, Shin Wuxiu couldn't help but laugh. "What do you take your man for? I'm just here to visit the child. At most, I'm using the child to scare off the mice lurking in the dark. I'm not a good person, and I've got a lot of blood on my hands, but I wouldn't harm a child. That's my bottom line." Zhang Huayue naturally believed Shin Wuxiu. She suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "What's wrong?" Zhang Huayue didn't speak, her beautiful eyes shining brightly with a smile. She slightly tiptoed and gave him a fierce kiss on the lips. "This is the man I love. I won't let anyone who stands against you go unpunished. I'll accompany you to make rivers of blood. But for some outsiders, we should hold back a bit. After all, I plan to have children with you, and we should accumulate some virtue for our kids." "That's true." Shin Wuxiu smiled and ruffled her hair. "Let's go up and take a look." Zhang Huayue hugged Shin Wuxiu's arm, her whole body pressed against him, looking very intimate. Just as they were walking toward the hospital entrance, a business car drove over from a distance. The driver was Qinglong. He had picked up the tumor specialist and was rushing to the hospital. Just as he was about to slow down to enter a parking space, he suddenly saw Shin Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue. He was instantly stunned. These two people, he would never admit his mistake even if he died. One was holding flowers, and the other was holding a plush toy. It was obvious they were going to visit someone. Xinglong quickly thought of who they were going to see. Tuan. A surge of murderous intent filled Xinglong's body. Shin Wuxiao was being too ruthless, leaving no room for survival. The killing intent rose. Images of his companions falling one by one, and Yi Qingfeng severely injured, flashed before his eyes. Xinglong trembled all over, his anger reaching its peak. An elderly foreigner in the back seat, a tumor expert named Cliff, asked, "What happened?" How could he not feel the pressure emanating from Xinglong? Xinglong did not respond, he was consumed by rage. The car, which should have slowed down, suddenly slammed on the gas, heading straight for Shin Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue. The two were so engrossed in each other that they didn't notice. If he could crash into them hard enough to injure them, with his skills, he could quickly get out of the car and kill them both. At worst, he would flee to another place alone, avenging his brothers. Oh my god! Cliff suddenly felt the car speeding forward and grabbed the armrest in fear. Vroom vroom. The business car's speedometer shot up to 104. They had no time to react and couldn't use their true energy for protection, so they would definitely be severely injured. Xinglong's eyes turned red. The thought that Shin Wuxiao was going to kill Yi Qingfeng's child made him reckless. After years of training in the northern region, he had been pushed to the brink, his anger clouding his mind, emotions completely uncontrollable. The car sped up, and in the blink of an eye, it reached behind Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue were not ordinary people. They sensed the car approaching. With a step, they exchanged a palm strike, using the force to leap to the sides. Shin Wuxiao frowned, and as he landed, he unleashed a terrifying aura. He jumped high, stomping heavily on the car roof. Boom! The terrifying force of the stomp caused all four tires to burst, and the wheel rims sank into the ground. Especially above the driver's seat, it was almost flattened, and Xinglong was crushed against the steering wheel, letting out a painful wail. On the other side, Jiang Huayue dashed forward and leaped up. The two were in perfect sync. Shin Wuxiao reached out his hand. Jiang Huayue didn't land on the roof but grabbed Shin Wuxiao's hand, flipping over to the other side. Using the momentum, she kicked hard against the driver's door. Bang! Another loud crash, and the force sent Xinglong, who was already pressed down, flying. The driver's seat was thrown out as well. He crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters, leaving a long trail of blood. The scene was chaotic. The car looked as if it had been dismantled. The engine was completely wrecked, thick smoke billowing. Cliff in the back seat was so scared he wet his pants. He wasn't seriously injured, just had a cut on his head. The moment he opened the door, he shouted, "Oh my god!" in shock, then turned and scrambled away, not looking back. Shin Wuxiao didn't care. That was a tumor expert. Since Yi Qingfeng didn't want to save his daughter, it had nothing to do with him. The expert was the one they had scared off. Looking at the injured Xinglong on the ground, Shin Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue slowly walked over. The two looked down at him, their expressions cold, just watching him. Xinglong was in a terrible state. Shin Wuxiao stomped on the car roof, crushing the bones in his neck. Jiang Huayue's kick shattered half of his bones. "You're very brave, huh? Why not just live well?" Xinglong was filled with rage. He wanted to shout, "I'm super brave," but at that moment, even the slightest movement felt like it would kill him. "Shin Wuxiao, you won't have a good end. I won't let you go even as a ghost. You will die a terrible death." Shin Wuxiao ignored his nonsense, crouched down, and looked at him. "Xinglong, hello, goodbye." As soon as the words fell, Shin Wuxiao grabbed Xinglong's clothes and flung him away like trash, smashing him into the business car. Boom! The moment Xinglong collided with the car, his entire body was embedded in it. The business car was pushed back 5 or 6 meters from the impact. Xinglong spat out blood bubbles, barely alive. Shin Wuxiao couldn't be bothered to waste time, raised his hand, and the Destruction Duke revolver spun on his fingertips. The next second, the trigger was pulled. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet hit the car. The car exploded instantly. The ground turned black, and the car frame flew up 7 or 8 meters before crashing down heavily. Meanwhile, Xinglong lay quietly inside the wrecked car frame, completely crossing the Naiha Bridge. There were people watching from a distance, but no one dared to approach. Shin Wuxiao shouted over there, "What are you looking at? Save him, hurry up, or he'll turn to ash." After saying that, he picked up the flowers he had thrown earlier and dusted them off. He walked back into the hospital with Jiang Huayue. With such a commotion below, Yi Qingfeng couldn't possibly have not heard it. He had just been on the phone reporting the situation to a big shot behind him. That big shot valued him greatly, and upon learning about Yi Qingfeng's predicament, sent someone to assist him. The person who came was not simple. including a trusted aide of the big shot. They were nearby in Shanghai and would arrive in just over half an hour. Now that he hung up the phone, Yi Qingfeng stepped out of the enclosed tea room and looked down from the window. At that glance, Yi Qingfeng's eyes went dark. That business car was exactly the one Qinglong had rented to pick up the tumor expert. Yi Qingfeng's heart sank, and thunder roared in his mind. It's over. He couldn't care less about his own injuries and rushed towards the elevator. His hand trembled as he pressed the elevator button. Qinglong, please don't be in trouble. Yi Qingfeng desperately tried to calm himself, but he really couldn't stay calm. The car had exploded like that. If Qinglong was in trouble, it meant the tumor expert was too. That was his daughter's lifeline. How could he bear losing both his brother and his daughter? Seeing that the elevator was still stuck on the second floor and not coming up, and that others weren't stopping on this floor either, he anxiously dashed towards the stairs. He ran down frantically. During Yi Qingfeng's descent, Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue were coming up in the elevator. If Yi Qingfeng had waited for the elevator, they would have met. Yi Qingfeng was incredibly fast, rushing down in one go. When he ran out, there were many people gathered at the scene. Yi Qingfeng trembled slightly as he pushed through the crowd. At that glance, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Qinglong was dead. His face was unrecognizable. But how could he not recognize him? Brother! Yi Qingfeng trembled all over, reaching out to touch Qinglong. But then he suddenly thought of something and quickly looked towards the car. There was nothing left in the car. Yi Qingfeng hurriedly shouted to the people around, "Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else in the car?" The onlookers were a bit scared by his fierce demeanor. "Speak!" Yi Qingfeng yelled. "No, there was one more in front, but he got out and ran away. This is the only one left." Someone responded. Ran away? Yi Qingfeng's head buzzed. Was it a foreigner, around 50 years old? Yes. Yi Qingfeng's heart sank to the bottom. He couldn't help but roar in anger. The events of the past few days had tortured him to the point of being unrecognizable. All the brothers he brought were dead. He was left all alone. The expert brought in for Tuan's surgery has also run away. How is he supposed to find someone now? Heaven, why are you so cruel to me? Why are you so cruel to my daughter? Back then, he was chased like a rat, hiding away. After 5 years of grinding and bloodshed, he thought he could finally enjoy the fruits of his labor, but what awaited him was this kind of situation. Yi Qingfeng was filled with immense sorrow, wanting to kneel and roar in anger. But suddenly, a doubt popped into his mind. Why did the Qinglong encounter such a thing? In an instant, a person's face appeared before him. Shen Wuxiao. It must be him. It must be him who orchestrated this. That scoundrel was truly ruthless, killing his own brother and getting rid of the tumor expert he had invited, leaving his daughter without treatment. Beast! How could he be so terrifying? Yi Qingfeng looked at the onlookers. Did you see what the person who killed my brother looked like? Those people were also puzzled. But someone still spoke up. This person is your brother. He was the one who tried to run someone over with a car and got killed instead. Many people saw it just now. Yi Qingfeng couldn't believe these words, angrily saying, "You're talking nonsense. My brother is not that kind of person." How could Yi Qingfeng possibly believe it? Don't be stubborn, it's all on the surveillance. He really did try to run someone over. Who would have thought that the man and woman were experts, and he was killed in retaliation? A man and a woman? Yi Qingfeng paused, thinking it was bad. A man and a woman, that must be Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue. They came to the hospital. It must be to target Tuan. His mind raced, and he quickly understood the sequence of events. It must be that Qinglong discovered they were at the hospital and intended to harm Tuan, and Qinglong took risks to protect her. Now, a few minutes had passed since the incident occurred. If he went down now, it meant Shen Wuxiao was currently in Tuan's ward. Yi Qingfeng lost his composure and suddenly turned to rush inside. He could die, but he absolutely could not let his daughter come to harm. If anything happened to her, he would make sure Shen Wuxiao's entire clan paid for it. Yi Qingfeng's speed exploded, incredibly exaggerated. He had no patience to wait for the elevator and just ran up the stairs. Tuan, you can't get hurt. Tuan, Daddy is coming, don't be afraid. Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and Shen Wuxiao was indeed already in the ward. Huang Luoyan stood by, her exquisite face showing fear. Her complexion was somewhat pale. Zhang Huayue was holding a plush bear, which she had given to Tuan. The bouquet of flowers was placed on the bedside table. Pretty sister, is this bear for me? Tuan had no idea who these two people were. She thought they were friends of her mother. Zhang Huayue smiled, her red lips parting slightly. Yes, it's for you. Tuan hugged the bear tightly, looking very happy. Thank you, pretty sister, Tuan likes it a lot. As she spoke, she looked at Shen Wuxiao. Hey, aren't you the handsome brother who helped Tuan drive away the bad guys? Tuan had a good memory. That day in the restaurant, when Lu Tao tried to hit her, it was Shin Wuxiu who had struck Lu Tao. Shin Wuxiu leaned in and pinched her cheek. Tuan Tuan's memory is really good, but you can't call me brother. As Shin Wuxiu spoke, he picked up an apple from the top of the cabinet and took a fruit knife. While chatting with Tuan Tuan, he began to peel the fruit. When Yi Qingfeng rushed back at the fastest speed, he burst into the ward. At that moment, he was so frightened that his legs nearly gave way. Shin Wuxiu had a shiny knife in his hand and was laughing and chatting with Tuan Tuan. Zhang Huayue was sitting on the other side. Even though she was extremely beautiful, her exquisite features were enough to make any man fall for her. But her current cold demeanor sent chills down people's spines, making them hesitant to look too long. When Huan Luoyan saw the newcomer, her brows furrowed. She wanted to question him but held back and remained silent. Yi Qingfeng truly dared not act recklessly. His heart was filled with an infinite rage, yet he could only suppress it deep within. "Oh, Mr. Yi, you're back." Shin Wuxiu turned to him, raising a hand in greeting. Yi Qingfeng swallowed hard and slowly walked to the bedside. Only by getting closer to his daughter could he save her at a critical moment. This place was no longer safe. "Daddy, you're back. Tuan Tuan missed you so much." Tuan Tuan looked excited. In her heart, her father was a great hero. Now seeing Yi Qingfeng, she couldn't help but boast about her hero dad to Shin Wuxiu. "Handsome brother, do you know? My dad is amazing. He chased away the bad guys who bullied Tuan Tuan." Shin Wuxiu's handsome face broke into a smile. "Really? That's impressive." "Aha!" Tuan Tuan nodded proudly. "So amazing." The bad guys trembled when they saw him. "He is Tuan Tuan's hero. And also, my dad has some good friends, and they are amazing too. That beautiful sister named Zhu Kei, she can do magic." Shin Wuxiu nodded along. "That really is impressive. Does Tuan Tuan want to meet that amazing sister Zhu Kei?" Yi Qingfeng's expression changed drastically at the mention, his fingers trembling. He couldn't afford to be careless. If Shin Wuxiu wanted to do something, everyone here could die today. Tuan Tuan, not understanding anything, nodded in agreement. "I want to, but not today, because mommy said a great doctor is coming to see Tuan Tuan." "Oh, I see. Then never mind, Tuan Tuan, you rest well. I'll have a chat with your dad, okay?" Tuan Tuan turned to look at Yi Qingfeng. Seeing him nod, she obediently hugged the teddy bear Zhang Huayue had given her and closed her eyes. Shin Wuxiu stood up, facing Yi Qingfeng. "Mr. Yi, it's better not to disturb the child's rest, don't you think?" Yi Qingfeng remained silent, quietly walking to the windowsill. He couldn't act recklessly now. If something really happened, Shin Wuxiu could kill him on the spot. Moreover, even if he could delay Shin Wuxiu for a moment, Zhang Huayue over there was no decoration. She was a master of around the 6th rank. The odds were against him. The only way to escape now was to wait for the people sent by the big boss behind him to arrive, and then there would be a chance. The newcomers were led by the big boss's trusted aide. 1 8th rank master, 1 7th rank master, and 4 5th rank masters. How could there be any weaklings among them? As long as the reinforcements arrived, Tuan Tuan could be entrusted to their protection, and today Shin Wuxiu would die here. If Shin Wuxiu didn't die, he could never feel at ease. At the window, Shin Wuxiu took out a cigarette and offered one to Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng did not take it. He gritted his teeth, staring at Shin Wuxiu. This beast had killed all his brothers. He wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Seeing this, Shin Wuxiu shook his head slightly. With a speed as quick as lightning, he slapped Yi Qingfeng across the face. Slap! The sound of the slap echoed loudly. Blood spilled from the corner of Yi Qingfeng's mouth. "Did I give you face?" Shin Wuxiu said. Yi Qingfeng had never endured such humiliation, yet he still did not yield. His teeth ground together. "If I don't slap you, I'll keep slapping you. Do you want me to do it in front of your daughter?" Yi Qingfeng's heart jolted. This was something he could not bear. No one would want to be hit in front of their loved ones. In his daughter's eyes, he was a great hero. Yi Qingfeng had no choice but to take the cigarette, and Shin Wuxiu even kindly lit it for him. "Mr. Yi, do you regret it?" Shin Wuxiu exhaled a puff of smoke and asked. Yi Qingfeng's expression was unchanged. "Regret? I regret my carelessness, being ambushed by you. Otherwise, who knows who would have laughed last." He didn't shy away from it. After all, it was a matter of life and death between him and Shin Wuxiu. Why bother with superficial gestures? Today was truly unavoidable, especially since they were in Tuan Tuan's hospital room. Otherwise, if it came to blows, he would fight to the death to peel a layer of skin off Shin Wuxiu. "That's true." Shin Wuxiu leaned against the window. "Actually, I admire you for carving out a space for yourself. Unlike me, I'm just a useless second-generation rich kid, relying on my background to be arrogant. If we were on equal footing, it would indeed be hard to say. Background? Heh, you don't need to belittle yourself." Yi Qingfeng said coldly. "From the beginning until now, you forced me to this point solely with your ruthlessness. To be honest, in my life, I've never been so wary of anyone, you are the first. My honor. Shin Wuxiao raised an eyebrow, smirking coolly, then pointed to Huang Luoyan over there. That Huang Luoyan, do you like her? Shin Wuxiao asked. Yi Qingfeng's heart tightened. He actually had some feelings for Huang Luoyan. After all, he had been Tuan Tuan's mother for 5 years, and she was indeed very beautiful, exceptionally beautiful. He wanted to give Tuan Tuan a complete family and had genuinely developed feelings. But at this moment, he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, what would happen to Huang Luoyan if Shin Wuxiao made things difficult for her? He could barely protect Tuan Tuan, let alone add Huang Luoyan into the mix. Even if those experts came, it wouldn't be certain. She helps me take care of my daughter. I'm just grateful to her. Shin Wuxiao nodded. I see. Then he looked over there. Miss Huang, could you come over here for a moment? Shin Wuxiao waved his hand. Huang Luoyan had been tense all along, and now hearing Shin Wuxiao call her, her delicate body trembled slightly. She glanced anxiously at Zhang Huayue, then at the sleeping Tuan Tuan, and still walked over. When she reached the window, Shin Wuxiao extended his hand and pulled her to his side. He then turned to Huang Luoyan and said, Miss Huang, about that previous matter, you must know it was a misunderstanding. I didn't have any thoughts about you, it was all Lu Tao's unilateral decision. Now that Lu Tao is dead, you shouldn't mind what happened before, right? Huang Luoyan had understood the situation last night. No wonder when she went to the hotel that day, she had waited from the afternoon until dawn, and Shin Wuxiao never showed up. Then Lu Tao had threatened her with Tuan Tuan to return to the hotel, and when dawn broke, Shin Wuxiao still hadn't come. Huang Luoyan was still a bit afraid of Shin Wuxiao and nodded gently. Well, as long as you don't mind. Saying this, Shin Wuxiao looked at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, while chatting with you just now, I asked if you had any feelings for Miss Huang. Now, you should clarify it in front of her. If possible, I could play matchmaker and bring you two together. Huang Luoyan was slightly taken aback. She had never thought of this. She absolutely would not like Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng's heart became alert. This scoundrel Shin Wuxiao was truly despicable and shameless. At this moment, he was still probing, trying to use Huang Luoyan to hinder him. But how could he fall for it? No matter what, he couldn't involve Huang Luoyan. He already felt guilty enough towards her. Just joking, I have no feelings for Huang Luoyan. I'm just quite grateful to her for helping me take care of my daughter. At most, she is just a close friend of my deceased wife, and it doesn't have much to do with me. Is that so? Shin Wuxiao feigned surprise. What you said sounds a bit cold-blooded. Yi Qingfeng replied, it really doesn't have much to do with me. When I saw her crying hard at the funeral, I happened to be going out to handle some matters, and I couldn't take the child with me. So I thought, it's only reasonable to leave the child with her. She is my woman's best friend, just helping out. At worst, I can compensate her later. After saying this, Yi Qingfeng also looked out the window. Huang Luoyan felt quite uncomfortable listening to this. It sounded like she was being taken advantage of. Even though she was willing to take care of Tuan Tuan back then, the way the other party put it was really unsettling. Shin Wuxiao sighed slightly. Alright, that was my mistake. Since Mr. Yi only means to offer a simple compensation to this sentimental woman, I, Shin, have no reason not to help with the compensation. After saying this, Shin Wuxiao unabashedly wrapped his arm around Huang Luoyan's slender waist. Huang Luoyan gasped, her whole body already crashing into Shin Wuxiao's embrace. Her hands arched, pressing against Shin Wuxiao's chest. Yi Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Wow! Huang Luoyan hadn't come to her senses yet. Her chin was already being held by Shin Wuxiao. Looking at the stunning face before him, Shin Wuxiao revealed a mischievous smile. Miss Huang, my earlier comments were just me not knowing how to speak properly. I'll keep my mouth shut. With that, he lowered his head and kissed Huang Luoyan's red lips. Huang Luoyan was caught off guard, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Shin Wuxiao was very passionate, gently biting her lips and sucking. Huang Luoyan wanted to break free, but had no way to do so. She didn't dare to bite down, fearing to provoke Shin Wuxiao. As she thought about escaping, she was forcibly held, leading to their bodies touching and separating repeatedly. Huang Luoyan's murmurs were clear to Yi Qingfeng, who was close by, and he could see everything clearly. His eyes were fixed on the center, watching Shin Wuxiao and Huang Luoyan's lips meet and part. His scalp tingled, wanting to scream. Yi Qingfeng's fists were clenched, cracking with rage, especially when the two occasionally pulled apart, leaving a string of saliva. Wow! He finally felt something for once, and yet he lost so completely? Wow! Ding! Yi Qingfeng feels humiliated. Points plus 30,000. Yi Qingfeng feels like he's wearing a green hat. Points plus 30,000. Yi Qingfeng's killing intent rises. Points plus 20,000. Yi Qingfeng truly felt like he was going to explode. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. He even helplessly looked at Zhang Huayue. He thought Jiang Huaiyue would be furious to see her man kissing another woman, but unexpectedly, Jiang Huaiyue was over there doing her nails, as if she hadn't seen anything. This was a bit absurd. Seeing Huang Luoyan actually adopt a let-it-be attitude, even closing her eyes, Yi Qingfeng really couldn't hold back any longer. Just then, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps approached. Jiang Huaiyue, who was doing her nails, suddenly stood up, her gaze icy. Her jade hand rested on her waist, ready to draw her sword at any moment. Xin Wuxiao, who was kissing, couldn't help but sneer. Here comes the reason, and the heads are rolling. According to Yi Qingfeng's script, his backing was a certain deputy G-level big shot. Although he had completely disrupted the plot, his backing wouldn't change. If his people were all dead and he was forced into a corner, he would naturally seek help from those behind him. That big shot wasn't part of the Shen family faction, and the big shot behind him wasn't very honest either. Thinking that having a little leverage could challenge the Shen family was truly laughable. Now that such a good opportunity and reason had come, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. That deputy G-level big shot, without a legitimate reason, Shen Wuxiao really wouldn't casually eliminate someone. The repercussions would be bad. Being in a high position, he would also pay attention to the consequences. Now that a reason was available, he arranged for someone to kill himself. Turning back, he could call his father to bring people to kill that old thing. Anyway, it was Yi Qingfeng's fault. The people outside were getting closer, and Yi Qingfeng sensed it. Since he sensed it, Shen Wuxiao must have sensed it too. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng no longer hesitated and struck fiercely. His fingers curled into claws, true power surged, all his anger no longer hidden, bursting forth. He reached out to grab Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao stepped back, pushing Huang Luoyan into the bathroom. Then he threw a powerful punch. Yi Qingfeng's eyes turned red as he once again activated his already damaged ability, the scales. He collided head-on with Shen Wuxiao, but he had overestimated himself. Coupled with his old injuries, Yi Qingfeng crashed heavily into the wall. With a loud bang, the wall instantly developed cracks that spread outwards. Shen Wuxiao laughed cruelly, launching a fierce knee strike towards Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng was horrified and immediately rolled to dodge. Shen Wuxiao's strike created a large hole in the wall, even revealing a man in the next room eating instant noodles. Yi Qingfeng's scalp tingled. If he had been hit just now, he would have died. His reinforcements had also arrived at the ward. Seeing Yi Qingfeng under attack, the 6 of them opened fire and charged towards Shen Wuxiao. The 7th grade master directly threw a few flying knives at Shen Wuxiao, then stepped forward, following the knives. Jiang Huaiyue was already prepared. When the 7th grade person threw the flying knives, she had already activated her ability. The flying knives seemed to have eyes, unexpectedly turning around to stab at the person who launched them. Controlling objects? Hissy was already lunging forward along the trajectory of the flying knives, and when they turned back, he was caught completely off guard. Even if he tried to defend, he was still injured by his own knives. In an instant, Jiang Huaiyue swung her soft sword, her figure moving like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Light and sharp, the cold light swept across that 7th grade master. Jiang Huaiyue showed no sign of retreating against a 7th grade opponent. But Shen Wuxiao would not let Jiang Huaiyue take risks. Yi Qingfeng was just a weakling. When he threw a punch that could shatter the heavens and earth at Shen Wuxiao, he was already sent flying. Another 8th grade master and 4 5th grade ones all attacked Shen Wuxiao. A bunch of useless snacks. Shen Wuxiao released his true power, flames igniting in his hands. Controlling fire, the flames emitted a scorching heat from his fists. The 8th grade master was greatly alarmed, but Shen Wuxiao had already closed in. He couldn't be bothered to use a gun. Seeing Shen Wuxiao's terrifying attack coming, the 8th grade master did not dare to be careless. Diamond shield. With a light shout, a large shield like a light curtain appeared in front of him. The light shield almost enveloped his entire body. Shen Wuxiao didn't care about this so-called shield at all. Relying on brute force, the flames in his hands grew even stronger, and he struck out with a heavy punch. Boom! His fist collided with the shield, breaking through the opponent's martial arts and protective energy. The light shield visibly began to shatter. The 8th grade master was instantly sent flying. Shen Wuxiao flipped over to Jiang Huaiyue's side, seizing the throat of the 7th grade master, yanking him up high and slamming him down hard. The ground created a deep pit, reaching the next level, but he was still held by Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao simply punched him on the head. The 7th grade master felt a scorching heat in front of him. The next second, the fist hit his head. Smack! The 7th grade master's head exploded like a watermelon. The blood didn't even have time to splatter before being dissolved by the scorching heat. The others were dumbfounded. The 8th grade master wanted to retreat but was grabbed by Shen Wuxiao. He tried to grab Shen Wuxiao's arm to escape, but suddenly, a terrifying electric arc spread across Shen Wuxiao's body, transmitting through his hand to the 8th grade master. Ah! The 8th grade master convulsed all over. How is this possible? You have two types of abilities. After Jiang Huayue's opponent was killed by Shen Wuxiao, he charged towards the 4 5th grade masters. She took down one, and the remaining 3, knowing they were outmatched, tried to flee. You think you can escape? Jiang Huayue had been waiting for this. She flipped to the door, turned around, and kicked one of them in the chest, forcing 2 of them back. Then, a flying knife infused with her 6th grade true power was swiftly and accurately thrown out. It pierced directly through the back of the head of the 5th grade master who had managed to escape the room. Everything happened in an instant. Yi Qingfeng knew exactly what he had to do. He had just been knocked away, which gave him the chance to take Tuan Tuan and run. Tuan Tuan had already been scared to tears. Taking advantage of the 8th grade master being attacked and Jiang Huayue at the door, he found his escape route. He wrapped Tuan Tuan in a blanket, held her, and charged towards the window. According to his plan, as long as he reached outside the window and climbed to the next floor, he could escape. But he never expected everything to happen so quickly. The 6 reinforcements had only exchanged blows with Shen Wuxiao for just over 10 seconds. One 7th grade master was dead, and the 8th grade was close to death. Of the other 4 5th grade masters, 2 were killed by Jiang Huayue, and the other 2 were forced back, now with no way out. It truly was in the blink of an eye. Yi Qingfeng dared not delay for a second. He gritted his teeth and jumped towards the window. As he leaped, his back was to the window, crashing through the glass, and he immediately reached out to grab the protruding ledge above. With his arm strength, he could easily pull himself up. But just as he broke through the glass and was about to grab the ledge, Shen Wuxiao suddenly reached out towards him, making a grasping motion in the air. It was as if a wave of sound erupted. Everything froze. Even time seemed to stop. Yi Qingfeng's eyes widened in despair. He watched helplessly as the ledge he could have grabbed grew further away. At this moment, there was no chance to catch the protruding edge above. The inertia of his body sent him flying outward, a full 3 meters from the building, as if he were jumping off a building. How is this possible? Is the space frozen? Yi Qingfeng cried out in despair in his heart. Tuan Tuan, wrapped in the blanket, had also stopped crying. No! Yi Qingfeng was filled with despair as he fell, the wind howling in his ears, his body plummeting rapidly. Shen Wuxiao had taken care of the 8th grade master. Jiang Huayue also dealt with the remaining 2 5th grade masters. The 2 rushed to the window and looked down. Huang Luoyan also looked down, her whole being stunned, wanting to shout but unable to. She wasn't calling for Yi Qingfeng, but for Tuan Tuan. That bastard Yi Qingfeng actually jumped off the building holding Tuan Tuan. The drop was from several stories high. Could they survive the fall? Tuan Tuan was still so weak. As Yi Qingfeng was about to hit the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He wasn't afraid of death, but Tuan Tuan was in his arms. Ah! At that moment, Yi Qingfeng unleashed an unprecedented momentum. This force allowed him to break through his limits. Without hesitation, his ability scales rose, and he was enveloped in immense true power. He held Tuan Tuan tightly, planning to use his back as a cushion. Boom! Finally, Yi Qingfeng crashed heavily to the ground. A deafening impact echoed. The ground was engulfed in dust, creating a large crater. As the dust settled, Shen Wuxiao saw Yi Qingfeng, that fool, actually standing up. Damn, so this is how the luck of the protagonist works. Under heavy injury, falling from this height, and still able to get up, I really admire him. Jiang Huayue was also dumbfounded. He must be the chosen one, right? How is he not dead? In fact, Yi Qingfeng was indeed blessed by fortune, but he simply couldn't withstand being heavily injured on top of his already serious wounds. He fell straight down, with no branches to catch or cushion him. Yi Qingfeng was actually at his limit. He was relying solely on his obsession, on a surge of willpower. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and his vision blurred. His steps were unsteady, and he could fall at any moment. But he held onto the unconscious Tuan Tuan in his arms, and the power of paternal love was immense. He was still holding on. Shen Wuxiao, watching Yi Qingfeng from above, had no intention of playing any more cat and mouse games. He had already obtained the conditions he needed. The big shot behind the scenes had someone support Yi Qingfeng to kill himself, and he had been severely injured over there. That was evidence. As long as he handed the person over to his family, that behind the scenes big shot wouldn't survive until tomorrow. The big shot behind the scenes would also have the Shen family kneeling to apologize. At this point, Yi Qingfeng had little value left. It was time to end it. It could also be said as goodbye. Shen Wuxiao turned around and looked at the 8th grade master lying unconscious on the ground. He lifted his foot and stomped down, breaking the man's neck. Then he returned to the windowsill and leaped out. Shen Wuxiao naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to land directly on the ground. Even with his current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem. But it was foolish to risk his precious life so easily. So, as Shen Wuxiao jumped out, he reached up to hook the window, cushioning his fall as he dropped down. With each few floors he descended, he grabbed onto protruding ledges to slow his fall. He was on the ground in less than 10 seconds. By the time he reached the 5th or 6th floor, he landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng was still staggering forward, his body swaying dangerously. He was already exhausted both physically and mentally over the past 2 days. Coupled with the last time he had been severely injured by himself, he was in a state of serious injury. Today's fall had sealed his fate. Now, he was relying solely on a single thought. Above, Zhang Huayue was also preparing to descend from the window. Before she jumped, she saw Huang Luoyan rush out of the hospital room, running wildly. She didn't pay any attention and, like Xin Wuxiao, leaped down from a height. She cushioned her fall a few floors down and landed steadily after more than 10 seconds. She took a couple of quick steps and reached Xin Wuxiao's side. He can't hold on much longer, he's just hanging by a thread. Zhang Huayue could clearly see the changes in Yi Qingfeng. His glabella was darkening, and his face was filled with a murky aura. This was a sign of impending death. Death is inevitable, but if someone appears at this moment to take him away for treatment, he can survive. And the person who will save him has arrived. Xin Wuxiao spoke calmly, raising his hand to point in that direction. Zhang Huayue looked over, and sure enough, a team of people was rushing over. They were heading straight for Yi Qingfeng. The team looked serious and heavy with tension. They were coming to take Yi Qingfeng. Anyone who touches him today, I guarantee they won't see tomorrow's sun, Xin Wuxiao said casually. As soon as these words were spoken, the people coming to save Yi Qingfeng were instantly stunned. Not a single person dared to approach. One of the leaders looked at Xin Wuxiao. We received orders to take him away. Don't obstruct us. Xin Wuxiao scoffed disdainfully. I'm not obstructing you. Feel free to take him. With the conversation reaching this point, not a single person dared to move. Xin Wuxiao's aura was simply too terrifying. You, take my child away. Save her. Yi Qingfeng managed to utter those words with great effort. The leader frowned upon seeing Yi Qingfeng so humble. He then turned to look at Xin Wuxiao. If this person didn't back down, they wouldn't be able to leave, as his released aura clearly indicated he was a super expert. Do you know whose people we are? The leader finally became somewhat angry. Xin Wuxiao kicked Yi Qingfeng's leg, causing him to kneel on the ground. He then turned to look at those who were trying to save him. Li Yukai, just a dog. Do you really think he's someone important? Why don't you ask him if I, Xin Wuxiao, want to kill someone if he dares to protect them? The person was taken aback by Xin Wuxiao's arrogant words. Their behind-the-scenes big boss. What kind of person was he? How could he know? And he actually said their boss was a dog? But the leader was truly frightened and stepped back, dialing a phone number. The call connected, and a deep voice came through. Have you taken the person away? Boss, no, someone is blocking us. Useless thing, do I need to teach you? The voice on the other end was furious. The person leading the group was in a difficult position. Boss, he seems to know you. He mentioned your name, and said you are a dog. The voice on the other end exploded with rage, looking for death. Who is it? Who? Kill him. The person leading the group swallowed hard, anticipating the boss's fury. He said that no one dares to protect the person you want to kill. Upon hearing this, the other end suddenly went silent. Boss, are you listening? The person leading the group asked. Idiot, get lost, all of you, leave, quickly, get out. The voice on the other end suddenly went wild. The person leading the group was startled. What about Yi Qingfeng? Yi who? I don't know any Yi Qingfeng. Get lost, hurry up and get lost. Yes, boss. The person leading the group wasn't foolish. He understood everything immediately. He didn't even look back. They all ran away. Take my child. Go. Take my child. Yi Qingfeng watched them flee, despair filling his heart. He really couldn't go on. If the child wasn't taken away, Tuan would die too. He could already feel the child's pulse growing weaker. He had caused his own child's death. This pain was driving him to the brink of collapse. Once a glorious war god, he was now like a stray dog. Abandoned by those behind the scenes, his life had come to an end. Wuxiao, are those people going to be let go? Zhang Huayue looked at the fleeing figures, tightening her grip on the sword. Let go? Ha, Mayuer, do you think your man is such a petty person? Is that possible? But I can't be bothered to deal with those people. By tomorrow at the latest, they will leave this beautiful world. Zhang Huayue said no more. She only knew that anyone who had harbored murderous intent against Xin Wuxiao should not live. Xin Wuxiao looked at Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, it's time to hit the road. Xin Wuxiao took out his phone and sent a message. Then, with a flick of his hand, the Death Judge pen suddenly appeared in his grasp. The sharp pen tip gleamed with a cold light, radiating a silver sheen. just like Shin Wuxiao's temperament, cold and ruthless. Yi Qingfeng knew he couldn't escape. Moreover, he had lost all confidence in living. It was time to meet those brothers. Life was unpredictable. He never expected that in just 2 short days, his life would come to an end. Tomorrow and unexpected events, after all, the unexpected would come first. Yi Qingfeng's pride and integrity were shattered one by one. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Facing Shin Wuxiao, he then knelt down with a thud. Shan Wuxiao, young Master Shin. Master Shin, I, Yi Qingfeng, concede. I can die, but I beg you, save my child, the child is innocent. Ding, Yi Qingfeng's life is coming to an end, dignity abandoned, points plus 50,000. On the other side, Huang Luoyan was also running over frantically. When she saw Tuan Tuan wrapped in Yi Qingfeng's arms, uncertain of life or death, her legs went weak. She stepped forward and snatched Tuan Tuan away. Especially when she saw Tuan Tuan's face turn pale, she nearly fainted. Jiang Huayue was quick-witted and agile, swiftly moving to support Huang Luoyan. Yi Qingfeng looked at Huang Luoyan, and just before dying, he bowed his head to her. Thank you for the past 5 years. I have no way to repay your kindness. Shut up! Huang Luoyan was burning with anger. She really wanted to slap him, but she had no such intention. She was only worried about Tuan Tuan. She anxiously looked at Shin Wuxiao. The only one who could save Tuan Tuan now might be the incredibly skilled Shin Wuxiao. Shin Wuxiao waved his hand. Don't look at me, I'm not a deity. Look at the child. You've let him fall into that state. What can I do? How about sending him to a peaceful? Jiang Huayue looked at Huang Luoyan and said lightly, Miss Huang, we have no obligation to save anyone, but we can negotiate. For now, you stand aside while we handle our private matters. Huang Luoyan dared not say more, hoping everything rested on them. With their abilities, there was a chance to save Tuan Tuan. She was self-aware. Shen Wuxiao turned back to Yi Qingfeng. Mr. Yi, the time has come. Let's go. You can leave with peace of mind. Besides, I'm quite soft-hearted. To let you leave at ease, I can try to save your daughter. But life and death are fated, and wealth is in the heavens. I cannot guarantee anything. Moreover, I can promise you that I will inform you of Tuan Tuan's outcome. Just wait for my notification. After saying this, Shen Wuxiao's death judge pen began to spin in his palm. Huang Luoyan was not a heartless person, but at this moment, she had no way out. She couldn't plead, after all, she was powerless. The more she spoke, the more she risked angering Shen Wuxiao, and any hope for Tuan Tuan would be shattered. Unable to bear it, she could only hold Tuan Tuan and turn her back. Yi Qingfeng closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Tuan Tuan, I'm sorry, you must be well. Brothers and sisters, I'm coming. You died for me. In the next life, I will repay you by being a beast of burden. After saying this, he closed his eyes. A cold glint flashed in Shen Wuxiao's eyes, and the death judge pen pierced directly into Yi Qingfeng's neck. Yi Qingfeng's body convulsed, his eyes suddenly widening. Life began to slip away. Countless images flashed before Yi Qingfeng's eyes. From childhood to adulthood, it all passed by quickly. The grievances of childhood, the humiliations of adulthood, being bullied by the Yi family, betrayed by his fiancée, and the battles in the northern region, all flashed through his mind. Although it was tortuous, it was also a thrilling tale of vengeance, but he felt unwilling. Gradually, darkness enveloped him, and he felt his body becoming weightless, until he lost consciousness. Shen Wuxiao withdrew the judge pen, and Yi Qingfeng completely collapsed to the ground, dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Mad Dragon War God, points plus 2 million. Additionally gaining 550,000 points and a mysterious gift box. Host profession, Fate Reaper, will harvest the fate after the protagonist collapses. Additional plus 450,000 points. Does the host want to use the protagonist revival card to kill again? This is quite a bounty. Revival can wait. I said I would inform him about his daughter. His daughter cannot be saved, so I will tell him after the revival. I am a person of my word. I do what I say. Alright, host, since the host killed the protagonist using the death judge pen, additional points plus 200,000. What? Host, do you not know that using the judge pen to kill the protagonist grants extra points? The judge pen, as the name suggests, is for judgment. I see, I just found out. Why didn't you say it earlier? What a loss. You didn't ask, I thought you saw the effects. That's it. It's just a loss of a Lin fan, nothing serious. The lifeless Yi Qingfeng lay on the ground. His journey in the script had only just begun, and now it was over. The feud with the Yi family had not even been avenged, and Shin Wuxiao's people had arrived. Shin Wuxiao pointed at Huang Luoyan and the fallen Yi Qingfeng. Take them away, give that child some emergency treatment, get the best doctor, and the child's hospital room upstairs. Take away a few bodies and send them to my dad. Shin Wuxiao gave his instructions. He actually knew very well that Tuan Tuan couldn't survive. She had a brain tumor and was as weak as could be. Plus, she had been held by Yi Qingfeng and smashed down from several stories. Yi Qingfeng was a 6th grade master, but the little kid was nothing. The impact had killed her. The only reason she was still alive was that Yi Qingfeng had protected her, just hanging on by a thread. Huang Luoyan looked gratefully at Shen Wuxiao and immediately followed his people away. When Shen Wuxiao's people were about to lift Yi Qingfeng, his phone suddenly rang. The phone wasn't broken. Domestic products are tough. One of his subordinates took out the phone and handed it to Shen Wuxiao with both hands. Shen Wuxiao glanced at the number and immediately knew who it was. He answered the call. On the other end, a woman's cold voice came through. Mr. Yi, I am Lu Ruyan, I have a plan. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her sentence, Shen Wuxiao chuckled, stop with the Mr. Yi, he's dead. If you want to collaborate next time, you need to let me know in advance, got it? You want to take revenge on me, and you want me to teach you step by step, is that it? Why make it so complicated? Lu Ruyan on the other end was taken aback. Wu Xiao, it's me, I killed Yi Qingfeng, your plan is void. Oh, Lu Ruyan responded. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, say you're sorry. I'm sorry, Lu Ruyan obediently said softly. Shen Wuxiao was also helpless. Alright, opportunities wait for no one, you need to act quickly. Block this number. Next time you encounter someone, I'll notify you, and you can collaborate with him to kill me. Okay, Lu Ruyan sighed. Say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for what? Shen Wuxiao asked. Lu Ruyan paused. Thank you, husband. Hang up. Shen Wuxiao directly ended the call, applying a little force, and the phone was crushed. The scene was cleaned up. Huang Luoyan and Tuan Tuan were taken away. Yi Qingfeng's body was also taken away. The bodies of those upstairs were taken away as well. Once his people left, only Shen Wuxiao and Jiang Huayue remained. Jiang Huayue put away her soft sword and then linked her arm with Shen Wuxiao's. Let's go shopping, then head home. Shen Wuxiao smiled. Sure, let's find a large shopping mall to browse. I happen to have some things I want to buy. Jiang Huayue showed a gentle smile, leaning against Shen Wuxiao, resting her head on his shoulder. The two walked towards the car. On the way, Shen Wuxiao asked the system, how many points do I have now? Just shy of 4 million, but it can be made up. Let's count it as 4 million points. Wow, not bad. Good job. Open the weapon panel for me. Help me choose an upgradable soft sword, starting with a divine weapon, 6th grade, which is level 60. Ding, recommended for the host, divine weapon, soft sword, Langya Starry Sky, soul returning moon. Both can be upgraded. Which one is better for my woman? Sent to the host woman, the system recommends soul returning to the moon. The host woman already possesses the ability to control objects, and soul returning to the moon is lightweight and agile, perfectly complementing her ability to control objects, allowing for invisible killings. As an extra gift, a sword manual, one sword frosty cold across 14 states. Pretty high-end, sounds better than that bullshit Hell's Gatling. I've realized that everything visible isn't good stuff, you have to filter it out. Shady merchant, how can you put some garbage on the shelf? So wronged. Changed. Ding, the host has exchanged Force soft sword, soul returning to the moon. The sword manual has been issued, deducting 200,000 points. The host can choose to receive it directly or purchase a storage bag. Give me a storage bag. Wow, you. Just one. I have my limits. Just one. Extra gift for the host, a low-grade storage bag, space of 5 cubic meters, can only store inanimate objects. Nice, actually I have a lot of these at home, but who told me I'm not at home? Damn. After getting into the car, Shen Wuxiao directly pulled out a soft sword and a sword manual, handing them to Jiang Huayue. Looking at the incredibly sharp soft sword with a crimson blade that Shen Wuxiao handed over, Jiang Huayue's eyes warmed. Is this for me? Of course, you're my girl, who else would I give it to? That soft sword of yours can't keep up with your level anymore. This one is just right. Jiang Huayue naturally wouldn't be polite with Shen Wuxiao. They had shared a room so many times, politeness felt unnecessary. After taking it, she couldn't help but cherish it. This is truly a good weapon. Jiang Huayue leaned in and gave Shen Wuxiao a heavy kiss on the lips. I really like it. Thank you, darling. If it vibrates now, I would like it even more. Shen Wuxiao grinned mischievously. Jiang Huayue turned her head away. We're outside. Wait until we get back, and I'll show you my power. Shen Wuxiao smiled. The sky was clear, and he felt it was all good. Just wait to beg for mercy when they got back. He handed over the sword manual as well. This is the sword manual. It's really impressive. Jiang Huayue looked at it, even more excited, her pretty face filled with joy. One sword frosty cold across 14 states. High-end, right? Very high. Jiang Huayue nodded happily, much higher than the 17 styles of the Death Judge's pen. Saying this, she directly tucked the soft sword into her waist, using the two soft swords as a belt. Shin Wuxi was taken aback. Oh, so you're mocking me, huh? I still have my secret skill. Today, I have to let you see my secret skill. Winter Thought Fist, thoughts like a spring, winter sword, never forgotten, vast winter palm, for generations. Winter, winter, winter. Zhang Huayue didn't understand, but seeing Shin Wuxiu sitting there, dancing with excitement, she was deeply shocked. Are you crazy? Ha, just commemorating an old friend who died of diabetes. Diabetes? Shin Wuxiu nodded. Yeah, he had to add sugar to everything he drank, and 3 spoonfuls at that. So much, adding 3 spoonfuls of sugar, he died without injustice. Right, okay, let's go, off to shop. Shin Wuxiu started the car and drove away from the hospital. The two arrived at a mall and immediately entered shopping mode. Just like an ordinary couple, they strolled around and grabbed a bite to eat. As they walked, Shin Wuxiu spotted a cosplay store. He took Zhang Huayue straight inside. Once in the store, Shin Wuxiu smiled and said, I still want to give you a gift. Upon seeing the dazzling array of cosplay outfits, Zhang Huayue immediately understood the intentions of this rascal. Are you sure you're giving me a gift, not one for yourself? Don't mind the details. Shin Wuxiu ruffled her hair. Zhang Huayue felt a bit helpless. What could she do? Her man was being pampered. I think that bunny girl outfit looks pretty good. Zhang Huayue pointed at the set hanging up. Buy it. And that set of Cheung Mei's. Buy it. That Hatsune Miku one looks nice too. Buy it. That Shiranui Mai. Buy it. And that pair of suspenders with a basketball. Buy. Wait, not that one, it's too masculine. A sales assistant approached, wearing a professional smile. You two have great taste. This pair of suspenders is brand new and even has a voice function. The sales assistant thought Shin Wuxiu and Zhang Huayue were going to buy it and even gave the basketball a little tap. Immediately, the voice function activated. What are you doing, Haya? Continuous touch activates singing mode, with many songs. The first one is The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. After saying that, she tapped the basketball again. Love and hate entangled, GNI is too beautiful. The belief deep in the heart exists for the chicken. Pretty good. Sounds lively. Makes me want to get up early. Exactly, this is the spirit of Rising with the Rooster. The sales assistant's eyes lit up. Blind student, you've discovered the highlight. And The Legend of the Shooting Chicken. The Divine Chicken Hero Couple. The Heaven-Slaying Chicken Record. No need, no need. Shen Wuxiu waved his hand. He wouldn't listen. He quickly picked a few sets Zhang Huayue mentioned, paid, and took her out of the store. The sales assistant sighed. You really don't understand your brother. And don't be fooled by my appearance as a sales assistant. My true identity is the second sister of the Kunman, Zine. Saying this, she shrugged her shoulders. The two strolled around the mall, bought quite a few things, and headed home. Once home, Shin Wuxiu couldn't wait any longer. He directly grabbed the bags and hugged Zhang Huayue, rushing into the room. Let me take a shower first. Not in a hurry, let me see Hatsune Miku. The door slammed shut with a bang. Soon, loud noises came from inside. The door remained closed until evening when Zhang Huayue finally opened it. She had changed into a nightgown. She raised her hand to support the doorframe, looking a bit strained. Her long, fair legs trembled slightly, and she walked with a bit of a stagger. This won't do, although I'm very happy. I need to share some of this with my sisters. Zhang Huayue walked over to the sofa and finally sat down. It was too intense. She had started off so fiercely, saying she would make Shin Wuxiu bow down today. In the end, she was still naive. Zhang Huayue poured herself a glass of water, drank it, and then took out her phone to call Hongye. The other side picked up quickly. Hongye's playful laughter rang out. Sister, are you missing me? Zhang Huayue replied directly. Yeah, is your work going well? It's going smoothly. That's good. I just wanted to ask when you're coming to Shanghai to play? Hongye sighed. I want to, but my work is special, so I definitely can't go for now. Okay then. Zhang Huayue couldn't force her. She couldn't just because she couldn't resist the plants and make Hongye come over. The two sisters chatted for a while before Zhang Huayue hung up the phone. It seems I need to discuss with that rascal about finding a sister for myself. That Huang Luoyan needs to be assessed, but she's a bit of a fool. That guy seems to dislike that type. Zhang Huayue understood Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu was very calculating and ruthless. Such a person acted directly, decisive in killing. If he said he would play you, he would. If he said he would kill you, he would, basically without hesitation. Her former comrade, the Wolf King Lin Fan, was actually very smart, yet he was still treated like a monkey. Although the lack of intelligence was one aspect, it also showed that Shin Wuxiu had top-notch overall strategy and acting skills. He could fool people around in circles. Then there was Yi Qingfeng, who could be considered a master and was very lucky. But when faced with Shin Wuxiao, he still couldn't escape death. After a strong return, all his subordinates died that same day. The next day, he lost his life. And Shin Wuxiao's personality usually had one very straightforward characteristic, that is disdain for fools. Shin Wuxiao hated idiots. Looking at Shin Wuxiao's subordinates, not one was arrogant or conceited. They all followed orders and got things done. That Huang Luoyan was indeed a stunning beauty, but she was a bit of a fool. She spent 5 years wholeheartedly raising her best friend's child, enduring countless disdainful looks. To put it nicely, she was loyal and righteous. To put it harshly, Yi Qingfeng thought she was easy to manipulate, that she was the easiest to talk to. Otherwise, why didn't Yi Qingfeng leave the child with the grandparents before he left? A family that could tolerate their daughter being raped and giving birth to a child, unless they were seriously ill, would otherwise be very loving towards their daughter. So, no matter how bad the grandparents were, they wouldn't be that terrible. It wouldn't be hard to let the grandparents take the child to live in another city. Yet they chose Huang Luoyan. If Huang Luoyan could change her personality, perhaps Shin Wuxiao would have some thoughts. If it stayed like this, not killing her seemed like a stroke of luck. Just as she was thinking, the phone on the coffee table rang. This time it wasn't his call, but Shin Wuxiao's. He had casually thrown his phone on the coffee table when he got home. Zhang Huayue glanced at it. It was his subordinate, Old Cat. Shin Wuxiao was sleeping, and she didn't want to wake him, so she answered. Young master. Your young master is sleeping. Is there something urgent? Zhang Huayue asked. Old Cat quickly changed his address. Young madam, I'm here to report on that child's situation. It's the same whether you report to me. Zhang Huayue was curious, so she said, Alright, go ahead, I'm listening. Old Cat continued. When we delivered the child, he was already in critical condition. We resuscitated for more than 2 hours. The child was barely saved, but there's a tumor in his brain. It's malignant. Even if we save him, he's in a deep coma and can't undergo surgery. He's too weak. Any operation would be fatal. What about postponing the surgery? Did they say how long he could hold on? Zhang Huayue asked. Old Cat reported truthfully, Young madam, actually, there's no hope. The doctor said the time was already short, and it has been prolonged without saying anything, plus he's severely injured. The child is too small. She doesn't even have time to recover her health. Even without the tumor, saving him now would just be prolonging the inevitable. Neither time nor health can withstand consumption. Zhang Huayue understood. In any case, it was certain death. If it weren't for the severe injury, there would still be a last chance to risk surgery. Even if the success rate was low, there was still a chance. Now, with the severe injury, saved only to wait for death, plus the brain tumor that couldn't be operated on, it was a certain death. He would either die from the severe injury or from the tumor, brain necrosis. Alright, just do your best, life and death are fated. By the way, what attitude does Miss Huang have? Zhang Huayue asked. She really wanted to know what Huang Luoyan's attitude would be. The development of all this was viewed differently by everyone. If she blamed all the responsibility on Shin Wuxiao, then without Shin Wuxiao saying anything, she would have done it herself tonight. That woman didn't say a word, just kept in a daze, crying. Zhang Huayue thought for a moment. Okay, I understand. You all have worked hard, go rest. Yes, Old Cat replied, and the call was disconnected. Zhang Huayue put her phone back on the coffee table, stood up, and rubbed her slender waist. They didn't need to worry about what was happening over there, and it had already become a foregone conclusion. She would just go over with Shin Wuxiao to take a look in the evening. Zhang Huayue walked straight to the kitchen. She needed to replenish herself. Of course, it was for herself. If that guy replenished any more, she would have to replenish again. Thinking this in her heart, Zhang Huayue still remained very honest. An hour later, Zhang Huayue prepared 4 dishes and a soup for dinner. One of the dishes was stir-fried kidneys with chives, and the soup was deer antler and ginseng chicken soup. She had to drink 2 bowls at least. After finishing the meal, she was about to call Shin Wuxiao to get up for dinner. Just as she was about to enter the room, she heard him yelling inside. Woohoo, Hatsune Miku is truly perfect, upright and not cheating. A figurine costs 2,000. Making people work for many days. Oh my, Zhang Huayue felt helpless. She opened the door and saw Shin Wuxiao coming out of the washroom, bare-chested. Upon seeing Zhang Huayue, Shin Wuxiao stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and pinned her against the door. He raised his hand to pinch her smooth chin. Baby, give me a smile. Zhang Huayue chuckled. Alright, it's time to eat. Eat, but first, let's have some appetizers, my little sweet tongue. After saying that, he kissed her heavily. Zhang Huayue naturally complied, wrapping her arms around his neck in response. After a while, they finally separated. Zhang Huayue tidied her hair and pulled Shin Wuxiao out of the room. When they sat at the dining table, the rice and soup were already served. Zhang Huayue was the epitome of a virtuous wife and good mother. capable in both the kitchen and the living room. While eating, Zhang Huayue also mentioned the news from Old Cat. Shen Wuxiao didn't care much because it was expected. That Tuan Tuan was definitely beyond saving. He could only blame his bad luck. Shen Wuxiao truly had no intention of killing her. Anyway, she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer herself. But Yi Qingfeng didn't think so, which is why he took risks and ran away, hastening her demise. If the plot had gone another way, Yi Qingfeng would have been rescued today, he would have lived, the child would have died, and then he would go mad, seeking revenge with all his might. Unfortunately, it was all just talk. We'll go over in the evening to take a look, and I'll also inform Yi Qingfeng about Tuan Tuan's outcome. Ha! Zhang Huayue was a bit dazed. Yi Qingfeng was dead. Inform him? Send a paper offering over? Little did she know, Shen Wuxiao had a resurrection card for the main character. Revive Yi Qingfeng, tell him his daughter is dead, and then kill him. That makes perfect sense. It was a bit of a heartless act, but he still liked it very much. After dinner, Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue went over together. The location was a private hospital, not very large, but the doctors inside were all certified authorities, top-notch in their respective fields. After arriving at the private hospital, Shen Wuxiao first went to check on Tuan Tuan. She was still in a coma, her breath weak, and most likely wouldn't survive the night. Huang Luoyan had also remained silent. After seeing Shen Wuxiao arrive, Huang Luoyan stood up and gently said to him, "Thank you. Although the outcome is not good, still thank you for helping me." Although Huang Luoyan was a victim, something she willingly accepted as her fate, and there was nothing much to say. Moreover, she wasn't foolish, she understood everything and realized she had misunderstood Shen Wuxiao from the beginning. In fact, Shen Wuxiao was unaware of all the events. It could even be said that she had indirectly caused Tuan Tuan's death. If it weren't for her bringing it up, Yi Qingfeng would only go to find Lu Tao, not Shen Wuxiao. In fact, if she didn't say anything, that coward Lu Tao would still act all high and mighty. The event had already been set in motion, and the outcome was inevitable. Shen Wuxiao was somewhat surprised to hear her thanks. He thought this woman would go mad and then blame him. At that point, it would have been better to just kill her. But with her attitude, Shen Wuxiao didn't react much. He ignored her and went directly to another room, which was a morgue. Yi Qingfeng was lying inside. Shen Wuxiao entered by himself. Once inside, he looked at Yi Qingfeng, who was pale and lifeless. "System, it's not too late to use the protagonist's resurrection card now. I don't see it getting any warmer. Ding, death time has not exceeded 24 hours, it's possible, using now. Target, Yi Qingfeng. Reviving to near-death state. Reviving." Shen Wuxiao watched, his heart stirred, almost shouting "Revive, my dear," but he realized this was a man and quickly stopped himself. Ding, resurrection card activated. Shen Wuxiao stood quietly behind Yi Qingfeng, watching. It was quite miraculous. Yi Qingfeng's fingers twitched. After a while, Yi Qingfeng groggily opened his eyes. He felt a splitting headache. Opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was very cold and damp. He had no idea where this place was. Yi Qingfeng was in immense pain, slowly sitting up. What happened? Where is this? Yi Qingfeng held his forehead, his expression stiff, feeling as if all his bones had shattered. No, didn't Shen Wuxiao kill me? Could it be? Yi Qingfeng was utterly shocked. Although it was absurd, he had to accept a fact. Yi Qingfeng looked at his hands. Could it be that I've been reborn? Stunned for a few seconds, Yi Qingfeng's aura slightly expanded. Since heaven has given me another chance, in this life, I will not repeat the same mistakes. But at what point in time have I been reborn? How did I get injured? Am I still in the northern region? Shen Wuxiao, in this life, I will tear you to pieces. Yi Qingfeng's teeth ground together. What the hell are you mumbling about? Shen Wuxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Are you sick? Hearing that voice that terrified him, Yi Qingfeng froze and looked back. He saw Shen Wuxiao staring at him like he was an idiot. What the hell? You. Stop with the you. I saved you just to tell you that your daughter didn't make it. She's dead. What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Qingfeng was once again overwhelmed by pain, about to scream, but he was too injured to make a sound. All right, whatever you say is fine, I just brought you back to inform you of the news. After all, I'm a man of my word. Now that I've told you the outcome, I'll send you on your way. Shen Wuxiao suddenly revealed a deadly judge's pen in his hand. Shen Wuxiao, may you die a horrible death. Yi Qingfeng was in immense pain. Having died once and experienced that suffering, he thought he had come back to life, back before he returned to Zhonghai, believing he could foresee everything. He never expected to face death again. Moreover, this time, dying was 100 times more painful. He received the terrible news of his daughter's passing, his whole being tormented. Shen Wuxiao was so malicious. Damn! Shen Wuxiao didn't linger. goodbye to you. With that, the deadly judge's pen plunged sharply into Yi Qingfeng's neck. With a forceful pull, there was no blood, just as the system said. It was just to let him live for a while before killing him. Yi Qingfeng trembled all over, experiencing death once more. Senku. After cursing, Yi Qingfeng died again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Yi Qingfeng again, points plus 2 million. Since it was a resurrection card, there are no extra rewards. The host used the Death Judge pen to kill the protagonist of Fate, points plus 200,000. Laughing to death, Shin Wuxiu said mockingly, still reborn, and in this life, I definitely won't repeat the same mistakes. Do you want to make me laugh to death? He looked at the corpse and shouted outside, drag it away, cremate it, and then scatter the ashes. I don't have money to buy him a grave. After Shin Wuxiu's subordinates came in, they really were going to drag Yi Qingfeng away this time. Watching Yi Qingfeng being carried away, Shin Wuxiu felt a bit sad. He forgot to have someone cleanse him when he came back to life. If he had done that, it could have added quite a few points. What a blunder. But learning from mistakes, Shin Wuxiu's experience had also grown. The era belonging to Yi Qingfeng passed in an instant. Shin Wuxiu walked out of the morgue and returned to the hospital room where Tuan Tuan was. For some unknown reason, perhaps Yi Qingfeng couldn't bear to leave his daughter, and really took her with him. As soon as Shin Wuxiu entered, he heard the heart monitor beeping. The medical staff immediately rushed to provide emergency aid. Shin Wuxiu simply sat aside and watched. The heart monitor fluctuated dramatically, like stock prices, going up and down. After a tense rescue, in just a few minutes, the person was lost. The heart monitor became a straight line. The medical staff stopped their actions one by one and took off their masks. Young master, we did our best. Shin Wuxiu nodded, that's good. No, just doing your best is enough. Life and death are fated. This child has suffered a lot, leaving without pain is better. Shin Wuxiu sighed, seeing this scene, I don't feel good either, hee. Meanwhile, Huang Luoyan covered her mouth to stifle her cries, but tears as big as beans still fell one by one. She trembled as she walked to the bedside, looking at that pale little face. The Tuan Tuan of the past was lively and cute. Now, she was quiet to the point of heartbreak. Tuan Tuan. Huang Luoyan had a belly full of words but couldn't say a single one. She embraced Tuan Tuan's body and began to cry bitterly. The doctors in the ward left one by one, giving them time for a final farewell. Jian Huiwei glanced at Shin Wuxiu, her eyes subtly signaling before she walked out. Shin Wuxiu did not leave. He continued to sit there, lit a cigarette, and watched the annual tragedy unfold before him. At that moment, Shin Wuxiu suddenly remembered, whether it was one or two being cremated, it was still cremation. He forgot to send the father and daughter together. Forget it. Waiting in line wasn't a big deal. Shin Wuxiu felt he was also a warm man. He stood up, walked to the bedside, and stood beside Huang Luoyan. He raised his hand and patted her shoulder. Big wronged one. No, Miss Huang, once a person is dead, they cannot come back to life. Please grieve less. Since she is already dead, don't let the living suffer anymore. Let her leave in peace. If you cry like this, you might drown her path to reincarnation. I heard from the Tianchi in the Thunder Ancestor Taoist temple that if the path to reincarnation becomes unclear, one will become a wandering spirit, and being a ghost means eating shit. Upon hearing this, Huang Luoyan really stopped crying, but her beautiful eyes were already red from crying, and her whole body was trembling. In this state, she truly looked pitiful. If she were here, Getting a bit twisted, Huang Luoyan sobbed, wiped her tears, but couldn't stop at all. Shin Wuxiu also felt he could sacrifice a bit of himself. If you really want to cry, then let's change places. He was a warm man, so he offered a free hug. After saying that, he pulled Huang Luoyan into his arms. Huang Luoyan couldn't resist at all and fell into Shin Wuxiu's embrace. However, Huang Luoyan seemed not to notice. The woman, feeling desolate inside, having lost a daughter, was incredibly fragile. Now, as Shin Wuxiu held her like this, it brought her a sense of security. She even threw caution to the wind and buried herself in Shin Wuxiu's arms, crying as if to release all the grievances of the past years. She cried for a good 7 or 8 minutes, soaking Shin Wuxiu's clothes with her tears. Fortunately, as she cried, Huang Luoyan eventually fell asleep. She was indeed very tired. Since the day she misunderstood that Shin Wuxiu wanted to plant her, she had barely slept for 5 hours. Even the strongest person would break down. Now that she was completely exhausted, it would be strange if she didn't collapse. The woman sleeping in his arms, who had just cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, still had tears at the corners of her eyes. Shin Wuxiu looked at her, speechless. You are the most peculiar big fool I've ever seen. You've made yourself into something unrecognizable, while others are happily ascending. Shin Wuxiu lifted her up. Huang Luoyan was light but very comfortable. In her dreams, Huang Luoyan instinctively curled up closer to him. You really are beautiful. Once you recover a bit, we can go crazy planting. but if you plant now, I'm afraid you'll die from it, which wouldn't be worth it. Shen Wuxiao carried her out of the ward, heading towards another room. When he placed Huan Luoyan on the bed in the other room, Shen Wuxiao asked the doctor to give her an 4-drip as well. She was just too weak. Only when her body was better could he privately give her some nutrients to help her absorb them fully. Zhang Huayue leaned against the door of the ward, a charming smile on her face. Are you interested? Zhang Huayue asked. Shen Wuxiao stroked his chin. I am, but I'm more interested in you. Zhang Huayue thought he was going to plant again in the ward. You naughty boy, not here, we'll talk about it at home. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Shen Wuxiao's subordinate rushed in, reporting the situation. Young master, a master has arrived and wants to see you. A master? How skilled. Releasing an aura that makes us want to wet our pants, Shen Wuxiao's subordinate was a bit nervous. Is that so? Shen Wuxiao was puzzled. This was a private place, and anyone coming here would definitely not be an outsider. If the person could pinpoint this location, it was highly likely they were one of their own. What does the person look like? The subordinate described. He's holding a handkerchief, wearing high heels, walking with a sway, and even wearing lipstick. But he's a 40-year-old man. No, a woman. No, a man. Stop, stop, stop. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand to block. Got it, no need to stop, it's one of our own. Hearing the subordinate's description, Shen Wuxiao immediately thought of who it was. Wasn't that the old yin-yang person? In the Shen family, a mid-level master. Zhang Huayue relaxed her guard upon hearing Shen Wuxiao say it was one of their own. Wuxiao, who is it? It sounds a bit strange. Shen Wuxiao smiled. That's a mid-level master in the family, called Uncle De, but, how should I put it, he's neither male nor female. Ah, is it like someone who practiced the evil repelling sword manual or the sunflower scripture? Yes, it's that kind of feeling. Shen Wuxiao was also a bit speechless. Zhang Huayue nodded. Then he must be quite powerful. Whether he was powerful or not, Shen Wuxiao really didn't know. He replied lightly, I never liked martial arts before and often wandered outside. They all treated me like a child who hadn't grown up. I'm not clear on their specific realms either. Shen Wuxiao had no intention of welcoming him and sat in the chair of the ward with Zhang Huayue. Before long, the sound of high heels echoed. The sound of clacking echoed. In this quiet place, it was quite jarring. Soon, a figure appeared at the door of the hospital room. Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue looked over. At that moment, Zhang Huayue nearly jumped in fright. The person before them was very abstract. Dressed in a tight-fitting training outfit that showcased his muscles, he held a patterned handkerchief in one hand, his nails painted, and his lips adorned with lipstick. What was most unsettling was that he was wearing a pair of high heels. What the hell? He still wore a serious expression, exuding an air of authority. But he broke the mood as soon as he spoke. Oh dear, young master, it's been a long time. I've missed you so much. He shouted while waving the handkerchief and striking a delicate pose. He swayed into the room. Old hen, shut up. Shen Wuxiao felt goosebumps all over. Hearing Shen Wuxiao's reprimand, Uncle De quickly fell silent but still stomped his foot and huffed. Old hen, no. When Uncle De's gaze landed on Zhang Huayue, his eyes instantly lit up. This must be the young mistress, right? TSK, so beautiful, she can stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone. As he spoke, Uncle De scrutinized Zhang Huayue, both intentionally and unintentionally. Shen Wuxiao and Zhang Huayue were both stunned. They looked incredulous. Once they regained their composure, Shen Wuxiao looked around, searching for something. Damn it, where's my knife? Uncle De quickly pressed his hands down. Oh dear, young master, I was just joking. Don't be angry. Shen Wuxiao gritted his teeth, feeling uncomfortable. He looked at Uncle De and asked, what are you doing in Shanghai? Uncle De appeared more at ease in front of Shen Wuxiao. He simply sat down in the empty seat across from Shen Wuxiao. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Wuxiao hurriedly said, turn your back to me. Uncle De chuckled and turned around, replying, I came out to do some business, planning to return when I received news from the master. The master asked me to come and bring back a few corpses, so here I am. Shen Wuxiao nodded. All right, take them back. Saves me the trouble of sending them. But let me tell you first, you tell me, old man, that these corpses must be dealt with, and those behind them must be taken care of. Uncle De smiled again. Of course, young master, they want to assassinate you, and those behind them, even the dogs they keep at home, must be dealt with. We might even have to dig up a few ancestral graves. By the way, young master, when are you planning to go back? Uncle De then asked. Shen Wuxiao really had no intention of leaving. When the time comes, I will go back. Uncle De, you know I've embarked on the path of martial arts now. I didn't understand much before and had no interest in asking, but now I'm curious, what level are you at? Shen Wuxiao was genuinely curious. This old yin-yang person looked flamboyant, but his aura was genuinely strong. Uncle De turned around, the handkerchief blocking his red lips. I'm not at a high level, just a martial marquis of the 6th rank. Martial marquis, Shin Wuxiao choked. Is that what you call not high? No, you're a martial marquis of the 6th rank. I used to see you sparring with other uncles, and you couldn't win. What level were they at? Speaking of this, Uncle did puffed up in anger, huffing, those old geezers really think I'm afraid of them. But, not being afraid doesn't mean I can win. They're just martial kings and martial zones, nothing more. The higher-ups are in secret organizations, and I don't know much about them. Jian Huayue felt truly shocked upon hearing this. She knew a bit about the realms above the 9th rank, but she had never actually seen many of them. People at that level generally wouldn't meddle in worldly affairs. Yet here sat a living, breathing martial marquis of the 6th rank. What was even more astonishing was that this martial marquis was actually a lower-level warrior of the Shin family. What about the mid-level, upper-level, and top tier? How terrifying it is. No wonder the Shin family is the #1 family in the Dragon Country. Jian Huayue was shocked, but Shen Wuxiao was different. His face darkened. Damn! You're at the 6th level of martial sovereign, so I want to ask, as a young master of the Shin family, when I come to a place like Zhenghai, my father sends a 5th grade master as my bodyguard. Who do you look down on? Are you just waiting for me to encounter a master and get taken out? Back then, when I fought, it was all about numbers. For my bodyguard, at the very least, I should have a 9th grade one. Shen Wuxiao was indeed quite frustrated. Wasn't this just ridiculous? You see, according to Lin Chen's script, he was supposed to be crippled by Lin Chen. Although he didn't die, being beaten as the young master of a top family was a great humiliation. If he had a 9th grade master, it wouldn't have come to this. Of course, if we were to follow the plot, his martial uncle wouldn't have been there at that time. It was also because the previous Shen Wuxiao was useless, getting beaten up, and Lu Qingqing stepped in, persuading him to give up on revenge. Damn, he actually forgave her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Turning back to Lu Ruyan's side, he smashed Lu Qingqing's memorial photo. He had to dig her out and expose her. Uncle De found himself in an awkward situation, smiling. Young master, the old master has his own intentions, and above the 9th grade, once you step into the martial minister level, you basically rarely get involved in worldly matters. Shin Wuxiao raised an eyebrow. Is that the martial association's rule? Uncle De pouted. Not really, the martial association is nothing. The old master probably wants you to live carefree, continue to indulge in worldly misdeeds, enjoy life. Shin Wuxiao waved his hand. Too lazy to dwell on it. Forget it, let's not mention this anymore. Take the body away. I need to go back and rest. Shen Wuxiao had gained a whole new understanding of his family. In the past, he only valued power and status, but now, wow, it was flourishing in all aspects. His father was hailed as the strongest in the Dragon Country, so his cultivation must be quite terrifying. Clearly, he could rely on his father. Why bother relying on himself? Known, the family is impressive. Unknown, not knowing the upper limit of that impressiveness. Solution, actually, it could be even more ruthless. Uncle De slowly stood up, wanting to bow. Shen Wuxiao's eyes were stinging. No, let's go. Young master, you weren't like this before. Uncle De pouted, even playing with his not-so-long hair. Then young master, young madam, I'm taking my leave. Uncle De said, about to go out. But when he saw Huang Luoyan, who was in a deep sleep, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes seemed to have seen a rare treasure. Heavens, Uncle De exclaimed. Shen Wuxiao jolted. That sharp voice. Young master, this is also the young madam? Uncle De was very excited, pointing at Huang Luoyan on the sickbed. No, Shen Wuxiao denied it outright. Not. Uncle De immediately approached, carefully examining Huang Luoyan, then took her pulse. It really is. Can I take her as my disciple? Uncle De had never been this excited, his hands trembling. Ha! Shen Wuxiao paused. You don't mean to say she's a rare genius with extraordinary bones? Uncle De shook his head. No, but she's suitable for practicing my techniques. I can guarantee that in the future, her achievements will far surpass mine. Some things depend on fate. You can't force them. She's something you can encounter but not seek. Shen Wuxiao really couldn't see it, but everyone has different perceptions. A master like Uncle De naturally has his own way of sensing things. You ask her, why are you asking me? Shen Wuxiao casually replied. Uncle De was a loyal servant of the family. If he took Huang Luoyan as a disciple, then Huang Luoyan would be part of the family. If any thoughts of betrayal arose, she really wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Uncle De was so excited that he burst into a fit of giggles, dancing around and almost jumping into a cha-cha right on the spot. He still hadn't calmed down. Young master, she is truly perfect for my martial arts technique. The moment I saw her, I knew I had found the one to inherit my legacy. It's fate. Fate brought me here to find her, fate led me to meet the successor. Shin Wuxiu felt a bit uneasy. If this continued, would he go mad? Uncle De went over to take a look, then jumped back, spinning in circles. Young master, she hasn't broken through yet. This time, she's asking you for help. You must assist her. Shin Wuxiu felt utterly confused. What? Uncle De waved his handkerchief. Oh, young master, it's just asking you to help me break through my future disciples' barriers. If so, her cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. After saying this, Uncle De looked at Jiang Huayue. Young lady, you are a true martial arts genius, and your future achievements are limitless. In the future, my disciple won't threaten your position. Even if she becomes the young master's woman, she will still call you sister. I hope you can support this. Jiang Huayue was a bit surprised. Such a thing existed? She didn't feel any jealousy. As long as Shin Wuxiu liked her, they could still get along well. Jiang Huayue looked at Shin Wuxiu and responded to Uncle De. This matter is decided by my man. Uncle De's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully examined Jiang Huayue. This woman was wholeheartedly devoted to the young master. He could rest assured on the old master's side. The reason he asked Jiang Huayue was, first, to respect her status as the young lady, and second, to test her intentions. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and it's hard for people to deceive with their eyes, except for Shin Wuxiu, of course. When he asked earlier, Jiang Huayue showed no hesitation. Everything was centered around Shin Wuxiu. Only such a woman was worthy of their young master. Shin Wuxiu looked at Uncle De with a puzzled expression. Are you serious? Uncle De nodded earnestly. Young master, more serious than anything. It's truly rare to meet an heir to the legacy. If you help her break through, she will also be your woman in the future. Her beauty is exceptional, you won't be wronged. Once she inherits my legacy, she will also be your most capable assistant. Uncle De looked at Shin Wuxiu with an incredibly sincere gaze. This matter will be discussed later, Shin Wuxiu said lightly. Uncle De immediately bowed. Thank you, young master, thank you. You can tell me later when you come to pick her up. Uncle De looked genuinely delighted. Is it the same meaning? Whatever. Shin Wuxiu couldn't be bothered to think. Anyway, he indeed wanted that from her. Uncle De was also from the family, and while helping others, he would also gain something. With Uncle De's training, Huang Luoyan would undoubtedly become a loyal supporter of the Shin family. Uncle De, your woman is so nagging. It must be a problem with the technique, right? Now that you've found a disciple, she can perfectly inherit your martial arts? Yes, that's right. After saying this, Uncle De wanted to show off a bit, otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to solidify the young master's decision. The handkerchief in Uncle De's hand began to dance lightly, resembling a two-person turn. But as he spun, suddenly, the handkerchief shot out explosively. It spun around the room in a circle. After returning to his hand, Uncle De pinched the corner of the handkerchief, his fingers elegantly poised, shyly covering his face. During this time, he didn't release any true energy or aura. Are you performing acrobatics or playing with a boomerang? Shin Wuxiu looked around, sensing nothing unusual. It was as if it had flown around. But just as he finished speaking, the entire room suddenly shook. With the naked eye, a crack appeared all around the room. A few specks of dust scattered. Looking closely, Shin Wuxiu couldn't help but feel shocked. Damn! Without even releasing a breath, the entire house was silently cut into two halves. It was like a blade swung to the extreme, striking a person's head. The head was severed but still stood on the neck. Young master, this is just a small test of skill. The technique contains the delicate power of the finger of flower. My delicacy is due to my rejection of cultivation, but she is different, naturally compatible. She will definitely be top-notch in the future. Shin Wuxiu had nothing to say. Delicate is one thing, but what you have is just girlish nonsense. Whether she becomes your disciple or not, you should ask her. I'll notify you later. Uncle De jumped up. Thank you, young master. She's so happy. Give. Damn. Shin Wuxiu felt a chill run down his spine. You may have shown off a bit, but you cut into my private space. Compensate me. Pay up before you leave. Uncle De's smile froze on his face. Young master, she has no money. How much does she need to compensate? Shin Wuxiu was just joking. Uncle De was one of his own. How could he be serious? Besides, he had plenty of money and wasn't interested. Did you bring a storage bag? Leave it for me. The family has plenty anyway. You can just get another one. Uncle De chuckled. Oh, young master, you're so annoying. You know my storage bag is full of personal clothes. You're really bad. Shin Wuxiu couldn't take it anymore and suddenly stood up. Damn it. Get lost. Young master, I was just joking. But with your status, how can you use second-hand items? Next time you come, I'll bring you a few. After saying this, Uncle De instantly left the room. A voice transmission followed. Young master, I'm taking my leave. Remember to inform me about my disciple later. Shin Wuxiu gritted his teeth, feeling awkward all over. Uncle De had left, and Shin Wuxiu still felt goosebumps. This was too ridiculous. Let's go home. Shin Wuxiao took Zhang Huayue's hand and was about to leave. What about Miss Huang? Shouldn't we take her back? Zhang Huayue pointed to Huang Luoyan on the sickbed. No need, in her condition, she needs someone to take care of her, and there are arrangements here. Shin Wuxiao had no intention of taking care of others. This afternoon, he had tried Hatsune Miku and had other things to do. Uncle D, who had left, had already dialed a number. He no longer had the slightest hint of girlishness. It was as if the androgynous person in the ward just now was not him. Master, I've met the girl, she's very good, with excellent martial arts talent, and is wholeheartedly devoted to the young master. With her by the young master's side, you can rest assured. Shin Tianhong's lazy voice sounded, that's fine, it's not that I don't trust my daughter-in-law, mainly because this kid of mine is simple-minded and kind-hearted. I'm afraid he'll be deceived. Uncle D's mouth twitched involuntarily. Yes, the young master is simple and kind, indeed easy to be used. By the way, master, I've found the heir to the legacy. She might also become the young mistress in the future. This matter still needs your approval. Shin Tianhong suddenly became agitated. Heir to the legacy? Are you trying to bring another androgynous person into this? And she might even be the young mistress. Damn it, I'll hammer you. No. Uncle D awkwardly laughed. This time it's real. The previous one was just an experiment. This time, the other party is indeed a woman. Oh, that's fine. Just handle it as you see fit. Shin Tianhong continued, after you return, take those corpses directly to Liu Cai's house, hand them over to him, and send them off. My good son gave me such a good reason. If I don't clean it up, it would be a waste. Everyone involved will die, even if it's just to show their face. Yes, sir. Shin Tianhong had not finished speaking. After taking care of Liu Cai, bring his body and pay a visit to the backer behind him. I'll wait for him to kneel before the Shin family and beg me. After leaving the private hospital, Shin Wuxiao returned with Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue drove while Shin Wuxiao sat in the passenger seat, staring blankly out the window. The night scenery of the streets rushed by, dazzling and overwhelming. Shin Wuxiao was very satisfied with his current life. Every day was filled with endless anticipation, anticipating the arrival of the next protagonist. But he wasn't in a hurry about it. He would definitely encounter them when he least expected it. The group of protagonists was very special. They might rarely stir up trouble, but they were born with a knack for being ridiculed. Even a passing dog might bark at them. Not to mention that they had some arrogant relatives who looked down on others, self-important cousins, and women who act spoiled, all of which added to their troubles. The reason protagonists are protagonists, aside from their immense fortune, is their strong ability to clean up after others. They are so considerate that people still complain about the fact that they use sandpaper to wipe. No matter how well they do, they will be questioned, leading to remarks like, how could it be him helping? I don't believe he has that ability. Impossible. He's just a waste. Thinking of this made Shin Wuxiao want to laugh. The personalities of some protagonists were truly baffling. They liked to give silently without expecting anything in return, only to get furious and slap back when their achievements were stolen. Clearly powerful, yet they preferred to pretend to be ordinary, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger, enduring humiliation until they finally exploded with a victim mentality. At the same time, they had no voice. When wronged, they basically wouldn't explain. Even when insulted, they still wouldn't clarify. They had to wait for a beautiful woman to discover their injustice, feel wronged, then awaken, regret, and seek forgiveness. In the end, a loving hug. What's a little grievance for you? Ugh, despicable. As Shin Wuxiao thought about this, he suddenly felt his blood pressure rise. You are. Zhang Huayue, who was driving, responded. How about I drive instead? Zhang Huayue paused, not opposing. Those who understood knew. Really? This is in the car, and we're only half an hour from home. I'm afraid you'll be too tired driving. Let me take over. All right. Zhang Huayue directly pulled over to the side of the road. They switched places. Shin Wuxiao took the wheel, and the car slowly started moving. Zhang Huayue took a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, then lowered the sun visor, opened the mirror, and applied some lip gloss. She elegantly pressed her lips together. A sense of ritual. Finally, Zhang Huayue tidied her hair, pulling it back behind her ears. She looked out the window. The night view was nice. Upon returning to the villa, a new storm had already appeared. After the storm passed, Zhang Huayue personally said, Wuxiao, I want to leave tomorrow and go back to the border to wrap things up. Shin Wuxiao held her, gently stroking her hair. Is that all? I can just make a phone call. You don't need to go there in person. They can send the documents over. Zhang Huayue could feel Shin Wuxiao's affection for her, but she still shook her head. It's not just that. I also want to say goodbye to the teachers who taught me. It's better to have a beginning and an end. Shen Wuxiao did not refuse. He understood Zhang Huayue's character. Going back was just saying goodbye to the past. There was no reason not to fulfill it. Alright, do you need me to send someone with you? Zhang Huayue hugged him and pouted. No need, I'll be back in at most 4 days. These days, you should just focus on Huang Luoyan. His Shen Wuxiu looked at her blinking beautiful eyes. I have reason to suspect that you are scared of my plants and want to hide for a few days. Zhang Huayue was not having it. She flipped over, her jade-like hands cradling Shen Wuxiu's face. Look at you being so proud. After saying that, she slowly leaned in, resting her forehead against Shen Wuxiu's, her voice soft and fragrant. Hubby, do you know? I think I'd become your fan. Is that so? MHM. Zhang Huayue nodded. Shall we do it again? The next day, Zhang Huayue woke up early, radiant and full of energy. She went to the kitchen and made breakfast for Shen Wuxiu. After they had breakfast together, Zhang Huayue changed into the outfit she wore when she arrived. She only brought 2 sets of clothes to change into and then set off. Shen Wuxiu had nothing to do all day anyway. Naturally, he followed her and took her to the airport. This time, they let the driver drive, and the two chatted in the back seat. Upon arriving at the airport, they didn't have many sentimental exchanges. They just shared a kiss, and Zhang Huayue entered the waiting hall. Zhang Huayue was going to be away for a few days, and Shen Wuxiu would be bored. He usually had little to do. Besides the plants, he didn't have many interests. However, now he had someone to bully, but the protagonist hadn't appeared yet. He even thought about how he could be eating hot pot, singing, and suddenly kill the protagonist. So, having days to bully the protagonist was the good life. Young master, are we going back now? The driver asked. Shen Wuxiu did not respond. He initially wanted to check on Huang Luoyan at the private hospital, but if he went now, that woman would definitely still be crying. So annoying. Her body wasn't even well adjusted, making it hard to deal with plants. Forget it, let's go to the Shin Group's Shanghai branch. Occasionally working on my career is still acceptable. Alright, young master. The driver was also quite surprised. Shen Wuxiu actually thought about going to the company to work. It was truly a rare occurrence. Perhaps he was really too bored. The car drove away from the airport, heading towards the branch office. The Shun Group was large, with branches almost everywhere, both domestically and internationally. Almost every city had one. The company's business was also very broad. Real estate, investment, securities, film and media, and manufacturing were all included. To say about strength, a branch's power could crush some large local enterprises. Upon arriving at the company, Shen Wuxiu looked up at the towering building. Just such a lifeless structure, yet every day countless people were eager to get in. Entering the lobby, many people looked towards Shen Wuxiu. So far, Shen Wuxiu had only made 2 public appearances, but no one was unaware of him. Hello, young Master Shen. Hello, young Master Shen. Some women with a bit of beauty, upon seeing Shen Wuxiu, hurriedly began to touch up their makeup and spray perfume on themselves. Everyone knew that young Master Shen had a preference for beautiful women. If one could spend a night with young Master Shen or directly become his lover, it would be something many would aspire to for generations. Coupled with Shen Wuxiu's ridiculously handsome appearance, his identity, background, looks, and temperament could overshadow all other men. How could they not be moved? Just as he walked to the center of the lobby, he suddenly heard a ouch. A woman holding a folder fell to the ground. She happened to fall right in front of Shen Wuxiu. The folder scattered all over the floor. She was hurriedly picking it up. Seeing this, Shen Wuxiu stepped forward, crouched down, and helped her gather the papers. As the woman bent over, her fair skin was quite appealing. Thank you, young Master Shen. The woman feigned surprise while expressing her gratitude. Shen Wuxiu paused his actions, smiled, and looked at her. He pinched his fingers, producing a bubble sound. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Damn it, I'm actually a bit moved. Upon hearing this, the other person trembled slightly. A joyful expression blossomed on their face, but they managed to conceal it well. Could it really be that Shen Wuxiu was attracted to her? The tale of Cinderella and the Prince Charming, the wealthy young master falling for someone living in a rented room, was it about to unfold? But in the next moment, she only felt a gust of wind rushing past her ear. Shen Wuxiu slapped her across the face. The woman stumbled and slid out across the floor. Useless, you can even fall while walking. What's the point of the company keeping you around? Shen Wuxiu's imposing presence silenced the entire room. Those with ulterior motives immediately withdrew their thoughts. A middle-aged beauty in her 50s had originally wanted to give it a try, to see if Shen Wuxiu would put on a show of the domineering CEO falling for me, a menopausal woman, but now she dared not. Shen Wuxiu was indeed as ruthless as the rumors suggested. Shen Wuxiu shook his hand dismissively. Damn it. Just then, the proper acting president, Wang Hua, arrived. When he saw Shen Wuxiu, it was as if his spine had been pulled out. He hunched over, forced a smile, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Young master, you came to the group without giving me a heads up. I'm late, I'm sorry. Shin Wuxiao glanced at him and said indifferently, do I need to report to you about where I go? No, young master, you misunderstood. Wang Hua lowered his head, realizing he had been overly nervous and said the wrong thing. Oh, so I just didn't get your point? Wang Hua nearly knelt down. He wished he could slap himself. He knew too much talking could lead to mistakes. Shin Wuxiao couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight toward the elevator. He was just bored today and came to take a look. Wang Hua hurriedly followed. He had learned to be smart now, saying less and waiting for Shin Wuxiao to ask questions, then answering honestly. As long as he answered truthfully and didn't lie, he would surely be fine. Just as he thought this, Shin Wuxiao asked, you've been lining your pockets quite a bit over the years, haven't you? Wang Hua was stunned. Could he answer that honestly? Young master, I know I was wrong. He still didn't have the courage to hide it. Wrong? What's wrong? You can be greedy, just don't go too far. The Shin family's money isn't that easy to come by. Yes. Wang Hua nodded quickly. Look around, I'm bored. Shin Wuxiao didn't press further. In this day and age, who doesn't try to profit for themselves? But as long as you take the money and do your job honestly, that's enough. Wang Hua took Shin Wuxiao on a tour of the group. It also allowed Shin Wuxiao to see that under his leadership, the company was thriving. After visiting 2 departments, by the time they reached the 3rd department, Shin Wuxiao had lost interest. Boring. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the words bidding conference displayed on the huge LED screen. Shin Wuxiao pointed, what's that bidding conference about? Wang Hua hurriedly replied, young master, this is because the group has some projects that require a lot of facilities. This bidding conference is attended by some large local building material groups and real estate developers. To put it simply, it was about presenting projects as bait to draw in building materials from them. The bidding was meant to create competition among them for the supply rights to the project. Naturally, they would use quality and lower their prices to cooperate with the group. The projects of the Shin group were basically guaranteed to be profitable. Even if the profits were thin, working with the Shin family would still fill their pockets. It was normal for many to want a piece of that pie. Has it started? Shin Wuxiao asked. Wang Hua shook his head. Not yet, but it will start soon. If you're interested, young master, you can go in and take a look. Shin Wuxiao did not refuse. Watching the competition among others was actually quite interesting. Under Wang Hua's lead, Shin Wuxiao entered the meeting venue. Even for an internal bidding meeting, the space was not small. It resembled a courtroom layout. Below were rows of seats, while the left and right sides above were occupied by the company's personnel. In the center was a platform, along with a multimedia PPT display, meant for the businessmen to present their proposals. Shin Wuxiao found a corner seat and watched quietly. Wang Hua went to pour water and get some snacks, attentively serving this capricious young master. Before the bidding meeting began, the businessmen were all busy on their phones or making calls. The atmosphere was indeed somewhat tense. Once it started, the venue fell silent. The Shin Group representatives went up to explain the project, and soon, the businessmen took turns presenting their proposal prices. Wang Hua stood beside Shin Wuxiao, acting as a commentator. One by one, the companies went up to chatter. The proposals that were still undecided would be recorded and later discussed in an internal meeting. At that moment, a young man stood up above. He looked quite arrogant. He didn't speak at first, nor did he present a PPT or any related proposals. Who is this arrogant guy? Shin Wuxiao asked Wang Hua, noticing the man's demeanor. Young master, this is Lu Peng, the son of the Zhenghai Jiaoping Industrial Group. What a fool! Shin Wuxiao crossed his legs and curled his lip. Meanwhile, the Shin Group representatives were also growing impatient, asking, can you present your proposal? Or talk about your advantages? Lu Peng smiled at everyone. My advantage is my second uncle. Your second uncle? Lu Peng said proudly. That's right, everyone should know. My second uncle is the chairman of the Political Consultative Conference in Zhenghai City. The companies that heard Lu Peng speak cursed him for his shamelessness. But these things were very realistic. They might be able to present good proposals and compress profits, but so could he. Moreover, he had an additional background, making things smoother for him. Since ancient times, the common people do not fight against officials. Money cannot contend with power. His second uncle was a significant figure. What could they do? Lu Peng's words basically secured his success in the bidding. After Lu Peng, some companies were already planning to give up. What was the point? It would just be a waste of time to go up. Just when the people from the Shin Group thought no one else would go up, a tall figure slowly stood up. She wore a black suit, long trousers, and black high heels. Underneath was a white shirt, her chest proud yet not revealing anything. Even so, she remained the most eye-catching presence in the room, causing murmurs to rise in the previously quiet venue. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lan family? She really has the courage to compete at this time. There's no choice. If we can't get this project, we might just lose some money, but if the Lan group can't get it, it basically means bankruptcy. True, this is also their last hope. Lan Shangwei really brought this upon himself. He died so easily, leaving a mess for his daughter to handle. Sigh. Xin Wuxiao's eyes lit up when he saw her go up. He hadn't noticed such a stunning beauty with an exceptional figure earlier. Her demeanor was elegant and graceful, her steps light and flowing, her posture delicate and beautiful, like a willow swaying in the wind. Who is she? Xin Wuxiao asked. Manhwa quickly introduced, young master, this lady is Lan Shi, the eldest daughter of the Zhenhai Lan Group. The Lan Group was once a leader in the building materials industry, but after the old man of the Lan family passed away, the group was taken over by the third branch. Unfortunately, the third branch lacks capability, and the vast enterprise almost fell into their hands. Xin Wuxiao stroked his chin. A large group, even if mismanaged, shouldn't just fall apart like that. Young master has a point. Wang Hua smiled and continued, he was set up by someone. Others used an empty contract to fool him completely, almost taking all his funds for production and even borrowing a lot. I see, isn't that just digging his own grave? Shan Wuxiao was also speechless. However, if someone is deliberately scheming and can't think straight, it's hard to avoid. Yes, if production goes well, at least the goods are in hand. As long as they can sell, they can still recover some losses. The deadly part is that someone has given a heads up. Who would cooperate with the Lan family's building materials? When the old man of the Lan family was alive, he favored the third branch, but now that he's gone, they will naturally be targeted by those with ulterior motives. Only our Shin Group's project is untouchable, otherwise, Miss Lan probably wouldn't be here today. Xin Wuxiao didn't ask further but watched as Lan Shi walked onto the stage. No wonder those who were discussing earlier said, this project is the last hope of the Lan family. This was a gamble, and they had to go all in. She was targeting those who dared not touch the Shin Group's project. Xin Wuxiao seemed to see that beautiful girl bearing a heavy burden, but it had nothing to do with him. Going all in will inevitably drive down prices, and in the end, just the market disruption alone will probably drown them in the industry's backlash. As Lan Shi faced the crowd, many people swallowed hard. Xin Wuxiao was also tempted to experience it. Her face was beautiful, her brows like a crescent moon, the slightly curved arc carrying a touch of gentle charm. Her eyes were as clear as water, revealing a tranquility and peace not typical for her age, as if she could encompass the world's complexities. The tear mole at the corner of her eye added to her delicate allure. Her nose was straight, and her cherry lips were expressionless. If she could smile, it would surely be like a spring breeze, warming the heart. So beautiful, so captivating, one could only sigh. Pragmatists must act decisively. Lan Shi was about to open her PPT to explain her proposal. Lu Peng, who had just introduced her second uncle, smiled and spoke up, Miss Lan, you don't need to present your proposal. Everyone doesn't have that much time. It's pointless to say more. Just tell us your price. He looked very arrogant, as if everything was under his control. Lan Shi's eyes flashed with anger, but she pretended not to notice. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. She had to try no matter what. Everyone, our Lan family building materials this time. Miss Lan, really no need to waste time. Lan Shi hadn't even finished her sentence before being interrupted again. Lan Shi clenched her delicate hands, finally unable to hold back. Lu Peng, don't go too far. Too far? Lu Peng slowly stood up, arms spread wide, his smile even broader. I'm being realistic. Everyone relies on their abilities. How about this? I, Lu Peng, promise that no matter what price the Lan family building materials offer, my Lu family will lower it by 5%. At this, everyone gasped in shock. This was clearly targeting them, aiming to ruin the Lan family building materials. Lan Shi felt powerless, even though she knew the black hand behind it was the collusion of the first and second branches with Lu Peng. She had no evidence, and even if she did, there was nothing she could do. Xin Wuxiao raised his hand and pointed at Lu Peng, speaking to Wang Hua in a low voice, is this how you do things? In my territory, does some random person dare to act so arrogantly? Wang Hua was startled, young master, I'll have them driven away right away. No need. Xin Wuxiao frowned, let's just watch. Seeing that Lan Shi was silent, Lu Peng became even more aggressive. Miss Lan, you don't need to be angry. I believe in win-win. As long as you agree to date me, I will graciously give up this project. Not only that, but I can also offer a high price to clear your inventory. How about it? Lu Peng, you are shameless. Lan Shi was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Lu Peng remained as shameless as ever. Hey, I'm the one being shameless. You have to think about it. Your huge family business was all built by old Master Lan. It was already ruined by your father, and if it's ruined by you now, how will you face old Master Lan? Besides, my marriage to you is a match made in heaven, a strong alliance, much better than that useless son-in-law you brought in, right? Ha ha ha. Lu Peng's laughter echoed throughout the venue. Shen Wuxiao, who had been watching the drama unfold, suddenly burst with brilliance in his eyes. Triggered the key phrase, useless son-in-law. Is it time to act? Lan Shi was already furious, her anger making her tremble. She realized that this time it was hopeless. Was the Lan family's building materials really going to be handed over to those people from the main branch? If she kept it in her hands, it would be ruined. That little man Lu Peng not only played dirty behind her back but was now openly taking advantage of her. The Shin Group's project was definitely out of the question. Lan Shi felt a sense of despair. The proposal she had worked hard on for 2 weeks had no chance to be presented, as the other side completely crushed her. Businessmen seek profit. Even a giant enterprise like the Shin Group wouldn't refuse free money. This profitable project was something she had planned to clear out her inventory at a loss to help the group recover. Otherwise, no one else would dare to take materials from her, which would be like throwing money away. But now, Lu Peng was actually lowering the price by 5% on top of her offer, making it impossible for her to compete. In despair, Lan Shi said nothing more and dragged her weary body toward the exit. Many people sighed quietly. Who let the Lan family's building materials be targeted by a petty person? It was really heading for bankruptcy and liquidation. Lu Peng watched the beautiful woman who made his heart race leave, feeling quite pleased. He didn't believe he couldn't handle Lan Shi. This woman would eventually be under his control, subtly submitting to him. The bidding meeting was essentially over. As Shin Wuxiao left, he pointed at Lu Peng. Beat him up, make him behave in the future. In my territory, he has no right to be arrogant. After saying that, Shin Wuxiao left directly. Lu Peng, full of confidence, looked like he had already secured victory. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw a group of people surrounding him. They started punching and kicking him. One even broke his arm with a stick. Lu Peng cried out in pain. After a beating, he was left bloodied and barely conscious. Manhwa coldly warned, our young master said, if your head is too high and your feet have no roots, you will fall. If you treat this place like your family's market, you better make sure you have the life to shout. Drag him away, throw him out. The winning bid is still his, but according to what he said, it must be 5% lower than the Lan family's price. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They all understood that Lu Peng's arrogant behavior had displeased the young master of the Shin family. Indeed, in someone else's territory, he had acted like he was the master. If he didn't get beaten, who would? Lu Peng was dazed, his mind unclear. He was dragged away just like that. Outside, Lan Shi, who had secretly cried for a while in the restroom, walked out just in time to see Lu Peng being dragged away, blood all over his head. Just as she was surprised, she overheard others whispering as they left the venue. I didn't expect the young master of the Shin family to be here just now. Lu Peng is in trouble now, having provoked him. Exactly, he was just showing off and bullying the Lan family, and before he could enjoy it, he got beaten up like this. Do you think the young master of the Shin family has taken a liking to Lan Shi and is avenging her? It's possible. Lan Shi is definitely beautiful, so it's not surprising if he has feelings for her. Amidst the discussions of others, Lan Shi felt a bit dazed, but she still realized that Lu Peng had been beaten by someone arranged by the young master of the Shin family. She didn't believe in all that talk about likes and dislikes, but Lu Peng suffered a huge loss, and she still felt a sense of vindication. Lan Shi left the group, looking at the beautiful weather outside, yet her mood was anything but cheerful. Just as she was about to drive back and rethink her options, a series of honks interrupted her thoughts. Lan Shi turned to see a man on an electric bike approaching, stopping not far from her. The basket in front of the bike was filled with vegetables and meat. The man had bronze skin, wore a safety helmet, and was dressed in a set of casual clothes that had been washed countless times, even showing signs of fading. He had a smile on his face, and when he smiled, the corners of his mouth lifted high. Sheer, I heard you came here for the bidding. How's it going? Smooth? I'm here to take you home. Lan Shi's mood was already low, even at rock bottom. Seeing the man who shared a marital name with her only added to her sense of despair. The man was Chu Ming, who had become a son-in-law to the Lan family 2 years ago. Before he married in, they didn't know each other at all. At that time, the old master of the Lan family was still alive. He was a reasonable man, highly respected, and had the final say in the family. Yet, he favored the third branch. The first and second branches were dissatisfied but dared not speak out. As the old master aged, many matters became beyond his control. During one family meeting, he went against the majority and directly handed over the absolute controlling rights of the family business to the third branch. The other two branches were left with only 15% each. Lan Shangwei took on the heavy responsibility, which should have been a happy occasion. However, Lan Shangwei was indeed limited in ability, but fortunately, the group had a solid foundation and nothing went wrong. Until one day, Lan Shangwei fell into a trap and signed a contract for a massive project. The contract clearly stated that all materials would be provided by Lan's building materials. This big order was a tremendous opportunity for Lan Shangwei. If he succeeded, he would not only meet his father's expectations but also silence the first and second branches. He prepared day and night, conducting on-site inspections with the other party. No matter how Lan Shi advised him to be cautious, he seemed indifferent, only focused on seizing the opportunity. After the signing, he devoted all his time to production. The amount of building materials required was enormous. He not only spent all his liquid funds but also took out a huge loan from the bank. Unexpectedly, when the delivery date arrived, no one came to collect. When he went looking for them, he discovered it was a shell company. Everything was fake. The information and documents were all forged. The other party effortlessly brought down the Lan group. At that time, Lan Shangwei was not yet disheartened, believing he still had the materials in hand, just that the payment would take longer. But soon, bad news arrived. Someone targeted Lan's building materials. All sales channels were blocked, and even those who had signed contracts came to breach them. This incident struck Lan Shangwei like a bolt from the blue, directly shattering him, who had little capacity to bear such a blow. The first and second branches seized the opportunity to stir trouble, embellishing the story to inform the old master of this major upheaval, blaming him for misjudging people. The old master, already weak, could not withstand the shock and passed away that very day without even having time to leave a final word. Lan Shangwei believed he had caused his father's death and, overwhelmed by the burden, contemplated ending his own life. Before dying, he transferred all his shares to Lan Shi's name. That night, he jumped off a building to commit suicide, leaving behind a lonely mother and daughter. With the grandfather gone and the father deceased, it was a double blow for Lan Shi. Especially after her grandfather's death, her grandmother stepped in to take control of the family. The old woman had always favored sons over daughters, believing that a daughter was just a financial burden, destined to be married off sooner or later, and thus there was no need to invest effort in her upbringing. During the time when the old man and Lan Shangwei's bodies were still warm, she took action. She aimed to reclaim control of the Lan family's building materials business and demanded that Lan Shi hand over all her shares. But Lan Shi was unwilling and resolutely decided to take over the responsibilities left by her father. It was her grandfather's hope and her father's regret. As a child, she absolutely could not allow herself to be schemed against and fulfill someone else's wishes. Outsiders believed that the Lan family would go bankrupt and liquidate, but Lan Shi knew better. That would not happen. Some people just wanted to push her out of that position. If she left, the group would naturally revive. Everything was just a trap set by certain people colluding with outsiders. No matter how difficult it got, she would not let them succeed. Upon realizing that Lan Shi was not easily manipulated, the old woman quickly devised another plan. She arranged for a man for Lan Shi, hoping she would marry him. This would serve as a pretext to reclaim the shares. The man arranged to marry her was none other than that scoundrel Lu Pang. It was on that day that Chu Ming appeared out of nowhere, claiming to fulfill a contract. He also said that the old man had made an agreement with him and presented a contract document. After checking, it was indeed in her grandfather's handwriting, complete with his seal. Chu Ming's appearance was like a divine intervention, and he even volunteered to join the family. His actions were indeed timely, catching the old woman and the other two families off guard. Lan Shi, taking advantage of the situation and adhering to the contract as well as her grandfather's instructions, truly obtained a marriage certificate with Chu Ming, whom she had just met. At this point, the old woman and the other two families temporarily backed off. At that time, Lan Shi had no feelings for Chu Ming, but she did not dislike him either. She thought that if he could treat her with respect, then so be it. What Lan Shi did not expect was that Chu Ming was completely different from what she imagined. He was just a good-for-nothing. His presence disrupted the old woman's plans, and they criticized him mercilessly. But he, surprisingly, did not retaliate or respond to the insults. Lan Shi could not stand it and even stood up for him several times. In the end, Chu Ming would just say, "Forget it, we are all family, let's not make things unpleasant." He even worked tirelessly every day, turning a man into a housekeeper. The servants of the Lan family dared to scold him a few times. At that moment, Lan Shi lost all hope. Because of her father's tragic end, she hated cowards, deeply despising them. It was then that she completely regarded him as someone her grandfather had sent over to share her life. Since they obtained the marriage certificate, they had not even shared the same room, let alone held hands. His existence merely prevented the old woman from bringing up the topic of her marriage. Lan Shi looked at Chu Ming, who was smiling at her, and did not want to say a word. She walked straight to her car. Once inside, she drove away. Watching that beautiful figure get into the car and leave, Chu Ming sighed quietly. At the same time, he realized it was time to help his wife. Xu Ming kicked the footrest of his electric bike. He took out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in a long time. The moment the phone was at his ear, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. The call was quickly answered. Young master, you finally called. Do you know how long I've waited for this call? Are you planning to come back and inherit the Chu family? I knew you weren't just sulking with the old man. I'll go tell him this good news right now. Xu Ming smiled faintly. Fu Bo, I don't plan to go back just yet. The reason I called you today is to ask you to do something. Upon hearing Xu Ming's words, Fu Bo was slightly taken aback, then immediately became serious. Young master, you command. I want you to find out who won the bidding project for the Shin Group today. Afterwards, I took over that project and transferred it to Lan Shi of Land's building materials under the name of a mysterious person. Remember, do not reveal my identity. Xu Ming knew that Lan Shi had a strong sense of pride. If he sent it over carelessly, it would definitely be mistaken for charity. So this method was just right. It wouldn't expose his identity, and it could help Lan Shi. Uncle Fu naturally agreed immediately. All right, young master. By the way, do you really not need to tell the young mistress? Although I don't know why you chose to be a live-in son-in-law, I think helping your own people shouldn't be hidden, right? Xu Ming had a carefree demeanor. I don't need you to think. I need to think for myself. I have my own plans. Alright then. Uncle Fu didn't want to say more. After hanging up the phone, a smile curved at the corners of Xu Ming's mouth. This feeling of silently giving behind the scenes made him feel quite touched. Moreover, loving her means making sacrifices. That is his principle. Sheer, when you were 8, you gave me a cake that warmed my life. Now it's my turn to protect you for a lifetime. As Xu Ming spoke, he fell into memories, the scenes from back then surfacing in his mind. He was 8 years old, not 7, not 9. At that time, the Chu family was in dire straits, with various families wanting to divide the Chu family, the first family of Nanfeng City. The Chu family was on the brink of collapse. To protect him, the family sent him away. On the way, he encountered an accident, narrowly escaping death, running away while everyone else perished. At 8 years old, he had no survival skills, scavenging for food and fighting dogs for scraps. He was also bullied by other groups of beggars. Even human traffickers had their eyes on him. But he was quite lucky, managing to escape each time. Thus, the young master of the Chu family ended up on the streets. That winter when he was 8, he was rummaging through a trash can, trying to find something to fill his stomach. But he was beaten by other scavengers. Just when he felt he was about to be killed, an old man appeared with a 7-year-old girl. The old man's bodyguard chased away the scavengers and saved him. It was then that the lovely, kind-hearted girl took out a small cake and handed it to him. That scene was something he could never forget. The girl was like an angel, bringing light that illuminated his dark life. The taste of that cake was the best and sweetest in the world. It sweetened his heart. At the same time, it changed his view of this filthy society. Even though he felt warm at that time, it couldn't stop the fate of being taken away. He was taken away by a middle-aged man and brought into an organization called Bloodkill. Thus began a path that no human could bear. The Bloodkill organization specialized in capturing homeless children and training them to become assassins to serve the organization. The training process was cruel and ruthless. They made them starve, tossing them a single bun each day. They had to fight for it. The starving children would go mad in their desperation. To get food, they naturally resorted to any means necessary. In their eyes, only the strong had the right to eat. Time passed, and he grew stronger. He became a hotshot within the organization. Codename, Xianlong. But the principles in his heart never changed. The scene of the girl handing him the cake constantly resurfaced, illuminating his heart and preventing him from falling into darkness. 2 years ago, he returned to the Chu family. By then, the Chu family had long won the revival competition and regained their position as the first family in Nanfeng City. The family's heartache was Chu Ming. Upon learning he had returned, the whole family celebrated. And the first thing Chu Ming did was to investigate the little girl from back then. He thought it would be difficult, given the passage of time, but to his surprise, he really found her. The girl was named Lan Shi, from Zhanghai. Upon learning this news, Xu Ming was so happy that he didn't sleep for 3 days and nights. Just then, the Lan family was also facing a crisis. Xu Ming resolutely decided to help. However, he did not want to rely on his family's power, nor did he want the other party to think he had ulterior motives. So he decided to draft a contract between Grandpa Lan Shi and himself, using the current situation of the Lan family, with the help of a master calligrapher. He planned to marry into the family. For him, it was a win-win situation. He could directly help Lan Shi and also stay by her side, secretly protecting and taking care of her. The Chu family did not understand why Chu Ming suddenly wanted to become a son-in-law. No matter how they asked, he would not say a word. Even with strong opposition, Chu Ming remained uncompromising. When heading to Shanghai, he only left behind a sentence: "I'm determined to be this son-in-law, not even Jesus can stop me." Thus began a life of being a son-in-law that was worse than a dog. After reflecting, a smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips. However, he was unaware that someone had been watching him all along. Shin Wuxiu had been paying attention to him for a long time. He had been watching since Lan Shi left without a word. He also saw Chu Ming take out his phone, his demeanor changing. Then he sat on his electric bike, sometimes sighing, sometimes smirking, as if reminiscing, somewhat reminiscent of a serious illness. Shen Wuxiao's gaze caught Chu Ming's attention. He was not weak. If someone was watching him, he could naturally sense it. However, after scanning the area, he found no one staring at him. Only then did he ride away on his electric bike. His back looked like Lu Huaxiang after buying a watermelon. Once Chu Ming left, Shin Wuxiao stepped out. The system's voice then sounded. Ding, detected the protagonist of fate. Protagonist, Chu Ming type, Shenlong son-in-law occupation, true energy transformation, beginner thought energy master realm, 8th grade, 5th stage master ability, home economics specialization, healing talent, endurance, cultivation speed doubles when enduring, speed doubles when enduring slaps technique, dragon control true formula weapon, 7th grade artifact, ancient Lulan staff blade martial skills, earthquake, mastered, Bagua palm, peak, shadow chain kick, peak, divine ability. None new script has been infused. Suddenly, Shin Wuxiao's mind was filled with the plot concerning Chu Ming. The intensity has increased. Alright. The useless son-in-law is secretly the young master of the Chu family in Nanfeng City, and he himself is also a master. Good, very good. This is very protagonist-like. Shin Wuxiao looked at the electric bike that had disappeared from view, stroking his chin. Should I first kill your nominal wife or take you down first? It's really a dilemma, he. Since the plot had not yet unfolded, Shin Wuxiao was not in a hurry to trigger it. Instead, he got into his car, planning to visit the Lu family villa. Zhang Huaiwei had gone back to the border, and Huang Luoyan was too weak. After going around, it was better to find Lu Ruyan. Of course, he was just going to pay a visit, not to do anything. Just as Shin Wuxiao was about to arrive at the Lu family villa, Lu Ruyan was dragging her weary body into the villa. She didn't even have time to change into her home clothes before lying on the sofa, pressing her forehead and gently rubbing it. She had just returned from the psychological counseling center. As usual, Dr. Billy and Biao had guided her psychologically and prescribed a few medications. However, she felt that Dr. Biao's words and actions had some contradictions compared to before. Previously, she had clearly told her to release her emotions gradually without deliberately suppressing them until they were completely released. But in the past 2 days, it seemed she was telling her to suppress her inner thoughts and to wholeheartedly resist, often taking out items that reminded her of the person she missed. In a nice way, it was said that using poison to attack poison could make one immune to all poisons. It was inexplicable, but she truly believed in Dr. Biao, so she was really trying to suppress her inner emotions. The more she tried to suppress it, it felt like desperately blocking a water pipe. The more water accumulated, the more it felt like the pipe was about to burst, and she sensed that something was off. Normally, with some adjustment, she could fall asleep peacefully. But now, suddenly, it was different. She couldn't sleep and missed Shin Wuxiao terribly. Even when she finally managed to doze off, if she reached out in the middle of the night and found Shin Wuxiao was not there, she would cry. Only by holding onto Shin Wuxiao's shirt could she find some relief. Everything felt like a curse. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached and shattered. Stockholm Syndrome might be a kind of madness for ordinary people, a longing for love or affection. But for different individuals, the effects varied. Lu Ruyan was in love with the one who had killed her entire family. That kind of psychology was something others could hardly comprehend. Lu Ruyan sighed for a long time before sitting up and walking to the portrait of her family. She picked up a small white cloth and gently wiped the photo. There were many things she wanted to say to her family. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of a car roaring outside the villa broke the silence. Lu Ruyan's heart, which had been quiet, suddenly awakened. Anticipation, joy, tension, fear, and resistance, all conflicting emotions surged forth. At that moment, she felt like a little woman waiting for her beloved to return home. Upon learning that her lover was back, she was overjoyed, wanting to rush into his arms, act spoiled, listen to him recount his experiences outside, and share emotions. Yet, she also felt like a woman often subjected to domestic violence, fearing her husband would come home and harm her. It was a deep conflict. For a moment, she forgot to open the door. When the footsteps sounded, Lu Ruyan finally came to her senses. But it was too late. Shin Wuxiao had walked in and was looking at her. Their eyes met, and Lu Ruyan's heart melted. Her emotions urged her to seek affection. Hey, wiping the portrait? Shen Wuxiao didn't have such complicated feelings. He walked closer, glanced at Lu Ruyan, then at the portrait. Suddenly, Shen Wuxiao raised his hand and punched Lu Qingqing's portrait. Boom! The entire villa shook violently. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled. She focused her gaze and saw that her sister Lu Qingqing's portrait had been shattered by the punch. The fist even penetrated the wall behind, and the photo in the frame was pressed into a huge pit left in the wall. Shen Wuxiao brushed the dust off his hand, a faint smile on his face. He cupped Lu Ruyan's beautiful face and said softly, "Don't overthink it. Your sister came to me in a dream and said she didn't like this photo. The deceased is of utmost importance. I couldn't refuse, so I fulfilled her dream." Tears misted Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she still nodded. Shen Wuxiao frowned slightly. "It's impolite. I selflessly contribute and am eager to help. What should you say to me?" Lu Ruyan's rosy lips trembled slightly. Thank you. So obedient." Shen Wuxiao smiled and placed a kiss on her rosy lips. That kiss was gentle yet carried a hint of lingering affection, leaving Lu Ruyan momentarily dazed. "Go sit on the sofa." Shen Wuxiao released her, took her hand, and walked to the sofa. Lu Ruyan had already accepted everything, gradually forming a habit under subtle influences. As soon as Shen Wuxiao sat on the sofa, she poured red wine. After pouring and letting it breathe, she sat beside Shen Wuxiao. Wuxiao, do you want me to serve you?" Lu Ruyan bit her red lips, lowering her head and speaking softly. "Wait a moment, let me ask you first, is the funding enough?" "Ha?" Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback. "Hey, weren't you supposed to design a plan to kill me? Killing me definitely requires a lot of funding. For example, bribing someone, establishing connections, or hiring someone to set up a scheme, etc. You don't have spirit crystals, elixirs, or beast cores. It must cost money, otherwise, how would those martial artists be willing to serve you? If you don't have enough money, I can transfer it to you." Lu Ruyan was surprised and very touched. Giving himself money to let himself kill him, crying to death, he really cared for himself so much. Lu Ruyan hadn't said anything yet when Shen Wuxiao took her phone and opened the app. "Oh, your name is so tragic, so much suffering." Shen Wuxiao chuckled. He also conveniently changed his name to Past Suffering. After making the change, he transferred her some money. "Alright, make good use of it, don't let me down." Lu Ruyan gently nodded, looking so pitiful. In front of Shen Wuxiao, she truly had no temper at all. "It's almost lunchtime now, and I see you can't cook, so let's go out for a bit, so I won't be accused of never taking you out to have fun." Lu Ruyan really couldn't figure out Shen Wuxiao, yet she didn't dare to retort. After tidying up a bit, Lu Ruyan linked her arm with Shen Wuxiao's, and the two walked out of the villa together. Shen Wuxiao didn't forget to remind her, "You should learn to cook more at home. A woman who can't cook isn't something to be proud of. Don't learn to be one of those whining and complaining, asking for a bride price and dowry, always being bullied by friends, playing cards in a hotel types. Very annoying." I will learn," Lu Ruyan replied softly. Meanwhile, in the Chuhai Yijing Shiyuan Villa area, Xu Ming rode his beloved little electric scooter home. The villas here were a few connected together. The one at the far end was where Lan Shi and her mother lived. Lan Shi had wanted to move out for a long time, but couldn't withstand her old lady's daily wailing, using filial piety to pressure her. The old lady at home didn't know what was going on, insisting that everyone eat together. It seemed like she loved the hustle and bustle. In reality, it was just to keep Lan Shi under her thumb at all times. Xu Ming parked his scooter and took out the fresh meat and vegetables he had bought from the basket in front. It was lunchtime, and he had to hurry to cook. In total, there were about 7 or 8 people eating at home, not including himself. He had to wait for everyone to finish before he could sit at the table, or he could hold his bowl and eat at the door. But he didn't seem to mind. As he carried the ingredients inside, a sharp voice rang out. "Xu Ming, where have you been? Don't need to cook, huh? Do you want to starve me? Useless, hiding away just to cook. If you can't do it in half an hour, go kneel at the door." The one scolding him was the current head of the Lan family, the old lady, Ho Guifen. Xu Ming smiled lightly, not caring about the insults. Ho Guifen often humiliated him because she was unhappy with their branch of the family. In such a large family, how could there be no maids? Yet they made him cook, mop the floor, wash the dishes, wipe the tables, and clean the toilets. No matter how well he did, he would still be picked on. He was used to it and didn't want to make things difficult for Lan Shi, so he could endure all unfair treatment. Xu Ming carried the ingredients to the kitchen and quickly got busy. He was quite skilled at cooking, and he cooked very quickly. Even top chefs probably couldn't match him. Outside, strolling in the garden and thinking about saving the group, Lan Shi naturally heard the earlier insults. Through the window, she also saw the busy figure in the kitchen. Her first reaction wasn't pity, but disgust. She had never asked him for anything, nor had she supported him in being a servant. She had even clearly stated that if he didn't take a strong attitude towards those people, they would only become more aggressive. But it seemed he hadn't listened to a word, always responding with, "We're all family, don't make it too ugly." Once, they had a bit of a quarrel over these matters, but Chu Ming insisted on saying, "Everything I do is for her." For himself? Ha! As if all the grievances and humiliations were born for her. Why should his baseless ideas be imposed on me? Self-pity? Utterly foolish. Some people, do they really think that once they kneel down, they can never stand up again? He knew very well that he was at odds with the old lady, yet he still wanted to be the peacemaker. He wanted to change their attitude towards him, aiming for a family reunion. How ridiculous! Weren't those people's goals just the Lan family's building materials? His own mother was a muddlehead, believing whatever the old lady said. Chu Ming was also a big pushover, doing whatever others asked him to do. Why was his life so bitter? In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. Chu Ming was indeed skilled at cooking, whipping up a large spread in no time. After preparing the meal, he carried a bowl and chopsticks, picked up a bit of vegetables, and sat down on the steps at the entrance of the villa to eat. Lan Shi was walking towards the villa. In fact, she didn't want to go, but even if she didn't, her grandmother would chatter away, then have her mother call for her. Unless she didn't come back today, if she did, it was unavoidable. So Lan Shi went, hoping for a bit of peace, just to go through the motions. When Lan Shi walked in, she happened to see Chu Ming rolling up his sleeves, sitting on the steps outside eating. She really wanted to kick him, yet, Chu Ming was oblivious. With a smile on his face, he stood up and pointed to a dish in his bowl. "Sheer, hurry up and eat, today there's your favorite sweet and sour ribs. You work hard, you should know to balance work and rest." Lan Shi took a deep breath, her brows slightly furrowed. Chu Ming noticed that Lan Shi seemed to be in low spirits. He hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you tired from work?" The sight of his stunning wife made Chu Ming feel a pang of heartache. His heart was truly all with Lan Shi. Even if she accidentally twisted her ankle, he would secretly feel heartbroken for a long time. Now seeing her downcast, he naturally wanted to show more concern. Lan Shi calmed her emotions and spoke in a very indifferent tone. "Chu Ming, if you are willing to demean yourself, I have nothing to say. But I hope you remember, between us, there is merely a marriage contract. I have no feelings for you, not even a shred. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. At the same time, I can responsibly tell you that in just a few days, I will hand over everything of the Lan family, and then I will leave the Lan family. The marriage was arranged by my grandfather, he is no longer here, and I have the right to decide. Let's part amicably and get a divorce, never to see each other again." Often, the most indifferent tone carries the most resolute determination. Lan Shi did not get angry, did not cry out loud, nor did she go hysterical, which precisely indicated that everything she said was well thought out. Sometimes stepping back allows for better development. Under the premise of being maliciously targeted, she could not break the deadlock. Continuing to hold on was meaningless. She also did not want her grandfather's hard work to truly be ruined by her hands. Weren't they all fixated on the Lan family building materials group? Then let them have it. But one day, she would reclaim everything. Those who should pay the price would not be spared. The first to die would be Lu Peng. Hearing Lan Shi's words and sensing the aura she exuded, Chu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of panic inside. This panic stemmed from his concern for Lan Shi herself. Chu Ming had a feeling that Lan Shi's mindset had completely reversed, subtly darkening. The kind and beautiful Lan Shi from before seemed to be changing. How could this be? Chu Ming hurriedly adjusted his smile. "Sheer, call me Miss Lan, or just my name." Lan Shi immediately interrupted him. Chu Ming felt a bit helpless but still shouted, "Lan Shi, you really don't need to worry about the company's matters. There might be a turnaround. Who can say for sure what will happen tomorrow, right?" Chu Ming had already arranged for Uncle Fu to handle it, and by tomorrow at the latest, the supply project of the Shin Group would fall into the hands of the Lan building materials. By then, all problems would be easily resolved, and Lan Shi wouldn't have to be so tired. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Lan Shi couldn't even be bothered to respond. Just a casual remark from him, and there would really be a turnaround? Lan Shi had said what she needed to say and truly didn't want to see Chu Ming any longer. She walked straight inside. Chu Ming let out a long sigh and silently thought, "Sheer, don't worry, with me here, I will definitely protect you." He actually felt quite helpless himself. In order to stay close to Lan Shi, he had someone forge old Master Lan's handwriting and contract. He transformed into someone who had a marriage engagement with Lan Shi. If his identity as the eldest son of the Chu family were to be exposed now, Lan Shi might not be able to accept it. He could only silently help Lan Shi, assisting her in overcoming her difficulties. When she truly fell in love with him, he would then lay everything bare. By that time, she would only think of it as a kind-hearted lie, all for her sake, and she would be touched. Moreover, since they had met when they were young, with that event as a backdrop, they could become a happy couple. Xu Ming had it all planned out. On the day he revealed everything, he would start with, "Wife, do you know? I liked you when I was 8. Lan Shi would definitely be puzzled, and he would naturally recount the story of that winter's cake. Lan Shi would surely marvel at the wonders of fate. Perfect. Lan Shi had already entered the villa. At that moment, she wore a blank expression, sitting in her seat and eating. For her, it was merely a symbolic act to avoid constant nitpicking. Seeing Lan Shi in low spirits, Ho Guifan had already understood the reason. She had learned about the bidding meeting right away. Partnering with Lu Xiao was indeed the right choice. It had not disappointed them, directly suppressing Lan Shi. Let's see how this money-losing product could turn things around. If she had handed over her shares earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine? Sheer, I heard you went to the bidding today. How was it? Ho Guifan asked with a half-smile. Lan Shi remained expressionless, responding very indifferently. You already know the result, don't you? Asking knowingly is just a waste of breath. Ho Guifan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Lan Shi to dare to retort. You are being outrageous. Do you have no respect? Ho Guifan's old face turned stern as she raised her hand to slap the table. Lan Shi's mother, Zhou Hui, nudged Lan Shi's arm. How can you speak to your grandmother like that? How can you be so unfilial? The eldest and second eldest of the Lan family frowned as well. They had specifically returned today to see how Lan Shi intended to struggle. Lan Shi, your words are a bit excessive. This is your grandmother. Do you dare to talk back like this? Do you want to be seen as unfilial? Lan Shi had long had enough of these hypocritical people. They made her sick. Unfilial? Then let me ask, what qualities does she have that deserve my filial piety? What have you done? Do you really think others don't know? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire table fell silent. Ho Guifan clutched her chest, looking as if she might faint. Old man, look at what you've spoiled this money-losing product into. She even dares to confront her elders. Lan Shi, you immediately apologize to your grandmother. Zhou Hui pushed Lan Shi again. Apologize for what? You can't handle a bit of truth? Lan Shi's attitude remained firm. She had long seen through these people. Rather than pretending to be ignorant and turning a blind eye, it was better to be straightforward. For someone who can betray her own son and brother, what reason does she have to treat them kindly? The eldest of the Lan family slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Lan Shi, you are being outrageous. Do you think that just because you sit in the position of president of the group, you have grown wings? The group has been ruined by you, and we haven't said anything. How dare you scold your elders here? The second eldest of the Lan family quickly chimed in. That's right, you are going to ruin your grandfather's hard work. You are no longer fit to manage the group. Hand over the position of president today, and transfer the shares to your grandmother, so that you don't ruin the group completely. The end of the matter? No more pretense. Fine, I will hand over the position of president today, but as for the shares, I will find someone to sell them first. Lan Shi said with a cold smile, as if she had nothing to lose. Upon hearing Lan Shi say she would sell the shares, the Lan family panicked. They had always had her under their thumb, certain that she would never sell the shares. After all, it was the old man's hard work, and Lan Shi respected him the most. She would never do such a thing. But when they actually heard her say it, they couldn't help but feel fear. They were afraid she might act impulsively. If so, all their efforts would be in vain. Ho Guifan pounded her chest. You money-losing child, are you trying to kill me? If you dare to do that, I will beat you to death. I want to see how you can face your grandfather. Lan Shi snorted coldly. Oh, I have no face. What about you, grandmother? Since grandfather passed away, has he ever entered your dreams to condemn you for indulging your son and causing strife among brothers? You. Ho Guifan suddenly felt a chill down her back, her expression changing slightly. The eldest of the Lan family sensed something was off and immediately changed the subject. Lan Shi, you are going too far. You can't manage the group well, and as elders, we naturally have the right to reclaim the shares. I want to see who besides us would take over your mess. The eldest of the Lan family was furious, almost ready to flip the table. Lan Shi remained expressionless. Who says it's a mess? I am going to bid today and happen to know that the young master of the Shin family is in Shanghai. If I transfer the shares to him, will it still be a mess? Oh right, those who are secretly plotting behind the scenes. Do you want to compare strength with the Shin family? Lan Shi's words were like thunder, leaving them speechless. If what Lan Shi said were true, it would all be over. Who would be foolish enough to confront the Shin family? Even if Lan Shi transferred the shares to the other party, they wouldn't have the guts to go and demand an explanation. They would be asking for death. The second eldest of the Lan family felt a bit guilty. Lan Shi, stop saying useless things. What we are talking about is how you have messed up the group. You are just shirking responsibility, and the group is going to be ruined in your hands. Just as Lan Shi was about to speak, a voice came from outside the door. The group will not be ruined in Sheer's hands. I believe in her ability. Xu Ming made his entrance. He walked in step by step, holding an empty bowl, and he did carry a bit of momentum. Get lost. Who do you think you are to speak here? The eldest of the Lan family immediately pointed at Xu Ming and cursed. Xu Ming paid no attention to his insults and calmly replied, "You don't believe me?" The eldest of the Lan family was already furious, and seeing Xu Ming still smiling, with a crooked mouth, he directly approached and slapped Xu Ming across the face. Slap! Xu Ming took the slap hard, his head turning to the side. "You worthless fool! What right do you have to speak? Get out now!" Xu Ming covered his face, gritting his teeth, feeling furious inside. But at this moment, he couldn't lose his temper, otherwise, how could he lead them into the trap? So, he endured. Xu Ming smirked. "How about a bet?" Slap! Another slap came up, this time it was Zhou Hui's slap. "Useless son-in-law, shut your mouth quickly." Xu Ming's expression changed slightly, but he still endured. "Could it be that you are afraid?" Xu Ming covered his face, seemingly unafraid of them continuing to strike. They didn't have time to talk to a useless person like Xu Ming. If it weren't for him running over with a contract like a fool to marry into the family, they would have already obtained the group's shares. As for dragging it out to today, just as the second son of the Lan family was about to slap him, Xu Ming suddenly spoke. "Let's make a bet. If the group cannot operate normally within 2 days, Sheer will transfer the shares to you. If Sheer can revive the group, you will transfer all the shares in your hands to Sheer and never interfere with the group's affairs again." Xu Ming's words stunned everyone present. The eldest son of the Lan family came to his senses and laughed heartily. Good. If you had said this earlier, we wouldn't have to slap you. Let's do as you say. Bet. It's a bet." The second son of the Lan family looked at Lan Shi. "Lan Shi, no matter what, Xu Ming is your husband. What he says is equivalent to what you say. We accept this bet. Let's draft the contract now." The Lan family members were almost impatient, immediately sending someone to draft the contract. Xu Ming, that fool, had practically given them a great gift. They had previously disliked him, but today he seemed a bit more pleasing to the eye. Lan Shi was on the verge of collapse, suddenly looking at Xu Ming. Xu Ming, however, smiled confidently. Don't worry. Lan Shi snorted coldly, standing up directly. "I don't agree, so there's no need to say more." After saying that, she looked at Xu Ming and raised her hand to slap him. Smack! Xu Ming received another slap. "Xu Ming, you really know how to handle things. I'll give you time to prepare. By this time tomorrow, divorce." She spoke decisively, without a doubt. Lan Shi intended to let go, but never thought it would be in this way. Could it be that before letting go, she had to be humiliated? She didn't want to stay for even a second longer and left the villa. Xu Ming covered his face, knowing that Lan Shi felt it was a sure loss, hating himself for acting on his own and giving the other party an opportunity. But how could she know that he had already arranged everything? A guaranteed win. So, under Lan Shi's resistance, he still signed the betting agreement with them in Lan Shi's name. By then, these people would have no way to back out. As for the divorce, it was just her angry words. Once the bet was won, Lan Shi would naturally understand that he was doing it for her good. Looking at the smug Lan family, Xu Ming smiled wickedly. Keep being proud. By then it would be too late to cry. Lan Shi ran out in sadness, and Xu Ming immediately wanted to chase after her. But before he could take a few steps, the Lan family spoke. "Useless, wash the dishes and mop the floor." Xu Ming frowned. He couldn't be too tough for now, or it would be bad if the other party sensed something was wrong. So he chose to endure. Xu Ming turned around and began to clean the table, then went to wash the dishes, mop the floor, and even clean the bathroom. Meanwhile, Lan Shi, who had run out, had already arrived under an old locust tree on the other side of the villa area. In the past, whenever Lan Shi felt wronged, she would come here to be alone for a while. Today, just like any other day, she came. But she sat under the tree, burying her face in her knees and crying. Her sobs were very low, sniffing. After all, she was a woman, and there were times when she felt weak. As she cried, Lan Shi suddenly felt someone approaching. With tearful eyes and red-rimmed eyes, she looked over. It was a woman in her 50s, who handed her a tissue. "Miss, what kind of grievance have you suffered to cry so sadly?" Lan Shi took the tissue and gently shook her head. The other party did not leave but continued. "You child, hiding away after being wronged, most likely have no one to confide in or trust. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hiding here, crying secretly." Lan Shi did not know the person but felt a sense of familiarity, so she responded, "No, I'm just a bit tired." "Auntie, thank you." The other party smiled and said, "Call me Aunt Wu, with Wu from martial arts, not from dancing. The moment I saw you, I liked you very much. I just moved here, so if you ever feel wronged, you can come to Auntie's house. It's just me and my old man at home. He's rarely around, always with our young master." When you come, you can talk to me. Lan Shi felt at ease talking to Aunt Wu. The comfort from a stranger often warms the heart. Thank you, Aunt Wu. You girl, no need to be so reserved. Auntie will sit with you for a while, let's chat. This Aunt Wu was, of course, the female counterpart of the notorious duo. She was the wife of Uncle Wu. She had indeed just moved here today and had come out to familiarize herself with the surroundings when she saw Lan Shi crying under the tree. The first time she saw Lan Shi, she was genuinely taken aback. She was incredibly beautiful, rivaling the young mistress Jiang Huayue, simply a super goddess. If the young master saw her, he would probably be smitten too. As the saying goes, good water should not flow to outsiders. If this girl could be with Shen Wuxiao, that would be great. At the very least, the incident of hiding under the tree and crying would never happen again. Shen Wuxiao would never allow his woman to be bullied or wronged. They were the ones who bullied others. Aunt Wu really sat with Lan Shi under the tree and chatted for a long time. Their conversation was not filled with profound life lessons. It was like a friendship across ages, speaking freely. On the other side, Shen Wuxiao was with Lu Ruyan, and it was quite comfortable. This was Lu Ruyan's first date, or at least she thought it might be a date. In any case, Shen Wuxiao took her out to eat and play. However, his attitude towards her remained unchanged. Instead, he kept changing his expressions. This made Lu Ruyan feel nervous, excited, and scared all at once. After having lunch and playing around, they headed back home. Lu Ruyan was also aware that she would face the plants upon returning. Thinking about it made her somewhat expectant, hoping Shen Wuxiao would act recklessly towards her. Before returning, Shen Wuxiao specifically took Lu Ruyan to a photo shop. He ordered 10 copies of Lu Qingqing's memorial photo. Wu Xiao. This. Lu Ruyan was confused, both surprised and scared. Shen Wuxiao smiled. Oh, I was just thinking, if Qingqing comes to me in a dream one day and says she's not satisfied with the memorial photo, I can have more made, and when the time comes, I can quickly replace it. No matter how hard it gets, we can't let Qingqing suffer, right? The incense offerings must be enjoyed by her. Lu Ruyan felt a bit overwhelmed. Shen Wuxiao's words sent chills down her spine. How many times would it take before he was satisfied? This was going to ensure that Lu Qingqing would never find peace even in death. Shen Wuxiao insisted on his wishes to the shop owner, who prepared the 10 memorial photos. He chose one to look at. Lifting his hand, he threw it on the ground and stepped on it. Boss, this quality is a bit lacking. Change it. The shop owner felt a chill run down his spine. He had never seen anything like this and was somewhat displeased. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Wuxiao frowned and said, "Is it that hard to get this done? Should I hang you on the wall?" The shop owner swallowed hard, not daring to say more, and quickly complied. Just like that, Shen Wuxiao happily took Lu Ruyan and the memorial photos of Lu Qingqing back to the Lu family villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Shen Wuxiao couldn't wait to set up the memorial photos, then grabbed a white cloth to wipe them. Girls should be a bit more exquisite. This looks much better, right? I really have creativity. Lu Ruyan looked at her sister's memorial photo, feeling a deep sorrow that she couldn't express. Shen Wuxiao had clearly not arranged a memorial photo. He had instead gotten that boss to create a non-mainstream oversized photo. A black and white photo served as the background, surrounded by a colorful frame, with sparkling text that read "Love even in death." Below it, in a flashy font, was the non-mainstream Martian script, Rugua AI, Qingxin AI, Ruabu AI, Qingfangba. Was this something a person could actually do? Ruyan, does it look good? Shen Wuxiao asked proudly, pointing at it. Good, good. Lu Ruyan forced a smile. You have good taste. In that case, let's go hang upside down. Before Lu Ruyan could react, Shen Wuxiao pulled her over and tossed her onto the sofa. Lu Ruyan felt extremely nervous and scared, so much so that her clothes unknowingly fell off. Looking at Shen Wuxiao in front of her, her breathing suddenly quickened. She found herself uncontrollably leaning in, wrapping her arms around Shen Wuxiao's waist. Her beautiful face bore a hint of confusion, and her cherry lips gently kissed his chest. Then, she moved to his neck, and finally, she kissed Shen Wuxiao's lips fiercely. 3 hours later, Shen Wuxiao lit a cigarette, quietly smoking. Lu Ruyan swallowed hard, leaning against him in silence. But soon, Shen Wuxiao's phone rang. Lu Ruyan reacted quickly, reaching for the phone and handing it to him. The number was unknown. Shen Wuxiao answered the call, and a flattering voice came through. "Young master, I hope I'm not disturbing you. This is Wang Hua." The caller was the acting president of the Shen Group's branch in the South China Sea. "Speak," Shen Wuxiao replied coolly. "Young master, this morning there was a bidding meeting, right? The Lu family won the bid, but they just called to say a mysterious family wants to take over their project. This matter shouldn't trouble you, young master, but I feel it's a bit suspicious." Shen Wuxiao exhaled a puff of smoke. "As far as I know, the Lu family, who won the bid, was forced to bid at a price 5% lower than the lowest price set by the Lan family. To take on a project at such a significant loss, and now someone else is stepping in without clarity on who they are? Wang Hua sounded a bit anxious. Yes. It's understandable for them to report this. After all, if they transfer it, it would be equivalent to outsourcing, and they can't guarantee the quality. If they don't want to offend us, they definitely have to inform us, which is why they called. Shen Wuxiao thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled, realizing what was happening. It must be that useless son-in-law making a move. He guessed he was quietly contributing, using a hidden identity to take the project, and eventually, it would circle back to the Lan group. Otherwise, a normal businessman wouldn't go through such trouble to do something with no benefit. That idiot probably made a bet with the Lan family. In that case, how could he not take down that bastard? Take the project back. Don't give it to the Lu family. Tell them to inform whoever wants to negotiate to come talk to us. At the same time, when they come to negotiate, they can mention transferring the project to him, but it must be noted that without the permission of the Shin Group, it cannot be transferred or outsourced to anyone. Add a small line stating that if they breach the contract, the minimum compensation is 2 billion, and the final interpretation rights belong to the Shin Group. Wang Hua understood Shen Wuxiao's intentions but cautiously asked, "Young master, what if they find out?" Shen Wuxiao smiled, "You handle it. If it doesn't work, divert their attention. When negotiating with them, swear to Mazu that you won't betray them." Wang Hua was taken aback. He wouldn't dare to deceive Mazu. As a coastal person, he truly couldn't make that vow. Shen Wuxiao, however, didn't care whether the other party would find out. If the other party disagreed, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Moreover, if Chu Ming really was as he thought, gambling with the Lan family, there simply wasn't enough time to develop a complete project in the short term. Introducing it from his family would also take time. The time frame he was betting on was definitely insufficient. Besides, he wouldn't expose his identity. It was possible that Chu Ming would grit his teeth and pay the compensation, then forcibly transfer the project to Lan Shi, revitalizing the group, all for the sake of pride. If he paid that money and helped the Lan family, he could then take the credit for himself. Wasn't Chu Ming someone who loved to keep a low profile and contribute quietly? Then let her hide away and cry secretly. He wanted both the woman and the wealth. Chu Ming could choose to endure. If she chose to endure, the points would be plentiful. If she didn't endure, he would be done for, and his family would be taken. What was so great about the Chu family in Nanfeng City? Was his mother still charming? I might update unexpectedly. Thanks for your support, everyone. Please encourage me to update more, and leave comments. Thank you all. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wuxiao tossed his phone back onto the coffee table. The beautiful face of Lan Shi unconsciously surfaced in his mind. She was truly stunning. He had to experience it. What was most unforgettable was the beauty mark beneath her eye, which elevated her entire aura significantly. With such an irresistible desire, there was also an impulse to cherish her well. Lu Ruyan saw him with his hands spread out, leaning on the sofa as if deep in thought. She didn't dare to interrupt and slowly put on her fitted clothes. After getting dressed, she began to brew tea. Shen Wuxiao enjoyed drinking tea in his leisure time, and Lu Ruyan knew this. Being around Shen Wuxiao required constant caution. Once the day came when she didn't need to be careful, she could basically consider herself one of Shen Wuxiao's own. But she could never reach that position. Therefore, the phrase relying on favor to be arrogant was taboo for her. Facing the capricious Shen Wuxiao, being cautious and taking careful steps was the right approach. Shen Wuxiao was quite satisfied to see her start brewing tea. This woman was indeed very clever. "Did you hear what I said on the phone just now?" Shen Wuxiao asked as he took the tea Lu Ruyan had brought. Lu Ruyan paused slightly, not lying, and nodded, "I won't speak carelessly." Shen Wuxiao smiled, "It doesn't matter, but you should have figured out that I'm going to deal with someone. That means you're alive." Lu Ruyan understood now. "Has your opponent appeared?" Lu Ruyan felt inexplicably lazy and didn't want to join forces with those people against Shen Wuxiao, because it would all be in vain. But the hatred was still there. Shen Wuxiao shook his head. "The word opponent isn't quite right. He isn't worthy of being my opponent. It's not the right time yet. There will be a time to hide. When the time is right, I'll tell you, and you can collaborate with him. Use all your abilities. If you can kill me, then that's your skill. Even if you lose, the one who dies will be him, and you can go ahead and do it." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. She felt she had to do something to find peace of mind. If this continued, she would feel like she wanted to forever submit to Shen Wuxiao. Her parents' and sister's spirit tablets were still watching over her. She felt uneasy. "All right, I'm leaving." Shen Wuxiao got dressed and stood up directly. Lu Ruyan felt a bit disappointed when she saw him about to leave. Even though she didn't dare to stop him, she still asked, "How about having dinner before you go?" Shen Wuxiao paused, turned to look at her, and said, "You can't cook, so what are you going to have for dinner?" You should learn more. Next time, let's see your culinary skills. After saying this, Shin Wuxiu left without a hint of mercy. Just as he was about to walk out, he turned back and walked over to the memorial photo. He punched through Lu Qingqing's memorial photo again. Get a new one. Lu Ruyan felt utterly helpless. Watching her sister's memorial photo explode again, she had no choice but to squat down, open the cabinet below, and take out a new memorial photo from a black bag. After preparing everything, she went into the kitchen, took out her phone, and ordered a lot of groceries. Then she opened her phone to search for how to cook various dishes deliciously. Meanwhile, Shin Wuxiu, who had left, made a call to the private hospital. He inquired about Huang Luoyan. According to the doctor's response, she still needed to rest. Shin Wuxiu had no intention of going to see her. For him, breaking through that window paper was enough. He didn't have much feeling for Huang Luoyan. Uncle De was a loyal servant of the family. If he wanted to take her as his personal disciple, as the master, he would definitely support Uncle De, and that was all there was to it. He was an admirer of beauty, an experiencer, a doer, not a sentimentalist. He only took responsibility for those he liked. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Huayue's call came in. Shin Wuxiu's attitude changed completely, a smile appearing on his face. When he answered the call, Zhang Huayue's voice came through. Darling, what are you busy with? I'm driving. Shin Wuxiu replied with a smile. Am I interrupting you? You drive first, and we can talk later. Shin Wuxiu couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I really am driving, fueling up, not protein. Zhang Huayue clearly paused for a moment. Right, I meant driving. You need to concentrate while driving. Come on, you still want to fool your man. He. Zhang Huayue playfully stuck out her tongue. Are you going to the army? Zhang Huayue replied. I was just about to go. Soon there won't be any signal inside, so I thought I'd call you first. I miss you. Miss me, or miss doing something to me? Both. Zhang Huayue was very direct. They chatted briefly, and then there was a loudspeaker sound on Zhang Huayue's end. Alright, darling, I have to go to the camp now. There's a signal jammer there, so let's leave it at that. Wait for me to come back, okay? Okay, go ahead. If there's anything you can't handle, just contact the highest authority there and let him deal with it. Zhang Huayue was not surprised that Shin Wuxiu had people everywhere. Love you, Muai. Zhang Huayue kissed the receiver and hung up. Shin Wuxiu smiled lightly, placed his phone in the center console, and continued driving. But just a few minutes later, the phone rang again. Shin Wuxiu glanced at it. This time it was Uncle Wu's call. Shin Wuxiu answered and put it on speaker. Uncle Wu, what's up? Young master, are you free tonight? We moved to a new house today, and if you have time, come over for dinner. I'll come pick you up. Shin Wuxiu looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. He had eaten late with Lu Ruyan this afternoon and had fought for 3 hours in the villa. Time had slipped away quietly. Now going back to the villa alone or going to the club bar didn't interest him much. He might as well go to Uncle Wu's place. Sure, just give me the address, and I'll drive over myself. You're driving yourself? Or should I come pick you up, or I can send someone to bring you over? Uncle Wu didn't dare let Shin Wuxiu tire himself out. Just send me the address. Shin Wuxiu usually didn't like having too many people following him. Although having many people around seemed impressive, he still preferred not to. Otherwise, with his status, he could easily have a few hundred people serving him. In the end, Uncle Wu still sent the address. Shin Wuxiu looked at the address. No. 18, Yujingxi Garden Villa area. He opened the navigation and headed towards the location. Shin Wuxiu drove quickly. In less than 20 minutes, he had already arrived at the villa area. According to the layout, the villa was towards the artificial lake, and from a distance, he could see a large locust tree. As Shin Wuxiu planned to drive around to the back, he happened to see a man squatting at the villa entrance, fiddling with an electric bike. It seemed like the tire had been punctured, and he was repairing it. Damn, the richer they are, the stingier they get. The electric bike is about to fall apart, and he's still riding it, he muttered, but didn't take it seriously. However, after driving a short distance, he suddenly realized, that guy looked so familiar. Shin Wuxiu decisively reversed, stepping on the gas to go back. When the car and the passenger window could see each other clearly, Shin Wuxiu smiled. Shu Ming, that useless son-in-law, just came to Uncle Wu's for a meal and he ran into him. He's just a dog here. Shin Wuxiu continued to back up, then slightly turned the steering wheel, aiming the car at Shu Ming. The next second, Shin Wuxiu stepped on the gas, and the car charged forward like a steel beast. Shu Ming, with his back to the car while repairing the tire, initially didn't notice, but soon, he sensed the danger. He raised his hand to brace against the seat of the electric bike and flipped over, jumping aside. Bang! Shin Wuxiu's car crashed heavily into the electric bike. The electric bike flew out, skidding along the ground for a long time, sparks flying, and finally fell apart. Xu Ming was furious. Shin Wuxiu had already rolled down the window, a smile on his face. "Sorry, buddy, I mistook the gas pedal for the brake just now. I'll pay for your electric bike." Xu Ming frowned. He really wanted to drag that rich second generation down and give him a good beating. If it had been an ordinary person just now, they might have been killed. Shin Wuxiu then rummaged through the storage box in the car, finding some cash. He casually took out a stack and threw it out the window. Bills instantly flew everywhere. It was utterly insulting. "That's enough to buy a new one. The rest is your compensation for mental distress. No need to thank me. Just looking at you, I can tell you're living worse than a dog here." Shin Wuxiu portrayed a domineering rich second generation to the fullest. After saying that, he drove away. "Bastard!" Xu Ming was genuinely a bit angry. Looking at the scattered bills, his fists clenched tightly. Money was something he could have as much as he wanted. How could he care about such small change? The main issue was the other party's attitude, which was infuriating. But before he could get too angry, the curses from inside rang out. "Xu Ming, are you dead? What time is it? If you don't start cooking, get lost. Also, there's dust on the floor. If you don't clean it up, I'll make you lick it clean." Xu Ming frowned, looking towards the villa, gritting his teeth. Enduring, he dragged the wreckage of the electric bike to the side and looked at the already darkening sky. "Sheer, are you still angry? Why haven't you come home yet?" "Don't worry, tomorrow I'll definitely make you proud," Xu Ming muttered and then went inside to cook. Meanwhile, on Shin Wuxiu's side, the system just happened to notify him. Ding, humiliating the protagonist, points plus 30,000. Shin Wuxiu couldn't help but laugh. In fact, the ones who could endure the most, who valued dignity the most, and who cared about face were just like that. They preferred to suppress first and then rise, thinking that kind of slap in the face was more satisfying. Driving, he had already reached the locust tree. He saw Uncle Wu standing at the door, looking around. When he spotted Shin Wuxiu, he ran over. "Young master, is Aunt Wu cooking? Did she make oil-braised prawns?" Uncle Wu nodded. "Yes, of course." "Good, let's go in." Just as Shin Wuxiu was about to enter, Uncle Wu stared at the front of the car. "Young master, your car." Uncle Wu was very surprised. The front of Shin Wuxiu's car was dented, clearly having been in an accident. "Oh, just bored and bumped into someone for fun, nothing serious. This car has a flaw now, so I'm not interested anymore. I'll give it to you." Saying this, he casually tossed the car keys to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu was still very happy. This car of the young master was worth tens of millions, and he just gave it away after damaging it. Of course, having been by Shin Wuxiu's side for so long, he wasn't too surprised. He was used to it. Even those who were struggling the most while following Shin Wuxiu could easily pull out hundreds of millions. With a master who didn't make empty promises like this, who wouldn't be willing to serve him? "Uncle Wu, help me order a Hummer tomorrow. I still prefer something that can't be easily damaged." As they chatted, the two entered the villa. The villa was very brightly lit. As soon as Shin Wuxiu stepped inside, he smelled the aroma of food. For some unknown reason, the dining table had been moved to the living room. A large table was filled with delicious dishes, along with many expensive drinks. Shin Wuxiu walked to the dining table, a light smile on his face, and called out towards the kitchen. "Aunt Wu, why did you make so much good food?" Aunt Wu peeked her head out and smiled. "Young master, you're here. Please sit down, it will be ready soon." Shin Wuxiu didn't hold back. However, when he saw 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls on the table, he was a bit puzzled. Another person? Just as he thought this, a graceful figure walked out of the kitchen. Shin Wuxiu was also a bit surprised to see her. She was wearing a professional outfit, the blazer was gone, and she was just in a white shirt. The sleeves were rolled up, and her hair fell naturally over her shoulders, looking very charming. She was holding a plate of steamed sea fish. The lower half of her outfit consisted of long, fitted trousers and high heels. Wasn't this Lan Shi? What was she doing here? Lan Shi had never met Shin Wuxiu and didn't know what he looked like. After placing the fish down, she couldn't help but glance at Shin Wuxiu. It was instinctive. Shin Wuxiu was incredibly handsome, almost the most attractive and charismatic person she had ever seen. Anyone of the opposite sex couldn't help but look. But Lan Shi was very composed. She only glanced once before shifting her gaze away. She truly didn't recognize Shin Wuxiu, so she appeared slightly awkward. Just then, Aunt Wu came out. She exchanged a glance with Uncle Wu, who immediately understood. Aunt Wu then began to introduce, "Young master, this is Miss Lan Shi. She also lives in this villa area. Today, we got to know each other and had a pleasant conversation, so I invited her to stay for dinner." Aunt Wu then looked at Lan Shi. "Xiao Shi, this is our young master. You two are of similar ages. You should be able to become good friends." Shin Wuxiu took the initiative in this regard. He extended his hand to Lan Shi. "Hello, Miss Lan, my surname is Shin." Lan Shi bit her lip and extended her delicate hand to shake Shin Wuxiao's. "Hello, Mr. Shin." Lan Shi's small hand was very soft and tender, making one want to gently squeeze it. But Shin Wuxiao certainly wouldn't go that far and quickly let go. Lan Shi also felt that this Mr. Shin was very composed. "Alright, please take your seats," Aunt Wu urged. The table was rectangular, so they sat facing each other. Lan Shi and Aunt Wu sat on one side, while Shin Wuxiao sat directly across from Lan Shi. They only needed to look up to see each other. The dining table wouldn't fall silent. Aunt Wu was quite talkative, and during the meal, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed how excellent Shin Wuxiao was. However, she didn't dare to easily expose Shin Wuxiao's identity, as it was indeed sensitive. It might make Lan Shi feel uncomfortable or nervous. How could they then facilitate a connection? On the table, as cups were pushed and exchanged, a rare smile graced Lan Shi's face. Shin Wuxiao's demeanor was measured, with a clear sense of boundaries. The process of conversing with him made Lan Shi truly understand what it meant to have elegant speech and a commanding presence. At this moment, Xu Ming was on the way to find Lan Shi. Yet, Lan Shi was busy toasting. Compared to Aunt Wu's side, her own home felt like an ice cellar. There was no warmth at all. It was nothing but arguments and scheming. It didn't feel like home. Lan Shi had talked with Aunt Wu for a long time today, revealing quite a bit of her inner thoughts. This showed that Lan Shi was truly swallowing a lot of bitterness. The atmosphere was just right, and she was rarely happy, so she couldn't help but drink a few more cups. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, the atmosphere remained very pleasant. At this time, Xu Ming was still searching for Lan Shi. Meanwhile, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were having a great time, even picking up the microphone to sing karaoke in front of the large screen in the living room. They were singing a duet. Shin Wuxiao had unknowingly moved to sit beside Aunt Wu, side by side with Lan Shi, watching them sing. Lan Shi's pretty face was flushed, but her smile did not fade. Her delicate hands were clasped together, resting under her chin in a wishful pose, quietly watching. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were singing an older song. Yet, coming from their mouths, it seemed to imbue the song with a soul. The song's meaning conveyed various kinds of loneliness, the feeling of not being able to find someone to confide in, and was quite sentimental. Aunt Wu was being intentional. She wanted to evoke emotions in Lan Shi. Coupled with the fact that she had drunk some alcohol, her heart was now particularly vulnerable. This tactic was indeed effective. At some point, Lan Shi's eyes had already turned red. Silent tears slid down her cheeks. Shin Wuxiao naturally noticed. He did not offer comfort, nor did he say a word. He simply pushed a tissue towards her. Lan Shi realized she had lost her composure and quickly took the tissue, gently wiping away her tear stains. "Thank you. I'm sorry, Lan Shi lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was her first meeting, and she had already lost her composure. "I understand, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It's good to let it out occasionally." Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were still singing, but they had changed their style. The two were also secretly paying attention to the handsome man and beautiful woman over there. Just as Aunt Wu had thought, Shin Wuxiao was indeed interested in Lan Shi. Moreover, a woman who is fully guarded letting down some of her defenses in front of another man is not as simple as it appears on the surface. It could leave a lasting impression on a woman. It should be noted that Lan Shi had always been avoiding this before. Pushing Lan Shi towards Shin Wuxiao was not a wrong decision. Furthermore, she truly did not want to harm Lan Shi. In fact, she quite liked this girl. Such a good girl should not be given to other men. She must belong to the young master. Time passed little by little, and Shin Wuxiao and Lan Shi had drunk quite a bit more. As it approached 10 o'clock, Lan Shi prepared to take her leave. However, she had indeed drunk a lot, and when she stood up, she stumbled and nearly fell. Shin Wuxiao raised his hand to support her wrist. Lan Shi instinctively wanted to shake him off but realized that would be unreasonable. She then gently moved away and thanked Shin Wuxiao. "You've had quite a bit to drink. Why not have your family come pick you up?" Shin Wuxiao said. Lan Shi smiled lightly, shook her head, and did not speak. "All right, Aunt Wu, could you see Miss Lan off? She's had a bit too much to drink and is unsteady on her feet." Shin Wuxiao did not even mention that he would take her home. As expected, this made Lan Shi's guard drop significantly. He truly was a person with a sense of measure and boundaries. Aunt Wu understood this well. She walked over. "Shaoxi, why not rest here? There are plenty of rooms." Lan Shi definitely wouldn't be willing. She shook her head. "No need, Aunt Wu, my place is just behind. I'll be there in a bit. You all should rest early. I can manage on my own." Lan Shi felt embarrassed to trouble them. "I can't rest easy with you like this. Let me walk you back. You said it's not far, so don't refuse." Aunt Wu stepped forward, supporting Lan Shi. Then thank you." Before Lan Shi could finish, Aunt Wu interrupted her. "You child, no need to be polite with your Aunt Wu." Lan Shi opened her mouth but didn't say anything. just nodded. After picking up her little suit, Aunt Wu draped it over her and helped her walk out. However, when they reached the steps of the villa, Aunt Wu pretended to twist her ankle, letting out a small yelp. Lan Shi's face turned anxious. Aunt Wu, what's wrong? Shen Wuxiao and Uncle Wu also came out. It's nothing, just stepped wrong and twisted my ankle. As she spoke, she looked at Uncle Wu. Old man, help me to the room. Young master, just trouble you a bit to help send Xiaoxi back. After saying that, she winked. Shen Wuxiao didn't object. Alright. Aunt Wu didn't give Lan Shi a chance to refuse. Xiaoxi, our young master will walk you back. I can rest easy then. It seems I'm getting old, even walking can twist an ankle. As she spoke, Uncle Wu directly supported Aunt Wu inside. Lan Shi felt a bit worried about Aunt Wu, but Shen Wuxiao had already stepped out. Let's go, I'll walk you back, otherwise Aunt Wu won't be at ease. In the end, Lan Shi nodded. Shen Wuxiao didn't support Lan Shi, just walked alongside her out of the villa. Their pace was slow. The autumn night wind was quite cool, carrying a chill. Shen Wuxiao and Lan Shi walked along the main road of the villa area, the streetlights casting long shadows of the two. Shen Wuxiao also appropriately expressed concern, drink more hot water when you get back. Lan Shi softly replied. As they continued walking, a beam of light shone ahead. The light was dim, like a flashlight, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an electric bike. The bike swayed as it moved, looking like it could fall apart at any moment. Xu Ming, he was here. He came looking for someone on his broken electric bike. Shen Wuxiao recognized him at a glance, almost laughing out loud. His skills were really impressive. After crashing his bike like that, he could still put it back together and ride it. Of course, for Xu Ming, as long as the battery wasn't broken, the bike was fine. Xu Ming saw the figure ahead and immediately recognized it was Lan Shi. He felt a surge of joy. Lan Shi had been gone for so long today, and he had been worried. Now seeing her, he felt relieved. However, when he noticed the man beside Lan Shi, his anger surged. And that man looked so familiar. As the bike approached, Xu Ming thought, what the hell? This man was the spoiled young master who had knocked his electric bike away that night. Why was he walking with Lan Shi? It seemed Lan Shi had also drunk a lot. Damn! Xu Ming was furious, directly stopping the electric bike, kicking the pedal, and was about to go over. Perhaps he was too angry, or perhaps the bike was indeed broken. With that kick, the bike snapped in two, the wheels rolling away. Quite embarrassing, but Xu Ming didn't care about the embarrassment. He rushed towards Lan Shi. Xu Ming approached, a look of concern on his face. Why did you drink so much? He reached out to support her, but Lan Shi stepped back, avoiding him. This push happened to bump into Shen Wuxiao. To be precise, her back collided with Shen Wuxiao's chest. Lan Shi quickly stood up straight, noticing Xu Ming's expression darkening a bit. What are you doing here? Xu Ming saw their bodies touching and nearly spat blood. But thinking about it, Lan Shi didn't do it on purpose. I'm worried about you. You ran out this afternoon, how can I feel at ease? Xu Ming looked at Lan Shi with deep affection, his eyes filled with tenderness. Lan Shi, however, was unyielding. I've said it before, we have nothing to do with each other. You don't need to do anything unnecessary. And don't do anything self-indulgent. Xu Ming felt his heart shatter. He wore a helpless expression. Lan Shi turned her gaze to Shen Wuxiao, who had been silent all along. Mr. Shen, could you please take me home? Lan Shi knew that if she let Shen Wuxiao leave now, Xu Ming would definitely cling to her endlessly. She didn't want to have any more contact with Xu Ming, even if it was just for a short distance. Shen Wuxiao smiled and gestured. The two continued walking forward, completely ignoring Xu Ming. Xu Ming felt like his eyes were about to burst. He was on the verge of exploding. But he understood that Lan Shi was upset. She mistakenly thought he was gambling her shares against the Lan family. It was normal for her to misunderstand today since the results would only come out tomorrow. He couldn't question her now, nor could he show any significant emotional fluctuations. He could only endure. Watching the couple ahead, Xu Ming followed them. He didn't forget to pick up the broken electric scooter. Shen Wuxiao was handsome and charming, while Lan Shi was intelligent and beautiful, elegant and captivating. They looked like a perfect pair. And here he was, dragging the scooter like a clown. Damn! Xu Ming gritted his teeth, silently chanting, endure. He suppressed his emotions and stared hard at the front. Fortunately, that man didn't make any physical contact with Lan Shi, otherwise, he would have made him understand what pain was today. Shen Wuxiao really wanted to laugh. That idiot was enduring. Since that was the case, how could he not add a bit of intensity? Walking side by side with Lan Shi, Shen Wuxiao spotted a short, dry branch by the roadside ahead. He smiled and, as they passed the little branch, kicked it forward. The branch landed right where Lan Shi was about to step next. The branch was cylindrical, and Lan Shi was wearing high heels and had been drinking. As soon as she stepped on it, the branch rolled, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. Ah! Lan Shi instinctively cried out. Xu Ming was startled and rushed to help her. But just as he had dropped the remnants of the scooter, Shin Wuxiu had already reached out and wrapped his arm around Lan Shi's slender waist. However, Shin Wuxiu pretended to be pulled off balance by Lan Shi's momentum and fell onto the grass beside the road. Just like that, with a turn, Shin Wuxiu was underneath, and Lan Shi was on top. Shin Wuxiu quietly eased his strength, and the two of them tumbled onto the grass. Due to the slight inertia, Lan Shi's head fell forward, and her red lips just happened to peck against Shin Wuxiu's lips. Although it was just a peck, Lan Shi was momentarily stunned. Her mind went blank. Not only her, behind them, Xu Ming's mind wasn't blank but filled with jealousy. It was as if the place where they fell was not the grass but on top of his head. Ding! Xu Ming's heart collapses, turns green, points plus 50,000. Xu Ming wants to rage but chooses to endure, points plus 50,000. Shin Wuxiu was laughing wildly inside. Xu Ming wanted to shout out but forced himself to stop. Lan Shi quickly got up, but in her haste, she forgot that Shin Wuxiu was still holding her. As she stood up, she was pulled back and fell heavily into Shin Wuxiu's embrace. Shin Wuxiu didn't go too far. He supported Lan Shi's shoulders and then stood up. Miss Lan, just now. Lan Shi's face turned completely red. They had just kissed. Even if it was just that one peck, it was her first kiss. But to be fair, she couldn't really blame Shin Wuxiu. It was her own fault for carelessly stepping on the branch and slipping. If Shin Wuxiu hadn't caught her, she would have definitely hit the back of her head on the ground. Shin Wuxiu fell because he was trying to support her. He drank quite a bit last night, and when he suddenly fell just now, it must have caught him off guard. No, thank you. Lan Shi bit her lip and managed to say this, but Xu Ming was about to explode. Damn it, he got kissed and still said thank you. He treated her like a treasure, and he hadn't even held her hand, yet today the damn rich second generation kissed her. Damn! If Lan Shi were furious, maybe Xu Ming would feel a bit better. But what the hell does saying thank you mean? Damn! Ding! Xu Ming wants to explode on the spot, points plus 50,000. Shin Wuxiu was very satisfied. The value of a useless person is really high. After walking for a while, they had already arrived at the Lan family villa. Lan Shi smiled gently and said, Mr. Shin, I've arrived. Thank you for bringing me back. You should go back and rest early. Okay, drink more hot water. Shin Wuxiu replied, waved at Lan Shi, and turned to leave. As he passed by Xu Ming, Shin Wuxiu didn't even acknowledge him. Xu Ming was furious. Damn it, does he think he's invisible? And they were even caring for each other. And what does Lan Shi mean now? She didn't go inside but stood there watching his back, seeing him off? Damn! But now that the other party had left, Xu Ming found an opportunity and hurriedly approached. But Lan Shi turned around and entered the villa directly. Once inside, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Xu Ming had no words for his frustration and let out a long sigh. When he opened the door to go in, Lan Shi had already gone upstairs. Xu Ming frowned and ultimately walked toward the kitchen. He planned to make some hangover soup for Lan Shi. Then he would text her to come down and drink it. There was no other way since he wasn't allowed to go upstairs. Back in her room, Lan Shi first washed her face. Her fair arms rested on the sink as she stared at her beautiful reflection in the mirror for a long time. The blush on her face hadn't faded yet. The scene of her lips meeting Shin Wuxiu's involuntarily flashed in her mind. She quickly washed her face again and dried it with a towel. Only then did she step out. She had indeed drunk quite a bit that night and was now very sleepy. Lan Shi was just about to change into her nightgown to sleep. However, a document on her desk caught her attention. She knew best what was on her desk. Moreover, the document was placed right in the center. In her own room, aside from her mother, no one else would come in. Xu Ming definitely wouldn't. He had never even come up to the second floor, so it must have been brought by her mother. When she opened the document, Lan Shi was stunned. It was a contract, but not a proper one. It was a betting contract. Lan Shi's heart sank as she hurriedly read on. It clearly stated that if the Lan family's building materials were not revitalized by Lan Shi within the time limit, she would hand over all her shares. Conversely, they would hand over all their shares. The signatures at the bottom were clearly from the eldest and second eldest of the Lan family, as well as Lan Shi, and even had a guarantor, Xu Ming. The deadline was tomorrow. There were also fingerprints and seals at the bottom, so this betting agreement had legal effect. Lan Shi sobered up from the alcohol, her mind blank. She never expected that bastard Xu Ming would really bet with them, using her identity. Did he think she hadn't been humiliated enough? Lan Shi stood there for a long time, feeling very overwhelmed and wanting to explode. But after standing still for a long time, she still didn't explode. Instead, she tore the agreement into pieces and threw it into the trash can. At this point, saying more was pointless. The priority was to get the marriage annulled tomorrow. She had been targeted all along, the group couldn't survive in her hands. She really didn't want to ruin her grandfather's legacy. She had originally planned to give up everything, then leave the Lan family, seek her own development, grow stronger, and reclaim everything later. But she never expected to be humiliated one more time before handing over her shares. Now, all she felt was an overwhelming fatigue, so tired, so tired. Exhaustion swept over her body and mind. Lan she didn't even change into her nightgown. She simply curled up under the blanket. She tightly wrapped herself up, feeling that only being cocooned in the blanket could give her a sliver of security. The lights went out. In the darkness, Lan she whispered softly, "Grandpa, Dad, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, landing on the pillow. Soon, the sound of her sobbing filled the room. Lan she couldn't help but cry. She was already so tired, she really didn't want to get involved in these dirty matters anymore. Some things don't just end because you say they do. The days ahead would only be more exhausting, but she wasn't afraid. What she needed to do now was to ensure the survival of the foundation her grandfather had worked hard to build. By giving them the shares, she would be fulfilling their wishes, and in doing so, those disgusting tactics would disappear. No one would suppress or target her, the sales channels would open up, and the group would get back on track. Lan she had indeed thought about giving up entirely, but doing so would mean taking revenge on the Lan family while burying her grandfather's hard work. She really couldn't do that. Downstairs, Chu Ming had finished making the hangover soup. He was holding the bowl, standing in the living room. He had his phone in hand, repeatedly sending messages to Lan Shi. "Sheer, you drank so much. You must be feeling unwell, right? I made hangover soup, drink some and then rest. I put it on the table in the living room. I'll wait for you to drink it before I go to sleep, otherwise, I won't be at ease. Are you asleep? Are you there? Can you reply to me? Friend verification has been enabled. You are not yet friends with him, her. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat after the other party approves." Xu Ming looked at the red exclamation mark on his phone, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What was going on? Deleted? No, it couldn't be. It must have been accidentally deleted while she was sleeping. It had to be that way. Although he knew the answer in his heart, Xu Ming was unwilling to believe it. He gritted his teeth. In the end, he decided to let it go. But another message came in. It was from his family. Uncle Fu said he would personally deliver the contract. This made Xu Ming feel much better. The arrival of the contract meant that the matter was settled. As long as Lan Shi signed it tomorrow, it would take effect immediately. The funds could be transferred to Lan's building materials at the fastest speed. The bet would be won. Just as he was feeling happy, Xu Ming suddenly sensed movement outside the villa. Xu Ming was not an ordinary person, he was a master of the 8th rank, 5th stage. He decisively left the villa and saw a figure under the streetlight in the distance. There was a red dot near his mouth, indicating he was smoking. Xu Ming frowned and strode over. This person, he knew, was the one who had brought Lan Shi back. Damn it, he had endured it when Lan Shi was here. Now, he actually dared to appear. It was simply a path to death. Did he really think he was a coward? Xu Ming approached step by step. "What are you doing here?" Xu Ming's brow was tightly furrowed. Shin Wuxiu wore a faint smile on his face. "Isn't this your family's road?" Xu Ming said in a deep voice. "Are you coveting Lan Shi? I warn you, you'd better not have any thoughts." Seeing him like this, Shin Wuxiu thought it would be better to just kill him. "I came to see if my little lover is asleep yet. I'm a warm man, isn't it normal to care about her?" Xu Ming was directly stunned. "What did you say? Say it again." His fists clenched, making cracking sounds, and the aura around him suddenly expanded. Shin Wuxiu dropped the cigarette but extinguished it, and looked sharply at Xu Ming. "If your hearing is bad, I can be more detailed. Blue-eyed, very moist, sweet mouth, soft tongue." Xu Ming also had his dignity. Being humiliated like this, how could he endure it? He took a step forward and aimed to punch Shin Wuxiu away, making him understand the cost of humiliating him. The punch was approaching, but it wasn't with full force. If it were full force, he would definitely have killed him. Who would have thought that the seemingly rich young master Shin Wuxiu would suddenly grin menacingly, reach out, and grab his fist? With a twist of his hand, he caught Xu Ming off guard and twisted his hand backward. Then he raised his right fist and ruthlessly smashed it into his joint. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Xu Ming never imagined that his opponent was a master. He quickly pulled his hand back with force and retreated 2 steps. A wave of green energy immediately emerged around him. Superpower, healing. So green, serves you right for wearing a green hat. Shin Wuxiu stomped his foot, and gravel flew, the cracks in the ground spreading like a spider web. The energy around him erupted. The 8th grade, 9th tier realm was fully displayed. Xu Ming was greatly shocked. He never expected such a master to exist in this place. He dared not be careless and activated his protective energy. A gust of wind rose beneath his feet, and his legs seemed to be wrapped in a layer of scorching energy. He launched a series of rapid kicks. His leg attacks were incredibly fierce, and as he spun and flipped to attack, it seemed as if there were countless phantoms, making it hard to discern his real position. Shin Wuxiu's fists were already infused with supernatural power, one hand engulfed in raging flames, the other crackling with thunder. He smashed towards the oncoming Chu Ming. Boom! The two collided, energy swirling, and a fierce wind raged. To the naked eye, the true power radiating from Shin Wuxiu was changing color, emitting black smoke. The killing intent solidified. This was a rhythm meant to kill. In a battle of masters, momentum was paramount. Chu Ming frowned, truly not expecting that his opponent was out to kill him. He had faced life-and-death battles before, so he wasn't overly panicked. Even with a broken hand, he could still cope. He unleashed a powerful kick, infused with intense true energy, colliding with Shin Wuxiu's fiery fist. Another wave of terrifying energy shook the surroundings. Streetlights shattered, and trees broke. Chu Ming rolled back, his right foot trembling. "Today, I will kill you, ha 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 ha." Shin Wuxiu was in an extremely excited state. He tore his shirt apart, revealing a strong physique. Especially his arms, which seemed to be engulfed in flames and lightning, one hand fiery red, the other dark blue, incredibly intimidating. Chu Ming's brow never relaxed. He had to take this seriously. Shin Wuxiu said little, closing in, his body erupting with thunder, arcs of electricity spreading across the ground, charging towards Chu Ming. The flames in his right hand suddenly surged, as hot as volcanic lava. Damn it! Chu Ming once again used his protective energy. His left hand slowly moved, as if shifting into the 8 trigrams stance. 8 trigrams palm. Just as he was about to counter, Shin Wuxiu's fist was already upon him. A punch struck his chest, flames soaring. Ah! Chu Ming cried out in pain, his body flying backward, crashing into a villa. Boom! Thud! A loud sound echoed. Chu Ming crashed directly into the villa. One wall of the villa collapsed. Shin Wuxiu stomped heavily again, his body like an arrow released from a bow, producing a series of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, there was only a deep footprint left at the scene, and Shin Wuxiu's figure had already entered the villa. This was a newly renovated villa, unoccupied. The two engaged in a fierce battle inside the villa. Boom 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 boom. Bang bang bang. The villa echoed with muffled sounds. The entire villa trembled. Ah! Earthquake! Chu Ming roared, unleashing his martial skills. He stomped heavily on the ground, true energy spreading outwards. The strike sent all the surrounding objects flying, temporarily forcing Shin Wuxiu back. It was unclear whose home it was, but everything in the living room was thrown against the walls. The entire living room resembled a battleground. 2 figures stood on either side. Chu Ming erupted. After the recent healing, he had reconnected his bones. He raised his hand to retrieve his weapon, the ancient Lulan staff blade, which split into 2 segments, one in each hand. Cold light flickered. "You're dead." Chu Ming gritted his teeth, unafraid. The opponent was only a few minor levels above him. Shin Wuxiu was too lazy to speak, twisting his neck. Thunder surged in his hand. He slammed his fist heavily onto the ground. A crack appeared instantly on the floor, spreading directly towards Chu Ming, intent on devouring him. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and retreated. When there was nowhere left to back away, he flipped over, wielding the ancient Lulan staff blade, sending arcs of cold light slicing towards Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu dodged, and before he landed, a revolver was already spinning in his hand. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out. Chu Ming snorted coldly, raising his staff blade to defend. But he underestimated this strike. A terrifying explosive force erupted in front of him, sending Chu Ming flying back, crashing into a wall again. How is this possible? The green light on Chu Ming's body still flickered, the power of his abilities frantically healing him. Who the hell are you? Chu Ming was shaken to the core. This person's strength was truly terrifying. You talk too much. Shen Wuxiao charged forward again. Chu Ming was genuinely a bit scared. He unleashed all his true power. This time, he was really going to fight for his life. The staff blade in his hand danced, preparing to deliver a furious strike. Field, stillness. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand to grasp. Time seemed to freeze. Chu Ming's eyes widened. He watched helplessly as the figure closed in. Shen Wuxiao's punch was unreserved, crashing into Chu Ming's chest. It was visible to the naked eye. Chu Ming's back suddenly bulged out. Fortunately, his heart was on the right side. Otherwise, this punch would have been fatal. Chu Ming flew back, still swinging the staff blade. But for some reason, Shen Wuxiao managed to catch his staff blade barehanded and snatched it away. Before Chu Ming could land, Shen Wuxiao dashed behind him. With a swift motion, he delivered a fierce kick to his back. Bang! Chu Ming howled again, flying back and crashing down the stairs. His vision blurred, blood covered his body, and he was on the brink of death. Shen Wuxiao coldly snorted, grabbing him and pinning him against the wall. The weapon in his hand flipped and pierced directly into Chu Ming's chest, nailing him to the wall. Ah! Chu Ming's face twisted, blood gushing from his mouth, writhing in pain. Shen Wuxiao was splattered with Chu Ming's blood. He took a step back, raised his fist, and smashed it towards Chu Ming's head. This punch would surely shatter Chu Ming's skull. Chu Ming was not an ordinary warrior. Even at this level, he still desperately twisted his head. Shen Wuxiao's punch struck the wall. A large hole appeared. Chu Ming could never have imagined encountering such a situation. How could he accept this? His beautiful life was about to begin, and he was about to be with Lan Shi forever. Countless images flashed before his eyes. Unwilling. No! Chu Ming seemed to be reignited from the ashes, the green light around him exploding. Breaking through the limits of despair, Chu Ming broke through. 8th grade, 6th level master. But he was too severely injured. The breakthrough could not fully restore his vitality. He only regained a significant amount of strength. Escape! This was Chu Ming's immediate thought. He had another identity, that of an entry-level thought energy master, converting true power into thought energy, forming a small field. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Ming forcibly pulled the staff blade out of his body and turned to flee. Trying to run, Shen Wuxiao leaped up, kicking Chu Ming back. Pull out the staff and stab it into his lower abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Ah! The wailing sound echoed once more. In that very moment, a figure rushed in from outside, swiftly entering the villa. Young master, the newcomer roared, unleashing a domineering red light handprint towards Shen Wuxiao. A 9th grade master, the newcomer was a skilled fighter. He was none other than Uncle Fu, who had come to deliver a contract to Chu Ming. Upon noticing the commotion, he sensed something was wrong. Hearing Chu Ming's furious roar, he dared not delay and rushed over with all his might, just in time to save Chu Ming. He wrapped himself around Shen Wuxiao with all his strength and shouted to the others who had followed, "Take the young master and go, quickly." After saying that, a wave of momentum surged from his body. A golden shield blossomed in front of him, blocking Shen Wuxiao. If he hadn't thought about how long it had been since he last saw the young master and decided to check in while delivering the contract, he would have missed it entirely. Otherwise, the young master would undoubtedly be dead. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Moreover, the killing intent on him grew even stronger. The others who had followed dared not slack off. Seeing Chu Ming covered in blood and on the verge of collapse, they supported Chu Ming's body, not drawing their blades, but instead lifting him along with the sword and running. Shen Wuxiao's area of stillness was not yet large enough to restrict those trying to escape. He directed his anger solely at Uncle Fu. "Old man, I'll smash you." Shen Wuxiao attacked with all his might. Uncle Fu was a 9th grade master, somewhat formidable, and could hold his ground. "You hurt my young master. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Not only will you die, but you will also bring death to your family. You all must accompany him to the grave." Uncle Fu struck out with both hands, moving incredibly fast, his eyes reddened with rage. Chu Ming was the treasure of the Chu family. How could he endure the thought of him almost being killed? This was clearly a declaration of war against the Chu family, a wrath he could not withstand. Shen Wuxiao's aura surged again, enveloping him in thunder and flames. "Thank you for the reminder, Chu family, you all shall die. The son of destiny has a long life. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken." The moment he clashed with Uncle Fu, an overwhelming momentum erupted. The villa could no longer withstand it and collapsed. Dust spread, turning the once intact villa into a pile of ruins. Amidst the ruins, the two continued to battle. Even the distant villas were affected, cracking under the pressure. Uncle Fu was truly frightened. This kid was terrifying. Just as he prepared to retreat, he heard Shen Wuxiao declare the area still. Uncle Fu's eyes widened, unable to move. "You ruined my plans and still want to escape? Die!" Shen Wuxiao's fingers gripped his face, the scorching flames directly burning Uncle Fu's face. Uncle Fu's screams echoed through the night sky. Shen Wuxiao held his head, lifting it up and smashing it down heavily onto the ground. The ground instantly caved in, creating a deep pit. Uncle Fu's body twitched a few times, still wanting to rise and resist, but Shen Wuxiao had already leaped up, stomping heavily on his head. Bang! The ground exploded into a massive pit, the sound of shattering resonating. Uncle Fu's body stiffened. His life was completely extinguished. Even in death, Shen Wuxiao did not relent. His eyes blood red, he continued to attack, Uncle Fu's body being beaten into a pulp. Shen Wuxiao, drenched in blood, slowly stood up, wiping the blood from his face. Looking into the distance, he sneered, "Do you think running away will save you? Not a single one of you will live." Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring Chu Ming. Points plus 200,000. Chu Ming's martial heart shattered. Points plus 100,000. Disrupted all plots. Points plus 100,000 killed an important bond of Chu Ming. Points plus 100,000 Shen Wuxiao looked at Uncle Fu's body on the ground and snorted coldly. At that moment, a luxury car drove up. A man got out, and upon seeing his villa, he was instantly dumbfounded. "What are you all doing? I just bought this villa." The man couldn't believe it, thinking he had come to the wrong place. He had only bought it not long ago, the renovations were done, and he was about to move in. He was even thinking of inviting a few more fans over to cook and stir-fry noodles. When he saw Shen Wuxiao's gaze, he felt a bit scared. It was a look of disdain. He immediately took out his phone, opened the recording, and pointed it at Shen Wuxiao. "Do you know who I am? I'm a top celebrity. What do you want?" Ding, detected ordinary luck son. Protagonist, Gu 1, using others' melodies to write lyrics. Several songs have become popular across the country, about to start filming a TV series, already among the top in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing the prompt, Shen Wuxiao took a step forward and grabbed the other person. The blood all over him frightened Gu 1. "Just a mere actor. What gives you the confidence?" Shen Wuxiao's judge pen moved, directly stabbing into his heart. Gu 1 didn't even have a chance to say much before he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a silver sharp object piercing his heart. You, die. Shen Wuxiao punched down, and the watermelon exploded again. Instantly dead. He had just become popular with great difficulty, yet was easily killed. He hadn't even enjoyed the stardom and the stir-fried noodles before it was all over. Type, entertainment luck protagonist. Congratulations to the host for killing the ordinary luck protagonist. Points plus 200,000, extra plus 200,000 for killing with the judge pen. Shen Wuxiao threw Gu 1 aside, lit a cigarette, and stood still. He looked in the direction where Chu Ming had fled. With so many points now, it was time to upgrade his abilities. The area of effect was still not large enough, not perfect. Otherwise, could Chu Ming have escaped? He never played by the rules. Who the hell follows the script? If the other party obediently let him bully them, they could live for a while. But if they wanted to act tough and make a move, then they would die. Shen Wuxiao exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile appearing on his face. That smile was one of contempt for everything. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and walked forward slowly. His steps were steady and powerful. Smoking, he walked under the night sky. As he walked, Shen Wuxiao took out his phone again and dialed a number. When the call connected, Shen Wuxiao said lightly, "The Chu family, the first family of Nanfeng City. Don't kill them all, just leave the chickens and dogs." With a single phone call, the Chu family in Nanfeng City would once again face a disaster 100 times more tragic than the one years ago. Just a few minutes after hanging up, movements began in the capital. A master at the Martial King level casually emerged from the Shen family. He took a warplane out of the capital overnight. Not only that, a message had already been sent to Nanfeng City. The Chu family was the first family in Nanfeng City, but with a broader perspective, they were just that. To deal with such a family, the Shen family didn't need to make a big fuss. They just needed to release a message in Nanfeng City, and naturally, a large number of people would rush to do the work. Overthrowing the Chu family would benefit many. Who told them to be blind and provoke someone they shouldn't have? Shen Wuxiao seemed to know nothing. He returned to Uncle Wu's side, took a shower, went to sleep, and planned to visit the Lan family tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was taken far away by the Chu family members. The current Chu Ming was no longer human. His body was almost drained of blood. If it weren't for his heart being on the right side and having healing abilities, he would have already finished drinking Mengpo's soup. Even if he hadn't died, he was severely injured. Shen Wuxiao was aiming to kill him. Chu Ming had no intact part on his body. His bones were shattered, and there were 2 knife wounds that pierced through his body. Feeling the pain in his body, Chu Ming slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was in a car, but he didn't know where the car was headed. Uncle Fu. Chu Ming struggled to murmur, "The contract. The contract must be sent to the Lan family first. I made a bet, if I don't get that breath out, won't I have suffered for nothing?" "Young master, you're awake. You absolutely cannot have any accidents. Hold on. We'll get you to the hospital for treatment right away." The subordinate's face was filled with tension. If the young master died, who knew if the master would go mad? Moreover, young Master Chu was truly the king among dogs. He was almost beaten to death and still remembered the contract. Fu Bo. Where is Fu Bo? Chu Ming's pupils were dilated, wanting to see Fu Bo. The subordinate lowered his head, trembling. Fu Bo is gone. When they escaped, they heard Fu Bo's wailing and the sound of the building collapsing over there. It was definitely a dire situation. No, impossible. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, trying to sit up, but he couldn't do it at all. Fu Bo was the housekeeper. On the surface, he was just a housekeeper, but in reality, he was the core figure of the Chu family. He was a 9th grade master. At the very least, he could escape. How could he possibly be beaten to death? "Young master, you're too seriously injured to get up, you need to stay calm. Once we get you treated, we'll go back and see. Maybe Fu Bo has already escaped." The subordinate realized he had misspoken and could only offer a bit of comfort. "Alright, then what about the contract?" At that moment, the subordinate really wanted to slap him. "The young master of the Chu family, is this all he amounts to?" "Young master, the contract is with me. It was supposed to be handed to you, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I didn't take it out." "Okay." Shuming really felt like he was going to faint. If it weren't for that last moment when he broke through, he would have had no strength left at all. Now, although he was seriously injured, his healing ability was still in operation. The more severe the injury, the better the healing effect. He could still hold on. "Don't tell my family about this. If they find out, they'll definitely send someone over. Although killing the other party would be easy, my identity would be exposed." Shuming felt embarrassed and truly didn't want to reveal his identity as the eldest son of the Chu family so soon, mainly because Lan Shi hadn't fallen in love with him yet. Shu Ming sighed inwardly. He had been through countless battles, yet he ended up suffering a great loss here. Ultimately, it was still his carelessness. Who would have thought that a seemingly spoiled rich second generation would be such a powerful opponent? Shu Ming didn't want to admit it, but his injuries told him that this was not even the rich second generation's limit. That rich second generation wanted to kill him, no doubt, but the other party was just a bit crazy, not in a frenzied state. He had a normal intent to kill. If the other party had attacked with the same rage he felt, in less than a minute, he would have been beaten to death. "Why, young master, the news has already been sent back, mainly because you're injured like this. How could we not report it?" Shu Ming paused but still didn't speak. Since it was said. Tomorrow, the family members would probably come to Shanghai. At that time, they could cover it up a bit. The urgent matter was still to heal. That rich second generation who wanted to kill him wouldn't survive these 2 days. Although his own martial power was a bit lacking, if it came to backgrounds, what was he? Did they really think the Chu family's status was just for show? He wasn't in a hurry. What was due would come back, not a bit less. Enduring was for a better explosion. After the Chu family's servants took Chu Ming to the hospital, one left to search for Fu Bo. The remaining two, one was waiting for the Chu family to arrive, and the other was taking care of Chu Ming. Nanfeng City, in an ancient and simple courtyard. The large courtyard was originally the residence of a general, but it had been occupied by the Chu family as their ancestral home. Within the Chu family, there were over 50 direct descendants, and many others were servants working for them. It had been exactly an hour and a half since they received the news that Chu Ming was gravely injured and on the brink of death. During this time, the head of the Chu family, Chu Shang, was practically beside himself with rage. His son had been beaten to the brink of death. How could he endure it? If he hadn't learned that his son was receiving treatment, he might have already collapsed. At this moment, Chu Sheng had summoned the elite fighters of the Chu family, 49th tier and over 100 below 8th tier. 3 martial generals had also stepped forward. Among them was a powerful warrior of the 7th rank. If it weren't for Chu Ming's situation, he would never have casually involved himself in worldly matters, unless it was a matter of life and death for the Chu family. Chu Sheng looked at those gathered and spoke directly. "My son, your young master, has been beaten to the brink of death. Tonight, we will head to Shanghai. We must find that bastard, even if we have to turn Shanghai upside down. I want to see who dares to touch my son." Chu Sheng's towering rage sent chills down everyone's spine. The Chu family stood united, all standing tall. Kill. Who could withstand the fury of the head of the Chu family? Chu Sheng then turned to the 7th rank warrior. "Mr. Mu, you should come with me this time. The opponent is young but stronger than my son. He must have some background in Shanghai." The man referred to as Mr. Mu was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with graying hair and beard, dressed in martial arts attire, and holding a string of beads in his hand. He did not refuse, nodding in agreement to take action. Chu Sheng felt helpless. He didn't want to easily send Mr. Mu into action, as he was the family's martial support. But this time was different. He had no information on the person who harmed his son. The person who called to report to him knew nothing, only saying that Chu Ming was on the brink of death. Uncle Fu was also unreachable. The situation was urgent, and he decided not to investigate further, instead bringing enough people to avenge his son. No matter how much background the opponent had in Shanghai, the Chu family would not be easy prey. At this moment, Chu Feng's mother was also filled with murderous intent. She had cried for a long time after hearing about her son's incident. Now, she picked up a long sword, ready to join the fight. She wouldn't be able to quell her hatred until she had chopped that bastard who harmed her son into pieces. Just as the group was about to set off, Mr. Mu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. There are powerful experts coming. Mr. Mu frowned and suddenly looked towards the Chu family's gate. His hand gripping the beads unconsciously tightened. The aura emanating from the newcomers was far stronger than his. In addition to that terrifying presence, hundreds of other auras were approaching. The Chu family members were confused, but one by one, they entered a state of battle readiness, lining up and staring towards the gate. Ha! They really dare to gather their forces. Remember, in your next life, don't be too ignorant. A voice pierced through the air, shaking the entire Chu family. The sound made the Chu family members quickly cover their ears, their heads spinning with dizziness. This is bad. Mr. Mu was greatly alarmed. He immediately threw the beads in his hand, unleashing his true power, and the beads formed a massive barrier under his control. It blocked out the disorienting sound. Boom! Under the pressure of two auras, the barrier shattered, and the wall facing them collapsed with a thunderous crash. Both sides saw each other. A dark mass of people loomed, making it impossible to see how many there were. They were advancing step by step towards the Chu family. Xu Sheng couldn't believe it. He was frozen in shock. Many people had come from outside, but there were also familiar faces among them. They were all prominent figures from Nanfeng City, accompanied by many martial artists from their families. Some of them were the ones who had besieged the Chu family back then, but after they lost, they hid away. Who would have thought they would all come out now? Old Xu Sheng, back then, the major families joined forces and still couldn't take down your Chu family. I'm quite unconvinced. Today, I want to see if you still have that kind of luck. Tonight, no sleep, we'll fight until dawn. They all mocked, but none of them made a move. They had to wait for that lord to give the order. Otherwise, it would be overstepping. From the back of the crowd, a voice shook the air again. That foolish martial marquis is mine. Leave no one alive, not even chickens or dogs. With a single command, people from all the major families in Nanfeng City surged in. The cries for blood shook the heavens. The warriors of the Chu family also rushed forward. The energy was wild and sweeping. The large Chu residence began to collapse, and the light screens flickered. Abilities, martial skills, flashes of blades, shadows of swords, gunfire, screams, wails, and the sounds of battle filled the air. In this life and death struggle, everyone was showing their true skills. Among those who came, there were basically no cannon fodder. All were genuine experts. Of course, in the eyes of the martial king from the Shin family, they were all just cannon fodder. Everyone was fighting for a share of the spoils. Only Mr. Mu and the martial king from the Shin family, who was outside fixing his hairstyle, did not make a move. Mr. Mu wanted to run. Unfortunately, the opponent was far too strong. Running was definitely out of the question. Finally, after fixing his hair, the martial king looked at Mr. Mu. Oh, old man, you look pretty calm. Don't wet your pants. The martial king from the Shin family, Shin Tianxi, was one of the 36 heavenly generals under Shin Wuxiao's father, Shin Tianhong. Shin Tianhong could be considered his big brother. His strength was already at the 6th level of the martial king, absolutely formidable. Shin Tianxi walked in slowly, his aura beginning to spread. He did not distinguish between friend and foe. Those with lower realms were instantly blown to blood mist by his overwhelming presence. With your strength, why trouble a small Chu family? Mr. Mu began to back down. If just anyone could come out and be a martial king, then the people behind him must be terrifying. Trouble? Shin Tianxi chuckled. It's just a child's play between kids. If you lose, you have to admit it. If you get hit, you stand straight. You gather so many people for revenge, is that called trouble? Mr. Mu frowned. Aren't you also bringing people for revenge? Besides, we haven't even started. Isn't this just a child's play? What you're doing is a bit too overbearing. Why is it that your revenge is so justified? Shin Tianxi moved closer, spreading his hands. Because we have the strength to go back on our word. You, as the weak, win or lose. All must die. A cold light burst from Shin Tianxi's eyes. In an instant, his figure was already behind Mr. Mu. As a martial marquis, Mr. Mu reacted quickly. He was already on guard, and golden light erupted from him. Ultimate defense, the mixed Yuan golden bell. His entire body gathered chi, forming a massive golden bell to protect him. A string of prayer beads spun above his head, seemingly adding a powerful force to the golden bell. To send you off? How fitting. Shin Tianxi smiled cruelly, without any fancy moves, and punched out. Boom! Dong! It sounded as if a giant bell was being struck, echoing through the night sky. Centered around the two, a terrifying wave of energy swept out. Like a tsunami, the wave of energy spread. All the martial artists around who were fighting were sent flying. The scene was a master of cleanup. Buildings, vegetation, and rockeries were all flattened. Dust covered the area. Shin Tianxi had already walked outside, without looking back. When the dust settled, all that remained of Mr. Mu was a broken arm, the rest had long since disappeared. Shin Tianxi's strike made the various families besieging the Chu family even more frenzied. With so many families involved, there was no need for anyone to say it. They would not leave any survivors. In an instant, the area around the Chu family was filled with the stench of blood. Shin Tianxi sat outside, too lazy to take action. He glanced at the time, hurried back, and thought he could still make it for a late-night snack. If not, breakfast would do. In just over 10 minutes, there were no more members of the Chu family left. As the head of the family, Xu Sheng was naturally a target for execution. The Chu family was truly left with nothing but chickens and dogs. Even the cats they raised had been killed. When they reported to Shin Tianxi, he simply said, "You can divide it among yourselves." Then he decisively turned and disappeared into the night. The news of the first family, the Chu family, being wiped out again after several years did not spread. After all, those who took action were some of the top families in Nanfeng City, and they did not want such matters to be known. As for the person who instigated the top families in Nanfeng City to act, no one dared to mention it. They only knew that as long as the benefits arrived, that was enough. The night quickly passed. Xu Ming was still healing and had no idea that the sky had fallen. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. In the villa area on the Zhuhai side, there were many law enforcement officers and martial arts association members. Although the scene was cordoned off, it was not very strict. Reporters were snapping photos. Ultimately, after investigating the surveillance footage, the case was defined by the higher-ups as a hired killer killing a rising star. The two fought each other and both died tragically. No one believed such a thing. A rising star would scream for a hospital even if he had a scratch. How could such a fierce battle occur? The villa had become a ruin. The surrounding villa walls were all cracked, clearly shaken by a terrifying force. But those doing self-media or individual news were not so serious about it. After all, everyone was like this. If something happened, they would report it and make money. The truth? What is the truth? What everyone believes to be the truth is the truth. Shin Wuxiao also got up early. Aunt Wu made a light breakfast. Shin Wuxiao carried a bowl of sweet potato porridge and held 2 pastries as he walked from the villa to the scene of the incident, eating as he went. He approached curiously, marveling at the scene. "Oh my god, this is terrifying. How could someone kill? It's unimaginable. I've never seen anything like this." Others echoed, "Exactly. Yesterday it was bang bang bang, and I thought they were demolishing something." Shin Wuxiao stepped back, saying, "I can't bear to see this. I can't even kill a chicken. I can't stand the sight of blood." Others expressed understanding, saying to Shin Wuxiao, "You look so refined and scholarly. It's no wonder you're scared by such a scene. It's quite normal." Those interviewed on the scene exaggerated their descriptions. "I got up to go to the bathroom last night and heard a wuxia boom. It was so loud. That's what I heard." At the Lan family's villa, Lan Shi was naturally drawn to the events over there, but she was not one to seek out excitement. She had heard the commotion last night, but so what? She was not one to meddle in others' affairs and couldn't do anything about it. It was impossible to go out and look for no reason. Curiosity kills the cat. Now, she had prepared a divorce agreement. She had signed it and was just waiting for Chu Ming to sign. Everything would be over. Xu Ming was not in the villa, he had gone out. He got up earlier than the chickens every day to buy ingredients, afraid of starving those who ordered him around. To this, Lan Shi could only say, serves him right. There was definitely something wrong with his head. He probably had a tendency for self-abuse. After placing the agreement on the coffee table, Lan Shi walked out of the villa. The morning sun was warm, bringing her some relaxation. Her gaze instinctively turned to the scene in the distance. A familiar figure came into view. It was Mr. Shun. He was over there watching the commotion. When Lan Shi saw him, her face inexplicably flushed. The events of last night were vivid in her mind. She had kissed him. Even though their lips had merely touched and nothing deeper had occurred, it was still a significant event for her. Lan Shi bit her lip and instinctively walked toward him. After a short distance, she could see Shin Wuxiao more clearly. The morning sunlight bathed him, as if adding a special filter, making him look both sunny and handsome. He held a bowl in one hand and a pastry in the other, looking like a bystander enjoying the scene. Occasionally, he would take a bite of the pastry and sip the porridge, adding a down-to-earth charm to his originally noble demeanor. Lan Shi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "Good morning, Mr. Shen." Lan Shi greeted him. Shin Wuxiao looked over, smiling. "Good morning, Miss Lan. Have you eaten?" "Not yet, you go ahead." As she spoke, she took a bite of the pastry in her hand, while he offered her another. Lan Shi puffed her cheeks and shook her head. "Thank you, you eat. Are you rejecting me?" Shin Wuxiao looked at her. "No, no." Lan Shi waved her delicate hand, feeling a bit shy, but inexplicably, she still reached out and accepted it. She took a gentle bite. It was still warm and very glutinous. "That's more like it. Let's eat together." Before Shin Wuxiao could finish his sentence, a figure from the side spoke up. Lan Shi, you seem to have a lot of free time, still here watching the fun. Have you forgotten about the bet? Are you ready with the equity transfer agreement? The speaker was the eldest of the Lan family, dressed in sportswear with a towel around his neck. He had a habit of morning jogging and had just returned. Spotting Lan Shi, delighted, he couldn't help but throw a few sarcastic remarks. Lan Shi's expression darkened immediately. The eldest of the Lan family showed no signs of stopping, instead stepping forward with a smile. Lan Shi, it's not that I'm saying this, but one should know their worth. If you had woken up sooner, you wouldn't have to suffer humiliation. The bet was agreed upon by you all, so let's settle it at noon. The Lan family will still have a meal for you in the future. His posture was incredibly arrogant, and his words were laced with barbs, making one feel infuriated. Lan Shi was furious. If it weren't for that self-righteous Chu Ming, how could she have been humiliated for no reason? What was once an active situation had suddenly turned passive. Hey, idiot! Shin Wuxiao gestured slightly at the eldest of the Lan family. The eldest frowned. Was he calling him? Shin Wuxiao looked like he was minding someone else's business. I'm talking to you, old fool. Do you have children? The eldest of the Lan family frowned again. Who are you? I'm asking you, do you have children? Yes, why? The eldest felt inexplicably uneasy. This young man didn't seem simple. Shin Wuxiao curled his lip. You have children, and you're a father, yet you bully someone else's daughter. Could it be that your children are so pathetic that you can't stand to see someone else's daughter excel, so you deliberately act all sarcastic here? Oh, I get it. Your son or daughter is out there being a singer, right? You. The eldest of the Lan family was so furious he was about to explode. Where did this person come from, daring to say such things to him? But just based on the aura he exuded, the eldest of the Lan family didn't dare to act rashly. He swallowed his anger and left in a huff. Shin Wuxiao pointed at the fleeing eldest of the Lan family. With them bullying you like that, can you stand it? Or should I help you take care of them? Shin Wuxiao's sudden words startled Lan Shi, but seeing Shin Wuxiao's smiling face, she understood he was just joking. Mr. Shin, thank you for standing up for me, but I can handle these matters myself. Lan Shi was able to live in the Lan family without any support, which naturally meant she had some means. The eldest and second sons of the Lan family were quite shameless. They had secretly tried to undermine her for the sake of shares, but they had not succeeded. Since then, they had quieted down a bit. Now, thinking back, they wouldn't resort to such tactics, so she wasn't worried. Shin Wuxiao nodded. As long as you can handle it. By the way, you are a member of the Lan family. Lan Yaozong is your grandfather, right? Lan Shi was a bit surprised but did not deny it. Yes, do you know my grandfather? Shin Wuxiao naturally did not know him. Lan Yaozong had some reputation in Shanghai, but he wasn't the type to go out of his way to meet him. However, to Plaid Lan Shi, being forceful was a bit impolite. He still needed some reason and the right timing to act. Well, the elders at home have mentioned him, but unfortunately, the old Master Lan passed away early, and I never got to meet him or have a chat, which is truly regrettable. If it's convenient, I could visit your home at noon and pay my respects to the old master? Lan Shi certainly wouldn't refuse. Nowadays, many people forget loyalty for profit, prioritizing benefits over relationships. Just like the many people her grandfather had helped, ever since he passed away, they had almost severed ties with the Lan family. Even if they occasionally came to pay their respects, it wouldn't be so disheartening. Yes, great, you're welcome. Lan Shi smiled slightly, a genuine smile that felt warm to see. Goodbye. After Shin Wuxiao finished speaking, he resolutely turned and walked away. Lan Shi stood there, momentarily dazed as she watched Shin Wuxiao's back. She sighed quietly and turned to walk back to the Lan family, but after just a few steps, she remembered. The family members would likely make things difficult for her at noon, and having Mr. Shin come then might not be appropriate. She actually didn't want Shin Wuxiao to see her in a difficult situation, but the words had already been spoken. Thinking about noon made Lan Shi a bit angry. The instigator of all this was Chu Ming. Her dislike for Chu Ming grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Chu Ming, who was even more despised by Lan Shi, was currently lying in a hospital bed, receiving oxygen. Even though he was very weak, his basic consciousness remained. He had come so close to being killed by Shin Wuxiao. Fortunately, his heart was on the wrong side. When Shin Wuxiao struck with all his might, he wouldn't think about that aspect. Otherwise, with Shin Wuxiao's ruthless methods, when the blade pierced his heart would have stopped. Surviving a great disaster must bring future blessings. Chu Ming firmly believed this. He thought that when the Chu family learned about his situation, they would surely be furious. They should be arriving today. At that time, they would dig 3 feet into the ground and would not let go of the bastard who almost killed him. It was just a pity that he couldn't personally kill the other party. On the Lan family's side, Chu Ming had not shown up by noon. This noon, almost all the members of the Lan family had returned, especially from the first and second households. They came with their families, as if to witness their victory. This could be considered a family meeting. In the Lan family villa, there were a large number of people. At the center table sat 6 people: Lan Shi, the eldest son of the Lan family, the second son, the old matriarch, and the sons of the eldest and second sons. Lan Shi's mood was very low. Throughout, her face showed no expression, just indifference. The eldest son of the Lan family looked at Lan Shi's state, feeling immensely pleased. "Lan Shi, where is Chu Ming? Where has he gone? We haven't seen him all morning. He hasn't run away, has he?" The second son of the Lan family clapped his hands. "Hey, don't say it, but Chu Ming might really have run away. When he was boasting yesterday, he seemed quite confident. I didn't expect it was just for a moment of thrill, which got me all fired up. Second brother, I think Chu Ming has gone to find help. That useless fool might actually be a super big shot. Ha!" At this point, things had already escalated to a breaking point, and there was no need for any pretense between them. Lan Shi was well aware of the things they had done. There was no point in pretending anymore. She might as well lay it all out and vent her anger on this ignorant loser. Lan Shi secretly gritted her teeth. She knew these people would definitely humiliate her. But even so, she had no way out. The betting agreement was in their hands, and it was that bastard Chu Ming who had used his name and seal. She could choose to default, but it wouldn't mean much. She couldn't save the group. "Cut the crap," Lan Shi replied indifferently, taking a pen. "I can transfer the shares to you, but I have conditions." The eldest of the Lan family chuckled. "Go ahead, let's hear it." Lan Shi took a deep breath. "The first condition is that I want to sever ties with you. It's you, not the Lan family. I am still my grandfather's granddaughter." Upon hearing this, they were all taken aback. It wasn't that they were afraid of severing ties, they were afraid of Lan Shi's retaliation. They weren't fools, they knew how capable Lan Shi was. Under their covert operations, a group that should have collapsed 2 years ago had somehow been kept afloat by her until now. Now that Lan Shi wanted to sever ties, she would inevitably distance herself from the Lan family. At that time, wouldn't she be free as a bird in the sky, or a fish leaping in the vast sea? Moreover, Lan Shi's looks were exceptional. There were hardly anyone in Zhonghai who could compare. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with her looks, if she were to let loose a bit, she could easily climb up to a top big shot. By then, things would get serious. They had felt at ease before because they knew Lan Shi's character well, but now that the mask had been torn off, who could say if Lan Shi would change? They had discussed this before coming to the family meeting. They had even specifically invited Lu Peng, thinking that after handing over the shares, they could directly have the matriarch force Lan Shi to marry Lu Peng. With her on Lu Peng's side, they would have no worries. Their cooperation with Lu Peng was mutually beneficial. One side wanted people, the other wanted the group. As for that useless son-in-law, he could just disappear. Now that Lan Shi wanted to leave, they really couldn't agree. "Lan Shi, you unfilial child, do you want to drive me to my grave? With elders present, how can you just sever ties?" The matriarch, Ho Guifan, leaned on her cane, her face full of anger. "Yes, cousin, you're going too far. You are disregarding grandma. Cousin, you should drop that condition. You can talk about something substantial. With the elders in good health, you want to be the unfilial one? How will outsiders laugh at our Lan family in the future? Rebellious girl, you are going too far." Even Lan Shi's mother was criticizing her. Faced with the pointing fingers of these people, belittling her to nothing, Lan Shi's expression remained unchanged, but she still felt quite upset. In the face of such a united front, even her mother was attacking her. How sad. Lan Shi longed for a solid shoulder to lean on, but there was none. Disappointed, Lan Shi looked at Zhou Hui. "Mom, don't you know how Dad died? Why are you always so confused?" Zhou Hui huffed angrily. "Your dad, that coward, jumped off a building. If it weren't for your grandma and your uncle taking care of us these years, we would probably be sleeping on the streets. Not only are you ungrateful, but how can you even bring up severing ties, such a rebellious thing?" Lan Shi was completely speechless. Hadn't she been taking care of her little family all these years? Had anyone else ever given her a good face? Just as she was speaking, a luxury car stopped outside the villa. A man with a bandaged head walked in. The person who came was Lu Peng, and the reason he was wrapped in bandages was that he had been beaten at the Shin group. Originally, he didn't want to come out, but the Lan family said that today they could take away Lan Shi. Naturally, he had to endure the pain to come. Lu Peng's appearance just interrupted the previous discussion about severing ties. The eldest of the Lan family immediately welcomed him, his face full of flattering smiles. "Young Master Lu, you're here. Are you feeling better?" the eldest Lan asked with concern. They knew Lu Peng had been beaten at the Shin group, but there was nothing they could do to help. Lu Peng nodded symbolically, but his gaze fell on Lan Shi, revealing a greedy expression. He was a man of strong will despite his injuries, still wanting to indulge. Driving a Ferrari with one hand, occasionally touching his little brother. "Sheer, you look even more beautiful." He truly desired Lan Shi to the utmost. If he didn't conquer this woman, he would regret it for a lifetime. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to help the eldest Lan and the others. Upon seeing Lu Peng, Lan Shi felt a wave of disgust. The eldest Lan simply skipped over the conditions proposed by Lan Shi and slammed down the equity transfer agreement. "Lan Shi, whether it's the bet or the current situation, you can no longer serve as the president of the Lan Group. Sign here, and everything will be over. You won't have to struggle so much." "My conditions," Lan Shi said coldly. The eldest Lan gritted his teeth. "Fine, sign it, and we'll sign the severance agreement." "First, sign the severance agreement." Lan Shi still wouldn't relent. The eldest Lan, helpless, could only have someone draft a severance agreement. After it was stamped, Ho Guifan cursed and signed, pressing her handprint. Only then did Lan Shi sign and press her handprint. After keeping her copy, Lan Shi took the equity transfer contract. Looking at the signature line, her hand trembled slightly. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. In the end, she gritted her teeth and wrote her name. She pressed her handprint. Watching Lan Shi write her name and press her handprint, the Lan family was practically jumping with excitement. They finally got it done. From now on, the group would be theirs. The eldest Lan snatched the equity transfer agreement, holding it tightly like a treasure. With everything settled, Lan Shi glanced at Zhou Hui. "Mom, are you coming with me? Or are you staying here?" Zhou Hui was very unwilling. Her daughter insisted on severing ties, which made her very unhappy, so she ignored it. Lan Shi understood and didn't ask further. After all, without her, the Lan family shouldn't be too harsh on Zhou Hui. Just as Lan Shi was about to leave, she was blocked. "What are you doing?" Lan Shi frowned slightly. The eldest Lan smiled coldly, snatching the severance agreement from Lan Shi's hand and tearing it to shreds on the spot. Lan Shi's heart raced. "What are you doing?" The eldest Lan chuckled, pointing to another document on the table. "The severance agreement is void. Now sign that contract." "What is that?" Lan Shi had a bad premonition. "Oh, it's nothing, just a marriage contract. You and young Master Lu's." Upon hearing this, Lan Shi was incredibly shocked. She never expected they would do such a thing. How could Lan Shi possibly agree? She immediately tried to leave. However, the matriarch, Ho Guifan, called out sharply, "Lan Shi, you are still a member of the Lan family. As this old woman, I still have the right to decide your marriage. If you don't sign, don't even think about leaving." Lan Shi remained an unstable factor. She still needed to be taken away by young Master Lu. Once she became young Master Lu's woman, they wouldn't have to worry anymore. "You bastards!" Lan Shi was furious. Seeing this, Zhou Hui grabbed Lan Shi's hand. "Sheer, just listen, what's wrong with young Master Lu? How is he not better than that useless man? Besides, I saw the divorce agreement between you and that useless man." Saying this, she pulled Lan Shi's hand. "Bring the document, press your handprint first, and everything else will be easy." Lan Shi looked at Zhou Hui, her heart aching as if it were being torn apart. Her mother, how could this happen? How could it? In a fit of anger, Lan Shi suddenly swung her arm, directly throwing Zhou Hui aside. Lu Peng stepped forward, blocking Lan Shi, his smile growing increasingly greedy. "Sheer, stop struggling, you can't get away. Just follow me obediently, and you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor in the future. I'll take good care of you, and you'll be a bride every night." Several of the Lan family's younger cousins were quick to act, grabbing Lan Shi's hands and restraining her. "Bastards, you bastards." Lan Shi was frantic, watching as Lu Peng approached with a lewd grin. In a moment of desperation, Lan Shi broke free and kicked straight at Lu Peng's groin. Bang! Lu Peng let out a howl, collapsing to the ground and rolling. "You little slut, how dare you!" The eldest of the Lan family was furious, raising his hand to slap Lan Shi across the face. Lan Shi's hand was pulled back, unable to block it, and she could only watch as the slap was about to land. At that moment, she suddenly felt her cousin, who had been holding her, fly away. And then, something cold suddenly appeared in her palm, and before she could look, her hand felt a wave of warmth. Her delicate hand was wrapped in a large hand. Her slender waist was also embraced by another hand. Everything happened too quickly. The hand that was held seemed to be controlled as it lifted, swinging in the direction of the eldest Lan family's slap. Swish! A flash of cold light passed. Suddenly, half an arm appeared on the ground. Scalding blood sprayed out. Hiss! Everyone on the scene was shocked. The next second, screams and wails echoed through the villa. "Ah! Ah! Dad, your hand, your hand." The eldest of the Lan family also clutched his severed limb, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. Lan Shi's delicate body trembled as she turned to look at the man holding her. She saw an incredibly handsome face, now wearing a wicked smile. "Shen." Lan Shi found it hard to speak. Shen Wuxiu held her from behind. Her delicate body trembled slightly, but she felt an indescribable sense of security. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu slowly approached, exuding a powerful aura. Aunt Wu's face was cold as she scanned the surrounding people. This was bullying the young mistress of the Shin family. "You're so noisy, if you keep screaming, I'll kill you," Shin Wuxiu warned coldly, looking at the eldest Lan family member on the ground. A wave of pressure spread, and the scene fell into complete silence. The second eldest of the Lan family looked at the newcomer, his back already soaked with sweat. This handsome man was Shin Wuxiu. Those who had seen him would never forget his appearance, but many had heard of his reputation without ever seeing him in person. The second eldest had happened to catch a glimpse of him from a distance at a business dinner hosted by the top brass in Shanghai last time. He would never forget. Lu Peng, who had just been kicked in the groin by Lan Shi, had also regained his senses. He covered himself and looked at Lan Shi, just in time to meet Shin Wuxiu's gaze. At that moment, Lu Peng's mouth dropped open. "Shin. Young Master Shin." He quickly scrambled up, ignoring the pain, and knelt on the ground. Shin Wuxiu held Lan Shi. To him, there was no need to explain their relationship, but just moments ago, he had tried to force Lan Shi. "It's over." Shin Wuxiu curled his lip. "I remember you, the arrogant one at the bidding meeting. Your name is Lu Peng, right? You've got guts. From now on, you'll be called Lu Peng." "Uncle Wu, drag him away, cut that off, and make him eat it." "Yes, young master." Uncle Wu immediately moved, kicking Lu Peng in the chest. He flew out. Perhaps due to adrenaline, Lu Peng was still begging for mercy. "Ah, young Master Shin, I was wrong. Young Master Shin, please, let me go, let me go." Lu Peng never expected things would escalate like this. Hiss! The sound of clothes and pants tearing echoed. The Lan family members were all too scared to breathe. Immediately, Lu Peng's wails echoed through the villa, filled with unbearable pain. Soon, Uncle Wu strung something small onto his dagger and casually stuffed it into Lu Peng's mouth. He then punctured several holes in Lu Peng's body. Lu Peng cried out for just a few seconds before dying. Everything happened too suddenly. Their gazes shifted back to Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu was locking eyes with Lan Shi. "I said I came to pay respects to the old man. How did I end up in this situation?" Lan Shi didn't know what to say, but her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Shin Wuxiu, not moving away. Shin Wuxiu raised his hand and pinched her delicate face, then leaned in to kiss her lips. Considerate interest. Lan Shi felt a jolt at the kiss, but there was no sense of rejection. Instead, it felt warm, as if someone was protecting her. After speaking, he walked over to the incense holder in front of everyone, lit 3 sticks of incense, held them with both hands, placed them on his forehead for a few seconds, and then inserted them into the incense burner. "Old man, your family is rotten to the core, let me help you." Shin Wuxiu casually tore down the decorative curtain above the portrait. In front of everyone, he ripped it into strips and tied them up. With the rope he had made, he walked over to the eldest of the Lan family. He squatted down, looking at the pale-faced eldest Lan. "I wanted to kill you this morning, but unfortunately, you ran too fast." After saying that, Shin Wuxiu directly slipped the rope around his neck. Then, he leaped, and the strip passed through the railing of the second-floor corridor. When Shin Wuxiu landed, the force of the pull lifted the eldest Lan into the air. The eldest Lan was suspended in mid-air, struggling wildly, his eyes beginning to bloodshot. Shin Wuxiu held onto the rope with one hand, not letting go, as if flying a kite. "Dad! Honey!" The people from the Lan family rushed forward, crying, trying to push Shin Wuxiu away, but they had no chance to get close. Uncle Wu knocked one away with a punch. The women were a bit better. Instead of using their fists, they grabbed hair and threw them out. Just as it seemed the eldest Lan was about to lose consciousness, Shin Wuxiu loosened the rope, letting him fall to the ground to gasp for air. Before he could catch his breath, he was pulled back up to struggle again. "Uncle Wu, play with him. When he's about to die, let him down to breathe, then pull him back up." "Yes." Uncle Wu smiled as he took the rope. Shin Wuxiu then returned to the table and sat down. He scanned the Lan family. "I actually admire the old man, so for his sake, you might live." The second eldest of the Lan family couldn't hold back any longer and immediately knelt down. "Young Master Shin, thank you for your mercy." "Oh," Shin Wuxiu glanced at him, "have you seen me before?" The second eldest of the Lan family flattered him excessively. "Young Master Shin, I've heard much about you, and I've had the fortune to see you once." The Lan family gasped in shock, not expecting the other party to be Shin Wuxiu. "Then you are quite fortunate. Your ancestors are showing their spirit." Shin Wuxiu couldn't be bothered to respond, decisively looking at Ho Guifan. "You old hag, you look so mean. Not dying when old is a thief. I don't agree with that saying, but it suits you perfectly. With a face that brings misfortune to husbands, the old man probably died because of you. Damn it, the more I look at you, the angrier I get. If it weren't for my respect for the elderly." "Aunt Wu, go up and slap her twice." Aunt Wu could no longer hold back. "Yes, young master." Aunt Wu quickly stepped forward and slapped her twice. Several of Ho Guifan's teeth flew out. Her wrinkled old face twitched wildly, her vision going dark, with 2 clear handprints on her face. But she dared not speak. The scene fell silent. Despite the many people from the Lan family, no one dared to step forward. After all, the eldest Lan was still swinging in the air, going up and down, close to death. Shen Wuxiao beckoned to the dazed Lan Shi. Lan Shi was confused but still walked over. Shen Wuxiao held her hand, his voice gentle. "Your uncle will die soon. If I treat your family this way, will you blame me?" Lan Shi was not someone who couldn't see clearly. Her tone was very firm. "You're not killing me, so why should I blame you?" Everyone in the Lan family was taken aback. Did Lan Shi really intend to go to such extremes? They were family. After all, blood was thicker than water. Shen Wuxiao laughed, pulling Lan Shi into his embrace. "Good, I like this, I really like it." Shen Wuxiao turned to look at the Lan family, smiling brightly. "I know some of your family's dirty laundry. I came here today to make a bet. I bet that the Lan family's construction materials can be revived in Lan Shi's hands. If it doesn't survive, the group's shares will go to you. If it does, you pick 5 people to die." Shen Wuxiao was directly playing a game of empty-handed tactics. After all, the money for the project from Chu Ming had already been transferred to the group, and the Chu family had just conveniently disappeared, with Chu Ming also missing. So, taking that project money and giving it back to Lan Shi was quite reasonable, right? Without spending a dime. Shen Wuxiao's words stunned everyone in the Lan family. Who was he? The young master of the Shin group, the young master of the first family in Long Country. If he wanted to keep someone's group alive, wasn't it just a matter of speaking? Shen Wuxiao was considerate. If he was going to kill, he would at least give a reason. When it came to sharing the spoils, everyone was eager, and only a fool would step forward to take the blame at such a time. The second son of the Lan family knelt down again. "Young Master Shen, my elder brother and his family often bully Lan Shi. I believe there are consequences for actions. These people are all from the main branch. From now on, Lan Shi will be the head of the Lan family, and we will all assist her to elevate the Lan family." Shen Wuxiao found this reasonable. "That works, but you count as one of the 5. The second son of the Lan family immediately broke down in tears. "Young Master Shen, please, give us a way out." Shen Wuxiao sighed and shook his head. "It's not that I won't give you a way out, it's just that you've gone too far. You dared to stand there just now, and if you dare to stand on the ground today, tomorrow you'll dare to stand on my head. If you dare to breathe today, tomorrow you'll dare to call me. What reason do I have to keep you?" The second son of the Lan family was already speechless. Shen Wuxiao raised his hand, pointing at the people. "All right, to be fair, the main branch and the second branch each contribute 2.5 people. Uncle Wu, it's up to you. By the way, when I say half a person, I mean a real half." After saying that, Shen Wuxiao was too lazy to linger and was about to take Lan Shi out. Zhou Hui saw this and ran to Lan Shi's side. "Sheer, Mom has something to say to you." Lan Shi opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating, eventually looking away. But Shen Wuxiao was not accommodating. "Are you going to walk away on your own? Or do you want me to send you away and come back on the 7th day?" Zhou Hui's face turned pale, her body trembling as she stepped back. "I hate stupid people the most, and unfortunately, you are that stupid person, a damn stupid pig." Shen Wuxiao glanced at Aunt Wu, who instantly understood. It was better for this woman to be disabled, to avoid causing trouble and not to affect Lan Shi's bright future. Zhou Hui kept retreating, not daring to say another word. Everyone watched as Shen Wuxiao took Lan Shi out of the villa. As for what would happen next, they were hesitant to guess. If they had known this would happen, why harm Lan Shi, and why force her to be with Lu Peng when she had already made her decision? Shen Wuxiao took Lan Shi away from the villa, heading to the other side. Lan Shi, held by his hand, was still in a daze. You are Shen Wuxiao." After a long time, Lan Shi suddenly asked this question. You just realized?" Shen Wuxiao smiled. Lan Shi found it hard to believe, but the truth was right in front of her. "Why are you helping me?" Shen Wuxiao answered succinctly. "Because I'm lustful, you're beautiful, I like you, I love looking at you, I want to have you." Lan Shi was a bit taken aback. In fact, she had thought about these answers. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Shen Wuxiao, whom she had only met once, saved her from peril. There must be a purpose behind it. She had expected Shen Wuxiao to say something like, "I couldn't stand by, I wanted to protect you," something that would endear him to her. But she didn't expect him to be so direct. Yet this directness felt more genuine. Regardless, Shen Wuxiao stood behind her when she was at her most helpless. The process was somewhat bloody, but after experiencing so much, her heart was not particularly turbulent. She was not a saint. If it weren't for Shen Wuxiao, she would have lost everything today and would have been sent to Lu Peng. The consequences were easy to imagine. The so-called Lan family had always suppressed her, humiliated her. The early days of the Lan family's main and secondary branches even hired people to kidnap her. They tampered with her car. When her father was in a hysterical state, they poured oil on the flames, causing her grandfather to die of anger and leading to her father's demise. They were so ruthless that if Lan Shi were soft-hearted, she would be unworthy of being human. Don't be surprised. Shin Wuxiu supported her shoulder, facing her. I want to ask you a few questions. Can you answer me? Lan Shi nodded and murmured in agreement. Shin Wuxiu smiled and asked, do you think I'm handsome? Lan Shi nodded, handsome. How about my family background? Good. Do you think you would be wronged following me? No. Then I should treat you quite well, right? Is it a loss to be my woman? Not a loss. Then you are my woman now. Lan Shi didn't react immediately, but we only just met last night. Do you mind that I have no feelings for you? Shin Wuxiu thought for a moment. Feelings develop over time. Just go through the process, and feelings will come. Just like now, you are more confused, but after this, your emotions will start to fluctuate. Lan Shi looked at Shin Wuxiu, her beautiful eyes filled with deep confusion. Like this? What? Shin Wuxiu lifted her fair chin, his lips directly pressed against hers, kissing Lan Shi's soft lips. Lan Shi's body trembled, feeling a wave of warmth on her lips. It was so sudden. Shin Wuxiu's arm wrapped around her slender waist like an iron hoop. Lan Shi could feel his possessiveness like a burning flame, growing stronger with every entanglement. It was almost suffocating, leaving her no chance to breathe. Lan Shi uncontrollably let out a soft moan. After a long while, their lips parted. Lan Shi hurriedly turned her head, breathing in small gasps, as if she were about to run out of breath. She had been led by Shin Wuxiu. How could she have kissed back? In that moment, she felt both shy and nervous. She finally understood what Shin Wuxiu meant by this earlier. How is it? Your emotions have changed, right? This is the accumulation of feelings. The so-called accumulation of feelings is actually very simple. Lan Shi's mind was blank, unable to discern these words. If you still don't understand, later write a 1,000-word reflection on the kiss, and read it a few times. Seeing his serious demeanor, Lan Shi couldn't help but pout. Do I really have to write it? Of course, or you can choose not to write it. Just remember it. Shin Wuxiu took her hand and continued walking forward. It seemed that as Shin Wuxiu said, the kiss just now had brought them closer together. In fact, there was still a hint of the bridge effect involved. When it happens at a specific time, it always brings an immense sense of security to those who feel insecure. The hero-saving beauty law is something the protagonist also enjoys. They often hit the emotional peak, shattering all feelings before going hysterical. Unfortunately, Chu Ming has vanished without a trace, and everything he had arranged has become a wedding dress for Shin Wuxiu. Shin Wuxiu only uses it appropriately at the right time. What he prefers is the slow build of affection over time. He wonders if Chu Ming will scream when he returns. Shen Wuxiu takes Lan Shi to Uncle Wu's place. He then walks to the courtyard and dials Lu Ruyan's number. The call connects, and Lu Ruyan's voice comes through. Wuxiu, are you coming over? No, I'm telling you, your chance for revenge has come. I'll give you the basic information now. You should be able to contact him by tomorrow. He's hiding and will probably endure for a while. I can't be bothered to look for him. I'll leave it to you to let him come kill me. Still using your formula of dead father, dead mother, and a cold sister. Shin Wuxiu hangs up the phone. Lu Ruyan's mind is still quite sharp. She just got short-circuited by her own fear. If given the chance to perform, she could definitely help Chu Ming. When he returns to the villa, he sees Lan Shi curled up on the sofa, seemingly too tired and asleep. Shin Wuxiu sighs, she really is too exhausted, so he decides to wake her up. He leans in and pats Lan Shi's back. Get up and sleep again. Ha! Lan Shi jolts awake, realizing her lapse in composure, and slowly sits up. Sorry, Seeing her like this, Shin Wuxiu can't help but smile. It's fine, I just have a bit of OCD, don't sleep until things are done. Saying this, Shin Wuxiu picks up a contract and tosses it on the table. Sign it, and your group will take off. I'll have someone handle it. You can sleep well afterward. Lan Shi takes the contract, glances at it briefly, and signs it. Shin Wuxiu laughs. Aren't you afraid I'll trick you? Lan Shi shakes her head. How bad can it get? Besides, if you wanted to trick me, you wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. That makes sense. Alright, you don't need to worry about these things. Now I'm taking you to sleep. Shin Wuxiu scoops Lan Shi up and heads straight to the room where he's temporarily staying. Lan Shi's heart tightens. Could it be something intimate? She really isn't prepared for this, feeling nervous and scared. Once in the room, Shin Wuxiu lays her on the bed, looking at her tense yet flushed face. Take off your armor. Take off your armor. Lan Shi bites her lip, looking at Shin Wuxiu. After hesitating for a few seconds, she really does remove her outer clothing. Just as she's about to continue, Shin Wuxiu grabs her hand. I see your sincerity. Don't be so nervous, I've prepared time for you. This time it's just a nap. Shin Wuxiu rolls over with her in his arms, the blanket covering both of them. Lan Shi lies in Shin Wuxiu's embrace. Feeling the warmth and his indulgence, Lan Shi's heart feels warm. If something were to happen forcefully today, she certainly wouldn't be able to refuse, but deep down, it would still leave some small discomfort. However, Shin Wuxiao doesn't do that. He clearly understands her. Lan Shi stops talking, her delicate hands quietly wrapping around his waist, curling up in his arms and falling asleep peacefully. Meanwhile, in a certain hospital, Chu Ming is also sleeping, but he is in a half-asleep, half-awake state. The next second, he suddenly opens his eyes. In that moment, he feels as if he has lost something. The injuries on his body prevent him from moving violently, and he can only frown. Looking around the hospital room, Chu Ming calls out, "Someone! Someone! Young master!" His subordinate quickly approaches. Has the contract been delivered? Chu Ming is still thinking about the contract. Damn it, I placed a bet, and the contract wasn't delivered. I'm afraid the Lan family is making things difficult for Lan Shi. He couldn't be there in person, but the contract had to be sent. In this way, Lan Shi would know that he was silently contributing. Touching, the contract has already been sent, but the person hasn't returned yet, one of his subordinates said. Chu Ming felt much more at ease. By the way, hasn't my family come? Chu Ming asked, somewhat puzzled. Since he had already informed his family about his serious injury, given his father's character, they would definitely rush over. How could it be that a whole night had passed, and now it was already noon the next day, yet no one had come? The subordinate was also a bit confused. After contacting them yesterday, there had been no news until today. Young master, the old master should be on his way. You should rest well. Okay, what about Uncle Fu? Chu Ming asked again. The subordinate didn't know how to respond. Uncle Fu. When he went to check last night, Uncle Fu was stuck to the ground. But how could he tell the seriously injured Chu Ming about this? Wouldn't that just upset him? Young master, Uncle Fu should have escaped. He just hasn't returned so quickly. Chu Ming fell silent. Instead, he focused on recuperating. The hospital bed was white, but Chu Ming was green, with healing light surging all over him. It continuously repaired him, especially on his head. It was as green as a cucumber. Before long, the subordinate who went to deliver the contract returned. Upon entering the ward and seeing Chu Ming on the bed, he hesitated to speak. He still held a copy of the contract in his hand, clearly having not delivered it. Hearing the commotion, Chu Ming quickly asked, "Did you deliver it?" The one delivering the contract, Wang Xiaozhu, found it hard to speak. No, something special happened. What happened? Chu Ming became a bit agitated. Damn it, was it not handled well? It's just. Wang Xiaozhu gritted his teeth and said, "It seems something happened with the Lan family, and I didn't dare to get close. But from a distance, I saw Miss Lan." Sheer? Chu Ming frowned, feeling uneasy. Could it be that those people had driven Sheer out of the house? What happened to her? Wang Xiaozhu still didn't dare to say. After all, it was a bit intense. Speak! Chu Ming, enduring the pain, shouted. Miss Lan isn't in any trouble, but I saw her. She was kissing a man not far from the villa. Chu Ming let out a breath. As long as nothing happened, that was fine. But soon, he reacted, sitting up like a mad bull. What the hell are you saying? Why was she kissing a man? Wang Xiaozhu was startled but still nodded, not daring to lie. Wow. Cough cough cough. Chu Ming almost passed out. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sheer is not that kind of casual woman, no way. Chu Ming refused to believe it. Another subordinate glared at Wang Xiaozhu and echoed, "Yeah, impossible. You must have seen it wrong." He was truly speechless, there was no sense of observation at all. But Wang Xiaozhu, who spoke the truth, was unhappy. Why should he be slandered when he hadn't lied? Wang Xiaozhu immediately defended himself. "Young master, every word I say is true. When I got there, I saw Miss Lan holding hands with a man as they walked out. To avoid being discovered, I even hid to watch. The man was very handsome. He said a few words to Miss Lan and then kissed her. It should have been a French kiss." Miss Lan was initially stunned, but gradually she embraced him. "Every word I say is true. If I lie, may I die a horrible death." He even swore an oath. Chu Ming couldn't catch his breath, raising his hand to point at Wang Xiaozhu. You lied." Wang Xiaozhu looked resolute. "Young master, I did not lie." "You." Chu Ming felt a tightness in his chest, on the verge of breaking down. Wang Xiaozhu, feeling helpless, said, "Young master, although I didn't send the contract over, I did see this scene." Right, after they kissed, they walked towards the villa behind. Thinking back, they must have already been engaging in illicit activities. "Every word I say is true, young master, you must see clearly, I still have evidence." Before he could finish, Chu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. I see you. Put. He collapsed backward, losing consciousness. Wang Xiaozhu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Damn, doctor, nurse, quick, save him." The other subordinate looked at Wang Xiaozhu like he was a fool. "If you can't speak properly, then don't." Wang Xiaozhu was even less pleased. "If you don't let me speak, You wanted to take credit just now, right? Let me tell you, there are no brothers in front of merit. The information I gathered was true to begin with. Don't think you can distort the facts and deceive the young master. He didn't know what was happening, but suddenly he felt very righteous. However, as these words came out, the heart monitor by the bed suddenly started beeping. The two had no time to argue and quickly called for a doctor. Shuming fell into darkness. It felt like he had entered a scene that imprisoned him. Countless images of Lan Shi floated before him, her every move, every smile, playing in his mind. In the end, those fragments shattered like glass, and he could see nothing. He didn't know how long it had been when Shuming finally opened his eyes. It was already dark outside. He looked around. He was still in the hospital room. When he fell into darkness, it felt like he had a particularly long dream. He unconsciously murmured, "Sheer, sheer." But Lan Shi did not appear. Instead, it was Wang Xiaozhu. "Young master, Miss Lan has betrayed you, and she is probably still entangled with that damned man. You should stop thinking about her. There are plenty of fish in the sea." "Ah, it's all fake, all fake." Xu Ming shouted in pain. Wang Xiaozhu was taken aback. The young master really didn't believe him. It was distressing, but fortunately, he had evidence. "Young master, every word I say is true. I told you, I even took photos to keep evidence." Saying this, he opened his phone, revealing a blurry photo of a man and a woman kissing. "Young master, look, I really didn't lie." Xu Ming's eyes widened. Even though the photo was blurry, how could he not recognize who it was? In a fit of anger, he fainted again. "What's going on?" Wang Xiaozhu scratched his head. In this day and age, with reason and evidence, does no one believe? Xu Ming had both internal and external injuries. Originally, with his healing abilities and the hospital's treatment, he could recover. Now, it was hard to say. On the other side, in Uncle Wu's villa, Lan Shi slowly opened her eyes after sleeping until night. She had slept incredibly soundly. In the past, she could never enter deep sleep, always waking up unconsciously, and then worries would flood her mind. But this time was different. She woke up feeling refreshed and clear-headed. However, when she opened her eyes, the man beside her was already gone. Lan Shi rubbed her eyes, slowly got out of bed, walked to the bathroom to wash her face, and tidied up her appearance. Only then did she open the door and step outside. The lights outside were very bright. Shen Wuxia was sitting on the sofa, chatting and making tea with Uncle Wu. Aunt Wu was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of the food wafted out, making one's mouth water. Lan Shi instinctively gathered her hair, tidying it up before slowly making her way towards Shen Wuxiao. Upon seeing Lan Shi, Shen Wuxiao smiled gently. "Come over and have some tea." Lan Shi nodded and sat down beside him. Uncle Wu, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile broadly as he poured the tea and placed it on the tea mat in front of Lan Shi. "Young madam, please." The title young madam left Lan Shi momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. It seemed she wasn't really Shen Wuxiao's woman yet, but was that truly the case? After all, they had shared a bed. Just at noon, she had almost given in to him. Lan Shi didn't deny it, lifting her cup of tea. "Thank you, Uncle Wu." "Oh, young madam, you're too polite. We're all family here." Uncle Wu chuckled, but he quickly stood up. "Young master, young madam, I'll go check if my wife needs any help. You two chat." Uncle Wu was quite perceptive, leaving swiftly to give them enough space. Their relationship wasn't solid enough yet, so it was essential for them to spend more time together. Once he left, Lan Shi felt nervous. She sat up straight, a bit stiff. Shen Wuxiao, however, was unreserved, reaching out to pull her onto his lap. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "I say, Sheer, we almost went all the way, and you're still so tense?" Feeling Shen Wuxiao's breath and warmth, Lan Shi's heart raced. She nodded slightly. "Yes, I am a bit tense." "You're quite honest." Shen Wuxiao raised his hand to smooth her hair, tucking it behind her ear. "How was your nap this afternoon?" Lan Shi nodded again. "Very solid, very secure." "Hearing you say that gives me a sense of accomplishment." Shen Wuxiao chuckled proudly. This was also a roundabout way of praising himself. "Shen Wuxiao, may I ask you some questions?" Lan Shi relaxed a bit, leaning into his arm, her beautiful eyes gazing at his face. "Of course. How are the Lan family doing?" Lan Shi asked cautiously. Now that she knew Shen Wuxiao's true identity, she was somewhat worried about the Lan family being wiped out. In her understanding, it was enough for the instigators to be punished. Those who mocked and ridiculed her, while despicable, didn't deserve death. "Don't worry, I'm kind-hearted. Only 6 or 7 from the main and secondary branches have died, the others are still alive. After all, it's your family, I have to leave some leeway." "Oh right, that old lady, her leg is broken, and your mother, her leg is also broken, but it can be treated. It's just a bit of suffering." If others heard this, they would probably feel quite helpless. If Lan Shi was his woman, wasn't this just breaking the mother-in-law's leg? Lan Shi had long been mentally prepared. At first, when she heard it, she felt an indescribable sensation. But thinking of the things they had done to her and the initial attempts to kill her, she felt relieved. The people from the main and secondary branches wouldn't show her any mercy. If it weren't for Shen Wuxiao, her fate would be clear as day. As a woman without support or backing, she would be at the mercy of others. If she could forgive endlessly, then she deserved to be bullied and oppressed. A saintly figure was not to be. "Thank you," Lan Shi said sincerely. "Thank you? That's not enough sincerity," Shen Wuxiao teased with a wicked smile. Lan Shi paused slightly, quickly understanding. She leaned forward, slowly pressing her lips against Shen Wuxiao's. This kiss, from another perspective, was also Lan Shi's choice and determination. Oh, what a delightful surprise! Shen Wuxiao held her, watching her shyly lower her head, feeling a stir in his heart. This kind of demeanor was something only he could see. "So, you've submitted to me now?" Lan Shi pouted, unsure of how to respond. However, with just the two of them present, there was no one to witness her shyness. You won't dislike me, will you?" Lan Shi gently asked. Such a question was not difficult. Shen Wuxiao was impeccable in every aspect. He had looks, he had a background, although he was a bit ruthless in personality, that was only towards outsiders. With those close to him, he had a completely different attitude. Otherwise, with his status as the #1 young master of Long Country, how could Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu dare to dine with him at the same table? They could even act like friends. This perfectly illustrated Shen Wuxiao's personal charm. A 1 in a billion existence. What reason did she, Lan Shi, have to put on airs and act tsundere? But she had been engaged before and had even received a marriage certificate. Although there had been no contact with the other party, she still feared that Shen Wuxiao might mind. "Dislike you? Where does that come from?" Shen Wuxiao lifted her chin. Lan Shi stammered, I had an engagement with Chu Ming, and we even got a certificate, so I guess I'm married. But I've never had any physical contact with him, not even holding hands. And the divorce agreement was already drafted, it was just that Chu Ming ran away. Shen Wuxiao could not possibly be unaware. His obsession with cleanliness in this regard was more serious than anyone else's. Of course, this was limited to those he considered his own women, not the flings outside. He couldn't care less about those. If Lan Shi and Chu Ming had really had something, then Lan Shi wouldn't be sitting here today. "I know about this matter, and you were deceived. Your grandfather never promised you a marriage contract with anyone. That marriage contract was forged by the other party." Lan Shi was genuinely shocked this time. Shen Wuxiao nodded, "No need to doubt. There's nothing I can't investigate. Chu Ming met you when you were young. Because of a cake you gave him, he remembered it deeply and vowed to cling to you. No, vowed to marry you. Many things happened in between. When your family was trying to force you to give up your shares using the marriage tactic, he found his opportunity. So, he had someone forge the contract that was supposedly agreed upon with your grandfather, thus smoothly marrying into the Lan family." After hearing this, Lan Shi was lost in thought for a long time, but soon, her brows furrowed, and she fell silent. Chu Ming's deception was indeed shameless, but to be fair, his actions at that time did give her some relief. Right was right, wrong was wrong. It all seemed unimportant now. She had no more ties with Chu Ming, and yet there might still be some connection. After a while, the dishes were served. Dinner continued with toasts and laughter. Lan Shi relaxed a lot, sitting next to Shen Wuxiao, helping him peel shrimp and serve dishes. After dinner, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu went to rest early. Shen Wuxiao then took Lan Shi to the Lan family. The people of the Lan family had not dispersed. However, their attitude towards Lan Shi now was completely different from when they saw her at noon. At noon, they had been disdainful and watching the fun. Now, they didn't even dare to lift their heads. All of this was brought about by the man beside her. "You don't need to be nervous, we just came to take a look. Have you eaten? Make sure to eat well for the journey." Shen Wuxiao's casual remark caused everyone present to kneel down. "Young Master Shen, please give us a way out." A few who had mocked Lan Shi before even started bowing to her. "Cousin, we were wrong, really wrong. We were blind and foolish. Please give us another chance, just one chance." They truly regretted it. They were originally one family. Even if they didn't help each other in times of misfortune, they shouldn't have gone so far as to kick someone when they were down. Yet, they really did just that. They never considered that karma would eventually catch up with them. Lan Shi was also stunned. Surely, Shen Wuxiao wouldn't really kill them all, would he? The first and second households had already cooled down considerably. Although these people were quite detestable, death was indeed a bit too severe. Breaking a hand would suffice. "Wu Xiao, how about just a fracture to make a point?" Lan Shi gently tugged at Shen Wuxiao's sleeve, seeking his opinion. Shen Wuxiao accepted Lan Shi's suggestion and looked at the crowd, Come on, line up, one by one. Those who break their hands first can leave. Those who hesitate might face double the punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, those people gritted their teeth and broke their own hands, fearing the consequences would be even worse. A fracture was better than losing a life. This lesson was enough to be remembered for a lifetime. They complied, and Shin Wuxiao didn't continue to make things difficult, at least wanting to leave some people for the Lan family. After leaving the Lan family, Shin Wuxiao took Lan Shi back to Uncle Wu's place. Lan Shi even mentally prepared herself for Shin Wuxiao to plant her. Although she was quite nervous, deep down, she felt a bit of anticipation. Back in the room, just as Lan Shi was unsure how to start, the phone rang. She took out her phone, and upon seeing the caller, her brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Shin Wuxiao was taking off his coat and asked. It's Chu Ming. Lan Shi handed the phone to Shin Wuxiao. Upon hearing this, Shin Wuxiao felt a surge of joy. Alright, I'll have a chat with him. Shin Wuxiao took the phone and answered the call. On the other end, Chu Ming's voice was extremely weak. Sheer, you finally answered the phone. I need to explain why I was absent at noon. Shin Wuxiao lowered his voice, feigning seriousness. Hello, sir, I'm a bartender, and I found this phone. Chu Ming was clearly taken aback. Wah. What? A bar? Which bar, and who is the owner of the phone? Shin Wuxiao replied nonchalantly. Well, a very beautiful lady was drinking here just now. But when she left, she was in such a hurry that she dropped her phone. I'll give you an address. You can come and pick it up. Just as Chu Ming was about to ask for the address, he sensed something was off. No, you're lying. She wouldn't go to a bar, let alone drink in a place like that. Who are you really? What do you want? Tell me, is Sheer in your hands? Chu Ming would never be easily fooled and immediately saw through the lie. Shin Wuxiao laughed. Ha, you caught me. I'm really sorry, but don't worry, she's not in my hands. You better be honest. Chu Ming gritted his teeth. Shin Wuxiao's smile didn't fade. Buddy, I'm serious, she's not in my hands, but in my bed. Sheer is asleep. If you have something to say, call back tomorrow. I was too tired earlier and couldn't answer your call. On the hospital side, upon hearing such words, Chu Ming's adrenaline surged, and he sat up straight. Who are you, you bastard? What have you done to Sheer? Ah, love. Shin Wuxiao replied as if it were the most natural thing. What else would I do? Be someone who silently gives without expecting anything in return, hiding my identity, waiting for a crooked-mouthed fool? Put. Stimulated, Chu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been holding back, and suddenly his talent kicked in. Under the pressure, his spirit and energy were rising, and his true power was surging. This was the effect of his hidden talent. You bastard, I ask you, have you really done something indescribable to Sheer? Chu Ming needed to confirm again. Shin Wuxiao laughed. If I say no, will you believe me? You already have the answer in your heart. Why ask me? Is it because you're shameless? Chu Ming really collapsed. You bastard. May you die a horrible death. My dear, I haven't even touched her. Did you stand up and kick? Did you really stand up and kick? Impossible, you're lying to me, she's not that kind of person, no. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and roared. Besides the roar, Shin Wuxiao could also hear other voices on the phone. Damn, young master, you're bleeding, S is so far away, fly up. Hurry, hold down the bleeding. Another voice said, idiot, call a doctor, the young master is spitting blood, why are you pressing him? I thought, isn't this also congestion? Could it be that he awakened some special attribute? Chu Ming really couldn't hold it anymore. His innate ability to endure made him theoretically a person with a strong mentality. No matter how strong he was, there were still limits. He could endure a lot for Lan Shi, whether it was being humiliated or being beaten. Those could be endured. But this kind of thing, no matter how strong his psychological endurance was, he couldn't tolerate. This was about a man's dignity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to roll around and scream even when seriously injured. Chu Ming felt dazed. He didn't believe it, really didn't believe it. Lan Shi was not that kind of person. How could she betray him? Impossible. On the other end of the phone, Shin Wuxiao's voice rang out again. Hey, buddy, are you okay? Why aren't you talking? Don't you like to talk? If you don't talk, I'm hanging up. Sheer is thinking about you. You should rest early. Your health is important. I'm fine. I'll sleep when it gets light. You. Don't try to deceive me. Don't think. No. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, coughing as he responded. The blood in his mouth was like a menstrual flow. The more his emotions fluctuated, the more he endured, the stronger the green light from his healing ability became. The whole room turned green. Shin Wuxiao laughed recklessly. Buddy, if it really doesn't work, go to Gotham. Batman won't hit you anymore. Alright, no more talking. It's time for a kiss. My mouth is too busy to talk. Good night. Shin Wuxiao directly hung up the phone. Put. Chu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood, collapsing backward, unconscious. The The doctor and nurses immediately rushed over to start resuscitation. Meanwhile, on Shin Wuxiao's side, he was sitting on the bed, grinning. He also heard the system's prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host for humiliating Chu Ming, points plus 30,000. Chu Ming is further injured, mentality collapsed, points plus 40,000. Completely overturning the plot, the female lead becomes the host's woman, points plus 200,000. Due to the host's outstanding performance, the system rewards stealing skills, randomly stealing the abilities of the fated son Xu Ming. Shin Wuxiao smirked, use. Ding, stealing in progress. The host has stolen Xu Ming's talent, endurance, cultivation speed doubles while enduring. Damn, endurance? No way. What use is this garbage talent to me? Am I someone who can suffer losses? Shin Wuxiao was truly speechless. Why steal endurance of all things? The host refuses to accept. The stolen skill automatically converts to 100,000 points. That's more like it. What do I need endurance for? How many points do I have? Current total points, 7,900,000, rounded to 8 million. Give me a distribution plan. Shin Wuxiao's desire for points was still very strong. He still needed a lot of things. 8 million points. The host can spend 5 million to enhance their cultivation, raising it from the current 8th rank, 9th stage, to the 1st stage of martial aspect. With the remaining 3 million, 1 million can upgrade the ability level, 1 million can exchange for divine abilities, and 1 million can strengthen weapons and armor. Sure, let's do it. Ding, deducting points. The host is breaking through shackles, strength is beginning to rise to the 1st stage of martial aspect. Shin Wuxiao felt his body starting to change. He immediately looked at Lan Shi. Sheer, you go take a bath first, I'll join you later. Lan Shi, who had been standing by, nodded upon hearing Shin Wuxiao's words. As Lan Shi went to bathe, Shin Wuxiao sat cross-legged. Soon, the pressure around him surged like a tide, constantly impacting Shin Wuxiao's body, honing his bones and will. But Shin Wuxiao remained unmoved, circulating his true energy, which burned within him like a raging fire. Instead of resisting, he absorbed it. Damn, can't I just level up directly? Why do I have to go through a process? You can, but I thought you wanted to experience it. Damn, who hasn't suffered through hard work? I'm sorry. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 1st stage of martial aspect. Shin Wuxiao flipped over and leaped up, his entire aura undergoing a tremendous change. A white mist rose around him but quickly dissipated. His bones had completely transformed. An endless stream of energy filled his body, as if it would never run out. That feels good. The host's abilities can be upgraded or exchanged for other abilities. First, help me expand the range of the field stillness. 1 million points for 100 meters, that should be fine, right? Host, the field stillness, ignoring realms, and designated hard control, belongs to a bug-level ability, so the upgrade won't be that fast. Moreover, this ability has more than one direction of enhancement, including range, time, and the damage relief limit for the controlled party. Currently, it can be upgraded to within 20 meters around the host. That's fine, it's a bit expensive, but practical. Upgrading. Choose a suitable divine ability for me. Until now, Shin Wuxiao had no divine abilities. Anyway, he hadn't seen any great divine abilities in the secular world. For 1 million points, the system recommends imitation, which can mimic all martial skills and divine abilities released by opponents. The downside is that it cannot be learned on sight. Wow! Shin Wuxiao was delighted. This is also a cheat. It means I can use everyone's martial skills and divine abilities. Although I can't take them with me, constantly imitating counts as me knowing them too. Exchanged. Exchange completed. Weapon, Destruction Duke Revolver, Divine Artifact, upgraded to Martial Aspect rank. Death Judge Pen, upgraded to Martial Aspect rank. Upgrade. Ding, upgrading, upgrade failed. Still need 50,000 points. Shin Wuxiao was speechless, but then he thought, the system only provides options, it can't be precise. One shouldn't always be harsh on others. The system has been generous enough, always rounding up. It wouldn't be good to keep taking advantage of it. 50,000 points were nothing to him. System, wait for me. Saying this, he took out Lan Shi's phone and dialed Chu Ming's number. The phone rang and connected. The other side was Chu Ming's subordinate. Hello, please pass the phone to Chu Ming. Lan Shi has something to say to him. The subordinate hesitated, looking at the recently revived Chu Ming. But still, he asked symbolically, young master, can you hear? Lan Shi wants to talk to you. Upon hearing Lan Shi's name, Chu Ming's eyes seemed to light up. Give it to me, the phone. The subordinate handed the phone to Chu Ming's ear. Chu Ming appeared happy and weakly whispered, Sheer. Shin Wuxiao laughed mischievously. She said she wanted to take a shower first. Buddy, it's still me. You're in the hospital, right? I was just thinking of asking you to check with the doctor about what medicine can enhance a woman's constitution. There's no way, Sheer is too weak. every time she can't last long and begs for mercy. We want to ask to avoid ruining the experience. You. Shu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, feeling worse than death, unable to utter a word. Shin Wuxiu walked outside the bathroom with the phone and shouted inside, "Sheer, are you done with your shower?" A voice from inside replied, "Not yet, still washing." "Oh, okay, take your time." Blue, she responded softly. Blue Shi's voice was like a hammer striking Chu Ming's heart. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. Shin Wuxiao continued, "Buddy, if you don't know, I won't make it hard for you. I can just sit down and not get up. You rest well, go to bed early. I also want to take a shower." Beep beep beep. The call ended. Chu Ming's eyes turned blood red, his mouth opened wide, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Doctor, nurse, help!" Chu Ming's subordinate was shouting for help again. Meanwhile, Shin Wuxiao's notification sound rang out. Ding! Chu Ming has spat blood again, falling into madness. Points plus 60,000. Points are enough. Weapon upgrade successful. Stored 10,000 points. Purchased daily necessities. Does the host want to open the panel to check? Forget it. I know what I'm doing. Don't let others say I'm just padding the word count. He. Shen Wuxiao nodded in satisfaction. What a plain and unadorned day. But the matter wasn't over yet. It was time to get down to business. Shen Wuxiao took off his clothes and stood in front of the mirror to look at himself. Handsome. He turned and walked towards the bathroom. Blue Shi was still bathing. He was going in now to save water. You know, in many places, drinking water is a problem, and he wanted to set an example. Opening the bathroom door, a wave of steam rushed out, fogging the mirror and carrying the fresh scent of shower gel. Blue Shi, not wanting to keep Shin Wuxiu waiting, chose to take a shower instead of a bath. In the mist, her delicate figure was faintly visible, with clear and graceful contours as she stretched her body, enjoying the warm water. So, when Shin Wuxiu walked through the mist, her perfect, graceful form was exposed to his eyes. Shin Wuxiu was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Blue Shi instinctively crossed her arms to cover her modesty, but just at that moment, she slowly withdrew her protective position. Her skin glistened with a tender glow under the flowing water. Water droplets sparkled like pearls. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite, charming face bore an unmistakable shyness. Blue Shi clasped her hands together, letting the shower wash over her. Shin Wuxiao smiled and walked over, standing under the shower with her. Their eyes met, the atmosphere warm and ambiguous. When Shin Wuxiao lifted her chin, Blue Shi slightly rose on her toes, her body leaning closer. Her unadorned red lips pressed against Shin Wuxiao's. Thunder struck the earth. The pagoda subdued the river demon. The spring breeze brushed over Lugu Lake, autumn rain moistened Ju's Hegu. Early morning, the end. Blue Shi curled up in Shin Wuxiao's arms, not sleeping. Now that she had met Shin Wuxiao openly, they were naturally close, no longer distant as before. She snuggled closer, burying her head in Shin Wuxiao's neck. She even secretly kissed him. Shin Wuxiao still felt a sense of accomplishment. In this, I thought of a poem that fits perfectly. Lan Shi raised her head, lying on Shin Wuxiao's body. What poem? Shin Wuxiao said seriously, it's a line from a poem by the great Emperor Hanwu, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Lan Shi thought for a moment and blurted out, kill all the soldiers of Jiangnan, the blood on the sword still smells fresh? Yes. Shen Wuxiao grinned mischievously. Lan Shi hadn't reacted at first, but when she did, she couldn't help but punch Shen Wuxiao's shoulder lightly. You're so bad. Is that really a poem by the great Emperor Hanwu? You can't just say anything. Shin Wuxiao laughed heartily, holding Lan Shi close, watching her blink her beautiful eyes, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye adding to her femininity. He couldn't help but gently kiss her soft lips. Alright, let's sleep. I'm really tired. I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Lan Shi glared at Shin Wuxiao playfully, snuggling in his arms, and slowly closed her eyes. For Shin Wuxiao, the plan for the day starts in the morning. But for Chu Ming, the day begins with pain. Chu Ming woke up in pain. His expression was like that of a fruit vendor who had been stabbed by Lu Huaxiang, full of agony. His body hurt, he was in pain, his heart ached, and his life was miserable. Even as an 8th grade, 5th-tier martial artist, he found it hard to endure, especially when he saw his subordinates. He felt even angrier. Young master, you're awake. You look much better. Wang Xiaozhu approached with great concern. Xu Ming really wanted to slap him. Are you blind? Wrapped up so tightly, what a mess. With such subordinates, if he sent them to feed pigs, they would probably starve a few to death. When his family arrived, he definitely needed to change to a new batch of caretakers. Damn it. Thinking of his family, Xu Ming couldn't help but wonder, it shouldn't be. It's been 2 or 3 days. They should be almost there by bike, right? Where are my parents? Have they already come? Xu Ming asked softly. To him, that was the only possibility. His family must have secretly come to see him and then rushed off to take revenge. Wang Xiaozhu shook his head. No, I've been guarding the ward. Besides the nurse who looks like Jiza, no one else has come to visit. Young master, I'm not kidding, she really looks like her, it's impressive. Xu Ming glared at him. Get lost. He looked at another person who had been keeping his head down and hadn't dared to speak. Zhang Jinda, you say? Zhang Jinda actually already knew the news. He found out just last night and was so scared that he didn't sleep a wink. But he really didn't dare to say it. This could make Xu Ming collapse. What if he couldn't take it and died? Xu Ming was at least a master, with a strong ability to read the room. He had already sensed something was off. You tell me, is there something you're hiding from me? Speak quickly. Zhang Jinda, scolded like this, gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't hide it, it would be exposed sooner or later. At that moment, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. This action startled Xu Ming. If it weren't for a big deal, how could he kneel? Wang Xiaozhu secretly cursed him for being shameless, kneeling just to report something, showing loyalty. Why, young master? Something happened. Zhang Jinda closed his eyes and uttered this sentence. Xu Ming's heart sank. It can't be about my family, right? They haven't been hurt? Impossible. He knew how strong his family's power was. The Chu family is gone. What? What did you say? Xu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Xiaozhu seized the opportunity and immediately translated. Young master, he said the Chu family is gone. After Wang Xiaozhu translated, he was completely stunned. Zhang Jinda nodded slightly. The entire Chu family, hundreds of people, gone. Xu Ming's ears instantly rang, filled with a buzzing sound. His vision began to blur, as if the whole world was trembling. Gone? Gone? The Chu family is gone? Xu Ming murmured. He endured the pain and suddenly stood up. He glared at Zhang Jinda, his voice hoarse and low. You're talking nonsense. Do you believe I will kill you? Zhang Jinda buried his head on the ground, banging it a few times. Young master, I wouldn't dare lie. Since I informed the Chu family about your situation, I've been waiting for news from them. You know, even if you were just injured, the family would have rushed over. But what happened to you was the night before last, and it's been almost 48 hours since the message was sent. Logically, after the message was sent, the Chu family should have arrived within a few hours. Last night, I found it strange and tried to contact them again, but I couldn't reach them. In a panic, I asked a friend in Nanfeng City to go to the Chu family to deliver a message, but unexpectedly. Speak! Xu Ming roared. Zhang Jinda kept his head down, trembling. I didn't expect that the Chu family had already been destroyed, the grand estate reduced to rubble, everyone vanished without a trace, leaving only ruins and the stench of blood. According to the investigation, on the night you had your accident, there was a disturbance, and the Chu family was besieged, with no survivors. At that moment, Xu Ming truly collapsed. The injuries on his body seemed trivial. The continuous blows had completely shattered his mental defenses. The aura around Xu Ming could no longer be contained, pouring out entirely. He threw his head back and let out a furious roar that shook the building and echoed through the heavens. Outside, the nurses were cursing. What are you shouting for? If you don't sleep, others want to. Have some public spirit, can't the patients get some rest? People who are well still have to go to work, shut up. Xu Ming ignored them, still staring at the ceiling. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes, his heart filled with desolation and despair. His family, gone, all gone. It was obvious that it was that bastard who had hurt him. Who was that bastard, after all? Why was he so ruthless, wanting to kill him, but also slaughter the Chu family? Xu Ming got out of bed and tore off the bandages on his body. Even though the movement was laborious and slow, he hesitated not for a moment. Young master, you can't get up. Xu Ming's heart was consumed by rage, hatred clouding his mind. What did his injuries matter? I must investigate personally. I have to find out. They killed my family. If I don't take revenge, I am unworthy to be called a son. If I don't avenge this grudge, I swear I won't be human. Xu Ming dragged his heavy body, moving step by step. Young master, going now is useless. It would be a waste. You must endure. Endure. Yes, young master, you must endure. Xu Ming was awakened by their words. As a strong person, if he couldn't control his emotions, how could he talk about revenge? Right, I can't act recklessly. Going now would be a waste. I need to stay calm, endure. I need to recover my health, and then gather people from the Blood Kill organization. That's right, I need to stay calm, endure. Xu Ming muttered, constantly brainwashing himself. But the tears in his eyes wouldn't stop, blurring his vision. Zhang Jinda, you go immediately. Go to Nanfeng. I want accurate news, no hearsay. Yes, young master. Zhang Jinda immediately agreed and set off. Wang Xiaozhu, young master. Wang Xiaozhu supported Xu Ming. You go investigate, go investigate. At this point, Xu Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't even know the other person's name. What was he supposed to investigate? But he thought about it. That man coveted Lan Shi and had deliberately fabricated some nonsense yesterday to anger him, so he would definitely appear near Lan Shi. You go investigate the men around Lan Shi, remember, all the information, it must be all the information. Wang Xiaozhu had seen that man, so he knew where to start. Yes, young master. Wang Xiaozhu immediately left the hospital room. The last remaining caregiver could only help Chu Ming back to the bed. Xu Ming was in a daze, his gaze vacant yet filled with anger. Just then, the phone rang. One of Chu Ming's subordinates picked it up and looked. Young master, it's an unknown number. Get lost. Xu Ming shouted in pain. He had no mind for that. The subordinate could only hang up, but a minute later, the phone rang again. It was still that number. Xu Ming felt something was off, gritted his teeth, took the phone, and answered. Mr. Xu, hello, I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you. A soft voice came from the phone. Xu Ming was slightly taken aback. Who are you? The other party replied, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Ruyan, and I know your current situation is very difficult. Lu Ruyan spoke without needing to think. In the face of Shen Wuxiao, whose situation isn't difficult, Xu Ming didn't rush, just listen quietly. I also know you've been crippled, and you've been cuckolded, and your family is gone. Xu Ming was hit where it hurt, almost exploding. Who the hell are you? Are you anxious? You're anxious? Lu Ruyan said lightly. Damn. Xu Ming's scalp tingled, and his vision darkened. How could he not be anxious? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Lu Ruyan. I am Shen Wuxiao's woman. The one who crippled you and wiped out your family is Shen Wuxiao. Shen Wuxiao? Xu Ming's spirit jolted. You mean, you're that bastard's woman? You're the bastard. Lu Ruyan lightly rebuked. But she suddenly realized she had gotten a bit too excited and quickly changed her tone. Yes, to be precise, a plaything. It is precisely because I am by his side that I know so many things. Xu Ming had completely calmed down. You are his person. Do you think I would believe you? Lu Ruyan sneered. You may not believe me now, but you can investigate me, and then you'll know. My entire family was slaughtered by Shen Wuxiao, and I am the only one left. He didn't kill me but kept me by his side, yet I will die sooner or later. So while I am still alive, I will stop at nothing for revenge. After learning about you, I tried every means to contact you because I want to collaborate with you, to work together from the inside and outside. Xu Ming was moved, truly lost in thought. He originally didn't even know who had attacked him, but now from the other party's words, at least he knew who she was. He had a lead. I'll give you a response shortly. Xu Ming hung up the phone directly. Although the situation was difficult, he wouldn't blindly agree. It was indeed necessary to investigate. Thus, Xu Ming directly called a friend within the Blood Kill organization. He asked him to help investigate the Lu family in Zhonghai City, Lu Ruyan. 5 minutes later, Xu Ming looked at all the information and accompanying photos that were sent over, stunned. It was actually true. The Lu family in Zhonghai only had Lu Ruyan left. It was too tragic. Facts speak louder than words. He was now certain that Lu Ruyan was genuinely seeking to collaborate with him. Shen Wuxiao had wiped out her family and humiliated her every day, forcing her to be a plaything. Lu Ruyan must hate Shen Wuxiao to the core. Confirming that they were on the same front meant they could cooperate. She was inside the enemy camp, and the information was absolutely reliable. What he needed most was information. With that thought, Xu Ming dialed Lu Ruyan's number. Mr. Xu, how is it? Xu Ming replied, Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to cooperate. We share the same goal, to take down Shen Wuxiao, so I hope you can provide the most effective information. Lu Ruyan said, of course, but I also hope Mr. Xu can cooperate well. Shen Wuxiao is cunning and ruthless, one misstep and everything is lost. Mr. Xu, do you have any thoughts at the moment? Xu Ming sighed, I was thinking of hiding for now, being patient, and then gathering people to act. Lu Ruyan immediately countered, her tone firm, no, you cannot hide, you must take the initiative. Shen Wuxiao's power is too great, gathering people would be futile. Of course, manpower is necessary, but you can't think of hiding. To catch a thief, first catch the king. Hearing Lu Ruyan say this, Xu Ming felt that his approach of patience was indeed inappropriate. The other party had effortlessly destroyed his family, the Chu family, the first in the south wind, just like that, without a sound. This showed how terrifying Shen Wuxiao's power was. A head-on confrontation was the worst strategy. Miss Lu, you must know him better. What are your thoughts? Lu Ruyan immediately shared her opinion. Shen Wuxiao is strong, but he has a flaw. He is not cautious and dislikes having people around him. Those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. Shen Wuxiao's arrogance is fatal. So, I will look for the right opportunity while you gather people, striking when he is caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Xu Ming nodded repeatedly. Lu Ruyan truly understood the opponent well. Now that he thought about it, wasn't it just one person who attacked him that night? Such details he had failed to notice. Fortunately, the other party reminded him. Alright, Miss Lu, we have reached an agreement. You provide the information, and I will take action. Lu Ruyan agreed. Mr. Shu, you can rest assured about the information. As for taking action, I will also be involved. I have secretly cultivated a force. Although it's not large, it will be useful at a critical moment. Just wait for my news. Shen Wuxiu will occasionally come to my house, and I will inform you of his movements. Xu Ming felt reassured now. Good, Miss Lu, let's communicate anytime. After hanging up the phone, Xu Ming let out a long sigh. He truly felt like a failure. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan, he wouldn't even know who had attacked him. After leaving the Blood Kill organization and returning for 2 years, he had been silently living as a son-in-law. Most of the encounters he faced were with small thugs. He had never encountered a formidable opponent like Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu's move had caught him completely off guard, instantly destroying everything he had. His family was his support, and now it was gone. However, Xu Ming was not one to wallow in self-pity. What had happened had happened. Sadness and grief were inevitable. But his situation was special now. He needed to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. With this in mind, Xu Ming began to train with all his might. He deliberately thought of the time Shen Wuxiu bullied Lan Shi. He imagined Lan Shi kissing Shen Wuxiu. He pictured Lan Shi being pinned against the wall by Shen Wuxiu. Then he began to grit his teeth and endure. Indeed, the speed of his training was incredibly fast. His entire aura surged, green light illuminating the whole room. His ability, healing. This ability was extremely rare, and it was also his confidence. Xu Ming's subordinates were deeply shocked. Even standing nearby, they could feel a tremendous vitality. The young master was recovering frantically. What was going on? Xu Ming still felt the speed was a bit slow. He opened his eyes and had his subordinates leave the room. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Lan Shi's number. According to his thoughts, at this time, Lan Shi and Shen Wuxiu were still asleep. That bastard Shen Wuxiu would definitely provoke him on purpose if he knew he was calling. Then he would just endure. Enduring the provocation from the other party to achieve a rapid increase in cultivation speed. Let it all fall apart. On the other side, Lan Shi was curled up in Shen Wuxiu's arms, fast asleep. She was too tired. But suddenly, the phone on the bedside vibrated, disturbing her sweet dreams. Lan Shi murmured lazily. She then slightly turned her upper body, her fair and smooth arms stretching out from under the blanket to grab the phone. Upon closer inspection, Lan Shi was somewhat speechless. It was actually a call from Xu Ming. Just as she was about to hang up and block him, her delicate hand was grasped by Shen Wuxiu. Answer it. Lan Shi responded and picked up the call, putting it on speaker. Hello, Xier. Xu Ming's voice came through. Xu Ming, are you sick? Lan Shi replied, a bit impatient. She still hadn't settled the score for the deception he had pulled on her. Xier, I just wanted to ask if Shen Wuxiu is by your side. Did you really do those things yesterday? Shen Wuxiu listened to the voice and wanted to laugh. Since he knew his name, Lu Ruyan must have already contacted him for cooperation. But this call was a bit puzzling. Was he seeking humiliation? Although the son-in-law pretended to be weak at home, he was quite strong when facing enemies. Making this call couldn't possibly be to deliberately provoke him, right? What a weirdo. Dude, I'm here. You're up so early? This is the consequence of not having anyone to warm your bed. Shen Wuxiu couldn't be bothered to think too much and directly mocked him. Sure enough, upon hearing Shen Wuxiu's voice, Xu Ming's aura intensified. Shen Wuxiu, you beast, don't you dare hang up. Xu Ming listened intently, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Shen Wuxiu, you bastard, I will kill you. Lan Shi, I know you are being forced. Leave him, you know how much I love you. For you, I have toiled in the Lan family, and for you, I have endured humiliation. Lan Shi, leave him. Lan Shi felt powerless to retort. Wasn't this madness? What did he mean by doing it for her? He was the one degrading himself. Who could he blame? Xu Ming, I already know about the forged marriage contract. I will settle this score with you. Please don't call me again. Stop disgusting me, okay? Upon hearing this, Xu Ming was completely stunned. Unable to bear it any longer, he hung up the phone. He fell into extreme pain. He truly couldn't lose Lan Shi. She was his life. Xu Ming weakly opened his phone's photo album. He clicked on a saved photo. The picture was very blurry, taken from a distance with a low-resolution phone. It was an outdoor shot of Lan Shi standing by the roadside. Although it was a side view, her stunning face was still clearly visible. She wore a long dress, the hem dancing lightly in the wind, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and a bag hanging from her wrist. Elegant, charming, and heart-stirring. Xu Ming looked at the photo, his heart aching even more, wanting to cry. Seizing the moment of heartache, he immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. His aura surrounded him, moving rapidly, while his heart shattered. Sheer, I will definitely win you back, I will. Once Shin Wuxiu is dead, you can still return to my side. I love you, I will love you for this lifetime. I don't care what you had with him. Xu Ming didn't want to be so humble, but he truly loved Lan Shi to the core. Even when he smoked, he would secretly write Lan Shi's name on the cigarette, because the lungs are the closest to the heart. Although it was a bit unconventional, it was his way of comforting himself. Previously, Lan Shi had been under pressure from her family, managing the group, always wearing a cold expression. He had never shown him a good face. Of course, he had to comfort himself. Xu Ming actually regretted it a lot. He regretted not revealing his identity directly from the very beginning. If he had approached her not under a false identity but as the eldest son of the Chu family, perhaps everything would have been different. Then there wouldn't have been the subsequent events. There wouldn't have been the bidding meeting, Shin Wuxiu wouldn't have set his sights on Lan Shi, and he wouldn't have had to confront Shin Wuxiu. His family members wouldn't have died either. If life were only as it was at first sight, why would the autumn wind mourn the painted fan? Unfortunately, it was too late, all too late. He thought that by hiding his identity and quietly helping Lan Shi, he would be more effective. But he had never considered the pressure Lan Shi was under. How could she have the time and energy to talk about love? He thought that by being accommodating, he could bring harmony to the Lan family, but it was all nonsense. On the other side, Shin Wuxiu was grinning as he looked at the messages Chu Ming had sent to Lan Shi in the past. Even though they had been deleted, he could still see them by opening the request records. For nearly 2 years, almost every day there was a greeting, never interrupted. Good morning. May the sunshine in your heart illuminate every corner, filling your life with warmth and love. Good morning. May your whole day be filled with sunshine, lighting up every corner of your heart. Face every challenge in life with a positive attitude, and you will find that everything will become better. But Lan Shi had never replied from beginning to end. However, there were times when Lan Shi actively messaged Chu Ming, though not many, just twice. Once she sent a message saying, "It seems your electric bike has been stolen." The other time was, "What are you doing running to my company? And why did you get into a conflict with the security guard?" Xu Ming replied, "I'm fine, I wasn't hurt." Lan Shi replied, "The security guard has a problem. You pay for the medical expenses, or I'll call the police to arrest you." Shin Wuxiu couldn't stop laughing. He suddenly thought, how cute Lan Shi was. The subsequent records were also sparse, just to know Aura got it. Seeing Shin Wuxiu laughing non-stop, Lan Shi leaned in closer, resting her head on his shoulder. "What's so funny about this?" Shin Wuxiu put down his phone and wrapped his arms around Lan Shi. "It's interesting. Xu Ming's life is too exciting. I can't help but watch. Not just interesting, I'm also quite proud. The woman that countless girls dream of is currently lying in my arms. Don't you think I should be proud?" Lan Shi wrapped her arms around Shin Wuxiu. Then I should be proud too. What are you proud of? Lan Shi puffed up her cheeks. "The dream of millions of girls is currently hugging me. Can't I be proud?" "Wow, your mouth is so sweet." Shin Wuxiu pinched her cute face. Lan Shi had a little proud look. "Is my mouth sweet or not? Haven't you tasted it?" It is indeed sweet." After some playful banter, the two got out of bed, washed up, and left the room. Lan Shi still walked a bit awkwardly, so her movements were rather small. Aunt Wu saw this and was overjoyed. It worked. She had always believed in her own judgment. Although Lan Shi, as the young mistress, wasn't as skilled in martial arts as Zhang Huayue, she excelled in the business field. Moreover, her gentle and graceful personality made her absolutely capable of being a virtuous helper to the young master. The Shin family was vast, and in the future, it would all belong to the young master, who didn't care for mundane matters, so a virtuous helper was especially important. There could be many people to get things done, but only those close to Shin Wuxiu could control those who got things done. To secure the outside, one must first stabilize the inside. Only with a stable rear could Shin Wuxiu expand his territory. "Young master, young mistress, is there anything you want for breakfast? I'll go make it right now." Shin Wuxiu looked at Lan Shi. "Something light, please." "Aunt Wu, I have other matters today, so I'll leave Sheer in your care." Aunt Wu nodded repeatedly. "Young master, you can rest assured." While having breakfast, Lan Shi thought about how it was just the right time for the stock market to open. She opened the app to take a look. At first glance, Lan Shi was taken aback. It was a sea of red. The stock price of Lan's building materials had hit the limit up. In the A-share market, the fluctuation limit is generally 10%. This meant that this was far from the limit. The days ahead would see a continuous surge. Stocks that had once seemed worthless had now become hot commodities. Lan Shi couldn't take her eyes off the screen. She wouldn't have dared to dream of such a scene. No wonder everyone said that any project linked to the Shin family was like riding a rocket. Shin Wuxiu had her sign yesterday, and today it was taking off. At that moment, her phone rang wildly. It was her secretary. President Lan, hurry. Hurry and look at the stocks, they've hit the limit up. I see it. Lan, she tried to steady her emotions. This was the wish of her late grandfather and father. The path to expanding the group had already begun. And all of this was thanks to Shen Wuxiao. Looking at Shen Wuxiao, who was having breakfast across from her, Lan, she couldn't hold back and stood up. Hey, what's wrong? Shen Wuxiao was taken aback. Lan, she walked around and suddenly threw herself into Shen Wuxiao's arms, planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. Thank you. Thank you? Shen Wuxiao glanced at her phone. Are you talking about this? What are you thanking me for? You've already been taken over by me, no need to be polite. Lan, she sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. It's different. Shen Wuxiao smiled. Alright, if you say it's different, then it's different. A heavy stone in Lan Shi's heart finally fell. Now, besides her secretary's calls, there were a bunch of messages from potential partners seeking collaboration. Various greetings, polite inquiries, all eager to establish a partnership. Some even offered to buy Lan's building materials products at the highest price. There were also many apology messages, expressing regret for their past actions and seeking forgiveness now. To this, Lan Shi ignored them all. In the past, she had sought their help. What was their attitude then? Helping was a favor, not helping was their duty. She had never thought of moral coercion. But those sneers, mockeries, and taking advantage of her were what? Even joking about her grandfather and father. Some shameless individuals even hinted that she needed to give something in return to receive help. Did they ever think that fortunes change, and today would come? One by one, Lan Shi would not forget. She was not someone who bullied others with power, but she also wouldn't hesitate to use her man's influence to suppress others a bit. Let them experience what despair feels like, and understand that might makes right. Just as she was thinking, her phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Lan Shi's expression changed, and she answered directly. President Lan, I hope I'm not disturbing you. The other party's voice was ingratiating. Mr. Wu, is there something you need? Lan Shi's tone was cold. It's like this. Because of your family, I wrote on reasonable terms and even offended you with my words. I deeply regret it. To express my apology, I would like to invite you to dinner, and I hope you will graciously accept. Shen Wuxiao naturally heard this, but he remained silent. Lan Shi snorted coldly. Mr. Wu, taking advantage of a crisis and downplaying it is quite the understatement. Now that you know I've risen again and that my man is not to be trifled with, you say you regret it? Why didn't you think about why you made things so absolute? Mr. Wu was clearly frightened. Then, how do you suggest we handle this? Lan Shi recalled the past and decided to return the favor. Did you not want me to sell you the shares? You said they were worthless in my hands. Today, you buy 50% of your group's shares from me for 1 million, and I'll buy it. Or maybe all your channels are cut off. As for the verbal teasing and insults directed at me, I can set that aside for now and settle the score slowly. President Wu was shocked. This is strong-arming. How can this be? Then how can you? Lan, she said coldly. President Wu sighed. President Lan, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. The matter has passed, and I think it's better to value harmony. At that moment, Shen Wuxiao grabbed his phone and smiled into the receiver. Alright, since you say so, if I don't cut off your financial resources, then I'll kill your parents. Get ready for the feast. Buy the funeral items. President Wu was startled by the voice. The man beside Lan Shi was none other than Shen Wuxiao. Shen, young Master Shen, please don't joke. I didn't mean it that way. Shen Wuxiao took it seriously. Joke? Ha, you bully my woman, and you think I'm joking? The King of Hell wants you dead at 3. I'll take you at 2:30. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go home and have a final reunion. Shen Wuxiao hung up the phone directly. He turned to Lan Shi and smiled. With those people, there's no need for nonsense. Just chop them up and be done. Lan Shi was completely captivated by Shen Wuxiao, her eyes glistening with admiration. After breakfast, Shen Wuxiao gave Lan Shi a few instructions and left the villa with Uncle Wu. Today, he needed to deal with Huang Luoyan's situation. He wanted Uncle De to take her away as soon as possible. Otherwise, Uncle De would keep pestering him, always asking if he had found a plant yet. He understood Uncle De's eagerness to take on a disciple. That peculiar technique, if practiced by the wrong person, would turn them into a dead freak, just like Uncle De. But if the right person practiced it, they would be absolutely formidable. After Shen Wuxiao and Uncle Wu left, only Lan Shi and Aunt Wu remained in the villa. Aunt Wu ran back to the kitchen, seemingly to stew some tonic. Lan Shi was in the living room handling company matters. At this moment, Shen Wuxiao and Uncle Wu had arrived at the private hospital. Huang Luoyan had nearly recovered and was ready to be taken. Entering the hospital, Shen Wuxiao's subordinates were coming and going, lining up one by one. Shen Wuxiao went straight to Huang Luoyan's ward. No one else dared to follow. They all consciously left that floor. The ward door was open. When Shin Wuxi walked in, Huang Luoyan was staring out the window, looking a bit lost in thought. Her spirit seemed much better overall. However, her back carried a hint of loneliness. She wore a light yellow leisure outfit and black casual pants. It seemed she particularly liked the color yellow. Her clothes and inner lining were all light yellow. As Shin Wuxiu approached, he could clearly smell the natural, fresh fragrance emanating from Huang Luoyan. She still had a fiery figure and exquisite beauty. Huang Luoyan, Shin Wuxiu called out. Suddenly hearing Shin Wuxiu's voice, Huang Luoyan jolted and quickly turned around. Her captivating almond-shaped eyes naturally showed a hint of nervousness. Shin, young master Shin. Huang Luoyan clasped her hands together and slightly lowered her head. How do you feel? Better? Huang Luoyan nodded. Much better, thank you. Shin Wuxiu directly took off his jacket and tossed it aside. That's good. So, I'm in a hurry. Let's get straight to it. Huang Luoyan was taken aback. Is it really that direct? Huang Luoyan was somewhat prepared. She knew Shin Wuxiu wouldn't let her go so easily. Moreover, what he wanted, he would always get. What? Unwilling? Shin Wuxiu asked, noticing her nervousness. Huang Luoyan was momentarily at a loss for words. I wanted to give you some time to prepare, but honestly, it doesn't matter whether you're ready or not, so we can talk about building feelings later. Come here, sit on my lap. Shin Wuxiu leaned against the bed and beckoned to Huang Luoyan with a finger. Huang Luoyan swallowed hard. Her feet felt as if they were weighed down by lead, so heavy. Yet, step by step, she walked up to Shin Wuxiu. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, holding her soft body and inhaling her fragrance. The mix of shampoo and her body scent was irresistible. Last time we kissed, did you learn anything? Do you want me to guide you? Shin Wuxiu's words were straightforward and bold. Hearing this, Huang Luoyan's pretty face flushed, and her body temperature rose. Her heart raced wildly, and her breathing became rapid. In the next moment, she bit her lip, slightly parted her mouth, and slowly extended her head. Little by little, she leaned closer, bringing her lips to Shin Wuxiu's mouth. Shin Wuxiu was quite satisfied and decisively caught her. She let out a soft hum, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyelids trembling. Hiss. Shin Wuxiu wrapped his arms around her slender waist, responding passionately. Huang Luoyan gradually became lost in Shin Wuxiu's fervor, starting to reciprocate. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her body leaning forward, pressing against him. After kissing for a long time, Shin Wuxiu slowly pulled away. He wore a light smile. Is that enough? Go pull the curtains. Huang Luoyan was slightly out of breath but obediently stood up to draw the curtains. The entire room fell into darkness. When Huang Luoyan returned after closing the curtains, she had already begun to shed her clothes. Shin Wuxiu leaned against the headboard, looking particularly charming in his laziness. Huang Luoyan couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but she felt that Shin Wuxiu looked even more handsome. Is there perfection beyond perfection? When only protection remained, Huang Luoyan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Shin Wuxiu. She hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. I know you actually don't like me, and you might even dislike me. But I can plead with you, after you have me, please don't look down on me, okay? I've never been in a relationship, nor have I had any intimate actions with the opposite sex. You are my first man and also my last. Shin Wuxiu raised his hand to tidy her hair. I don't like you, do you really like me? I'm lustful, I covet you, and you are forced into this, so let's not play the hypocritical game. Huang Luoyan felt a bit empty hearing Shin Wuxiu's direct response. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, I can act like I love you. Saying this, Shin Wuxiu put on a deeply affectionate look, his eyes brimming with love. Yener, I love you, Shin Wuxiu said softly, lifting Huang Luoyan into his arms and kissing her fiercely. Huang Luoyan had long since compromised, but she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She turned that discomfort into motivation, holding Shin Wuxiu tightly and responding forcefully, as if trying to gain the upper hand in this aspect. At first, she indeed felt she had the upper hand, but at that moment, the piercing pain brought her back to reality. Uncontrollably, tears streamed down her cheeks. As time went on, Huang Luoyan seemed to forget the earlier heartache and pain. Her beautiful eyes never left the face so close to hers. The more she looked, the more enchanted she became. After a while, she was too exhausted to think about complicated matters. She just wanted to rest well. Shin Wuxiu held her with one arm while smoking a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Someone will come to take you away tomorrow. He is from my family, and he wants to take you as his apprentice. What do you think? Shin Wuxiu asked. Huang Luoyan was clearly taken aback. Me? Shin Wuxiu replied, yes, your talent is very suitable to be his apprentice. He is a warrior from my family, a pillar of strength, to put it mildly. By training with him, you will undergo a great transformation. Even if the path of martial arts doesn't turn out ideal, you will still be a warrior of the Shin family, and living without worries for a lifetime will not be a problem. Ever since the incident with Tuan Tuan, Huang Luoyan had been quite lost. She had no passion for life at all. Her family had also become estranged from her because of Tuan Tuan's situation. Returning to that home would likely mean facing cold violence every day or being schemed against by her stepmother to marry into some family. Hearing Shin Wuxiao say this now inexplicably filled her with a sense of longing. Can I? Shin Wuxiao smiled. I don't know about that, but since I want to take you as my disciple, it will definitely not be a joke. Of course, you have the right to refuse. Even if you don't become his disciple, if you give yourself to me, I won't ignore you in the future. You can choose the life you want. I can guarantee that your family will not dare to breathe a word when they see you. There will be no forcing you to be given to anyone as a woman. She was moved. It turned out Shin Wuxiao was still considering her. Huang Luoyan looked at the ceiling, remaining silent for about a minute. Finally, she parted her red lips and said softly, I want to give it a try. I am willing to walk this path. Shin Wuxiao nodded at Huang Luoyan's response. Your choice will not be wrong. Then I'll have someone come to pick you up tomorrow. You should rest well today. Shin Wuxiao could be said to be both affectionate and ruthless. He dressed himself and left Huang Luoyan aside, looking like he was about to leave. Seeing this, Huang Luoyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Shin Wuxiao's hand. What is it? Shin Wuxiao turned around to look at her. Can you stay with me a little longer? Just for a while. Huang Luoyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. She was actually a bit afraid to be alone, especially in this dimly lit room. If Shin Wuxiao left, she felt she would fall back into that endless solitude. That feeling was suffocating to her. Shin Wuxiao couldn't stand that kind of look. He felt inexplicably soft-hearted. Alright then, let's take a nap. Shin Wuxiao tossed aside his clothes, got onto the bed, and held her in his arms. With Shin Wuxiao holding her like this, Huang Luoyan felt much more relaxed. At the very least, she felt safe. Huang Luoyan and Lan Shi had some similarities. Both were supporting each other in what they deemed important, but they were completely different. Lan Shi was carrying the expectations of her grandfather and father, swimming against the current to support the family business. Huang Luoyan was just a genuine victim. She had taken care of someone else's child for 5 years and had even lost her life in the process. Of course, she was a victim, but she was also willing and felt no guilt. If she followed the storyline of the war god, she had gained what others could not achieve in several lifetimes. She had become the most important person to the war god, his greatest benefactor. She had people, money, and power. That was her reward. However, this path was still being paved with cement when she blew it up herself. After accompanying Huang Luoyan for a nap, Shin Wuxiao prepared to leave. At this point, Huang Luoyan had no reason to keep him. You rest well today, your master will come tomorrow, and I will arrange for you to meet. Huang Luoyan obediently nodded. Shin Wuxiao got dressed, thought for a moment, and before leaving, leaned in. He kissed Huang Luoyan on the lips. Huang Luoyan was a bit dazed. He kissed her when leaving. Could it be that he still had feelings for her? Huang Luoyan also realized that after meeting Shin Wuxiao, she had become a contradiction. She had clearly denied having feelings for Shin Wuxiao at first, but now she was afraid that he would truly ignore her. This man was truly irresistible. Leaving the hospital room, Shin Wuxiao walked out. Uncle Wu immediately followed. There were still 2 rows of people standing on either side of the corridor, standing tall and proud, exuding an extraordinary aura. Shin Wuxiao took out his phone and dialed Uncle D's number. He really didn't want to talk to Uncle D. That person's effeminate voice made him uncomfortable. So, Shin Wuxiao spoke as quickly as possible. Uncle D, come over tomorrow. You can take your disciple away. But I suggest you ask her if she has any unfulfilled wishes or any grudges she wants to settle. Her family bullies her quite a bit. You might want to ask if she needs someone to stand up for her. After saying that, he decisively hung up, as if afraid to hear Uncle D speak. He got into the car, and Uncle Wu drove them straight back. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Xu Ming was also on the phone. This time, he had something significant to discuss. He was contacting the leader of the Blood Kill organization. Established for over 40 years, the organization had even expanded its operations abroad. However, few people knew that their headquarters was actually in Jiangbei City. The leader of Blood Kill, surnamed Zhou and named Skull, appeared to be a wealthy businessman from Jiangbei. But he had no shortage of trained assassins under his command. The hierarchy within the Blood Kill organization was divided into extraordinary killers, platinum killers, diamond killers, gold killers, silver killers, and bronze killers. Extraordinary killers, as the name suggests, had transcended the 9th rank and reached the martial aspect level. However, there were only 2 extraordinary killers, both around the 2nd stage of martial aspect. Xu Ming, with his exceptional talent, had become a platinum killer at a young age. His status within the organization was quite high. The codename Shenlong was not just for show. Among the core members of the Blood Kill organization was Chu Ming, whose talent was highly valued by the leader, Skull. He had even said that before turning 30, Chu Ming could break through to the martial aspect level. This was a very high evaluation. It should be noted that globally, aside from some hidden families whose younger generations were unclear, there was no one who could break through the 9th rank before the age of 30. Being able to reach the martial aspect level before 30 was a rarity in the world. Some people spent their entire lives barely reaching the 5th or 6th rank. Others, in their 40s, might reach the 9th rank, but they already had everything they wanted. But Chu Ming was different. He was unlike anyone else. Xianlong, it's the first time you've taken the initiative to contact me after leaving Ikuan for a year. Is there something going on? Skull's tone was relaxed, as if they were just chatting. But Chu Ming was very serious. Uncle Zhou, I've run into some trouble and need to hire some people. The organization had its rules, and he was no exception. To have the organization's members handle personal matters, it had to be in the form of hiring. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Skull was somewhat surprised. You've run into trouble? That can't be. You've never suffered a loss before. How could you run into trouble? In the past, Skull's words would have sounded like a compliment, but now, they were jarring. Uncle Zhou, I'm serious. I've really run into some trouble. I'm seriously injured and currently recuperating. Moreover, I'm in desperate need of manpower. I want to hire extraordinary level assassins, martial aspect. Additionally, a few 9th rank ones, just in case. This time, Skull became serious. Xianlong, are you serious? You know what it costs to have a martial aspect assassin take action, right? Chu Ming's tone was firm. I know. I will give you all my past funds, over 10 billion, plus an additional 20 billion. Over 12 billion to kill one person. You won't lose out. Once they arrive, unless absolutely necessary, they won't need to take action. I still want to settle this personally. Skull readily agreed. Alright, I'll help you make contact. Who do you want to kill? Chu Ming snorted coldly. A rather strong opponent, close to 9th rank, a big playboy from Shanghai. For now, I only want to kill him and then withdraw immediately. Skull chuckled. It's the first time I've seen you suffer a loss. Well, since you want to hire, I have no reason to refuse. You've been injured, so I'll throw in a large healing pill as a bonus. It's not free. Consider it my investment in you. Zhou Lu was not someone to suffer losses. He indeed had the intention to invest in Chu Ming. His talent was rare, and his future achievements were limitless. Chu Ming felt a stir in his heart. He was seriously injured and wouldn't recover quickly. He was worried about how to obtain the great healing pill, and now it was delivered right to his door. Alright, I owe you a favor. As long as it doesn't touch my bottom line, I'll help you with anything in the future. Deal. Zhou Lu laughed heartily. Once the funds arrive, that's the rule. Good. Chu Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. After hanging up, he input the special card used for the Blood Kill organization, transferring all the mysterious funds and the 20 billion pocket money his family had given him to the organization's account. Due to the special channel, it was almost instant. He sent an address. Zhou Lu responded with an OK gesture, adding, they will arrive by tonight at the earliest, and by tomorrow morning at the latest. Chu Ming put down his phone, a hint of sadness showing in his eyes. He had always harbored hatred towards the Blood Kill organization. After all, that organization had brought him too many painful memories. He even thought that once he became strong, he would dismantle that harmful organization. Now, with such a turn of events, it felt ironic. He was actually collaborating with the organization he wanted to destroy the most, even hiring experts for personal revenge. And all of this was because of that bastard Shen Wuxiao. If it weren't for him, he could have lived well as a son-in-law, and his family wouldn't have encountered trouble. How had he fallen to this point? Now, he was left with nothing, and his family was gone. If he didn't avenge this grudge, he wouldn't consider himself human, no matter how despicable the means. A martial general, plus a few 9th rank experts, no matter how strong you are, it's a dead end. Chu Ming gritted his teeth, filled with rage. Now that the hiring of help was settled, he just had to wait for news from Lu Ruyan. As long as Lu Ruyan found the right opportunity, he would act immediately. Although Shen Wuxiao's background was terrifying, he couldn't stir up much trouble alone. Killing him would allow him to withdraw from Shanghai directly. Once the storm passed, he would slowly seek to settle accounts with his family. All day long, Chu Ming practiced in the hospital room, quickly recovering from his injuries. By evening, people really did arrive. 5 individuals walked into the hospital room. The leader was a powerful martial general, a middle-aged man dressed in coarse clothing, exuding an imposing aura with pride. The other 4 were all 9th rank. Li Gu, Chu Ming greeted. The martial expert was named Li Yong. Xianlong, you have quite the connections, and to see you in such a state is rare. Li Yong chuckled lightly. Don't make fun of me, it was my carelessness, Xu Ming sighed. Li Yong nodded. In the path of martial arts, it should be like this, life and death struggles, injuries are the norm. He took out a box. The leader asked me to bring this to you, the great healing pill. It will help your injuries heal faster. Xu Ming was extremely excited, quickly taking it, checking it discreetly, and decisively consuming it. As soon as he swallowed it, he immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. His true energy surged, and miraculously, his injuries began to heal. He was indeed seriously injured, and it would take a considerable amount of time for the great healing pill to fully restore him. You all go rest for now. Wait for my notification. When it's time to act, you can come back, and we'll set off together. Li Yong and the others didn't linger. They were in a hiring relationship and naturally followed the employer's wishes. The five left the hospital room without disturbing Xu Ming. Now, Xu Ming could fully focus on healing his injuries. Coupled with the healing from his abilities, the effect was surprisingly good. His wounds felt itchy, and if all went well, by tomorrow morning, he would be back to his previous state. This great healing pill was indeed very precious. Zhou Lu had really spent a lot this time. Just as Xu Ming was frantically healing his injuries, the busy Shin Wuxiu had already appeared at the entrance of the Lu family villa. Lu Ruyan saw Shin Wuxiu arrive, just like in the past, standing at the villa door to greet him. She had even prepared slippers and brought out red wine. As Shin Wuxiu entered the villa, Lu Ruyan squatted down and placed the slippers at his feet. Shin Wuxiu chuckled, pulling Lu Ruyan up and kissing her on the lips. Who wouldn't like your attitude towards work? Lu Ruyan was still in her home clothes, stunningly beautiful. Compared to how she looked when she returned from Chicago, Lu Ruyan's beauty had definitely risen to a whole new level. Noble yet filled with sorrow, beneath the sorrow lay a hidden allure. Extremely tempting. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Shin Wuxiu felt an urge to tease her mercilessly. Once inside the villa, Lu Ruyan ran over to pour the wine. Shin Wuxiu instinctively walked to the memorial table, lit an incense stick, and placed it in the incense burner. Then, he looked at the photo of Lu Qingqing, a smile on his face. Qingqing, long time no see, you still look so punchable. In the next moment, Shin Wuxiu slammed his fist onto Lu Qingqing's photo. Boom! This time it wasn't just a loud noise, but a thunderous roar. Shin Wuxiu controlled his strength, yet the partition wall nearly collapsed. Now, it was just a wall full of spiderweb-like cracks. Lu Qingqing's photo didn't just get embedded in the wall, it shattered. Lu Ruyan watched from the side, feeling nothing but deep helplessness. She was used to it. Yenner, change the photo. Shin Wuxiu shook his hand and smiled at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan trembled slightly. What did Shin Wuxiu just call her? Yenner? That was a name only her parents used to call her. She walked over, adjusted the hem of her home clothes, and squatted down to open the cabinet of the memorial table. She rummaged through a black bag and took out a brand new photo of Lu Qingqing, hanging it back up. Shin Wuxiu nodded in satisfaction, casually grabbing a marker from the cabinet. He removed the cap and drew a pig's nose on Lu Qingqing's photo. Ha, looks great. Shen Wuxiu clapped his hands. He tossed the marker aside and pulled Lu Ruyan into an embrace. Yenner, what do you think? My drawing skills are impressive, right? Lu Ruyan felt like crying but reluctantly nodded. Tasteful. Shen Wuxiu praised her. I'm a bit tired today, let's go straight to the room. You can give me a massage. Shen Wuxiu headed upstairs directly. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, picked up the red wine, and followed Shin Wuxiu upstairs. Once in the room, Shin Wuxiu took off his shirt and lay on the bed. Looking at Shin Wuxiu's perfect physique and chiseled muscles, Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. But she still climbed onto the bed, giving Shin Wuxiu a shoulder rub and back massage. There were some things she had never done before, but under the circumstances, she had to learn. The two didn't communicate. Lu Ruyan was massaging, but her mind was wandering. Looking at the equally silent Shin Wuxiu, her thoughts drifted. During this time, she had been continuously seeking psychological counseling from Dr. Billion Biao. But the more she consulted, the more she found herself unable to part from Shin Wuxiu. Dr. Biao had given her a healing plan, which was to keep a diary, to record her inner thoughts and feelings for Shin Wuxiu. It was said to keep her constantly aware. Lu Ruyan actually wrote, but every time she put pen to paper, she would cry uncontrollably. She was a bit confused, not knowing if this was healing or just deepening her sorrow. After a long while of massaging, Shin Wuxiu raised his hand to signal, have your cooking skills improved? Let's have some late-night snacks. Lu Ruyan softly replied, then got up from the bed, opened the door, and went downstairs. Shin Wuxiu sat on the bed, relaxing for a moment. It had to be said, her massage technique was good. It seemed she had learned it on purpose. Just as he was about to get up, Shin Wuxiao noticed a small notebook on the bedside table. It looked like a diary. Curiously, Shin Wuxiao picked it up. Opening the diary, I found it filled with many words. The handwriting was neat and beautiful. *month *day hour. Shin Wuxiao almost killed me. I was very scared, but my heart hurt even more. I can't help but cling to him, but I know that in his eyes, I will always be someone he can kill at any time. *month *day hour. I learned to make braised short ribs. The taste was a bit sweet, but as I ate, I didn't know why it felt so bitter. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and my mind was filled with that figure I both loved and hated. *month *day hour. I had a dream where nothing had happened, and Shin Wuxiao became my husband. I took care of him and our children, and our family was harmonious. That feeling was really wonderful. Unfortunately, it was just a fleeting dream. Shin Wuxiao looked at these diaries, frowning slightly. Based on the timeline, he had filled in everything from the day he returned to the country until today. He turned to the next page, which was densely filled with words. *month *day hour. I got drunk in my room, looking at the bed in the bedroom, my heart filled with mixed emotions. I had tried many things with him on that bed, unable to control my feelings, drenched in sweat. His gaze was so indifferent. I really wanted to ask him, if we lacked that kind of thing, would he not communicate with me? But in the end, I didn't dare to ask. I didn't want to admit that this was the truth. I only temporarily possessed him. When I wake up, I still have to face reality. *month *day hour. He stayed overnight. In the middle of the night, I stared at him for a long time. In the dim light, I was lost in thought, looking at his face. As I looked, I suddenly couldn't help but cry, and it seemed he sensed it, turning over and pulling me into his arms. How strange, he held me so tightly, yet I felt so cold. Actually, I can't deceive my own heart. I love him so much. There were many more entries. The last sentence read, Shin Wuxiao, you bastard. I will definitely kill you. When you die, I will go with you. Damn! Shin Wuxiao decisively closed the diary. No need to guess, it was definitely that psychologist who made Lu Ruyan do this. I have to say, it's quite ruthless. Shin Wuxiao put the notebook back in its place, treating it as if he had never seen it. Not long after, Lu Ruyan brought supper to the room. She hadn't taken off her apron, and her steps were cautious. She placed the supper on the table. Supper is ready, it's quite light. Lu Ruyan said cautiously. I'm not hungry anymore. You eat. Shin Wuxiao leaned against the headboard, eyes closed. Lu Ruyan was taken aback but still sat in the chair, picking up the bowl of supper. Her cooking skills had indeed improved a lot. Just a bowl of noodles, and the taste was much better than before. But at that moment, as Lu Ruyan ate, it still seemed to have no flavor at all. It was like chewing wax. Shin Wuxiao fiddled with his phone, then pulled the blanket over himself. Finish eating, wash up, and sleep. No more plants today. Lu Ruyan replied softly, lowering her head. She had no appetite, just ate a few bites, tidied up, and went to wash up. Looking at her haggard reflection in the mirror, Lu Ruyan washed her face and stared for a while. Only then did she walk out of the bathroom and come to the bedside. Shin Wuxiao seemed to be asleep, breathing evenly. She lifted the blanket gently and quietly lay in Shin Wuxiao's arms. Shin Wuxiao seemed to sense her presence and pulled her into his embrace. Lu Ruyan didn't sleep either, just gazing at him dreamily. Her eyes gradually turned red, and her nose felt sour, wanting to cry. No crying. Shin Wuxiao suddenly blurted out these 3 words, then added, if you want to cry, get closer. Lu Ruyan choked out a soft Then she tightly embraced him with both hands. Time quietly passed, and she unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, just like any other day, Shin Wuxiao got up to wash up and was about to leave. There was not a trace of reluctance. To him, this place seemed like a hotel where he occasionally stayed overnight. The bed was warm, but his heart was cold. Lu Ruyan sighed secretly but still pretended to be asleep. Just as Shin Wuxiao was about to leave, the phone rang. Shin Wuxiao glanced at his phone and answered the call. Uncle De, you wouldn't have come so early, would you? Young master, not yet. I won't arrive until evening. I have some matters to attend to in the morning. Uncle De's effeminate voice came through again. Shin Wuxiao thought for a moment. Alright then, let's meet at the Four Seasons Club in the evening, around 6 o'clock, so you can meet them, and we can have a few drinks. Okay, young master, I'll go directly to find you then. Shin Wuxiao replied and hung up the phone. After putting on his coat, Shin Wuxiao left the room. Naturally, Lu Ruyan had heard every word of that conversation. She quickly got up, got out of bed, and stood by the window, looking outside. She just wanted to see him a little longer. A few seconds later, the entire villa suddenly shook violently. There was also the sound of something collapsing. It was obvious that Shin Wuxiao had smashed Lu Qingqing's memorial photo again. She continued to look out the window until she saw Shin Wuxiao get into his car and drive away. Then Lu Ruyan sat back down on the bed. After struggling for about 10 minutes, she took out her phone and sent a message to Chu Ming. The opportunity has come. Tonight, at 5 o'clock, Shun Wuxiao will go to the Four Seasons Club. I'll find out the specific box number and let you know. It seems he is entertaining a friend. Based on my understanding of Shun Wuxiao, he won't bring many people and will also drink. Get ready. But the plan might be cancelled at any time. Just wait for my news. Xu Ming replied immediately. Okay. Lu Ruyan turned off her phone and lay back down on the bed. She had lied again. Shun Wuxiao said 6 o'clock, but she said 5. She was just holding on to the hope that the other party wouldn't see Shun Wuxiao and would leave. Now she was caught in this extreme dilemma. She wanted to team up with Chu Ming for revenge, but she was also afraid that Shun Wuxiao really wasn't prepared and would catch her off guard. Trying to push the distracting thoughts out of her mind, she curled up in the blanket. The blanket still carried Shun Wuxiao's scent, and after thinking for a moment, Lu Ruyan ultimately couldn't suppress her feelings. Square root. After leaving Lu's house, Shun Wuxiao's phone rang again. Looking at it, it was still Uncle De. Shun Wuxiao was speechless but still answered. Uncle D, what is it? Uncle De's voice came through. Young master, those old geezers want to go with me to Shanghai and insisted that I ask if it's convenient for you. Ha? Who? Who else could it be? Your uncles, Tianxi, Tiansheng, Tianyang, Tianhua, those annoying ones. They insisted on joining the fun, saying they haven't seen you in a long time and want to see how excellent my disciple is. They are just mocking me for taking in a disciple who turned out to be an effeminate person. Shun Wuxiao couldn't help but laugh. It had indeed been a long time since he had seen these uncles. Uncle De's level was not as high as theirs, even though Shun Wuxiao wasn't clear about their specific strength. But they were stronger than Uncle De, almost at the martial king level. If several martial kings came out together, it would surely scare people to the point of trembling. Alright then, let's meet at the Four Seasons Club in the evening. I haven't seen them in a long time either. Shun Wuxiao hung up the phone. Yue should be back today too. Shun Wuxiao muttered, planning to contact her when he returned. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Xu Ming was feeling much better. He looked out the window and raised his head to the sky. Dad, Mom, a bunch of relatives, Uncle Fu. Today I will make Shun Wuxiao accompany you in death. Don't worry, the good show has just begun. Shun Wuxiao's death is just an appetizer. Once I become stronger, everyone involved in the Chu family incident will die. Xu Ming took out his phone and contacted a master from the Bloodkill organization. Yong, bring the other 4 brothers to the Four Seasons Club tonight. I'll book a private room. Let's relax for a bit. The target is at the Four Seasons Club. Once I get the exact information, we'll storm their private room and end it quickly. Xu Ming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Alright, got it. Li Yang replied. We'll come find you at 4 o'clock and go together. After hanging up, Xu Ming smiled, a cruel smile. No matter how strong Shun Wuxiao was in a one-on-one fight, he couldn't compete with a martial arts master and 4 ninth-tier fighters. Lu Ruyan said he was going there to entertain someone. The person being entertained must be of a higher status, like a certain official. It's also possible that Lan Shu would be brought along, and when Shun Wuxiao is killed, Lan Shi could conveniently take him away. That would count as saving her from peril. If she still wanted to be with him, then he would choose to forgive her. If she didn't want to, Xu Ming had already thought it through. Great love means letting go, giving her freedom. After all, once Shun Wuxiao was dead, he would basically have to leave Shanghai. Lacking strength, he could only endure, secretly grow stronger, and then return in a high-profile manner, blood-staining Shanghai. Shun Wuxiao, aren't you ruthless? Then let's see who is more ruthless. I want to make you wish you were dead. Xu Ming's eyes were filled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. The hatred of a destroyed family, the resentment of a stolen wife, the pain of a lost hat, the agony of disability, all must be repaid in blood. Xu Ming thought for a moment. Should he call again to provoke himself, triggering his hidden talent for endurance and rapid cultivation? Of course, that thought was fleeting. Xu Ming wasn't that despicable. There are many ways to cultivate. It doesn't have to be through self-harm. He continued to sigh deeply, his heart aching. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Young master, I'm back. It was Jiang Jinda. He rushed into the hospital room. Xu Ming hurried over. How did it go? Although he already knew the truth, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if his parents had escaped? Jiang Jinda lowered his head. The Chu family is in ruins. But what? Xu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Could it be that his parents had escaped? Your cousin, Xu Yuxian, is alive. Xu Yuxian? The one who declared war on Morong Yunhai and went to Maidasai Bangwei with Duanmu? Xu Ming had been away from the family for too long. He hadn't stayed long when he returned, and for a moment, he couldn't recall. But he quickly remembered her. She was the daughter of his third uncle. Where is my cousin? As he spoke, a woman about 24 years old walked into the room. She was also beautiful, with well-defined features and an impressive demeanor. However, she looked somewhat disheveled, dirty, and had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Brother! Shu Yuxian trembled as she spoke. Yuxian, it's really you, Yuxian. Chu Ming rushed to support her shoulders. The pressure in Chu Yuxian's heart was finally released. She burst into tears. Brother, they're all dead, the Chu family is gone, woo woo woo. I saw it with my own eyes, my dad was killed. Chu Ming's mouth twitched. How did you escape? Are you alright? Shu Yuxian shook her head while crying. I went to the movies with my male friend that night, and when I came back, I saw so many people, so many at the Chu family. The Chu family had turned into hell, with corpses and flames everywhere. Woo woo woo. I didn't dare to get close, afraid of being discovered, so I hid in a garbage pile. Woo woo woo, brother, you must avenge the family, avenge us, woo woo. The level of sadness in Chu Yuxian almost made her cry in a dolphin-like voice like Vita's. Woo a. Chu Ming felt a pang in his nose, and his eyes turned red. Don't worry, brother will definitely avenge the family, definitely. Tonight we can kill the mastermind. He gritted his teeth, incredibly determined. Brother, do you have a plan? I want to go too. I want to avenge the family. Shu Yuxian was very angry. She also wanted to contribute to the family. Shu Ming hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to bring her. It was indeed a bit of a burden. But thinking about how he would have to leave immediately after killing Shen Wuxiao, it would be too late to go back and pick her up. Alright, I'll take you with me. I'll have someone give you a sidearm. You protect yourself and stay hidden. When you see me run out, come with me immediately. Shu Yuxian nodded seriously. Okay, I understand. Brother, who is the target? Do you have a photo? Just in case he runs away, I can shoot. Shu Ming took out his phone and opened the information. It's him, recognize him, but don't act rashly, he's a master. The reason I'm showing you this is to let you know who killed our family members. Shu Yuxian looked at the photo of Shen Wuxiu and almost blurted out, so handsome, but thinking that this man was a demon, she regained her cold demeanor. Brother, don't worry, I often go to the shooting range, my marksmanship is very good. If he runs away, I will definitely kill him. After the siblings talked for a while, Chu Ming had someone take her to rest. She had been anxious for so many days and hadn't slept a wink. She needed to rest well. On the other side, Shen Wuxiu had already arrived outside the villa where Aunt Wu lived. As soon as he entered the yard, he heard laughter from inside. That voice was very familiar. Zhang Huayue was back. Shen Wuxiu walked into the villa, and sure enough, Zhang Huayue and Lan Shi were sitting on the sofa. The sisters were chatting and laughing. When the sisters saw Shen Wuxiu appear, they quickly got up. Zhang Huayue even jumped over the coffee table, running a few steps to throw herself into Shen Wuxiu's arms. I missed you to death. Zhang Huayue planted several kisses on Shen Wuxiu's lips. Lan Shi was still a bit more reserved than Zhang Huayue, but she also stepped forward and stood in front of Shen Wuxiu. Shen Wuxiu took one in each arm, pulling them into his embrace. He kissed each of them. Where did you go last night? I know you didn't come back all night. Zhang Huayue pouted, seemingly questioning him. She had arrived in the morning, returned to the seaside villa, and found no one there. That was when she contacted Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu immediately sent a car to pick Zhang Huayue up. When she arrived here, she met Lan Shi. The sisters had a good understanding and both knew they were Shen Wuxiu's women. They quickly hit it off. I went to my girlfriend's house last night, Shen Wuxiu said with a smile. Pooh, girlfriend? Zhang Huayue playfully hit his chest. Although they hadn't seen each other for 2 or 3 days, Zhang Huayue had indeed missed him like crazy. During the time at the border, she couldn't sleep well at all. After handling everything, he rushed back immediately. It really was a girlfriend. Shen Wuxiu ruffled her hair. Zhang Huayue was still as beautiful and charming as ever, like a flower. Humph, you are quite carefree, you just got Lan Shi and can't wait to find your girlfriend. Lan Shi's face flushed slightly at the words. She quickly turned her head. That's not right, I call it equal treatment. You are my women, how can anyone else compare to you? I was thinking of asking you when you would be back, but I didn't expect you to arrive. Just in time, let's go out tonight, someone from my family is coming over, let's meet together. Ah, Zhang Huayue and Lan Shi were both taken aback. Is it your parents? Not really, it's an uncle from the family, to be precise, he's my dad's subordinate, but he's one of us. Back to the point. Shen Wuxiu cleared his throat and looked at the two beauties in front of him. So, how about you both help me? Take a look at Lai Ji? Zhang Huayue glanced at her D. Her pretty face flushed. You rascal, thinking about such things in broad daylight, let's talk about it at night. Then what about you, Sheer? Shen Wuxiu turned to Lan Shi. Lan Shi's neck turned red. I also. Let's talk about it at night. Alright, then at night, let the colorful phoenix spread its wings. Shen Wuxiu laughed heartily. His real intention was just that. When the time comes, wouldn't it be possible? The three of them sat on the sofa. Aunt Wu immediately got busy, preparing snacks and tea perfectly. Sheer, how's your company? Upon hearing this, Lan Shi became very happy and nodded emphatically, very good. That's great. After Lan Shi replied, she tugged at Shen Wuxiao's sleeve, that President Wu, he's dead. President Wu? Who is that? Shen Wuxiao couldn't quite remember. The one who called yesterday, begging for my forgiveness. Shen Wuxiao nodded, that fool, I remember now, if he's dead, then so be it. His group should be quite large, it will be taken over in the next few days, which is quite valuable. Shen Wuxiao casually instructed his subordinates, and they would naturally handle it well. Even if Shen Wuxiao didn't arrange anything, as long as there was a hint of news, he wouldn't need to bother with it, someone would take action. Shen Wuxiao, Zhang Huayue, and Lan Shi were in the villa. During this time, the two sisters stuck together chatting, and they even went out shopping at noon. For Lan Shi, it had been a long time since she felt this happy. Zhang Huayue took special care of her, and they got along wonderfully throughout the day. By the time the sisters returned from shopping, it was already past 5 o'clock. Shen Wuxiu was just about to take them to the Four Seasons Club. He asked Aunt Wu to notify the private hospital to send Huang Luoyan over as well. Shen Wuxiao then set off with the two women first. The Four Seasons Club is one of the top clubs in Zhonghai. It's even more luxurious than the place they went to before. Shen Wuxiao wasn't picky about these things, he had been to better places. The reason he chose the Four Seasons Club was simply because he was lazy and it was close. Upon arriving at the club, Shen Wuxiao took the two women directly to box 888. This was a large suite with complete entertainment facilities. Entering the box, the first thing that caught the eye was the aquarium-like atmosphere. The ceiling was entirely made of tempered glass, forming a huge fish tank filled with various exotic fish swimming around. There were hanging glass lamps, floor-to-ceiling sofas, a bar counter, terracotta warriors, and marine skeletons as decorations. There were separate sections for eating, drinking, playing, singing, and gaming, each with its own partition. Shen Wuxiao wrapped his arms around the two women and sat on the sofa. Wuxiao, aren't you going to pick up the people? Lan Shi asked softly. Shen Wuxiao shook his head, no need. Although I call them uncles, my family's rules are strict. I am still the young master. In the entire Shen family, apart from my grandparents, my dad, and my mom, no one else is qualified for me to pick them up. And they wouldn't want me to pick them up either. I see. Lan Shi nodded. Well, actually, my family's rules are quite simple. The head of the family can take the initiative to do anything, whether it's treating the talented well or being courteous. The premise is I am willing. The other party cannot take advantage of it, otherwise, it won't work no matter who comes. The three of them waited in the box for just a few minutes. The box door opened. Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu came in with Huang Luoyan. Young master, Miss Huang has arrived. Shen Wuxiao leaned back on the sofa and smiled. Luoyan, no need to be formal, we're all family here, just sit comfortably. You can even sit on my lap. Huang Luoyan pursed her lips and nodded gently. She was quite sensible, stepping forward to greet Zhang Huayue and Lan Shi first. Hello, sisters. Sister Luoyan, let's go play over there. Zhang Huayue said with a gentle smile, stepping forward to take Huang Luoyan's hand. She could tell that Huang Luoyan was very nervous and needed to ease the atmosphere. Shen Wuxiao didn't say anything. The three women would surely get along well. After a few more minutes, the door to the private room opened again. The first to jump in was Uncle Day. The sound was jarring, making one's scalp tingle. Young master, I'm here. Where's my disciple? Where's my disciple? Uncle De was dressed much more normally today, perhaps afraid of scaring Huang Luoyan. No makeup, no high heels, but he still clutched that damned handkerchief. TSK. Shen Wuxiao frowned slightly. There were 4 figures behind him. The aura of the 4 was extremely powerful. Their outfits were uniform, all quite ordinary. Leather jackets on top, jeans on the bottom, and a pair of boots. If you set aside their aura, they could easily be mistaken for ordinary people on the street. Uncles, long time no see. Shen Wuxiao smiled and stood up, opening his arms to welcome them. The 4 stood in a semicircle, each embracing Shen Wuxiao in turn. They were all quite handsome. They looked to be in their 30s, but in reality, they were all over 40. Young master, long time no see. You've gotten even sturdier. I heard from the crossdresser that you've taken up martial arts. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. At 25 or 26, a martial artist at the first level, you've broken the legend of martial arts. Shen Tianchang laughed heartily. Who the hell said no one can reach the martial artist level before 30? Our young master still has a few years before he turns 30. By then, he'll have surpassed us old folks. The 4 were surprised but equally pleased. They were loyal to the Shen family and naturally hoped for its everlasting prosperity. Shen Tianhong was undoubtedly the strongest, but the future head of the family would surely fall on Shen Wuxiao's shoulders. They had previously worried that Shen Wuxiao wouldn't be able to handle it, but it seemed they had overthought it. Shen Wuxiao smiled. I say, uncles, you're flattering me a bit too much. What legend of martial arts? You guys are out of my reach. Ah, we old folks have reached our levels through sheer effort. It's nothing remarkable. Your talent is indeed shocking. If my brother knew, he'd definitely be so happy he'd sneak a few drinks. Alright, enough flattery. Don't you know my young master is shy? Uncle Dis said in a teasing tone. He was upset that the young master hadn't hugged him just now. You crossdresser, you're asking for a beating. Shin Tianzi almost went up to hit him. Humph. Uncle De turned his head away proudly. Alright, today is just for family to have some fun. Uncles, please sit down. It's been a long time since we've had a drink and a chat together. Shen Wuxiao gestured. Zhang Huayue and the others also came over. She was the most aware of the situation. These people treated Shen Wuxiao with great respect, but any one of them could shake the ground just by stomping their feet. Shen Wuxiao introduced, Uncles, these are my women, Zhang Huayue and Lan Shi. This is Huang Luoyan, also the disciple Uncle De wants to take in. Upon hearing this, the five stood up. Young madam. Zhang Huayue and Lan Shi were nervous. Uncles, no need to be polite, Wuxiao said today is just for family to gather. They smiled and nodded before finally sitting down. Uncle De stared blankly at Huang Luoyan. Good disciple, good disciple. I've finally found the heirloom to pass on, ha ha ha. Shin Tianzi was at a loss for words. Damn it, with this deadpan person, don't scare her. He secretly kicked him. I say, you, keep it together, okay? The disciple isn't going anywhere, just don't scare her. Let's gather with the young master today. We'll talk about accepting disciples after that. Excited, excited. Only then did Uncle Dis sit down. Alright, Sheer, you two go on and play. We'll smoke over here, the smell is quite strong. MHM. Zhang Huayue nodded. Uncles, have fun, we'll go over there. The five of them slightly nodded in response. The young master's taste is indeed good, a virtuous helper. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu also sat on this side. Since they started chatting, a while later, Shen Wuxiao's phone vibrated. He looked and saw a message from Lu Ruyan. Wuxiao, have you had dinner yet? Shen Wuxiao casually replied, I'm out with a few uncles. If you want to come, it's at the Four Seasons Club, room 888. After sending it, Shen Wuxiao continued drinking and chatting with Shin Tianzi and the others. Meanwhile, in the same club, in room 158, there were 9 people. Compared to Shen Wuxiao's side, this side felt a bit shabby. They were Chu Ming and the others. 4 ninth-grade assassins, 1 first-grade martial general assassin, and Wang Xiaozhu and his 2 companions. The atmosphere in this room was also quite dull. Chu Ming mostly drank by himself, not speaking. Wang Xiaozhu and the other 2 stood by the side of the room. As for the 4 ninth-graders, they were also eating and drinking. Only Li Yong, the expert, had his arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed, resting, exuding the aura of a master. They had been here for over an hour. But Chu Ming had not mentioned any action, just drinking. It wasn't that Chu Ming was unwilling to act. Rather, he was being cautious. Without precise information, he couldn't act rashly. He was afraid Shen Wuxiao would escape. If that happened, there would be no chance for revenge, and trouble would arise. He couldn't afford to wait years to return. He couldn't wait. Therefore, everything had to be foolproof. I say, Shenlong, who exactly is he? The information is so vague, and it makes you so cautious? Li Yang opened his eyes and looked at Chu Ming, a slight smile on his lips, as if mocking. How fierce was Shenlong before, pushing through everything, and now, 2 years after leaving the organization, he's become timid? Chu Ming seemed indifferent. I just don't want to miss a good opportunity. Just wait, it won't be long. About half an hour later, his phone rang with a message alert. It was a screenshot, a chat screenshot with Shen Wuxiao. Chu Ming focused and replied, Are there many people? Lu Ruyan replied, Just relatives, should be someone from a certain power. Core. After seeing this, Chu Ming suddenly stood up. Alright, it's time to act. Chu Ming's fists cracked as he tightened them, the ancient Lulan staff knife also at his side. He just wanted to immediately incapacitate the opponent, then torture them a bit before killing them. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Seeing Chu Ming stand up, the others followed suit, but they all looked relaxed. Damn it, a martial general, 4 ninth graders, and Xianlong, a 6th grade 8th tier, all just to kill one person. When have they ever fought such a rich battle? But they wouldn't be careless. The assassin's code was there. Regardless of how powerful the target was, they couldn't let their guard down. To live long, they had to adhere to the code. Chu Ming looked at the others. Since I hired you, then follow my arrangements. Don't kill innocent people or women, just focus on the target. According to the news, he's over there entertaining his uncles. Since they're his family, just kill them all. Since there were no objections, Chu Ming looked at his subordinates. Zhang Jinda, you keep watch. Xiao Zhu, go drive. Wait outside, ready to retreat at any time. Yes, young master. The 3 of them responded and left the private room first. After this trip, don't come to Shanghai for a while. We're all part of the same organization, consider this my advice. Hee Shenlong, don't worry. In our line of work, enemies are everywhere, and even top families can provoke us. We have countless identities. If they want to catch us, they need to see if they have the ability. They were not concerned about Chu Ming's warning, as they were used to it. After speaking, the 6 of them left the private room in unison and headed towards room 888. When they stood outside the room, the people inside had already turned to look at the door. Is there a mouse? Shen Tianxi said lightly. Who cares? The young master is going to sing. I want to hear him sing. Shen Tianhua casually replied, watching Shen Wuxiao standing in front of the karaoke equipment. The others were indifferent, all looking at Shen Wuxiao and even raising their hands to lightly applaud. The music started, with a strong rhythm in the accompaniment. The room was filled with surround sound from the speakers. Zhang Huaiwei and the other 2 women also came over to sit and listen to their men sing. Each one was excited, hands clenched to their chests, wishing they could shout, "Hubby, you're so handsome." Totally infatuated fans. Shen Wuxiao held a glass of red wine in one hand and a microphone in the other, swaying gently to the rhythm. Just as the lyrics were about to begin, the door to the private room burst open with a bang. Chu Ming, with a cold expression, led 5 people directly inside. The room was filled with music, deafening and rhythmically rich. Everyone inside saw the scene of Chu Ming and the others rushing in, but no one paid them any attention. The seated people showed no reaction at all, just watching Shen Wuxiao, ignoring the intruders. This left them standing awkwardly in the middle. Meanwhile, Shen Wuxiao had his back to everyone, facing a large screen, singing to himself. It was the familiar old song "Stars Light the Way," and his magnetic voice resonated. Looking up at the sky, it's a man's sky, once under the starlight, a dreaming youth. When he sang to this point, Shen Wuxiao suddenly turned to look at Chu Ming, smiling and winking. But he continued singing, not knowing how high the sky is, not knowing how far the sea is, yet swearing to take you far away, to the ends of the earth. In the next moment, Shen Wuxiao stepped forward and brought the microphone to Chu Ming's mouth, as if wanting him to sing. Following the changing lyrics on the screen, Chu Ming could see the words, "Irresponsible vows, the reckless me, lost in the darkness only to discover my own fragility." Shen Wuxiao was mocking him. Such a good song seemed to have changed flavor in his mouth. In fact, he preferred the line "The current sky is a dirty sky." Seeing that he wouldn't sing, Shen Wuxiao took back the microphone, turned his back, and continued singing, completely ignoring him. One of the 9th grade experts frowned. Although there were many people here, they all seemed ordinary. He was surrounded by energy, his aura released. He charged forward, aiming to take down Shen Wuxiao in an instant. Breakfast.